After losing my memory in a car accident, I forgot that I had already married my childhood friend Yandere. Seeing her in the same hospital gown, I was shocked and was about to express my concern, but I saw her eyes instantly lose their luster. You don't have to do this. Once your injury is healed, I will go with you to get a divorce. Her voice was cold and distant, with a hint of grievance. I was completely confused, staring at her face blankly, not understanding what she was saying at all. What does this even mean? I'm not married at all. So where does the talk of divorce come from? My gaze slowly moved down and I saw the ring on Janyebe's ring finger. I suddenly grabbed her wrist, and her body clearly trembled, but she held back and didn't move. Are you married? I'm sorry. The woman blurted out this apology, quickly took off her ring, and frantically searched around. She had no pockets, so she could only hold the ring tightly in her palm, as if afraid it would be snatched away. I didn't mean to. I won't wear it anymore. Please don't be angry. I haven't come to my senses yet when the nurse suddenly pushed the door open. You just woke up and are running around. Do you want to die? You can't just pull out the needle whenever you want. You really don't take yourself seriously. Your hand is still bleeding. Let me see it quickly. The woman's eyes were still fixed on me as she mechanically raised her hand in front of the nurse. Lower it a bit. It's all the way up to my head. The little nurse impatiently pressed down on her hand and wiped it with an alcohol swab. Let's wait until the next infusion to do it. You two are really strange. When someone wakes up from an accident, they either cry or make a phone call, but you two just stare blankly. I awkwardly smiled and explained. We are not a couple. You misunderstood. The nurse shook her head with a smile. Not a couple? I heard from the investigating traffic police that during the car accident, it was your wife who protected you, and you only had a small scrape on your forehead, while she had over a dozen pieces of glass embedded in her back. A husband can't be heartless. I was momentarily stunned, and a wave of panic surged in my heart. Could it be that I was in a car accident with Janyebe? But that's not right. I was clearly driving the car myself. When did Janyebe get in the car? And how did he protect me? Is it necessary to rush to clarify? At least for now, we are still husband and wife. The woman's voice was very low, filled with sadness, which was very inconsistent with her indifferent expression. Oh my God. I clearly had an accident on the way to the graduation ceremony. How did Janyebe become my wife? And now we have to get a divorce? I originally planned to confess my feelings to Janyebe on the day of the graduation ceremony. I've liked her since I was a child, but she is cold and indifferent to everyone, like a robot without feelings. I mustered up the courage for this confession, and I remember texting her last night to bring a bouquet of roses to the graduation ceremony because I had something important to say. As a result, I woke up in the hospital. My phone was gone, and the nurse said they couldn't contact my parents. I was worried when Janyebe rushed in, looking as if I had abandoned her. Janyebe, are you sure you're not messing with me? You're not the type to do that. You're even more rigid than our elementary school math teacher. I touched my forehead, wondering whether I was the one going crazy or if she was. You really don't have to do this. What I promised you definitely counts. The divorce agreement is stained with blood. I'll draft a new one and sign it for you later. I just felt my head in a mess. This unequal information made me subconsciously think of a cliché term, amnesia. Janyebe, I said I have amnesia. Do you believe me? As soon as I said this, the woman's fingertips clearly trembled. Her eyes instantly filled with a nearly desperate loneliness, and a fleeting glimmer of hope passed by, followed by a bitter smile. If you don't believe me, that's fine. My phone is broken. Can I borrow yours? I need to call my parents. Janyebe suddenly raised his eyes, staring at me intently. Since my parents passed away in a car accident 3 years ago, this has been the deepest pain in my heart, and no one has mentioned it in the past 3 years. You said today is the day of the graduation ceremony? The woman's tone was full of disbelief. I nodded and gave her a white glance. You didn't bring roses, did you? I knew it. Do you not like me? If you hate me, I don't. I like you. Like really like you. We got married. She explained word by word, sincerely and eagerly, and after finishing, she smiled, but as she laughed, tears began to roll down in big drops. Don't cry. I might really have amnesia, and I'm not sure what's going on. Why we have to get a divorce? Did I bully you? How about we don't get divorced for now? Janyebe slowly sat down on the chair beside me, carefully took my hand and placed it on her head, instantly breaking down in tears. Touch me. I'm going to shatter. She kept repeating, I'm going to shatter, as if pouring out endless pain from her heart, making my own heart ache. This is the woman I have loved since childhood, and I have never seen her so fragile. How could I remain indifferent? A car accident unexpectedly led me to marry Janyebe without even having to confess my feelings, which saved me a lot of trouble. How could I possibly want a divorce? Unless, which one of us cheated? I don't. The woman immediately retorted firmly, her eyes filled with disbelief yet exuding immense determination. In this lifetime, I am only devoted to you, and I will never cheat. Not even glance at another man. If you find me unfaithful, you don't need to say anything, I will end it myself. I opened my mouth to speak, but no sound came out. If Jangibei didn't cheat, could it be that I have fallen for someone else? No, no, no. I shook my head vigorously, trying to drive this absurd thought out of my mind. How is that possible? Is there any woman in this world better than Jangibei? When are we going home? We have our own home now. The woman nodded vigorously, reached out and gently touched my head, silently reminding herself not to be greedy. From now on, there would be herself in his world again. I'll go ask the doctor. If there's nothing serious, we'll go home. Back to our home. I nodded, and my heart was filled with joy. As soon as the woman came out of the ward, I rolled around excitedly on the bed for 2 laps. Oh my god, I really married Jangibei. As Jangibei expected, the doctor told her that my brain had suffered a strong external impact, forming a blood clot that compressed part of the memory nerves, leading to amnesia, and the hippocampus was injured. So my recent memory was greatly affected. Thanks to Jangibei's full protection, my external injuries were not severe, but she, on the other hand, was advised by the doctor to be hospitalized for treatment, which she firmly refused. For the first time in 3 years, I said I wanted to go home, so she didn't want to stay in the hospital for a moment longer and wished she could go back immediately. Assistantly rushed over in a hurry within 10 minutes, but was still scolded by Jangibei for being late. He followed the woman into the ward with an innocent expression and politely greeted, "Hello, Mr. Fong. I'm here to take you in general by home." I opened my mouth and looked at Jangibei in confusion. The woman hurriedly explained, "This is my assistant Li Yu. If you have something to say to me, just go ahead." Don't mind him. Li's hands, which were tidying up, stopped, and she looked back at Jangibei in confusion, worried. What does the president mean by this? If he says this, will the young master blame her? But my reaction almost made his jaw drop to the ground. "Hello, Li Yu. I'm Fong Yuan. I don't remember if we knew each other before, so let's just assume we just met." I thought for a moment and then hurriedly explained, "We had a car accident this morning. You know? I seem to have lost my memory and don't remember you. I'm really sorry." Li stepped back warily, tightly holding the inspection checklist he had just brought. "Please don't do this. I can't take it. Don't apologize." In his memory, he had apologized on average once a year for the past 3 years. The first year, Jangibei was hospitalized for a month. The second year, the Jiang group lost 200 million. The third year, Jangibei was in a car accident. Such things could happen to Jangibei. After all, she was the president and could handle it. As a small assistant, earning a salary, he didn't want to be affected. Just living well was his greatest pursuit. On the way, I was filled with curiosity about the changes outside. Although only 3 years have passed, many familiar shops have closed down, and several office buildings have sprung up nearby. To me, it seemed as if everything had appeared out of nowhere. Everything was so novel. Li had informed the housekeeper in advance. After arriving home, the servants didn't dare to say much. They just greeted me and stepped back. I slowly walked forward and saw in the glass display case beside me the entire series of figurines I liked, arranged according to my preferences. It was clear that Jangibei had put a lot of thought into it for me. "Is there anything else you're not satisfied with?" I frowned, slowly turned around to stare at the woman behind me, and looked her up and down. "Do we have a marriage certificate?" Jangibei didn't understand why I asked this, and nodded uneasily. After speaking, she took out a white box from a blood-stained file bag, opened the box, and inside were 2 red books. She opened one of them and held it in front of me. "We really got married. I won't lie to you." I tilted my head to look. The agreement was stained with blood, but the 2 marriage certificates were as new as ever, well protected. The person on it was indeed me, but I didn't look very happy. Marrying Jangibei should have been an incredibly joyful and happy event. Just as I was about to reach out to take a closer look at the marriage certificate, Jangibei quickly pulled it back. "I'll hold on to it. Don't touch it." Jangibei's vigilant appearance, combined with a series of unusual actions today, left me full of doubts. However, fortunately, I was simple and naive 3 years ago, and such matters could be easily forgotten. At this moment, Jangibei brought me to the bathroom. "You can take a shower. I'll be right outside the door. Call me anytime if you need anything." Although Yu Chiochi agreed, but his heart is still more or less a little twisted. Her relationship with Jangibei hadn't developed so quickly as she remembered. This is suddenly in a house with such ambiguous words. She covered her cheeks with her hands and looked at herself in the mirror. She was a good-looking girl. She was considered a beauty. If you've been married for 3 years, you must have had sex. I don't know how Jangibei's body is, but he looks like he should be the type with good abilities. The more she thought about it, the more outrageous it became, and she hurriedly splashed 2 handfuls of cold water towards her face. "Reserve, be reserved, Yu Chochi." After a comfortable shower, she wrapped her robe around her and walked out. As soon as he looked up, he saw Jiang Yibei on the balcony, the man's stance hidden in the darkness, all revealing handsome. The sidelines of his face were smooth and sharp, like the work of one of the world's most renowned sculptors. A hand pressed gently against the high bridge of that nose, his eyes slightly closed, his eyelashes casting a shadow over his already ill-defined face. The men were dressed in scanty loungewear but his broad shoulders held the loose garment up perfectly, outlining the attractive lines of like the blue light reflecting off that wine glass on the table. The man's hormones seemed to be the same color, quiet, elegant, mysterious, and dangerous. When he saw her come out, the man rushed to meet her, holding her arm and, sitting her down in front of the dresser, he skillfully lowered the woman's hair, toweled off the moisture, and she put on some more hair oil and helped her blow dry her hair. The woman's hair was very long and it took about half an hour for it to be completely dry. Is this how you used to blow dry my hair? Jiang Yibei, you're so gentle. Why do I feel that you've changed especially much compared to before? Chapter 3, you can love her openly and honestly. Big? The man stood behind him looking at the man in the mirror with eyes full of tenderness, bright and colorful, shining as brightly as the stars in the Milky Way. It's good to have her back again. It's nice to finally be able to love her with honor. Yuchochi herself is not particularly fond of skincare. She is too troublesome, so it was just a little cream. I just turned around and realized something was wrong. There was only one pillow on the bed when she first entered the bedroom, and now there's another? The woman's narrowed her eyes and surveyed the man behind her. Slowly, she got up and walked over to the closet, and once she opened it, the pajamas inside instantly left her speechless. This is also too vegan. Inside hung a row of cotton white pajamas, maybe a dozen or so, all still in the same style. This? My pajamas? It doesn't matter if you live on your own, but there is a beautiful man in front of you. How can you get it if you wear it like this? Yeah, you have delicate skin. You'll get a rash if you don't wear cotton. The man's gaze hadn't looked away since she'd come out, pampering her like an azure lake. You're going to change all of these for me tomorrow. I want lace ones, low-cut ones, the kind adults should wear anyway. The woman craned her neck in a haughty commanding manner. Jiang Yibei nodded his head and responded, and then he didn't know what to do. He froze in place in a daze, looking at the woman in front of him, and suddenly the tips of his ears went red. In these 3 years, Yuchochi was hating him for not going to her graduation ceremony in the first place, and hating him even more for taking advantage of the situation to threaten her to marry him. That original love disappeared in that instant, and was replaced by endless hate. How would she accept him, much less let him look at her so close? It's true that men take a little too long in the shower. This made the already tired Yuchochi sleepy even more. Helplessly she walked to the bathroom door, raised her hand and gently knocked. Jiang Yibei, have you washed up? The next second, the door was pulled straight open, and the man's concerned tone of voice was a little anxious. And, I am. What's wrong? Is it uncomfortable? He had a bath towel tied around his waist, his abs rippling, his shark muscles smooth, his chest wet and, a fine look at the veins popping in the muscles was vaguely arousing. It's getting late. Shouldn't we go to bed? Yuchochi gathered her hair, and a faint touch of pink colored her fair face. It makes her look soft and cuddly enough to want to bite. Jiang Yibei noticed her gaze and hurriedly reached out to cover his front, awkwardly explaining, sorry to keep you waiting. I'll get dressed. The woman laughed shallowly, turned around and went straight under the covers, which covered half of her face, revealing only a pair of large eyes, staring at the man's every move. Jiang Yibei went to change into a black silk pajamas. The color was stained with some water, and the black was even deeper and sexier. Turned around and turned off the outside light, poured a glass of 50-degree water into her thermos of. She put her cell phone on the charger again, before turning around and getting into bed. On the surface all is calm, as if it had been so for so long, but only Jiang Yibei knew that he could hear his own heartbeat at the moment and could feel the cold sweat on his palms. Yuchochi's small hands squeezed the corner of the quilt tightly, although the person lying beside her was her legal husband. But there was still a little twinge in my heart, but that twinge was tinged with a tiny bit of excitement. The man tentatively put his arm through. Do what? She stared uncomprehendingly at the man near her. For you to lie on, you used to lie on my arm. You'd have nightmares without it. That's right, Yuchochi suddenly realized. No wonder it's a bit awkward now. Maybe it's just the wrong posture. She happily burrowed into Jiang Yibei's arms, the man's body warm and, the arm around her was hard, and at this distance she could only put her hands on his waist. But it's okay to touch it. But it doesn't feel so good. The bouncy skin is tight. What a way to sleep. How's this for sleeping? That's a lot of wanting to get it. Her mind yelled frantically, but she had to suppress her urge not to scare him. The man, however, was so frightened that he didn't move. or even pause in his breathing. Once he had found out that Yuchochi always liked to look at well-built men, so he worked out like this. As it turned out, when he was shirtless and thought she'd look twice, she did look at it. Only when she was done she said in disgust that it was disgusting and not to be naked in the future. Is it still disgusting? Is that disgusting? The man's voice was low, squeezing out of his throat and looking especially pathetic. Probably because it had been such a hard day, the woman had fallen asleep within minutes of lying in his arms. The man's dark eyes gazed unblinkingly at the woman in his arms. As if repressing many unspoken pleas and expectations, the fiery longing in the bottom of his eyes burned his soul. He didn't want to sleep. He just wanted to keep staring at her all the time. Even if he could look at her for one more minute, his heart would be satisfied. Until the dawn, he felt only the soreness of his eyes. And I thought about squinting, but I didn't want it to be 2 hours later when I opened my eyes again. Yandere only felt his body empty, subconsciously turned his head, but found that the person was no longer. He sat up with a jolt, and a sharp, aching sensation in his stomach that, causing him to subconsciously curl up and let out a violent cough, his body trembling uncontrollably. The pale face was twisted and distorted from the immense pain. The fishy sweetness in his throat made him feel threatened with death. The panicked eyes took on an additional color of despair that was hard to hide. You're still gone. You're still going. No matter how low I stoop and wag my tail at you like a dog, you'll still abandon me. Even if I die, you won't look back at me again? I know I'm wrong. I'm dying of regret. The man pulled at the corners of his mouth, laughing hideously, but tears one after another in a series. The viciousness around the body is not the slightest bit hidden. It's home with her, and she doesn't want to stay another minute. What's the point of having a family then? What's the point of living without her? I can stand in the frozen cold or the bottomless lava, but you let me see this living earth and feel the warmth of being loved. But to abandon me over and over again, if that's the case, why not just kill me in the first place? He walked downstairs as if he'd lost his mind. The several display cabinets on the first floor contained Yuchochi's favorite things. He's been scouring the world for it. One of them held military daggers from various countries, and Yandere pulled open the cabinet door and took one out of it, turning to look around. This house where he and Yuchochi had lived for 3 years. Everywhere. She was everywhere. And the man smiled faintly as a tear slipped gently down his arm and, "Honey," the woman darted toward him from behind, and hooked her arm around his neck as she, "There's a garden in the back, it's full of roses. Big and pretty." Her voice lifted to hide her excitement, and it was only after the words were out of her mouth that she noticed that the Yandere was not right. Yuchochi slowly let go of his hand, looking at his ruthless eyes and the dagger in his hand. Instant spine chills, backing up and, Chapter 4, The Truth About the Car Accident. A flicker of panic passed through the man's eyes, but he quickly calmed down and, "I was going to peel an apple for you to eat. So scared me. I don't like apples. No need to peel them. You come with me to see the flowers." The woman instantly raised her voice in excitement again, pulling him by the wrist and running for the backyard. Yandere's thoughts came back then, and the whole person instantly breathed a sigh of relief, which made him remember that, the way she looked when she darted toward herself just now, followed by the question that, "What did you just call me?" Yuchochi turned back, her small face instantly collapsing. "What's the matter? I'm married to you, so I can't say husband to you. I'll call it, there's a bargain to be had. Hubby." "How?" "Well, wife, that's what you used to call me, and it was the right thing to do." The man's tone was full of happiness, and he couldn't help but add that "Baby, do you like roses?" Yuchochi's memory. Yandere would not call her by her name since she was a child, and always nicknamed her little goldfish. Calling her wife and baby in such an intimate way still made her squirm a little. But it doesn't matter. Anyway, the man is her favorite. Sooner or later, he'll be her husband. Now it was just a little faster than expected, and at the moment her heart was literally hotter than a rose. "I love it. Every flower in this rose garden was planted by Yandere himself. I owed her a bouquet of flowers in the first place, so I wanted to plant a garden for her. But ever since Yuchochi lived in, he only gave a cold glance and never came back to the backyard." Yandere knew that she was blaming herself for breaking the appointment, and was also showing him that she refused to forgive. "It's a beautiful sunny day, but it's gonna be sunny in a minute. The baby will look at it for a while and then go back. And when I come back I'll ask someone to put an awning over the place." His delicate body is so delicate that his skin gets red and itchy when he gets sunburned. It didn't matter that she didn't come before, but now she couldn't just be left out in the open in the garden. "No, 10 more minutes. I just got here a little while ago." She clung to the rope of the swing and pouted, and wouldn't go back. Yandere shook his head helplessly, helped her sit down and gently rocked the swing. What to do? He was born to take her down. It's been like this since he was a kid. One word from her can affect his mood for the whole day. It's a word that pisses him off, and it's also a word that his anger is gone in an instant. He didn't want to be so unprofitable, but he loved only one in his life. So what could he do if he was unprofitable? The woman on the swing smiled brightly in the sunlight, and the beauty of her flaunting. The golden glow that enveloped her was warmed by the man behind her with doting eyes. Half an hour later, the man forced her back into the living room and, to prevent her from pouting again, she threatened to kiss you if she said one more word. The woman's little white feet wiggled one at a time as she watched the man apply a layer of aloe vera gel to her arm and, "It's not that dainty, is it? The sun's just come up for a while." "Is that the sun?" "That's a furnace. I kind of understand now how much Hoi has contributed to this earth." Jiang Yibei frowned in pain. His hand movements were careful, as if he was disarming a bomb. And you say it's not serious. This is red. From now on you have to wear sunscreen when you go out. Your husband will give you an umbrella. Or don't go out. Yuchochi suddenly got goosebumps, only feeling that the phrase "don't go out" was a bit harsh, but he didn't know why. After rubbing the aloe vera gel, Jiang Yibei poured her a cup of water. Even though it's summer, he still doesn't allow her to drink ice. Room temperature is fine. The current Yuchochi was unusually obedient. This kind of thing put into the past, he would not even dare to think about it. He wouldn't dare say anything, even if she just woke up early and pulled open the fridge for some ice water. Actually said that and got scolded. Didn't change it. "By the way, I want to go home. My cell phone is broken and I can't reach my parents. They should be anxious." Jiang Yibei was stunned. He hadn't figured out how to explain to her about her parents dying in a car accident 3 years ago. Her body has not yet recovered, and the doctor has said not to stimulate her at this time. But if she lies, he wouldn't dare and couldn't do it. "Your body hasn't recovered yet. Be good and I'll make breakfast." He could only change the topic. But fortunately, Yuchochi didn't feel anything unusual. Lying on the backrest of the sofa and tilting his head to look at him. "You can still cook? Jiang Yibei, when did you become so good?" "Jiang Yibei? Where's the husband?" "The husband is just gone?" She scratched her hair and smiled a little apologetically. Sorry, I got used to calling it when I was a kid. Hubby. Satisfied with this, the man dropped a kiss on her forehead and turned to take a step back to the kitchen. Yuchochi only felt like exploding in place. Jiang Yibei kissed her. "Who is this?" "This is Jiang Yibei. This is her male god." Excited again, she rolled twice on the couch before she felt something wasn't quite right. It is reasonable to say that Jiang Yibei is so good to himself, but why would it come to the point of divorce? "I can't really cheat on you." She didn't even know where this inexplicable lack of confidence in herself had been born. In the kitchen, the man skillfully made breakfast. Couldn't keep her waiting too long. She'd get dizzy if she didn't eat breakfast with her low blood sugar. Good thing he's a pretty fast cook. Warming up 2 cups of milk. Banana cheese toast. Sprinkling some nuts and cocoa powder on it. Pan-seared a steak. Cut and plated. Served with a smooth egg and black truffle. And a fresh shrimp salad with mango. Cut up some of her usual favorite avocado and a simple breakfast was ready. Jiang Yibei had just picked up the dinner plate when the cell phone in his pocket followed and vibrated. He tapped the screen above. A message from Lin Yang. "The driver of that truck has fled, and the incident is now considered a hit and run." The man glanced toward the door. Yuchochi at this moment is staring at the TV laughing very happily. He quickly returned a, "Take care of it. Don't get on my head. Madam mustn't know about this." Quick reply from the opposite side. "Don't worry. The payment to him went through 2 third-party companies. As long as you don't say anything, Madam won't know that you're the one behind this." Seeing his words, Jiang Yibei really wanted to pull the plug on him. The truck driver was paid by him to hit himself, causing an accident. He just wants to keep his marriage with Yuchochi. Even if he dies, the tombstone will be his late husband. But he hadn't thought that she, who had never ridden in the same car as him, would take the initiative to sit on his side and forbid him to look at his cell phone. He did dodge it. He just didn't realize the driver had circled around and hit it a second time. He couldn't understand why this man was so persistent, and if he was sent by someone to hunt him down. "What are you looking at?" The woman's voice scared him so much that his cell phone fell to the floor with a thud. Chapter 5 aspires to be a man of male virtue. The man held his breath nervously, his body involuntarily starting to tremble. Did she see it? She wouldn't know. "Honey, what's wrong with you? You're not even holding your cell phone steady." Yuchochi said, bending down to pick up the cell phone that fell on the ground, and added, "Just now when I saw you sneaking a look at me here, I wanted to come and scare you. I didn't expect you to be so timid." Her Jiang Yibei had grown up, turned into her husband, and had become less bold. It seemed that she would have to make herself stronger in the future so that she could protect him properly. "Yes, my husband's too timid. Feel it? I'm panicking." The man grabbed her hand and pressed it to his chest. "Actually, It's better to say it's his chest, rather than his pecs. And he knew Yuchochi liked it. She didn't have a chance to flirt before. Not anymore. She doesn't remember anything. It was just the right opportunity to make her fall in love with herself. And even if she couldn't, it was possible to fall in love with this body. Yuchochi's palms were close to him, and she could feel the man's muscles rising and falling as he breathed in and out. Young men are vigorous and virile and hot-blooded. And with this good figure of broad shoulders and narrow waist, it looks like it's very good at what it does at first glance. How about that? Panic? His was low, with a hint of petulance, and he saw her cheeks blush before hooking his lips in a wry smile. Well, it is a little bit. I'll check it if you lift up your clothes. Yuchochi teased, her sinful little hands reaching for the man's mermaid line. As soon as he lifted up his pajamas, his skin white to the point of being a little pink. But it cannot hide the beautiful curve of the abs. The man slightly sideways. Just this angle she touched more smoothly. Yuchochi did not expect him to be so serious. Letting to lift the clothes. This lifting is the clothes. No, it is her heart. But, how can this go on? He is so obedient. Listening to himself at home. Going out to listen to other women what to do. Jangibe, I'm warning you, don't lift your clothes. I'll be pissed if you're seen by another woman. Her own husband. She must educate herself. A man should be good to his wife, not to go out and flirt with her. Jangibe stretched out 3 fingers with a sincere assurance. I swear, my body is for my wife alone, and from now on I'll wear a t-shirt when I swim. He dropped his hand and wrapped the man in his arms, his heart warming literally hotter than the 40-degree day outside. This was the first time Yuchochi had sworn his status in this way, the first time he told him he wasn't allowed to show it to anyone else. She'd get mad, and it's great that she'd get mad. Wife, I'll keep my manhood. I'll be the best behaved husband in the world. So don't you ever leave me, okay? Male virtue? The woman in her arms raised her small head, her large dark eyes flickering, not quite getting the meaning of the word. Jangibe smiled and explained. It's that men should listen to their wives. Their body should only be shown to their wives, and all women other than their wives are bad. Okay, I like that word. It's good that you have that realization, and I don't know if you used to. She broke away from the man's restraints slightly and, the smells wafting out of the kitchen had already tickled the cravings in her stomach. You're done. I'll help serve the food. Jangibe gripped the woman's shoulders with both hands and turned her body around. Just go sit and wait for the food. You don't have to do anything. Kids don't need to work. After driving the people away, Jangibe thought of the way she had milked her warning just now. Still, I couldn't hold back a smile, and the wind of happiness was building under my feet as I carried my dinner tray all the way there. The woman took a big bite of the food in front of her, and was moved to tears that her husband is not only handsome, well-built, but also has money and can cook. Is she on fire? No, the ancestral tomb must be on fire. It's so delicious, isn't it? You cook so well, and after 3 years, I can't believe I haven't gained any weight. Why? I usually work out, right? At this point in the conversation, Jangibe's eyes slowly drooped, placing the fork in his hand to the side, and answering with a lost voice. You used to, don't like my cooking, said it was awful, not even as good as the school cafeteria. The dogs wouldn't eat it. Can't be, did I really say that? Yuchochi suddenly felt a little heartbroken for him. It turns out that I used to be such a jerk, saying such inexplicable things to hurt him. No wonder he's always careful now, afraid he'll get upset. He must have been a bully himself for the past 3 years. He must have bullied him enough. After seriously wrinkling his brows and thinking for a moment, Yuchochi made a particularly momentous plan. To spoil her man, to make him the happiest man in the world, and to cook for him herself. Honey, I must have had a faulty sense of taste before. The things you made, it's the best I've ever had in my life. Much better than what those Michelin masters make. That's true, because Jangibe's craftsmanship was specially taught by a master from a Michelin restaurant. For her line, she was tired of eating out. It's just that before, even if he did, he wouldn't dare say he did it. She could only eat some if the maid brought it to the table and said it was made in the kitchen. It's good that the baby likes it, and if you like it I'll make it for you every day from now on. It will make me feel very happy and worthy. The man's tone was soft with indescribable sentimentality. The flicker of paranoia that swept gently under his eyes was well hidden. There were some big mood swings in the morning, and before the meal was finished, Jangibe felt that he was starting to feel not quite right. Certain emotions in his mind felt like they were about to get out of control, and he scrambled to get up and I only felt that my brain started flashing through many images frantically, and that a powerful force was about to explode. He was terrified. She'd hardly begun to accept herself. She must not be made aware of her situation. She will be frightened and she will want to run away. I'm going to the study, to take care of something. The man's voice trembled, and his eyes suddenly glowed red as he stumbled toward the study. The door slammed open. Before Yuchochi could react to what was going on, the person had already entered the study. She hurriedly put down her chopsticks and followed. The man's hands were propped up on the tabletop, his spine slightly arched, and he had an eerie feeling about him that all that could be heard in the quiet room was his somewhat ragged gasping for air. In this instant, Yuchochi only felt that the surrounding temperature had dropped several degrees. After straightening his body slightly, Yuchochi realized that he was holding an infuser in his hand and was injecting himself. What's wrong with him? The man took a long breath as the cold liquid slowly infused his body and suddenly it occurred to him that he seemed to have left the door open a moment ago, and he jerked back. Chapter 6, Please Don't Leave. Right into the female's jittery, tear-stained eyes, followed by the sight of her shaking hands. The instant of great grief swept over Jiangyibai. The emotions followed the instant collapse. The man's eyes reddened, but endeavored to suppress the desire to burst into a rage, and, lowering his head, dared not look at her, much less know how to face her. Suddenly, he stammered, unable to spell even a complete word or sentence. Get out, please, he growled lowly in pain, as if he were a desperate trapped beast. His voice dulled beyond recognition. The man turned away, not wanting such a bad side of himself to be seen by the one he loved the most. His body was shaking and he couldn't stop panicking inside. Scared her. Jiangyibai, you scared her. People like you are psychotic. What makes you worthy of her love? Husband. The woman's arms slowly wrapped around him from behind him, her warm little face pressed against the man's firm spine. He couldn't stop his body from shaking, and his whole body was too stunned to move a bit of. Don't be afraid. It's okay. I'm here. It's okay. The woman's voice was like a sunrise, irradiating the cold place in Jiangyibei's heart. Soon, he felt that the frozen place seemed to be slowly melting, and the whole person seemed to be really warm. I don't know whether it was the medicine that worked, or Yuchochi that worked, but he only felt a warmth rising from the bottom of his heart. All the grumpy angst disappeared in an instant, and he turned to take the woman into his arms and a tear seeped from the corner of his eye, and he murmured, almost lost in thought, "Don't be afraid of me. I'm not mentally ill. I'll get it under control. I'll take my medication and I'll treat it. I'm not mentally ill. I'm sorry. I'm sorry." The woman wrenched his face, forcing him to look straight at her, and said, firmly and haughtily, Honey, don't apologize for something you didn't do wrong. Of course I know you're not a psychopath. Everyone has bad emotional control sometimes. I do too. Would you be afraid of me? Or will you leave me because of it? I love you. I'm not afraid of you. If you don't behave, I'm going to whip your ass with a belt. Yuchochi, will be afraid of anyone. Smoke for you, wife, if you want to. I love you too. Especially, never loved someone so much in my life. So whatever it takes, just don't leave me behind. For eyes facing each other, such a distance had never been seen in Yuchochi's memory. She raised her hand and wrapped it around the man's neck, with eyes as bright as the twinkling stars in the night sky. I want to kiss you. Before the words left his mouth, the woman's warm lips had already covered the man's eyes rounded, the expression on his face unsure of whether to be stunned or alarmed, as he allowed her to kiss him on the lips with abandon. Seeing him react like this, Yuchochi slowly stopped, his fingertips rubbing his thin lips, his tone full of puzzlement. And, you're my husband. What's wrong with a kiss? Did you used to stare at people like that when you kissed? You'd get right in the eyes at this distance. The man bit his lip and frowned. It wasn't that he didn't want to. He wanted to kiss her. The thought of it bordered on insanity. But he didn't dare to. She used to have the luxury of even saying a few words in peace, not to mention a kiss. For the past 3 years, his greatest luxury had been to see her often. And a kiss, such a thing he could not even think of. Somehow, Yuchochi seemed to be able to see the man's emotions, and the fingernail that fell to his lips lifted slightly and brushed over his furrowed brow. I don't know what I've done to you in the last 3 years, and if I've done anything wrong, I apologize for those 3 years and for you. Don't distance yourself from me. I really like you, have since I was a kid and have only ever liked you. Well, the woman's words were stopped short. The sudden kiss was like a storm that caught her off guard and her mind went blank. The kiss was a particular contrast to his normally cool and collected self. Hot, crazy, sizzling. It wasn't until she was dizzy from the kisses and her legs were weak that the man stopped reluctantly. I'm sorry, baby. The man's eyes suddenly reddened, panicked, and he hung his head, looking like he'd made a big mistake. Hearing her line about how she's loved you since she was a little girl, he couldn't control his emotions any longer. He hadn't liked her since he was a kid. It's just that he's so stupid that he can't see into her heart, that he's missing out on what should be a happy life, time and time again. He doesn't want to let go but can only stay with her by threatening to do so. Yuchochi was heartbroken and blamed herself at the same time. She raised her hand and slowly dropped it on the man's cheek. His body shook visibly, and you could tell his muscles were hardening a bit from the tension. Don't go, please. I don't dare. I'll never do it again. I'm just confused. As she wrapped her arms around the man and pressed him tightly into the crook of her neck, the cool tip of the man's nose made her heart ache like a stabbing pain. That fool, what are you afraid of? Why should I go? This is. What happened? She soothed the man's back, one at a time, until his body began to relax. And, I really did break your heart, didn't I? And I'm going to leave you again? I'm sorry, Yandere. I don't remember what I did, but I'm so sorry. How could I hurt the person I love the most? Her words caused Yandere's emotions, which he had managed to control with difficulty, to break through the dike once again. The uncontrollable tears were like water pouring out of a broken bag that could no longer be contained. The man shook his head vigorously, his voice shaking uncontrollably. You didn't do anything wrong. It's my fault. It's really my fault. Shui, don't leave me, please. Whatever you want to do whatever you want to me. Never, ever leave me. I can't live without you. So, what the hell did I do to you? Surprisingly, it made you change from that lofty to unbeatable Yandere to this look of being careful in everything you do nowadays. It was the first time he had called her this way. Yuchochi only felt a sour pain flooding her heart. The woman's cheek brushed against him, and she kissed him again on the tip of his ear. I promise you, I won't leave you. My husband is so handsome and considerate. Where would I want to leave you? Turns out I only thought Dad was the best man in the world, but I didn't realize you were better than my dad. Yandere slowly got up and glanced sheepishly at the person in front of him, raising a hand to his face in a haphazard manner. It was only then that he tried to remember to change the subject a little. I've just asked Lin Yang to contact someone to install an awning in the backyard, then put in a gazebo promenade all the way from the backyard to the garden, so you won't get any sun at all. Not that delicate, but the sun is big here. Yuchochi looked toward the outside, wrinkling her eyebrows in some dissatisfaction. I don't like sunny days. I like rainy days with ambience and good for sleeping. What about hubby? What do you like? I like you, Yandere replied seriously, his eyes filled with tenderness and sincerity. These unforeseen love words made Yuchochi instantly blush. She smashed his chest without any good reason. No decent. Nasty. She got up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling windows in the back, her eyes deeply drawn to the view of the courtyard. In the afternoon, Lin Yang brought people over to install the promenade, and by the way, he brought the work that had not been completed in the past 2 days. Inside the study, Yandere rubbed his brow, looking at the documents in his hand. So this was done by you before? Xiaoqi is planning to steal this project. Lin Yang nodded his head. That's right. Now that Miss Yu doesn't have a cell phone in her hand, her assistant doesn't dare to come here rashly. So, should we take this opportunity of her memory loss to get the project back? Chapter 7, we'll take good care of her. No. Yandere refused outright, throwing the document in his hand into the shredder. Let's not do this project. Lin Yang was simply shocked. His jaw dropped to the basement. Oh my god. Mr. Jiang, the company lost $200 million on that project the year before last. Jiang Dong in a fit of anger can be on your hands even if you give Mrs. Apologized also line. Now you this and why this project for our company. You. Yandere raised his eyes and looked at him coldly. What's your position? Assistant. Assistant to the president. Lin Yang explained with a bewildered look on his face, and after explaining he realized that this was because he was too talkative. Yandere skimmed his lips and shook his head, softly picking up the words. You don't have a wife, you don't understand. Lin Yang. I know, Mr. Jiang. I'll go and do it now. I'll make sure that madam can't see any cracks. After the people left, Yandere hurriedly finished the work in his hand and rushed up the stairs, hovering in the bedroom doorway for several minutes before surreptitiously pushing it open as if determined. Heads poking in to survey the room. There was little noise, perhaps still awake from his nap, and he pushed the door open a crack and squeezed into the room. Inside the bedroom, the woman lay under a white, soft quilt, her ebony hair slightly curled and draped in waves down the corners of her bare forehead. Against the white jade skin, and the narrow lashes, like a little fan, covered a pale shade of. The slightly curved corners of her mouth made her look as beautiful as a doll, as if nothing in this world was a million times better than her. The man stood on the edge, gazing straight at her. The eyes are soft like water, full of deep feelings, full, seemingly to overflow like. He watched for a while before he walked over to the bed and slowly sat down. shielding her from the annoying sunlight. This woman he'd loved for years had come back to him in a circle, as if everything had been predestined. And there had been countless times when he'd struggled with the idea that she was just a view he'd happened to pass by. Little did he know that she would become the only light in his gray reality. It's strange how my heart still blooms toward you even though I'm fading. It's really a favoritism masked in a crowd of hate. From the blazing noonday sun to sunset and dusk, the man stared motionless at the man before him. It's tireless, and it would be nice if it could go on like this forever. The woman on the bed finally stirred, and she raised her hand to rub her eyes, and only then did he see that Jiang Yibei had sat aside at some unknown time. She put her hand up to the man, just waking up with a heavy sleepy voice, and purred softly. Honey, when did you get here? Why don't you sleep together? Jiang Yibei took her small hand in his own palm and gently squeezed it. The already soft palms of his hands would be as soft as if they had no bones. Even though he had just woken up, he just felt his heart melt. I was afraid I'd wake you up. Did my baby sleep well? The man spoke softly, as if he was afraid that a loud voice would scare the person in front of him. The woman's voice was grandmotherly and made you just want to take her into your arms and hug her hard. She backhanded Jiang Yibei's hand and yanked him onto the bed. No sitting on the floor. You'll catch a cold. Jiang Yibei also obediently laid down to her side, secretly moved his body toward her, close enough to be able to almost hear the woman's breathing. He got up after an hour's lying down, in spite of all his, because it was getting late, and his wife would be hungry, and hadn't eaten anything since noon. People are on his side, and if he starves and loses weight again, he'll die of self-loathing. Originally, according to Jiang Yibei's intention was to let her continue lying down, but Yu Qiuqi felt bored, napping until the evening, and didn't know what he should do in the evening, so she went downstairs with him, intending to help in the kitchen, but Jiang Yibei disagreed, and drew her a 38th parallel. On one side, in large letters on a whiteboard, kitchen area, no children allowed. He really didn't feel comfortable with Yu Qiuqi going into the kitchen, all knives and, she's so big-headed, she's bound to hurt herself if she's not careful, and cooking has fumes, it's bad for a girl's skin. She was happy enough to eat her own cooking, how could she be bothered with such things? Be a good boy and go watch the anime. It's been updated with another episode this week, and by the way, the latest installment of the artifacts is on the plane, so I guess they'll be here tomorrow. After he finished speaking, he remembered that Yu Qiuqi might have forgotten the contents of the last 3 years. It's okay, baby, you can start with the first 150 episodes. Anyway, that's all the updates in 3 years, so it won't take more than a few days to read them all. Yes, I've forgotten all the recent content, so does that prove I can be surprised all over again? Yu Qiuqi's eyes suddenly flashed with a bright light, happily turning in a circle in place. So happy to be able to read so much in one sitting. The man picked up softly. There's a character in there that you like that died. He didn't really want to say anything, but he was afraid she wouldn't be prepared, like the last time he'd seen. Hard day without eating and emotions that wouldn't ease for days. Jiang Yibei. The woman pointed at him, her nice eyebrows so angry that they were almost horizontal. Do you know what happened to the last person who dramatized with me? What? Downfall. The man winced and hung his hands, a little sorry he had spoken up so much. You could tie a scarecrow with all the grass in the grave. I'll tie one for you later. With that, the woman craned her neck and walked indignantly back into the living room. My wife wants to give me a gift. A scarecrow, if you will, to put in the study so I can see it when I look up. It's an especially nice decoration. Get another display case or it will get dusty. He turned and went to the kitchen. Having had fresh vegetables just picked in the afternoon delivered specifically for he picked and chose inside, and selected several Yu Qiuqi still acceptable. She didn't like vegetables, especially green leafy ones, ever since she was a little girl, and used to always spout off about how her mom would force her to eat them. But it's different now. Even if you don't eat it, you have the option of taking in nutrients from other foods. He was confident that he wouldn't embarrass her, and took good care of her. Yu Qiuqi looked at the anime for a while, and her eyes fell on the display of the handheld office. It does have a couple of new characters on it that I don't recognize. I don't know who Jiang Yibei bought for her in the latest installment, and thinking about it, she glanced back at the den. The computer should have a record of his order. She turned and ran in, and sat down on his desk, a little hesitantly, and, it's a computer. There's probably quite a bit of privacy in there. You can't just look at people's stuff. It's not polite. Hesitantly she stood up. There was an oil painting directly across from the desk, but it didn't look like it was painted very well. But why would Jiang Yibei hang a painting that didn't look good in his study? It was so out of character for him. Chapter 8 Secrets that must not be discovered. Yu Qiuqi curiously walked over to the painting. which was supposed to be a work titled Lovers created by René Magritte in 1928. It looks like it should be authentic. Just Yuchochi can't understand how anyone could like such an oil painting. The faces of the two men on the painting could not be seen, and were both completely obscured by the white cloth covering the. Although everyone has the freedom to express their artistry, Yuchochi still felt a bit of claptrap. Perhaps even the artist himself wasn't sure what he was getting at. Or, people don't get romantically involved in their waking state. They can only be romantically involved if they cover their eyes? Jang Yibei's style in these 2 years is getting more and more runaway. The woman shook her head helplessly and laughed, but then realized that it looked like there was a slide underneath the frame that. She pressed herself against the wall and looked inside, and indeed there was. Who would put a slide on a painting? It doesn't make sense. It doesn't fit into normal human thinking. She was going to move around and study what was going on with the painting, and had just put her hand on it when the door to the study was pushed open. Akihiko, what are you doing? The man's face was a little alarmed, and a fine cold sweat broke out on his nervous forehead. One pressed the woman's and pulled her into the living room without a second thought. What's the matter? I'm just looking at your painting. Why are you nervous? It won't break, the woman explained with a smile. It's not that I'm afraid you'll break it. Silly, I'm worried you'll touch your hand. Jang Yibei cupped the woman's hands with both of his hands and kissed her fingertips. Sit on the sofa and wait for me, will you? Or go out into the garden and see if the newly installed promenade is still satisfactory? The woman nodded and headed towards the backyard. He took a long breath then, and glanced toward the study. Fortunately, the maid had just informed his wife that she had gone to the study, or this secret room might have been discovered by her. At this time, Jang Yibei regretted more and more why he had gotten such a thing. It's of no use, not to mention, if Yuchochi finds out, I'm guessing she'll run away in fear, so I must take care of it in a hurry. It was dark before he had finished dinner, set it neatly on the table, and made half a glass of fruit and vegetable juice and put it aside. Yuchochi didn't like soup. She had a lighter taste and would prefer unsweetened juices and the like. The woman looked at the TV with an unwillingness to step back 3 times, or Jang Yibei helplessly turned off the TV before she was willing to sit on the table. Like a little kid, so fond of watching TV. In the future, you can only watch 1 hour a day. Eyes are going to look bad, Jang Yibei said, picking up the chopsticks in front of her and handing them to the woman. Seeing her huffing and puffing and feeling that her tone was too heavy. Baby, I'm not talking about you. It's a lifelong thing for kids to have bad eyes. Right, so how about watching 2 hours a day like this? Only then did Yuchochi nod his head in satisfaction. Count on you to be sensible. Then I'll let it go this time. Ever since he found out that Yuchochi really liked him, Jang Yibei also more and more bold, now eating all dared to sit next to her. If this had been before, he would have dared only to sneak a glance at her upstairs. And not for long. You'll be scolded if you're found out. It doesn't matter if you're scolded. It's just that Yuchochi would again excuse himself from traveling for a long time without coming home. The dishes for dinner were basically all her favorites as well, only under Jang Yibei's supervision. She was only allowed to eat until she was an eighth full, and if she felt hungry again later in the day he'd make her a midnight snack. You can't eat all at once, it will be bad for your health. After dinner, he washed some fruit and cut up a little fruit plate of, watching anime with her while putting it in her mouth. The woman's eyes were all melodrama, frowning nervously as she stared at the screen and, Egu, so heartbroken for hubby. He's hurt again. Who? Which husband? Jang Yibei nervously put down the fruit plate, and the original doting smile on his face instantly disappeared. He wrenched Yuchochi's shoulders with both hands and asked her, nervously and pitifully, which husband? Who are you calling your husband? Isn't it just me? Yuchochi then noticed that she had been leaning on Jang Yibei's arms. Watching it so intensely she forgot there was someone else around, and she pointed to the characters on the TV, in case he didn't recognize it, and explained it. Just that yellow hair. A lot of people call him husband. A gentleman's man is very attractive. I just suddenly forgot you were by my side. I'll pay attention from now on. I won't call anyone else my husband. I'll just call you okay. The man glanced at the TV, remembered the character, and would never buy his hand-me-downs again. Giving him a hard stare before turning his head to the woman and whispering petulantly, then call me, will you? Good, honey. The woman wrenched his face and barred her cheek. My God. A man's surprised voice came from the doorway, scaring Yuchochi into Jang Yibei's arms directly. Jang Yibei also held her tightly, turned his head. His expression instantly turned into the usual ruthlessness. The people at the door hurriedly covered their mouths. I wanted to turn and run, but it seemed too late. Don't be afraid, baby. It's the doctor coming over, and it's time to change this gauze on your forehead. I'll protect you. I'm not afraid, okay? The man coaxed her softly, patting her back in comfort. Yuchochi poked her head out of his arms. glanced at the shivering man in the living room, and waved her hand towards him. Hello, I'm Yuchochi, Jiangibei's wife. The man laughed bitterly, and waved back at her. Hello, I know you too well. This person doesn't have any manners. I've introduced myself and he still doesn't have much of a reaction, Yuchochi complained in a low voice. Jiangibei smiled and directly picked her up from the sofa, turned and went into an empty room next door with nothing in it, which looked more like a nurse's station. A bed that would only be found in a hospital, a double sofa, and some cabinets. These things Yuchochi did not remember at all. Come in. Jiangibei spoke towards the door before the man hurriedly walked over. Introduce yourself to my wife. Where are your manners? Your wife? He stared at Yuchochi like he'd seen a ghost, and after taking a breath and calming down he said, Hello, my name is Pei-san. I'm Jiangibei's high school classmate, and I'm also considered his family doctor. You originally knew me. After explaining, he only began to prepare things to change the medicine on Yuchochi's forehead. Just as his hand was placed on it, Jiangibei frowned and stared nervously. Be gentle. Don't hurt her. Or you do it. Pei-san disliked back. Why don't you give me your paycheck? Forget it. I'll do it. I'll gently make sure I don't make you, wife, hurt. Chapter 9, Protecting her is my subconscious behavior. Ouch. As soon as the gauze was removed, Jiangibei only felt that she was hurt too badly. Her heart was pumping with pain, but this whole day she didn't even cry out in pain. How could she be so well behaved? What are you screaming about? Brother, this wound is not a big problem. It's just 2 stitches, just a week to remove the stitches and 3 days to change the dressing. Pei-san impatiently rolled his eyes, turning to get the medicine in the empty slot. Yuchochi pulled Jiangibei's hand. Honey, don't be afraid. I'm fine. It doesn't hurt at all. Having said that, the man's eyes were still red with pain. Even if he wanted to die himself, he had even implicated her in getting hurt, so he really couldn't forgive himself for his stupidity. The process of changing the medicine was quick, and it wasn't until the new gauze covered the wound that the expression on Jiangibei's face got a little better. Come on, it's your turn. Strip. Pei-san turned to wash his hands and returned to continue preparing the medicines. Jiangibei took her hand and studied her forehead for half a day. Does it still hurt? If it hurts, don't hold back. I'll let Pei-san rub painkillers on you. I'll coax you, okay, wife? Yuchochi touched his cheeks. Looking at him, a stoic look cannot help but feel a little heartache. But he is also too much of a fuss. It doesn't hurt. Really? Why is hubby acting like a little crybaby? It's adorable. Let me boink. Behind him, Pei-san listened in a cold sweat. Mom? Yeah? Jiangibei's little crybaby? This big brother probably doesn't even have tear ducts. And let you boop one. You won't even know how you died later. No. I have to pretend I didn't hear it. My mom is still waiting for me to go home for dinner. I can't be silenced by Jiangibei here. Well, here you go, boo. The man obediently brought his cheek up and waited for her to give her a hard kiss before saying, Baby, go wait for me outside. I'll be too embarrassed to undress if you're here. Pei-san is in a cold sweat again. You are sorry. Mom. Jiangibei spilling his guts. It's disgusting. Yuchochi actually wanted to see how badly he was hurt. But the man looks like he won't undress until she's out of the house. Still letting her compromise for the moment, she nodded and turned to go out. After the people left, Jiangibei closed the door and took off his shirt, with large pieces of gauze on his back. Some blood was seeping out, and the arm, which had been in a sling, had been removed right out of his hands. Ugh! Pei-san didn't hold back a sigh when he saw him hurt like this. You this back not wrapped gauze even if, arm must be fixed hurt the bones No. Jiangibei shook his head and sat down on the bed aside. Soft tissue damage. I don't want to make it too serious. It'll scare Akuchi. She's timid. She's timid? The famous Mr. Yu is timid? How much do you misunderstand her popularity? After removing the gauze wrapped around Jiangibei's arm, he saw the somewhat torn wound and uncountable scars. It's a good thing he's a body that doesn't scar easily, or else the scars would have scared her for sure. You don't know. Autumn Pond loves me. I just used to think she didn't. If I'd gone to her graduation ceremony in the first place, there would have been nothing left of Yifei. And she hasn't fallen in love with Yifei yet. I still have a chance. God is giving me a chance. The man's voice was raised, and his face was full of happiness that was not hidden at all. No, this matter actually I have long wanted to say. Do you really think Yuchochi likes Yifei? The version I heard back then can be different from what you said. I advise you to investigate the investigation. Pei-san knew yesterday that something had happened to them, and he also knew that Yuchochi had lost his memory. But I didn't realize that she was a different person before and after she lost her memory, and that she used to be as cold as ice. Even when she saw him, it was as if she didn't see him, and she never answered when she greeted herself. After the death of her parents, she, a recent graduate, honeypot raised Missy. that he was able to snatch the company back from his uncle, and in just 3 years, the company's market capitalization has doubled. He was also a powerful figure in the shopping mall, but now he's looking at it. It's just a stupid white sweet However, if it wasn't for this, he really wouldn't have dared to disclose what happened to Yifei back then with Jiang Yibei. Jiang Yibei smiled bitterly and shook his head, his ink-colored eyes filled with obsession. I don't know. I'm afraid to find out. I haven't the courage to see anything between them that, as long as she's still with me now. Other than that, it doesn't matter. I could care less about anything, as long as she still wants me. Jiang Yibei, Mr. Jiang, it's not that I'm talking about you. You didn't even talk to her about these 3 years, right? It's only a matter of time before she regains her memory, and then she'll know that you've been counting on her so much. And husband and wife. And boink, Payson said, and crossbowed his mouth and booped the air. Do you think, in her temper, she'll kill you? Jiang Yibei's mood was instantly defeated by him for the most part. It wasn't that he hadn't thought of such a thing, but how was he to refuse, when she daintily spoke of loving herself, of having liked him since she was a child? How can you tell her that it's only been 3 years since they've gotten to the point where they're old and dead? He knew that Yuchochi's feelings for him right now were a cup of poisonous wine, and he willingly drank it. Just to enjoy the moment. Who cares what happens afterward? The big deal is to lose this life to her. The big deal is to die again. When the time comes, you remember to collect my body. Hey, you're still in the mood for jokes, but good for you. Payson spat, tending to the wound on his arm and wrapping another large circle of gauze around it. No kidding. The man's voice was low and his tone was despondent. Payson didn't hear what he said, so he just talked to himself and, you are also really, before I can see that you really love Yuchochi, but I didn't think it was possible to love so much. People protect themselves subconsciously in times of crisis. I'm surprised you managed to control yourself and shield her with your body. You're hurt like this, and she just broke her forehead. Again. I'm impressed. Jiang Yibei shook his head. No, I wasn't in control of myself. My mind was blank. Protecting her was my subconscious behavior, and she's not hurt a little. She's hurt really bad. Payson staggered for a moment, then nodded his head straight with a helpless smile. And, okay. Should I give you a credit? That's not necessary. Jiang Yibei glanced at the arm, then turned around to let him deal with the injury behind him. But I can understand you. You don't have a wife. You can't experience this kind of love and heartache for your wife. Payson, you should take the time to fall in love. It's a special blessing to have someone love you, even though you can't feel it when I say this at the moment. I'm trying to persuade you to do it for your mom. No, when did you get so talkative? I've known you for over 20 years. You've said your year's worth of talking today? Just to show off to me that you have a wife to love? Jiang Yibei, you've lost your brain. Payson threw what he was holding onto the tray with a bam. He glared at him in annoyance. If it wasn't for the fact that he was giving more, I wouldn't be getting this kind of anger. It's not lost, so hurry up with your hands. My wife is waiting in the living room. She should be anxious. I miss her too. Payson. Chapter 10, Sex Drive. In fact, originally there was no need to change the medicine, but Jiang Yibei was uneasy. Every time he saw that piece of gauze on Yuchochi's head, he hated to be able to feel pain and hurt for her. So naturally, he hoped that she would recover quickly. After Payson left, Jiang Yibei lingered around her for a while, really not willing to part with her, but not daring to stick to her all the time and upset her. He hasn't had anyone over for 2 days in a row, and he hasn't been to the office himself. It's just a bit of a shame to just be at home with Yuchochi, playing on the swings, cooking for her, making desserts, just a bit of a shame too. He can't make the milk tea that all the girls love nowadays, a skill he's going to have to learn. Yuchochi was on the sofa putting together a Lego, and as he did so, he suddenly remembered. In her senior year of high school her dad put together a 3000 grain aircraft carrier model with her too. Honey, do you like to play with these? My dad loves them, and my mom says tech guys love them. Yuchochi turned her head, her eyes crystal bright and shining as she looked at him. This caused Jiang Yibei's heart to sink violently. His eyes averted, somewhat at a loss for words. Talking to you. Yuchochi raised his hand and rubbed it on his soft hair, and suddenly it felt especially good to the touch, like a 2-month-old pup, warm and cuddly. Pup. The woman raised her voice in an excited yelp. Jiang Yibei's body trembled, trying to suppress but unable to suppress the upturned corners of his mouth. He only felt his heart thumping, as if he had suddenly taken flight, his whole body light and airy. Honey, you call me that. Seeing this reaction from him, Yuchochi cupped his cheek and kissed him again. The man was momentarily struck dumb and, he had experienced so many happy things in the middle of the day. It was a bit too much for him to digest, and the happiness had come too suddenly. I like you. Wife, I like you. Yu Chochi's cheeks suddenly reddened, her pale skin burning hot, and she slowly closed her eyes somewhat sheepishly. Jiang Yibei didn't even react to the sound of footsteps coming from the front door. Mr. Jiang, it's not that I want to disturb you. It's really because I can't help it if you're not working. Lin Yang was holding a large pile of things in his hands and explained as he walked towards the duo. But Jiang Yibei acted as if he hadn't listened to him at all, only narrowing his eyes. He glared angrily at the person who had interrupted his good deed. Yu Chochi's gaze was similarly dissatisfied. I'm about to get it. Halfway through a 250. She didn't know how she'd gotten so horny lately, her mind just thinking about getting it. Obviously. I used to be a bit of a purist myself. It must be that Jiang Yibei, this man, deliberately seduced. That body, that bony hand, that hormonal voice. TSK. Go wait for me in the study. The man's voice was gloomy, like the wind in late fall, cold and full of despair. But when he turned his head to look at Yu Chochi, his gaze suddenly became soft as water, gentle like the warm spring wind. Baby, just give me a second, huh? I'll be right out. There's no hurry. You busy yourself. Yesterday the maid said there was a drawing room over there. I'll go clean it up and see if I can use it. Yu Chochi had always been a thunderous character, and with his words, his footsteps had already walked out. The man called the housekeeper to help, telling her to just direct and never do anything, and was relieved to get on with the job. The person had just entered the study and saw Lin Yang setting up a table of documents. You're 250%. Whose assistant works like you? Lin Yang laughed awkwardly and scratched his hair. You think I want to? You only let me in here for half an hour a day. I have to let you do as much work as possible. What else am I going to do? Everyone asks me, who am I going to ask? Jiang Yibei had always been a person who took his work very seriously, never had a day off since he started working, and everyone knew he was a workaholic. And this time, it doesn't seem like he's seen any intention of going back to work until now. You'd better talk less, or else think about whether you're going to the North Pole to feed the bears or Africa to raise penguins. The man's expression had been so cold that it was suffocating, and Lin Yang had the illusion for a moment that it was as if the Jiang Yibei he had just seen in the living room was possessed. He fawned and catered. You're right. I'm not complaining. I'm just checking in with you about the companies. You're the president. You're my boss. It's only right that the boss doesn't want to go to work. Lin Yang clasped his fists towards him and pleaded with a sad face but, your appointment today is with Bureau Director Wang, so we can't push it. He doesn't have much time. And after you snatched that project, we had a project deficit this quarter. Look at. Jiang Yibei impatiently threw the pen in his hand directly onto the table. He just wants to be with his wife. Why does everyone give him a hard time? What's the point of earning so much money? Just enough to get by. But life is short. What kind of time is there to waste on something as meaningless as work? Do you have to go? Lin Yang nodded and timidly took 2 steps back and, Mr. Jiang, you have to go. And you have to go, even if you lose your temper. Is this his love brain? He had already prepared himself mentally that Jiang Yibei would smash something or maybe him, but the man just rubbed his brow and nodded and, go out and wait for me. Having gotten an affirmative answer, Lin Yang packed up all the papers on the table in 3 seconds. It disappeared from Jiang Yibei's sight within 10 seconds. The man got up and went to the drawing room, which had been specially prepared for Yu Chochi earlier. She had learned to draw and paint since she was a child, and she loved it, but she had never come in once in the past 3 years. But Jiang Yibei still kept the studio, cleaning it with his own hands. Even the canvas paints and such are regularly changed by him personally. What Yu Chochi likes, he never pretends to be someone else. Baby, what do you think is wrong? I'll adjust it. The man's voice sounded behind himself. Yu Chochi did not turn around. With his back to him, he opened his arms and fell straight down. This fell squarely into the man's arms. Jiang Yibei nervously and hurriedly reached out to pick it up. His heart panicked in particular. Baby, you're too naughty. Do you want to scare me to death? This will hurt you if I don't catch it. Yu Chochi turned her body and came face to face with him, shaking her head with a serious expression. You'll always catch me and you'll never let me fall. I have faith. This sudden trust made the guilt in Jiang Yibei's heart grow stronger. Sooner or later she would be disappointed, and at that time she would surely abandon herself as well. Wouldn't she? Why are you looking for me? Didn't Lin Yang tell you to go to work? The woman changed the subject, which only served to ease his mood a little, and he nodded in reply. And, yeah, there's a social call. I don't want to go. I don't want to leave you. Ugh, you go about your business. I'll be at home anyway. I'll be with you when you get back. Be good. With that, the woman stood on her tiptoes and raised her hand to rub it on his head, and he bent over very cooperatively. The servants on the sidelines wanted to find a crack to burrow into, afraid that seeing this scene would bring them some unforeseen consequences. Chapter 11, Not Leaving Her for a Minute. Jiang Yibei wrapped his arms around her from behind, his head gently buried into the woman's neck, sniffing greedily at her unique fresh scent. Seeing that time was running out before he could let go of her hand. Baby, tonight it's one of the directors of the tax system. Things are kind of important. Oh yeah, it's a guy. Everyone is male, and I don't think they brought a female companion, so I'll sneak a shot for you when I get there. Jiang Yibei didn't know why he had to explain. The old Yuchochi didn't care about him at all, let alone if there were any women at his engagements. But right now, he just really wanted to explain. Really wanted to give Yuchochi absolute peace of mind. Even though it wasn't clear if she cared right now. No females? That's good. But don't let me catch you fooling around, or I'll lock you up in your room and not let you go anywhere, and beat you every day. Yuchochi crossed her arms and threatened with a condescending look on her face. This made Jiang Yibei instantly happy, cupping her face and directly kissing her. After kissing, the talent reacted a little, rubbing the tip of his nose sheepishly. I'm sorry baby, I forgot to ask if you could kiss. I couldn't hold back for a second. Explaining, while wiping her cheeks. He had kissed himself a little too hard, and her skin was too delicate and red. Alright, go on, come home early, I'll be waiting for you to come home. Maybe it was because Jiang Yibei had been pestering her at all times in the past few days. It was almost as if he had to be next to Yuchochi except for bathing and going to the toilet. So once the people were gone, the whole house instantly went cold and the servants hardly spoke at all, especially when the housekeeper was near there. Yuchochi had someone raise the temperature of the air conditioner a bit in an attempt to ease the cold atmosphere, but it didn't seem to help. She couldn't understand why Jiang Yibei's cell phone was broken. He then immediately replaced it with a new one, without getting one for himself. Is it just that you hope he's out and you can leave him alone? She sat down on the couch and threw her pillow onto the coffee table, her feet bobbing her head on the pillow as she mulled over the fact that something might not be quite right. She was missing 3 years of memories, and currently it seemed that although Jiang Yibei was nice to her and loved her, but maybe there was something he was hiding from himself. The butler came in from outside, with a man behind him who looked to be in his 30s and it was very similar to Jiang Yibei's style, suited and booted, with a slim figure, but the person looked very kind. The arched eyebrows were dripping with the charm of a mature man. Hello, Mr. Yu. I'm sorry to bother you so late. It's really because the clinic had a lot of things going on during the day today. The man's voice matched his looks, mature in its gentleness. It's just that Yuchochi kind of failed him with that title. Mr. Yu? Normally that's what someone would call their dad. You are? I'm sorry, you probably don't know, but Jiang Yibei and I were in a car accident earlier. I'm missing part of my memory, so I may have forgotten you. Yuchochi stood up somewhat apologetically and greeted the servants to pour him water. The man was first stunned, then he reacted quickly, and hurriedly explained that then I really took the liberty. Hello Mr. Yu, my name is Chen Mo. I'm a friend of Jiang Yibei. I came over today to deliver medicine to him. Chen Mo stretched out his hand politely towards her, and she followed suit and shook it in his hand. Yuchochi, you should know me, right? By the way, why did Mr. Chen call me Mr. Yu? Chen Mo withdrew his hand and put the water cup in his other hand on the table again, taking this interval to think a little about the present situation. This Jiang Yibei is also really happened such a big thing, also do not know to say a word. Now make him very passive. Yuchochi obviously forgot a lot of things, and it's not clear to this day that, so he couldn't say it rashly. After all, this person wasn't his friend, and Jiang Yibei was someone he couldn't afford to mess with. When he raised his head again, Chen Mo had a gentle smile on his face and softly explained that, that's what everyone calls it, and we just know each other, so it might be a little rude to call you by your first name. After explaining, he didn't even wait for Yuchochi to continue asking, so he directly pointed to the study. I'll just drop my stuff in and leave. I've got things to do. Yuchochi nodded, seeing that the door was specially closed after the person went in. Just now Chen Mo said he was here to deliver medicine. What kind of medicine? Didn't Payson say before that he didn't need to take medication and that Jiang Yibei had 2 family doctors? All sorts of things that are very different from before, making Yuchochi's heart more and more uneasy, until Chen Mo walked out from inside. It looked like everything was normal, but she always felt as if this person was deliberately hiding something. After the people had gone out, she sent all the servants, the butler out, and went into the study, alone, and, sure enough, there were 2 bottles of medicine on Jiang Yibei's table, and a boxed medicine, but there were no words on any of them. Inside the white box, though, this medicine did have writing on the outer packaging, only she didn't recognize what it was. I just sat down in my chair, intending to look it up in my computer's browser, and maybe I'll find out, but the computer had just been turned on, and as soon as she looked up, her eyes fell on the painting that she found a little unappealing. The last time she was working on that painting she was interrupted by Jung Yibei, and she didn't know what was so unseemly about it. She got up straight away, and walked again to the front of the painting, where the previous track was still in the. She raised her hand and moved it from side to side as if there was no reaction. The painting remained motionless. This isn't right. It's not hung that solid, is it? Dad loved collecting famous paintings, too, but there was something about putting a track on the back that she'd never seen before. Since left and right didn't work, what about trying up and down? She pushed the painting up a bit and still nothing happened. Just when she thought she was overthinking it, a smooth downward motion of the painting moved slowly toward the bottom directly on its own, and there was a particularly noticeable depression in the wall behind the. Yuchochi glanced towards the back. This can't be some secret room containing some kind of treasure, right? If I press it in, will an arrow come from behind me with a whoosh? Although she didn't know if there was an organ, she hadn't experienced any blows yet, was the period of greatest curiosity, and she raised her hand regardless and pressed straight in. 2 seconds later, the wall in front of the woman moved slowly to either side. A room she'd never seen before had appeared out of nowhere in this study? Chapter 12, the heart panicked all of a sudden. Secret room. This Jung Yibei has been a godly, emotionally cold person since he was a kid. People aren't talkative either. I'm sure men like that have special fetishes. It's probably got some kind of unknown collection in it. Yuchochi. This cat-like curiosity couldn't overcome her reasoning, though I knew it wasn't appropriate. I forced myself to make a case for the. I just want to take a look, just to get to know Jung Yibei a little bit more, so that I might be able to capture his heart faster. It was out of love for him, not out of a desire to pry into his privacy. With this thought in mind, she groped her way inside, and just as she did so, the dim lights inside. The room wasn't too small. It had a bed, a closet, and looked like a modest guest bedroom that. Yuchochi took one step towards the inside, and there were many books placed on the shelves. It's all art and romance. It's got a piano in it. On the other side of the room was a bathroom with a bathtub that. The toiletries in here show signs of use, so someone lived here. But why did Jung Yibei live here? It is reasonable to say that there is a bedroom in the study. This matter is not too strange. Nowadays, people are always being mysterious, installing a lot of secret doors in their homes, making it like a maze, and in the end, they can't even go out themselves. But she didn't think so when she got to the bed. There were 2 handcuffs hanging on either side of the bed, and she lifted her hand and weighed them. The real thing? It wasn't the kind of thing she thought it would be. These are actual handcuffs, except the inner ring is wrapped in a layer of sponge. This instantly made Yuchochi's heart start to fizzle, and just as she turned around with the intention of going out first, saw again an ebony ruler sitting on a side table. Ebony? It's dense. If you use that as a ruler to beat someone, it was probably much more painful than even steel, and there was a short whip on one side and a taser on the other. So, what the hell is he doing here? What has Jung Yibei been through these 3 years? Is that why one is divorcing him? He can't be a pervert. Yuchochi couldn't accept that the person she had grown to love had some kind of perverted and strange fetish. This bedroom is big enough for one to live in, so. She glanced down at a red mark at her wrist. Jung Yibei wouldn't have locked himself in here, would he? But if that was the case, why did she get into a car accident on the way to divorce? And why did Jung Yibei let himself out? Countless questions took root in her mind, and all of a sudden they grew into a huge tree. Yuchochi only felt a headache. Her mind was full of chaotic images, stirring her pain to the point of nausea. Maybe Jung Yibei lied to her. Maybe he's been a liar since the beginning. But if he didn't like himself, why would he accept his confession at the graduation ceremony? And why would you want such a place in your home if you truly love it? What was he trying to do with all those battering rams in there? Not being able to think of any answers, and seemingly unable to find any more excuses for Jung Yibei, Yuchochi only felt that her heart was so messed up, so oppressed that she couldn't breathe. She only wanted to escape from this place that sent chills down her spine. She took one step back, and after a few steps she instantly ran frantically towards the outside of the villa. The servants outside didn't even know what was happening, and by the time they reacted and notified the housekeeper, Yuchochi had already run to the gate and gotten into a cab that. She wasn't sure where else she could go, but she couldn't go home at this point in time. Mom and Dad will be worried. They love you best. You can't go and scare them at night, and you can't let Jung Yibei's image go bad like that. The car slowed to a stop under an apartment, and she had no money in her, so she spoke to the master driver, and told him to wait here with his watch, and that she would come and give him a lift after she had taken the money. The driver was a little disgruntled, but he agreed, only to keep staring in the direction she had left. She found the house. following the picture in her memory of the. Tentatively, I typed in the door lock code. 3 years old and not sure if it was still the same code. The door opened with a clatter. Yuchochi took a long breath, and then realized that the house was turned on, which was unscientific by all accounts. She knocked on the door, with little response, and walked inside all the way to the living room, where the decor was largely unchanged. The living room remained simple until we got to the far end of the fitness area. The woman turned back slowly with her headphones on, and the moment she saw her there was first a surprise then he hurriedly removed his headphones, bit off his boxing gloves with his mouth open, and wrapped the man in his arms as he. What's going on? What brings you here? Did Jiang wrong you? The woman's words instantly caused the panic in Yuchochi's heart to be magnified infinitely. The tears that were held back along the way could no longer be controlled and flowed like crazy. I'm scared. Lin Nan. They say I have lost my memory. I seem to have really forgotten everything about these 3 years. I'm really scared. No fear. No fear. I heard about this. I went to the hospital. They said you'd come home, and about your condition, and that you probably don't remember a lot of things. I called you and you turned off your phone. So it's a good thing you're here. Lin Nan knew almost everything that had happened between Yuchochi and Jiang Bei, and even more so, she knew why they had gotten to this level. So at one point, I was worried about her, but I really didn't want to see Jiang Bei, and I was hesitating when she rushed right in. Yuchochi huffed and stood up straight, then thought of the master driver outside that. Right. I took a cab here, but I don't have any money with me, so give me some money. Lin Nan took her arm and tucked the person into the couch, and took the blanket and wrapped her up in it again. Wait, I'll pay for it, and no opening the door to strangers in your own home. Yuchochi nodded, and wanted to say that people have been waiting for a long time, so you give more but then he thought that Lin Nan would definitely do so, and he didn't need to say anything more to himself. Sure enough, 10 minutes later Lin Nan came up with a bowl of hot noodle soup. And as soon as he opened his mouth, he said, I gave him 200, but this driver has a bad face, so you should be careful when you go out these days. She put the noodles on the table, lifted the lid, and handed Yuchochi her chopsticks again. Don't think about anything, eat your fill, take a hot bath, and whatever happens, I'm here for you. You relax first. The tension is not conducive to your physical recovery. At that time, Jiang Bei in the car looked at the content on his cell phone. Changed his face so suddenly that for a moment he forgot even to breathe. Shaking so much that he couldn't hold the phone steady. Great fear ate away at his panicked heart. Can't panic. Jiang Bei, you have to be calm. You calm down. The man broke down and hissed, raising his hand and slapping himself hard across the face, forcing himself to calm down. And Qiuqi has lost her memory, and it's dangerous for her to go out alone, so she must be found as soon as possible. Chapter 13, Apologize immediately for your mistakes. Lin Yang, the co-pilot, was so scared that the hairs on his body stood on end. The driver was so scared that a cold sweat was running down his face. The gas was pressed hard, and I hated that I was driving a rocket that would send him home in the next second. Since he drove for Jiang Bei, this was the first time he drove the car so fast. The trip from the hotel to the house, which was supposed to be half an hour, froze in 10 minutes. The housekeeper had been waiting at the door for a long time, and when he saw Jiang Bei get off, he hurriedly greeted him. Monsieur, Madam told everyone to get out, and it wasn't long before she came running out of. By the time I reacted, she was already in a cab. After saying that, he handed the note in his hand to Jiang Bei. I checked the surveillance. Here's the info on the car, and the driver, check it out. Jiang Bei took the note, not even having time to say one more word. Straightway he rushed toward the parlor, and seeing that the study door was open, a bad feeling rose from the bottom of his heart, and he took one step towards the study, and the door to the chamber was wide open, and his face was instantly bloodied, his fingers pinched and white, trying hard to adjust his breathing, trying to ease the pain coming from his heart, but everything seemed to be in vain. Why should I? Why can I be so stupid? He doesn't know how many more times he's going to be victimized by these stupid acts of his. Anyway, at this moment, Jiang Bei is not only regretting and blaming himself. More than anything, I resent my stubbornness in building a secret room, when I was obviously too afraid to do anything. The day Yuchochi put the divorce papers in front of him, he nearly broke down and, no matter how much she pleaded, no matter what she offered, she wouldn't come around. He did shut the man in, and he sat at the door all night, too. He was instantly compromised when the maid said the next day that the meal brought in was completely untouched, and that, even if she were to leave herself, it would be better than her going on a hunger strike. He's paranoid, he's out of his mind, but he's never wanted to hurt Yuchochi. Just who wouldn't be shocked to see a scene like this? Lying next to someone who has built a secret room in his house would scare anyone, right? He didn't mean to, but he still scared her. Jiang Yibei raised his hand and picked up the ebony ruler, filled with the thought that you made a mistake. It's right to be punished. There's a price to pay for doing wrong. In the middle of the day, he turned around and went out. In fact, he didn't need the housekeeper to give him the contact information of this cab driver. He also knew where Yuchochi would go to. If she's scared, there's only one place she can go. Knock knock. Knock knock. After knocking twice, Jiang Yibei stood at the door and waited. As soon as the door was pulled open, Lin Nan saw that it was him, and was directly filled with displeasure and, "Something wrong with you?" "Yes, Aki-chan came to see you." "Didn't she?" "I'd like to see her. Is that okay?" Although Jiang Yibei's face was still pale and ugly, his tone was unusually calm. Lin Nan glanced towards the inside and answered him with disdain. If I say no, won't you come in?" "Not really, but I wish you'd say yes." "Lin Nan, Cho-chi, she's lost her memory. She's not clear about a lot of things. She's misunderstood me. You have to let me explain." Jiang Yibei raised his hand and gripped the edge of the door, afraid that if she got upset and just closed the door, he might never get a chance to go in again. "You know she's lost her memory, and you're upsetting her by running out in the middle of the night. What are you going to do if you're really in danger? You are forgetting your original promise, aren't you?" Lin Nan was still blocking the door, without the slightest intention to back down. When Jiang Yibei said he wanted to marry Yuchochi, she advised him. Yuchochi's character has always been unable to accept being forced. He would definitely pay for this. But Jiang Yibei was too stubborn to listen to a single word. But she still made Jiang Yibei make a promise that no matter what, he wouldn't let Yuchochi be sad. But so far, it seemed that he hadn't done it. He roared low in agony, like a desperate beast, his voice hoarse with resignation and panic. It's my fault. I scared her. Lin Nan, will you let me look at her? For the sake of the 3 years I've been treating her okay. You let me see her. Give me a chance to explain. Even if she doesn't forgive me, let her beat me out of it." In fact, she had known Jiang Yibei for about the same amount of time as Yuchochi. It's just that she's never been too impressed with this guy. He's cool and aloof. He never says a word to anyone more than he has to. It's just annoying as hell. With that, you don't deserve to talk to me. Full clever demeanor all the time. But who let Yuchochi like him at that time? She just had to force herself to look at this person in the right way. To be honest, these 3 years she clearly Jiang Yibei's dedication to Yuchochi. Even if she is a piece of stone that can't be covered with heat, Jiang Yibei has taken his heart and soul to cover it for 3 years. Physically and mentally exhausted, but still enjoying it. Even if he misunderstood the relationship between Yuchochi and Yifei back then, he never treated her badly at all. She didn't know if Yuchochi was touched, but she, as an onlooker, had changed her mind about Jiang Yibei. "Alright, you come in first. Ikiko's asleep." She didn't say anything, but I can tell she's freaking out with this reaction. Letting the man in, Lin Nan turned to pour a glass of water and, "Drink your water. You don't look in good shape. You look like hell. Don't scare her. And, she's not Chief Yu 3 years from now. She's the little goldfish from 3 years ago. The dainty, spoiled, little girl. So, she will be timid and scared." "Jiang Yibei, what exactly did you do?" The man took the glass of water, and mechanically drank a cup of it in a hurry. As soon as he looked up, his eyes were appallingly red, and he forced himself to speak words that sent chills down his spine. There's a secret room in the house. She found it, probably because she thought I was planning to imprison her." Lin Nan was all laughed at by him, then shook his head with a helpless face. "Jiang Yibei, are you sick?" "No, I'm not. What's wrong with you? You don't have the guts to use it. What are you gonna do? Use it for storage?" In the face of Lin Nan's flirting, he didn't get angry. He just felt that he should have told her about it earlier. It's better to see your cowardice sooner than to scare her now. "I know this was done wrong. Is Akuchi in her room? Is she asleep?" Lin Nan nodded. It was hard to put her to sleep. "I don't think you should wake her up now. Why don't I send her back tomorrow when she's in a better state?" Jiang Yibei rejected it outright. "No, it would have been my fault if I had waited here for her. How could I have let her go home by herself? I was the one who scared her. I had to be the first to explain and apologize. Let me wait here for her. I'll be at the door and not going anywhere." Lin Nan was a bit hesitant, although she knew that Jiang Yibei truly loved Yuchochi. "But I'm still worried that if he's a crazy person, he really would have rushed in and taken someone by force." But he looked pretty determined. "Waiting is fine. You can't go in. Let her rest." Chapter 14, like a little kid who lost his candy. "Good. Thanks." He and Lin Nan originally didn't talk much, and usually met only to greet each other politely. Now this pleasing-like appearance, in turn, made Lin Nan more annoyed with him. She pointed impatiently to the door in the very center of the room. There, do whatever you want. I thought that Yandere would not be able to control himself and rush straight in, but he walked slowly to the door, put his palm on it, and quietly felt her presence. And, hanging his head, and mentally reflecting over and over again on his faults. It's good to be closer to her this way. He stood like this for hours, and Linnan sat on the sofa behind him for hours. She wasn't worried about Yanebe's safety, but she was worried that he would rush in and scare Yuchochi. She yawned and asked, helplessly, are you going to stand until dawn? Brother, sit down for a while. We didn't even say stand for 4 or 5 hours when we stood in military posture. Hearing her words, Yanebe didn't turn around, but in his heart, he felt that she was right. Where's the sincerity in just standing around waiting for her? You're right. That's right. You sit down for a while until she wakes up from her nap. Before Lin Nan's words fell, he saw Yanebe directly fall to his knees with a bang. Frightened, Lin Nan instantly lost his sleepiness and directly bounced up from the sofa. She was so flustered that she didn't even put on her slippers before running directly to Yanebe. Reaching out to help him was neither a good idea nor a good idea to leave him alone. Spinning around in place in a hurry. Egu, Yanebe, why are you so stubborn? I meant for you to sit for a while. Why are you still kneeling down? She turned to the other side again, scratched her hair and, no, if you want to soften her up, you wait till morning before you kneel. When the time comes, I'll just tell her you've been on your knees all night and it's over. It's not that bad. She's just scared. It won't be anything. Lin Nan didn't even know how to describe the shock in his heart. He had always heard Yuchochi say that before. Yanebe and her were considered to be respectful to each other, and would seldom offend her, and they didn't talk much. The most that's been said is that it's just work. He would help her unconditionally, so she felt that Yanebe was a good person. I just didn't think that he, as a person, would even engage in such a bitter trick as kneeling, but this is all early morning. She can't get Yuchochi up at this time. Is hesitating it? Yanebe slowly opened his mouth. You don't have to worry about me. It's my fault. I have to have an apology. Go get some rest. I won't go in. I'll just wait here until she wakes up from her nap. Isn't this psychotic? Lin Nan smiled bitterly and nodded his head towards then you are awesome. With that said, she went back and sat down on the couch again. Having had insomnia every day of her life, not sleeping is nothing to her. Even though Yanebe had said so, she still planned to keep watch in the living room in case he did something even more unacceptable. In the quiet room, there was a man sitting cross-legged on the sofa. There was one kneeling pensively in the bedroom doorway, and the atmosphere was unusually eerie, until it began to dawn and Yuchochi on the bed somehow woke up and could no longer sleep. She sat up, annoyed, and tried to drink some water. But then I realized that the glass of warm water that was on the nightstand every day was also gone at the moment. So, is it possible that I'm being too much of an ass? Maybe that doesn't mean anything. Yanebe won't be able to find himself overnight. He'll be anxious, right? You can't just run out like that without letting them explain themselves, can you? She sighed, intending to borrow Lin Nan's cell phone to make a call to Yanebe. Getting out of bed, she was startled when the door was pulled open, followed by a momentary daze as her whole body. Yanebe, how do you? The man raised his head slowly, his pale face lining his eyes as they grew redder and redder. Tears instantly broke the dike, but grinning with difficulty, he revealed a smile towards Yuchochi, raising his head slowly, and grasping carefully at the corner of her coat, as if begging her for mercy, he spoke tentatively. I know it's wrong, but everything isn't what you think it is it? Do you really not want me? The man's voice felt like it was stuck in his throat, sour and sad. Lin Nan on the sofa got up straight away and went back to the other bedroom. Let the young lovers work things out between themselves. 3 years ago, although Yuchochi was timid and cute, she didn't know a bun character, and if she had been forced to, she would surely cry out and fight back, and then it would be too late to come out herself. Yuchochi hadn't reacted from the shock yet, seeing him, a man nearly 6'9" with broken eyes, crying like a little child who had lost his candy. A pang of heartache came over him and she raised her hand, and would have rubbed his hair, but the man took hold of her wrist directly and toward his own face, with heavy blow after heavy blow. Are you crazy? Yuchochi hurriedly withdrew her hand and, Yanebe, get up first, you are. Not waiting for her to finish, her gaze fell to the man's hand that had just grasped hers and his palm was red and swollen, a bruise that Yuchochi followed and squatted down, grabbing the man's wrist and turning his palm upwards. Shocked, he couldn't even speak, only staring at him with rounded eyes. Stunned, his eyes immediately red. It's not what you see. The ruler is mine. My mom uses it to beat me. And then I didn't throw it away, so I kept it in my study. She said that people have to be punished for doing wrong, and that's the price. The man passed his hand in front of her and begged her, with pathetic red eyes, to, please, if it's not enough, go ahead and hit me as many times as you want, but please don't be afraid. It's not for your imprisonment, it's for my own. I wouldn't do that to you. Baby, I'm scared. The man was shaking with weeping, hanging his head and sobbing one sob after another. He just felt his whole heart hanging in the air, and the fear was so great that he could no longer rationalize. There was no way he could think of a reasonable reason to explain, to persuade, to make Yuchochi feel at ease to go home with him. Other than a cry of begging, Yandere didn't know what else to do at this moment. Hearing his words, the little doubt in Yuchochi's heart instantly disappeared. I can't believe this is where he keeps himself. Why would he do this to himself? His mother. Thinking about it, it seemed like she could understand Yandere's behavior. Yuchochi didn't dare to raise her hand to touch him again, so she opened her arms and wrapped the man into her arms. I'm sorry, husband, it's my fault. I was the one who thought without asking. I scared you. Don't be afraid. Will you? I'll never run out like that again. I promise you. The man's body was stunned, and then he cried even harder, stumbling over his words and, so, is the baby not going to not want me? Is it okay to come home with me? Chapter 15, Insecurity is heartbreaking. Go home, go home. Yuchochi hugged his body, gently soothing the man's emotions. I'm sorry, husband. I'll never be so willful again. I'm sorry already. Get up. Let's go home. Hold on tight, please. The man's very sad and totally insecure voice that. It made Yuchochi simply heartbroken to the point where her. Tighten your arms as hard as you can. One hand pressed against the back of the man's head, and the moment she felt the cool touch of his cheeks, Yuchochi couldn't control it any longer, and a teardrop smashed into the man's shoulder. Male Yandere slowed down for a while before his thoughts gradually came back. He straightened his body, raised his hand and carefully touched Yuchochi's cheek. And, fortunately, she was still there, and the Yuchochi of 3 years ago would have forgiven her own stupidity. Get up, will you? I'll help you. Yuchochi raised her hand to support his arm. After hours of kneeling, his knees were so bruised and his legs had long since gone numb. But he still put his strength into one leg and braced himself to stand up, and Yuchochi held onto the arm that was holding him up, but it didn't have any strength at all. Well, worried, the woman reached down to rub his knee and, you're really too. Why do you have to be like this? Just come in when you're here. He grabbed Yuchochi's hand and held it in his palm, holding it tightly like a treasure. If you don't want to punish me, I'll do it myself. I'm willing to do it. Anything at all, as long as you don't leave me. Those words still haven't come out of my mouth. Lie after lie. Never ending, I guess. He had wanted to explain it clearly to Yuchochi, but if she knew the truth, knowing that she was once incarcerated, she must not have forgiven him. So after all the thinking, Yandere chose to lie. He knew that sooner or later he'd be killed by those words, but now he doesn't care about anything else except keeping Yuchochi by his side. He didn't care about the future anymore. He just wanted the present, to stay one day at a time. You're right, husband, you're not wrong. I was impulsive in this case. I'm sorry. The woman lowered her head guiltily, but Yandere cupped her cheeks. He said seriously, don't say you're sorry. You didn't do anything wrong. I'm the only one who's wrong. From start to finish, it was my stupidity that caused this. So, don't you ever apologize to me. I'll feel guilty. I'll want to kill myself. His cold face seemed to be covered with a light frost of. It looked sad and uninteresting, and gradually more and more uneasy looks surfaced. Yuchochi knew that it was probably her behavior that had frightened him, although she wasn't sure what had happened but from the moment she woke up, it was obvious to her that the man beside her. It's almost like there's no security at all. You're careful what you say and what you do. And now, with her running out like this, regardless, more than that, it took all the poor little security he had left. She placed a heartfelt kiss on the man's lips and, so, instead of saying I'm sorry, how about saying I love you? I love you, Yandere. I've loved you very much since I was very young. Although I don't know if these 3 years have really hurt you, but at least now, at this moment, Yuchochi. It's Yuchochi who loves you. Yuchochi who only has you in his heart. The corners of the man's mouth quivered slightly, his dark pupils contracted violently, and he couldn't hold back any longer as he wrapped her tightly into his arms. Why couldn't you have seen her through sooner? How many more stupid things are you going to do? Yandere? You're cowardly enough to say you love her, and you really don't deserve her so well. Honey? The woman in his arms lifted her head, her amber eyes staring up at him. Go home? Okay? Yandere lowered his head and gently kissed her on the forehead. Okay, Go home. It was hard for him to coax the person, and when he went out, he held Yuchochi's hand a little harder, like she's afraid that if she's not careful, she'll suddenly disappear. However, just after walking to the door, Yuchochi suddenly remembered something. Looking back, before he could speak, he saw the man's look of instant panic and he gathered enough courage to raise his head violently, looking straight into Yuchochi's eyes, and just a little thin redness came out of the corner of his eyes, and he trembled and said, "Not leaving?" "No," Yuchochi hurriedly explained. "I was thinking about whether or not I should talk to Lin Nan, and I wonder if she's asleep." Lin Nan didn't sleep very well, that much she knew, and if she fell asleep, definitely can't bother her, but it's still not polite to just leave without saying anything. Janyebe took out a fountain pen from his suit pocket and handed it to her. "Leave a message. Go home and get you a cell phone to use. She should contact you later." Yuchochi only felt that, how this man is getting smarter and smarter. So they left a line, and went straight home with Janyebe. The man's hand was wounded. She refused to let him drive, so she took the car herself and forced him to sit in the passenger seat. Janyebe didn't refute anything. Since her parents passed away, Yuchochi had a psychological shadow on driving. Driving while holding the steering wheel like this has never happened in 3 years. Until they reached the house, the butler at the door was directly relieved that luckily it was coaxed back or Mr. would have gone crazy. Pulling the man to the living room, Yuchochi's hand brought him down hard, making him stop in his tracks. "Be rubbed, your hands, your knees, all to be rubbed." The men nodded obediently, responding that, "Okay, all at my wife's discretion." "Well, good girl, if you're too embarrassed to have the doctor come, then let him prescribe the medicine and I'll rub it on you." Yuchochi rewardingly rubbed the man's head. Janyebe's eyes narrowed with an instant happy smile. "No, don't bother baby, I'll send Payson over." Yuchochi had thought that he would be embarrassed, but now it seemed as if he didn't have a single feeling at all. But this is good. Payson is a professional after all, much better than himself, a person who only learned CPR in school. 10 minutes later, Payson rushed in hurriedly, and as soon as he entered, he shouted that, "What's wrong, what's wrong?" Screaming so urgently, "Is something wrong?" But calmed down and see two people kissing in the living room. He knew he was overthinking it when he had to squeeze together to sit on what was obviously a couch that was several meters long. What could happen to Janyebe? He only let others have accidents. Dr. Pei, I'm sorry to toss you over here in the morning. Yuchochi smiled lightly, her curved crescent moon eyes looking more than a little cute. Payson hurriedly answered her with a smile. You're welcome, isn't that the way it should be?" But when he turned his head and saw Janyebe, who was staring at him with a grim face, his smile instantly disappeared. Chapter 16, Behave yourself from now on. That, and I'll go wait inside. Payson was scared enough to hurry and disappear instantly with his head down. Although Yuchochi was really pretty, he didn't dare to move half of his mind. After all, Janyebe is not to be messed with. Which person who doesn't know how to die dares to think of his heart tip, not to mention thinking about, or even looking at Yuchochi? He couldn't wait to get rid of people right away. It wasn't a good thing for the man to be too protective of his food. He was all ready. Yuchochi then pushed Janyebe to come in. "Cubby good. Just deal with it quickly. It won't hurt. I'll give you a hoo-hoo, okay?" Payson lowered his head, thinking of the look Janyebe had just given him that could almost swallow him alive. It was estimated that he wouldn't dare to look at Yuchochi again in his life. But in my heart, I still can't help but spit it out. Mommy, and cubs, can Janyebe deserve such a cute name? What cubs? It's a beast cub. And he gave him a hoo-hoo, and he used a hoo-hoo, and he didn't see him frown when he went down on himself. What's the matter with this pain? Did you break your arm? Janyebe sat on the bed, his eyes hanging down in a pitiful manner. He obediently raised his left hand and sent it to Yuchochi's face. Hoo-hoo for me. It hurts. Yuchochi frowned straight in pain, holding his hand one by one and gently blowing the wind. Payson, who was on the side, saw the ointment and turned it over, taking a cotton swab and gently applying a layer on his palm. This is a situation where you can totally apply your own medicine. At home I put their you used to. His words paused here, for without waiting to finish, he felt a cold chill. Before, what happened? Yuchochi followed and picked up. He hurriedly shook his head to explain that. No, I mean there were drugs in the ones I put in before. He probably didn't know that, so I'll talk to the housekeeper later. After the medicine on his hands was rubbed, Yuchochi was a bit torn. He was definitely bruised on this knee. If you don't rub it in, I guess it'll take a long time to heal, and it'll hurt a lot, too, right? But if you rub the medicine, what kind of medicine needs to be rubbed? How to explain this injury with Payson? Are all problems not waiting for her to think of a way out, she saw Jiang Yibei directly pull up his pants, exposing his knees that were bruised and purple, and it was swollen, and looked especially scary against the already pale skin. My God, what did you do? Payson stared incredulously at these two legs of his, and couldn't figure out in his mind that, who did this to him and why the knee? Dr. Pay, is it serious? Such an injury hurts, doesn't it? Should we go to the hospital? Yuchochi bent over and stared at his knee, frowning worriedly. Payson held an unknown in his hand and poked Jiang Yibei in the knee. What does it feel like? It hurts, but not very much, Jiang Yibei replied succinctly. It's not serious. Rub the medicine and put a compress on it. No special treatment is needed if you haven't hurt the meniscus. Were you hit? After asking, he felt something was wrong and, it's a symmetrical injury. And no one who hits it would be so coincidental as to get a hit on this side and a hit on that side. Unless, kneeling, I was on my knees for about 4 hours or so, didn't feel too bad. The man explained with a calm face, as if it was as common as saying I ate today. I'm not thirsty. I went to work. Payson directly sucked in a mouthful of cool air. Why do you want to die? Why this kind of question? I won't be silenced by Jiang Yibei, right? My mom just made me breakfast and I haven't eaten it yet. And my favorite milky buns. No, it doesn't matter. He fearfully pacified Jiang Yibei, and hurriedly took out another medicine. After rubbing it and explaining to Yuchochi how to use it, he hurriedly escaped from this place of wrongdoing. No one ever told him that being a doctor was considered a high-risk profession, and if he had known that earlier, he would have switched careers. After the people left, Yuchochi pulled him back to the bedroom. After not sleeping all night, plus tossing and turning so much, Jiang Yibei did feel very tired, but he didn't dare to fall asleep just like that, for fear that if he woke up everything would be a dream. He approached Yuchochi's body almost greedily, from his arms to his thighs, wishing to touch every inch of her, to actually feel her. Yuchochi rolled over, propping her face up on one palm and the other hand was placed on Jiang Yibei's body, coaxing him to sleep like a little baby. Pup, go to sleep. Be a good boy and get some sleep. I'm here. I'm always here. The woman's soft voice warmed the cold unease within him. Jiang Yibei slowly closed his eyes and quickly fell asleep. There was no insomnia, much less nightmares, and he slept right through the night. Probably never in his life had he slept such a restful sleep. He greedily wished Yuchochi could stay by his side forever. You can see your loved one every morning as soon as you open your eyes. The darkness was complete, and the sound of the insects of the height of summer rose and fell, disturbing the peace and quiet of the man on the bed moved, slowly opened his eyes, and saw Yuchochi smiling shallowly towards him. He just felt that if he was allowed to die like that, he would have no regrets in his life. Jiang Yibei directly pulled the person into his arms, kissed the woman's soft hair. Just woke up from sleep voice there is still confused cute. Little goldfish, why are you still looking at me? Aren't you even tired? Don't you want to take a nap too? Yuchochi scat and pouted, raising her small fist to shine a punch at the man's chest. Said not to call it that. Jiang Yibei, are you unable to remember? The man grabbed her little fist and kissed her hard and, remember, baby, why are you still angry? It's all my fault. I won't call it that anymore. Just wife and baby, okay? When he looked down this time, Yuchochi saw the red marks on his face from his own beating. Even though it was Jiang Yibei who grabbed her hand and hit her, she still felt that it was her responsibility. If he could have reacted earlier, he wouldn't have. Or if it would have been possible to not be so capricious and not run out, it wouldn't have been possible to hurt him and let him beat himself up like that. She rubbed the man's cheek heartily, and choked a little on her self-reproach. Honey, I'll never go away again, so don't hurt yourself, okay? We need to communicate with each other when we have problems. It would be a shame if people who love each other separate because of misunderstandings. People who love each other, separated by misunderstanding. These words deeply pierced Jiang Yibei, although it wasn't all because of a misunderstanding that they had gotten into that mess. But he didn't communicate in time, and even chose to avoid it. If it could be like what Yuchochi said, maybe it really wouldn't have turned out like that between them. My wife is right. I'll be good from now on. Chapter 17, from this time on, the king does not have a morning court. Seeing that it was already late, Jiang Yibei hurriedly got up from his bed. He had to catch up on his cooking. Eating too late at night would be bad for his stomach. Just as soon as he came downstairs, he saw Lin Yang sitting on a chair aside, eyes glued to the computer screen. He looked unusually busy. Something's wrong? Jiang Yibei asked in a deep voice. Lin Yang saw him come down and hurriedly took a long breath. Phew, I'm glad you're down here. Something's come up. That program we were working on is up and running, but there may be a problem with the budget that was done before on the enterprise side, and that's something you'll have to look at. Jiang Yibei walked towards the kitchen without looking back. Lin Yang had to take out his tablet and pull up the documents. following behind Jiang Bei. You take a look. Just take a look. And I don't know if you're that hungry on a big night. This extra budget cost is probably enough to feed you for a year. The man glanced down impatiently at the, looked at it, cascaded it up the chain of command, and I'll sign off on it if all the departments feel it's in order. You don't need to talk to me about things like this in the future. I looked that idle. The refrigerator door was pulled open and Jiang Bei picked out some fresh fruits from inside, all delivered in the morning. He still didn't feel too good about it, and explained to the housekeeper that in the future, fresh ingredients should be delivered twice, in the morning and in the evening. He just started making something simple for dinner, sneaking a little bit of cucumber into it when he made the fruit juice. Not too much. Yu Qiuqi shouldn't be able to drink out of it, and if she did, then just give her another fresh shot. Jiang Bei was just congratulating himself on his wit when Lin Yang walked in holding another file. This new media-oriented campaign seems to have run its course. We're not promoting our main product this quarter. Instead, it promotes a product from a new company that signed on last year. Would you like to take a look at it? Bam! Jiang Bei impatiently threw the kitchen knife onto the counter. With one arm propped up on the platform, he turned his head back and stared straight at Lin Yang with a cold gaze. He held his breath for an instant as he watched, waving his hands back and forth. No look, no look, no look. I can fix it all. I'll fix everything. You cook. You just do the important stuff. From now on the king does not morning ah. Saying this, he turned and ran out of the room, fleeing for his life. Just happened to run into Yu Qiuqi downstairs. Lin Yang did not even forget to greet politely. Good evening, ma'am. He quickly packed up the things on the table, and his remaining light glanced at Jiang Bei's cell phone. He sighed helplessly and turned to Jiang Bei's check room. Took out a brand new cell phone, and while unpacking it, grumbled something about or wholesale less. It's absolute. Just 3 days after replacing the screen broke again. When will Jiang acquire a subsidiary that makes cell phones and forget about it? Yu Qiuqi walked to his side, raised her eyes and glanced again towards the room Lin Yang had just entered. Does Jiang Bei's cell phone break often? Yeah, it used to be okay, but since you've been here you've been changing them an average of 3 a week. I wholesaled 200 units, put 100 in the office and 100 at home, and when they broke down, I replaced them. Lin Yang was a bit embarrassed after explaining that he was a person who did things rigorously at work, but when it comes to life, that IQ is probably not much higher than that of Jiang Bei. This lady doesn't even remember the last 3 years now, and how could he know that he often made Jiang Bei so angry that he smashed his cell phone and smashed his office? But even if she remembers the last 3 years, she probably won't know that because Jiang Bei dares to smash everything, only dare not touch this home of finger. In the beginning, even if he was furious, he only dared to wait until Yu Qiuqi had left, taking a pillow and slamming it down hard on the floor, and before someone comes back, dutifully, he picked up the pillow and dusted it off and put it back in place. Am I angry? Yu Qiuqi somehow seems to have a little bit of weakness. She has been spoiled since childhood. The character is arrogant a bit, but Jiang Bei was the one she liked. She didn't think she would treat him like this, but Lin Yang's reaction had wrong written all over it. When the man didn't answer, she had it in her mind that but that's okay, now that I see myself clearly, must love Jiang Bei well, must make up for the harm done to him in these 3 years. Madam, Mr. Jiang really likes you. I've been with him for so many years, and I've never seen him with another woman. It's also rare to see him have mood swings over anything other than you. If you really like him, I just hope you'll pick a more moderate way to leave him in the future. Lin Yang lowered his head, raised his hand to wipe the corners of his eyes, and continued to debug the cell phone for Jiang Bei. Yu Qiuqi wanted to ask why he said that, but before the words came out, Lin Yang continued to explain apologetically. I'm the one who talked too much. You didn't hear me. I'm just a little assistant. I shouldn't have talked too much. The cell phone is done, so I'm gonna go ahead and leave. If Mr. Jiang doesn't go to the company tomorrow, the meeting will be changed to online. Yu Qiuqi was disrupted by the second half of his words, and the words he originally wanted to ask out were directly forgotten. But looking at Jiang Bei's cell phone, she suddenly remembered that she hadn't told Lin Nan that she had gone home yet. Why don't you go get me one of those, too? And have I got a replacement cell phone card yet? Good. Your card was replaced. It was done the same day. It should be at Mr. Jiang's place. I guess he forgot to give it to you. After Lin Yang explained, he took another cell phone, turned it on and debugged it, and handed it to Yu Qiuqi. You can connect to the internet and use it now. Turn around and ask Mr. Jiang for a cell phone card. If you lose it, I'll go back tomorrow and make up another one to bring it to you. Yu Qiuqi took the phone and after a brief thank you, Lin Yang simply left. About an hour later, the maid put all the dishes Jiang Bei had made on the table. The man washed his hands, threw his apron into the kitchen, and hurried out with the juice. Baby? Baby, you're down. Baby is great. You can even go downstairs by yourself. Yuchochi. Seeing his look of being a thief, Yuchochi glanced at the cup and, what's in there? What do you want? I didn't expect that before I even opened my mouth to speak. My own scheme seemed to be about to be uncovered. Jangibei bit his lip sheepishly for a moment. I just gave you a cup of juice. Afraid you don't want to drink it. What else can I do? Baby wronged me. Seeing his aggrieved look, Yuchochi rushed the cup and directly took a big mouthful. Well, the man asked nervously, a gentle light shining in his dark eyes. Yuchochi took another sip. Well, has some flavor. There's no flavor. What flavor can there be? It's all the fruits the baby loves, but there's not a bit of anything you don't like. The man explained nervously, his hand unconsciously cupping the corner of his coat. Chapter 18, You Shouldn't Be Greedy. Yuchochi bared her teeth and didn't hold back her laughter. Ha 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 ha. What are you nervous about? I mean, it smells like love. She also didn't expect her one earthy love sentence to make Jangibei so nervous, and hurriedly touched the man's cheek to soothe him. Hearing her say that, Jangibei's pleasant mood was once again pulled to the top. He happily took Yuchochi's hand and walked over to the table. Pulling out her chair for her, he moved all the dishes in her direction again, before turning and sitting back down. In fact, he wasn't willing to force Yuchochi to eat something he didn't like, but she hardly eats all the green vegetables, but that would be more or less vitamin deficient. Although health food can be supplemented, but still food will be healthier. If you can sneak in a little bit like this without being noticed, then wouldn't it be handy later? Cubby, you're eating? What are you thinking? Yuchochi caught a lotus root slice and put it on Jangibei's plate. The man's heart instantly fluttered. This was the first time she had ever given herself food. It was a treatment that had never been done before. How can she be so nice? Why is she being so nice to me? Although he wasn't a fan of lotus root, this piece today was the best thing he had ever eaten in his life. I was thinking about you. The baby is so good to me. I'll be good to you from now on. The sudden confessions made Yuchochi a little overwhelmed, wanting to respond to him for a moment, but not knowing what to say. When she saw the cell phone on the side, she suddenly remembered Lin Yang's words. By the way, Lin Yang said you have my cell phone. He found me a cell phone. Why don't you give me the card after dinner later? I have to talk to Lin Nan or she'll worry. Jangibei only felt that this assistant was looking for a bad one, and talked too much. Why should she find a cell phone for her? In that case there will be a lot of people looking for her, and a lot of things will probably have to be hidden, but there is no reason not to give her a cell phone. Eat first, I'll look for it later. Almost as if she was taking a bite, Jangibei would give her one on her plate. It was close to being fed into his mouth, but he enjoyed it more than anyone else. After the meal was over, the maids began to pack up their things, and Jangibei was a million times more reluctant to, but still, he went to the study and took out the cell phone card that Lin Yang had sent earlier. Her company is also hard work to run. These 3 years of payment Jangibei are in the eyes. Naturally, cannot just leave her at home. She was a phoenix soaring in the 9 heavens and shouldn't be kept in captivity by a mediocre man. Baby, he opened his mouth to call out, and then he didn't know what to say, either. Just smiled faintly and picked up her cell phone, loading the card into it. Unsurprisingly, her phone started ringing like crazy, with text messages, tweets, and notifications from various apps. Watching Yuchochi's fingers tapping on his phone, the man stood aside and, the hand tightened little by little, and the whole thing looked incredibly panicked. Not even 3 minutes later, her cell phone rang, and she looked at the words on the screen, not recognizing this person. Right, as soon as the phone picked up, there was a cry from the other side of the line that, Boss, are you okay? Did Jangibei imprison you? I've been there several times and couldn't even get in the front door. It's useless to call the police. The door of the police station opens towards the Jung family. Yuchochi held the phone a little farther away and waited suspiciously for the person on the other side to finish crying before asking softly, And, who are you? The person on the other side of the room was visibly stunned, then cried harder and, boss Jangibei put you what he beat you Amnesia well. Why don't you even remember me? I'm Lele. I'm your lovely assistant Lele. Lovely, assistant? I went to work? No, it wasn't Jangibei who hit me. How can you say that about my husband? We had a car accident earlier. I forgot a lot of things. Stop crying for a while. I'll hang up if you keep crying. Yuchochi was impatient, and a layer of annoyance hung on his face. As soon as she said that, Lele's crying stopped. She sniffled and organized her words and, really lost your memory. So, then you won't forget that you're the president. Will you? What about work? That's not true. Why are you calling Jangibei your husband now? You didn't call him that before? Joy glanced at her cell phone screen to make sure she hadn't called the wrong person. and hurriedly whispered a reminder to her that you don't want to be deceived by Yandere. I'm telling you. Before she finished her words, Yandere directly tapped his cell phone on speakerphone, then coughed and asked in a deep voice, "So, what did my wife call me before?" From the receiver you could clearly hear the person on the other side of the room sucking in a breath of cold air, laughing with a sound of total embarrassment. Mr. John, look, I didn't know you were here. Mr. You was calling you dear before. She loves you the most. Yandere sneered. Oh, loves me the most? And who does she love next? Joy. Sometimes you have to know what's good for you, don't you? Is there not enough mischief to go around? And I think you're the smart one. Yuchochi cocked his head and just watched him threaten his assistant, wanting especially to say, "Hey, you think I'm deaf?" Yes, I know Mr. John, Mr. You only loves you. No second. No one else. Seeing no one, Lele dared not talk nonsense. Now the only thing to do is to cooperate, hoping that Yandere can put down his guard and release General Manager Yu first. Yuchochi took the phone and glared at him before explaining to the person on the other side of the phone again that, "I'm sorry, he's a bit cautious. Don't be like him." "Well, I don't know the details. Here's the deal. Take the time to come over in the next couple of days and let's talk about it in person. Not these 2 days, just tomorrow. I'll be at your door first thing in the morning." Joyce hung up the phone happily, finally contacting someone that, "Whatever, it's a peaceful night's sleep today, honey." Yuchochi called out to him, reached out and took Yandere's hand, letting him sit beside him. "I'm not supposed to be able to fall in love with someone else or cheat on my wife. I don't remember this, Joy, but she was my assistant. How can you threaten a little girl? She'll be scared. She's a 7th degree black belt in Taekwondo. Baby, do you know what that means? It means that at the very least she's not afraid of being threatened by I just don't want to hear her say that your favorite person is me. I'm happy enough with that. Though, I know I shouldn't be greedy, but I still want you to love only me. And even though it won't be true, I'm happy to hear it if it's not true." His voice was low. Through a helpless gaze looked Yuchochi a heartache. Chapter 19, Always on Your Side. Well, I only love you. Really, husband, I swear. I've never had anyone else in my heart, so if I'm lying to you, let me. Well, Yandere hurriedly covered her mouth. "No talk, no nonsense. Baby, no swearing, please, never say that again." The man's eyes reddened with impatience, and the glittering waves of he didn't think Yuchochi could swear like this in order to show his sincerity. Although he was an absolute materialist, he had to be careful when it came to his favorite person. The man's palm was wide. Yuchochi's small face was almost covered by him. All that was left were 2 large, blinking eyes, looking up at him and nodding vigorously through the man's palm. Only then did he slowly let go of his hand, moving extremely slowly, as if he was guarding against her opening her mouth to talk nonsense again. This perverse appearance made Yuchochi doubt himself, whether he really cheated on his wife, or fell in love with someone else. Why else would Yandere be so nervous? And it seemed like he was really afraid that something would happen to him and that he would leave him. No more. So how about I just say I love you? Yuchochi opened her arms. The man directly pocketed her little buttocks, and picked up the person. She just hung onto Yandere's body like a wombat, as he walked through the living room, coaxing her gently. Is the baby sleepy? If you're sleepy, just sleep right on top of me and I'll walk you to your room." The man's voice was very soft, not like the cold-spoken look he used to have. The walk was steady, a slight sway, as if coaxing a small child, and soon the sound of a woman's well-proportioned breathing came over her shoulder. Still sleeping extra fast and growing up like when I was a kid." Yandere inclined his head, his gaze soft as water, as if it were dawn, flickering with a palpitating and yearning dawn. He held it like that for a long time, and how nice it would be if time would stop right there. He'd be able to be with his favorite person forever. And the man let out a soft laugh at his own absurdity. How could time stop? And how could his favorite people ever forgive him? It wasn't until the night was winding down that he reluctantly sent the man back to his bedroom, turned out the light, and he lay aside by the weak nightlight and looked at the woman's sleeping little face, filled with happiness. He didn't feel sleepy at all, despite the obvious lack of sleep lately. "I even felt so refreshed that I woke up before dawn, and getting up and making Yuchochi her favorite tiramisu, less chocolate and more of the creamy ones, which is her favorite ratio." In the past, they always did it secretly, then had Lin Yang send it to Yuchochi's company and give it to Lele, so she could say she bought it herself. Every time Yuchochi said he wanted to eat dessert, Lele would rush to tell Yandere he has to drop what he's doing no matter how busy he is, and there's less and less he can do for her. He all felt that if he never made her favorite food again, There might come a day when he really had no value at all to Yuchochi. He had wanted to sneak back into bed while Yuchochi was still up. However, Lin Yang came over early in the morning. A what to say today must be brought to the company attitude, so that Zhang Yibei originally good mood instantly fell to the bottom. You do that. Schedule an online meeting, within 2 hours, and not for too long. Autumn Pond can't get away from me right now. Well, okay is fine, but Xiao Jiang keeps asking again where you've been, and she doesn't believe me when I say you're at home. Lin Yang handed his cell phone to Zhang Yibei, and the screen was full of messages from Zhang Sweets. There are also several 60-second voices that make your head spin just looking at them. Don't worry about her. And the fact that she's currently an ordinary employee. There's no need to call her Chief Little Zhang. She's probably good enough to have that kind of ability in her lifetime. Zhang Yibei's unflinching comment almost made Lin Yang laugh out loud. Seeing the person impatiently rubbing his brow, he knew he was talking too much again, and put what he had to deal with today in the study. Said he'd come by to pick it up in the evening and went to the office. Yuchochi asked with a raised voice while walking down the stairs. Does Sweetie Kong work in your company too? Baby, wake up. Baby, still remember her. Baby's memory is not bad. Zhang Yibei took 2 steps towards the stairs and directly raised his hand to pick up the woman who was descending the stairs, letting her hang on his body like yesterday. Remember, I'm not stupid. It's your half-sister. The woman's head slammed into Zhang Yibei's shoulder with great force. This Zhang Sweetie has hated her since she was a child. The two of them haven't fought much. I can't believe I went to a school in high school, but luckily it wasn't the same class. She didn't remember anything after college. She only remembered that Zhang Sweetie seemed to be studying abroad. Zhang Yibei was amused by her statement and softly explained that. Yes, didn't she go abroad? She came back home last year. My dad made her work for my company. But it's okay, you can't see her even if you go to the office. She's like on the 30th floor. Baby, if you go to the office, it must have taken the president's elevator. And now you can bully her all you want. And I'll help you. Really? The woman sat up straight, excitedly facing off with Zhang Yibei. Zhang Yibei was startled and hurriedly raised his hand to support her back, afraid that he would fall on her if he was not careful. Really, you lie down. If you fall, I'll die of heartache. How old is he? Still furry. Cute. How dare he complain? He was just worried. If you don't like her, I'll get rid of her, or give her a branch to manage as well. In any case, if there's anything in the baby's mind you must talk to me. In fact, I don't blame Zhang Yibei for carefully explaining that. Back then, after Zhang Dangdang came back, things just got worse between the two of them. He wasn't sure why. He has explained to Yuchochi many times that Zhang Sweetness is not a sister to him at all. Not even a friend. At most an acquaintance. Yuchochi still felt unsatisfied, but no matter what, he mustn't let that happen this time, and keeping them from seeing each other was the best way to do it. But forget it. The woman slumped back onto his shoulder and, I'm such a big man. I should be more stable. What's the point of bothering with your sister? Zhang Yibei put her on the sofa, touched the woman's small head, and softly explained, Fool, you can take on whomever you want, and your husband has the strength to be able to make you do so, and I, for one, will always be on your side and stand by your side to support you. Chapter 20, Only One She Lives from now on. Yuchochi raised her hand and cupped the man's face, staring at him earnestly, staring at him again and again. I don't know where I got the luck in my last life. The person you like just happens to like you too, and will stand firmly by your side forever. Honey, you're so good. It's so good to have you. How could she not be moved by such a Zhang Yibei? He gave her all his heart, loved her with all his heart, and for a moment, Yuchochi actually a little afraid. Afraid of these 3 years she had done Zhang Yibei sorry things. More than anything, he was afraid that when he regained his memory, he would never forgive himself again, and his amber eyes were worried. I'm not good. The baby is really good. It's especially good to have you. So good I can't even describe it. The only thing that could make a high achiever like him, who had excelled in both academics and character since he was a child, run out of words was probably something related to Yuchochi. She smiled, and asked him, with some concern, too, you will always love me, right? Ibei, there are times when I always have an uneasy feeling that it's just not real. It feels like you can see it all, but you can't catch it. So if there's any real conflict between us, you can tell me. But don't just tell me one day out of the blue that you don't love me anymore and don't want me. I'll be sad. Zhang Yibei trembled a little. Her words were also her own inner feelings, uneasy and worried that sooner or later she would have to leave her, that this hard-won love would suddenly disappear. What would happen if that day did come he did not yet know, and in any case, once he thought of such a thing, he then felt his heart ache almost to the point of death, and would, perhaps, not survive. The man slowly knelt down on one knee in front of her, reverently cupped Yuchochi's hands, and kissed her on her fingertips. The gentle gaze of the heart's beloved, softly speaking the thoughts of his heart. Baby, people's bodies and souls keep changing over time. If we go by the idea that all the cells of the human body change once in 7 years, the person I am now, and the person I was when I was a child, are not the same person. It's easy for people to walk apart and miss each other, but I've loved you at every stage of my life. There are in you and in me in this world. Each of you and I love each other, and it is a choice we can make together. A choice we must experience at every stage of our lives, and time again. Coincidentally, in this life, no matter how many of me, no matter what I've been molded into, falling in love with you is the only thing that is steadfastly not going to change. Yeah, we are tributaries to the same ocean, breezes blowing into the same valley. We overlap and cycle. Our taciturnity is alive and well. Husband, I will choose you and love you as firmly as you chose me. So, whatever the hell I did that was bad, please, for the sake of me, who have firmly chosen you, give me a chance. Let the next me, and all the future me, be with you. Yuchochi followed his example and cupped the man's hand and kissed it reverently. However, Jiang Yibei's expression was very unnatural, and he hung his head sheepishly. This moved him beyond words. He couldn't refuse, but the one who made the mistake was never Yuchochi. Much less could he take advantage of her amnesia to swindle her into forgiving himself for all the mistakes he'd made that weren't worthy of human forgiveness. The man's throat choked, and his voice trembled even more when he opened his mouth. Baby, stop saying things like that. You're right. From beginning to end, no matter what happens, everything is my fault. I don't ask you to forgive me. Just please, stay with me. Let me spend my life atoning for my sins. Don't leave me. I put this life in your hands. If you don't want it, I don't want it. The man wrapped his arms around her waist and buried his head into the side of her waist, his body unable to stop shaking, and with a cry of pleading. Stop saying that. I'll die of guilt. It's my fault. It was stupid of me. Please, stop apologizing to me. You were never the one who should have apologized. Yes. Yuchochi responded to him quickly, like she had before when he was insecure, tightly wrapping his arms around Jiang Yibei's body until he stopped trembling and his expression began to recover. Scare you? Jiang Yibei carefully straightened his body and awkwardly wiped the tip of his nose. Only then did he realize that he was still kneeling on the ground, and hurriedly got up and sat aside, somewhat too weak to look aside. Yuchochi reached out and wrenched the man's face towards his thin lips and kissed him directly, though the man's kisses were suffocating, like they were trying to drain all the oxygen from her body. But seeing his pitiful look, Yuchochi still couldn't help but want to kiss him, and even want to get his hands on him. It was also off guard, but the moment I was kissed on he then could no longer restrain his impulses, and the man's hands encircled her waist and, without any adaptation process, the touch of her lips could directly arouse the deepest desires of his heart. Hot lips jammed her deeper, aggressively exploring every breath of her, as if to brand her whole body with a mark that was uniquely her own. The man's hot kisses on the side of her ear, the back of her neck, and all the way down, accompanied by a low, masculine gasp of, instantly making Yuchochi's heart beat wildly and her cheeks redden. But her heart didn't want to reject this sudden intimacy at all. One could only allow oneself to be consumed by this gasp of lust. Her hand brushed up against the man's shoulder. The tight shoulder was bruised and engorged with blood. The muscles looked so sexy that you couldn't take your eyes off of it. The man's bony fingers cupped her bare chin and pushed the person down onto the couch. Possessed down as if to rub her into his body, and for the desire of a woman that, it's like it's carved into his blood, melted into his marrow. Baby, please, I love you with all my heart. He admitted his greed, and still more his impudence, and he knew in his heart of hearts 1,000 times that, shouldn't have possessed her when she loved herself the most, but possessiveness still easily overcame reason. He wants her. He wants her to be his woman. This is Yuchochi deeply loved Jiang Yibei's appearance. He did not want to let go of his hand tightly wrapped around her arm. From now on, he'll only live for her. May I? Wife. The man's low voice carried a sexy seduction. The young girl's emotions were compelled by his sensual voice and unabashed desire to. Fingertips traced the tip of the man's ear, the slender neck, and finally the kiss landed at the knot of his throat. A sexy ground hum followed. The man grabbed her hand and unbuttoned his own shirt, working his way down to unbuckle his belt, his soft little hand caressing his waist with a force that was not too light or too heavy. Between his eyebrows was undisguised springiness, as if deliberately seducing and compelling. Chapter 21, She must be made to answer to herself. Jiang Yibei got up straight away, his shirt sliding down his shoulders to the ground. With a lift of his hand, he placed Yuchochi's legs around his waist and, kissing her on the lips, he led the way straight to his feet and took a quick step up towards the second-floor bedroom. When Yuchochi reacted, he was already lying on the bed. The dress had disappeared without notice, and the woman shyly raised her arms to cover her body with. But Jiang Yibei pulled his wrist and hung it around his neck. The man's arms reached aside for the nightstand and closed the blackout curtains. The dimly lit room, where all the senses were instantly amplified. Jiang Yibei's movements on his hands were gentle and lone. Every inch of force was just right. Holding a treasure in his hands and kissing it inch by inch. Baby, close your eyes. Don't be afraid. The man gave her all his gentlest looks in the best way he could. The low whimpering of the woman in his ear amplified his longing and possessiveness to no end. The bedroom is filled with countless, loving, lingering, and sentimental. Jiang Yibei held her earlobe and murmured in a low voice, "Honey, I'll always be yours. I don't know how long." The man buried his head deep into the crook of her neck and secretly wiped a tear from the corner of his eye. Only then did he slowly raise his head and drop a kiss on the corner of Yuchochi's red and swollen lips. With all this fuss, both of them were a little hoarse and Jiang Yibei took the cup of water at the top of the bed and put it to the woman's lips, coaxing softly, "Baby, take a sip. Your voice is hoarse." "It's my fault." Yuchochi took a sip of water, and after his emotions gradually calmed down, she stared at the man in front of her suspiciously, unblinking. Jiang Yibei was stared at by this reaction of hers a little hairy, wrapped in the quilt, kneeling in the quilt, hanging his head to apologize. I'm sorry, don't be mad at me." He didn't know how to explain that he hadn't been acting on impulse. It was a long uncontrollable love for her, and he would really love and protect her with all his heart. But he still seems to be doing it wrong. The man was so anxious that tears were welling up in his eyes, but he had to hold back from crying out and upsetting her. "Jiang Yibei?" As soon as the woman opened her mouth, he shivered in fear and hurriedly bit his lip, unable to make a sound but only nodding his head vigorously in response. The woman pointed to a splash of red at the bedspread, and said, coldly, "We've been married for 3 years? Explain to me what that means?" The man froze as well, frowning as his brain buzzed and, So, she and Yi Fei didn't have one? What was going on back then? Asked you. Jiang Yibei opened his mouth, then lowered his eyes again, and after thinking, he softly explained, You didn't agree, and I couldn't upset you, so it never happened between us. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to hide it from you. Baby, don't blame me. I've always kept it to myself, clean from heart to body. I only like you and you alone as a woman. Jiang Yibei's tears could no longer be controlled. He didn't know exactly what to say to make Yuchochi believe in him and not doubt his love for her. His body rose and fell one at a time with the sound of sobbing, and he stammered an apology that, I'm sorry. Don't want me. I'll never touch you again if you don't agree. Don't leave me behind again, okay? So how many times did he leave him alone before he got so scared that? Yuchochi opened his arms and pressed him into his shoulders, heartily following the man's back one at a time. It's my fault. How can you be capricious when you're married? Pups are good. Pups don't cry. We have a lot of later. You're especially good. Really? Jiang Yibei turned his head in confusion, a pair of big dark eyes still red. Her eyelashes were wet and wavy, and she looked pitiful. Great? Yuchochi nodded sincerely. After the person stopped crying, she retreated back under the covers, tiredly. I just feel like my eyelids are fighting, and I really don't have the energy to think about all that there is to think about. Anyway, it doesn't matter if it's been done before or not. A good experience is probably forgotten. It's just that he'll have to make it all up to him later on. The man was a real hand at this, and his own eyes were really sharp. I could be better, he added lowly, wiping a handful of tears from his face and placing another soft kiss on the woman's cheek. Yuchochi smiled and, call you fat and you're still panting. There'll be a time later when we'll see if you're even better. The man's body moved forward, probably because he felt that this smile of hers was not simple, so he sneaked up on her and whispered in her ear. Actually, you can have the next one now. The next second, Yuchochi felt his thighs being hit by something. She hurriedly begged for forgiveness in quick succession. And, I go to. Forget it, I'm going to die of exhaustion. Next time, Cubs, let's find water flow. Fine? Jiang Yibei quickly captured this word that he didn't like. With a lift of the covers, he bent directly over the woman's body, and seeing her momentarily flustered, he hastened to explain that don't do it, just kidding, I'm going to put on some bath water and wash you up later. Yuchochi was relieved, and was about to say I can do it myself, but now she doesn't even bother to lift a finger, let alone take a shower. He didn't even want to say anything, and all the strength in his body was given to Jiang Yibei. The man was like that the first time, and she was really worried about her future. Jiang Yibei was whistling in the bathroom, in an extraordinarily pleasant mood. His baby loves him, is willing to be with him forever, has sex all by choice, so he has to be responsible for him. He must take the time to talk to her about this. Yes, that's what's responsible. he felt the water in the tub. It was just the right temperature, and gave himself another quick shower. Looking at myself in the mirror, while rubbing my body, I couldn't help but ask in my mind, is it still great? Afraid that Yuchochi would be anxious to wait, he rushed out, and sure enough, as soon as he reached the bedside, he saw that she seemed to be asleep, but falling asleep like this, all sweaty, and waking up must be uncomfortable. Thinking about it, he picked the man up, put him in the tub, and quickly headed back to the bedroom. The maid was notified to come and change the sheets, but could not wash them, and went back to the bathroom, carefully washing her body. The woman's head rested against the side of the tub, dazed and confused, feeling only the warmth wrapped around her body, comfortable, and murmured a cry of, "Jianyebe, where have you been?" The man's fingers trembled. This sentence was the last voice message Yuchochi sent him back then. It was her graduation, the last message she sent before she went on stage, but he didn't show up, and since then, she's deleted all his contact info. When he arrived that day it was too late. He witnessed Yuchochi accept the flowers that Yifei handed to her on one knee and nodded his head. 2. They were both friends who had known each other since childhood, and how Jianyebe had never thought that the original Yifei also liked her. Chapter 22, A Promise. The man lowered his head and kissed her gently on the cheek, murmuring softly, "Baby, I'm sorry, I'm going to make changes and I'm going to be very, very good to you. Don't ever give up on me again." Taking the man out of the tub, wiping the water off his body, and tucking him under the covers again. Massaged her legs and back for an hour and watched the person sleep for hours before waking her up with great reluctance. Yuchochi's dazed eyelids didn't even want to lift a bit, only impatiently sweeping the hand that was stroking her eyelashes. What for? Seeing her awake, the man hurriedly fawned over to her, kissed her earlobe, and softly explained that "Baby, you haven't eaten all day. Get up and eat something. You'll get hungry." Yuchochi raised his hand, pulled the quilt over his head, and covered his head tightly with "No food. So tired." The fatigue in her delicate voice made Jianyebe regret a little. He should have been more restrained himself. It looked like it was tiring her out. The man's didn't say anything else, but turned to go downstairs and the porridge he'd had the servants prepare was already cooking, and he served a bowl, let it cool until it was slightly warm, glanced at the time and tangled in place for 20 or so turns, and finally, with a clench of teeth and a stamp of the foot, or with a brave whisper again, he called out, "Baby, baby." The woman on the bed frowned again, frightening Jianyebe to explain hurriedly, "Baby, don't get mad just yet. I was wrong. I know you're exhausted and, tell you what, you sit up. I'll feed you a little bit of porridge, and then you'll go back to sleep. Soon. I promise." As he spoke, the man picked up the cushion he had just prepared and hugged Yuchochi's body, letting her lean against the bed. While holding the bowl and scooping a spoonful of porridge from it, he gently coaxed her. "Baby, open your mouth and take a bite." Yuchochi slowly opened her eyes. Her eyes were a little dull from exhaustion, but she still obediently opened her mouth. "That's a good baby. Just close your eyes and open your mouth. I'll feed you without looking." The man drew a piece of paper, wiped the corner of her mouth and, "These spoons are still a little big. I'm gonna have the maid get a new batch of baby-friendly ones tomorrow." "Nope. You have to hand-pick this one yourself. Someone else still isn't comfortable with it." After feeding her half a bowl of porridge, Yuchochi was sleepy again. Jianyebe hurriedly brought a cup of water. After letting her rinse out her mouth, she carefully helped her lie back down again. This night, Yuchochi slept very well, but Jianyebe on the side was excited all night. From the initial excitement, to the panic, to the aftermath of the incident, his emotions were up and down. His mood was like a roller coaster of. Finally, in the early morning hours, feeling all out of sorts, hastily, he fished out a white pill bottle from a bedside table, poured out 2 pills and swallowed them. On the following day, when the morning light is bright and the sun rises, the woman at the side stretched slowly and, his amber eyes narrowed slightly, like a happy cat basking in the sunlight. Husband. Jianyebe raised his hand and took her into his arms, kissing her on the forehead. "Baby's awake. Did baby sleep well? Is baby still tired?" he said, massaging the woman's waist one at a time, gently and with just the right amount of force. Yuchochi hummed lowly in comfort and asked with a sleepy tone that, "Why haven't you gotten up? How many days has it been? Lin Yang has been urging you every day. Go to work. You don't have to accompany me. Baby, if you keep humming like that, I'm not going to be able to get out of bed for the rest of my life, and I'm not going to work," the man said, bringing his cheek to the nape of her neck and kissing her softly and gently, one at a time. It went all the way down her pale neck and gave her a gentle nip at her collarbone. "Well, Yuchochi was so sleepy by his action that she was startled, even though it didn't hurt either, but she was still startled. Jangibe, you're a dog. The man nods. Yes, the baby remembered that I'm a dog. The baby is so good to me. Yuchochi. After sleeping all night the body doesn't seem to be so tired. Yuchochi looked at the man beside him. The proximity of his body to hers allowed her to feel the exuberance of his. I can't help but regret it a little. What's the point of being in such a hurry to get it? It looks like it's not going to be easy in the future. Before she could say anything, the man threw his arms around her neck and rubbed against her in a condescending manner. Baby, you have to be responsible for me when you sleep with me. It's still my first time. I'm giving you my whole life. You have to treat me well. Yuchochi again. In her mind she really wanted to shout frantically. You're saying all my words, but the words were helplessly swallowed back, just gently grabbing the man's hair, one at a time, and smiling in response to him. Okay, be responsible for you, okay? Let's get up. I feel like I've been asleep for a century. The man then nodded with a satisfied braced body, and thought about. He got up quickly and went outside, returning with a piece of paper, a pen in his hand and, tentatively, he handed it to Yuchochi. The woman looked up at him in confusion. What for? Can you write me a pledge? The man pulled the cap off the pen, patted a book underneath the paper, and slowly crouched down beside the bed to serve as a desk for her. What promise? What does hubby want me to commit to? Yuchochi took the pen and just thought he was really cute. That's what you just promised, that you'd take responsibility for me. Write it down, and put your fingerprints on it, and sign your name, will you? The smile on Yuchochi's face froze. Jangibe was 3 years older than himself, and everyone thinks he's a teenager, a do-gooder, someone so mature and stable that he hasn't passed puberty, and now this mature, stable man, with a serious face, asking himself to write him a promise to be responsible for him? She didn't even know how to describe the shock in her heart. I wish I could ask. You're 3 years old. Jangibe saw that she did not move, nodded and smiled bitterly. His hand followed and slowly withdrew back. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have thought about it so much. Baby, don't you? As soon as the woman pulled his hand back, she took a pen and scribbled 3 words quickly on a piece of paper. A promise. I promise to be responsible for Jangibe to the end, to love and cherish him forever, and not to leave him for the rest of my life. Then on a separate line, it reads, promised by Yuchochi, time. The man was on one knee, his eyes following the tip of her pen. He could clearly hear his heart beating. His palms were starting to sweat coldly with nervousness. It wasn't until she'd finished the drop that the man reached into a side drawer and pulled out her lipstick. Twisted out and took the woman's hand, smearing her forefinger red and, press your handprint. Baby, press it. My lipstick. Yuchochi looked at that by Jangibe made the face of the lipstick a little heartbroken. Although not expensive, but the color number has been out of print. Without good humor, he made a fairly complete handprint on the paper. Watching the man stare at it treacherously for half a day, he finally wondered where he had put the paper. Chapter 23 again. Jangibe went to take a good shower first, and when he came out of the bathroom he only wrapped a bath towel under his waist. The toned chest and abs are on display, and the sexy mermaid line is still faintly visible. It kept spreading downward, and finally disappeared into the wrap of the bath towel. The sense of power in his body as he walked toward her made it hard to keep your eyes on him. With a lift of his hand, the man picked up Yuchochi, who was sitting on the bed, with one arm. The other hand is loose and unruly, casually rubbing his hair, and this total sexual tension and compulsion is pulled right to the breaking point. Yuchochi didn't resist touching down the man's erector spiny muscle. The man didn't hold back a muffled grunt as his fingers applied a slight amount of force. Well, that sexy voice made Yuchochi's heartbeat faster. His appearance, simply not too provocative. With a lift of his hand, the man picked up the bath towel on the side, put it on the sink, and held Yuchochi's small buttocks again. Laying the man gently on the towel, but not taking his hands off This short lingering movement made Yuchochi instantly redden her face. She hurriedly jerked his hand away and slapped the man on the back of his hand and, hooligans! Jangibe hurriedly reached out and wrapped his arm around her waist, fearing that she would fall if she was not careful. Baby, I just forgot to pull my hand out, and that makes me a hooligan. We're husband and wife. You just touched me. I didn't even call you a rascal. In the past, for Jangibe, let's not talk about touching Yuchochi. Even a word with her would make him happy for half a day. If Yuchochi smiled at him, he could continuously be in an upturned mood. And now that the two could be said to be progressing at a rapid pace, he was becoming less and less satisfied with just seeing her. More than anything, he wanted to have her, even greedily wishing he could have her forever. For Yuchochi's every movement, every touch for him, all had great charm and allure, so that he could no longer control the desires of his heart. Hearing him say that, Yuchochi directly reached down the man's pecs, abs, shark muscles, and mermaid line, and touched them all over, tilting his neck with a haughty look on his face. Why? I just touched it. What can you do to me? The man stood obediently, letting her little hands get cocky on his body. Can't what? I practice like this just to touch my baby. Why else would a man be practicing his body? You can touch him all you want. The more you touch me the happier I am. Can I ask for some interest? The man's voice became more and more coarse as he spoke, and he couldn't help but gasp for air that had spread to Yuchochi's ears. Without waiting for her to answer, the man's hot lips were already pressed up against the baby. Let me serve you right. Once the door to the new world is opened, with the stimulation of new things, the desire to flourish full of bubbling out, a hair and out of control. Baby, do you like it? A serious man, when facing his love, his shameless words are as endless as money. He looked at himself in the mirror, his bony palms caressing the woman's gelatinous back end. The thin lips fell in slivers on her fair collarbone, gradually descending, not even sparing her fingers. The man slowly closed his eyes, reveling in the woman's low whimpers, the dim light, the desires and affections entwined. Originally, Jiangyibai had intended to help Yuchochi wash up, but he ended up helping her take a bath instead. After the flush in the woman's cheeks had completely receded, he led the carry down the stairs. In fact, he could have cooked and sent it up, but he really wanted to be with her every second of every day, even if they're not together. It's nice to see her when you turn around. A familiar anime was playing in the living room, and Yuchochi took her phone and swiped through the news. There's quite a bit of used news lately. Thinking of this, she picked up her cell phone and sent a message to her dad. After a delay in waiting for a reply, Yuchochi thought that perhaps his father was taking a nap. He did have this habit. Jiangyibei's cooking was very fast, and she hadn't eaten anything since yesterday. I can't believe I tossed up again today until noon. I'm really letting my lust control my brain. Having come to his senses at the moment, he couldn't wait to slap himself 2 more times and, in the future, if you don't care like that again, you'll smoke yourself to death. When the meal was ready, he quickly brought it to the table. Looking at Yuchochi helping the sofa to get up, he hurriedly ran over while talking. And, don't move, I'll hold you. Yuchochi frowned helplessly. It's not like I'm crippled, but it's almost as bad as being crippled. This man must have put a compulsion on himself. Why else would he not be able to control his emotions when he touched himself? Yeah, this one's toxic. Probably a vixen turned. Didn't say you were crippled. Baby worked hard. Baby doesn't have to move. I've got everything. I'll just serve you. The man picked her up easily. A thick cushion had long been placed on the original stool, so it felt better to sit up. Yuchochi rubbed her belly while she ate. This action made Jiangyibei's guilt heavier, and he glanced surreptitiously at the person beside him. Stealing his own hand over to her, he rubbed her gently and, the woman slapped his hand away and gave him a hard stare. Jiangyibei stood up with a loud bang, hung his hands down, as if he had made a big mistake, and hurriedly apologized. And, I'm sorry baby, I wouldn't dare. I just love you so much and, baby, I'll get a grip on myself and I'll never tire you out again. I swear. That's how it is with human beings. They don't know what heaven and earth are like when their desires get the better of them. And when you come to your senses, you have to fall into endless self-blame and remorse. During this hour of cooking, Jiangyibei was frantically repenting, only hating himself for being too indulgent. What are you so nervous about? Sit down and eat. Yuchochi pulled him back to his chair. In fact, she was not angry, just a little embarrassed. It's been 3 years and nothing has happened. Would it seem like I'm not being too reserved to take someone down after just losing my memory? As soon as Lin Yang came in and saw this scene, he directly let out an ouch. Yo, what's up? It's okay, go out and wait for me. Jiangyibei continued to eat without lifting his head. Although he was reluctant, he still had to work. The body's basically all recovered, too, and there's not much reason to stay home anymore. All things considered, he ate and went to the office. Yuchochi, who originally intended to make up for his sleep, hadn't even gone upstairs yet when he saw a man walk in. Women's suits and short dresses, carrying a small high-luxury pearl bag. Before people walk into the smell of heavy perfume. Yo, mister, you is at home? Where's my brother? Chapter 24, Learning Your Parents Are Gone. Yuchochi fixed her mind. Although it was a long time since she had seen each other, she still recognized who this person was at first glance. Jung sweetie, how could you find my house? After saying this, she reacted to the fact that this was not only her home or Jiangyibei's home, so it was normal for Jiang Dangdang to be able to find it. Jiang's sweetheart looked like she had heard some joke. Her expression was exaggerated and helpless. She raised her voice and impatiently pointed at Yuchiochi. This is your home? You and my brother are going to get a divorce sooner or later. By then you'll be swept off your feet and your house. For shame. In these 3 years, Jiang Dangdang hardly came here because Yuchiochi didn't talk to her at all. She naturally didn't want to make a fool of herself. Not to mention that Jiang Yibei had also said that she wasn't allowed to come over if there was nothing wrong. But she watched the news, and knew that Jiang Yibei and Yuchiochi had been in a car accident. So she naturally wanted to come over and take a look. Exactly what kind of collision? But now it seems that this Yuchiochi seems to have no injuries. A little disappointed. Yuchiochi took a step towards her, a pair of amber eyes looking at her condescendingly. The eerie light of the eyes gave one the chilling illusion that the Jiang Dangdang retreated back and forth, looking a bit flustered. Yuchiochi hadn't spoken to her in these 3 years, but she had inquired about a lot of Yuchiochi's things, also knew what kind of a person she was, so naturally she was a bit intimidated by her. And, you, what are you doing? Do you want to make a move? I'm telling you, my brother will definitely not let you off the hook if he finds out. Yuchiochi, don't mess around. Even in this situation, Zhang Tiantian was still being tough. Your brother's not home. He's at work, and, we're not getting a divorce. Sweetie, who do you think you are? If you ever come back to my house and flaunt your power, I'll show you why the flowers are so red. Yuchiochi looked at her with angry eyes, and in a flash of coldness, he turned over. 3 years ago she was flamboyant and arrogant, a person who would never curb her sharpness. More than that, she was a person who had a grudge and would definitely not allow others to flaunt their power in front of her. What's the matter with you? You're not afraid of my brother. Yuchiochi, am afraid of no one. She directly interrupted Jiang Dongtian's words and pressed on with her steps. It is self-evident what she came to the door with this appearance. Yuchiochi pointed to the tip of her nose and said fiercely, in front of me, Yuchiochi, you'd better keep your tail between your legs. I'm not your mother. I won't spoil you. These two seem to be born to be at odds. Ever since Jiang Dongshan's mother married Jiang Yibei's father, Yuchiochi also got to know her. Not much contact in the beginning but also counted everything normal. But the further it went on, the more wrong it became. Jiang Sweetie would always find trouble with her. Also used to backstab her and put a wrench in her. Even got someone to rob her in high school. Although every time Yuchiochi succeeded in retaliating, it made the hatred between the two people deeper and deeper. It didn't matter if they didn't meet, but she even came to the door. Yuchiochi naturally wouldn't spoil her. Jiang Sweetie didn't ask for any favors, turned her head grayly and ran out the door. This Yuchiochi is crazy. If one is not careful she will hit someone is not certain. The person ran to the door. She indignantly pointed at Yuchiochi inside the house and cursed. You deserve to have your parents die. What's the use of having such a big company? No family and a husband who doesn't love you. Yuchiochi, you are a total loser. A mourner. It's not enough that my parents were killed. Now my brother is in a car accident. And you're still showing off with me. I don't care. Yuchiochi instantly froze in place. Her face was white without a trace of blood. She incredulously raised her hand and pointed at Jiang Tiantian. What did you say? My mom and dad. Right. I'd say you deserve to have your mom and dad die. Your mom and dad were in a car accident because of you. Jiang Sweetness cursed her viciously. Seeing Yuchiochi's face was not right, she hurriedly turned around and got into the car and rushed out with a kick of the gas. The housekeeper who just came in was directly scared and lost his voice, directly taking out his cell phone to notify Jiang Yibei. Yuchiochi turned around and ran towards the living room. Her legs went limp and fell directly to the edge of the coffee table. Not caring about the pain, she reached for her cell phone on the coffee table and, fingers shaking to the point where she couldn't press the words on the screen, she called her dad's phone, which was off, and then called her mom as well. Still off. No. Why? When? Where's mom and dad? She's full of, right? Sweetie Kong must be bull asterisk 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 ting. I want to go home. I want to go home. She murmured in a low voice and helped herself up by the sofa, but accidentally fell again, and the servants rushed to help her. Ma'am, take a rest first. We'll notify Mr. to come back. Yuchiochi pushed her away. Looking at everything in front of him suddenly had a particularly unreal feeling. Why did everything change in one car accident? Where's mom and dad? Where are the memories of the last 3 years? Why did Jiang Yibei hide it from himself? Why didn't he say? Did something really happen to mom and dad? She was in complete disbelief until she dialed Lin Nan's number and, the always calm Lin Nan was so flustered for the first time. But he still forced himself to calm her down. Ikuko, don't think for a second. This thing isn't what you think it is. Just tell me where you are. I'll be right there. Yuchiochi hung up the phone. Even then she still didn't believe it. Mom and dad obviously went to her graduation, And then they went to the office and returned home by themselves. When was the accident? When did it happen? Why don't you remember anything? No, I have to go home. She grabbed her cell phone and headed out the door, but the butler stopped her in her tracks. Ma'am, you can't go out. Mr. told us to make sure we watch you. He'll be home soon. To what home? Who's home? Who's home? I want to go back to mine. Yuchochi roared angrily, his eyes bloodshot and frightening, and his mind was in turmoil. She went crazy trying to remember the past, but she couldn't find a single bit of even a fragment of memory that. She just felt as if she had suddenly been abandoned by the world and lied to by everyone. Let me out. The sunlight from the door hit her face as she pushed through everyone who stopped her and a loud beeping sound was buzzing in his ears, and his mind went blank. It's even darker in front of me. Everything is wildly twisted and distorted. The air was squeezed to such an extreme thinness that she just couldn't feel like she could breathe. With a headache so bad it was about to explode. Clutching his head and clenching his fists one at a time, he slammed his head hard and, think up Yuchochi, you think up Mom and Dad. It's been 3 years. What the hell happened? Exactly. Akihiko. Yuchochi's last memory was of Jiangibei shouting like crazy, opening his eyes again to the familiar ceiling of the hospital. Akiko? You're awake. Look at me. Lin Nan put his head over. One hand pressed on Yuchochi's shoulder. His eyes were red and scary, and it looked like he was in a hurry. Chapter 25, You can be sad, but you can't stop. Yuchochi's gaze became more and more dull, and little by little he moved to Lin Nan's face. Once he opened his mouth, his voice was so hoarse and choked that he couldn't speak at all. Mom and Dad. Lin Nan's eyes reddened and she averted her gaze, not daring to answer her, only nodding gently. Yuchochi's tears instantly broke the bank. The great grief swept over her heart like a flood, and the tears joined in a mass, wetting the pillow. She shrunk herself under the covers and whimpered in agony, like a helpless and wounded beast that, the last string called sanity in his brain completely collapsed. Jiangibei, who was at the side, covered her mouth, and her tears followed as they slid down in large chunks, a pair of dark red as if on the verge of seeping blood. He struggled to adjust his breathing, trying to hide the heartache. Slowly leaning down, he gently wrapped his arms around Yuchochi and, Akuchi, I'm sorry, you don't. Off. Yuchochi madly pushed him away as she pulled out the 4 tube in her hand and, letting the blood drip down the back of his hand, he just sat there on the bed gasping for air, covering her heart, trying to control this sharp pain. She stared at Jiangibei and couldn't understand that he'd kept it from himself for so many days. How dare he do something so big? And how much else is he hiding from himself? Jiangibei lowered his head uneasily and hurriedly wiped the tears from his face. Make an effort to keep yourself from making any noise and minimize your presence as much as possible. But what he didn't want to happen still happened. Let him out. Lin Nan let him out. Lin Nan wrapped her arms around Yuchochi, holding the crying and shivering person tightly, and softly explaining towards Jiangibei, I'll talk her down. You can't be blamed for this. Give her some space. The man nodded and hurried out of the hospital room, and as soon as the door closed, he crouched slowly against the wall with a loss of strength, his arms clutching his head tightly, sobbing instantly. Mr. Jiang. Lin Yang didn't know how to persuade him, and could only stand helplessly by Jiangibei's side. He knew that he couldn't blame Jiangibei for this, but who could blame him? He could only blame him for falling in love with Yuchochi. Mr. Jiang, don't you break down first. You don't blame the lady. She is not blaming you. The man didn't move, and when he opened his mouth his voice was choked to the point of inaudibility. I know. My heart just aches for her. Why should she have to go through this pain twice? Inside the room, Yuchochi didn't even know how long she had been crying for. Just know that Lin Nan's arms were probably numb from holding her, and with that much strength, she had moved her arms twice. She sat up slowly, wiped her red, swollen eyes and, Lin Nan, I want to go and see Mom and Dad. I'm so scared. Why do you think I forgot everything? It was God who couldn't bear to see you suffer any longer, so he made you forget everything that. Auntie and uncle would be sad if they saw you sad like this. This has been going on for 3 years now, and I'm well aware that this is hard to accept when put on anyone, and I don't want to advise you that people need to move on or any of that bull ********, but I want you to look around. You still have me, and Jiangibei, we love you, and more than that, we don't want to see you suffer. Lin Nan touched her head, handed her a cup of water, and watched her drink 2 mouthfuls before continuing to explain again. We shouldn't have kept this from you, but your body hasn't recovered yet, and this is why you fainted, and when you're better, I'll take you to see your aunt and uncle. Be sad, but don't get stuck in sadness. Think about your uncle's optimism, okay? All of Lin Nan's gentleness and patience in his life had been given to Yuchiochi. She didn't want to see her upset as much as Jiang Yibei did, so they tacitly chose to hide this matter, just wishing to wait until she was better, but ignoring that someone else would say it if they didn't. All day long, Yuchiochi shut himself up in his room and refused to see anyone. Words refused to be spoken. Lin Nan and Jiang Yibei guarded the doorway without moving an inch, but the two of them never said a word from beginning to end, a choice they made by tacit agreement. Whether Yuchiochi would blame them or not, this was the result they would have to endure. Yuchiochi stood by the window all night, trying to find some proof that they were still alive. But it was all in vain. All she did was look up many news stories about her parents' deaths. It wasn't until her cell phone was turned off that she forced herself to accept the fact that anyone who wakes up and their parents, who were healthy and loving, suddenly disappear. It would all be too much to bear. She was no saint, and naturally she was immune to pain. Only, Yuchiochi's this pain, endured twice. The last time it seemed to have taken away all her joy and innocence overnight, and this time as well. The sun rises slowly as usual, and the world doesn't make any changes because of the heartache of some people that. She kept her father's company, and naturally, she couldn't let it go at this time. Yuchiochi reached out to shield her eyes from the piercing gaze. The door to the room behind her slowly pulled open, and the escort walked in carrying a tray. Time for an infusion. She turned back to the doorway where two heads were cautiously looking toward the inside, their reddened eyes knowing at a glance that they too had been up all night. Nan, I've figured it out. I'm sad, but I can't stop. I've put it off too long, and I missed 3 years and had to learn a lot of things all over again, and I don't have any more time to be sad. Lin Nan sighed hard and walked towards her with his arms spread wide. Good for you for figuring it out. Good for you for figuring it out. But it scared the hell out of me. I knew you'd get through it. In fact, it was similar to the last time. Yuchiochi all figured it out very quickly. It's not that she's not sad anymore, but she's buried this one in the back of her mind, and she's got more important things to do with her life. In the beginning, it was because she wanted to find out the cause of her parents' death, but after 3 years she never mentioned it, and Lin Nan didn't know whether she had found out or not. What was the reason for this time? Lin Nan didn't dare to ask yet. In any case, it was good that she could pull herself together, and what happened in the future would wait until later. Go back and get some sleep. I've made you worry. I'll wait until I'm better. If you dare to say thank you, we'll cut ties now. Lin Nan pointed at her in a threatening manner, seeing that she didn't say anything before continuing again. Alright, I'll go back when you're fine. I'm still at work. I'm relieved to have Jiang Yibei take care of you. The nurse prepared the medicine, gave her the fluids and went out. After Lin Nan left, Jiang Yibei sneaked a glance towards the room, not daring to go in. Don't be a wimp. Go in. Lin Yang pushed his body, frightening Jiang Yibei, who hurriedly stepped back and, you go in, and you go ask Autumn Pond if she'll let me in. Lin Yang shook his head repeatedly to refuse, backing up even further than Jiang Yibei. No, I don't dare. Processing salary. Double it. Double the year-end bonus too. No sooner had his words left his lips than a woman's voice came from the room and, come in, I heard it all. Chapter 26, not daring to cry in front of her. Hearing Yuchiochi's words, Jiang Yibei quietly poked his head in a bit through the doorway, but you can't see inside at all from this angle. Lin Yang behind him urged him on. Mr. Jiang, go in, people are letting you in, you can't wimp out at this time. It's not like you're messing with your wife. You don't understand this mood. Jiang Yibei lowered his voice and said secretly without turning his head back. After thinking he added another sentence. That's not true, you don't even have a wife. Where would you mess with one? Lin Yang instantly had a black line on his head and unhappily whispered back to him. You goad yourself with here. I'll wait on the side. After struggling for a minute, Jiang Yibei still pushed open the door, and after the person entered, he directly leaned against the door, not daring to move. Lin Nan told him when he left that Yuchiochi wouldn't blame him, but he couldn't believe all of Lin Nan's words. After all, that was also a less intelligent one, and how could he know much about her? Come here. Yuchiochi called him softly, and only then did Jiang Yibei move over towards her side step by step, only, still not daring to meet her eyes. Standing in front of Yuchiochi with his head bowed and one hand rubbing the peak of his fist with the other hand. Aki-chan, I'm sorry, I really didn't want to keep this from you, but I really don't know how to talk about this, and the doctor said you'd already lost your memory, so I can't stimulate you anymore. I was wrong. Really, he'd spent the night outside reflecting on the situation, and honestly he wasn't sure exactly what he could do that would be considered a most eclectic approach to the situation, but when he heard Yuchiochi tell him to get lost, he already regretted it. Is this cheating? Is this a lie? And if it all counts, can one be forgiven? The man flopped down and knelt at Yuchiochi's feet. raising his hand but not daring to touch her. Wife, you reason with me, even if it's to scold me. Don't keep quiet. I'm scared. He lifted his head and waited quietly, his lips white from his biting, his eyes red as if they could drip blood. Yuchiochi held his arm, very distressed but not knowing how to describe her own entanglement at the moment. You get up first. Let's talk about this. I don't. The man withdrew his arm and shook his head no vigorously, tears welling up in his eyes instantly. Yuchiochi had this look in her eyes that he had seen before. This look in her eyes every time she was about to leave herself. He raised his hand and grasped the woman's ankle, and prayed to her, in a low voice, I was wrong. Really. I promise I won't hide anything from you from now on, okay? I don't want to talk about it. Don't talk to me, honey. You can hit me and yell at me. Whatever you want to do is fine with me, but will you not go away? Don't leave me, even as a pity party. I really can't stay away from you. More and more. He hurriedly wiped the tears from his face with his arm and, I won't cry. I won't shed tears to upset you. Really, I won't cry. Having said that, the tears came back in less than a second after they were wiped away. He was flustered to the core but couldn't do anything about his unproductive appearance. When Yuchiochi first filed for divorce, he shed tears without control. At the time, she frowned in annoyance and told him to hold it back, that he was upset about crying. Since then he's never dared to stand in her way of any change of mood. It wasn't until now, until back when she loved him, that emotions dared to show a little. Okay, I'm not leaving you. Can I get up now? Yuchiochi reached out and pocketed his head, holding the man in his arms and, she had to calm Jiang Yibei's emotions first. At this time he probably couldn't listen to any explanations. I'm not leaving you. It's okay. Hold on tight. Will you? The man's voice was low and choked in his throat, making it hard to listen to it muffled inside. Yuchiochi put the hand that was giving fluids on the man's body as well, tightening her arm and, gently soothing him. It took a while for his body to stop shaking so much and his demeanor to follow. The man got up, wiped his face, and hurriedly glanced at Yuchiochi's hand, which was infused with fluids, bleeding back. Sorry. Nothing. Yuchiochi pulled him to sit beside her and wiped the remaining tear tracks on his cheeks before slowly opening her mouth to explain. I just couldn't take it for a second. I didn't mean to do this to you. I know you're doing this for my own good, so don't be mad at me. I'm sorry. Jiang Yibei, a hanging heart, can finally put down. He drew a long breath, touched his heart, and, so, is it not going to leave me? Yuchiochi nodded. No, don't just. The man interrupted her, not quite daring, much less wanting, to continue listening to the, I just need to know that my wife won't leave me behind. I don't have to tell me anything else, anything at all. Really. Tentatively, the man turned his own palm upward and placed it next to her hand. Yuchiochi looked at it and put his hand up. Good. In fact, she'd like to say that she just needs a little time to come to terms with it but this had nothing to do with Jiang Yibei, and since he didn't want to know, there was no point in saying anything. After the infusion, Yuchiochi also did not want to stay in the hospital more. Simply go home first to rest for a while. Then it's time to go to the office in the afternoon and face what's coming. You can't just relax because you don't remember anything. Since he chose to take over the company 3 years ago, he was bound to have a reason. What exactly happened to mom and dad? Although neither Lin Nan nor Jiang Yibei allowed her to ask more questions, Yuchiochi still decided that this matter had to be investigated. The car just drove into the courtyard. Yuchiochi through the car window to see the villa entrance. There are a lot of people. People just get off the car. Saw the housekeeper walked over. Sir, ma'am, this. Jiang Yibei waved his hand. His face was calm and his expression was cold. He didn't look any different from his usual self. Only a gentle smile appeared on his face again when he reached out to help Yuchiochi. Wife, watch your step. There are steps. The woman kneeling in the doorway was swaying slightly, as if a gust of wind could have blown down the. No wonder. In such a hot day of nearly 40 degrees, kneeling from dawn until now, heatstroke is quite normal. Yuchiochi glanced towards that side, and without thinking about it, she knew that it was Jiang Yibei who did this. But she said nothing. She never thought of herself as anything but virtuous. The thing of repaying a grudge with a virtue she never did. Her life was only a few decades. Why should she condemn herself? Why should she not be able to count on it? Seeing that the two did not pay attention to themselves, John's sweetheart directly reached out and grabbed Jiang Yibei's pants leg. Brother, why are you so right? What did I do wrong? Chapter 27, going to the door to apologize. The man hadn't given her a single glance. He just impatiently moved his legs away and put his arm around Yuchiochi's shoulders towards the room. Jiang's sweetheart knew that if she missed this opportunity, seeing Jiang Yibei again would probably have to wait until tomorrow. Since it won't work from him, we'll have to start with Yuchiochi. She jumped to Yuchiochi's feet at once, trying to reach out to grab Yuchochi's legs, but a person on the side directly pulled back and, Yuchochi! No! No! Mister! You, please help me to say something. I didn't know about your condition. I didn't mean to piss you off. What do I have to do with you fainting and being hospitalized? The man was instantly furious. He didn't want Yuchochi to see his anger. But this Jiang's sweetness was also really too colorless. He turned back to the woman on the floor. A pair of cold, stern eyes staring at the, what did you call my wife? Is her name worthy of you? Call sister-in-law. Call sister-in-law, okay? Brother, I really didn't mean it. What are you going to do to me? I've always respected you since I was a kid. Why would you do this to your sister for a woman when you've always held you up as a role model? Jiang Ebei, maybe the noise over here was too loud. Everyone actually didn't notice when a sports car drove in the yard. The woman got down from the car, a white suit with a pair of high heels under her feet, and winded up striding towards the side. The footsteps have not even stopped. Then a pick sunglasses reach out and point at Jiang Ebei. What do you want to do? You're going to die. Jiang Ebei. He then walked over to Yuchochi and pulled her to his side. And, what's going on? Aren't you always calm? How can you still be popular enough to go to the hospital? And where's your little assistant who can fight? Sister Nan. She doesn't even know how she's going to explain that she's lost her memory. However, she was still able to instantly recognize that this person was Jiang Ebei's twin sister. Jiang Yinan. Jiang's sweetheart on the ground's temper obviously dropped, and she only said in a low voice, I didn't mean to, did I? Slap. The woman threw a direct slap into her face, her red lips rising lightly as she said, in a single word, did I tell you to talk? This thunder and lightning arrogant and domineering character is more than Jiang Ebei. Everyone knows that this south and north of the Jiang family are not to be messed with, but if you say to choose a most powerful also counts Jiang Yinan, she has always been a person who does things recklessly. First do it and then say it again. Jiang's sweetness covered her face and shed tears in a pitiful manner. This made Jiang Yinan's fire even bigger. She pointed at Jiang Ebei and cursed without a good mood. Jiang Ebei, are you still a man? What kind of cat or dog can come and bully your woman? You can bully my Jiang family now? If you go out and don't say you're my brother, I can't afford to lose face. Since he was a child, Jiang Yinan has stepped in more than once to help Yuchochi speak. 3 years ago when Jiang Ebei forced himself to marry her in the name of helping Yuchochi keep his company, Jiang Yinan was the one who opposed it the most. But Jiang Ebei has always been a character who can't listen to advice. She just regretted that she hadn't hit her brother before it was too late. Sis, I didn't let anyone bully my wife. I'll take care of this matter myself. Aren't you out of the country? Why are you back so soon? Jiang Ebei rubbed his brow and sighed lightly. Let's go inside and talk. My wife's body hasn't recovered yet. She'll get sunburned in this sun. Only then did Jiang Yinan nod. Okay. The sound and the footsteps were made at the same time. She pulled Yuchochi's hand towards the living room, and only after she went inside did she ask in a low voice, what's going on? Really lost your memory? Yuchochi smiled awkwardly. Sister Nan, how come even you know about this? This kind of thing can be hidden from me. Cho-chi, did that Jiang Ebei bully you in the past 2 days? Tell your sister if you have any grievances. I'll beat him up for you. Don't be angry with her. She's had a little heart for a long time. Don't you know that? Just a clown. If it weren't for my father's sake, I'd have kicked these two ES out of the Jiang family long ago. No, Ebei is quite good to me. Sister Nan, I don't intend to count anything. Jiang sweetie just said something about my parents' death. Something like that I would have known sooner or later. Let her go back. Or that mom of hers will toss Uncle Jiang again. Uncle Jiang. The expression on Jiang Yinan's face changed in an unpredictable way. She mechanically turned her head to look at Jiang Ebei and asked with her mouthpiece. Really? Forget everything? Yuchochi was amused by this reaction of hers, and helplessly explained. Really? But that's just 3 years of forgetting. I still remember before. Why else would I remember you? Jiang Yinan scratched his head. Oh, 3 years? That's weird. She was actually quite curious. From the moment she came in just now to see Yuchochi's attitude towards Jiang Ebei, she had already noticed that something was wrong, but now it seemed normal. Jiang Ebei walked to Yuchochi's side, glanced at her reddened arm, and blew on it with some self-condemnation. Honey, why don't you take a shower and then I'll rub some aloe vera gel on you? Your arms are red from the sun. I'm so careless. Yuchochi followed suit, but it was just a little bit of red, but it didn't feel anything. Okay, Sister Nan, then you sit down for a while. I'll be right down. After the people left, Jiang Ebei sat back on the sofa and said faintly with a serious expression, Sis, don't plan on saying anything to her. Now Yuchochi doesn't remember anything. She only remembers that she loves me. She loves you? Jiang Yinan let out a light laugh. You're crazy, right, Jiang Ebei? She loves you, this thing I said 3 years ago, or not? You didn't believe it yourself. Now you think she loves you? You forced her to marry you. You forced Yifei away. She's forgotten all these things, hasn't she? And would she still love you if Akuchi remembered? The more Jiang Yinan said, the more his anger grew, and he directly raised his leg and kicked Jiang Yibei. He didn't hide. He just looked at Jiang Yinan with cold eyes and slowly opened his mouth and continued. So, as I said, don't tell her that. At the very least, she loves me now. I didn't have a choice when I did that. She wouldn't forgive me. What else could I do but push her? But not now. She's forgotten all about it. And this is God's way of giving me a chance to start over with her. In this instant, Jiang Yinan once again saw that kind of undisguised paranoia in his eyes. This brother of hers is going to push himself to the brink. And he's going to push Yuchochi to the brink as well. If he does this, it's just like cutting off Yuchochi's love for him with his own hands. Xiao Bei, have you ever thought that if one day she regains her memory, how do you plan to face her? Or how should she face herself during this time when the day comes? Chapter 28, Returning to the Company. Sis, she loves me. She loves me. Jiang Yibei, eyes like fire, pulled up a voice, like anger, more like helplessness. How do you expect me to turn down a Yuchochi who loves me dearly? I can't. So even if it's poisoned wine, I have to drink it. Even if this is flaming, I can't say no to that. I've managed to find a glimmer of hope for life. Just give me some more time. Let me make it up to her somehow. Let me love her with all my heart for once. I don't want to. And more than that, I can't afford to be weak anymore. Perhaps it was the tacit understanding between the twins. Or perhaps it was Jiang Yinan's knowledge of him that, at this moment, she finally understood the persistence of this brother. She didn't want to watch him finally push himself to the brink. But if this was the time to tear him down, maybe he'll actually do something that makes it impossible to anticipate. Be good to her, and if she ever regains her memory, don't force her, leave the choice to Akihiko and don't hurt her anymore. Jiang Yinan was still full of worry. She couldn't be sure how much weight her words had in Jiang Yibei's heart, but she, as a sister, could not keep these words to herself. Only, she didn't know how to face Yuchochi anymore, so without waiting for her to come out, Jiang Yinan left. And he also told Jiang Yibei that his father had asked him to come home. Half an hour later, Yuchochi walked down draped in a white silk robe, ebony hair draped over her shoulders. Her slightly pale face made Jiang Yibei feel a pang of heartache. Nan's gone? She asked softly. Jiang Yibei walked over and raised his hand to support her arm. Gone. She traveled some time ago. I heard that Sweetie Kong pissed you off. Just flew back on a plane all night. Afraid I'd bully you. To teach me a lesson. Yuchochi inclined his head. His amber eyes had little light in them. The redness and swelling was so great that one look showed that she must have cried just now. Why did Nan think you'd bully me? Jiang Yibei touched the corner of the woman's eye and bit his lip, only feeling his heart shivering with pain. He swore in his heart that he would never let her cry again. With an effort he tugged at the corners of his mouth and answered her, pretending to be very helpless. Hasn't it always been that way? Growing up she thought I would bully you. This is not true. Only when she was a child Jiang Yibei did not pay much attention to her. Just, the words are not much, but also cannot talk about bullying. At the thought, she turned her head to look at the doorway and, then, what are you going to do about Jiang's sweetness? That stepmother of yours isn't a good person either. How come she didn't rush over and make a scene today? I'll lend her my courage. If Jiang's sweetie didn't have a mouth on her, I could have waited until you were more recovered, and then I could have said it in a more moderate way. She upset you so much and fainted. Just kneeling for a while. Count me out already for father's sake, and deal with it as such. Jiang Yibei lowered his head and unscrewed the aloe vera gel, carefully and gently rubbing it on Yuchochi's arm. Behind him, the butler came in hurriedly, somewhat indecisive toward Jiang Yibei, saying, Sir, Miss Sugar has fainted. Her head is sweaty. Don't think it's heatstroke. It's not good to actually kill someone. Heatstroke is a big deal. The housekeeper didn't dare not to report it. Yuchochi had thought that this matter was expected to be just forgotten. People are like this, and there doesn't seem to be anything to do about it now except to send them to the hospital. But when Jiang Yibei opened his mouth, it made her shock level escalate again. Uncle Su, pour a bottle of patchouli into her, then splash her with cold water to wake her up and keep her kneeling. Yes, the butler answered without changing his face, turned around and went to do it. This Jiang Yibei's tactics really lived up to its name, and he was able to lay such a cruel hand on his own sister. Even though we're not related, we've grown up together, right? Or, forget it, it's not that I think she's anything to sympathize with, it's just that I don't want you to get in trouble. The man's eyes reddened, and with a forced, bitter smile, she may never again call herself husband with a dainty face, or cub with a haughty look on her face, but it's okay, it's good that she's still back in this family, as long as she is. The servants on the side had already put all the lunches on the table. He blew on Yuchiochi's arm. The redness of the sun faded quite a bit. The baby's skin is so delicate. It's red like this. I told you last time to take care of it, but I didn't even do it. I'm really useless. He blamed it on his own ineptitude, bent on taking good care of her, but realizing that he seemed to be bad at everything. It's fine. Ibe, you don't always do that. Let's eat. I want to visit the company this afternoon. Before Lele said she would come over to find her. I don't know if she didn't come or was stopped by Jiang Ibe's people, but she just looked up this little girl's profile, and she was supposed to be credible. After eating, Yuchiochi changed her clothes. In fact, she should have realized that something was wrong long before she knew it, because 80% of her checkroom is professional high heels, which is a far cry from her own style 3 years ago. She had simply put on light makeup and her long hair was pulled back with shark clips, and a dark gray professional attire appears to be more mature and stable. The white heels make the white nude feet look especially sexy. This would be what one often looks like in 3 years. When she came out of the checkroom and saw Jiang Ibe's forlorn look, she was a little heartbroken, but did not know how to persuade him otherwise, except to ask, after seeing that he, too, had changed his clothes. You going out too? I'll go with you. After all, you don't have much of an impression of the company. Some of the business and management stuff shouldn't be much of a headache right now either, so it'll be faster if I help you with it. Jiang Ibe stretched out his hand towards her, shallowly hooked his lips, and gentlemanly pulled the woman's hand and walked out. In order to keep Yuchiochi from getting upset, he had the housekeeper move Jiang Tian to the back door to kneel down. When the sun goes down, and when we'll send her back to Jiang's house, and she was expressly forbidden to appear here again. The duo arrived at the office and instantly attracted everyone's attention. But due to Jiang Ibe's cold temperament, and the aura that radiates from his body, no one in the company dares to talk about it. The elevator rose to the president's office. Yuchiochi only felt her heart beating faster and faster. She still can't believe her mom and dad really left her. It was as if, as soon as this door was pushed open, Papa would still be sitting in that familiar chair, waving toward herself and saying, "There's my daughter. Come to daddy." When the door was pushed open, all the furnishings inside were still the same as before. The difference was that in that chair, there was no longer the father who loved and spoiled her. Chapter 29. Stay by her side. A sudden warmth in her hand. Yuchiochi looked down. The man was holding her hand. The golden sunlight shone on his body, and it looked as if the whole man radiated a gentle light that, "Honey, you still have me. Let's go." The man's warm tone soothed Yuchiochi's uneasy heart. She looked at the spot that once belonged to her dad and walked over to it with determination. Sitting in this chair at this very moment, an inexplicable sense of familiarity suddenly rose in her heart, and the man just stood silently behind her, guarding her without saying much. That familiar voice from the door. "Mr. You, General Manager, you're back. I thought Jiang Ibe." The girl rushed in and saw Yuchiochi standing behind her, immediately covering their mouths in shock no less than if they had seen an alien creature in the. She had been working in this company for 3 years, and it was the first time she had seen Mr. Jiang come over in person. "You're Joy, aren't you? I'll be blunt. I don't remember you, but I know something about you, and about us. That's why I think you're someone I can trust." Yuchiochi interlocked his hands and placed them on the table. "Although I still don't know how to deal with the work, but I have the same temperament as in the past 3 years. Joy nodded her head vigorously with red eyes and, "I am Lele. You can trust me completely, and if I do anything to wrong you, I'll jump from here. It's the 28th floor. The little girl to have some cute in the body." Yuchiochi let her briefly introduce the company's situation. She kept on talking for half an hour in one breath, or Yuchiochi was a little tired of listening to her, and only then did he let her stop and rest. "Pour a glass of water." Joy nodded and rushed to the fridge to get a bottle of ice water out of the. When he handed it to Yuchiochi, he was directly stopped by Jiang Ibe. "Don't give her cold water. Girls don't drink cold things. Drink this bottle yourself." After saying that, he directly turned to the side and received a cup of warm water, putting it in front of Yuchiochi. "Wife, drink." Yuchiochi smiled somewhat awkwardly. In fact, when she said to pour a glass of water, she meant for Lele to pour a glass of water for herself. But she didn't expect this little girl to think she was thirsty. "Drink some water. You must be thirsty after all this talk." Her words were followed by a knock on the door of the. Immediately following, the door was pushed straight open, and before anyone could be seen, a laugh was heard that, "Ha ha ha, Qiu is back. I rushed over as soon as I heard. How are you doing? Jiang family, uncle is also not convenient to go over. You know that Jiang Ibe is not a good temper." No sooner had the words left his mouth than he was met by 3 pairs of eyes staring straight at him, and, seeing the man behind Yuchiochi, he was instantly embarrassed and didn't know what to do. This, Mr. Jiang, when came over. Lele, you also do not say a word. You see it is we are slow. You quickly said ah. Lele glared at him without any good reason and took 2 steps back to stand beside Yuchochi. Jiangyabe said in a deep voice, "Do I still need to ask for instructions from manager Yu when I come to my wife's company?" No. The corner of Yukoan's mouth twitched in embarrassment. Back then he had learned the power of Jiangyabe. This person could not be messed with. Quickly changing the subject. Feeling better? It was almost as if she looked like an elder caring for her juniors. And if Lele hadn't just talked about how she took back the company, Yukoan then and how step by step, she really thought that the uncle is still the uncle back then. Uncle, I'm quite fine. You see it's just a little bit of skin rubbed. Ibe didn't feel at ease before letting me rest for 2 more days. Looking at Yuchochi calmly remained like before. Yukoan instantly heart drumming. And, I thought she had lost her memory, but it doesn't seem like she has now. Is there anything else, uncle? Or is there a job that needs to be reported across the board? Yuchochi clasped her arms, coldly sweeping him with her eyes, impatiently knitting each. No. I was just checking to see how you were doing physically. It's good that you're okay. Seeing this he only had to retreat unhappily. Not a good thing. Lele rolled her eyes towards the door before turning her head to Yuchochi and said, "You don't know. He recently told the shareholders that you were in a car accident and that the situation was serious. It also said that you might not even be able to manage the company in the future, causing a lot of panic. He really can't help it. According to Happy, he took the company back from him, and taking up most of his shares, just to make him a not-so-important department manager in the company. He can still put up with this humiliation and keep on doing it. He's bound to want to turn over a new leaf. So if you get yourself in a car accident, wouldn't that be a great opportunity?" Jiangyabe raised his hand and gently massaged on her shoulder, while asking in a small voice, "Wife, think this matter should be how to deal with. Yukoan take advantage of your absence to compel people's hearts for impure purposes." That was as far as his words went. He preferred Yuchochi to have his own way rather than needing him to guide him every step of the way. Yuchochi pondered for a moment. Lele, in the next 2 days, you arrange for the shareholders' meeting, since he's going to compel. Don't be afraid to move a stone to stone your own feet. Also, check Yuchuanqing's recent movements again. I'd like to see if he's involved in his father's business or not. After she said that, she looked up at Jiangyabe, and only then did she remember to ask the question that, "Is this a good way to handle it?" Jiangyabe gave her a thumbs up. "It's especially great that the wife is competent and better than me. Nice flattery. I kinda like it." The 2 people feel that they say very common words again. Just a sight of Lele listening to a cold sweat. She'd been looking for an opportunity to talk to Yuchochi alone for a long time, but for several days in a row, Jiangyabe had aimed to worry about her health, accompanying her to and from work, which in turn left Joy with little to talk about. Yuchochi has always been a quick learner, probably because of his business genes, or maybe it's because of being a natural learner. Whether it's a business thing or a management thing, she was always a little bit of a go-getter, and in less than a week, she had almost everything about the company figured out. Originally, Jiangyabe accompanied her to work today, but it wasn't even noon when he received a notice from Lin Yang. "Jiang Dong is coming over. There are flames leaping from his head. You come quickly. He said if you don't show up he will go to Mr. Yu to look for it." Jiangyabe put away his cell phone and waited for Yuchochi's meeting to end, handing Joy the lunch that had been prepared in the morning, before opening his mouth somewhat apologetically to explain. "Honey, father's gone to the office, so I'll go over there and pick you up from work tonight. Is that okay?" Yuchochi nodded. "Go ahead. I don't remember how I got along with your family these past 3 years. If you need anything you can just talk to me. I have a general grasp of the company, and you don't have to be with me every day." Jiangyabe suddenly became a bit uneasy. "Wife, do you not need me anymore?" Chapter 30, Nobody cares about him, right? Of course not. Silly, we both have jobs. You can't give up your career for me, can you? So you're gonna have to go to work sooner or later, and a day later is more work to deal with. Like me. I've been so busy the last 2 days that I haven't had time to spend proper time with you. Hearing her say this, Jiangyabe's uneasy heart eased. Although Yuchochi's mood remained this light lately, but it was obvious that she really didn't blame herself for the incident. It was normal to be sad, and all he had to do was help her out of her grief as quickly as possible. The people had just left with their feet in front of them, and Lele hurriedly took this opportunity to speak. "Mr. Yu, is it true that you don't remember what Jiangyabe did to you at all?" In fact, Yuchochi could feel that Lele was trying to say something to her in the past 2 days, but also in the way of Jiangyabe and bad open just she is to believe that Jiangyabe, which did not pursue the question, and now that she's mentioned it, let's hear what she has to say first. "Well, you tell me. I really don't remember." "Egu, he's the one who treated you badly. You've been home an average of 1 week a month for the past 3 years. often traveling for more than 10 days at a time. That hotel next door to us. You're a super VIP. I cheated? Yuchochi covered her mouth in shock and pointed to the door. Close the door. Joy trotted off to close the door, hurriedly explaining that what? There's no cheating. You just don't like to come home. What's wrong with that? Yuchochi patted his chest, practically scared to death by this little girl's words. I don't love to go home? Why Jangyabe treats me so well and I still don't love to go home, so that you still say it's because he treats me badly? Yuchochi skeptically skimmed his lips a little, and mysteriously waved toward Lele again. Let me tell you. You may not believe me when I say it. I still have a little bit of family status. Jangyabe treats me very well, and he's especially well behaved. Joy's eyes rounded, her mouth so exaggerated she could swallow a fist. Jangyabe, good behavior? When I think of that man, with his grim face all day long, those who saw him were almost breathless, completely unable to associate the word good with the word good. Mister, you've definitely been compelled by him. I'm telling you, as far as Jangyabe is concerned, there's not a cell in his body, from his hair to his toes, that can be described as well behaved. His reputation, you ask yourself. You have to say that he is vicious and violent, I can agree. Yuchochi stretched out a finger and shook it. Don't look at people with your ears. Feel them with your heart. I still know how he treats me. Besides, people can pretend for a day or two, but can they continue to pretend for a long time? If he's really a dangerous man, I'll get out of this in time. You don't know. We're childhood friends and I kinda know him. It's hopeless. Definitely drugged up. Lele nuzzled helplessly, gathered up the pile of papers on her desk, and walked out of the office. In his time, inside the presidential office of Jiang Group, Jangyabe explained in a deep voice. Do I want to be in a car accident so I have to work with an injury? Right. So I have to watch my wife get hurt and not care? Jiang father was so angry that he covered his heart and coughed for a while. His face was suffocating red. You've got a point. Now I can't control you. Can I? Is that wife of yours your ancestor? I don't care if you help her. You gave her the project, and I could have said nothing about it. How are you going to explain to me that you made your sister kneel and apologize to her? She's been lying at home for a week. Her knees are bleeding. Why are you so cruel? Father. Jangyabe still had a calm face and called out to him, and looked back. Lin Yang, who wisely retreated out of the room. When did you get another daughter? I have only sisters and no younger ones. Jiang Tian is not Jiang, and Yuchochi is my wife. Jangyabe, it's the one person in this world who is important to me, and I will not spare anyone who hurts her. It was rare that he would contradict his father in such a blatant manner, having grown up with high expectations from his family. He's quiet, but he's a good student, and he can do his best in everything. John's father also always thought that he was just a cold character, and with anyone like this, but he didn't want to get married. But after he got married, his heart fell all over Yuchochi's body. Everyone says that redheads are a curse, so it's clear that this is true. Jiang father hummed disdainfully. What if I had offended your wife? Why would you have done it to me? You did not do that, and I urge you not to do that. I will be in a difficult position. I can't do anything to you, but you will lose your son. Jangyabe didn't hide his thoughts. He didn't want to be coy to not admit his love for Yuchochi anymore. He was fully capable of protecting her, and even more so, he made it clear to everyone in the Jiang family that Jangyabe wants to protect people. Who dares to touch him will make him pay the price. John's father still has a clear idea of what is more important than his own son and the child brought by his second wife. He can be biased in the smallest of things because he loves his wife, but he only has one son, and in the end it won't do any good. This time, I came over here, just because I wanted Yuchochi to apologize to Jiang Dangtian. Save your wife from crying in front of you all day long, but now it seems that Jangyabe is intent on taking sides, so I guess he won't agree. Jangyabe, you really lost your brain when you got married. For the sake of a woman, are you as good as that? Jiang father pointed at his nose and scolded him through clenched teeth with hatred. Jangyabe nodded. Yes, aren't you? Jiang father was instantly disliked, and with a lift of his hand, slamming the crystal ashtray on the table to the floor and smashing it to pieces, he turned away in a huff. Looking at the back of his father's departure, Jangyabe was never more relaxed at the moment, having grown up listening to him so much that he had to do everything his father had arranged for his mother's sake. But now, everything was different. The Jiang clan was his, and the Jiang family was also his, and all the people he wanted to protect were naturally protected. As soon as Lin Yang came in and saw the scene, he hurriedly called the cleaning auntie to clean up. Mr. Jiang, your hand is bleeding. Take care of it. Only then did Jangyabe raise his hand to look at it, and only then did he see that his hand had been cut by the shards of the ashtray. It's okay. Will she see it? Will she ask? Will she worry? Or will she be able to see it? Thinking of this, Jiang Yibei called out to Lin Yang, who was about to go out. You go to the infirmary and find some gauze to bandage me up. Gauze? Lin Yang couldn't believe his ears. He looked at the gash on Jiang Yibei's hand and softly explained. Mr. Jiang, you want to talk about band-aids, right? This is so not too gauzy. The president really has no common sense. No, gauze. Jiang Yibei carefully repeated word for word. Lin Yang, Chapter 31, seriously injured. Since Jiang Yibei's memory began, no one has ever really cared about him. It didn't matter to my father what kind of injuries he sustained, whether they bled or broke bones. And for the mother, who probably can't even see it, especially after his father remarried. The only concern for him was whether he would bring honor to the Jiang family and whether his grades were among the best. It wasn't until Yuchochi recklessly barged into his life that he realized that it turns out that when you're sick and have a fever, there's someone who'll take you to the hospital and supervise your medication. When you're injured and bleeding, someone will be worried and bandage you up while telling you to be more careful. He's never been loved by anyone, so naturally he doesn't know how to love people, or what it means to. If Yuchochi hadn't appeared, his whole life would probably have been according to his father's arrangement. It was a dull, pointless life, and perhaps until he died, he would not understand why he had lived it. Lin Yang looked up and asked, "Is this okay?" In fact, after sterilizing it just now, this small wound isn't too noticeable anymore. A band-aid can be dispensed with if it's necessary for a quicker recovery. Still, he put a small piece of gauze on it, as the president had instructed. No, it's too small to see. Jiang Yibei pulled off the gauze in dissatisfaction and threw it onto the table in disgust. Small? Lin Yang picked up another larger piece of gauze, and after pasting it on, seeing that Jiang Yibei's expression was more or less the same as just now, he wrapped several more circles of gauze around his hand and, that should always be obvious, right? Jiang Yibei raised his hand and looked at it several times, positively and negatively. Obviously? You can tell I'm hurt, can't you? Lin Yang nodded. I can see it. Even a blind man can see it. He couldn't figure out what Jiang Yibei was up to again, but it had nothing to do with this lady. Just a little heartache for him. That's all. Jiang Yibei hadn't tossed and turned in these 2 years, and every time Lin Yang had watched, injuries and compensation for money and so on have long been a small matter, but every time the toss to the end, Jiang Yibei will be sad and despondent for a long time. I still remember their first year together. I do not know what Yuchochi because of what things annoyed. Rushed to the company and Jiang Yibei big fight. Originally, he was just going to be silent and take a scolding and forget about it. But then Yuchochi mentioned divorce, and his anger was instantly ignited, and he talked back and complained. But as a result, he got furious when they left and smashed everything. No food, no drink, no talking. Lock yourself up for days. When they came out again, the whole haggard thing looked almost as if it had died a death. Since then he would get a stomachache if he was angry, and also scared Lin Yang. Every time he saw Yuchochi he unconsciously thought of Jiang Yibei at that time. There are times when he wonders if they ever do get divorced. Will Jiang Yibei go back to that cold and indifferent look he had at the beginning? But even if you do go back, that look isn't exactly living, is it? Let me take you to Mr. Yu's place. You look a bit fake driving like this. Seeing that his ploy was demolished, Jiang Yibei threatened him somewhat less happily. You drive, but shut up. People just arrived at Yuchochi's company. I saw that she had already come down. Jiang Yibei heart panicked, regardless of rushing out of the car. Honey, why are you out on your own? Sorry I'm late. There's something to take care of over at the office. When the man reached for her bag, Yuchochi grabbed his wrist. What happened to the hand? Who hurt you? Or did your dad hit you? Why is it hurt so badly? Let's go to the hospital. She stared carefully at Jiang Yibei's hand and raised her hand to pinch the man's chin. After checking from head to toe and seeing that there were no other injuries, he felt more at ease. In the past, when I was in school, everyone thought that Jiang Yibei was used to wearing thick clothes, covering himself up, or had some kind of cleanliness problem or something like that. Only Yuchochi knew that he wore so many clothes to hide the wounds on his body from his father's beatings. But how can you still say you're going to do something when you're so big now? He's also your dad. Anyone else and I'd be. Jiang Yibei wrapped his arm around her shoulders, his heart bursting with joy. Sure enough, she's still the same Yuchochi as before. She's the only one who would see her injury in the first place. My dad dropped an ashtray. Glass scratch. Not too serious. Wife, don't worry. Ashtrays? This is not serious. Yuchochi heartbrokenly put her arm around him, toward the roadside parked walk. This time is at the peak of the off-duty rush. Employees are coming out one after another. Once you see this scene in front of you, the courage of the small directly lowered his head and hurried to leave. The courage of the big also secretly took pictures. Sent a friend. Check out the divine love of the bosses. The little girl elbowed the man at her side, raised her chin and, have always thought that general manager you and her husband do not get along. My husband works in the Zhang's, and I've heard of it before. John's people hear the 3 words Yuchochi, are shivering. What's going on lately? This President Jiang accompanied to work every day? I don't know. I guess I'm pregnant. These two must have been married for 3 years, and they haven't made a move. Our Mr. Yu looks like he's quite healthy. I guess it's this Mr. Jiang who's a little bit sick, so he has to admit it no matter how much Mr. Yu makes trouble. It makes sense. Then if he's sick, whose child is President Yu carrying? It's not the Jiang family's, so President Jiang probably won't treat her so well, right? TSK. What a mess in the mansion. During this recent period of time, Jiang Yibei had done his best to take care of Yuchochi, so much so that he barely got any rest, so Yuchochi finished handling the company's business early. Just get ready to go home and cook him a meal. 2. Yibei, go up and rest for a while. Your hand is injured. Don't cook today. I'll see how. It is. There was something indescribably despondent in the man's look, and his eyes were downcast and slightly curled eyelashes spread down, appearing people some aggrieved. Yuchochi hurried to explain. It's not that you're not needed. It's not that you're hurt, and you've been really struggling lately. I have my own company to take care of, and I have to help out and teach me. So, Jiang Yibei paused, his voice choked a little. He persuaded himself in his heart not to go too far. She's already at home. What do you expect? But explain yourself. Just ask. Don't feel bad. Don't worry about it. So, when were you planning on not wanting me? The moment his words came out, Yuchochi was a bit puzzled. Does this cooking have anything to do with whether you want him or not? And if so, then it's better to let him do it. Just as she was about to open her mouth, the man hurriedly blocked her words and, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay to stay one day at a time. Don't tell me. Don't make me live the countdown again. Chapter 32, A Little Strength in the Body. Wait a moment. Yuchochi held out her hand to stop him from continuing. The man doesn't seem to have any problems anywhere at the moment. He's just too much of a brainiac for his own good. God knows what he's come up with. And if he doesn't ask, he can probably keep it to himself. Where did you get the idea that I would leave you for not letting you cook? Jiang Yibei shook his head, somewhat regretting why he asked her properly. It wouldn't be counterproductive if one accidentally pissed her off and left early. Then explain it to me. Yibei, we agreed that we have to communicate about things, right? How can I guess what's in your heart when you never say anything? Don't be afraid to speak up and let me hear your thoughts. The man was a little hesitant, but his bones were determined that he had to listen to her all his life. And since Yuchochi let him say it, then he should say it. With a clench of his teeth, he took the plunge and, honey, you've been calling me Yibei ever since you got out of the hospital. Does not calling me husband anymore mean you don't want to recognize me as your husband? Yuchochi was so stunned that she didn't even react to it herself. How do you seem to have really never called him your husband? But there's no thought of leaving him. She just felt as if she'd matured so much overnight, and time was so tight that she had no time for such trivial matters. It's just that she didn't realize that perhaps for Jiang Yibei, it was never a small thing, and it didn't even dawn on him that he'd held it inside for so long. Seeing that the person didn't answer, Jiang Yibei suddenly became a bit flustered. He turned around and headed toward the second floor, not wanting to hear any more answers, much less Yuchochi's own words. Yes, I'll leave you. I don't want to call you my husband because you don't deserve it. Even though he knew that it was true that he didn't deserve it, it was still sad and painful. Yuchochi stepped forward and pulled his wrist. Honey, the man's body visibly stiffened, and he couldn't believe his ears. She was doing this to coax herself, wasn't she? Not willingly, didn't sound like she was happy. Turn around. The woman pulled impatiently, and when the man remained still, she sighed and explained softly that I didn't even realize what you said, and I don't call you my husband because we're at the office most of the time. I don't care if it's inappropriate for the staff to hear about it. You're the president of Jiang. Being called husband by someone slimy, how embarrassing would that be? Only then did Jiang Yibei turn his head, with a strand of surprise under his eyes, which quickly turned into sadness. You don't have to perfume me, wife. I can accept whatever you say, even if you want to leave me alone. I wouldn't dare to struggle for anything. Jiang Yibei, the woman shouted in a cold voice, scaring him and making him stand still. Said not to listen to it, is it? When did I ever perfume you? Since I was a kid? I'm telling the truth. If you want me to call you husband, just say so. I certainly don't mind if you don't mind. Seeing his angry face, the woman's heart's anger followed by the elimination of most, subconsciously want to touch him. Just as he touched his cheek, the man visibly flinched and quickly controlled his movements again. What are you hiding? Beat you? Yuchochi asked himself that he was not a person with an uncertain heart, much less one who would randomly make a move on anyone. Although she was pampered, her culmination since childhood prevented her from doing such a thing. The man shook his head, a pair of eyes that hid an inscrutable light and, "You didn't. It's me." Seeing him like this, Yuchochi felt all the more that she must have been too bossy by him in the past, to be able to bully a big man like this. She opened her arms and smiled gently towards Jiangyabe. "Hugs, honey." Jiangyabe skimmed his lips, his heart was touched to death, but he had to force himself to hug the person in front of him. "Wife, you've been so good to me. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have thought too much about it. You've always been so good to me and done everything for my own good. I know that." After coaxing him for a while, Yuchochi forcibly sent him back to the bedroom, so that he could have a good sleep. And when he woke up and got up to eat again, just as he came downstairs, he came across the butler carrying a basket of freshly delivered dishes towards the kitchen. "Uncle Sue, wait a moment. These don't need to be put in the fridge. I'll make dinner tonight." The butler's hand shook, and the muscles at the corners of his mouth visibly twitched as he, "Madam has never been a cook. She can't even distinguish between salt and sugar, I guess. I really don't know if today is a blessing or a curse." Yuchochi seemed to see his concern, and patted his chest to assure him. "You don't worry. This little thing I still can't do well. Haven't I ever seen a pig run before?" "Are you sure you've seen a pig run?" Housekeeper Sue replied politely. "Yes. Why don't I call the servants to help?" "No need. I can do it myself." Yuchochi walked towards the kitchen with a confident step. Only the moment he entered the person was a little confused. The platform held a dozen or so knives that were different in length, but not entirely different in. She doesn't even know how to make it look like she's going to carve, when it's just a meal. Then I picked up a handful that looked pretty good and remembered that the dishes hadn't been washed yet. It was with difficulty that some dishes were selected and washed, and had just been put on the counter, when the steward knocked at the door and, "Ma'am, do you need any help? Or maybe I'll call someone to help you with your hands." Yuchochi chopped off the head of the lettuce with a knife and threw it into the garbage can, saying in a brisk tone, "You see, I am strong. I don't need help. Don't worry about it." Housekeeper Sue pointed to the trash can on the ground. "Ma'am, lettuce eats leaves, right? What are you going to eat if you throw away the leaves? It's not right, is it?" Yuchochi looked at what he was holding and, "It's wild rice, isn't it? And lettuce eats the roots. Who eats the leaves?" The butler didn't know what he was supposed to say anymore. It doesn't matter if you don't know the dish. You can't get poisoned if you eat it wrong. Anyway, Madam doesn't like vegetables, and as long as she can keep herself safe, then Monsieur won't be offended by. You're right. You go ahead and holler at me anytime you need me." Yuchochi's confidence remained undiminished, looking at the vegetables in his hand. "This is wild rice, and I can't recognize a vegetable." She followed the process she had looked up online, cutting all the vegetables in shapes that didn't affect the flavor of the. It was only when she started frying that she sensed that this cooking thing wasn't going to be easy. Half an hour later, she stood in front of the kitchen, embarrassed and wanting to find a crack in the ground. "I'm sorry, hubby. Good baby, you're right. It's this Thai kitchen that doesn't know what it's doing. Stand back, leave it to hubby. It'll be done in a minute." The man held the fire extinguisher in one hand, and also turned his head towards Yuchochi to show a comforting smile. Chapter 33, The Wound Will Heal If You're Not Enough. Yuchochi was indeed a bit startled. She had originally been frying the dishes well and, suddenly the pot caught fire, panicked and went to grab the lid, but one did not hold it steady, fell to the ground and broke. She was going to snap it with a basin, but there was water in the basin, and the moment it met the oil, holla, the fire shot up high. Fortunately, Jiangyabe hadn't been sleeping soundly, thinking that she hadn't eaten yet, came down and saw her in the kitchen, with the fire still smoldering in it. Jiangyabe only felt that his soul was lost in fear. The housekeeper led the people, took the fire extinguisher in his hand. Jiangyabe hurriedly put an arm around Yuchochi. "Baby, it's okay, don't be afraid, okay? It's a small thing. My husband is here. I screwed everything up and messed you up. I'm sorry." The woman clenched her small fists guiltily, a moment in which she really felt frustrated and, work needs Jiangyabe's help in order to be able to deal with it. And at home, you have to be taken care of by him. Even trying to cook a meal can burn down the kitchen. As if she screws up everything. Jiangyabe wrapped her body tightly and kissed the woman on her cheeks. "My wife's doing this because she's trying to cook for me. Where's the screw up? It's just a kitchen. It doesn't matter. As long as you don't get hurt. Let's not talk about ordering a kitchen. What can you do if you tear down this house? Why don't you let my husband demolish it with you?" Yuchochi kind of didn't hold back and was amused by his words. She wiped the dust from her face and raised her hand to wipe the blackness from Jiangyabe's face. The men laughed along with the, "Great, My wife's finally happier. It's just that this method of being happy is a bit house intensive. But it doesn't matter. I've got the money. We'll order one later if we're not happy. Not a decent person. Yuchochi raised her hand and slammed it on his chest. I don't know if it was like what Jangibei said. In any case, she felt as if her heart was a little more comfortable, although a fire burned the kitchen. But she is well. Jangibei is also well. As long as people are still there is nothing that cannot be solved. I almost burned down your house and you didn't get mad. Cub, why are you so nice? You're so emotionally stable. Jangibei was a bit giddy from her compliments, and laughed nervously. We're married. What's mine is yours. And as I said, none of this stuff compares to you. As long as the wife doesn't get hurt, just don't go in the kitchen anymore. Look at the kittens. I would have blamed myself to death if you did get hurt. Words here, and only then did he begin to grow back, though she was not now injured. But what will happen if you don't get out in time? Even if she escaped from the kitchen, what if she got burned? What if she got scalded? What if she fell? The more he thought about it, the more disturbed he became. His eyes filled with horror and self-loathing. Yuchochi did not know what was wrong with him. His expression suddenly became serious, frowning as if he was afraid of something. Honey, don't worry about it. I'm fine, aren't I? The man nodded, looking in the direction of the kitchen, and proceeded to take her into his arms, placing soft kisses in her hair and, scared me to death. Scared me to death. I'm glad the baby's okay. It's all my fault. I'll do all the little things from now on. The baby has big things to do. Yuchochi poked her head out of his arms and asked after him in confusion. What's the big deal about me? To be my wife? Of course. It's heavenly. After saying that, Jangibei took out his cell phone from his pocket and clicked a picture before she could react. You're filming me? Wait a minute. Show me. What are you filming me for? I'm sure it's ugly. Yuchochi reached out to grab the phone, but Jangibei raised it high above her head. Not ugly. Not ugly. Wife is the best. You can't delete it for me. I couldn't even take a picture of you. I don't have a picture on my cell phone. It's just one shot. We're not deleting it. I promise I won't let anyone else see it. His protection was almost ineffective, for since that day the Jangibei's screensaver photo was this one he had secretly taken of Yuchochi with a piece of gray on his cheek. Egu, is your house on fire? The man at the doorway was shocked as he looked in the direction of the two of them, followed by the gauze wrapped around Jangibei's hand. It hurts so bad this time. Pei-sen? Who sent you here? What's the matter with you? Jangibei impatiently put his hands behind his back and didn't show him. Seeing this, Yuchochi hurriedly explained. It's me. Didn't you hurt your hand? So I had Dr. Pei come over to take a look at it and, what if you don't take care of it at the office and you get an infection? Pups behave themselves and don't throw tantrums. Let's let the doctor take a look. Being coaxed by a woman with such a soft voice, Jangibei was directly dazed and confused by what people said. He sat down on the sofa, and obediently held out his hand, and Payson brought out a tray from the inner. It had gauze and antiseptic water on it and some medicine to help the wound recover. While removing the gauze in a circle, Jangibei hugged Yuchochi's waist and inclined his head not to look at his hands. Well, good cub. It doesn't hurt. I'm here. It's okay. Once the gauze was unwrapped, Payson and Yuchochi looked at each other and were instantly speechless. Jangibei, you're sick. Payson threw the thing in his hand straight into the tray with a bam. Holding his arms, he looked at the man with a face that looked like he'd been hurt in more ways than one and was in pain. It's just a scratch. Tell me which doctor bandaged you like this? Who taught him to wrap it like this? Yuchochi grabbed his hand, probably because the gauze had been wrapped around it for a bit too long. The man's white knuckles were all out with several marks, and just this wound at the back of his hand. It's basically so good that you might not even notice it unless you look closely. She smiled and rubbed the man's head. Hubby, why are you so cute? Does this wound hurt that much? Let's disinfect it and leave it unbandaged, okay? Only then did Jangibei raise his head in aggravation and put his hand in front of Yuchochi's face. Wife thinks it doesn't hurt too bad, so she doesn't need to worry about me, right? That's a pretty big gash, and you can get tetanus if you don't get it right. Tetanus kills, and you don't care a bit about me. Payson pointed at him, viciously gritting his teeth, practically exploding his brain with anger and, Jangibei, have you read all your books in a dog's stomach? What's the definition of tetanus? You're everywhere. You don't care if you live or die because you don't have a wife. I can't. I have a wife. I have to live. So it's normal that you can't understand my feelings. Don't be sad, Payson. I'll buy a single cemetery plot later, and our company will give you a house. Hair graveyard. I thank you. Chapter 34, A man who loved his wife would get rich. You don't have to treat this wound. You can put some iodine on it if you want to. There's nothing wrong with not rubbing it in, so I'll just pull out. I've got a serious day ahead of me. Payson began to gather the contents of the tray without looking up. I really don't want to see Jang Yibei's face for a minute now. He didn't bat an eyelid when he used to bleed from his wounds. At that moment Payson all felt that Jang Yibei, this person estimates that the pain is not obvious. Now, it's insane to ask your wife for a kiss and a hug for a broken skin. Payson, what can you be up to? Jang Yibei looked at Yuchochi and carefully rubbed the wound on his hand, eyes soft as water, gazing straight at her. The intensity of the love was like the waves of the sea. Payson only felt goosebumps, impatient and could not answer, so he could only patiently say, I know, I don't have a wife. What could I possibly have going on? Dr. Pei is going on a blind date. I see you're dressed quite formally today. Yuchochi looked back at him. He didn't wear much of a suit on those previous visits, and today's outfit looked unusual. Payson laughed and stood up straight, lifting a hand to dust himself off as he, Can you tell? It's formal? Jang Yibei raised his hand and cupped Yuchochi's chin, negatively forbidding her to look at others. I'm wearing a suit too. I'm going to change. Honey, look at me. I'm hurt. I have to fire Payson. You always look at him. Payson. Yuchochi pressed him back into a sitting position on the couch and kissed the man on the forehead. I didn't. Isn't it out of politeness? Of course my cub looks best in a suit. You look good in anything. No one else can compare. Payson. That's more like it, but the baby still can't look at anyone else. I'll make myself look better. I'll take care of my skin and I'll work out. I have abs. He doesn't, Jang Yibei said, reaching out to lift the clothes. Yuchochi hurriedly pressed a hand, awkwardly smiled. I know you do. Cubs, we'll see tonight. Dr. Pei will be here. I'm leaving, right now. Payson turned around and walked towards the outside without looking back. Jang Yibei faintly picked up behind him. He's going to fail his blind date today, believe it or not. Payson, why? Yuchochi curiously sat beside him, waiting for the gossip. Guess how many blind dates he's been on? Payson is a man with a bad brain. It's normal for people to not be able to see him. Jang Yibei held out a finger. Once. Ha! Yuchochi chanted, thinking about it. One time isn't much. Jang Yibei shook his head and stretched his hand forward with a serious face. Always phase. In fact, Payson is not very old. Just the family is very anxious. It's reasonable to say that he's a good-looking young man who shouldn't have such a rocky relationship path. Maybe it's the extremely low emotional intelligence that has led to maternal singleness until now. It was just that Yuchochi wasn't curious about other people's business, and it was more than good that Jang Yibei wasn't hurt. Today's dinner could not be made. The two of them cleaned up a little. Jang Yibei drove the car and took her to the previous school neighborhood. In the evening, there were still a lot of high school students preparing for study hall on campus. Hurrying towards the classroom building, Yuchochi's gaze not only showed envy. Cubby, look at people. It's so nice to be young. Full of vigor. Always looking energetic. You're so young. Why do you talk so old? Baby, you're a little kid too. You can be vibrant too. Jang Yibei held her hand, and in the bottom of his deep eyes, an undetectable sentiment was hidden. Through joy, through sincerity, and mixed with unspeakable love. They were walking around the street near the school, like a normal young couple. The weather is not too hot on a summer evening, and the cool breeze is very pleasant to the body. Back then, she would often come over here and take advantage of the school break to eat a bowl of small wontons before going home, and she had once invited Jang Yibei to join her. But as a proud son of the sky, how could he care to sit with her in a stall with such food? It was normal to be rejected. Look, Jang Yibei pointed to a cart not far away and, that big man from Piu Siang Ravioli is still selling ravioli. Yuchochi looked at him in shock, and before the words could even be asked, just being led by the man all the way to the ravioli stand. 2 bowls of ravioli please and thank you. The man answered. Okay, 2 bowls of wontons. Wait a minute. The man pulled her to sit at a low table and asked her, with a smile under his eyes, remember this place? You used to love this ravioli. Let's see if the flavor has changed. She had never brought Jang Yibei here, so how did he know that the wonton stand she was talking about was here? The woman was puzzled. Moncler Outlet, carrying 2 bowls of ravioli on the table, raised his eyes and swept Jang Yibei a pleasant greeting. Moncler Outlet. Egu, you're here again? You still don't give up, do you? Jang Yibei smiled and shook his head. I can't learn. I'm not bringing people over to eat. You guys know each other? Yuchochi followed with some curiosity. Moncler Outlet store. He laughed and waved his hand. I don't know. It's just that this young man has been here a couple of times, and he has to learn this craft of mine. I told him he wouldn't learn. He still won't die. It's all practiced over the days. It's not that easy. After saying that, Moncler Outlet store, looking at Yuchochi smiling mysteriously, turned his head and asked Jang Yibei in a low voice, You said you were doing it for your wife. This is your wife, right? Jiang Yubei nodded and unwrapped a disposable spoon and handed it to Yuchiochi. Men who love their wives get rich. And boy do you have a future. Moncler outlet store. He gave him a thumbs up and turned around to hurry to greet the other customers. Yuchiochi was a bit incredulous, and while she lowered her head and ate her ravioli, his heart grasped at the fact that Jiang Yubei could even do such a thing. He's been quietly good to himself for the past 3 years. How could he not feel anything? It's not like he's stupid. He's so nice. Why should there be any conflict between the two of them? What is the reason for something as big as a divorce? Is it delicious? The man's dark eyes shone with anticipation, blinking as he stared at Yuchiochi. She nodded. Yummy. Extra yummy. You have some too. He actually did come over occasionally over the last 3 years. For one thing, because he missed their high school days. Then there's the feeling that I shouldn't have refused Yuchiochi's invitation back then. It wasn't that he thought there was anything wrong with the wonton stand. It was just that at that time his father would never have allowed himself to do such a thing. He would have considered it a disgrace to the Jiang family. Chapter 35 Eating melon on your own head. As the night wore on, the two of them ate ravioli and walked around the street. There were quite a few roadside stalls, and Yuchiochi could think of the old days when he saw anything. So they walked and ate all the way, except she only had one bite of each, adhering to the principle of not wasting food. The rest went to Jiang Yubei's mouth as much as possible. The man rubbed his stomach. He'd never eaten so much in his life. Baby, why don't we just call it a day for now and bring Lin Yang next time? He can eat. The man braced himself to burp and laugh awkwardly at the same time. Ha 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 ha. Jiang Yubei, now you're much cuter than when you were a kid. You say it's strange how people get more and more like children the more they live. Yuchiochi couldn't stop laughing at him, but she was also pleased that he still seems as insecure now as he did as a child, but his personality is much more cheerful than it was then. It suddenly occurred to her why Jiang Yubei had brought her here. Are you helping me find my old memories? No need. These last 3 years that I've forgotten have nothing to do with high school. It's relevant. I'm not coming. Jiang Yubei pretended to have just realized it, pulling a long tone to feign a loss. Oh, so, but that's okay. Didn't the baby have fun today too? It's my goal that you're happy. It doesn't matter if you remember the past or not. The important thing is that I'm the one who's with you now. Math. Genus. In these recent days, at Yuchiochi's insistence, Jiang Yubei finally went back to work at Zhang's. She's still struggling a bit to work by herself, but she can handle the basics. She sat down at her desk and stretched, taking a minute to continue looking down at the planner, her pen running out of water as she revised her markings. Yuchiochi rummaged through the table. No matter how many pens were taken out, they would end up being taken by Lele. Breathless, she pulled open the drawer and rummaged around inside, not finding the pen, but discovering a secret compartment in the drawer that Yuchiochi squatted down and studied it carefully before realizing that it could be opened from underneath. She struggled to pull open the hidden compartment, but there was only a flash drive inside. What the heck? Just as he sat back in his chair, Joy walked out with a folder and placed it on the table. Mr. This project you were planning to go and sign the contract before your accident, and now it can no longer be delayed. You see, Yuchiochi picked up the folder with the publicity program for the new media. To do about this Tanabata event that's going on. It will take at least a month to finalize the program and prep, so time is still tight. Okay, you see to the arrangement. This project I previously assessed. If there is no problem, just sign right off and send me an electronic copy so I can take a closer look tonight. Joy retrieved the papers and continued. Here's the thing. This partner is out of town. We need to go over there and sign the contract. So take a look, and if there's no problem, I'll just check in with the time there and then we'll go over there. Not in the city. Where is it? And how long does it take to get there? It's in the south. The plane is 2 hours. We recommend flying. Yuchiochi glanced at the next work schedule and answered. Yes, arrange a time to talk to me. I have to let Jiang Yubei know. The words came to her, and she inexplicably thought of setting the kitchen on fire earlier. Harm Jiang Yubei for several days have not eaten well. The heart is a little guilty. About he is also almost off duty. Yuchiochi threw the flash drive in his hand into his bag, got up and walked out while saying, you finish up the rest of your work, and I'll go pick up my husband for a date. Okay, grin. You date? I work. Lele pushed the legs of her glasses with a fake smile on her face. I want to date too. Aha. She was driving alone, and as she passed a cake store, and to think that it seems like one day I saw a tiramisu in the house. It should have been made by Jiang Yubei, but he threw it away after leaving it for too long. But he should like to eat, so he got off the car and directly packed a copy, intending to give Jiang Yubei a surprise. The car had just pulled up to the downstairs of John's group, and she sensed a different kind of atmosphere. All the way up the elevator, That inexplicable feeling in her heart grew heavier and heavier. I don't know how, but I always felt like someone had been watching me today. The moment the elevator doors closed, she clearly heard the words, "This is going to be a hoot. This one is not a good temper. I guess we'll have to fight. Get security ready." Yuchochi only felt puzzled, and didn't know whose melon they were eating. You don't even make it clear. You're just trying to pique people's curiosity. The elevator stopped at the 51st floor, and she stepped on her high heels and walked all the way towards Zhang Yibei's office. At this moment, as soon as Lin Yang, who was anxiously circling at the door, saw Yuchochi, a face white with fear, he raised his voice and reached over to stop. Mr. You, why are you here? Mr. Zhang said he'd pick you up later. You sit down for a while and wait. There are customers at Mr. Zhang's place right now. Client? Yuchochi saw him sweating in a hurry, so he couldn't say anything else. I'll wait then. Before the words fell, the door of Zhang Yibei's office was pushed open, and Zhang's sweetheart walked out from inside with a smile. Sister-in-law, I thought who came over my brother and his friend. Let's go wait on the sidelines for a while. My brother and the others have something to say. Friends. Seeing that she didn't say anything, Zhang's sweetie smiled as if she had won $2 million. Well, sister-in-law, you didn't miss the news, did you? I'm not a janitorial grandpa. What's wrong with watching the news? You can talk if you want to. If you don't want to, just hold it in. I don't really want to hear it that much. Zhang Dangdang ate and held back, but unprecedentedly did not spill the beans on the spot. Instead, he pulled out his cell phone, tapped it several times with force, and held the screen up in front of Yuchochi's face. Above is a picture of Zhang Yibei at the airport, holding a suitcase in his hand, and the girl standing beside him looks a bit familiar, with the caption, Zhang Yibei, president of Zhang's group, braves rumors and shows up at the airport to pick up his rumored girlfriend. Yuchochi nodded. That's not right. He's married. This story should be about a third party, not a girlfriend. Yuchochi, do you have a point? Zhang's sweetheart was so angry that she wanted to smash her cell phone. The noise outside finally startled the people inside, and Zhang Yibei pushed the door out. The moment he saw Yuchochi, his face was much whiter with fear than Lin Yang could be. Honey, you're here? We're going home. What? Did I come at a bad time? Yuchochi laughed shallowly, wrapping her arms in a conspiratorial manner. Zhang Yibei was instantly frightened, and a layer of cold sweat instantly appeared on his forehead. It's not what you saw. Let me explain. Yuchochi saw that he was still blocking the doorway and lifted her chin toward him. You coming out? Or me going in? Chapter 36, A Grieved Man. Zhang Yibei opened his mouth, and 200 possibilities instantly popped up in his head. It feels like the wrong choice anyhow. He's been misunderstood before. Only Yuchochi didn't care at all, much less listen to his explanation. Now that she cares, and he doesn't know what to do about it, in or out, it's a tough choice for him. Or not. What about the wife's decision? I'll agree to whatever you want to do. It's fine to come in. It's fine for us to go home, just as long as you're still going home with me anyway. Lin Yang on the side was simply shocked. His eyes almost fell out, and he hurriedly tugged Zhang Yibei a hand. You can get out of the way. There was nothing going on. He explained it that way. It's like it's really happening with someone else, which doesn't add to the confusion. Yuchochi glared at him, slung the bag she was holding over her small arm, lifted her head and walked straight in. And, sure enough, there was a woman sitting on the couch, a plain white dress, short shaggy hair, and the tiny palm face was exquisitely made up, except that the eyes were red as if she had just cried. Seeing Yuchochi, the whole person seemed to be very formal. Mr. You, why are you here too? I'm sorry, you know about Xiao Bei's picking me up at the airport, right? It's not his fault. It's all Uncle's fault for letting him go, so don't be angry with him. As soon as she opened her mouth, her voice was also petulant and heartbreaking. Yuchochi nodded and said in a cold voice, Recognize me? Although her tone was flat, she could vaguely hear an innate majesty that made people not dare to resist. Then he turned around directly and walked behind Zhang Yibei's desk, placing the box of cupcakes and bag he was carrying on his desk. He sat down in his desk chair. The color of his eyes was suddenly cold, but he always looked unperturbed by the change. The condescending stance couldn't help but bring out a hint of submissiveness. Zhang Yibei followed her step by step, and when he saw that the person had sat down, he stood behind Yuchochi, his hands placed on her shoulders and gently squeezed them out of habit. When this action was in Yu's time, he did it often, and was even jokingly called a human-shaped massager by Yu's employees. Is wife tired? Wife has worked hard. Wife, I miss you. Say comedy na. Did I tell you to open your mouth? The woman's voice wasn't as dainty as it usually is at home. As if she were a female president, with a look of indifference and detachment. It made Jiang Yibei's hand subconsciously shrink back a bit. The woman on the sofa remained silent, just silently shedding tears, looking pitifully at Jiang Yibei, but he didn't even raise his head. Jiang Sweetie finally broke free from Lin Yang's pull. Rushing in and seeing the scene in front of him, he rightly assumed that Yu Chochi had said something. Hurrying towards Jiang Yibei, he roared, "Brother, look at her. Jingjing just came back and came over to see you. How could you let Yu Chochi bully her? She's crying." Jingjing? Feng Jingjing? Yu Chochi quickly pondered the memories belonging to this person in his brain. The youngest daughter of the Feng family, I believe, like 2 years older than herself. The relationship between the Feng family and the Jiang family was okay because Jiang Yibei's stepmother and Feng Jingjing's mom were cousins. Come to think of it, she didn't remember it too well, but even if she did, she wouldn't have discussed this mess of generations herself. Sweets, don't be like this. It's not Mr. Yu's fault, it's my own cowardice. As long as brother shall obey and Mr. Yu are well, I'll do whatever I want. Her voice was still petulant, and she did sound like she was timid and, however, the tone of voice was indeed very stable, and even the eyes that glanced at Jiang Yibei were written with aggression. Jiang Dang Dang, when have you seen me bully her? She cried before I even opened my mouth. What's the matter? Who's crying and who's right? Yu Chochi placed one hand on his desk, tapping his fingers on the desktop one by one. Jiang Yibei hurriedly walked to the side and took out a blue cup from the cabinet, catching some warm water and sending it to Yu Chochi's face. The right temperature. Yu Chochi nodded, took the cup and took a sip. Another glance down. This cup is so ugly. It's not Jiang Yibei's style, right? She frowned in disbelief and disgust at the man who stood with an overwhelmed look on his face. Meanwhile, the woman sitting on the couch had her full attention on the mug that. She looked at Jiang Yibei in shock, her watery eyes full of disbelief. Wife, temperature, doesn't it fit? I'll change it again. The man reached for the cup, but Yu Chochi stopped him. No, I'm just looking to see who would choose such an ugly mug for you to use. You certainly didn't buy it yourself. What are you talking about? As soon as the man snatched the cup back and drank the contents in one hurried gulp, the clutched tightly in her arms, looking like she was being bullied. This is not. Feng Jingjing sent him, right? So nervous? This Feng Jingjing's vision. It's from you, honey. Forget it. I wouldn't have taken it out if you hadn't come over. I can't believe you still think it's ugly. All the years you didn't want me. It's all I had to keep me company. And you still have to resent. Yu Chochi frowned, her thoughts instantly pulling back to her freshman year of high school. Dad enrolled her in a pottery class. She learned for a month and made a mug. The blue one had a black cat hand painted on it, and the teacher was very euphemistic about being an abstractionist at the time. She thought it was a commendation, and took this cup to Jiang Yibei with gusto, but he just said it was ugly and threw it in his desk. But he didn't realize he kept it all these years, and I can't believe he thinks it looks good. Has his vision changed or is he just crazy? That, also, before the word north could be said, Jiang Yibei's eyes instantly turned red. Yu Chochi hurriedly stood up, panicked and reached out his hand to rub his arm at a loss for words. Don't you, husband, it's my fault. I was wrong. My husband's got the nicest cups of. Thank you for bringing such a cherished cup out for me to use. Good boy. No anger. Jiang Yibei raised his hand and wiped the water droplets that fell from the edge of the cup, before nodding his head. Okay, I won't be mad. Forget it this time. No, not calling me husband in the future, especially in front of outsiders. You'll scare me. This sentence of outsiders made it even more awkward for the two people who were already awkwardly watching their show of affection. Feng Jingjing directly got up, but the expression on her face didn't have a trace of dissatisfaction. As if she was holding back her aggression, she said towards Jiang Yibei, Brother shall obey. That's what uncle means. If you have nothing to do, go back to the house and, anyway, I've brought my words, so I'll leave now. It's not convenient for you today. Let's make another appointment another time. After the words were said, her eyes reddened with tears and she ran out with a direct twist of her face. Jing Jing, Jiang Sweetie shouted out, and asked towards Jiang Yibei with a helpless look on her face. Brother, what's wrong with you? This is Jing Jing, how can you do this to her? Dad will definitely scold you when he finds out. If you don't want your wife to be embarrassed, you'd better not be so heartless. Jiang Yibei squinted at her with his afterglow, and without any explanation, he only said in a cold voice, Get out. After the people left, Yu Chochi once again sat down on the chair with his arms wrapped around him. She was certain that Jiang Yibei would definitely explain, and if he didn't, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to keep this leg today. Chapter 37, The Importance of Staying Alive. As expected, Jiang Yibei turned around and put the cup back in the cabinet, then immediately turned back to explain. Honey, do you remember Feng Jingjing? You probably don't know her well. Our family knows her family better, but I'm not related to her in any way. When I was a kid, the two families said something about a baby's marriage or something like that, but I didn't admit it. She went abroad with Sweetie Kong before. They came back together about 3 years ago, and then for some reason she left again. I just got back. My dad invited her over for dinner. Let her come and call me. That's all, and I didn't promise to go back. Doesn't that make it quite clear? Yuchochi nodded his head. His expression did not change, followed by asking, so why didn't you just talk to her? You were nervous when I came in and you made the little girl cry? Zhang Yibei glanced towards the location where Feng Jingjing was sitting just now, frowning with great disgust. It's not like he's not aware of what she means to him, and it's not like his father has been coveting the Feng family's property for a day or two. I didn't say anything before, because I was too lazy to say anything, and even more so because of my mother, but now it seems that the attitude on this matter should be clear. I don't want to talk to her. I'm sick of her. I've been sick of her since I was a kid. I don't like it when people cry in front of me all the time. Obviously I didn't say anything to make it look like I did something to her. Yuchochi was still somewhat satisfied with this attitude of his, and she was not impressed with this Feng Jingjing. All I know is that in school there were always boys fighting over her, and she was kind of the class flower. I'm just not sure why it's on Zhang Yibei's mind again. Although the Feng family did not do well in business, they had a lot of family assets, and they were in the first batch of demolitions 20 years ago. If we are talking about more liquidity in the hands, then the Feng family is estimated to be able to be on par with the Zhang family, right? Without her loser parents, it was expected that the Feng family would not be in the current state. Wife. Zhang Yibei's voice was permeated with uneasiness. He both wanted Yuchochi to care about him and didn't want her to get angry over this. 3 years ago Yuchochi also came across a time when Feng Jingjing came to look for herself. She just said lightly, "You go ahead," and left without saying anything. And then there wasn't any difference from the usual after that. He knew that Yuchochi didn't care who he had sex with, or if he cheated on her or not. The only thing she cared about was doing her best to keep you and everything her parents had. I see. So are you going back to John's house today? You still don't care about me, do you? You can see what she means, but you don't. The man pursed his lips and smiled bitterly, his eyes full of disappointment that he couldn't hide at all. Yuchochi was shocked in her heart. How could she not expect such a thing to happen? He understood him but also became his own fault. This man how so good at hitting back. Zhang Yibei, are you sick? The woman's small face instantly crumpled, and she wrapped her arms around her neck to glare at the man in front of her. It's still my fault that I understand you? Are you blaming me for not caring about you? Or are you blaming me for ruining it for you? The anger is simply completely unable to be collected when it rises. Yuchochi only felt angry and stifled in his heart, not wanting to say another word to him at all. She got up straight away, grabbed her bag and was about to dash out the door. Seeing her about to leave, the man was terrified, panicked, and clung to her behind him, his arms tightening hard, and with a cry of anxious supplication. Don't go. Don't go. I was wrong. Honey, I was wrong. No good. I know it's wrong. I won't dare talk like that again. Don't go, I'll explain it to you. I can make it clear. Will you believe me? Please. He's too afraid of being left behind. He was left behind once when he was 5. He lost his father. If it weren't for his mother's illness and his stepmother's inability to produce a son, he might never have been taken back to the Zhang family. 3 years ago he was left behind once, and then he completely lost Yuchochi's love for him. In these 3 years, but whenever Yuchochi was a little upset he would not come home. The number of times Yuchochi just turned around and walked away when the two were together, so many that he had lost count, so many that his heart ached when he saw Yuchochi's back. You know, that dog of Pavlov's? Honey, give me a chance to explain. Don't go away, okay? Yuchochi clutched his hand and turned to face him. The man's tears barfed down onto her arm, burning her with a pang of pain. I'm so angry and confused. I know you won't have anything with Feng Jingjing. Don't cry, okay? Is really nothing? Nothing good. She comes to me, and never once is anything good going to happen, so I get annoyed when I see her and I shouldn't be subterfuge either. My wife cares about me. I know that. In fact, he did not know. Just over and over again in his mind to persuade himself, said more and more he believed that even if Yuchochi didn't love him or care about him at all during these 3 years, he's also going to look for the slightest hint of proof that she cares about him. Just finding that little bit was enough to keep him going. Of course I care. Who wouldn't care if their husband had a relationship with another woman? And it's still Feng Jingjing. Hasn't she liked you since she was a child? Do you really think I'm stupid? I still know about this matter. Yuchochi pushed him away as she turned and sat back in her chair. Not that she wanted to sit much. It was just that after a day of wearing high heels, her feet weren't her own anymore, and it hurt so much she couldn't even stand. Lin Yang knocked on the door and walked in to explain that he had already put someone on the bus. Before he could go out, he heard Jiang Yibei's computer screen. The enterprise software dangled several times, and he took out his cell phone to look at it as well. Yu Chochi didn't want to see it, but the screen scanned his name. Oh, my god. Mr. John's wife is called Yu Chochi, right? She's got a very strong aura. The mistress cried and ran away as soon as the man arrived. Yu Chochi carefully stared at the screen before he determined that it was a group message. And if this person hadn't sent it by mistake, he was brain dead. She moved her body away a bit and lifted her chin towards Jiang Yibei. Lin Yang was instantly in a cold sweat. It's over. It's over. It's over. Is it too late to run? He hurriedly sent a message to this person. Quickly give the retraction. You're ing crazy. The opposite side of the second back. Finished. Accidentally deleted. Lin Tasuk help. The man came over, and after just a glance, he directly flung himself down and knelt at Yu Chochi's feet. Wife, I don't have one. I don't have a mistress, and I'm not a mistress for anyone else. I just have you. I swear. Really, don't believe her nonsense. Seconds kneel ah. Lin Yang was so embarrassed that he even forgot to breathe and didn't know what to do. Could only keep his head down so low that he could not wait to get downstairs. Quickly exiting the office, he closed the door and lined up his chest, letting out a long, relieving breath of, "Phew, life saved. I just don't know if Mr. John's life can still be saved." Chapter 38, It's not a gentleman who doesn't report his revenge. Jiang Yibei took out his cell phone, opened the software, and typed out a line quickly. I don't have a third party. I only love my wife. Anyone who talks nonsense again will leave the job automatically. He can't stay mad. He must hold HR accountable. I don't know where they get such stupid employees who have the audacity to post such things to large groups. Wife. The man called to her pathetically, raising his hand to the woman's knee and shaking it one by one. Don't get mad yet, okay? Get up first. What would it look like for people to see? I have no faith. Really? Yu Chochi hung a fake smile. His eyebrows arched as he watched the person on the ground just get up, and then he added a sentence that, how could people be angry with brother Xiaobei? The man's unraised knee slammed down again and, I was wrong. If Feng Jingjing calls me that again in the future, I'll make sure she shuts up and, honey, just don't tease me, will you? Are you really not angry? Yu Chochi nodded. Well, no. The man's eyes flickered with a few dazed and, a gentle smile floated under his eyes as he watched her, but he remained still. Yu Chochi reached out to pull him, but was hugged straight into his arms. The man's spine was straight, a suit straddling his knees, lining the straight muscular lines of his legs, especially noticeable. The sleeve bands of his suit were taut as his arms braced themselves, and he had a compelling charisma all over his body. Raising his neck, his hot lips were directly on the woman's lips. Wife, I won't get up. Kissing on my knees feels better. This sudden kiss, like a storm that catches one by surprise. Yu Chochi's mind went blank, and she only obediently closed her eyes, as if everything was as it should be. Followed by the uncontrollable wild beating of the heart, the tingling of the body. The eyes that had been open closed at some point. A man's kisses are always as passionate and wild as the noonday sun at the height of summer. Like he wanted to drain the oxygen from her entire body and melt her into his blood and bones. Well, the second before the suffocation the man let her go, and the broad palm of his hand went to the woman's cheek and, her thumb gently rubbed her red, swollen lips. Looking at her fondly as if she were a god. Don't get up yet. You're addicted to kneeling. The woman was a little shy about being kissed. After all, this was an office, a place where you weren't allowed to do that sort of thing. So speak with a little blush along with it. Jiang Yibei hooked his lips and smiled lightly. The red mole under the phoenix eyes looks even more like a fiery flame at this moment, so that people can't help but fall deeply into it and can't move their eyes away from it. I can get up then. Before the woman could react to the strange tone of his voice, she saw that the man had risen, and was still holding out his hand towards her. The next second a burst of heaven and earth. Jiang Yibei directly pinched her waist, so that she sat across his lap. Such a position instantly let Yu Chochi blush with shame. Embarrassed, she tried to escape, but the man pulled her by the thighs and, baby, don't go away. Fulfill your conjugal duties. The man's breathing gradually became thicker and heavier, and immediately after, Yu Chochi felt his unusual sound, and instantly her body shuddered. Calm down. She raised her hand to cover the man's violently kissing lips, listening to his low grunts, and though she couldn't stop the itch in her heart, either. This is your office. Jiang Yibei, are you crazy? Behave yourself. The man pressed her wrists, burying his head into the woman's chest and willed the person to struggle as he said, in a husky, soft voice, don't move. I can't calm down if you move. Relieved, and the corners of his eyes drooped a little after he raised his head and he bristled, pitifully like a little child who had not been rewarded, and pursued, relentlessly, it's not okay to go crazy at the office. So is it okay at home? Is it okay to go home, wife? Yuchochi rewardingly kissed him on the forehead. Go home, okay, cubs are the best. How about a bonus kiss? Honey, can you kiss me once? You didn't like to kiss me before. I'll just have to watch other couples kiss and be too envious to say anything. His carefully pleasing look made Yuchochi feel especially cute. The dog pup's request wasn't excessive. It could be satisfied. Okay, kiss where? Janyebe raised his hand and pointed to the left side of his face, the right side of his face, and had thought that this would be the end of it. As a result, he began to do the usual, and again pointed to his own, respectively, left eye, right eye, forehead, upper lip, lower lip, tip of ear, neck, back of hand, etc. Yuchochi, what are you, trying to make me kiss you to tears? Husband, you're so crafty. The woman's voice was highly seductive, and with one arm hooked around his neck, she brought her face up to, until his forehead rested against his forehead, so that the angle would show his jaw was well defined. Down to the slender neck, green veins rippling through the thin white skin. Followed by a roll of the throat at the sharp bulge of the knot. An instantly boiling chakra raced around the room in blatant disarray. Kiss and cry me, please. The man's low, sexy voice exploded in her ears, and Yuchochi's other hand, raised high in the air, loosened her hair and the woman's ebony hair instantly swept over the man's skin, a finish that made it seem as if his heart had entered fiery lava. The fierce kiss did not end when Zhang Yibei picked her up. Even when they went into the bedroom inside, there was no sign of stopping. The two of them are like water and fire. They won't stop until they've exhausted themselves. Lucen said that it's not a gentleman who doesn't report his revenge. So, Yuchochi wrote down this account. And the person who cried next time would definitely be Zhang Yibei, the evil wolf. Okay, honey, I'll be careful next time. This isn't the first time you've kissed me. Just a moment of lack of control? If you're angry, punish me. I'll face the wall. Okay. The man sat guiltily on the edge of the bed, with the woman's long, straight legs in his lap. Only now there was not an ounce of strength left, and he massaged gently, but the corners of his mouth could not restrain themselves from lifting up. Dog man, and laughing so hard. The woman cursed lowly and even glared at him. The man, this thing is more powerful. No, it's very powerful, but is it bad for your kidneys if you're always like this? You have to take a tonic. Remember the study that said couples can burn 200 calories of fat in 30 minutes? I don't know if it's true or not, but if that's the case, wouldn't it be true that you won't gain weight even if you eat whatever you want in the future? I'm happy when my wife is comfortable. Did you like it? Did I do okay? Zhang Yibei's hand suddenly stopped, like he was really seriously waiting for an evaluation. It's more like she's worried about what she's doing wrong, that it's going to upset her. If that aspect fits, wouldn't that be another reason for her to miss it in the future? 10 reasons won't work. What about 100 that would make her consider staying? Chapter 39, Returning to the Zhang family together. Well, Zhang Yibei, how did you manage that after everything was over? The one who can still ask such a shameless question with a calm face? Susie once said that food and color are the same. The man explained in a serious manner. Yuchochi only felt as if he had read all his books over the years into a dog's stomach, and asked him, very helplessly, Big brother, do you really understand what you meant by what you just said? Zhang Yibei still had a proud face as he heavily nodded his head. No, food, sex, I can do it. What does my wife think? Can't I? Yuchochi was simply speechless. Okay, do you want me to give you credit? She simply didn't want to say anymore, and smoothed out her hand to feel the cell phone sitting at the top of her bed. Tapping the screen, there were a number of messages from Joy, one of which was a booking message. I still need to tell Zhang Yibei that I'm going on a business trip. She was about to open her mouth when the man's cell phone rang after her. Looking at the words on the screen, he frowned in annoyance and didn't pick up the phone until the ringing was almost over. Dad, you still know I'm your father? I thought you've hardened your wings and my Zhang family can't accommodate a big Buddha like you. Don't be so gloomy. Is something wrong? Yuchochi's position made her a bit awkward. After all, he was talking to his father on the phone and the hand still kept rubbing his leg inappropriately, so he retracted his leg back end. But the man grabbed it and pressed it back, forcibly, holding the phone between his face and shoulder. He continued to rub and press her leg with both hands over and over. You tell me, let you come home. The whole family is waiting for you. Tell me yourself how long it's been since you've been back? Do you not need me to see your mom anymore? The man's hand paused for a moment, his fingertips twitching slightly for a moment before quickly returning to normal. Just answered in a deep voice. Good. Then hung up the phone. Honey, is everything okay? The woman withdrew her legs, sat up, and brought her hands up to rub his temples. The faint wooden scent that belonged uniquely to Yuchiochi came, making Jiang Yibei's original irritable mood instantly ease a lot. He doesn't even know what for. Every time he's in a bad mood, cranky or depressed, as long as Yuchiochi was near him and he could feel her scent, his mood would return to calm. It would be understandable if it was because of love. But it's been like this since I was a kid. But how can one understand at that time what love really is? Baby, it's Dad who told me to go back to dinner. It's okay. Speaking of which, the two of them were in a car accident. Jiang Yibei's father did not even go to take a look. It's been so long, and he hasn't been asked to go back. When Feng Jingjing came back today, he opened his mouth to let Jiang Yibei go home. Little cutie. Also see what is going on. Wife, you know the situation of my family. Feng Min married my father after. She brought Jiang Sweetie with her. I don't like them, and likewise they don't like me. You didn't like to go to my house. You only went once a year on Dad's birthday. Now if you still don't like it, you don't have to go. No one will give you a hard time. I won't force you to do anything or allow anyone to bully you. I know with my toes how many bad things this Feng Min would say about herself behind her back. As a daughter-in-law of a wealthy family, going back to your in-laws' house only once a year, you're probably going to be poked and prodded yourself. But the good thing was, she didn't have to deal with any mother-in-law-daughter-in-law relationship. This stepmother-in-law wasn't even a relative in Jiang Yibei's eyes. It's just that what about his own mother? Ever since he was a child, I've heard people say that the mother of the Jiang family's dragon and phoenix child is mentally ill. But it seemed that he had never seen this person before, nor had he heard Jiang Yibei mention his mother. So, will anyone give you a hard time? Is it appropriate for me not to show up all the time? It's a waste of time to ask. Since Jiang Yibei doesn't want to make things difficult for her, he will definitely not tell the truth. The man shook his head. No one's giving me a hard time, as long as the baby's happy, and the only thing you need to think about that, it's to stay by my side as my wife and leave everything else to me. Since he was so understanding, he naturally couldn't make it too difficult for him. Yuchiochi gave his hand a pat with determination. And, I'll go home with you. I'll go home with you whenever I need to, but you'll have to protect me a little. I'm a bad-tempered person, sometimes not very tolerant, and I'm afraid I'll offend your family. No, Jiang Yibei corrected her. You are family. They are not. In his head, the home of him and Yuchiochi after getting married was the home. As for the Jiang family, that was the place where he had lived. The two of them simply cleaned up and walked out of the office. Lin Yang couldn't hide the smile on his face. That look made Yuchiochi instantly blush to the base of her neck. Jiang Yibei asked her softly, Honey, are you still tired? Why don't I carry you out? You can shut up about it. You see, people are laughing. Yuchiochi pulled on his arm and hung his head like a timid hamster. Jiang Yibei cleared his throat, turned back to look at Lin Yang, hooked his lips. Just one action scared Lin Yang into a cold sweat. You know about that newly developed property by Jiang Yinan's company, right? Lin Yang nodded his head blankly in response. I know. Why? A new load of bricks arrived yesterday. About 10 tons. So you'll report tomorrow and come back when you're done moving. Lin Yang, I really should. What am I laughing at? Bosses do what they want. I'm really cheap. Lin Yang gently slapped himself in the face. Alright, I'm going to move the bricks. After sitting in the car, Yuchiochi's laughter that had been held back all the way was finally released. Ha 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 ha, did you just see Lin Yang like that? It's so funny. You're so happy that Lin Yang is defeated. Then I'll have to think of more ways to torment him in the future. The man smiled and pulled her seatbelt on. And the driver had the presence of mind to pull up the soundproofing and drive slowly. The Jiang family is still the same as Yuchiochi remembered. A white Baroque-style manor. The small garden in front of the house was elegantly manicured, and the flowers of the valuable varieties in it. I heard that Jiang Yibei's father had gotten this wife of his specifically for him. The white exterior of the villa looked a touch stately, giving it the feel of an office building, not a home. The maid greeted toward them with a flourish, and Jiang Yibei pulled her hand toward the living room. Young master, everyone is in the dining room. The butler greeted them from inside, holding out his hand to politely guide the duo. Sure enough, as soon as they entered the restaurant, everyone's faces were different the moment they saw Yuchiochi, or Feng Min opened her mouth first. Quickly go add a set of cutlery for Akihiko. Jiang Yibei pulled out his chair and waited quietly as Yuchiochi politely greeted everyone before slowly sitting down. Chapter 40, No Divorce. Yuchiochi could think that he would see Feng Jingjing here. She was different from the outfit she wore in the afternoon. Changed into a plain-colored cheongsam and put her hair up in a partial Chinese bun. Seemingly well-behaved and obedient. Seeing Jiang Yibei's instantly shy and red face, This pair of lovely appearance. Not to mention Jiang Bei. You Chochi, look at some of the heart. Brother Xiao Bei is back. And sister Chochi is here too. Sit down. You've had a hard day's work. Uncle's been thinking about you. Feng Jingjing smiled faintly in a hostess-like manner. What's coming is coming. And what's not coming is coming. Jiang's sweetheart lowered her head and ate, muttering but letting everyone hear it. Get out if you don't want to eat. Haven't you knelt enough? As soon as Jiang Yibei's words came out, Feng Min directly slapped towards Jiang Tiantian's arm. What nonsense is this child? It must be that he hasn't recovered from his previous heatstroke. No one picked up on her words, leaving the scene in an awkward state for a while. It's a good thing the maid came by in time to refill the tea. It was only then that everyone's words shifted back to the question of how foreign tea is different from domestic. Speaking of those words, that's definitely the domain of Jiang Sweet and Feng Jingjing. They've been abroad for so many years. They're definitely pros when it comes to eating and drinking. Jiang father was simply full of praise for Feng Jingjing. Smiling happily, the corners of his mouth were almost grinning to the back of his head. And Jiang Yibei, who was on the side, only kept to himself and gave you chochi dishes. Wife, the home cooking is average, but this honeyed baby red potatoes is okay. It's the chef's private dish. Yibei, you add a piece of fish for Jingjing to taste. This is the Eastern Star spot that was flown in this morning. It's fresh. Jiang father took a sip of wine and happily watched as Jiang Yibei extended his chopsticks to the plate of fish. Also watching were Yu Chiochi, and almost everyone else in this room. If he dared to clip this fish to Feng Jingjing, Yu Chiochi would definitely snap this plate of fish on his head at the first opportunity. She looked at Jiang Yibei with a light smile and put the fish into the bowl. Carefully picking out the thorns, he chucked them back into his bowl. Jiang Yibei, Jiang father's face was instantly ugly. Not only because Jiang Yibei did not give Feng Jingjing any food, even more so because he refuted him in this way. Wife, eat fish. This Eastern Star spot was brought in this morning. Fresh. You should like it. He smiled and looked at Yuchiochi in a general way to ask for a reward. She just smiled towards herself and, the praise he had expected to wait for was not at all forthcoming. And that put him in an unhappy mood for a second. Looking at his father's impending rage annoyed him even more. And, Dad, Feng Jingjing doesn't have any hands of her own. Why do you need me to give her food? I've got a wife. What's wrong with me giving food to another woman? If you want to clip, you clip it for her. You're not far from her and the dish is closer to her. Jiang father was just about to get angry. Yuchiochi raised his hand and called the maid over, and softly commanded that, move this fish to the front of Ms. Feng, and leave the table as it is. The maid nodded, stopped the electric turntable, and put the disputed fish in front of Feng Jingjing again. This current scene made Feng Jingjing want to disappear in place in embarrassment. I don't really like fish either. Brother Xiao Bei, don't be angry, I didn't mean to trouble you. Uncle was thinking that you always gave me food when we were kids. That's why. Jiang Yibei raised his hand and picked up the towel by the table to wipe his mouth. As soon as he held Yu Chiochi's hand, staring at Feng Jingjing's eyes cold to the extreme, he said in a deep voice, first of all, don't you ever call me that again? I'm not used to it, and you ain't my sister. Secondly, we didn't know each other very well as kids. I've long since forgotten that bit of business. Then again, you don't always show up in front of me. I have limited time and a married man has to be with his wife. After that, he said towards Jiang father, Dad, I'm back here too, as you ordered, and I've had my meal. If there's nothing else I'll be off. After all, it's getting late and I have to get up early to make my wife breakfast. He had just pulled the man up when Jiang's father slapped the table. Yuchiochi instantly understood that today's matter was probably not as simple as just eating. Sure enough, Jiang's father spoke slowly. Since you brought Yuchiochi here, you've also destined this matter for her to know. When you married her, the whole family didn't agree. And then you promised that you'd have a child within 3 years. It's been over 3 years now. Where's the baby? If Yuchiochi can't give birth, you'll get a divorce. I've talked to Jing Jing, she doesn't mind that you're divorced. She'll take care of her father's side herself. Look, what an understanding girl. Feng Jingjing's eyes were red, and tears were welling up in her eyes. Uncle, this matter is my wishful thinking. Don't blame Mr. You. I don't mind waiting for Xiao Bei, but I don't want to jeopardize their marriage, either. It's only good if I don't make them fight because of me. Yuchiochi looked at the person beside her blankly. She believed that Jiang Yibei's affection for her. She also knew that he wouldn't divorce himself, but she didn't know exactly how Jiang Yibei would handle it. Dad, are you really naive enough to think that I'll do what I promise? Jiang Yibei revealed a very contemptuous look, and the words in his heart did not come out in the end. Even so, Jiang father still coughed violently in anger. Brother, you've gone too far. Look how angry Dad is. Jiang's sweetheart slapped Jiang father's back and disliked him without any good reason. Sure enough, the mansion is a mess. Yuchiochi wanted to comfort, or explain something, but had no way to speak. After all, she was the one who didn't agree to have a relationship with Jang Yi-bei during these 3 years, and it's really not a good idea to bring this kind of thing to the table. The man pursed his lips, shady eyes seeping with cold. Originally cold temperament Ho-ran became vicious and perverse up. From the moment he heard the word divorce, he knew that he would not be able to control his emotions. I felt in my pockets and realized that I hadn't been going out with my medication lately. He laughed openly and crushed the glass of red wine in front of him as whether my wife gives me children or not, I'm stuck with her for the rest of my life. If she doesn't want me, I'll die. I'll take anyone who says to her to leave me alone with me. Jang Yi-bei stared at Jung's father and cocked his head, a look of not taking his life seriously, making people shudder. Dad, in our next life, can we be father and son again? Honey, your hand. Yuchochi grabbed his wrist and instantly saw that he was out of sorts, so he hurriedly explained towards Jung's father. Dad, we'll have the baby. We have a strong marriage. Please don't ever say anything like that again. Although the Yu family is no more, Yuchochi, am still around. Ibe is not feeling well anymore. I'll take him home first. Since she couldn't get along, she wasn't going to put up with it. The Jiang family merely thought that her parents had died, and that the Yu family's property would not be in the hands of an orphan girl like her. Unaware of the Feng family's current situation, it is estimated that they are still counting on the Jiang family for help. There's glass in your hand. Husband, let's take care of it at the hospital. As soon as the driver heard this, he hurriedly started the car. Jang Yi-bei, however, acted as if he had heard nothing, his eyes red as if they could ooze blood, and his mouth stubbornly recited, "No divorce, no divorce. I don't agree." Chapter 41, Bringing Him Out. Jang Yi-bei was now in a state where he could hardly hear any outside sounds. He was like a lion who had penned himself in a cage, and was so full of wounds that he could not take any more persuasion. And, upon hearing the word divorce, the emotions went right to the top of the meltdown. He definitely can't do it in this state. Yuchochi hurriedly took out his cell phone, notified Lin Yang, and then asked the driver to turn the car around and drive straight home. Honey, it's okay, no divorce. How could I divorce you? I won't, don't you ever doubt that. The woman's gentle, soft voice brushed against his ear. But in Jang Yi-bei's heart but only set off a ripple, quickly returned to calm again. He couldn't see everything in front of him. Everything seemed to be blackened. He stood in a patch of darkness, alone, leaning against a corner, his arms clasped tightly around his head. Can't hear a sound, can't see a light, can't even dare to breathe normally. There was always the feeling that something would appear out of nowhere to attack him. What can we do about this? Do you guys have any ideas? Yuchochi stood blankly and heartbroken. Standing closest to Jang Yi-bei, the man was leaning in the corner of the room, letting no one touch him or make any noise, and there was a strong sense of loneliness about his body that she wasn't sure what had happened to Jang Yi-bei all these years, and she didn't know which of his words had just irritated him like that, and all she knew was that her heart ached and hurt and even blamed himself very much for being so obviously around him all the time. It also made him the way he is now and the pain he will be in. That one. Payson pointed to the refrigerator where the medications were stored off to the side. There's a tranquilizer in there. I'll just give him a shot, but I'll need you guys to help hold him down. It's happened before. He can be aggressive, though he's not a psychiatrist, and not quite on the psychological side of things, but he knew, if treated as a normal mental illness. Besides, for so many years he's handled Jang Yi-bei like this every time. It's just that every time he gets hurt, Jang Yi-bei can hit people and hit them very hard, and if he doesn't hit him by accident, the consequences are simply. He had a vivid memory of the last time he gave Jang Yi-bei an injection that didn't work, and instead made him give himself a shot. Do we have to do this? Is there no better way? Yuchochi didn't want to be like this. She had only seen in the movies that many of the doctors in mental hospitals treated their patients like this. But Jang Yi-bei wasn't a psychopath. Something must have happened to make him stimulated, and she didn't want to do this to him. Lin Yang hung up the phone and hurriedly walked over and pulled Payson aside. Don't come up with bad ideas, okay? I'm convinced. I can't hold down Mr. Jiang. Ants holding down elephants? Am I crazy or are you crazy? So what do you say? He's still bleeding from his hand. His eyes are getting worse, and he can't be taken to the hospital. Yuchochi once again walked slowly towards the man in the corner, whispering softly as she walked past. Ibe, don't be afraid. It's me. I'm Yuchochi. Let me go over to keep you company, okay? The man stepped back, as if he'd been startled by something, although he was already against the wall and could not retreat. The panic that was visible to the naked eye still made Yuchochi stop. Strange, how come he doesn't hit anyone? In the past when he was mad, he hated to kill me when I got close. What is he afraid of this time? Payson stared at the man in the corner suspiciously and tightly. completely unable to understand why he was distinguishing between himself and Yuchiochi. Hello? At the door, the man greeted in a deep voice, instantly relieving Lin Yang. Gu, Dr. Chen, you finally came. Mr. Jiang is not talking again. Look. Chen Mo swept a glance at a few people and softly consoled. Don't worry. He'll be fine for now. Leave him alone for a while you guys get out. Seeing a few people heading out the door, he added, Mrs. Jiang, can I talk to you alone? Yuchiochi nodded, and remained in the room independently, until all had gone out. Chen Mo walked to the side of a table with a modest gramophone on it. He raised his hand and put a record on it, and the music started slowly and lazily, and the body of the man in the corner moved slightly. Chun Ma. Yuchiochi pointed over there, somewhat at a loss for words and even more worried. Chen Mo nodded his head, indicating that he was aware of it, and after a slight moment, he softly said, give him time to convince himself in his mind that the Mrs. Kong, I used to wait quietly like this, maybe a few hours, maybe a day, he'll always come out of it, but you're different. You can try to reach him and bring him back to the real world. Back in the real world? So where is he now? What should I do? I've just been calling out to him, but he doesn't seem to be responding to anything, and he seems to be afraid of me. Chun Ma shook his head. He's not afraid of you. He can hear you. He's just worried he'll hurt you. He's afraid of himself. You're comforting him in the wrong way. Try a different one. I'll explain his situation to you in a moment, but I can assure you, he would never hurt you. You're not like the others. Just looking at him sitting there helplessly was enough to make Yuchiochi's heart ache. At this moment, where did she care about what would be harmed or not? She only wanted Jiangyibei to quickly return to normal, to quickly become the Jiangyibei who would laugh and make her happy. As he walked toward the man, his body still shaking, his head hanging deep in the broken hair in front of her forehead was scattered to make it impossible to see her expression. Yuchiochi turned around and looked at Chen Mo. He didn't react much, merely looked at her and nodded. Honey, it's me. I know you won't hurt me, and I'm not hurt in any way. I'm not afraid. Don't be afraid either, okay? Trust yourself. The man's fingers trembled slightly, but he still didn't look up. But he didn't hide anymore either. Bei, I'm especially worried when you're like this. You're so far away from me. I miss you. Can you hug me? The woman approached him slowly, her fingers resting lightly on his arm, and the man visibly flinched, but his head came up and a pair of dark eyes were so dull that one could not see what was going on inside him, but could see how helpless he was at the moment. Let me touch you. Okay, let me touch you. Yuchiochi put her hand on his head, gently soothing him one by one, and, though she could not remember many things, yet she could, from all that had happened in these days, sensing that Jiangyibei was enjoying the action. Sure enough, the man slowly took her hand and pressed his cheek against her warm palm. Chapter 42, How the hell does he control himself? Chun Ma. The man opened his mouth so hoarsely that he couldn't even hear his voice, not to mention Yuchiochi, even he himself was startled. Jiangyibei, it's okay, you have to try harder. Your wife is worried about you. Chen Mo pushed up his glasses and took out a modest pillbox from his own bag. He was just about to go get some water when the man in the corner spoke again and, sedative. Inject me. He gasped for 2 breaths. His eyes were red. He didn't hold back the tears snapped onto Yuchiochi's arm, scalding her heart in pain. Baby, you go out first. Good boy. I'll stay with you. I want to stay with you. Husband, I'm worried about you. Yuchiochi put her head on the man's shoulder and raised her arm around his waist, gently soothing him. Chen Mo, who was behind him, also opened his mouth at this time. Mrs. Jiang, you go out first. Leave this place to me. It didn't take much thought to realize that the Dr. Chen in Lin Yang's mouth meant that Chen Mo was also a doctor, and it should be a psychiatrist. Yuchiochi knew that he should listen to him at this time. She got up slowly and walked out, closing the door behind her. The room was so quiet that all that could be heard was the sound of an anatomical vial being broken open and, immediately followed by the sound of the syringe pumping out the medicinal fluid. I'm going over there now to sedate you. Jiangyibei, you can hear me right? Hear that? Jiangyibei spoke in a low voice, almost not wanting to move a bit, only slightly turning his head away. Chen Mo walked up to him, pulled up his sleeve, and the medicinal liquid was slowly injected into the. Actually, you're already back in the mood. Just take a little medicine. There's no need to inject it. You know it has a lot of side effects. Well, the man replied quietly, eyes closed. I know. You're afraid you'll hurt Yuchiochi. You won't. I've emphasized this matter to you more than once. You saw it. She came close to you just now, and you didn't do anything. As the medication began to take effect, Jiangyibei only felt calm within himself, and there was no sound in his ears. Don't want to die anymore, but don't feel alive either. Chen Mo was just about to get up when he pressed down on his wrist and said, in a deep voice, Chun Ma, you shouldn't have let her near me. What if I really lose control of myself? This time it's stuck in depression. What if it's the other way around? How are you going to keep her safe? Jiang Yibei, I told you you wouldn't hurt her. Just like your mother. She'd rather hurt herself than hurt you. Like your father. You both have someone inside you that you want to protect the most. This person is more important in your hearts than yourselves. So don't worry, if she's not afraid, you shouldn't be either. Chunma's consolation did not get up in the slightest to pacify the emotions. He raised his head slowly, his eyes gazing into the bright lights of the room. The end of the eyes flushed a thin red, ink-colored cold eyes, dense with layers of ink light. Take the medicine, and then get some rest. Later I'll have Payson take care of your hand. Don't let Yuchiochi worry about you. Chen Mo helped him to sit on the bed, although it didn't look like he was in good shape. But since Yuchiochi was there now, he wasn't too worried. On the contrary, it was Jiang Yibei, who was a bit uneasy. He turned his head in a staccato manner, as if he had just reacted to Yuchiochi's appearance when he saw his onset of illness. With a jittery look at his bleeding hand. She knows, doesn't she? Is she scared? Will she not want me? No, she is Yuchiochi. The little bully who is not afraid of the sky. Will she be afraid of you? She's so fierce, but she's someone who even dares to beat you. Jiang Yibei, would she still be afraid of this little mood swing of yours? Chen Mo smiled to comfort him, helped him to lie down, saw the person slowly fall asleep, and only then wiped the sweat on his forehead. To be honest, he really wasn't worried that Jiang Yibei would hurt Yuchiochi, because he won't. But it's hard to say if he'll hurt himself, not to mention other professions. This psychiatrist is really a high-risk profession, and I regret choosing this specialty. As soon as the door was pulled open, 3 pairs of eyes stared straight at him, startling Chen Mo. Ouch! You guys, don't worry about it, the man's asleep. He closes the door and proceeds to explain that. I gave him a tranquilizer, some sleeping pills and mood control meds. Pei Xin go and treat the injury on his hand. Lin Yang you stay with him. The two hurriedly opened the door and went inside. And just as Yuchiochi was also heading inside, Chen Mo called out to her once again. Let's not use you right now. Let's, talk? Even if Chen Mo didn't say anything, Yuchiochi was planning to talk to him. After all, Jiang Yibei was suddenly like this. She knew in her heart that this person had something to hide from her. Go to the study. With that, she turned and walked to the door of the study and pulled it open. Without waiting for her to ask, Chen Mo spoke directly and, I know that you lost your memory, Mr. You, although I don't know what happened to you in these 3 years, but I know very well that there's not a moment when Jiang Yibei doesn't love you. Maybe he really hurt you, and that's why you've been so forceful in rejecting his love all along. It's selfish of me to say this today. I'm not standing as a doctor, but as a friend, and I want you to help him. He had noticed more than once that when Jiang Yibei was having an attack of, if you can hear Yuchiochi's voice, you will try to control yourself by all means. So this person should be quite a weighty presence for him. So perhaps willing to be treated properly for her sake. Dr. Chen, go ahead. I'm mentally prepared. Yuchiochi solemnly sat down across from him and waited quietly. Okay, the next thing I'm going to say to you is not allowed to be told to you by Jiang Yibei. He's worried you'll leave him because of it, but he'll only get worse if he doesn't get treatment for it. So, against his wishes, I am telling you these words. Chen Mo took a sip of water, crossed his arms on the table, and said with a calm expression, I didn't give Jiang Yibei any professional diagnosis, because he didn't agree to, but in my judgment, he should be suffering from bidirectional affective disorder. I'm not sure if you have any knowledge of this disease. It has alternating episodes of both manic and depressive moods, and this roller coaster of mood changes can take a huge toll on the patient's mental world. People with bipolar disorder are poorer on the inside, and are more horribly hampered by their bipolar emotions. After all, the coexistence of depression and anxiety, it can leave the patient with a sense of mutual ambivalence, of not being able to be in control of his or her emotions, of being affected by the disease. The patient can't control her heart, and it's really painful to survive in this environment. Thus she will lose interest in life. These patients look no different from normal people if they don't have a seizure, but only they know within themselves how hard they are really living. Chapter 43, No Need to Think. Yuchiochi's face gradually paled. She knew clearly that Jiang Yibei was more or less mentally ill, but it wasn't clear that it would be this bad. So how did he keep it under control for so long? And how did he keep it from her? And how hard he's had it. How many times he's struggled alone. Chun Ma, he's in a lot of pain, isn't he? The woman choked back a sob, her heart aching. She clenched her fists and took small breaths, her heart unable to calm itself for a long time. Yes, he's in pain, Chen Mo explained with a calm face. Emotions can go through great changes and may not be able to control what they say or do. He may also hurt those around him. He has a number of injuries, all of which should be self-inflicted. I know I shouldn't say these things to you, but there's no one else in the world who can help him but you. As a friend, I don't want to see his life end like this, or spend the rest of your life in a hospital like, well, any other patient. End of life. Such a topic was too heavy, so heavy that Yuchochi did not dare to think about it in detail. It turned out that for a long time, such a seemingly gentle and ever-patient and loving man beside her had such serious psychological problems that it was as if a very great responsibility had suddenly fallen upon her shoulders at this very moment. After that, her life was no longer just about herself, and with it she placed another responsibility on her life. Chen Mo could see the change in her mood. According to his understanding of Yuchochi, she loved Jiang Ibe. I'm not sure I'm comfortable with his questions, but after all, deeply in love. Naturally, it would be nice if she could help. And if she couldn't, he'd understand. After all, anyone's life is just a few decades. There's no point in hitching yourself up just for the sake of so-called duty and love. Great love was a luxury that not everyone would have, but it was Jiang Ibe's last hope. He never said anything about it because he was afraid I'd leave him for it. I guess. The woman raised her eyes slowly, her amber eyes filled with heartache. Yes and no. He actually talked about it at the very beginning of the attack. He asked his father for help, but no one cared. In those days people didn't know much about mental illness. They'd just say he was mentally ill, that he'd inherited it from his mother. So he hasn't talked about it since then. But he's not in a particularly serious condition. Haven't done too much harm to anyone because of it, and haven't killed myself. Suicide? Yuchochi's hands couldn't help but clench tighter. She could even clearly hear the sound of her heart beating violently. She was so deeply in love with this man. It was unimaginable that this man would one day leave her and the world in this way. In fact, if Chen Mo did not say these, she would not leave Jiang Ibe because of this. She deeply loved this man, and so did he. Let's not talk about their childhood friendship. Let's just say that during this period of time, just how good Jiang Ibe had been to her. She couldn't even turn around and leave when she learned he was sick. What's the difference between abandoning him and killing him outright? Chen Ma, I understand. So what should I do? What can I do to help? Chen Ma continued to explain. Next, as a psychiatrist I need to tell you that the families of bipolar patients suffer the most. They will experience very severe psychological devastation, will be hopeful and disappointed over and over again. Watching the people you love keep hurting themselves, even giving up their lives. You'll be extremely distressed, and there are no more than a handful of family members with a weak sense of faith who suffer from mental illness as a result. But you have to be clear, if it comes to that, and you give up on him, it's the same as pushing him into the abyss. So all this I'm saying to you is not to force you to help Jiang Ibe. Rather, I want you to think it over and make a choice that you won't regret. I understand what you're saying, and I'm clear on my responsibilities. Except that I've got my whole life ahead of me. If I didn't have Jiang Ibe, I might have been able to live, but my world also changed from color to black and white. I don't know about the future, but I love him, not just the past and the present. I'm willing to face any difficulty with him, and I've never been a weakling, and I'm confident and I don't think that's blind arrogance. Dr. Chan, I appreciate you saying this to me as a friend of Ibe. In that case, let's all help him. A man as good as he is shouldn't have to live his life in such pain. Chen Mo suddenly felt as if his understanding of Yuchochi was somewhat one-sided, although it was always known that she was a strong person at heart, and moreover a very capable woman. But suddenly, she realized that she also had the ability to love and be loved, and on one point alone, Jiang Ibe was really inferior to her. Good. I'm relieved to have your words, Mrs. Jiang. You're really something. Chen Mo's appreciative gaze was cast unstintingly on the soft-looking but unusually determined woman in front of him. Dr. Chen. You dare to make a friend like Jiang Ibe. You dare to say anything he won't let you say. You're the one who's truly remarkable. Yuchochi laughed and joked, not forgetting to give him a thumbs up. No more jokes. What do I need to do? A hint of a smile also surfaced on Chen Mo's always unsmiling face. He coughed and began to explain in a serious manner again. Currently, medication is still the primary treatment for bipolar disorder, and treatment for people with bipolar disorder needs to focus on the comprehensive. The three principles of long-term, patient and family participation. The principle of integration refers to the use of multiple tools, such as psychotropic medication, physical therapy, psychotherapy and crisis intervention, which are used in an integrated manner to enhance efficacy. The long-term principle means that the patient needs to comply with the long-term treatment prescribed by the doctor. The principle of patient-family co-participation, in which family members are involved in the patient's treatment process, helps patients improve compliance and reduce relapse. Well, Understand some but not much. How about this? Dr. Chen, I'll convince him as soon as possible to go to you for a professional diagnosis and then determine a treatment plan. Knock knock. Knock knock. The sharp knock on the door accompanied by Lin Yang's panicked shout startled both men inside the study. Are you done talking? Ma'am? You come out quickly. Mr. Zhang can't find you and is going crazy. Yu Qiuqi rushed to the door in a second, pulling it open and darting to the room he had just been in. Bae, hubby. The man sat on the bed, his head drooping, his eyes all empty and, numbly, he raised his head and grinned curtly at the sight of the man, but instantly tears flowed down his face. He grimaced, shook his head frantically, and mumbled, "It's not my fault. It's not my fault, right? I'm sorry. Sorry." Chapter 44, Cheating or One Night Stand. Looking at him in pain, the sound of his emotions collapsing couldn't have been clearer into Yu Qiuqi's ears. The man's intermittent sobbing was a sad sound in the empty room. Yu Qiuqi walked to the bedside, slowly sat down. The man subconsciously moved his body back. Worried that she would be afraid of herself, that she would resent being like this. Honey. Yu Qiuqi raised her eyes once, full of soft light, shallow and warm smile. She reached out her hand, signaling the man to put his palm on it. He hesitated for a great while, but in the end he could not summon up the courage to. Zhang Yibei reddened his eyes and carefully tried to open his mouth, sounding sour as if choked in the throat. Do you still want me? Chen Mo told you right. In fact, what he said is not necessarily true. He couldn't justify anything more to himself. His condition he knew better than anyone, much less the treatment he was willing to undergo. If it could have been cured, my mother would not be in the state she's in now. If he went for treatment, it would mean he admitted he was sick, but he didn't want to, and couldn't. He's trying to live a good life. He's trying to love with all his might for once. He couldn't be a burden to anyone, much less allow himself to be flawed in any way. Yu Qiuqi's hand, which had paused in mid-air, firmly gripped Zhang Yibei's palm. The man's palms were broad, always hot on weekdays, but at the moment they were seething with cold sweat. He moved uneasily, as if to tell Yu Qiuqi in such a way that can control himself, much less hurt her. I hope she's not afraid and doesn't leave him behind because of it. Honey, I know you're not feeling well. It's okay, take your time. Everything will be fine. I'll always be there for you all the time. Chen Mo said. Now is not the time. Such a thing should wait until his emotions have calmed down before seriously talking about it. And now Zhang Yibei looks like a child who has completely lost his sense of security. Again, as if he had made some big mistake. He didn't even dare to meet her eyes, but just held her hand tightly, afraid that she would disappear. Not leaving? The man spoke with difficulty, but still did not dare to look up. Yu Qiuqi pinched his chin and rubbed his cheeks again. Cubby, why are you so cute? This is my house. Where else would I go? The woman smiled and explained, wiping the teardrops from his cheeks painfully. Let's see. Which misbehaving cub dropped the little golden beads? Zhang Yibei quickly wiped his face, pursed his lips, and shook his head stubbornly and seriously. I don't know. I didn't cry. It wasn't me. The injections gradually took effect and he drifted off into a deep sleep as he took the woman's hand. Only then did Yu Qiuqi turn around and call several people in. Chen Ma, is there anything else I can do about the current situation? I heard it all out there just now. You're doing a great job. Find a chance to talk to him. He'll take you up on your offer. You see now how important you are in his heart. Chen Mo turned around and took out a medicine bottle from the cabinet and handed it to her. When you really can't control your emotions, give him 2 of these, which are particularly calming drugs that have side effects, but there's nothing to be done about it at the moment, so we'll all have to wait for your good news. I know. I'll do it as soon as possible. Thanks a lot. Yu Qiuqi nodded her head in response, and then looked at Pei Sen, whose face was full of helplessness. Dr. Pei, how is his hand? Is it badly hurt? I see it's bleeding quite a bit. Pei Sen's entire body was in a panic, his eyes staring straight at the person in the hospital bed, terrified. Pei Sen, Chen Mo coldly called out to him, frightening Pei Sen into a shiver and hurriedly patting his chest. Gu, trying to scare your father to death. After cursing, he thought of Yu Qiuqi's words just now and hurriedly replied. Oh, it's not serious. It's not serious. The broken glass is all cleaned up. The wound will recover in about 3 days. Just be careful not to get wet. As a doctor, he actually had common sense, and had always known that Zhang Yibei was more or less mentally ill. I just didn't realize that he was able to control his emotions even in the midst of an attack. Obviously all injected with a lot of tranquilizers, but also able to force himself to wake up, just to keep Yu Qiuqi by his side. So can human emotion really overcome instinct? Well, it's good that it's okay. You guys have worked hard too. Lin Yang stays. You two go home first. I'm here. After the two left, Lin Yang poured a cup of water and sent it to Yuchiochi. It's 55 degrees. It should be just right for you to try. According to Chen Mo, Zhang Yibei had injected drugs again due to the extreme emotional changes, so it should be deep sleep now, and he must not have heard the conversation between them. Yuchiochi took the cup of water and pointed to the chair beside him. Sit down. It's a big night to keep you from resting. I just have something I want to ask you. Lin Yang pulled a standard professional smile and sat on the chair. Originally these days he felt that Yuchiochi was surprisingly also a cute and lovable little girl, but it didn't last long, and within 2 days she was back to that cold, arrogant look that. You ask, and I'll know what I'm talking about. What happened between eBay and me? Why is he so afraid that I'll leave? Why did I divorce him? I know he won't let you talk. I'll keep it a secret. If you don't say anything at all today, Lin Yang, Yuchiochi is not a good person. You should know ha. The woman also looked at him with the same standard smile. In fact, she would not do anything to Lin Yang, but she was just scaring him. She wanted to know what was wrong with Zhang Yibei too much, and she wanted to help him too much. The way he's so insecure and moves so much that he's scared out of his mind. It made Yuchiochi's heart ache and he didn't know what to do anymore. I didn't say not to say ah. In fact, I'm not afraid of anything. Just heartbroken Zhang always. He loves you. Lin Yang choked a little. Back then he was the worst in business among a group of interns, and was often suppressed and bullied by his seniors. It's not like he has a background, and being able to intern at a company like Zhang's is already ceiling level for him, so he won't give up even if it's hard for him. Later, thanks to a time to be robbed of customers, and was scolded by the leadership of the time, ran into the Zhang also North Road over, which got such a good job opportunity. So many years to watch Zhang Yibei crazy like work, ability to character are one of the best, but in the feelings of love, but cannot be. He's sad, too. After all, this is his benefactor, the man he admires most. He couldn't bear the thought of him living his life like that, either, and after a couple of breaths, he went on and, Ma'am, Mr. really loves you, but he has a great deal of guilt about you, and I wouldn't dare say anything else, except that, 3 years ago, he did something that broke your heart. So, did he cheat or have a one-night stand? Yuchiochi really couldn't think of any other possibilities. Chapter 45, he's so pathetic. No, Lin Yang was simply speechless to death. He really felt that these two bosses were simply a perfect match for each other. The same brainwashing, the same very low IQ. How did you come to associate yourself with such a thing? No one cheated on you. No one had a one-night stand. You may not know. In short, Mr. Zhang would never touch any woman other than you. Yuchiochi nodded her head in a daze, her brain still reacting to his words. Why she wouldn't touch a woman other than her? It was only then that Lin Yang continued. I can't really tell you much about the reason for this. Anyway, it's just that you're mad at me. We Zhang always this 3 years. Too poor. He's like a drowning man on his knees, tugging pitifully at the hem of your skirt. Over and over again. All I get is a cold refusal. I know, he deserves it, but as an assistant, I can only selfishly say, Ma'am, please, for the sake of his sincere love for you, don't leave him again. He really can't live without you. Lin Yang's wiped the corners of his eyes, his gaze fixed on the man on the bed. This person is good at everything, but he is too stupid. He obviously loves someone for 3 years, but he doesn't dare to say a single word, only holding on to her drunk in that time she said I like you, and being silently happy for 3 years. Even if people ignored him, he would have justified it by saying yes. She likes me. She said so. There are always people in this world who have just one love. Giving it to one person is giving it all to her, and it can't be taken back, much less thought of. Zhang Yibei is such a little cutie. It's so hard to learn to love, holding a whole heart up to her as carefully as if it were glass, begging for her pity, but forgetting to tell her how deeply he loved it. So it's me, isn't it? eBay didn't used to be like this. He's always been cold, not suddenly cranky, not suddenly depressed. He's like this, maybe because I'm leaving him. I don't know what he did to piss me off. Anyway, I don't think it's enough for me to file for divorce. It's my fault. I ruined him. Lin Yang was instantly shocked into a cold sweat as he waved his hand back and forth. No, it's not your fault. You mustn't think so. If Mr. Zhang knew, he would not peel my skin. I have not finished moving the bricks in that car. Please, madam Yuchiochi shook her head, gently tugged at the corner of her lips, and looked helplessly at Lin Yang. There's no need to explain. In fact, I shouldn't be obsessing about what happened in the past. Just stay with him and have a good time. He'll be fine. He'll be fine with me. Well, ma'am, you don't have to worry. Every time Chief Jiang wakes up from an attack he can return to normal, As long as he doesn't have anything that touches his emotions, he's still very stable. Looking at the time, which wasn't too early, Yuchochi spoke again. You go home and rest. I'll guard him tonight. Tomorrow you come over early to stay with Ibe. Lele booked me a flight in the morning. I have to travel for 2 days. If it wasn't for the fact that this client couldn't be refused anymore, Yuchochi would definitely not have left Jiangyibei at this time. But according to what Chen Mo and Lin Yang said, he would recover when he woke up, so it shouldn't be a big problem. She took out her cell phone and sent a message to Joy, telling her to focus all of her work for the month into 1 week and tackle it. It didn't matter if she was tired. She had to spare some more time to accompany Jiangyibei for a professional diagnosis and treatment. Yuchochi put down the phone and continued to hold on to the man's hand, leaning on the edge of the bed and staring carefully at his face. Tonight the moonlight was excellent. The silver-white moonlight sprinkled on the man's face, lining his angular side face with a few more points of coldness and severity. The man sleeps like he's back in his old days, with that cold, rejecting look he always had. I didn't realize that when she woke up, she would be pampered and playful and pester her for a cuddle too. The woman smiled dotingly and lifted her eyes to fall on the moon outside the window, which was aglow with. But the cold moon was not very full, with a kind of broken beauty. The slightly cool wind blew in through the window, and there was a silence between heaven and earth. After the infusion, she still didn't leave, because she didn't feel comfortable with him being here alone. It wasn't until the light of day that the woman slowly opened her eyes and rubbed her neck, which was a little sore and stiff, and, seeing that he hadn't woken up yet, he turned around and went to wash up briefly, changed his clothes, and sat on the edge of the bed waiting quietly. Joy has already urged us 3 times. If we don't go, it'll be too late. Yuchochi had to shake his shoulder. Hubby, can hubby hear me? The man's on the bed frowned slightly, rubbing his sore brow, his voice husky as he responded to her. The wife, that's good. You sleep a little longer. I'm going to work. Lin Yang will come over later and explain it to you. The man nodded without answering, still with his eyes closed. Let's go, mister. If we don't go, we won't be able to catch the plane. The appointment over there is in the morning. We've already let the pigeon out twice, and any more pigeon out would be too much. Lele tugged Yuchochi's arm and charged straight out of the room. No matter what, he shoved the man into the car and drove towards the airport with a kick of the gas. You read the contract again. I guess you didn't read it last night either. With this black eye, alas, I don't feel it when they're here, but they've just left. Jiangyibei sat up violently as if he had suddenly woken up. A splitting headache hit him instantly, and he clenched his fists and slammed his head hard several times, still getting no relief from it. Honey, baby, where have you been? The man pushed the door open and walked out into the living room, the images of yesterday's events playing over and over in his head, frame by frame. So, he's having an attack, and letting Yuchochi see it. So, where is she? Obviously remember that she was just beside herself. Why did the person disappear as soon as she opened her eyes? Was it a dream again? Jiangyibei stood in place, pursing his lips tightly. His eyes all started to gradually turn red, the shadowy eyes seeped with coldness, and the original cool temperament Ho-Ran became vicious and perverse. His low, hoarse voice took on a touch of morbid infatuation. So, you're still gone? Still scared of that ghostly look of mine? Yeah, how am I a psychopath worthy of being so good for you? The man stepped aside and fumbled in a cabinet drawer for a box of cigarettes and took out a lighted cigarette and put it to his lips, slightly raised his chin. The corner of his lips pulled out a hint of a smile. Not a smile arc. In front of Yuchochi, he didn't dare to smoke. But now it's different. She's gone again. He's been abandoned once more. Not to mention the smoking. He's just dead now, and she won't look back for a second. The man twisted out the blinding scarlet from his cigarette, turned and touched the golf clubs that lay aside the whole man, penetrating with desperate madness, roared low, over and over again. Why don't you want me again? Why am I always the one who is abandoned? Why don't you kill me? Chapter 46, Putting Out the Fire? Jiang, always. Lin Yang suddenly fixed himself in the doorway. His shocked mouth forgot to close, and after a low cry, he regretted it, because after Jiangyibei slowly turned his head, he laughed ruefully towards him, but his eyes held an indescribable coldness in the bottom of his eyes. The man raised his hand and wiped a handful of blood that had somehow gotten on his cheek. Cocking his head, he casually wiped it onto his small arm, followed by a wave of his hand as another glass display case clattered and shattered. Lin Yang clutched his head and rushed out. He just happened to run into the butler who came in, and he pressed down on the butler's arm and, "Uncle Sue, don't go in. Your husband's gone crazy." Saying that, he quickly pulled out his cell phone and dialed Yuchochi's number. "Madam, Monsieur has demolished the house, and seems to be injured. He has thrown a great temper, and we cannot persuade him." As he spoke, The butler, who had gone in to stop it, also retreated, his black suit still torn with a gash in it. Lin Yang had a moment of fear in his heart. Fortunately he didn't go in just now. What's going on? I'm going back. Didn't I tell you to take care of him? Why are you acting like this again? Inform Chen Mo. Hurry. Yuchochi phone did not put down on the outside rushed. Behind the Lele's tug cannot drag her. Mister. You can't go back. We have an appointment. You can't do this. This project is about our quarterly profit. It's not a small thing. You've lost your memory and don't remember many things. I must remind you that in these 3 years, Jiang Yibei hasn't been that important in your heart. Yuchochi's footsteps did not pause for a second, and he did not even turn his head back, but only returned to her in a cold voice. Joy, if I treated him like he was important for the last 3 years, maybe he wouldn't be the way he is now. I don't remember the past, but I love him now. Company is important. Profit is important. But if I have to choose, I still choose Jiang Yibei. Explain it to the other side. If it doesn't work, we'll have to change the program. I can't leave this man alone. He can't live without me. All the way to the parking lot, Yuchochi sat in the driver's seat, slamming on the gas pedal. Still feel that the car is driving too slow. Mister, you're almost stepping on the gas. So respect the traffic rules. Joy whispered a reminder to her while she went to contact her collaborators for a good dose of reparations. Yuchochi called Jiang Yibei's phone 3 times. There was no response from there. Lin Yang didn't dare to go in rashly. The current Jiang Yibei was the evil ghost of Shura in his eyes. He would only demolish homes alone in the house. If Lin Yang went in, I guess he wouldn't demolish homes but people instead. Ma'am, it's not that I won't go. He'll kill me. He'll be crippled if not dead. It's crackling in there. It's old and scary. I want to go home to my mom. After all, he is still young. Although he has seen Jiang Yibei lose his temper, and he has also seen him smashing a lot of offices. But today, this look, ruthless with despair, was really the first time he had seen it, and he could not help but wince a little. On the principle that the man in the house was an idol, he went in with courage and caution. Nonetheless, the atmosphere in the room was so eerie that every hair on his head was upside down. Lin Yang took one small step at a time and carefully called out that, Mr. Jiang, boss? The boss's wife said, get out. The man bellowed, followed by a vase smashing over. Lin Yang agilely dodged it and quickly returned a word that, yeah, running out the door, clutching his cell phone tightly, he said, indignantly, to the other side of the line. You see, it's not that I don't want to go in, it's life-threatening. I don't want to die, even though I have accident insurance. I'm the only child my parents have, and I don't expect to pass it on. But, to the the phone was hung up on. The housekeeper made all the servants go to the backyard, and Payson followed and arrived. But he didn't dare to go in when he saw this situation. What a tosser. Where's Yuchochi? What's she doing again? Dr. Pei, general manager, you had something to do on a business trip. She told me yesterday, and Lele informed me this morning as well, but I haven't even gone in yet. And Mr. Jiang is, like this. I didn't even have time to explain. Lin Yang was about to regret it. If he could have set off earlier and come over earlier. Maybe if he explains himself to Mr. Jiang, he won't think that Madam is disappearing. We'll have to find Chen Mo, won't we? We can't solve it. He's very angry. Whoever goes in there will get beaten up. How about one of those tranquilizer guns? The kind you use on lions and tigers? Payson said, pulling out his cell phone, as if he really felt that the idea was reliable. A very disdainful voice came from behind him. What about saying that you surgeons just don't have a brain? Lions and tigers don't recognize tranquilizer guns. Do you think Jiang Yibei doesn't either? Chen Mo walked in with dark circles under his eyes, but he was not as graceful as usual, and looked like the whole person was tired. This look made Pei Sen, who was just about to talk back, shut his mouth instantly and asked him with concern instead. What's the matter with you? Why are you so haggard? What did you go through in just one night? Chen Mo sighed heavily and didn't answer, which caused Pei Sen to become even more anxious and, just as he was about to pursue the question, Yuchochi's car rushed towards the 3 people. Hey. Payson, scared, his face white, turned his head and ran. You step on the brakes, ah. Instead of being afraid, Lin Yang glared at him with a contemptuous look on his face. Don't worry, mister. Yu's car skills are much better than yours. Seeing Yuchochi get out of the car and dart towards the villa, he hurriedly pulled her arm. Be careful, madam, be careful. Mr. Jiang may be a bit nonchalant. He will hurt you. Take your time. Nothing. Yuchochi yanked his arm away, glanced toward Chen Mo behind him, turned around and charged straight in. Several people were uneasy, afraid that Jiang Yibei would really go crazy if he hurt Yuchochi. When he came to his senses, he'd probably kill himself, so they all followed her and stood in the doorway. The woman's heart sank as she entered, and the whole living room was smashed with what was left of his. You can't even describe it as a burglary. Burglars don't mess with things like that. Get out! Get out of here! All of you! The man erupted into a huge roar, like a pissed-off lion that. It was as if anyone who got close to him would just kill them and splatter their blood on the spot. The few people behind him simultaneously held their breath in fear and backed up. Jiang Bei, what are you shouting for? The woman raised her voice in a disgruntled reply, her eyes still searching for the man in the pile of rubble. Cubby, come out here. I'm back. I ain't gone. Didn't I tell you in the morning? I'm going to work. I'll listen. A figure in one corner of the sofa stirred slightly, then rose slowly, hung his head and, hurriedly, he dropped the golf club in his hand and tugged at his coat. Ooh, Lin Yang sighed in a low voice behind him and, that's putting out the fire? Chapter 47, Cry it out. You don't want me. His throat went dry, and he sucked in a breath, his voice choking with sobs. Is there something I'm doing wrong? The man's voice trailed off, the intense fear that had brought him to the brink of collapse. This time was different. The previous Yuchochi didn't love him, and made it even more clear that she didn't want him. And now Yuchiochi, who'd said she loved him twice, said she liked him 5 times, kissed him 3 times, and had sex twice. How could he accept the loss of a love that he had received a clear indication of? He was so scared, so panicked, that he just felt like his whole body was trapped into a giant cage of. There were cold, harsh tin cages everywhere, and he wanted nothing more than to break through it all, just to see even a little bit of light. It wasn't until Yuchochi's voice that the light began to gradually come into his world, but what immediately followed was the sight of the mess that he had created. Yuchochi laboriously stepped over some things in front of him that he couldn't tell what exactly was in front of him. Walking over to the man, he stood up on the couch, and took the man into his arms as he, biting her lip, she slapped him gently on the head, looking vicious, but her hands were half-hearted, not able to make use of the force. Who let you hurt yourself? Do you know that I will be heartbroken? Who said I don't want you? How could I not want you? Yuchochi hugged him and tightened her arms hard, choking with heartache and worry until she couldn't speak. Husband, it's okay, I'm sorry, it's my fault. I shouldn't have left. Nothing matters as much as you, and I shouldn't have left you at this point. The man's body tensed due to the tension. Muscles were stiffly tensed and stood frozen in place. Not daring to make any noise or cry, biting her lip to hold back the helplessness in her heart. Both fists were shaking out of shape from clenching so hard. At that moment he felt like he had been abandoned by the world. His whole body exuded a disheveled atmosphere. His eyes were unfocused, and his heart could no longer stir up any ripples. Honey, cry. Don't hold back. It's my fault. It's my bad. Just cry it out. I didn't leave really. The woman patted his back, forcing her heart to ache, and comforted him earnestly, word by word, and the man's clenched lips slowly loosened, and with a great ho-ho-ho gasp, the voice caught in his throat, and only a suppressed sob could be uttered. No go. No go. He grinned and tried hard to squeeze out a bitter smile for Yuchochi, but tears slid down in large indisputable lumps, looking at her with broken eyes, nearly a 6'9" man, crying like a little kid in front of her. Don't go. Don't go. How could I go? I'll always be there for you. I won't go. Looking at the man's ingratiating effort to smile as if he were begging for her mercy. It sent a flood of acid through her heart, and tears of heartache rolled down her bare cheeks. And, it's my fault. I was so bad. How could I leave you home alone? Honey, I'm sorry. I won't do it again. I'm already so sorry. Don't be afraid. Okay? I'm not leaving. If I knew that Jiang Bei would be crazy to such an extent. Today as the sky collapsed, Yuchochi did not leave half a step. Watching the man crumble, she could almost be sure of Lin Yang's words that if she really left him, Jiang Bei might not really be able to survive. So what the hell did she do to make him look like this? Why did you let her lose her memory in favor of her? If it was Jiang Bei who lost his memory, he might have been able to make up for it better. But now she was the one who couldn't remember anything, and there was no way for her to try to persuade or apologize. The man slowly stood up straight and took a step back. Yuchochi then saw a scratch on his cheek. The arm also bled, and the blood mixed with dust on the left hand made the whole man look mad and hateful. Just as he was about to speak, he saw the man flop to his knees. Payson gave an exaggerated roar of. Chen Mo hurriedly covered his mouth. Don't want to die. Honey, I was wrong. I'm sober. What to do? I did something wrong. I'm sorry. The man's broke down and cried out, helplessly watching his own hands smash the home that belonged to them into this. The uneasiness in his heart went straight to his head, and seemed to pierce through him. The Jiang Yibei shook his head frantically, apologizing with a cry that, I'm sorry, baby, I didn't mean it. Can you believe me? You don't believe it. You don't believe it. The man hung his head in despair, muttering under his breath, and grabbed a smashed porcelain vase off to the side and stabbed it toward his palm. Blood gushed out in a smooth stream, and the hideous wounds spoke of the man's madness. Jiang Yibei. Yuchochi grabbed his wrist and snatched half of the porcelain vase in his hand in a panic. Are you crazy? I told you it wasn't your fault and I didn't leave. You. Lin Yang hurriedly tugged Pei Sen's over, who was still flustered and staring at Chen Mo. Take care of the wound. What are you staring at? Wife, I shouldn't have ruined our home. Look. The man held up his bloodied hand and, I'm punishing myself, okay? It's these hands that smashed it. I'm punishing myself, so don't get mad, can you? I promise. I'll get this place back in shape very soon, and I'll be obedient from now on. So don't go. Jiang Yibei pushed Pei Sen away, stubbornly grasping Yuchochi's clothes. A hint of paranoia swept across the bottom of his eyes. You can't go. You're not allowed to go. I know I'm wrong. I'll punish you any way you want. If it's not enough, I'll beat you as much as you want. I'll get a whip, the man said, rising hastily, turning and rushing to the study, and coming out quickly shoving the whip into Yuchochi's hand. His hands flew to unbutton his shirt. With his clothes off, it was clear to see that his body had many scars, though not so deep that but you can tell there's something new and something old, and with a body like his that doesn't scar easily, to be able to form such scars, they must have been caused by repeated injuries. First deal with the injury on your hand. You're bleeding. Jiang Yibei, you listen to me. The woman dropped the whip in her hand and took his arm towards walking to the treatment room. A foot was stretched out to hook over a chair, and the man sat down obediently, following it with an outstretched hand. Honey, I'll do as I'm told. I'll bandage it properly, you don't go away. Keep looking at me, okay? Pei Sen's hands were constantly preparing tools, sterilizing, cleaning up porcelain shards, bandaging, and he couldn't wait for a second to deal with his injuries and get out of this place of wrongdoing quickly. Jiang Yibei's dark eyes stared at Yuchochi, hating to even save blinking. He didn't know what else he could do. He had destroyed with his own hands the home that belonged to him and Yuchochi, and everything she held dear. He couldn't persuade himself to just get over it, that the wrongdoer was going to be punished, and that one phrase, over and over again, rang in his ears. It wasn't until the moment the blood flowed out that he felt as if he wasn't so suffocated, as if he could breathe. Pei, be gentle. Yuchochi stood at his side, shielding his eyes for him. Chapter 48, threatened. The man obediently tucked his head into her arms, and his other, uninjured hand wrapped tightly around her waist. No more words were said, just a tight hold without the slightest relaxation. It hurts, doesn't it? Pup, don't be afraid. It's okay. Yuchochi inserted her fingers into the man's hair, kneading it one by one, and watching Pei Sen wrapped in circles of gauze, heartbroken and remorseful. It doesn't really hurt that much. Pei Sen fixed the gauze and went back to explaining that Jiang Yibei always gets hurt, and this small injury is really nothing to him. Pei Sen, behind him, Chen Ma called out softly, walked in and smiled towards him, and, actually, no one will sell you as dumb if you don't talk. Why was the mute sold? Doesn't anyone speak up for the mute? What did the mute do wrong? Who the hell said that first? I don't think it's fair to the mute. Every time he met Chen Mo, Pei Sen would turn into a complete barfly, and for a while he thought that he himself must not be compatible with this person's character, and he should find a master to show them later. Tell you what then, you take care of it quickly and then go make a statement for the mute. I'm with you. Go for it. Shinma made a fist in his chest and continued to fake smile at him. Almost all the scratches on his arms and cheeks were not serious. Pei Sen put a band-aid on Jiang Yibei's face, and basically it was taken care of. Chen Mo walked to Yuchochi's side and whispered towards her. Mister, why don't you go change first? You're all dirty. I'll talk to Jiang Yibei. No, don't go. Jiang Yibei instantly panicked, hands clamped on the woman's waist, said nothing and refused to let go, raised his head, a pair of eyes full of panic. Don't go, please, I won't do it again. Akuchi, don't leave me, just give me some more time, okay, don't be afraid. Yuchochi really couldn't reject such Jiang Yibei. She frowned and, holding the person in his arms tightly, he looked at Chen Mo with the same helplessness. What should I do? He's in bad shape. How am I going to get out? Chen Mo slowly stepped forward again. His gentle voice felt reassuring as soon as he opened his mouth. Jiang Yibei, she's not leaving. They never said they wanted to leave you. What are you doing here? Let's talk. I'll give you a minute to think about it. If you want our conversation to be overheard by Yuchochi, Just keep holding her like that and I'll start the clock now. After saying that, Chen Mo took a step back and gazed at his watch. Jiang Yibei froze in a daze for 10 seconds, and finally let go of his hand. Honey, I'll be quick. Don't go. Will you? Yu Qiuqi nodded. I'm not leaving. I'm going to go change and then I'm going to wait for you at the door and not go anywhere. The door to the room slowly closed, and Jiang Yibei's choleric eyes were suddenly covered with a layer of unspeakable gloom. He glared impatiently at Chen Mo and spoke in a cold voice. You're looking for death. Chen Mo, are you threatening me? Isn't that pretty cool? When did it get back to normal? I didn't even see it coming. Chen Mo turned back and picked up a cup of water, leaning against the edge of the table, huffing and puffing as he drank. Jiang Yibei slowly got up and looked at this circle of white gauze on his palm, and in passing gave Chen Mo a look as well. What else could I do? I'd scare her if I went crazy, but I can't let her go. Chun Ma, I'm not exaggerating. If she left me now, I wouldn't survive a minute of this. Call me whatever you want. Loser, stupid, can't live without a woman. Whatever. There was a brief silence in the room, and Chun Ma was aware of his, whether it's this disease or Jiang Yibei as a person, to be able to say something like this. Neither was a surprise, and he set his glass down and spoke softly. I wasn't going to say anything about you. Everyone's life is unique. You can live it however you want. There's nothing wrong with trying to pursue her if you love her. I don't think you have a problem with that. Psychiatrists are always good at getting close to their patients. Even for someone like Jiang Yibei, hearing someone else understand his words makes waves in his heart. More or less. You believe me? He opened his mouth in disbelief, smiled bitterly and pressed on. Haven't you always thought I was sick? And isn't it obvious? Chen Mo shook his head and corrected his words. Not all right. You probably don't understand the profession. And things like psychology. It's just that once you've learned it, you realize that, my God, everyone around me has mental problems. They're all perverts. Learn it long enough and you'll realize, oh my God, so I'm a pervert too. Jiang Yibei was finally amused by his words, and helplessly sat down on the edge of the bed, raising her eyes to look at him. Chun Ma, I can't control my behavior. It's getting worse. I couldn't see anything just now. The world was all twisted and distorted. There's even a mess of things attacking me, and space compresses and, that panic of not being able to see the real world. I'm really scared. What if I hurt a coochie? But I really love and adore her. I don't want to leave her and I don't know what to do. I get it. It's not like you're particularly serious. It's all normal. I don't mind inviting you to my hospital if you want to be treated. Chen Mo took out a business card from his pocket and handed it to Jiang Yibei. The man just looked down but didn't bother to pick it up, knowing that it's incurable. There's really no possibility of anything but getting worse. My mother is living proof that she is spending less and less time awake, but every time she is awake she makes it clear that she wants to heal. But what does that do? It's still suicide over and over again, or hurting those around you, and it seems like nothing ever changes. No need. I'll take my pills. I just wanted to ask you what you've been telling Autumn Pond. Does she know about my condition now? Chen Ma shook his head. I didn't really say anything, just that you might have some mental illness. Don't get mad yet. In your case, even if I don't say it, do you think Yu Qiuqi can't see it? She's amnesiac, not stupid. She's like a human being. I think she'd have realized it if I hadn't told her. Do you want the day to come when she comes to you with a psychiatrist? What will you be able to hide when the time comes? So you'll have to thank me. The man braced his hands on the bed, leaning back, a pair of eagle eyes straight in front of him. The expression of indifference and let a person cannot help but tremble in the heart. Really cannot guess his thoughts at this moment. Chen Ma glanced at the doorway. The knot in his throat moved up and down, followed by a push of his glasses. Incidentally, I mentally diagnosed myself. Micro-expressions were analyzed, and one was now weak-minded. Chapter 49. What happens after you recover your memory? What do you want? Threaten me? Chen Mo was a bit vain, and his voice wasn't as calm as usual when he spoke. Jiang Yibei skimmed the corners of his lips. No, it's just that you'd better watch what you say and never let my wife know too much. You know she's not well enough to be irritated. You still know she's not well? Jiang Yibei, this amnesia of hers isn't permanent. If ever the blood clots pressing on her nerves are absorbed, she'll remember everything that's ever happened. No one else knows what's going on with you guys. I don't know what's going on. Other than that, with what I know about Yu Qiuqi, I'm really worried that she'll kill you. She's gonna kill you. This is so ed up. The muscles in the corner of Jiang Yibei's eyes twitched. A pair of stern eyes instantly lost their luster, and he didn't know that she would recover sooner or later. So what? So he has to distance himself from her? Submissively go for a divorce with her when she's fully recovered her memory? Wouldn't that even be a tail wagging the dog? She'd better be able to kill me. What a joy it is to die at her hands. Chun Ma, you're single. You don't understand. Chun Ma, extra tubes for you. Alright, I'm relieved since you don't have a problem anymore. Take this medicine. He handed over the bottle of pills in his hand, more or less uncomfortable at being taunted, so he followed up with the words, renovate your home as soon as possible. After all, it's not good to explain that something like tearing down a home happens in a home with a wife. Only after watching a trace of panic appear on Zhang Yibei's originally calm face did he smile with satisfaction. As soon as the door was pulled open, sure enough, Yu Qiuqi had already changed into a good outfit and was standing in the doorway waiting. As soon as she saw him, she asked anxiously, how's it going? Is Yibei okay? Look at you nervous. I thought you were going to ask me as soon as you opened your mouth. Where's the boy and girl? Don't worry. People are fine. Just scared. You comfort him more. Don't blame him. Wife. Inside the room, men shouted at the top of their lungs, one above the other. Yu Qiuqi hurriedly rushed in. The man aggrievedly bit his lip and squeezed out a word from his throat. Hug. Originally, Lin Yang had planned to send the two doctors out, but I didn't expect Payson just heard that people are fine and turned directly away. Chen Mo followed closely behind and chased out, running 2 steps before pulling Payson's arm before he could get in the car. What are you doing? Payson didn't have the heart to shake off his arm. Chen Mo looked at the empty hands, and lost his good temper, and asked him in a conspiratorial manner. I heard you went on another blind date, so can't wait to get married? Look at Jiang Yibei. What's so great about being married? Payson rolled his eyes at him and disliked him back as he pushed him away. And, does it have anything to do with you? Dr. Chen, if you have some spare time, can you diagnose yourself? You're schizophrenic, aren't you? Without waiting for anyone to say anything else, he just kicked the gas and drove the car out. Hey! Lin Yang crossed his arms in the doorway. I'm not even in time to send this Dr. Pay so anxious why Lele hugged the hand scrunchie and took a bite. Her eyes looked at Chen Mo's back and sked. TCH, you can't even tell. You're such a stick in the mud. Mallet? Lin Yang turned his head and followed Lele's footsteps toward the inside, still wondering what the hell stickman meant, except that the moment he went inside and saw the two bosses, he forgot almost everything. Mr. You. Lele stuffed the cake all in one bite into her mouth and ran through a piece of rubble to Yu Qiuqi's face, anxiously explaining. I explained and communicated with the other side about the previous situation and they are willing to give me a chance, but we have to go to. Today. No go. Yu Qiuqi rejected her directly. She didn't want any more situations to happen to Zhang Yibei. This time it all scared her half to death. If something really happened to him, what was the use of making more money even if she did? Not to go, can it? Mr. You cannot love brain. When you recover yourself will definitely want to shoot the current self. Lele grabbed her arm and was about to yank it aside, but Yu Qiuqi's other arm was being tugged by Zhang Yibei, refusing to let go. Seeing this, Lin Yang hurriedly pulled Lele aside and handed her a bottle of juice in passing. Joy, I have something to ask you. You drink some orange juice first. I brought it especially for you. Zhang Yibei's hand loosened slightly after the person left. But then a sudden pang of panic struck me when I saw the hand-me-downs in the living room that I had smashed. Honey, I'll get you the exact same one again. I'll make sure to find you all of them. Limited edition ones can be found too. See how vain you are. If you break up the house again in the future, see if I beat you. Yu Qiuqi feigned anger and tugged on his ear. The man smiled curtly but didn't open his mouth about letting her go to work. It was Yu Qiuqi who asked him first. You shouldn't be nervous about your work schedule today and tomorrow. I just asked Lin Yang and he said he could spare 2 days. Zhang Yibei nodded blankly, not knowing what she wanted to do, his heart beating a little. So, can you travel with me? I'm going south for 2 days. The house can't be lived in now in this condition, so why don't you join me? Really? The man's dark eyes were full of shock, followed by a touching redness that, honey, why are you so nice? You even took me on a business trip. I'm sorry, I'm so ignorant. Messing up the house. You're so nice. I'll try to be nice too. I'll get a grip on myself. I believe you. Yu Qiuqi raised her hand on his cheek and pinched it, then kissed the man on his thin lips. Go change, let's go together. We'll go out together after we're done and hang out together. When I take you out to relax, okay? Before leaving, Lin Yang urged and instructed that he had to come back 2 days later, and the work progress had been delayed quite a bit. The city in the south is relatively more sweltering. Yu Qiuqi is not very adaptable. Luckily, Zhang Yibei would always wait in his car near where she went to work, trying to keep her out as much as possible. The air conditioning in the car was a little low, and as soon as the woman got in, she was draped in a thin fleece jacket that, wife's been working hard. Want some water? Zhang Yibei's fingertips touched her shoulder, and as she grabbed the man's hand, why is it so cold? You're cold, silly. If you're cold, turn the air conditioner on warmer. I'm fine. I'm a big man. I'm not that delicate. My wife is afraid of heat. I'm not cold. As soon as I see you my body is warm. If you don't believe me, my pecs and abs are all hot. Joy slowly lifted her fingers and pressed them against her ears. The two bosses. How about you guys pulling a soundproof board for me? I don't have an object yet. I can't listen to this, and I will grow a love brain. She didn't want to sit back there and act like she was the boss, either. But there's no way around it. The boss's husband wants to behave himself, so she has to do it reluctantly. Chapter 50, heard something next door. When she arrived at the hotel, as soon as she entered, Yandere bent down and took off her high heels for her, and took out a pair of slippers from his bag to change into them for her. Honey, why do you have a pair of shoes in your bag? The woman looked down at him with some curiosity. After the person got up, she realized that the shoes were identical to the slippers she wore at home. Well, the baby's been wearing heels all day, and the hotel slippers aren't comfortable to wear. And you've been most comfortable in this brand of slippers for the last 3 years, so I bought a pair just now while you were at work. He didn't want to say he'd brought it from home. A big man thinking of everything might be seen as too abrasive. The man stood at the door of the bathroom, picking at the door but refusing to go in, only looking blearily at Yuchochi, who was holding the computer at the table. She didn't have to look up to feel the hot gaze, smiled lightly and spoke softly. Honey, I'll be shy if you stare at me like that. What's wrong? As soon as she looked up, the man reached toward her, his gauze-wrapped hand visible only as a few fingers, a little pathetic and a little cute. Honey, my hand is broken. I can't take a bath. I don't sweat much anyway. Why don't I stop washing today? He knew very well that Yuchochi was a bit of a clean freak. Normally, when I come home, I have to take a shower and change into my pajamas before I go to bed. Any clothes worn in the bedroom would have to be changed into a new one if they went for a round in the living room and came back. Not to mention the fact that he's been on an airplane all day, and driving for so long, and it's so hot outside. Yuchochi would definitely go crazy if he lay next to her without taking a bath. Sure enough, the woman snapped her computer shut and, that's no good. Honey, hygienic men are cute. It's almost 40 degrees outside. You don't stink I guess, but you don't smell good either. You still need a shower. I'll buy a wrap for your hands. Well, I don't mind. Don't worry wife. I'm not one of those bosses with a cleanliness fetish. I don't have those stinky problems. The man smiled thievishly, looked at Yuchochi's face was white with fear, and pointed to the bathroom, and opened his mouth with some difficulty. How about, you help me? When he finished, he scratched his hair in embarrassment and shook his head quickly in denial. Again, forget it. I'd rather not wash it. You're too shy to help me. I'm a big man. How can I rely on my wife for everything? Help! I'll wash it for you, as long as you do. Yuchochi responded helplessly and walked over to him, gently coaxing the man with a not-so-reluctant face. Husband be good. I'm your wife right? What's there to be embarrassed about as a couple? Don't be shy. I'll help you wash it. The man obediently made way for her, holding his arms behind him as he watched the woman's back in her robe. Her slightly bent body set off graceful curves. Raising her hand, she hooked the loose ebony hair, revealing the white, glossy neck of the water level in the tub gradually rose, the sound of running water clattering into the man's ears. With a clatter, the man backhandedly locked the bathroom door and, bony fingers hooked loose the tie, and the warm orange light in the bathroom added a touch of ambiguity. Yuchochi turned back, just about to ask what was the point of locking the door. It wasn't like anyone was going to come in and, it was then that I realized that the man's cheeks were a little red, and I wondered if it was from the heat, or if he wasn't feeling too well somewhere. She hastened forward and touched the man's cheek. Hubby, not feeling well. Well, not feeling well right now. The man's voice was magnetically seductive, and raised his head slightly. The knot in his throat rolled. Be a good boy and undress. Yuchochi looked a little stunned, hearing his voice, only then hurriedly put down the towel in his hand and began to undo the buttons of his shirt one by one. He said he was here to keep himself company, but he didn't want to have to serve him, and what's the point of tossing him around when his hands are broken? She grumbled inwardly, but couldn't help but look twice at the muscles on the man's body, which were fuller due to some engorgement of blood, the cold white skin with veins bulging, as if you could see the blood flowing, and the pectoral muscles undulating up and down as he breathed, were simply seductive. Even without the intent to seduce, he was a very sexually charged image in this body. With his clothes off alone, the woman who hadn't held back, kissed him on the knot of his throat, his fingers still weaving in and out of her hair. The knot in his throat felt like rolled coals of fire, and there was a tingling sensation that stirred through his limbs and then rushed toward his lower belly. The man carried her to the sink with one hand, and before she could react she was suddenly kissed by the man. The long, deep kiss made her instantly soft and he pressed the back of her head with one hand, and with the other he scooped up the slim, soft waist and brought her whole body forward. Smoothly, he touched the waistband of the robe and pulled it violently, his slightly cool fingers touching the woman's skin on the. She only felt tingly and her body followed uncontrollably close to him. Yuchochi knew for the first time that he could still sit on the marble sink for an hour and not feel his butt giggling. It's probably still the hormone pot, until it's being pocketed by the legs and put into the bathtub. Only then did she realize that Zhang Yibei had patted his bathrobe underneath her at some point. Wife, bathtub would be more comfortable. The low and sexy male voice exploded in his ears. Yuchochi only felt that his mind could not think of anything else at all. Arms hooked around the man's neck, eyes narrowed slightly, head tilted back involuntarily, the sound of the ocean waves moving with the tides, from sunset until the first light of day. The man wrapped her up in a bath towel and tucked her under the covers. The woman squinted her eyes without another ounce of strength, letting the man on top of her wipe the water droplets from her. Take a nap, baby, go to sleep. I'll call you later. The man coaxed her softly, dropping a reluctant kiss in her hair, and turned to clean up the messy bathroom, before going out to order his meal. I was going to accompany you to a famous local specialty restaurant, but what do you know? A lack of control past hours not to mention tired her. Zhang Yibei sighed guiltily, biting his lip and opening her computer, on which the supplemental agreement made a few marks. He continued to scrutinize the contract carefully, and made changes to the plan as a whole, then sent it to Lele. I looked at the time. It's been more than an hour. I just wanted to go to the bedroom to check. Lele's side returned in seconds. Boss, you are quite efficient today. I heard a little movement next door. I thought you two didn't do anything good, but I didn't realize it was a misunderstanding. A boss is a boss. Letting a stunningly beautiful man go without a fight, and still focusing on work. You are my role model. A good ass kissing and praise from the boss is rare. Zhang Yibei closed the computer with a black line on his face, carried a cup of warm water, and turned to the bedroom. Chapter 51, the vinegar is about to spill. Wife, baby? The man's lowered his voice and tenderly rubbed at her hair. Seeing the man frown impatiently, he withdrew his hand in fright, and, followed by holding his breath and froze as he watched the reaction of the person on the bed. Yuchochi rubbed his eyebrows impatiently, his amber eyes narrowing into slits. Without saying a word after looking at him he closed his eyes again. Zhang Yibei sat on the edge of the bed, mentally fueling himself up. Go for it, Zhang Yibei, don't be a wimp. The baby didn't eat at night. She must not have eaten well at lunch. She can't go to bed hungry. She's too thin. If the gods don't see fit to blow the baby away in a gale, you'll lose him. Go away. Without waiting for the person to finish his words, Yuchochi lifted the quilt and covered his head tightly. This reaction scared Zhang Yibei into an instant cold sweat, and he hurriedly covered his mouth. Though she could no longer see, the man obediently got up and walked away. Only, after hovering in the doorway for 10 minutes or so, he came back in and, like a strong, undefeatable beast, but not sitting down this time. Instead, she half squatted directly beside the bed, her voice low with resignation. And, wife, I'm hungry. Wife, Payson said my hand has to change the medicine. You first sleep for a while. I will do it myself. Sure enough, the words still had to be said to be effective, and the woman on the bed instantly raised her head and, as soon as she saw Zhang Yibei's eyes hanging down in a pitiful manner, she came to her senses at once, and hastened to touch him on the head. I'm sorry, I'm just a little out of bed. Don't feel bad, hubby. I'm going to order you dinner right now and then I'll eat and change your medicine. Right away, she said as soon as she lifted the covers and got out of bed, only to have her legs go limp and she fell straight down, thanks to the man's quick eyes and hands catching her. Smoothly, he just hugged the person like this and walked towards the living room. Ouch, you put me down. Watch your hands. Yuchochi didn't dare to move after struggling for a bit, afraid of accidentally touching him. Well, don't you move, and watch out for my hand. The man changed his face from the aggrieved face of a moment ago, and turned a somewhat somber face, and, placing the person in the chair, he brought the glass of water he had just brought over and handed it to her. What's wrong? Is something wrong somewhere? Or do you blame me for sleeping too long? Yuchochi raised her hand towards him and cocked her head to see the man's expression. Zhang Yibei shook his head. His hands kept opening the lid of the dinner plate on the table. Eat something quick. There's what the hotel ordered and what the outside restaurant made. See what you like and eat a little bit of it. Yuchochi didn't move. To be honest, she was really hungry. After all, she hadn't had a proper meal all day. It's been so stressful, and I've slept in since I've been back. But Zhang Yibei was so obviously out of sorts. What else would put her in the mood to eat? What's the matter with you? I'm not going to eat until you tell me. The woman hugged her arms and watched as the man went into the bedroom and came out with another pair of slippers in his hand. Jang Yabe slowly squatted down, put on slippers for her, but did not stand up again, holding the woman's ankles guiltily in the heart of the acid. I'm sorry, it's really my fault. I shouldn't have been. When you were having such a hard time. Sorry baby, I always say pay attention but every time. I don't know what's wrong with me. If I can't control myself again, I'll never touch you. I'm tired of you. I'm sorry. Just, because of that. Ha! Yuchochi raised his hand and hooked the man's chin. His other eyes looked away, but it was difficult to hide the reddened eyes. Honey, you're too cute. The woman lowered her head and gave him a peck on the lips, looking at his red, swollen lips, and didn't hold back another kiss. Cubby, you smell so good. Did you change your body wash? I love it. Seeing that the man just nodded, his complexion unchanged, she slowly came up to the man's ear and whispered that the hubby was especially great. I loved it. The soft voice drilled into the man's ears, and his ears instantly turned red, as if he had been pinched by someone. The seeking eyes stared straight at her until Yuchochi nodded seriously again and, I mean it. He then hurriedly got up as if relieved, and that usual smile hung back on his lips once more. Try it. This restaurant is especially famous in the area. I specifically ordered his specialties. Try to like it? Although the food was delicious, it was not helped by Yuchochi's small appetite, especially since it was already nighttime, basically full after 2 bites. She rubbed her stomach and circled the room twice before sitting down at the table. Honey, why don't you take the medicine out? I'll change it for you and you can go to bed. I have some things I need to take care of. Jang Yabe nodded, and from the bag that came along with him, he took out a small bottle of medicine, a roll of gauze, and iodophor and handed it to her. Watching the woman skillfully change his medicine, he somehow felt very warm in his heart. Even if he was hurt, he was still happy. Honey, thank you. You're so sweet. Okay? Yuchochi raised his eyelids and smiled thievishly and, let me touch it if you want to thank me. As soon as the man ripped off the waistband of his robe, his nice abs were instantly revealed. Yuchochi did not expect him to be so dry. Then they also fake politeness for what? So from top to bottom of the touch, but also do not forget to comment on it. Well, the feel is good. The pecs are good. The abs are not too obvious. Husband, you have lost weight. To eat more. Jang Yabe instantly tensed and looked down carefully, and pinched twice in his abdomen. It's true that it's not as noticeable as it used to be, and how can that be, when it's so hard to have something that she thinks is okay? What redeeming qualities do you have, when your good figure is gone? Honey, I know. I'll start working out right away, and I'll step it up when I get home. Don't worry, I'll look good. Don't you ever change your mind. His mind instantly went to that partner of his that he had seen during the day today. A young white boy, also in a suit, but he wore a silky black shirt underneath. When the wind blows, you can see the curve of the abs. What a scheming man, seducing his wife. Fool, what did I change my heart for? It was a joke. You go and rest. I have to finish the rest of the things. I still have an appointment with Mr. Shaoji tomorrow. No, you're dating a white boy. If I had known I wouldn't have done it for you. Jang Yabe's voice was getting smaller and smaller, muttering with a disgruntled face. Who white boy? Yuchochi helplessly turned her head and opened her computer. Then she realized Jang Yabe's words. So, not only did he not take a break, but he did his job, and he checked out the restaurants and ordered his meals, and cleaned up his room. How did he do that in just a few hours? Chapter 52, already turned over. It's all done. Wife, go to bed. It's that time of day. After all, you have to get up early tomorrow. Yuchochi did not hear the conspiratorial element in the man's words. Just scanning over the contract that Jang Yabe had just handled, he deeply began to admire him from the bottom of his heart. It's true. People really don't get to this position at such a young age for nothing. With a casual glance he could identify areas for improvement, and loopholes in the terms and conditions of this contract. This is something you'd probably have to study until the latter part of the night if you were on your own. Hubby, you're awesome. If Jiang can't do it anymore someday, you'll go to my company to be a law clerk. I'll give you $1 million a year. The smile on Jang Yabe's face froze, then quickly asked again. Really? Are you sure? I'm kidding, Yuchochi hurriedly explained, fearing that he would come up with some earth-shattering words next. It's light out. The woman got up and went to wash up, and Jang Yabe, who was on the side, followed suit. You sleep a little longer. I'll just go by myself. The man didn't explain, just walked himself to the restroom and squeezed toothpaste on her toothbrush. That's a good boy. Thanks. Having just finished thanking him, Yuchochi just watched him put his toothbrush, along with the cup, on top of the cabinet. What do you mean? She turned back and looked at Jiang Yibei with a puzzled expression. Put, so high ah? This I can't reach ah. After saying that, she reacted to the fact that the dogman was doing it on purpose. Honey, take me with you, please. I'll be your driver, never talk too much. Seemingly pleading, but using the childish tactic of putting her toothbrush up high against her. Yuchochi wanted to get angry, but as a result, because this behavior was too childish, he still couldn't hold back his snort of laughter. Jiang Yibei, are you childish or not? How old are you? The man stretched out 3 fingers, and in a grave and earnest low voice said, 3 years old. Okay, please. Yuchochi hugged her arms and sized him up. The man in front of her had clear and refined features like frost and snow. His body was full of reserve and arrogance. His voice was deep, trailing a lazy caesura, a very seductive look that mouth said please. This makes people how to refuse However, this seems not quite enough it. She hooked the corner of her lips. Thin lips slightly open, slowly opened the mouth. You know what? Let's just wash up first. Then you put on some formal attire before you beg me, okay? Yes. The man quickly obliged, taking her toothbrush down and putting it in the woman's hand. Turning around and going to give herself a bath. After her hair was blow-dried, that cold and lonely temperament instantly returned. Only, his eyes were all on Yuchochi, who was putting on makeup, and he didn't share half of it with himself. After 3 minutes of looking at him, reluctantly, but with business as usual, he went to change his clothes and a black suit was paired with a vivid red tie, and the whole man looked ascetic and sexy. Walking to the restroom, Yuchochi, who was putting on makeup, had her eyes instantly drawn to him. Handsome. Whose man is this so handsome? It's mine. I'm marvelous. She mentally praised herself. The man stood behind her, his hands encircling the woman's delicate waist. The refreshing scent that uniquely belonged to a man's body instantly drilled into Yuchochi's nostrils. She raised her hand on the man's face and touched it. A big old man. Even if his skin is fair, it's still so delicate and feels so good. It's really enviable. Wife, please, take me with you. I want to stay with you. Don't leave it at the hotel. I'll be scared alone. Right. Yuchochi turned around, cupped his chin and said, contentedly, I want you to look like you can't be serious and still demand me. Honey, you're so charming. She likes that? Jiang Yibei was a bit skeptical, but still kept this matter in his heart. As soon as he went out, he saw Lele had long been waiting at the door, handed over 2 cups of coffee. Good morning, 2 bosses. I was too embarrassed to disturb you, so I waited here. I didn't expect you to come out so quickly. Well, be punctual. Yuchochi took the coffee and handed it to Jiang Yibei. When we arrived at the partners' company, Jiang Yibei, who originally intended to go together, was ordered to stay behind, because his face is already on Jiang Yibei in capital letters. After all, Yu Clan and Jiang Clan were competing in business, and bringing someone from Jiang Clan to the partners' company at this time was not quite right no matter how one thought about it. Disgruntled, Jiang Yibei wandered back and forth downstairs, went to a side convenience store and bought a pack of cigarettes and a bottle of water. After half a dozen moments of agonizing, he tossed his cigarette onto a side chair and Yuchochi didn't like him smoking. He had quit for 3 years. He couldn't help it at this time. He was getting annoyed when it vibrated in his hand, and he hurriedly took it out and, just when he saw the 2 big words Lin Yang on it, his face once again grimaced, picked up the phone, and impatiently said, Say, Mr. Jiang, your flight this afternoon. I sent the flight information to your phone. If he didn't say it, Jiang Yibei had really forgotten that there was work this afternoon, and Lin Yang seemed to have explained it when he came. But Yuchochi won't leave until tomorrow, and right now his wife is inside talking about work with the white boy. He looked up at the blinding sun, sighed, and spoke slowly, It's pouring here. Reschedule for tomorrow. Without waiting for Lin Yang to answer, he directly hung up the phone, his hand just put into his pocket and, I saw Yuchochi walk out of the office building, followed by that little white boy from yesterday. He didn't care if he would be recognized, and the moment he watched her smile towards another man, Jiang Yibei's sanity almost completely disappeared. Then I'll trouble Mr. G. The subsequent issues of this project will be followed up by someone on our side who will be dedicated to docking, and I'll trouble you to work on the contract as soon as possible. Yuchochi turned toward him and extended his hand. Mr. You is polite. The man smiled politely and lightly, and looked to be in his early 20s, a high school student's face, but very old-fashioned in his speech. Really excellent genes. You've managed to run you so well at such a young age. I believe that our cooperation will be successful. I wonder if Mr. You would be so kind as to join us for lunch. After all, it's that time of year, and our hitmen need to refuel. The man's voice was gentle and soft, like the wind in May. Gentle and not too hot. Lele on the side had a dandy face expecting Yuchochi to nod his head. Yuchochi raised his hand and glanced at his watch. Sure enough, it was already this time. After all, he had come to the other party's company. This request was really hard to refuse, but Jiangyibai was still waiting, which made her a bit torn. What? It's not convenient for Mr. Yu. Chapter 53, Wife Kissing. There's no inconvenience. It's just that Mr. Yu is considering where we should go to be more appropriate. All three looked backward at the same time as the man came from the distance, his gaze sweeping lightly over those before him. Then it quickly fell back to Yuchochi, standing beside her with a faint smile. The hand at her side slowly tightened its grip. This is Mr. John? The man across the table frowned in confusion, his eyes falling to the man's hands in surprise as he continued to ask. Mr. Yu, Jiang Chang is your boyfriend? No. Jiangyibai opened his mouth in a deep voice, and then added, maybe Mr. G doesn't understand the situation too well. She is my wife. We are legally married. So, the man's expression fell for a moment, and then the modest and courteous smile rose again and, hello Mr. Jiang, my name is Ji Lin. I don't think there's any need for an introduction. You should know me. Jiangyibai nodded and similarly extended his hand to shake with him, introducing himself and saying, Jiangyibai. Yuchochi only felt helpless. This time the other company may want to think about her. Obviously it's already been negotiated. Now it makes it seem like she's relying on Jiang to get the contract. But Jiangyibai had already come out, so it was pointless to say anything else. Originally, she thought that this was the end of the matter, but she didn't realize that Jiangyibai had graciously invited Jilin and made sure to have lunch together. This matter was originally proposed by Jilin, and now that it was just one more person, he couldn't refuse. A few people arrived at an elegant compound, and after the small door opened there was a different world inside, nearly Chinese decoration style. Pavilions, bridges and streams make it easy to relax. It's nice here. Mr. G's taste can be. Yuchochi said something in passing as she watched. For one thing, that she was really nice here. Then again, this atmosphere right now, with everyone not saying a word is too awkward. It's good that Mr. Yu likes it. This is my private courtyard that is not open to the public. It's just for the purpose of entertaining some of my valued guests. As soon as he was seated, Yuchochi got up and went to the restroom, was looking down and washing her hands, when the next moment a hand grasped her wrist and, then with a hard yank, she was pressed against the wall, followed by a scorching kiss that came in a torrent of. The more she struggled, the harder he imprisoned her, locking her tightly in his arms, an oath-like gesture, possessing her lips, and crazy kissing until Yuchochi almost suffocated. The man was not willing to let her go. Then, as if coming to his senses, he bent slightly and, burying his face at her neck, he wrapped his arms around the woman's waistband, and murmured, in a panicked and helpless whisper, I'm sorry, honey, I'm jealous. I saw you smiling at him. I'm jealous when you guys get together all morning and you're still in love and want to have dinner together. I know I shouldn't think like this, but I just can't help myself. Yuchochi's warm palm gently stroked over his head, a little angry, and feeling a little funny. We're just working together and it's the first time we've met. What are you jealous of? Be a good boy and don't be jealous, okay? Seeing someone coaxing him like this instead of getting angry, Jiangyibai instantly became haughty again and muttered in a dissatisfied low voice. And, no good, it's been jealous, so much so that it's estimated to be as much as 2 500-milliliter bottles of. Why don't my wife kiss me again? Maybe it'll ease it a bit. It's pretty accurate. The corners of Yuchochi's uncontrolled lips rose a bit as she nodded and responded. Okay, then close your eyes. Jiangyibei's defenseless eyes rounded, having expected her to reject the. I didn't expect so my wife loves herself so much that she will fulfill such unreasonable requests. Where can I find such a good wife? He hurriedly closed his eyes and even turned his mouth up, only to feel a small flower blossom out of his happy head. Seeing him like this, Yuchochi's smile could no longer be contained. She raised her hand and slapped the man on the lips and said, in a no-nonsense manner, go back, don't keep people waiting. The back has disappeared. Jiangyibei only reacted, behind the back of the hurt for a while, before muttering to himself, not a good person for talking. As soon as he sat back down, Jilin poured a cup of tea and handed it over. On the side, Lele kept staring at Yuchochi's face, looking at her a little embarrassed. What's wrong? What are you looking at me for? Got something on your face? Joy shakes her head. No, General Manager you go to makeup la. This lipstick what color number can be really nice Nice. I'll give you one later. Yuchochi awkwardly perfunctory her, choking and coughing on a mouthful of tea. When Jiangyibei followed and sat next to her, Lele seemed to react. These two people used the same color number In fact, the matter of the contract has basically been finalized. This meal can be eaten or not eaten, but it is just Jangibei's own jealousy. The whole time Yuchochi almost did not stretch chopsticks. You don't need to say what you want to eat. Jangibei directly clipped to the plate. There were times when it would be fed into her mouth and just checked and chewed it for her. That's enough from you. Yuchochi whispered threateningly at him. Jilin on the opposite side of the room also saw the signs, shook his head and laughed after taking a look at the Mr. and Mrs. John's husband and wife are really good. It's really enviable. If I also have such a good wife as Mr. You, I will definitely look at her more closely than you. Isn't it? Jangibei seemed to have been recognized all of a sudden, and incidentally found a consensus. He put down his chopsticks and placed the cup of water in front of Yuchochi before he turned to Jilin again and said, "It's a pity that there's only one Yuchochi in this world, and that I got to him first. Mr. G is young and talented, and there are plenty of good women waiting for you in the future." Jilin's thin lips pursed into a line, not quite agreeing with him on this. In fact, the matter of feelings is not divided into first and last, right? There is love, then together. If you don't have it, you'll separate. Maybe not with you, but with someone else. Mr. Jiang must watch over his love. Such a luxury will be missed by others if he's not careful. As the saying goes, if you're not afraid of stealing, you're afraid of thinking about it. There was a grim smile on that sunny, mild-mannered face that instantly let Yuchochi feel the atmosphere's subtlety. He was deliberately provoking awe, and Jangibei is not a character that can endure. Wouldn't this be the end of? Sure enough, Jangibei slowly leaned back in his chair, a pair of eagle eyes staring straight at Jilin, the aura emanating from his body sending shivers down one's spine. The two of them stared at each other like this, making Yuchochi only feel that the temperature around them had dropped several degrees along with it. This is where to mess big brothers but it is a small matter of project cooperation. Not to. Chapter 54, Remember that I love you. I was just joking. Mr. Jiang is so serious. Jilin narrowed his eyes and smiled, picking up the teapot and pouring it into Jangibei's teacup. The man raised his hand to block his teacup. The look on his face resumed its customary indifference, and his voice remained calm and collected. The jokes are only funny if other people find them funny, and I don't think people who make jokes about their feelings deserve to be treated with respect. I'm a good person. I'm good at everything, but I can't take anything away from you. Little General Manager G. You're not as self-aware as Ji Yozuan on this point. Regardless of the status of the Jiang clan or the Jiang family, calling Jilin's father by his first name is a normal thing. Although he is a little embarrassed naturally, it is not good to say anything. I'm sorry, I'm young and ignorant. Don't be offended by Mr. Jiang and Mr. Yuchochi pulled Jangibei's hand underneath. The man was a little angry, instinctively wanted to retract his hand back. But still in the way really cannot refuse her touch. The heart is not twisted. The body is still honestly motionless. It's fine. Mr. G, my husband is like this, a serious person who doesn't like to joke, and that's how I like him. Hearing this, Jangibei's remaining light glanced at Yuchochi. Don't think that just because you say you like me, I'll let it go. What do you mean? Pull me? It's not because you're afraid I'll clash with him, and you don't know who you're favoring. By the end of the meal, it was already afternoon, and a tour of the digitization center about the project had been scheduled for the next day. But still, after the contract was sent over, Yuchochi rejected it. Afterwards, she would arrange for someone to come over to dock and visit again, and if she went to Jilin's place again, it was estimated that Jangibei would have to soak himself in a vinegar vat. With that, he was still driving, squirming and refusing to speak or look at her. Still angry now? Hubby, why are you so petty? People, Jilin is young and inexperienced. It's normal to lose a little bit of control in your speech, right? Jangibei was furious and directly stopped the car on the side of the road with a foot brake. She'd still be in the passenger seat. If she wasn't so angry she couldn't drive. At this moment he must have driven straight home. Not wanting to say a word more to Yuchochi, the man huffed and puffed, glanced at Joy in the back seat and, "You go down there and get yourself a cab back to the hotel." "Okay." Lele slipped open the door and got out of the car, slammed the door again. She did not want to stay in this place of wrongdoing. Jangibei and do not dare to how to Mr. But it is just a blind rant. He's definitely the one who ends up apologizing, and I don't know what's so great about being in the toss, being a vegetable and a tosser. Jangibei, the woman, word for word, her voice cold, holding her arms and looking straight at him. It's not over, is it? It's not coaxing well, is it? Okay, I'm better. The man's arrogance instantly disappeared, and he was too weak to meet her eyes. The moment he heard her coldly call his name, nothing dared to be angry anymore. I was wrong. I shouldn't have gotten jealous. I knew you wouldn't like that Jiren, but he talks so angry. If you weren't there, I would have done it. The man suppressed his voice and complained, and even sneaked a glance at Yuchiochi. How dare you hit someone? That's right. He's Jiangibei. There's nothing he wouldn't dare do. Jiangibei is also legally responsible for hitting people. I have the money to pay for it. The man continued to whisper back. Yuchiochi directly sked. TSK. I was wrong. I won't talk back. This whole thing was my fault in the first place. I shouldn't have gotten jealous. From now on, as long as you don't see him and don't contact him again, I won't be jealous. Wife, you don't be mean to me because of other men, okay? I'm scared. His aggression and fear is never fake. Only really do not want him or dare not in front of Yuchiochi angry just reasoning herself out and not having one. There didn't seem to be anything better to do than to make her feel sorry for herself. It won't happen again. You're interrupting my work. The original plan has been disrupted by you. Is Jiang so idle? Aren't you going back today? Yuchiochi looked at the time. In the morning Lele said that Lin Yang had already booked a ticket for Jiangibei. It was logical that he should be on the plane right now. Lin Yang said the company wasn't busy, so it's okay for me to go back a day later. The man spoke and started the car again, only it wasn't going very fast, and it looked like it should really not be angry. In fact, Yuchiochi didn't coax him at all, and he didn't know how he got better. Maybe she was born to be her own nemesis. Where would she dare to get angry with her? It was hard to beg for a chance to spend time with her, so where was he going to use it to get angry? Wife, let me take you to that Netflix attraction that's been very hot lately, and then go to a temple on the way. I've heard that it's especially good for seeking a marriage there, so I'll have to beg to go. Well, when did you become so superstitious? I don't know much about this. Actually, shouldn't you ask for marriage when you're unmarried? We seem to be in a relationship now, don't we? Yuchiochi was a bit puzzled and took out his cell phone. Ready to check. Jiangibei immediately explained. It's not the same thing. I'll have to ask the Moon Lord to replace our red rope with a wire. I want to live and die with you. I think we're a little bit on the shaky side here. I'm scared. I have to beg. Before he got together with Yuchiochi, Jiangibei was a staunch materialist. He never believed in ghosts and gods, but only thought that it was just a support for people to seek psychological comfort. But now, whenever he hears of a good place to seek a marriage, he wants to try it out. What if it really worked? What if Yuchiochi could really love him forever? Sincerity is one thing. On the other hand, Jiangibei found the person in charge of the temple and donated a year's incense money. The man knelt devoutly on the worship mat, hands folded, not knowing what he was thinking or what he was begging for, and refused to get up for a long time. As the two were leaving, he had a long conversation with one of the masters of the temple. Yuchiochi didn't listen to what they were saying, but only sensed that the man came back to look a little different. Honey, is something wrong? You seem a little nervous? The woman touched his cheek with concern. The man forced himself to smile and, it's okay, honey, I do love you. I really always have. All the time. You must always remember, okay? Never forget or doubt. Aha! Don't doubt it. I love you just the same. Always have and always will. What's the matter? Heavy-hearted. Yuchiochi took a bottle of water and handed it to him, and in his heart, he somewhat reacted that it should be the temple master who said something to him. The man skillfully unscrewed the cap and handed it back. Here you go, take a sip of water. Don't think so much. I love you with a heart that's strong and, I've loved you for so many years. How could I change just because of a few words from someone else? Don't believe what these people say. It's all a bluff. Chapter 55, doesn't remember birthdays. He not only didn't believe it, but he kind of wanted to tear down this broken temple. No one could stop him from being with Yuchiochi. He loved her, in life and in death. Since the beginning, the two had just returned to the hotel. Yuchiochi went straight to take a shower. She couldn't stand it for a minute after being outside all day in this weather. Jiangibei sat on the sofa, his mind going back and forth on the words of that master in the temple just now. Everything has its own destiny. You can't force yourself to do anything in moderation. Can't be forced? The phone vibrated on the table. He didn't want to look at it, but it rang again right after that. Jiangibei picked up his cell phone, but his eyes didn't stay on the screen. Fingers rubbed together, the interface of the message lighting up before he glanced at it faintly. It just doesn't calm down when you read it. It's a message from Lin Yang. Mr. Jiang, that truck driver's IP has been out of the country. This message was sent by him. Here's a screenshot of the chat, where the trucker's intentions are clear that the demanded that Jiang give him $1 million, or else he would expose the matter and create public pressure on Jiang. Lin Yang's call followed. Mr. Jiang, let's call the police. He's blackmailing. No. Jiangibei hurriedly refused, and after glancing his eyes towards the bathroom, pulled open the balcony door and stepped out, resting his hand lightly on the balcony railing, thinking for a moment that this can't be brought to light. Akihiko would freak out if she knew. He hadn't thought of taking her with him to die in the first place, and now even if he explained it, she wouldn't believe it, either. Even if one believes it, one must think he's mentally ill and a horrible person. He couldn't let that happen. Any possibility that would make Yucho-chi leave him, he had to eliminate. Mr. Jian, you don't have to worry about the company's side, even if he exposes it. Our PR is perfectly capable of handling it as well. He's just one person. He can't make any waves. You're like this. Jiang Yibei turned his head back and stared cautiously around the room before continuing again. He wants money, so you call him, and then investigate his location, preferably to get him back to Blackmail is something that happens once and countless times, and this kind of ticking time bomb has to be stamped out. The phone had just hung up when Yucho-chi, wrapped in his bathrobe, knocked on the glass of the balcony. Honey, you're all washed up. Let me smell it. The man attentively came over. Although Yucho-chi didn't move, he didn't really sniff, knowing her cleanliness. If he came close to her all sweaty, he guessed she'd have to go and wash again. Not smelling. The woman smiled, sat down on her dresser, put a mask on her. Why go to the balcony to make a phone call? What's the big deal? Where's what? It's Lin Yang's phone. Although there's nothing going on right. But you're in the shower. I don't want him brainstorming scenes of my wife in the shower. I'd be jealous and pissed off. The man said as he began to undress himself. Jacket, pants, shirt, underwear. Looking at the man in the mirror. Yucho-chi which still have the mood for skin care. The man broad shoulders and narrow waist, black hair and snow skin. The one on his arm, which had scabbed over, added a touch of sexiness. Honey, you like to look at me? Then wait a while. I'll go and get cleaned up first, and then I'll not only show you but also touch you. Yucho-chi even before she had time to be shy. The man flew to the restroom and came out wrapped in a towel in just 10 minutes. Ruffling his half-dried blow-dried hair, droplets of water slid from the corners of his forehead all the way down to his jaw, which in turn landed on his abs. Baby, let me blow-dry your hair. Just as he was about to take the hair dryer in her hand, Yucho-chi rejected it. Good girl, your hand is still healing. Try not to move. I'll do it myself first. There will be time for that later. Jiang Yibei, who had intended to do something, had no reason to continue. He could only change his robe and sit on the bed, obediently watching Yucho-chi busy himself. The next morning the three of them went to the airport together. Only Yucho-chi went directly to the company and did not go home. The man wanted to complain a little, but Yucho-chi had been like this for the past 3 years, working more hours a day than he rested. He was in no position to care, and now, he was afraid to. Lin Yang hurriedly rushed back, and while opening the file in his hand and handing it over, he explained, "It's all taken care of over at the villa, and the soft furnishings have been replaced with new ones. It's just that a lot of those figures you collected before are out of print and not very easy to find. That driver's been paid off, the man's been pacified, and I've got someone on my side who's booked him. He's got a wife and a daughter and a mom. Our men are on their way to his house and will get him back. Don't worry." Jiang Yibei flipped through the things in his hand and asked softly without lifting his head, "How many hand-me-downs are missing?" "You have to find them all in 3 days. If it's less my wife will be angry. I don't dare to mess with her." "Don't smash it if you don't dare to mess with it. How about I buy a safe and lock it all up? It's all limited edition. It's all out of print. Where is it so easy to find? 3 days? There's a limit to what you can joke about. When things are done, double your salary." Jiang Yibei picked up another light sentence. "Alright, don't worry. I'll definitely get this done within 3 days." Lin Yang smiled as if he had won 2 million so happy, and when he was leaving he didn't forget to remind Jiang Yibei, "Mr. Jiang, the gowns for the dinner party have already been sent over, and the ones from Madam's side have also been sent over. Shall we pick up the lady and go together or separately in the evening?" Jiang Yibei's hand paused, and after placing the pen on the table he slowly raised his head and asked in an unsettled and puzzled manner, "What dinner party? Do I still have to attend it with a coochie? It's so important." The corners of Lin Yang's mouth twitched, and he didn't even have the strength to spit. "Mr. Jiang, your father's big birthday." Originally he didn't want to host it, but Mrs. Jiang said it's only once a year. Even for the sake of the Jiang family it has to be done in style. "You won't forget it." Jiang Yibei then remembered, but he was not forgetting, was simply do not know what day his father's birthday. Of course his father is not clear about his birthday. He hasn't had a day like this since he was a kid. Got it. I'll ask a coochie later. By the way, the gift. It's ready. Don't worry. It's the same as every year. It's an antique from an auction. He had never bothered to prepare any gifts, And Lin Yang was basically responsible for these things. All you need for something like a gift is value. Expensive is good. And it's for outsiders anyway. After Lin Yang went out, Zhang Yibei thought for half a day or sent a voice to Yuchochi. Honey, baby, honey, are you busy? Have you missed your husband for a second? Chapter 56. Joy put her cell phone down, skimming her lips in disgust. Mr. This husband of yours is too clingy, isn't he? It's only been a few hours, and he's sending sticky messages again. She had never seen Zhang Yibei come to the company before, nor had she heard Zhang Yibei's slimy voice messages. Neither of these two talked on the phone much, and Yuchochi was in a particularly bad mood every time he hung up the phone. He's like that. I don't know what's going on. Anyway, he's not the same as he used to be. You don't even realize that he didn't talk to me more than 10 times a month when we were in high school. Yuchochi fiddled with the gown in front of her, flipping around and looking at the style. A little too formal, but the design is nice and she loves it in apricot white. 10 sentences a month? Although it fits with Mr. Zhang's character. But in this case, why do you like him? It's not scientific. I still think guys who talk a lot are cuter. Joy propped her chin up in disbelief and stirred the coffee in front of her. Well, maybe it's just the feeling. I just liked cool guys in high school. Zhang Yibei started to ask me out to dinner after my junior year of college. And there were always people chasing after me. Whenever people asked me out to dinner or to an exhibition or a movie, Zhang Yibei would somehow show up, and then just ask me out for dinner. He won't do anything else. He just asks me out to dinner. I think he likes me. Just not very articulate. But that's okay, I confess. I confessed my love to him on graduation day. How about that for bravery? Wow, I didn't even know that. Childhood sweethearts. Divine love. Leilei's face was florid and her mind was full of scenes of Yuchochi wearing her bachelor's degree and confessing her love to Zhang Yibei. The scene where all the men and women are blessing them. Brave 6. The door was pushed right open, startling Joy into jumping right up and, Agu, MS. Lin, why didn't you knock? You scared me. Lin Nan? Yuchochi asked her, a little happy and surprised, as he came out from his desk and pointed to the sofa. What are you doing here? Did you miss me? Did you used to come to my company? Lin Nan shook his head. No, I've been a little busy the last couple of days, and there's a case in a neighboring city that says it can be joined with that 217 case of ours. So I've been gone for a couple of days and, that's not the point. The point is that I found out a little something in the course of investigating this case that might have something to do with you. Joy handed over a glass of water before exiting the office with a very wink. I killed someone? Can't be. Yuchochi stood behind her. Seeing the tired look on the person's face, he raised his hand and squeezed her shoulder. No, where would you kill someone? It's just that I got a hit on the suspect's account. There's a payment in there that went through a third-party company. After mapping that terminal account was going to Zhang Yibei's offshore account, Yuchochi was instantly stunned, and the strength of his hands unconsciously increased. Ikiko! Ikiko! Lin Nan grabbed her wrist and yanked her onto the couch. It hurts me. Are you stupid? So what did Zhang Yibei do? What's he doing calling a murderer for money? Lin Nan's words made Yuchochi very uneasy. She was afraid that Zhang Yibei would be involved in something. He can't do that kind of murder but he hasn't been in the best of shape lately. If he's accidentally involved, it could mess with his mood. Not a murderer, a suspect. We don't have any evidence yet, and you can't subpoena a character like Zhang Yibei at will. I'm just here to remind you, after all, you don't remember anything from the last 3 years, and while he won't hurt you, but be careful in all things, too, and don't tell him about this. Yuchochi's gaze was a bit dull. Suddenly she felt helpless, as if she didn't know anything, and she had to count on others to help her in everything. And, I wonder if that self that has grown through these 3 years has grown to be the way I want to be. Icky, I'm talking to you. Don't be afraid. It's okay. It's something we'll still be investigating, and while I shouldn't tell you, I guess, I'll still have concerns if you. Yuchochi shook his head. I'm not afraid. I don't know what Ibe has done. He's not much of a man, though he's not considered a. But he can't take a life for no reason. He's good at heart. But thanks for telling me. I'll be careful. Lin Nan cautiously explained some more things before leaving you. Half an hour later, Zhang Yibei, who was late in receiving a reply, appeared in her office, cautiously coming up to Yuchochi's side. He sat on the sofa with his arm next to her and didn't say anything. Yuchochi knew at a glance that he was a little upset and didn't dare to say so. She smiled and grabbed the man's hand, coaxing gently. And, you're here so early. I was going to go by myself. Are you tired today? The man shook his head, naturally happy to be touched by her, just more than a little sour inside. Honey, what did you just do? Did anyone come over? Why don't you answer my messages? Lin Nan came over. She said she's been traveling for the past 2 days. She missed me so she came to visit. I saw your message. I thought I replied. It might have been the intention to reply to you. I'm sorry hubby. I'll be careful next time. Yuchochi stretched out 3 fingers, seriously and earnestly assuring that, I swear, from now on, I'll always answer my husband's messages in seconds when I see them. The man was a little happier then, and pursued her with some curiosity. So how did you reply in your mind? Yuchochi frowned, pretended to think, while the man was not paying attention on his lips bearing a kiss. That's the way back, unsuspectingly being kissed, although Janyibei's face remained calm, the tips of his red ears betrayed him. Yuchochi tugged at his tie, her voice carrying a few hints of coquettishness. Yo, an apricot and white tie, is this a couple's match with me, brother Xiaobei? The desire that Janyibei had originally been aroused by her, just the moment he heard the 4 words Xiaobei's brother, replaced by a cold sweat. He didn't know how many more times he was going to be taunted like this. He was just getting more and more annoyed with Feng Jingjing. Honey, don't call me that, I'm squirming. The man raised his hand and took her in his arms, squeezing her waist, one at a time. Thin again. I still can't take care of you. So useless. The sudden self-reproach made Yuchochi a little heartbroken. She unbuttoned the man's suit. Her hand followed and touched on his waist. You've lost weight too. But you're still in such good shape that it doesn't hurt me to look at you. It's good to be thin. It's healthy. Just don't be too thin. Don't worry hubby. I'll eat more tonight and try to gain half a pound tomorrow. Chapter 57, Calm down. If it doesn't hurt, it doesn't hurt. Janyibei didn't say anything more. He just helped her change into her dress. 2 more anti-friction patches were put on Yuchochi's ankles before they went to the venue together. In fact, he did not like such an occasion. Just as the only son of the Zhang family he did not attend is really inappropriate. It doesn't matter what other people say about him, but we can't implicate Yuchochi for this. She had already been implicated too much by herself, and in the days ahead, Janyibei only wanted her to be able to live comfortably. I wanted to keep a low profile, but no matter how simple these 2 were dressed, they were bound to be the center of attention when they appeared on the stage. The crowd, which was still buzzing just a moment ago, was instantly caught by the duo that walked in. Honey, if you're not used to being looked at like that, I'll take you out back in a minute. We'll go home after the party starts, okay? The man lowered his head and spoke softly, his face bland as if he could no longer see anyone but Yuchochi. It's okay, it's not appropriate to leave right after you arrive, and there's nothing I'm not used to. She, too, had experienced such occasions since she was a child, though her father had never forced her to attend them, but she still has to show up at her own home. It's not true that she's squirming, but it's just that it's inevitable that she'll get a little tired after standing for a long time. There are times when it really feels like a woman's high heels are nothing short of a torture device. Akihiko. A familiar voice rang out from behind the duo, raising a smile at first glance. Yuchochi turned back to the man, smiled towards him, and followed suit. Sister Nan, what took you so long to come over? Dad would probably be angry if he knew we'd all just arrived. Johnny Nan had a look of disinterest, with a few hints of impatience on his face. I don't even want to come. Who has a big birthday every year, knowing that it's just a birthday? Those who don't know think that the Zhang family is going bankrupt, and that they have to rely on their old man to collect gifts. I don't know what's going on in Feng Min's head, and where's Zhang sweetie? I have to watch her go, or she should be embarrassed again. She couldn't really say anything about being a small family and not being able to make it to the top, or anything like that, because what Zhang sweetie had done over the years was really insulting to the small family if described that way. Yuchochi looked around. It seemed like none of them were there today. A bit out of the ordinary, but she didn't think much of it. Sis, go check on Dad. Why isn't he out yet? What time it is? Janyibei hugged Yuchochi's shoulders with some dissatisfaction. The time spent together was not much, and after Janyinan came, she no longer had herself in her eyes. He didn't understand why this sister was always at odds with herself, even as a child, and even as an adult. She had to hog whatever he liked, and even his wife, who used to treat Janyinan more than a little bit better than she did him. Janyinan rolled her eyes at him. We're the closest people in the world. We've been together since we were cells. Janyibei, what's going on in your head can't be hidden from me. Today I'll dominate your daughter-in-law. What's up? Janyinan revealed a smug smile and pulled Yuchochi's hand to the back. Take you to the back, where the mistress would show up at this hour. You can just accompany Dad out later. Janyinan is a solid type of strong woman. Do things seriously? Even Janyibei are very convinced. She checked the party invitation list before she got here. Naturally, she knew who all was there today, and the process she knew better than anyone else. It didn't matter if the people who accompanied father out later were Feng Min and Zhang Dangtang. If he had Feng Jingjing standing beside him, then tomorrow's news headlines must be, the luxury family is in turmoil. The Zhang family wants to change their daughter-in-law. Zhang Yibei had no choice but to go and greet the guests, and since he entered the venue, all the conversation naturally fell on him, and those who climbed into the relationship also took the initiative to come over to talk and chat. And in the back, as soon as Jiang Yinan pushed open the door to his room, he really saw Feng Min straightening his father's suit and tie. On the side, Feng Jingjing was holding a tray with a valuable brooch on it. "Dad, it's that time of day and you still haven't shown up. Are you waiting for a snack?" The smile on Zhang's father's face instantly froze, and as soon as he saw Jiang Yinan he immediately slammed his face. "Happy birthday, Dad," Yu Qiuqi politely greeted. The gifts had been sent over a long time ago, and now they were also set up in the banquet hall. Zhang father nodded in response. "Good." Feng Jingjing was nonchalant and raised her usual smile again. Carrying a tray, she walked over to the two of them and smiled towards Jiang Yinan. "Sister, do you think this brooch is okay? It's my birthday gift to my uncle. I think it matches his temperament." Jiang Yinan reached out and refused, frowning in disgust as he pushed her tray away and said in a deep voice that, "Feng Jingjing, you're related to Auntie Feng, but not to me. You don't have to call me sister. The guests' gifts are kept outside. There's no need to bring them in," she said, greeting the servants behind her. What are you looking at? Don't you know to put Ms. Feng's gift away? All of this has to be registered, and all of it has to be returned later." So unintelligent. Feng Jingjing instantly bit her lip in embarrassment and lowered her head as if she was trying to hold back. The maid came over to take the tray, but she picked up the brooch directly and, "Uncle Jiang is to wear this brooch today. No need to register. It's just a small token of my appreciation. It's not that expensive, and you don't have to worry just because I like Xiao Bei's brother. I won't do anything over the top. I for one know how to play fair." The topic came to her, and Yu Qiuqi couldn't just watch. She laughed helplessly, staring at Feng Jingjing with eyes full of ridicule. "Bei and I are legally married. Do I have to make a mistake to compete with you on a level playing field? Ms. Feng, if you don't have a mirror at home, there must be something else. Yu Qiuqi, am not someone that just any cat or dog can snatch away." "Yu Qiuqi," Zhang father scolded in a cold voice and walked over to a few people. Reaching out, he was just about to go for the brooch in Feng Jingjing's hand, but Yu Qiuqi directly snatched it away. "What are you doing?" Zhang father's face instantly turned iron blue, pointing at her with rage, itching to get rid of the person immediately. "Dad, if you wear this thing today, it'll be all over the news about Zhang tomorrow. Now that the company's in the middle of a bidding war, and the car accident between eBay and me a while back has already shaken up the stock, consider for yourself what consequences this will bring to Zhang." After saying that, she handed the brooch back to Zhang's father, and just looked coldly at the person in front of her. With a green face, he finally handed the ill-timed brooch to a servant. "Jingjing, this gift uncle like very much. Next time I will wear it. Today's suit is not suitable." Chapter 58, Don't Want Her to Work Hard. Feng Jingjing's eyes instantly reddened. Her pitiful appearance made Zhang father couldn't help but feel heartbroken. She forced herself to hold back her tears and nodded her head obediently. "Okay, get out." Zhang father glared at Yu Qiuqi, while pulling Feng Min's hand. On the other side Feng Jingjing's arm was just about to cross over, but she was directly pushed away by Jiang Yinan. "Ms. Feng, please go to the front by yourself. Our family has more things going on today. I'm afraid that I won't be able to greet you well." After saying that, she took her father's arm and pulled Yu Qiuqi towards the banquet hall with her other hand. Feng Jingjing behind her disliked Zhang Dangtian with her elbow. "Why don't you say anything? Don't forget that you're the one who said you wanted to get rid of Yu Qiuqi, and now I don't see you helping me." "No, it's not that I'm not busy with you." Zhang's sweetheart looked toward the door with difficulty and closed the door before continuing again. "I'm afraid of that Jiang Yinan. It's not like you don't know. She's never given face to anyone, and she has her own company. She never relied on the Zhang family. Naturally, her back is straight. My mom doesn't even dare to offend her. How dare I?" She could vaguely still feel the strength of Jiang Yinan's slap at the time, so she naturally didn't dare to offend this person. Inside the venue, Zhang Yibei's champagne glass had just been raised when he saw four people appear at the same time. He hurriedly greeted him, directly crossing over his father and pulling Yu Qiuqi's hand. Honey, why were you gone so long? Did you get bullied? I missed you. Did you miss me?" Yu Qiuqi pulled on his arm, whispering a reminder that, "Dad's still here. Say hi." Only after hearing her say this did Zhang Yibei reluctantly say towards his father, "Happy birthday, Dad. The presents are out front." "Aha!" Zhang father answered with a cold face and walked to the front to greet everyone. When he and Yu Qiuqi were left alone, the man waited with a disgruntled lowered head, but his hand didn't loosen in the slightest. "You haven't said if you want to think about me. Honey, don't you want to think about me? You've been walking for a long time. Are you tired? Sit down for a while." Seeing him aggrieved and still not forgetting to care about himself, Yuchochi only felt that this human man was really cute. I miss you all the time. Hubby, be good. No pampering on this occasion. I'll hug you when I get home, okay? Janyabe's pair of ink eyes all brightened up with him. You can cuddle when you get home. It's good to be home early then. Don't you need to check over there? The murmurs coming from his ears made Yuchochi squirm a bit, although Janyabe didn't care but it doesn't seem appropriate to always surround your wife on such occasions. Just now has been socializing for half a day. Wife, I'm socially terrified. I don't want to go over there. To go over there is fine. You have to stay with me. The man pulled her arm and pampered her. Yuchochi really had no choice but to walk with him towards the crowd. As soon as they passed, a middle-aged man walked towards the two of them with a champagne glass in his hand. Mr. Jiang, it's been a long time. You've been too busy lately. I've been there a few times but I couldn't make an appointment to meet you. Mr. Lu is not saying anything, but it's just that there are really more things going on lately. We all know that this recent new project of Jiang's is also really cumbersome. If you have something to do, turn around and I'll have my assistant contact you. Janyabe took the glass of wine handed over by the other party and placed it on his lips to take a sip. Such an occasion is bound to not drink too much. Just Yuchochi is still a little worried. After all, he still had wounds on his body, and it still wasn't a good idea to drink. This is Mr. Yu, right? She's really young and pretty. Our company is in the daily chemical business, and the project with Yu's head office might be something that can be connected. The man smiled and pulled a business card out of his pocket, handing it over with both hands. Yes, Mr. Lu is from the Asia-Europe group. Ha, that's quite a coincidence. We should have had the intention to cooperate before. Yuchochi took the business card, glanced at it, and her mind instantly thought of a project that Lele had shown her before, only for some unknown reason. It had been put on hold. If it gets off the ground, I'm guessing the returns will be good. She was just about to give someone a copy of her business card as well when she realized she wasn't holding her handbag. Janyabe directly took the business card in her hand, put it into his pocket, and said towards the opposite person, I'm sorry Mr. Lu, I have a bad memory. I forgot my wife's bag in the car. I won't give you my business card. So if you're looking for my wife to talk about a project, you can contact my assistant. After saying that, he took Yuchochi's hand and walked to the side, taking the dinner plate and pinching a piece of chocolate mousse, picking up the fork again and handing it to her lips. The woman didn't open her mouth, just hooked her lips in a light smile. What are you laughing at? Take a bite. You haven't eaten anything all night. Eat a little first, okay? Janyabe coaxed her gently, and when he saw that the person still did not move, he clamped another piece of cake with strawberries on it. How about eating sweet strawberries? Honey, I'll be heartbroken if you're hungry. Janyabe, your behavior just now is not a little too much to eat. Jealousy. You see people Lu always embarrassed. Yuchochi took the fork in his hand and took a bite, still smilingly seeming to see through everything as she looked at him. Only then did Janyabe intend to explain. Yes, I'm jealous, but more importantly, this Eurasian company is really good, except that you can't Lucci to work with. Our company worked with him once the year before last. Why did he say he couldn't get an appointment with me? Why won't Lin Yang let him see me? Because his payment was only credited to the company this year. It's closed, but the matter is troublesome. I don't want you to work with people like that. It's okay to make money, but it sucks. Honey, I just want you to be happy. It doesn't matter what happens at work. With the programs you is currently running, it's already enough. There's no need to go further up the ladder. Janyabe glanced behind him, went aside and took a cup of orange juice, handed it to Yuchochi, and continued. Whether it was 3 years ago, or now, the wife's goal is to keep you. There's no need to grow your business to a leading edge. It's not good to shoot the messenger. There's no better state than to make money and not be a thorn in someone's side. Don't you think, baby? Janyabe would rarely analyze the situation to her in such a serious manner. However, Yuchochi still felt that his words were very reasonable. After all, the memory of his own is just graduated. Many things do not know too much. The business is growing too fast for her right now, and that's probably not really a good thing. Hubby's right. Yuchochi approvingly gave him a sneaky thumbs up. Is there a reward for being right? The man thievishly put his face over, and before he could get any reward, an untimely voice rang out from the side. Brother Xiaobei, would it be a bad time for me to come? Chapter 59. The smile on Jiang Yibei's face completely disappeared at this very moment, but the gaze didn't look at her. It only rested on Yuchochi's feet. Seeing that her ankles were still rubbed red, the man slowly knelt down with pain and took off her high heels. Sister Yu, Brother Xiaobei, it's not that I wanted to come over and disturb. It's really true that my uncle made sure I came over to say hello. Feng Jingjing stroked her hair. Her face was difficult, and her eyes were instantly red, as if she was about to cry. You're really disturbing us like this. We're here as husband and wife for a little while to love each other. You have to come along too. Fongjingjing, if you're too idle, can't go help the waiter. Jiangyibai was already blaming himself for Yuchochi's red ankle. At this moment, she came back to make a fool of herself, so naturally she couldn't curry any favor. Honey, I'm fine. Don't worry. Yuchochi helped his shoulder. The man did not stand up and, instead, he fumbled directly in his suit pocket for a couple band-aids, slowly unwrapped them, and placed her foot on his knee again. Honey, don't move. Your feet are red. How come all the high heels rub your feet like this? I've picked it out with all my heart, and it still doesn't work. It's still reverse molded and custom made, and my wife's feet are too tender. The man's voice was low, and his tone was full of self-doubt. Fongjingjing, who was on the side, coldly watched the two of them endlessly showing their love, and felt a pang of remorse in her heart. If she hadn't gone abroad and left Jiangyibai in the first place, then the person sitting here now being taken care of attentively would definitely be her. Yuchochi tilted his head and looked at it. It was indeed a little red, but it wasn't as serious as Jiangyibai said, and it seemed like the chatter around the neighborhood was following suit at the moment. Honey, it's okay, we'll take care of it when we get home. People are watching. She retracted her foot back a bit shyly, but Jiangyibai grabbed her by the hand and, I said don't move. I'm not touching another woman's feet. You're my wife. What's wrong with touching? Besides, this is bound to get worse if you go home and take care of it. How will you wear your shoes tomorrow? Sister, you, just listen to brother Xiaobei, otherwise he'll be worried. No. Jiangyibei's brows knitted tightly as he raised his head impatiently, his eyes coldly falling onto Fongjingjing's body before warning her. Word by word. I told you not to call me that. We're not familiar. If you're more polite, call me Mr. Jiang. And I don't mind if you call me by my first name, but don't call me brother. I'm disgusting. He really didn't want to pick on Fongjingjing, but she was just like a dog's skin. No matter what he says, she still looks like she's not going to take it in her stride. Looking at Yuchochi's ankles, he finally didn't put those high heels back on for her, but instead whispered, Honey, wait a minute. I'll get your slippers from the car. I really can't wear these heels. They're bleeding in the back here. The skin is rubbing up. Let's go home now. Not here. Yuchochi hurriedly stopped him and raised her hand to grab the shoes in the man's hand. It's okay. It's not appropriate for us to go now. Besides, people dress like this. It's not that pretentious. Don't worry. People are people. My wife is my wife. Baby, don't you turn me down. I'll be sad too. And don't have any worries. With me around, people won't dare say anything about you. The man's tone was undeniable as he leaned over and kissed her on the cheek, turning directly toward the outside. As soon as the people left, Fongjingjing laughed coldly. And, Mr. You, he's really good to you. Yuchochi nodded. Yes, he loves me and will naturally treat me well. And naturally no one else can compare to the friendship of a childhood friend. Fongjingjing turned her head to gaze at her in disbelief. They all say that Yuchochi and Jiangyibei's feelings are not in harmony. How can a car accident make these two people's feelings heat up quickly? From being so cold that they didn't even greet each other when they met, to now Jiangyibei putting her shoes on with his own hands, and on an occasion like this? Mr. You, why have you suddenly figured it out? You're such a strong person, so you really don't care about the forced marriage? Forced marriage. I married Jiangyibei. Did I force him to do it? He didn't want to marry me? Yuchochi's heart suddenly sank. His eyes instantly revealed a panicked expression, which made Fongjingjing even more puzzled. Previously Yuchochi has always been happy and angry. Anyone who has done anything she is a bashful look. But now, how seems to be where it is not quite right. You didn't have much of a foundation for your relationship. Now Xiaobei's brother is treating me like this. All because you're already married. In his head, being faithful to his marriage. Being good to his wife, which is what any normal man should do. He doesn't love you for acting this way. He loves his wife, whoever his wife is. Fongjingjing, do you think I'll believe all your bull *******? Whether a person loves you or not, there is no need for others to say. As for you, if you are envious or jealous, go and find such a good husband. 2. Oh, I forgot. Excellent ones are hard to find. I'm sorry. I'll go ahead and take this one. Speaking of which, the Fong family is also considered a bit of a status. Wanting to be a concubine for someone else. Isn't it afraid that your parents will feel ashamed when you say it? Yuchochi crossed his arms around his chest, leaned back in his chair, and looked in the direction of the main entrance. At this moment, Zhang Sweetie is making a demon again, drinking a lot of wine, and there's a lot of commotion inside. She could hear the sound of Jiang Yinan stepping on her high heels towards the very center even as she sat here. Fongjingjing really doesn't take her as a friend. The inside is already in an uproar. and she doesn't even go there. She only provokes herself endlessly here. I don't know if I truly love Jiang Yibei or if I'm simply unwilling. It's not a skill to make the first move. It's a skill to keep it. Don't think he doesn't have me in his heart. At least I've met his real mother. What about you? You've been married for 3 years and you haven't even met your own mother-in-law. Mister. You're pretty and rich, but you should live a more sober life. A man's love has always been for more than one woman, and a lot of times he turns a blind eye and forgets about it. Watching the man in the doorway just waltz in with a pair of white fuzzy slippers in his hand, without the slightest bit of embarrassment, Yuchochi's love for him seemed to have deepened, and her brows and eyes couldn't help but smile. Wife! The voice rose before the man arrived. Quickly walking to her side, he put the slippers on Yuchochi's feet, and only then nodded with satisfaction. This won't be tiring. I was going to carry you out, but the gown you're wearing is too big and it's probably going to be inconvenient and you'll be embarrassed, so I'll help you walk, okay? Chapter 60, Did she force the marriage? Go! Yuchochi stared at him in surprise, and then looked around toward the back of the room. This banquet has just begun not long ago. The father of the river over there is still talking about his past. Wouldn't it be a bit of a bummer to leave now? Jiang Yibei nodded his head. Yeah, go home. Let's just show up. There's no need to be here all the time. I'm already giving face for staying this long. It's not appropriate, right? Feng Jingjing raised her hand and ran it through her hair in a difficult manner, and said towards Jiang Yibei, after all, today is uncle's birthday even if you don't care, but outsiders will say that sister you doesn't know what she's doing. Jiang Yibei didn't answer her words, he just glanced towards Feng Jingjing's back, then called out softly, and, sis, what brings you here? It's okay, it's already started over at Dad's. You guys can leave if you want to, just leave it to me here, and take good care of Cho-Chi, don't tire her out. After saying that, he turned his head and glared at Feng Jingjing again, his contemptuous gaze undisguised. When did it come to your turn to direct the affairs of my Jiang family? An outsider? Feng Jingjing, can you pay attention to your own identity? Pestering a married man every day. It's also the Feng family's people who will be disgraced when you say it. Well, then, we'll be going then. Akihiko had concerns, so this will put her mind at ease. The man took her hand and without holding back he kissed her hand before pulling away. Still, people probably didn't have much time to notice they were out and about. Full of mind as Jiang Tiantian just drank too much. Splashing words are all dissatisfaction with Yuchochi. Now, everyone was unanimous in deciding that she was probably thinking something she shouldn't about this brother. Sitting in the car, Yuchochi looked out the window indifferently. In fact, she didn't believe Feng Jingjing's words, but her sentence. Meeting Jiang Yibei's own mother kind of made her unable to understand. Rumor has it that Jiang Yibei's mother disappeared after giving birth to this pair of dragon and phoenix babies. No one knows where she went, but why would Feng Jingjing know? And why did Jiang Yibei take her to see his own mother? And why did he not mention this matter to her? The most important thing was that she had actually forced the marriage in the first place, and she had managed to do something that forced Jiang Yibei to marry her. No wonder his temperament had changed drastically. Very different from the Jiang Yibei he knew 3 years ago. Wife. The man spoke in a heartfelt whisper, lifting his hand to poke her in the knee and, what's wrong with you? Did Feng Jingjing say something to you? Don't take her word for it. I've never had any thoughts about her. I don't like her. I even hate her. I only like yours. I could have sworn. He didn't know why he was explaining, but when he saw Yuchochi's worried eyes, his heart then panicked and he just felt as if he was on the verge of arrhythmia. Yuchochi shook his head. It's okay. She didn't say anything, except that it wasn't a voluntary thing when we got married. The man's heart sank so hard that he couldn't stop himself from starting to tremble and a muscle twitched at the corner of his lip, and as soon as he opened his mouth he realized that his voice wouldn't even come out. He had a death grip on his coat, his eyes not daring to look aside at the woman. Yuchochi, who hadn't gotten a reply for a long time, followed suit and became a little weak. It couldn't be because he was forced to get married in the first place, and now he's thinking about it in a hard way. Could it? This man is really something. He forced himself on him and he agreed? So unassertive. The car slowed to a stop in front of the villa, and she got right out, glancing cautiously behind her. The man hung his head and slowly followed her steps without coming up to her. But Yuchochi didn't think much of it. Anyway, the marriage had already been consummated. The raw rice had already been cooked, and it was too late for him to repent the marriage even if he wanted to. After changing in the check room, she went to take a shower and, when I returned to the bedroom the room was empty. Jiang Yibei didn't seem to have come in. The woman leaned back on the couch and played with her cell phone while she waited for him, probably because she was a little tired. She hadn't even been leaning on the couch for 10 minutes when she drifted off to sleep and, in the dream it seemed like she felt someone arrive at her side. and then her feet suddenly felt please cool and comfortable. About an hour or so later, she gradually woke up, though she wanted to go back to sleep but there seems to be one in her consciousness telling her, you have to wake up. Jangibe hasn't come back yet. The woman woke up with a start, turning her head only to realize that she was lying on the bed at some point in time. And indeed, Jangibe hadn't returned yet, and his side was empty. A bad premonition rushed straight to her heart. Yuchochi directly lifted the covers and ran down towards the living room. There was no one to be found in several rooms, and she stood still with her mind reeling. What had just happened? Where had he gone? I was going to go back to the bedroom and find my cell phone to give him a call when I heard the wind in the back of the place. It was only when she walked to the back that she saw the man sitting on the swing in front of the small garden, staring forward, motionless, at the faded back is full of loneliness. What's going on here? The woman walked slowly over to him, and fearing that her sudden appearance might frighten him, coughing softly before placing her hands on the man's shoulders. Jangibe was first stunned, then quickly lowered his sleeve and held his hands on the palm of the woman at his shoulder. Honey, what are you doing here? Wake up. Well, husband, do you have something on your mind? Why don't you go back to bed? She slowly moved to Jangibe's side and touched the man's cheek after sitting down. It was summer, but the temperature was still cool, and the man's cheeks were cold, and it was close enough to see that his eyes were red as if he had been crying. Wasn't it something I said in the car, honey? And I don't know what the hell happened in the first place. I've been trying to remember all these days, but I still can't remember at all. Yuchochi guiltily clenched his palm, thinking of what Feng Jingjing said to her. Her heart panicked terribly. But I do like you, whether it's 3 years ago or now. I don't know why I'm pushing for a marriage. Maybe because I like you so much. This behavior was wrong. I admit it, and I can apologize to you, but don't be upset, okay? The man's dark eyes rolled, and suddenly he felt relieved that, so she thought she was the one who forced the marriage? So Feng Jingjing didn't make it very clear? Honey, you love me too, don't you? Don't be upset. Don't be upset. I won't force you to do anything from now on, and I didn't think I'd be so bad as to force myself to marry you. Jangibe hurriedly nodded. Good. Whatever the wife says is good. Chapter 61, Suck-ups on the line. I thought I must have coaxed him a little before he was ready, but I didn't realize that after 2 sentences, Jangibe's state had then recovered, which caused Yuchochi a heartache. He was angry, thinking of the mistakes he'd made in the past, but still, because of her light apology, he instantly stopped being angry and, how much this man should love himself. Well, let's go back to bed, shall we? Yuchochi wrapped her arms around his neck, face-to-face distance, could clearly feel the slightly cool breath of the Jangibe finally couldn't hold back, and kissed her lightly on the lips, and directly got up and hugged her horizontally. Go back to bed. The night's panic ended like this. Jangibe laughed at himself in his mind for a while. It was obvious that nothing had happened, but he was too scared to even go back to his bedroom, which affected his mood even more. People, sometimes it's not good to be too cerebral, scaring yourself and affecting your wife. Early the following morning, Yuchochi went downstairs and saw the man coming out of the gym across the street, wiping water from her hair while waving towards her. It's like back in high school, when he'd sneak off to play basketball once in a while. It wouldn't wave to her like that, but when it looked back at her, it had a warm sunny look in its eyes that, after all these years, he was still the same clear-eyed young man. Baby, why are you awake so early? Did Lele rush you again? I'm not the one who said you didn't get a very good assistant. Why does she talk so much every day and have so many things to do? It's annoying to think about. The 2 assistants standing in the doorway looked at each other in dismay. Neither of them opened their mouths, and tacitly turned around together and walked out. And that Lin Young, he's also annoying enough. Really not from this secretarial program. Is it a lesson called How to Toss the Boss? Lin Yang sighed softly and closed the door behind him, standing at the front door of the villa waiting for him. Honey, in case you didn't know, the 2 assistants were right here just now, and they heard everything you said. Yuchochi sat down at the table and took a faint sip of coffee. Jangibe's complaining little look she had seen so much lately that she had gotten used to it and didn't feel it. It's just that the 2 assistants aren't used to it yet, so they have to go out in order to ease the awkwardness. That's a nice slice of bread. I like that whole wheat flavor. Jangibe put down the towel, sat down beside her, and looked earnestly toward the slice of bread she had just praised. Well, this one's 70%, not whole wheat, but I've got it memorized. I'll bake this toast for you more often from now on. Wifey, eat more. You've lost weight. Thinning out. Yuchochi touched his waistline, though there wasn't much flab, right? But it wasn't that much thinner, especially since Jangibe had been cooking for her in different ways every day lately. It's just delicious and pretty. She was trying to lose fat, but she can't control her mouth, and most importantly, She can't move her legs. Exercise, as such, was torture for her. She could starve herself thin, but would never exercise a bit. Even that gym at home, she's never been to it, and she's not even sure what's in it. But it is very admirable Yandere, although it is not clear about the frequency, but Uchochi often see him in it, or come out of it, and he has a private lesson every week. Self-disciplined men are really attractive. Try this? The man pushed the avocado salad in front of her and thoughtfully placed another salad fork inside. This avocado isn't quite as ripe as you'd love it to be, but it's ripe enough to be considered a good one. There were times when he really doubted Uchochi's tastes. She didn't eat raw avocados, but she was extremely fond of ripe and even a little blackened avocados. You can't eat raw tomatoes, but you can eat ripe ones. You can't eat ripe cucumbers, but you can eat raw ones. Picky little girls are simply the cutest creatures on the planet. The man's heart thought, and the smile at the corner of his lips became more and more uncontrollable. Full of tenderness, the doting eyes were so gentle that they could squeeze out water. Yummy, I love it. Getting the affirmation. Yandere's mood was instantly great, until he watched her eat almost as much as she could. He'd only just begun to take 2 bites of the half of bread she had left, and casually ate something else. Seeing the man pack up and come out of the check room, he hurried over to finding a pair of shoes from the shoe closet, flats that would go with the outfit she had chosen. He crouched down to change her shoes. Honey, I'll be fine on my own. Why don't I wear heels in the office or? No, look at your feet. Those shoes are rubbing red just from wearing them. This batch is all going to be new. I've contacted a design company to create a collection just for you. Honey, wait 2 more days. They'll come and measure you when the plans are out on their end. The man thoughtfully tied the laces, and put 2 drops of water on the knots to keep them from opening easily. It would be fine if he was around, but he couldn't be with her all day, and if the laces came undone there would be no one to tie them for her. Alright, let me see. The man got up and put his arm around her shoulders and made the man stand in front of the mirror, looking at her earnestly from behind. Good looking. My wife is a clothes rack. She looks good in everything. How in the world do you think my baby is such a wonderful person? Can you blame me for being jealous all the time? I can't. That would make anyone uneasy. Uchochi was very speechless after a round of ass-kissing. He's just doing everything he can to keep himself out of high heels, and that's as good a reason as any to come up with. Okay, I'll listen to you. I have to go. Husband, be good at home. I'll be back as soon as I'm done. It was reasonable to say that she didn't have to work on weekends, but she had just accepted you, and she didn't understand many things yet. Not to mention the fact that her uncle's movements weren't too clear right now, and she still wasn't too sure about it. Yandere is also strange today. According to his character, the probability is that he will stick to her and go to the company together today, but at the moment, it doesn't look as if he has any plans to do so. The man whispered, as he reluctantly kissed her on the cheek. Okay, let me know when my wife is done and I'll pick you up and take you home. Uchochi nodded her head and responded. As soon as she went out, Lele was complaining about something towards Lin Yang in disgust. As soon as she saw her, she hurriedly whispered, "And, how about, my boss came out first. Remember, you owe me a meal." "Good morning, ma'am," Lin Yang greeted with a smile, and only after the people got into the car did he walk in towards the villa. As soon as Uchochi got in the car, he kicked the passenger side of the car. "You've got some nerve, daring to make a bet with me? What's the bet?" Joy scratched her hair in embarrassment and, "Nothing, just bet on that new Japanese restaurant." Chapter 62, Anomalies. "Oh, so I'm worth a Japanese meal. Can you bet bigger next time? I also cooperate to let you win. Uchochi said, raising his hand to take the tablet handed to him by Lele. "Take a look first." It was something that didn't need to be dealt with. "But manager, you signed this contract too quickly. I've been prodded a couple more times since I reported it, and I still don't think something's quite right with it." "There's nothing too wrong with the contract. It's just that he's a bit of an anomaly." Uchochi nodded and looked seriously all the way until she reached the company. She felt a little tired of keeping her head down all the time. Sitting in her office with the coffee handed to her by Lele, she had been thinking about the company named Sudong on the contract. According to the backtracking, the company was registered overseas 3 years ago, and has no actual business but has a considerable amount of water. Why did Yukuin choose to work with such a company? It stands to reason that if he wanted a kickback, he would have picked a company that seemed more secure, not this skinflint company that has problems written all over it. Uchochi glanced to the side of the bag, and was going to take a powder out of the. Reaching out, he touched the flash drive they'd taken from the hidden compartment earlier. She glanced towards the door before plugging the flash drive into her computer and, when you open it up, there are 2 folders in there, basically kind of unnamed, right? Marked only by simple letters. She was instantly shocked when the first folder opened and all of them are Yukoan's misappropriation of public funds over the years, and some of the companies he has invested in, and evidence of wrongdoing, and even a portion of an offshore bank, without having to look at it. The guy must have laundered money, except the embezzlement accounts don't seem to be available anymore since a year ago. So, all this stuff is what I found out? What am I checking him out for? Although Yuchochi was a bit shocked, but for people like them, these things were more than normal. In fact, if you look into it carefully, no one is necessarily innocent. Want to check? Can always find out something? Yukoan's problem is just a little more. If he wanted to do something to him himself, he probably would have done it a long time ago, so why wait until now? After the second folder was opened, her whole body froze instantly. On it was the news of the accident that happened to his parents in the first place, and the results of the police's handling of the case. All of these elements she had seen for the first time since learning about the Yuchochi has never wanted to face it. In fact, it can be said that he does not know how to face it. She really hadn't expected to see these contents on her flash drive, but why had she saved them? The picture on the news is of the road where the accident happened in the first place. Nothing can be seen on the road anymore, only the tarmac which is stained dark brown. Instead, the police gave her investigative information that included photos of her own vehicle, with large swaths of bright red on the leather seats. The console of the car was all but sunk in, completely disfigured, and it really didn't look like there was any chance of the people in the car surviving. She raised her hand and gently touched it to the screen of the computer, and seemed to be able to feel the warmth of her mom and dad's bodies. A line of warm liquid instantly crossed her cheek, and her heart was clutched tightly by a large invisible hand, hurting until it suffocated and tore her heart out. She clenched her lips, her face growing paler as her fingers slowly slid downward and, instead, a stuffed animal, stained with blood but also clearly visible as blue, is seen in one of the pictures below. Blue? It's a whole set of limited edition dolls, 5 colors in all, and she's put one in her own car, and one in the company car. Usually there are green dolls in the car that Dad drives. Back then, in order to prevent others from looking at Yukoan differently, Dad gave him the best of everything, the biggest office, a car of the same model as his, and even wearing a suit that's no more expensive than Yukoan's, for the sake of also not wanting him to be jealous because he didn't take over the company. Yuchochi clearly remembered the company name of these 2 cars she put the dolls. So that day the father drove Yukoan's car. Why hasn't this been mentioned? And does the fact that one is collecting this information have anything to do with it? She took out her cell phone and dialed Lin Nan's number. As soon as he heard her say she wanted to check the information of the vehicle at that time, Lin Nan asked her directly, "Did you find out something?" "So, you know, Lin Nan, did I tell you about my parents before I lost my memory?" She frowned and added, hesitantly, "You know how I am. I'm amnesiac, not stupid. You should be able to understand what it's like to wake up and lose your parents. Lin Nan, you're the only friend I have. You have to help me." There was a long silence on the other end of the phone, and after a while, Lin Nan spoke up and, "It's not that I won't help you. You wouldn't let me get involved in the first place. You only said that your father was a very steady driver, and that surely nothing of this magnitude would ever happen to him, and that driver on the other side at the time, he had terminal cancer and died 3 months later. So there's nothing we can do even if we look into it. No wonder there were some bank transfers in the folder below, and records of this driver's treatment at the hospital. Turns out I've checked these out before. Icky, I think there's something wrong with this, too, but you know, discipline doesn't allow me to retract a case without any evidence, and it's been so long since it happened. It's hard to check the evidence." Lin Nan's voice was slightly lost, more or less heartbroken. She hoped that Yuchochi could really put this matter in the past. On the other hand, she also hopes to find out the truth and do justice to the deceased. "I see. If you remember anything else, you must let me know. I'll have to keep looking into this matter. Vehicle information you give me as soon as possible. If it can be determined that the car is Yukoan's, then this matter must have nothing to do with him." Lin Nan's side answered, followed by another question. "And you just told me that? You've lost your memory. Ikiko, aren't you worried about what's happened between us in the last 3 years? Or that I'll betray you?" Well, Yuchochi grew a long sound. For a long time. "No worries, you don't have enough brains to count me out." Although the words were said to be flirting, Yuchochi's heart was really not the slightest bit suspicious of Lin Nan. The most important thing between friends is trust. It's like she trusts Jiangyibai that she trusts Lin Nan. She has never doubted and will never doubt. Busy until the afternoon. Yuchochi had not yet had time to eat, but the phone vibrated incessantly. I thought it was Jiangyibai's, but as soon as the screen opened, it was several photos sent by Jiang Sweetie. In the photo, Feng Jingjing looked up at the man on the side, full of tenderness and smiling warmly, and the background, which looked unfamiliar, was more like a park, followed by a string of texts received. Sister-in-law, my brother and Jingjing have something going on today, so they won't be going back for dinner tonight, and he asked me to talk to you about it. Chapter 63, This behavior is not right. Yikes, is this cheating? Lele stretched her head and stared at her cell phone screen, looking up at the bewildered Yuchochi with some heartache. According to Chief Yu's character, he would probably kill Jiang Yibei. Yuchochi enlarged the picture and looked at every detail on it carefully. Although the two people appeared at the same time, she could still see impatience on Jiang Yibei's face. But why did he go to see Feng Jingjing? And why didn't he tell himself that? Where they went? Without waiting for her to reply, Jiang Sweetie's side of the message sent over again. Don't be angry. After all, in a family like our Jiang family, how can a man keep only one woman for life? My brother and Jingjing have had a love affair since childhood. If not for that incident in the beginning, now my sister-in-law would be Jingjing. At first, Yuchochi chanted in a low voice, and then turned his head to look at the bewildered Lele. What happened in the first place? When did you come to the company? Do you know how I married Jiang Yibei? Joy shook her head vigorously, her big eyes penetrating with bewilderment. I don't know, Mr. You used to not be talkative. Your personality is completely different from now. I can only see that you seem to dislike Mr. Jiang, and it seems like every time I talk to him on the phone I'm in a bad mood afterward. I've been on the job for 3 years, but I don't know anything about your private life. Or, you may choose to ask Ms. Lin, who is a good friend of yours. Yuchochi nodded and saved a screenshot of the chat just now, then took his phone and typed out a line. What's between us is none of your business. Then after tapping send, he quickly blacked out Jiang Tian. She didn't understand why she had added her in the first place. It wasn't adding to the problem. Tapping on Jiang Yibei's chat interface, the picture was sent over not even half a minute before the man's phone call came over. Yuchochi quickly tapped hang up, then put the phone on the desk and asked towards Lele behind her. What time does the meeting start? Joy looked at the whimpering, vibrating cell phone on the table and froze for a second before answering. Half an hour to go, and then pointed to the cell phone. Do you not answer? That Jiang Yibei is not a good temper. 2 consecutive calls Yuchochi did not answer. I guess he should be angry. No answer. Yuchochi pulled the folder out of her hand, opened it and glanced at it, and said, softly, he went behind my back to see Feng Jingjing. Even if something was wrong, even if there really wasn't anything between them, he should have told me about it in advance. 2. Instead of doing all this behind my back. I, for one, dislike that kind of anything that's a good lie. A lie is a lie, and there's no good or evil in it. Circling 2 places on the document and handing it back to Happy. You'll adjust here and reprint a copy. Let's move the meeting up. I'm on my way to the conference room. Good. Joy glanced at the document and notified all the attendees again, before opening her mouth again and asking, quietly, Mr. You, are you not forgiving Mr. Jiang? The cell phone keeps ringing. It's called 5 times. Do you want to answer it? No answer. Meeting. Yuchochi directly walked out of the office without looking back. She froze and dragged on for almost 3 hours before the meeting, which was supposed to be an hour long. Just after walking out of the conference room, I saw Lele's eyes red as if she had been crying. What's going on? You finally finished. She went in several times, but was glared at by Yuchochi, not daring to say a word, having to constantly commute between the office and the conference room. Seeing someone at this moment, as if grabbing a lifeline, he tugged on her arm and ran towards the office. Why? What's your hurry? Yuchochi was still finished asking when she saw Lin Yang, who was pacing back and forth anxiously in the doorway. Yo, Zhang's also working overtime. Isn't your president Zhang known as a good boss who won't let his employees work overtime? Lin Yang hurriedly walked towards her. Madam, Mr. Zhang, he hasn't done anything to wrong you. You mustn't be angry with him. Sent you to be a lobbyist. What does this Jiang Yibei think? Yuchochi sneered, and as soon as the door was pushed open, she was directly startled, and by the sofa, the man knelt straight, his shoulders shaking, his face full of tear stains, his good-looking phoenix eyes red and swollen. It seemed to be in great shock, and the whole person couldn't stop trembling. You, what brings you here? Yuchochi hurried over and raised her hand to help him get up, but Jiang Yibei directly wrapped his arm around his waist. The man buried his head into her chest and instantly sobbed and, I was wrong, wife, I was wrong, don't you ever want me. I haven't done anything to wrong you, I shouldn't have not told you, don't leave me. The man's hands wrapped tightly around her waist. The arms tightened so hard that the words to cry didn't even come out in full. The moment he received Yuchochi's message, he drove directly towards her company. Phone call after phone call. Yuchochi are not answered. He called the company's phone, also called Lele's phone. How can not contact you, Chochi? As soon as the man arrives, he hears from Joy that she's gone to a meeting and is probably really pissed off and is probably planning on not wanting him. Jiang Yibei had no way to explain why he was with Feng Jingjing. He's gone to see his mother. His father took Feng Jingjing there with him. There was no way he could refuse. After all, the person his mother really wanted to see was not him, but his father. It was the best reason a father could threaten himself after all these years. As soon as something slightly out of his favor, he'd threaten him with not going to see his mother anymore. But he didn't dare to let Yuchochi know that he had a mother with severe bidirectional affective disorder who had been hospitalized in a mental hospital for over 10 years. After all, no one wants to marry someone like that, nor do they want their future children, who might have such a disease. And mental illness can be hereditary, right? Ibe, get up and let's talk. The woman stroked his hair and whispered soothingly. Just take it easy for a second, okay? We're all handling this thing wrong. Talk about it. Jiang Yibei shook his head vigorously in her arms, afraid of being abandoned in general, refused to go and listen to her say another word. No talk, no talk, no talk. Honey, you promised me you wouldn't leave me alone. I can swear that I really haven't wronged you. I don't have any relationship with Feng Jingjing. It's a coincidence. Don't leave me, will you? I'll never do it again. The man grabbed her arm and shook it gently, bringing her hand to his cheek and large tears fell down Yuchochi's palms. It made her subconsciously feel sorry for the frightened man in front of her. Chapter 64, begging his wife to love him. Honey, hurt me. I know I've made a mistake. Punish me any way you want. I've been on my knees since just now. I know what I did was wrong. So whip me if you're mad. The man looked up at her, his pitiful eyes glistening with tears, his thin lips bitten until they were white. I just felt my body start to tingle and didn't know what else to explain. I'm not going to leave you over this, but I'm going to be angry. So get up and let's talk about it calmly. The woman tugged on his arm and pulled the man to a sitting position on the couch, handing him a glass of water from the coffee table. Jiang Yibei obediently took it and drank it all in one gulp before grabbing her hand again and putting it on his lap. Honey, I hurt. Honey, I'm sorry. Yuchochi wasn't much inclined to bother with him about it, but as far as she could remember, the two of them had only just started their relationship, while Jiang Yibei had long been rumored to have some gossip with Feng Jingjing. Although she trusted Jiang Yibei, she still didn't want her man to have too much contact with that woman. If one day a fight does break out because of her, and there are more fights, it will naturally affect the relationship. What's more, if Jiang Yibei wouldn't report such a thing in advance, it would definitely be a hidden danger in the future. The woman gently rubbed his knee for him, and with her other hand drew 2 sheets of paper and wiped the tear tracks from his face. Ibe, this matter, why didn't you tell me in advance? You went to see Feng Jingjing, and got caught on camera. And what Jiang Sweetie said to me. Are you really planning not to come back tonight? No. The man frowned nervously, cold sweat seeping from his panicked palms. His grip on the woman's hand refused to let go, and his words of explanation were broken and, I did not go home. My dad had to make Feng Jingjing go. Honey, it was really an accident. Believe me, okay? I'm not gonna have anything to do with her. No matter what. You are the only one in my heart since the beginning. Wife, can you hear me clearly when I express myself like this? So why have we been on such bad terms for the past 3 years? We didn't have WeChat with each other originally. I pulled up my phone records. We've had less than 30 phone calls in 3 years. So what the hell is going on between us? Jiang Yibei, I wish you'd say these words to me yourself, instead of asking me to investigate. Because of what? Exactly? It can't really be because of that Feng Jingjing, right? She almost married you. What exactly does that mean? In fact, what she wanted to ask the most was she the one who destroyed the relationship between him and Feng Jingjing? Was she the third party in that relationship or not? Her upbringing from a young age had forbidden her to do such a thing, even if she loved the man dearly. Between us, the man slowly lowered his head, his retracted hands clasped together in a. His worst fears had still happened, but for him to tell Yuchochi, her indifference to herself in these 3 years is all because, at first, he married her and drove Yifei out of the country. It's my fault we got married in the first place, not by choice. It's just that, wifey, you believe me. I love you like I always have. You blame me. You hate me. All because I didn't make you happy, but neither of us were unfaithful to our marriage. Now that all of this is behind us, I just want to be good to you, and I don't want to make you unhappy because of anyone or anything. The moment I read your message just now, I wanted to beat myself to death. I really regret not telling you about meeting Feng Jingjing today. If I could have said something earlier, it wouldn't have made you so angry, let alone so angry that you wouldn't answer my calls. You should scold me and punish me any way you want. Honey, go home. I'll be a good boy and take the punishment. You can hit me all you want, and if I say a word you'll be loving me for nothing. The man hung his head, evasively explaining, but sincerely apologizing. The pinched herself hard on the back of her hand, seeping out light traces of blood, like a prisoner awaiting judgment, not even daring to pray for her forgiveness again. There seemed to be nothing more to justify his remorse than sincere repentance. The woman breathed a long sigh of relief. Well, okay, just as long as I'm not the third party. It scared the hell out of me. So, that's what she thinks. Yuchochi first patted his own chest, then grabbed onto Jiangyibei's hand again. He touched the back of his hand, brought it painfully to his own lips, and blew gently on it. I'm at fault for what happened today. I shouldn't have stopped answering your calls, and scared you like that, but I'd be angry and jealous. You can't go behind my back to see Feng Jingjing and not tell me about it. Do you know how upset I would be if an outsider told me something like that? The man who had eased up a bit was instantly plunged back into intense self-loathing because of her sad words. Yeah, she gets sad too. She's sad and almost broken herself when a guy comes along who has a crush on her. Instead, he was meeting with the woman who had made it clear that she had thoughts about him, and hadn't even told her about it. If one thinks differently, then he will definitely not be as calm as Yuchochi at this moment, and will probably go crazy. I'm sorry for upsetting you. I'm sorry, honey. I'll remember that. I'll never make a mistake like that again in my life. So trust me for once and don't ever be disappointed in me. The man's throat choked, and he clenched his fist so hard that his heart ached with a flood of pain. Well, I'm not mad anymore, so don't blame me for not answering your calls. Let's all change from now on, okay? Yuchochi unfolded his arms and hooked his fingers towards him, taking the man into his arms and rubbing his back. Speaking of which, she really couldn't bear to be angry with Jiangyibei. Whoever made herself love him that way was a little out of her league, but she was willing. You're not right, wife. I'm the one who's wrong. It's good that you're not angry anymore, but I can't forgive myself. So, do you have to go back there when I'm done here? The man rose from her shoulder in bewilderment, a glistening light once again covering his already red and swollen eyes. The voices are all tinged with horror. Honey, didn't we agree not to blame me? Can you go home and punish me? Don't kick me out. I want to go home. Either. Or I'll go to that square in front of your office and apologize to you on my knees. I'm not leaving. I'm going home. Yuchochi was directly exasperated by him and laughed, helplessly pocketing the back of his head and, who said anything about kicking you out? So fine. Go home. I'm a little hungry even now. The two had just walked out of the office, and the expression on Lin Yang's face was instantly wonderful. He is still the first time to see Jiangyibei can also cry like this, worried at the same time, heart more or less secretly a little happy. You deserved it. Tossing me around every day and making me go to the construction site to move bricks. Someone cleaned you up, didn't they? Jiangyibei glared at him and said in a deep voice, what are you looking at? Go home. Chapter 65 Dismissal. Jiangyibei was in the kitchen preparing dinner while silently condemning himself in his heart. It seems like it's been so many days in a row since I've made a proper meal for my baby. She had been so depleted from that car accident that her health was not as good as it used to be, and she had lost weight in the past few days, visible to the naked eye. But she still kept reassuring herself about how she just happened to lose weight. He sighed softly, put on his insulated gloves and lifted the lid of the casserole. The aroma of the hot soup instantly wafted throughout the kitchen. At the same time that the maid carried the dishes to the dining table, Jiangyibei entered the study and forced the person out without any explanation. We must eat. Work is not as important as eating. Baby, you're so misbehaved too. I'll even carry you straight out next time you do that. Yuchochi was speechless. She was inside having an online meeting and I didn't expect Jiangyibei to rush in and say, rice is ready. Baby, come and eat. She could see the employees on the screen stifling their laughter and I was going to say something about eating later, and he'd go out and forget about it. But he didn't expect him to walk right over to her and carry her without lifting his head towards the restaurant. Jiangyibei, I'm in a meeting. What are you adding to the chaos? The woman clasped her arms and disliked it without a good reason. But Jiangyibei acted as if he hadn't heard it, walking back into the study and picking up Yuchochi's slippers by the chair. It was only when his eyes dropped to the computer that he realized several pairs of eyes were staring blankly at him. He laughed softly, then said, I'm sorry, my wife is a workaholic, so I'm sorry for the hard work you guys are doing. I'll try to pester her later so she doesn't have time for you guys to work late. Meeting adjourned. With that, he simply buckled down on his computer, turning around and going out to put Yuchochi's shoes on. He softly explained that, wife, don't worry, I've asked them to end the meeting. You're all home, can you stop working overtime all the time? You have to make a distinction between a home and a company. Home is where you spend time with your family, and even if you don't spend time with me, you make it so I don't see you every day. As the man spoke, the aggravation in his heart began to gradually magnify, followed by some redness in his eyes. You don't even realize that every day you fall asleep when you're tired, and I have no one to talk to when I want to. I can only kiss your face when you're asleep. It doesn't matter if I'm lonely and lonesome, but I'm also heartbroken about your body. Yandere carefully held onto her hand. The whole person looked aggravated to the extreme, yet he didn't dare to complain. This appearance is really like a little daughter-in-law. See Yuchochi, a burst of heartache, but also self-blame at the same time. He himself was really too busy during this period of time. Even when Yandere was injured, he still had to accompany her on a business trip. I've come back and I'm so busy that I don't even have time to eat when I get home every day. It hadn't been more than a few days, but it felt like it had been a long time since I'd looked at him closely, as if he'd pined away a lot. Hubby, it's my fault. I'll make sure to keep my family and work separate from now on. No more upsetting you over work. I'll spend more time with you from now on, okay? Seeing her say this, Yandere nodded with satisfaction, his customary smile hanging back on his lips little by little, but as if by premeditation. He pushed the bowl in front of him toward her and, so, can the baby have a whole bowl of rice today and then 2 bites of vegetables? Yuchochi hurriedly picked up his chopsticks and, of course, my husband cooks so well, I'll be sure to eat more. And, how do you think you're so good at making such awful vegetables taste so good? I'm so happy. Hubby, why don't I learn how to cook too, so I can cook for you later too? Yandere hurriedly refused. But don't, it's my advantage. What's that saying? To capture a woman's heart, you have to capture her stomach first. Not you. I gave you my heart a long time ago. You don't even have to grab it. I'm hanging on to you tight. I used to care too much about face, dignity and all that useless stuff. If he could have stalked Yuchochi earlier, perhaps she could have forgiven him, too, earlier. Even if she couldn't, she wouldn't be that determined to have to get a divorce. If he could have known earlier that Yuchochi also loved him, perhaps he wouldn't have agreed to separate from her. The moment he watched Yuchochi eat the last bite of his meal and put the bowl on the table, Yandere started to applaud wildly with a spoiled face. The baby is fantastic. Baby can really finish a bowl of rice. How in the world can you have such a wonderful wife? I love you so much. The exaggerated look amused Yuchochi, who couldn't stop laughing. Don't be so exaggerated. But it's just a little dinner. You treat me like a little kid. The men nodded their heads vigorously and, but it's not just a little friend. Or else what? You'd have to be my little friend all the time. No growing up. He truly hoped that Yuchochi could always be by his side, and be a little kid who couldn't grow up. He'll just always dote on her, and no matter what happens, he'll always be her most dependable support. If he could, he even wished Yuchochi could stay home and not go to work. Just do what she likes best. What makes her happiest. Yet he knew full well that he shouldn't be selfish anymore, and that respecting her choices was the right way to love her. Let's go for a walk in the back and take a walk after dinner, shall we? The man took her by the hand and walked towards the small garden behind the. He hasn't had time to take care of this rose garden himself. Lately, there were quite a few places that the gardener had fixed up that he wasn't very happy with. Touching the foremost one, the man did not refrain from complaining that what kind of craftsmanship is this? He'll be sacked tomorrow. This flower should have bloomed beautifully. What's gotten into this? I think it's not bad. It's beautiful. Honey, you're asking too much. That being said, she suddenly remembered, back before graduation, and asked him, with interest, honey, what did the bouquet of roses you brought me on graduation day look like? How many of them were there? Which flower store did you go to buy them? Yandere was stunned. His hand touching the flower paused, his mind frantically thinking about how to answer this question of hers. If she said she hadn't been there, then she would have pressed her about the day's events, but he has no way of explaining why he didn't go in the first place. Hesitantly, he answered her only ambiguously. That, I don't even remember. It's too detailed, wife. Although it seems like yesterday for you, it's been years for me, right? Seeing that the person was a bit down but still nodded, Yandere hurriedly changed the topic. A batch of freshly picked lychees was delivered over this afternoon. I've had a look at them. They're especially big and sweet. I'll go peel some for the baby. Chapter 66, not a special day. In fact, Yuchochi could see that he was changing the subject, but she thought that it's because Yandere forgot what that bouquet of flowers looked like and was afraid she'd get angry. But she wasn't that petty, and she wasn't angry about that. Lychee was fine though. Her favorite fruit growing up was lychee. She just couldn't peel it and always found the shell too hard. Yandere snatched the fruit plate down when he reached the fifth one. Don't eat it, baby, it'll catch fire. Lychee is too hot. Eat it tomorrow, okay? I was enjoying my meal when someone took it out of my hand. Yuchochi instantly became unhappy, crossing her arms, her red lips pouting in dissatisfaction. Baby, the man pulled a long note as he shook her arm in a sappy manner. Eat it tomorrow. You can't have too much of a lot of fruits, and from a Chinese medicine point of view, fruit isn't really a good thing either. So it's better to eat less of it, for the sake of good health. Then what is good and what can be eaten more? Yu Cho-chi was dissatisfied with the dislike back and arrogantly rolled her eyes at him. The man pointed to the tip of his nose and smiled wryly, his tone carrying a wholly ambiguous air of leaning down to her ear, his hot breath instantly sweeping over her neck. I'm good. Sexy, and with a slight gasp, listening to Yu Cho-chi's entire body tingling. The heart felt like it was gently grasped by a small hand, and a wave of inexplicable emotions spread from the ears all the way down to the until the man just picked her up and, "What are you doing? For you to eat." The man held her little ass straight up, his other hand on the woman's waist. A flood of kisses came toward her, and the moment her body touched her, a sharp gasp followed right in Yu Cho-chi's ears, mobilizing her emotions so that she no longer had time to think about anything else. Didn't want to think about anything anymore except holding him close. These recent days, the days have been incredibly subdued. Yandere every day at the end of the work time to guard Yu Cho-chi's company downstairs. At first he went to the office to wait for her, and after he was kicked out, he waited outside he ended up just swinging for the fences and just waiting on the first floor of the most trafficked building, and also stand in the most prominent place every time. Everyone started to talk about how attentive this Chief Yu's husband had been lately, and wondered if he had done something wrong. What's more, some people took a picture of him and posted it online, and it was instantly topped as a trending post. I don't know how, but they've become the envy of all business couples, and one of the top comments on the Hot 100 is, "It's still important to have the right family. Capable people will be attracted to each other. Cinderella can find the prince because they are princesses themselves." Princess. Yandere sat at the gate, looking at this comment, smiling as if he had won $2 million. After taking a screenshot of this comment, tapped a tweet titled "Please don't obsess over brother" and sent it. The person on the other side of the room quickly replied with an emoticon of disdain. He let out a laugh and followed it with a click of his cell phone, putting it in his pocket. "Honey." The woman saw him giggling as he came out of the elevator and walked over to him before she called out softly to him. What's going on? I told you don't have to pick me up every day, and even if you pick me up, go wait in the office. What's it like to always be under the front door?" The man held up a small box that had been set aside. "A present for you." Saying this, he took from it a beautiful necklace of roses, and put it on her neck. "I'm just going to wait for you at the door, to let everyone know that you're my wife, and I'm watching you closely to save the eyeless guys from thieving on you." Yandere circled around to the front and looked at the baby has white skin, and it looks so good in big red. "Why are you giving me a present? Is today the day?" Yu Cho-chi thought about it. It doesn't seem to be a holiday. The company is not even on vacation. It's the anniversary of the day I loved you one more day. Why does it have to be a special day? I ordered this necklace after I saw that the brand had come out with a concept model. It's the first one in the country. How does the wife like it? Yu Cho-chi does not have a big feeling about these things. Since she was a child, her parents are especially fond of buying them for her. The check room in the house has been filled with all these luxury accessories. In addition to specific occasions, she usually did not wear anything, but Yandere sent her. She naturally liked it. "It's especially nice. Hubby has a good eye." Yandere pulled her hand into the car, praising her like a flatterer while studying the evening's menu. Just after arriving home, Yu Cho-chi went to change his clothes. "Honey, there are so many things in this check room. Which ones did you give me? Let me put all the jewelry you gave me together." The man instantly panicked, his hand shaking so violently that the vegetable basket fell to the floor, its contents tumbling all over the place. The maid rushed to pick it up, saying as she did so that "Sir, I'll get some new ones later." Yandere, however, didn't hear it at all and walked towards Yu Cho-chi's direction by himself. He never gave her any gifts in these 3 years. Most of those jewelry of hers were brought from Yu's family, and the rest were basically given by some brands. If she said no, she must be suspicious. The relationship between the two in the past 3 years. But it is really right. "Honey, I didn't get you any jewelry because you don't like to wear it, but I've given you a lot of bags. Look, that cabinet in the back. It's all from me." Yu Cho-chi has never accepted any gifts from him, but these bags are basically the first year that a display sample of that joint venture between Zhang and Yu. There were also some high luxury bags. When Yandere frantically gave her a bunch of them, under the pretext of letting her study. Although Yu Cho-chi had never used it, it had been kept in the check room. It's just that the wife doesn't like it. It's all brand new. At first you said, just throw it in the trash. It doesn't look good anyway. Yu Cho-chi really regretted. What was the point of mentioning this topic properly? It made Zhang Yibei think of the bad things he did to him in the past. Hubby, I was wrong. There must have been something wrong with my vision before. The bag hubby gave me is so beautiful. From now on, I'll carry one every day. I'll only carry bags from my husband. Successfully changed the topic. Zhang Yibei hanging heart just put down. People went to the kitchen to cook, but the phone was left on the coffee table. After 2 short rings, Yuchochi raised his voice and shouted, "Honey, your cell phone rang twice. Someone might be looking for you. Baby, you help me look." Hua so no eyes. Lin Yang, who was displayed on the screen, spoke softly and read the words that were not displayed on it. According to the words that were not finished, "It's Lin Yang. He said that the truck driver has returned home and was controlled just after crossing the border." Chapter 67, Speak Up. Not even waiting for her to finish, Zhang Yibei rushed out of the kitchen with a spatula in his hand. It's a good thing Yuchochi was just sticking his head towards the coffee table while the screen was still unlocked. That had been all she had seen of it. The woman's looked at him blankly, puzzled as to why he would have anything to do with a big rig driver. Van. They were in an accident when they were hit by a truck. So, hubby, why did you go to the truck driver? What does Lin Yang mean by that? Zhang Yibei deleted the dialogue box, put down his cell phone, and calmly explained. Wasn't that driver a hit and run in the first place, but he hit us. I certainly don't want to let this matter go, so I've been assisting the police in their investigation. Now that we've heard from him, and he's been arrested, we'll probably have a result soon. If you break the law, you will be held legally responsible. So, Yuchochi smiled at him, turned around and nestled into the sofa, continuing to play with her phone. The man thought about it, and had turned around, but then turned back and put his cell phone in his apron and, it was only after entering the kitchen that his hands shook with nervousness, and he turned off the fire on the stove and, taking out his cell phone, he carefully glanced at the message before quickly replying again. Keep an eye on this thing, don't let him talk too much. He wasn't sure what the driver was guilty of. In any case it wasn't that simple, otherwise how could he have been targeted by the police? His men had followed, but the police had arrested someone and they couldn't be bothered to step in, so they could only just let the driver be taken away. She sent a quick message to Lin Nan after the people left. Have you gotten any results from your previous investigation of Johnny Bay? I kinda suspect he has problems. Then quickly said Lin Nan to Undisturbed. While eating his meal, Yuchochi flipped open his cell phone several times and looked at it. In the end, Zhang Yibei still couldn't hold back and snatched her cell phone off and put it aside. Just eat, don't always look at your cell phone. That's not good for your health. And do you even know what a meal tastes like? The series of accusations made Yuchochi instantly unhappy. She pushed the bowl straight back and collapsed her little face in exasperation. Then don't eat it. The man was so shocked that he knew at once that he had spoken harshly. But he's just in a hurry because he's in a hurry. What kind of person eats while playing with his cell phone? How can my stomach stand this? But how can he be so mean? The little girl was already timid, and now she's missing 3 years of memories. Having lost my parents again, and pinning all my feelings and security on him. He's the biggest thing she's got going for her. And now instead of taking care of her, he's being so mean to her. Why can't we talk properly if we have something to say? 2. The man's shivering words didn't finish. Yuchochi directly turned around and went to the study, and the door was closed heavily with a bang. It's over. Zhang Yibei bit his lip, suddenly began to panic. The emotion of self-blame just drowned him in an instant. The cell phone beside him vibrated again, and he looked at it cheaply and, the name of the person who sent the message above is Chen Mo. Yes, then tomorrow morning, and you don't have to prepare. The screen was locked, so he couldn't see what was behind it, but he could figure out that she was just making an appointment with Chen Mo for her own checkup. So, she's trying to be good for herself, trying to heal herself, and he's mean to her. Zhang Yibei just got up in and walked to the door of the study, his ear pressed against the door to listen for a moment. There was no movement inside, probably because they thought it was really inappropriate to act like that. He retreated back to the table and, looking at Yuchochi eating most of the leftover bowl of rice, he really hated to slap and holler himself to death. What's a mouth for? If you don't behave, you'll be mean. If it remained like this, without any changes, even if she didn't remember the past 3 years, she would sooner or later get sick of him. He deserved to be abandoned even if he behaved like that. Zhang Yibei anxiously kept circling in the living room and walked to the door of the study no less than 10 times. Every time, the hand just lifts up and quickly drops down again. He was afraid to knock, but he wanted to apologize. It wasn't until the cell phone in his pocket rang several times that he impatiently picked it up and growled, in an uncharacteristic manner. What for? The man on the other side of the room visibly froze, then asked him, in disbelief, did I offend you? Zhang Yibei, I've just returned to China and I'm asking you to meet me. Count on true love, And here you are yelling at me. What are you so great at? The man glanced at the screen and pressed the fire to explain that Kenichi? When did you come back to the country? Next appointment, I have things to do. I'm in a hurry. Saying that, he suddenly remembered that this classmate of his was a school bully-level character back in the day. The guys chasing him could line up from his house to the airfield, and he's had enough girlfriends to make a scouting company out of him. Such a person is bound to have experience. Wait a minute. Let me ask you, if there's a guy, and he's talking a little louder, and he's got a little attitude, and he's upsetting his wife, do you think his wife will be more angry if he goes and apologizes now? The person on the other side of the phone pulled a long tonum for a long time, so long that Jiang Yibei was impatient. I'll ask you redundantly. You can know. Hey, haven't seen for 2 years concur Jiang Yibei you rude. The man smiled cheaply before speaking slowly and, okay, I'm not going to tease you. You've offended your wife. And I'm telling you, get a grip and apologize. Time is first and foremost important. Sincerity is second. It's best to weep bitterly if you can, with a sincere confession along the way. And then you give me a gift to make up for it and promise not to do it again. But you never know what's going to happen in the future. You are also really. It is not easy to get married, right? But also nothing to offend the wife. You, doodle. Chen Jianyi stared at the screen for a long time before he sighed a word in silent exclamation that, asterisk. Jiang Yibei typed out a line on his cell phone and sent it to Lin Yang, then walked over to the door and knocked with guts. It could be that the people in the study had worn off, or that she didn't want to overthink it. When Jiang Yibei knocked on the door of her room for the third time, she still said enter. As soon as the man entered, he saw Yuchochi leaning back on the single sofa, holding a book in her hand, unable to read the cover, not knowing what she was reading. Honey, I'm sorry. The man walked quickly to her side, and bam, his knee hit the floor and, I shouldn't have yelled at you. I had a particularly bad attitude earlier. Honey, you should be angry. Just don't get mad at yourself. You whipped me out of it. I'll never say a word. The man raised his hand and picked up the leather whip on the side and shoved it into Yuchochi's hand. She was a little angry, for both before and after Jiang Yibei had never even said heavy words to her, let alone like today. So fierce. However, she could understand. After all, after 3 years of marriage, it was normal to feel a little bored and not as eager to coax. She has been pampered since childhood. Her temper is naturally no match for others, and it is not easy for Jiang Yibei to tolerate it for so long. Forget it. She threw the whip back on the table and lowered her eyes devoid of the arrogance and condescension she had displayed a moment ago. I'm not right either. Chapter 68, A Day in a State of Alarm. Wife. The man interrupted her with a low cry, and when his head lifted tears followed. And, if he was trying to do what Chen Jianyi said just now, then, this heartache, these tears of his should be entirely from the heart. How did he turn Yuchochi into a cautious man? 2. She's scared, afraid that she'll upset him if she gets too arrogant herself. Uncontested tears fell in bunches. He did not go to wipe eyelashes lot by lot to look at people's heartache. Don't you say that. I should have spoiled you. I didn't do a good job. I'm so stupid. I didn't have your heart. And it's so hard to have a chance to be nice to you. I was just like that. Don't be afraid. I'm not impatient. Let alone feel bad for you. It's my fault. You're not at all at fault in this. It's entirely my responsibility. Jiang Yibei bit his lip hard, carefully holding up her knees. Pitifully, she put her forehead on her knee, and cried and shivered, and, muttering over and over again, don't be angry, don't be angry, it's really my fault, please hit me, never be angry, aha. The woman responded softly, raising her hand to his head and, he was always so smart, he knew what to do to soften her up, and he had it all just right, in the right places and on the right scale. Such Jiang Yibei, and how can she bear to blame it? No more anger, don't you cry. Yuchochi hooked his chin, cupped the man's cheeks with both hands, and gently wiped the remaining tears. I'll pay more attention in the future. 2. I know, after all, married, I won't be as arrogant as I used to be, and I'll try to be a good wife. Her words caused Jiang Yibei, who had already calmed down, to have another emotional breakdown. He shook his head vigorously and grabbed Yuchochi's hand with both hands and, crying until his words are stuttering and slurring. No, wife, it's my fault, don't you think so? If marriage brings you maturity and understanding, how much of a failure I am as a husband. I know it's wrong. I really know it's wrong this time. I'll never raise my voice again. I'll kill myself on the spot if I'm that aggressive. Please, don't be mature. Don't be understanding. I'm begging you not to think like this. The man's crying up and down, his body all pumped up with He scrambled into Yuchochi's arms and went to wrap his arms around her waist, tightening them one at a time. Chen Jianyi, this words do not work at all. She's not blaming him, but she seems to be hiding herself from him. His wife seemed ready to leave him alone right away. No more crying, okay? Hubby, I mean what I say too. We're living together and are going to be living together for years to come. If I'm always doing what I want, not understanding a thing, being willful and grumpy, can you put up with me for a day, 2 days, 3 years, 5 years, and still put up with me for the rest of your life? I can. Honey, you believe me. I really can. Even if you beat me up one day and make me kneel for you for 3 hours, I'll put up with it all. As long as you don't leave me alone. As long as you come home. Jianyi Bei looked up at her, a pair of eyes shining with a firm light, explaining sincerely and urgently, hoping that she would understand. I know, but even if you could, I don't want to. I can't be that selfish. I want you to be able to live a happy life too. Yu Qiuqi pinched his face. The man was very thin, and there wasn't much meat on his cheeks. Only the skin was nice and bouncy when she squeezed it, and she smiled and changed the subject. This matter is over. None of us should mention it again. By the way, I've made an appointment with Chenma to go to his place tomorrow morning. I've also asked Lin Yang about your time and there's not much of a problem with it. So do you agree? He had no way to disagree. Ben had upset his wife. If you try anything else now, you're going to get yourself killed. Even with a million resistances in his heart, he nodded obediently. Yu Qiuqi yanked him up and sat him on the arm of the sofa, raising his hand to rub it on his knee, but Jianyi Bei rejected it. Wife, don't. It doesn't hurt just kneeling for a little while, even if it hurts. It's deserved. I rather think I should hurt some, to learn a long lesson for good. He put his head to Yu Qiuqi's shoulder, and greedily sucked in the scent that belonged to her. The panic in his heart gradually calmed down, only the deep self-reproach that remained in his heart for a long time. The duo exited the door of the study and saw a man sitting in the parlor. Tall, thin, somewhat punkish looking on his back, wearing a black leather jacket that, it didn't look like what a friend of Jianyi Bei should look like. At the sound of the commotion he hurriedly turned back, and following it rose quickly to his feet. And, Jianyi Bei, shouted Jianyi Bei as he unfolded his arms towards him. Jianyi Bei hurriedly protected his wife behind him and pointed towards him. The eerie and horrifying gaze made the man instantly stop in place. Why? That's so insensitive. After saying that he crooked his body again and beckoned towards the people behind Jianyi Bei. Yu Qiuqi, do you remember me? Qian Jianyi. Of course she remembers that name. The man of the hour. Nearly half of the girls in their class were his little fans back in the day, when it was 3 days and 2 days to hear who was fighting over the schoolboy again. Only Qian Jianyi has changed a little bit, but not the youthful student spirit of the year. Handsome to still handsome, just a little gangly, not Yu Qiuqi's favorite style. Remember, the school's grass. You want to find eBay for something? You guys chat, I'll go back first. Qian Jianyi hurriedly refused. Don't. I've just come back to China. I won't even go away from now on. I'm planning to develop domestically. Several classmates threw me a reception, and I came here specifically to pick you two up. Give me face. It's been a long time. Besides, Jianyi Bei and I have always been good friends. Let's go together. After a meal of output, he raised his eyes before noticing that Jianyi Bei was a bit out of sorts, stared intently at his face for a moment before adding, mysteriously, oh, isn't that your friend? How come you're the one with the severe swelling? In order to prevent him from going on and divulging the fact that he was looking for help, Jianyi Bei hurriedly agreed. I'll go. It's a reception. Go, okay. Chen Jianyi then nodded his head in satisfaction. Yu Qiuqi, you come along too. Several classmates. And that Li Jiajia, she's going too. Originally Yu Qiuqi didn't want to go, but Li Jiajia was mentioned. She turned her head to stare at Jianyi Bei with squinted eyes, and the man followed suit with an embarrassed look. How about, I don't go. Honey, I don't go. Yu Qiuqi shook his head. No, you're going. You've got all your old favorites. How can you not go? Not only are you going, I have to go too. Chapter 69, this wine penalty will not work. I'm going to go put on my makeup and change, so you guys wait a little while. The person walked into the check room. Jianyi Bei had a fake smile on his face and raised his hand to slap Chen Jianyi hard on his head. Ouch! Chen Jianyi jerked his neck in pain, and without waiting to complain, he was stunned into silence by Jianyi Bei's cold face. What are you doing back home? What's wrong with you? I'm serving my country. Can't I go back to my country yet? Chen Jianyi took several steps backward, fearing that he would be hit again if he was not careful. Jianyi Bei rubbed his hair, helplessly and desperately sighed again and again. What to do? What to do? If you're going back to China, then go back to China. What's the point of having a reception? You can do it. What are you bringing Li Jiajia for? If you bring her, you don't have to look for me. Can't you? Chen Jianyi couldn't stop laughing when he looked at his frightened appearance. He covered his stomach while explaining. No, it's not that I have to find her. It's just that everyone wants to meet the schoolgirl, but she won't go if they say you won't. What can I do? It's a class reunion. What are you afraid of? Seeing that he still had a look of being in 6s and 7s, Chen Jianyi didn't hold back his flirtation and said, don't you have nothing to do with each other? What are you afraid of if you don't have anything to do with each other? Jiang Yibei, these 2 years you are not engaged in extramarital affairs, let your daughter-in-law to catch over it? You fart. Jiang Yibei kicked the chair in front of him and cursed angrily. Don't you give me that bull asterisk 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 asterisk. I'm not going to have a ing affair until I die, and whoever does is going to choke on water. TSK. Chen Jianyi gave a disgruntled TSK. You're too broadly implicated. If you don't do it, then you don't do it. Why curse others? You didn't cheat, what's so vain? Just to see Yuchochi jealousy is not quite good. Is it good? Of course it's not good. Whether it's Yuchochi who's jealous or him who's jealous, in the end it all becomes his fault. He's the one who apologizes. He's the one who cajoles. He's the one who's upset. It's good, what's up? Was debating whether to find an excuse to just not go, and Yuchochi had already walked out of the checkroom fully dressed. A lake blue casual wear, look at the whole person overflowing with youthful atmosphere. It added a lovely vibe to her pretty features. Gentle and elegant, not lacking in knowledge, when it is really the existence of the clothes rack like. Jiang Yibei gave a thumbs up towards Yuchochi as he patted his horse's ass. Look, it's still my wife. She looks so good in everything. Honey, you're so beautiful. Is this still my wife? This is a proper little fairy. May I ask, when did the fairy come down to earth? Jiang Yibei, you're disgusting. Chen Jianyi raised his hand to plug his ears, but his eyes did linger on Yuchochi for a moment. Indeed good looking. How to marry him? Jiang Yibei Long is not bad, but the character is too bad. With him to live a life we'll have to suffer. After an ass-kicking, the man went to change his clothes, too, and, to be precise, it was the matching couple's outfit with Yuchochi's, and as soon as the person walked out, Yuchochi was stunned for a moment. Honey, are we a couple in these clothes? Jiang Yibei nodded his head. Yeah, you bought this? You said it would fit me, and we've worn it a lot before. These 2 sets of clothes are the new models that came out last month, and Jiang Yibei specifically asked someone to buy them back. I'm planning to let Yuchochi wear it on his own initiative one day so that he can wear the same one. If she minded, she would say that she had chosen the clothes, and if she didn't mind, then Jiang Yibei was naturally happy. Gathering for a meeting and wearing couples clothes, you two are really enough. Okay, let's go. Just waiting for you two. Chen Jianyi was fed so much dog food that he couldn't fit it in his mouth as soon as he returned to China. He actually kind of regretted why he had come over to pick them up, all the way to the Qian family's hotel. The box door just opened to hear the noise inside. Do not know who was up in arms about what. Chen Jianyi was the first to go in, followed closely by Jiang Yibei, and I don't know who directly snickered. Look, just now Jia Jia said that Jiang Yibei will definitely come if she comes. Whoever loses, hurry up and forfeit. Yiming, you can't punish this drink, Jiang Yibei said in a deep voice, his eyes glancing backward, reaching out to take Yuchochi's hand. It was my wife who agreed to come over, so I came here, not for Jia Jiali. The people in the room were so embarrassed they wanted to go under the floor of the table. Everyone knows that the couple do not get along. The outside world is rumored to be playing each other. After all, the business marriage, which is understandable. On this occasion today, Jiang Yibei coming over is considered an accident. He even brought Yuchochi with him, and the two of them even wore couple's clothes. This is being possessed. Ah, mister, you was here too. Sit down, sit down. He Yiming hurriedly pulled out a chair and changed the topic with a smile. Yuchochi scanned around, and there was a woman sitting in the seat 2 people away from her, wearing a white low-cut tight dress, perfectly displaying a good body shape, a small face pink, as if drunk. The general, a pair of eyes, although some sense of fatigue, but also watery and moving, worthy of the school flower of the year. The years have left some marks on her face, but her charm remains intact. Seeing Yuchochi looking at her, Li Jiajia hurriedly explained, I'm sorry, mister. They were all just joking. My original words were that eBay knew I was coming, and that perhaps he would come, but I didn't say he would definitely come, so don't get me wrong. Yuchochi smiled gently and answered her softly, there's no misunderstanding whatsoever. We're not classmates, but we're all in the same school. Jia Jia doesn't have to be so outgoing, just call me by my name or Mrs. Jiang. Upon hearing this, He Yiming hurriedly changed his words. Right, Mrs. Jiang, it's not work time. Besides, this is a reception, not a class reunion. We're all friends of Ginny. Come on, Let's all have a drink to celebrate Kenichi's return to his home country and continue to be his defeated son. Everyone raised their glasses, except Shinjiani, who slapped him with a disgruntled, low grumble. Who the hell is a loser? I came back to serve my country. Jianyibei inclined his head to look at Yuchiochi. Her thin lips rested lightly on the edge of the wine glass, took a sip and frowned. The man asked, nervously, honey, it's not good, is it? You've never liked red wine. Don't drink it. It's okay, everyone's having fun. It's okay if I drink a little bit. Jianyibei couldn't help but take her wine glass in front of himself, stepped aside to pour her a glass of champagne, and began again to study the dishes on the table. Clipped several kinds of her favorite food into Yuchiochi's bowl, and watched her slowly eat with a doting face. Senior, you're so good to your wife. How on earth can you find such a wonderful husband? Li Jiajia propped up her arms and looked at Jianyibei with a florid face. Chapter 70, They're All Liquors. Jianyibei looked up at her. The smile in his eyes just now instantly disappeared, and instead took on full boredom. You'll find it if you talk less. When he was in school, this Li Jiajia was very fond of surrounding him, and would often disclose to the others some of the have and have-nots. It made a lot of people think for a moment that it was as if the two of them were actually related to each other. But only Jianyibei knows that he hasn't even opened his eyes to look at her once. I've never heard of her in the past few years either, and I don't know how she just showed up out of nowhere. He Yiming is drinking happily on the side, put down the wine glass to hear the words over here, followed by asking Li Jiajia, Gu, our big school flower is still no boyfriend? How does it sound like she's a bit envious of Mrs. Jiang? Li Jiajia didn't even want to look at him. She just returned to him helplessly. I've been single forever, and I'm not getting married until I find what I want. Well, look at me then. He Yiming pointed to the tip of his nose and continued. I've been thinking about you all these years. You didn't like to see me when Jia Jia was in school. Now that other people, Jianyibei, are married, shouldn't you consider thinking about me? What the are you talking about? Chen Jiani interrupted the duo and, Mrs. Jiang is still here. Don't talk nonsense. Yuchiochi hurriedly raised his hand and said with a smile, No, 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 no. Besides, Jianyibei has only had me in his heart since he was a child. I'm still confident in that. Li Jiajia let out a light laugh, a look of disdain on her face, drinking the wine in the cup in front of her with a tilt of her neck. He Yiming on the side followed and poured her another cup. Jianyibei didn't care what they were saying at this moment. He just pulled Yuchiochi's hand and asked her seriously and earnestly, Honey, what kind of youth did you have? Who was the guy you liked back then? Surely it wasn't me. He regretted it after asking. What's the use of knowing that now? It's just more jealousy. Anyway, people are married to him. It's better not to know. Don't tell me. I don't want to know anything at all. Don't you tell me. She had now forgotten what happened with Yifei back then, and if she brought it up again, perhaps an accidental reminder of this person would not be worth it. No. Yuchiochi saw his displeased face and hurriedly explained. I've liked you and only you since I was a kid. Where's the other guy? I'm not pretending to be generous. Her voice was so low that only Jianyibei, who was closest, could hear it in the entire room. Such intimacy gave Jianyibei the illusion that in the crowd you only have me in your eyes. He was so lost in this romantic and private mood that he couldn't help himself, when that ill-timed voice off to the side rang out again. Mrs. Jiang, let me toast to you. You took down the schoolboy of the year. You have to drink to this. As soon as Li Jiajia opened her mouth, the crowd instantly began to cajole. Yes, Mrs. Jiang can't escape this drink. It must be drunk. Yuchiochi pinched his wineglass and said in a deep voice, All right, after all, I've plucked the schoolboy, so I'll take this drink. Before she could reach her lips, she was stopped by Li Jiajia, who raised her hand and, That's no good. What kind of a person drinks champagne? This wine has no degrees. Let's drink red wine. Without waiting for Yuchiochi to open his mouth, Jianyibei directly explained, My wife doesn't like red wine. The faces of the crowd instantly became ugly, and Li Jiajia, who was on the side, directly put down her wineglass. Yo, I heard that yous almost went bankrupt a few years ago. I didn't realize it was really this serious. You even red wine cannot afford to drink it? Let my father send you some over some other day. My family has a manner. Li Jiajia. Jianyibei called out to her in a cold voice, raising his arm around Yuchiochi's shoulders and shaking his head towards her. Honey, no thinking, leave it to me. Yuchochi understood that what he meant was that he wanted her not to think about what happened to her parents back then. The man stroked her head, his fingers falling to the woman's small ears before pressing them gently before turning his head to Lee Jejia and saying, "What, Dad? As far as I know, that's your godfather, right? We're classmates. I don't want you to be embarrassed. If you mention one more word that makes my wife unhappy today, Jiang Yibei, will make sure you can't hang around." The atmosphere in the room was awkward to the extreme for a while, or Chen Jiani hurriedly stepped in to explain. "Alas, Li Jiejia, you too. You still love to talk nonsense after so many years. You've been like this since you were a child." Turning his head to comfort Jiang Yibei again. "She's talking nonsense. Mrs. Jiang doesn't like red wine. Let's switch to champagne. Champagne for all. It's my hotel. Can't we even have some good champagne?" Chen Jiani hurriedly greeted the waiter and came over to change the best champagne. Jiang Yibei nodded on the tip of Yuchochi's nose, a pair of dark eyes full of deep feelings, as if they could squeeze out water. "Honey, you didn't eat anything at night. Is the food still to your liking? If you don't like it, I'll make you some congee at home, okay? The red shrimp that was flown in this afternoon is still alive. You'll love it. Egu, this Jiang de president of ours can still make congee." Chen Jiani raised an eyebrow towards him in a thievish manner. "I want porridge too. If you want to drink congee, go and drink it. The Qian family has a mine. You can buy a congee store anywhere, and then someone will cook it for you every day." While he spat at Jiang Yibei's lack of humanity, he also noticed that He Yiming's expression on the side wasn't quite right. From the moment he spoke of Li Jiejia's godfather, He Yiming didn't say a word, just sipping wine, one glass after another. Sullenly, after the meal, everyone was ready to go sing, and Jiang Yibei refused. His wife had to rest and couldn't stay up late. They're waiting in front of the hotel. The driver just pulled up. Jiang Yibei's arm was pulled by a hand. He Yiming, drunk, pointed at him and yelled, "Who the are you to say that Li Jiejia is being adopted? Is it wrong to recognize a godfather or something? If you don't like her, so be it. What gives you the right to slander her? Just because your Jiang family is powerful, you can slander others with your red tongue." Jiang Yibei's hand around Yuchochi slowly lowered, and he softly said to her, "Honey, get in the car and wait for me. No looking here. Behave. Well, be safe." Yuchochi took a step back and turned to sit in the car, looking down at his phone. Only then did Jiang Yibei turn his head to look at He Yiming's hand that he was pulling on, and directly raised his hand and slammed a fist into his face. The man was knocked out 2 meters away, struggled several times but couldn't get up. His face was full of nosebleeds and he still wanted to scream. "He Yiming, you're pathetic. You're the only one who's a dog licker to this extent. You know in your heart whether what I say is true or not, and I don't care who your father is if you're spilling your guts to me." Chapter 71. Jiang Yibei, you wait for me. He Yiming pointed and cursed behind him, but when Jiang Yibei paused and turned around, instantly abashed, his eyes dodged, not daring to look directly at him. Only Jiang Yibei didn't intend to do anything about it, but just got into the car, glancing down at Yuchochi's cell phone screen, defending the turnip. He looked in shock at the woman with a serious face. How valuable it was to have a woman who trusted her completely. She didn't have a worried look on her face, fearing what would happen to her, and was quite at ease sitting and waiting, trusting herself enough to work things out. "Well, husband, are you playing or not?" Yuchochi handed the phone to him and continued. "Could be fun, be careful not to die." The man nervously tapped away on the screen, but still died in less than a minute. "Blame the driver. Why did you brake so hard for nothing?" Jiang Yibei growled towards the front, frowning impatiently. Startled, the driver explained, bewildered and careful, that No, boss, sorry boss." Only then did he carefully look at Yuchochi's face, as if he wasn't very happy about it. "Honey, can that buy resurrection coins? I'm inexperienced for the first time." Understandably, Yuchochi took back her phone and made up her mind that she would never play it for him in the future. "Forget it, you can't." "Where not? I feasible it. Wife, you cannot say no words outside This is too no self-esteem Before Jiang Yibei's words fell, the soundproof panel in front of him slowly rose. He sighed softly, as if deflated, and followed it with a small grumble that, "You see, now the drivers are going to think I'm really out of it. I'll have to show you how good I am when you go back at night." "What's all the muttering about, Jiang Yibei?" "The school flower thing. If I don't mention it, you'll really pretend it didn't happen, right? I'm telling you, confession is lenient." Yuchochi was originally a little unhappy. After all, when Li Jiejia chased Jiang Yibei chased the whole city, it is estimated that the entire school would not be unaware of. She even dared to knock on the door of Jiang Yibei's class in class and bring him water. There wasn't a single classmate who always played with Jiang Yibei back then who didn't recognize Li Jiejia. Basically, She had been bribed by her. Only instead, she could hear that Zhang Yibei didn't take much care of her. But Zhang Yibei's character has always been cold to everyone. Whether it was Li Jiejie or Yuchochi back then, or someone else, he never seemed to have any other attitude. And no one could tell who he really liked in his heart, or if he had a favorite. Zhang Yibei's pair of dark eyes contained a smile as he stared at Yuchochi. The corners of his lips curved, looking like he was happy. Honey, are you jealous? Are you jealous because of what Li Jiejie just did? Or are you jealous because back then they all said she was chasing me? Who's jealous? Yuchochi hugged her arms and looked out of the car window, not wanting to talk to him about this anymore. Who's jealous? It's just a little curiosity. He can do what he wants with whoever he wants. Anyway, he's married to himself. That inexplicable schoolgirl. They hadn't even seen each other in years and had probably forgotten what she looked like a long time ago. Zhang Yibei hurriedly explained. It's not like that, honey. Back in the day, she was chasing me, kind of a deadbeat, and I'm really annoyed. Besides, I've told you before, I've liked you from the beginning, and you're the only one I've ever liked. I didn't know how to express myself before, so maybe you don't understand, but I could have sworn I've never had anyone else have any idea of what's going on. Li Jiejie chased me back then, but only because of my face. Now, well, it's all about money, and I don't have any redeeming qualities left. His words were a bit sour. Not quite like he was talking about Li Jiejie, but rather like he was saying it to Yuchochi. You look good now too. Who says you don't have redeeming qualities? Don't be presumptuous. Cubs are the most handsome, the cutest. Yuchochi rubbed at his hair, looking at the man's somewhat lost appearance. She smiled and moved over to kiss him on the lips. Only, Zhang Yibei directly pocketed the back of her head, kissing a little deeper. With absolutely no intention of stopping, he shielded Yuchochi's body with one hand and pressed her against the seat backrest. The whole man leaned over and pressed down, hot and lingering kisses causing the woman's gaze to drift away. Listening to the magnetic low humming in his ears, he unconsciously slid his hand around the man's tight waist end. The driver pulled up in front of the villa and silently buried his face in the steering wheel. The passionate kiss that she thought would end did not go as she thought. Zhang Yibei pulled open the car door with one hand and, with the other hand resting on the woman's small buttocks, she went up towards the bedroom. On her feet, warm breath spilled over her neck, and her heartbeat sped up violently in this moment of. The man's warm palms shielded her back, like vines sprouting out of thin air. Wrapped along her shoulders, her arms, from top to bottom to her heart, wrapped around her near suffocation. The bedroom door slammed shut and, the slamming of the door seemed especially ambiguous against the dim light of the man's eyes were deep, like an ocean with no bottom to be seen. And she was like a small boat sailing on the sea, suddenly encountering a raging wave in front of her, which overturned her completely at once. The bed chants rang from the dead of night to the cool of day before they ceased. The woman didn't even bother to open her tired eyelids and let the man carry her to the bathroom. A shower, another blow dry, and even a bit of skincare before tucking the man under the covers again. When he opened his eyes again, the high sun proved that it was getting late. Yuchochi sat up violently, and a wave of dizziness made her hurriedly cover her head. Wife, what's wrong? Did you have a nightmare? Headache? The man rushed up and lifted his hand, wondering what was wrong with her that he didn't dare to touch so easily. It's fine. Yuchochi frowned, rubbed his somewhat swollen head, and pressed his aching waist behind him. Waist? That I can do. Honey, I'll rub it for you. The man's broad palms were placed on her waist, gently rubbing and pressing, his eyes slightly drooping, his lips pursed with some heartache. Zhang Yibei, what sign are you? So vindictive. Yuchochi grabbed the hand that was placed on her waist and pressed it to the bed, then got up straight away, yawning towards the restroom. I'm not holding a grudge. Wife, it's not a grudge. It's the depth of love. It's uncontrollable. It's, well, water under the bridge. Yuchochi instantly had a head full of black lines and closed the door with a bang, shutting out the man with a mouthful of yellow waste. He knocked softly at the door, one at a time, his voice languid and pathetic. And, honey, let me in. Let's wash up together. Chapter 72, The Bottom Line of Marriage. Then beg for it. The woman's voice with a laugh came out from the door, and Zhang Yibei instantly became interested and hurriedly cooperated. And, wife, please wife, let me in. The voice was still slow and extraordinarily pathetic. The glass of the door showed the tiny figure of the woman, shaking and laughing. And, you call sister and I'll let you in. Got an inch you still. Zhang Yibei crossed his arms and pointed at the door and said fiercely, I'll clean you up this time, and then continue to cooperate. Sister, let me in. We'll have so much fun washing up together. It also saves time. Yuchochi then nodded in satisfaction. and as soon as the door was pulled open a crack, the man then burrowed in, shielding her in his arms as soon as then looking down and kissing the woman hard on the cheek. Ouch. This relief. Satisfied, he released the man and lifted his hand to pick up Yuchochi's toothbrush, squeezed in the toothpaste, and then raised his arm. The woman watched him in this action, really helpless, sighed softly, held out her hand and, "Why, Jangibe, isn't that a bit childish?" The man's got a haughty look on his face. Just now, she was about to be tossed thin. This moment definitely need to retaliate back a little bit, to let her know no. What is the status of the family? Jangibe, here. He didn't even know how this toothbrush came back to Yuchochi's hands, but he knew that he was carrying a towel at the moment. Obediently, he waited for the woman to finish washing her face, then handed it to her with a fawning face. After the people left, he cursed himself mentally as he washed his face and, "You're no good. Next time, you'll have to go slower. Slower is progress." While he was seriously thinking about it, Yuchochi's voice once again sounded outside. "Hurry up. You've got work to do today." "Okay." He hurriedly agreed, and after a quick shuffle ran all the way downstairs. Just as he arrived at the living room, he heard Yuchochi talking about something with no one in the front room. "Honey, is someone coming?" the man asked as he walked over and saw 4 or 5 people he didn't really recognize. Vigilantly pulling Yuchochi behind her, she asked in a cold voice, "Who are you guys? What's up, Mr. Jian? It's you who made the appointment today to measure the foot size of the lady and do the inverted mold." Jangibe then remembered, turned his head to explain to Yuchochi. The woman spoke before him. "People have just been introduced, so hurry up and get started. We have other things to do." Jangibe said anything to customize a batch of high heels for her. She couldn't say no, after all. It was good for a man to be attached to himself, and a virtue to be cultivated. "You guys hurry up and take Mrs. John's measurements. Move faster. Don't delay people." The male salesman at the side urged the 2 girls to. They rushed to start mixing up the tools for the inverted molds, and after the foot sizes were measured, and a bunch of footprints had to be stepped on, and walked on, after a toss, Yuchochi sat down and put his feet in the inverted mold bucket. Only then did she realize that Jangibe, who had been accompanying her just now, had disappeared at this moment. Only just feet just taken out. Jangibe and a basin again walked over. He squatted by Yuchochi's feet and gently placed her feet in the basin. "Honey, what's the temperature like? Will it be too hot?" "Okay," Yuchochi replied softly, looking down at him as he began to wash his feet. She didn't know what it was made of, but it did feel a little uncomfortable on her feet. Anyway, Jangibe took the shower gel and washed it twice. She felt better. "Mrs. Jian, your husband treats you really well." The little girl on the side was smiling and full of envy. "That's right. I've never seen a president treat his wife so well." Another girl followed suit. The male salesman on the sidelines said, with a smile, "Usually this is done to lovers, not much to wives really. Not that I've come across anyway." Yuchochi raised his eyes and looked at him. Before he could speak, Jangibe, who had just rushed over, said in a deep voice, "Having a lover is marital infidelity, an act which, although the law does not explicitly say so, but on a moral level, such a person doesn't deserve marriage, much less respect. Being faithful to your marriage and treating your wife well is the bottom line, not something to be commended." The male salesman instantly lost his face. His head broke out in a cold sweat, and he responded in a loud voice, saying, Yes. What Mr. Jiang said. "From now on, let's leave all my wife's customized shoes to the 2 ladies. You've done a great job, and I'll be troubling you from now on." Yuchochi suddenly felt that such a husband is really satisfying. He knows how to respect women and marriage. Nor would he turn his tail just because of a couple of words of praise from others, but explained with a serious face that this was all he was supposed to do. The 2 girls are naturally happy. Originally just as a designer over to measure the size of the performance of the thing has always had nothing to do with them. This next time the income is a lot more. Just the male sales heart is very uncomfortable, but did not dare to say anything. Who let the customer is God. After the people left, Yuchochi hurriedly asked the driver to prepare the car, changed his clothes and pulled Jangibe towards the car. The man handed her a loaf of bread and held out a carton of warm milk. Take 2 bites. Baby, take 2 bites. I wanted to go back to get some more food, but Yuchochi forcefully dragged me into the car. "No, let's eat at noon. We can't be late." Sitting in the car, Jangibe is still pestering her, unrelenting toward the woman's stuffed things. See, she does not eat, but also coaxed. And, just 1 bite, babies are the best. Yuchochi bit back an impatient bite and pulled on his seatbelt. "That's a good baby. That's awesome. How about another sip of milk?" Followed closely by the straw passed to her lips. after half a day's coaxing, and finally half a loaf of bread and half a bottle of milk. As if relieved, Yandere stuffed the rest of the bread into his mouth in one bite, finishing the rest of the milk again, helplessly and dotingly looking at Yuchochi. Looking on, the smile became uncontrollable, and he gently tickled the corners of his lips, shaking his head and, "What am I to do with you? Alas, you've been a good boy." Yuchochi was naturally a bit more nervous than him, and didn't say much on the way, until he reached Chen Mo's clinic. The two sat at the front desk and waited for 10 minutes before Chen Mo came out from inside. "Psychiatrists wear white coats too," Yandere lightly teased. Chen Mo spread his hands, displayed his clothes, and softly said, "Originally, I didn't wear it, but Yandere isn't anyone else, so I have to shock you, or else you won't respect me." "Now I respect you?" Yandere shook his head. "What's the use of a piece of tattered clothing?" Chen Mo pointed to Yuchochi, who was on the side. "She's useful, I guess." Chapter 73 Careful recording. The arrogance on Yandere's face instantly vanished. When she turned her head to Yuchochi, who was on the side, she had a good and obedient face and nodded her head repeatedly. Of course, I listen to my wife the most. Why else would I come over here?" When he looked at Chen Mo, he had another threatening look on his face and, "You'd better watch what you say so your wife doesn't get the wrong idea." "I'm a good husband." Okay. Chen Mo agreed in succession. "My fault. It's all my fault. Let's go inside." When Yuchochi promised that he would bring Yandere for a diagnosis, he made a whole set of inquiry process. Yandere is different from other patients. He'll be more cautious, and will be relatively more resistant to counseling, even if the person has to be a little smarter. In fact, very often, Chen Mo would think that people who could get mental illnesses, it's all because they're so smart. Their world is different from ours. No one can understand them, but there is always an inexplicable understanding and agreement among patients. After more than an hour, Yandere didn't have any abnormalities. This regular counseling process is easy for him to cover up. This was naturally just something Chen Mo had arranged in order for him to let his guard down. And next, Yuchochi was invited out. There were just the two of them left in the room. This machine is the most advanced equipment I've ever imported from my foreign country. He is very good at analyzing the values of human mood changes and reactions to all kinds of things and stimuli that. With your wife here just now, I was afraid you'd be more resistant. It's just me and you now. Don't hide your emotions. Now that you've promised her, you have to cooperate with the treatment. You have to understand. With progress you can take better care of her and be qualified to go through life with her. Chen Mo's words he was listening to. His own situation he knew better than anyone else. The fact that it was getting harder and harder to control his emotions was also causing him to panic. It didn't really matter about anything else. He was just worried that if he did have a cranky episode someday, Yuchochi is just around. One cannot control her. That may really die cannot forgive themselves. What's more, now that Yuchochi loved him so much, if something really happened to him, how worried would he be? He's going to work on his treatment. He's going to live a long life. To die behind Yuchochi, not to let her live alone in this world. "I'm ready to start." The woman at the door had been standing on tiptoe to look in, but she couldn't seem to see anything at this angle, and the passing doctors couldn't help but burst out laughing when they saw her like that. "This lady, the patient is being treated. No peeking." Yuchochi was so startled that she almost fell over. Luckily holding onto the wall, she patted her chest, gasped for air, and hastened to apologize that "I'm sorry, but my husband is in there, and I'm just a little worried. I see that machine is weirdly scary. So big and wrapped in wires." The doctor glanced inward and followed with an explanation that, "It's okay, that instrument is just for show. Dr. Chan always scares his patients like this. He's got a lot of treatments, so just get used to it and don't worry." Yuchochi didn't quite understand his explanation, but she couldn't say anything. It seemed like there was nothing more she could do except wait. Nestled in the sofa in the lounge area, bored and annoyed, she swiped her phone, and then she realized that Lin Nan had sent her a message in the morning that. Yuchochi clicked on that picture and looked at it. It should be a line of some kind of serial code or something like that. A text message underneath that. "This is the vehicle information. You find the manufacturer should be able to find out which one it is. The only two vehicles we found on our side of the household head are both you." She quickly replies with one word. "Yes," and then a follow-up question. "I haven't gotten back from the last message yet. How's your investigation into Yandere's matter?" The opposite side once again fell into silence. But Yuchochi had gotten used to Lin Nan's pattern of sending messages being just so capricious. Message Joy to look up the code for the car that belonged to her father. After waiting for about 2 hours, the door to the consulting room slowly pushed open and the man had a tired look on his face and didn't look too happy. She hurriedly rushed towards Yandere with her arms open. Honey. Once he heard her raised voice, Yandere was instantly happy. It was as if all the fatigue and irritation of a moment ago had been swept away in an instant. He took the person into his arms, and without resisting, he kissed her on the forehead. Chen Mo, who came out right after him, saw the scene as soon as he raised his eyes and covered his eyes speechlessly. What are you covering your eyes for? Oh, it's because you're afraid you'll be jealous, is it? Yandere mocked him in a conspiratorial manner. And still not enough, he added another sentence. There's no way around it. A guy with a wife just gets to kiss his wife. Dr. Chan, if you're jealous, why don't I give you a pet? It's good to raise something without a wife, so you're not alone. Chen Mo pushed up his glasses, fanning the file board in his hand one by one, staring at him in a very breathless manner. Yandere, I really advise you not to show off. If you show off a lot, naturally someone will miss it, and you say, can you keep such a good wife? Seeing that his expression had a second of nonchalance, Chen Mo's mood was much better. Fight me. He smiled towards Yuchochi and pointed to the office on the side. Talk. Yandere glared at him and turned around to take his cell phone out. Inside the office, without waiting for Yuchochi to open his mouth, Chen Mo directly said, it does go both ways. It's kind of in the early stages right now, and it's a disease, I guess, that he really doesn't do well with. And if the serious implications are very great, and not that I'm bluffing, severe bidirectional affective disorder ends in suicide, if left untreated. Even if it is treated in time, it is likely to affect life expectancy. Yandere's experience since childhood coupled with, he hesitated to say that the genetic factor that, then he turned the conversation straight around. All in all, he's not that bad at the moment. With medication interventions and emotional aids, if nothing happens, it's a minor problem and he's very willing to cooperate. It's probably understood. So what do I need to do, or what can I do for him? Yuchochi said, opening the memo on his phone. Seeing this, Chen Mo asked her in confusion. What is this for? She showed the cell phone page to Chenma. I've lost my memory. I don't know a lot of things. I'm afraid of any more surprises in the future. So I've recorded all the important things in my cell phone. The method is good. Chenma took a sip of water and continued. As for you, you've currently become Yandere's spiritual pillar. He's trying to heal. He's choosing to face it because of you. So don't leave. Don't give up. Patience and companionship are all you need to do. Yuchochi took careful note of it, and when she saw that he was silent, she pursued the question. And, that's it? Well, then if he does what he did last time, which was to suddenly become emotionally unstable, what am I gonna do? I can't be mean to him like I was last time. I couldn't bear it if he was scared for a long time afterward. Chapter 74, What's the plan? Well, it doesn't have to be one way or the other. What works is the best way. You can reward him for good behavior. Poor performance can naturally be punished. In any case, try it out. It's practical. He's not a serious case, and he's in complete control of himself. So if someone can guide it correctly, it's not a big problem to keep it the way it is. So, can it be cured? I've looked up treatments before and I've heard it's not a good disease. Yuchochi asked with some hesitation. It's a disease that may not be cured for the rest of your life. And a complete cure would certainly be a medical miracle anyway. Given current medical technology, Chenma had no choice but to tell the truth. A cure. The chances of such a thing are about the same as getting a vegetable up and walking. Not to say it's completely impossible, but minuscule, I guess. On the way back, Yandere sat in the car without saying a word, almost motionless except for peeking at the person beside him from time to time. He hadn't wanted to come over because he was worried that Yuchochi would have concerns if he knew about his condition. Not to mention that I don't want her to willingly take care of a sick person just because she's now in love with her. And maybe it'll have a lifelong effect, to the point where they're afraid to have children. After all, this disease, there is a great chance of heredity. He did not dare to gamble. And even more so, he did not dare to take Yuchochi's life to gamble. Baby, if you're worried. Yuchochi turned his head and pressed on his hand, and the man's words stuttered and, he didn't want to say the words to let her go, but even more so, he didn't want her to reluctantly stay with a sick person. I'm worried. How can I not be worried? But Dr. Chan said there's no problem, and I believe you. Honey, let's work together. Everything will be fine. I'm here with you. You can come to me if you're bored or unhappy. Tell me. I may not be able to promise anything else, but I will never be annoyed. And I will be gentle and patient. Just like you. Seeing his little expression of surprise tinged with emotion, Yuchochi only felt that it was really adorable. She pinched the man's cheeks hard. And, no crying. Whose husband cries every day? What's it like? Yandere sniffled. His dark eyes quickly turned around twice, and arrogantly answered her. Who's going to cry? I'm not. The air conditioning is too high today. And this driver has no eyes. The driver in front of him silently pulled up the soundproofing and, without moving, turned up the air conditioning even more. He first sent Yuchiochi to the company before returning to John's. As soon as Lele saw Yuchiochi, she hurriedly followed into the office, unlocked the door, then brought the information he'd found out to her. And, Mr. Yu, just as you thought, the chairman was driving Yukuan's car on the day of the accident. There was definitely something wrong with his car. It was so badly damaged. I guess we won't be able to find out anything more. This matter, should we continue to investigate? She pinched the 2 pieces of paper handed over by Lele, her hand shaking uncontrollably, and settled her mind before dialing Lin Nan's number. The car is Yukuan's, but this is not considered evidence. Right. Back then that car has not been tampered with. This matter can still be investigated? Can't. Lin Nan replied in the affirmative. Back then, the criminal investigation marks examined the dust of the raking for more than 10 hours, and nothing valuable clues have been found. The damage was so bad that, despite knowing the car wasn't your dad's, but there's nothing concrete of value, and the matter still needs to be investigated. Check? I know. After the phone was put down, she propped her chin up and stared at the piece of paper for a long time. Isn't the result the same if she investigates further? What she wants is not for the truth to be made public. What she wants is for the bad guys to pay the price. As for the truth, he'll go underground and explain it to his brother. Mr. Yu, are you okay? Lele handed over a cup of water with some concern. Yuchiochi frowned and looked at the. I don't like plain water, so you make something into it. Joy looked at her in shock and. This boss has lost his memory, how can he still change his taste? The last thing she used to like was adding things to the water. Always saying that water just had to be tasteless to be good. Turning around and just about to go out, he was confronted by Yukuan, who was about to knock on the door. Egu, manager you scared me. Yukuan was also frightened by Lele, who suddenly came out, patting his own chest and complaining repeatedly. You little girl. I didn't say you scared me. What's wrong? Yuchiochi's voice came out from inside, interrupting their conversation. Yukuan hurriedly trotted in and put a file on the table. Mr. Yu, it's about this agreement. I reported it before. Assistant Lai said you were traveling and didn't have time to deal with it. I thought, now that this isn't back, and this program does work, I've done all the planning and feasibility programs, and not to mention anything else, let's just say we're on the same page. Could Uncle still screw you over? Yuchiochi picked up the things he handed over and looked through them, page by page. This program does not seem to be a big problem, just the project investment is really not small. He is so desperate. What is this for? Moreover, if this project is done, our company's market value is estimated to double. But you're still the most profitable one. Uncle is old and can only do so much, but also want to do something for you juniors, don't you? Yuchiochi raised his eyes and looked at him. So, he's getting ready to run away, right? She's been investigating him for 3 years, and according to Yukuan's character, it's normal to plan to run away. But what about his son? Doesn't he even think about it? Uncle, this project of yours looks okay to me, so I'll think about it and give you an answer in the next 2 days. Yukuan's expression changed instantly, and he nervously wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. I've looked into this project, and your father has trusted me with it before. Do you have any concerns? I'm doing this for the good of the company. After all, we still have a lot of loans at the bank, and basically no profits last quarter. Uncle, Yuchiochi interrupted him, a pair of amber eyes staring coldly at him. It was half a day before that grim face put on a smile again and, the project is not my sentence to do. Can be done right. You do not rush. Everything slowly. I've read this plan briefly, and I think it's still viable. When I'm done, we'll get started on it. My dad trusts you, and I trust you. Don't rush it. He seldom saw Yuchiochi look like this, and was a bit startled. Not knowing what to say to make it better, he could only agree and turn to go out. Lele ran over anxiously and put the milk tea she just bought in front of her. Mr. Yu, you're not really going to agree, are you? This Yukuan is not right, and we have found out that the other party has problems. What are you doing? Yuchiochi took the milk tea, took a sip. The flavor could be, well, agreed. Chapter 75, whose wife is so busy? Joy rounded her eyes in shock and pushed her glasses up after her. Half a day's thought is still incomprehensible, but you can't help but persuade, because the Yuchiochi of now is not the Yuchiochi of 3 years later. She would probably be uncool and make any inappropriate decisions on an impulse, and when she regained her memory, she would probably regret it to death. Yuchiochi laughed, and gave her a light knock on the head. Don't worry, it's not like I'm a little cutie. I can see that there is something wrong with this project. Don't worry, everything is under my control yet. Oh, so that's it. Joy instantly admired her even more. The boss is the boss. Yuchochi still worked according to the regular process, and didn't look a bit different from usual. At the end of the afternoon session, she headed for her office and, as she passed by Yukoan's office, she could feel a gaze behind her watching her closely. Not to mention other things, let's say that every step she did during this period of time would be grasped by Yukoan in advance. This company is bound to have quite a few of his eyes and ears. It's not really hard to find out. It's just that it's not the right time yet and everything can't be rushed. As soon as the door of the office was pushed open, he saw a smiling face towards Jangibei who welcomed him. Wife, you're done with your work. Look whose husband is living a life as miserable as mine. Not to mention that you can't see your wife every day. And even if you do come to you, you have to wait until she's done with her meeting. People complain, but they don't talk about it. Yuchochi hugged the man's body with one arm, lifted her foot and hooked the office door shut. Tossing the papers in her hand on a side table, she hurriedly wrapped her arms around him and, Okay, you're not saying it yet. If I say more I'll be a sinner for the ages. Look who's so clingy with you. Don't you have to work? Jong's so idle. Do not intend to develop in the development? The man smashed his head onto her shoulder and wrapped his hands around Yuchochi's waist, his tone carrying a playful pout. No, I don't want to do anything. I just want to be with my wife. You know, our company doesn't get too busy when it's not the end of the year and the big year-end sale that's going on. There are other people at work. I have to do everything as the president. Then why do I start a company? I'm too idle. If I work overtime every day, I'll die suddenly. My wife doesn't want me to die suddenly, does she? It's getting worse. Yuchochi did not have the good sense to slap him, viciously gritted his teeth but did not want to get angry. Okay, I'm not working overtime. Let's go home, okay, or wherever you want to go. I'll be with you. Be good and don't be a pussy. Getting a satisfactory answer, Jangibei then spared her, pulling the person to sit on the sofa, opened the thermos he had just brought with him and took 3 small boxes out of it. Yuchochi asked him in confusion. It's almost the end of the day, and you're bringing me dinner? The man shook his head and mysteriously opened a couple of small boxes and, No, who eats at this hour? It's fruit. 1 box of peeled grapefruit, 1 box of lychee flesh, and the remaining box of peeled mangosteen. Jangibei took the fruit fork and fed Yuchochi one by one. My wife loves lychee, but it's hot and easily burns. I'll just serve it with a little fire-reducing fruit and eat it that way and it'll be fine. How about still cold? He got a special insulated bucket with a layer of ice underneath in order for Yuchochi to still be cold when he ate it. Yuchochi nodded. The sweet lychee was icy cold. Instantly relieved of the irritation brought on by summer, she squinted in satisfaction, a look of enjoyment on her face. Yummy, awesome hubby. I'll brag about it tonight if it's great. How embarrassing for me to say it now. Yuchochi directly covered his mouth, instantly blushing to the root of his ears. Jangibei, why are you full of yellow waste? Don't even look at what place this is. What nonsense. Jangibei's face was aggravated. Honey, what are you thinking? I'm talking about you complimenting me on my cooking skills. So what did you think? The woman was instantly speechless and froze with her mouth open, unable to utter a single word. Seeing that the person was amused by her helpless face, Jangibei really couldn't help but give her a hard kiss on her red lips. Lychee flavored, sweet wife, Joy, who had just come in at the door, froze in place and pointed awkwardly at the door. Did I come at a bad time? I know you're not getting out. Jangibei disliked her without any good humor. He came to Yuchochi's front to kiss again, but Yuchochi fed him a lychee directly. Eat something, gag. She stood straight up, walked to the edge of her desk, took the paper Joy handed her, and glanced at it. You're right. After the notice of this project went down, we got feedback very quickly that the project manager, in particular, organized a meeting within an hour and strongly praised the project. Well, that doesn't tell me much. Have someone look into his finances and his family. I need to know these things by tomorrow. Yuchochi whispered in explanation, handing the document back to Lele. Send me an electronic copy of his contract in the morning and I'll look into it tonight. Is the wife ready yet? The man pulled in a long voice and prodded, not really wanting him to want to prodded more than he wanted to. It was just that the red crayfish that had been ordered had arrived. The original transportation to the country was hard enough, so the expected survival time after getting off the plane was within 3 hours. He'd have to get back early to take care of it. After all, his wife loved seafood and this was sure to please her. Well. Yuchochi closed the computer and walked over to Jangibei's side, originally wanting to pack up the thermos just now. As soon as she looked down, the man had long since packed everything away, and it seemed like she didn't have to do anything. Let's go. I didn't send the driver over. I'm chauffeuring my wife today. He was holding Yuchochi's bag and the thermos from earlier in one hand, The other hand was still free to hold his wife. And for a moment, he thought he was simply too smart for his own good. Honey, look how good I am. I don't have many hands, but they don't hold you back at all. Yuchochi was instantly speechless. And for most of the time she was in disbelief that maybe the person who has lost his memory is not her, but Jiang Yibei. In this case, he has to have lost his memory at around 3 years old. So childish. Jiang Yibei's car didn't drive too slowly, and he arrived home just in time to run into the maids in the kitchen discussing the two big guys. What's wrong? Can't handle it? I'll do it. The cook hastened to reply that. No, it's just that blue ones are rare. Sir, I'll take care of it. Jiang Yibei sent Yuchochi back to his room. He didn't even have time to change his clothes. He went straight to the kitchen, even completely ignoring that. When he came back, Lin Yang said to him that he was going to call his father back. It wasn't until his cell phone rang 3 times that he hurriedly wiped his hands and answered it. Chapter 76. Jiang Yibei tapped on the speakerphone, and his hands kept handling the ingredients. Dad, what can I do for you? Can't I call you if there's nothing wrong? You kid, you don't know how to come home even though. Why don't you even know how to return a phone call? You don't have these two people at home in your heart. Originally, hearing his father's voice annoyed him. This, coupled with the fact that he always had such a lecturing tone, made Jiang Yibei even more dissatisfied. So, you're okay, are you? The question was asked, and there was a 10-second silence on the other end of the line, followed by a sigh of, alas, never mind. Here's what I'm thinking. Let Jingjing go to work at the company. She's been unemployed since she originally came back. And Uncle Feng doesn't want her to be in his own business so that she can't learn the ropes. Jiang Yibei didn't even think about it and refused directly. No one's gonna teach her the ropes even if she comes to my company. And it's not the right major. I can't find a position where she'd be a good fit. More importantly, you are well aware of Feng Jingjing's thoughts towards me, and I don't want to keep a hidden danger around. Jiang father's voice tone has changed. From the phone alone you can hear how angry he is. Jiang Yibei, you've hardened your wings, haven't you? And now you won't even listen to my words? It's not like I'm asking you to give her a big job. It's just an arrangement. If it bothers you so much, just put her farther away, so you can't see her. I've already promised Uncle Feng about this matter. You can't refute my old face. How could this matter be suggested by Feng Jingjing's father? It stands to reason that he wouldn't want his daughter involved in someone else's marriage, either. If word got out, he'd have no place to put his old face. So, it's probably Feng Jingjing and her father's joint effort. Dad, this is something I can't promise. Either you let Feng Jingjing follow the process and go for an interview, either you give her a new company, or, I don't have a problem with you even opening one for her. Nothing matters to me but my wife's feelings. If she knows that Feng Jingjing has gone to my company, she will definitely be unhappy. Don't give me a hard time. Wife. Jiang Yibei, look at your little talent. When did you become like this? There's nothing else in your mouth but your wife. The man's hand suddenly paused, throwing the broccoli back into the water bowl, helpless and unable to lose his temper. Frowning with little patience, he replied, There, I'm going to cook now. It's that time of day and my wife is hungry. His father was momentarily speechless with exasperation, so he took advantage of it to hang up the phone quickly and fish out the broccoli again. He was in a much better mood after the elaborate plating, and with everything ready, the servants began to bring the food to the dining room. Jiang Yibei thought he was going to go to the study again to catch Yuchochi out. Without realizing it, she was standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, intently brewing coffee. Yuchochi didn't react until he wrapped his arms around her waist behind her. Finished? I heard you arguing with someone so I didn't go over. Honey, I made you a cup of coffee. A little bit of it shouldn't cause insomnia. Jiang Yibei put his head on her shoulder and inhaled deeply. So fragrant. Well, the coffee beans are not bad, and I like this medium roast as well. Yuchochi put down the hand-brewing pot and smelled the coffee aroma around her. Her mood instantly improved. The man gave her a low peck on the tip of her ear, and pressed his voice to explain that you smell so good. Wife, it's time to eat. Yuchochi hurriedly interrupted him and quickly got out of the man's arms. I'm afraid there's something wrong with this guy. It's not like it's spring lately. Why do you act like a cat in heat every day? It's a little scary. She handed the coffee cup to Jiang Yibei's hand and watched as the man took a shallow sip, then praised her handiwork with an exaggerated thumbs up. Honey, this is great. Too. You're like the best barista in the world. If you're like this, I think the Starbucks downstairs at work is going to close, and I'm never going to drink their coffee again. Show me if those hands are made of diamonds and how they manage to look good and make coffee. Yuchochi was so amused by him that she couldn't stop laughing all the time, letting the man grab and kiss her several times on her hand. Only then did she lighten up a bit, hurriedly breaking away from his hand and pushing her way towards the restaurant. there's sashimi for dinner today. Honey, you didn't make this too, did you? Jiangyi shook his head in some embarrassment. No, I'm not good with knives. I can't cut this kind. This is the chef's cut. Baby, try it. Is it good? Although he can't do knife work, but he can do other things. Usually Yuchochi like to eat dishes he can do very well. He didn't do it before because Yuchochi didn't eat his cooking and he was too lazy to cook himself. Not anymore. Not only does she like it, she compliments him on it. Watching her eat the food she prepared bite by bite was the happiest time of the day for Jiangyi. It wasn't until the meal was over that Yuchochi opened his mouth and asked him, "What is it that you have to say to me when you've been so distracted?" The man touched the tip of his nose a little sheepishly, and had the instant embarrassment of having been seen through. And the baby's really smart. You can't hide anything from me. I wasn't planning on hiding it from you though. I just didn't want to bring up all the unhappy stuff over dinner. Yuchochi nodded, agreeing with him, and with another lift of her chin, she looked at the table and finished eating. Say, it was my father's call just now. He wants Feng Jingjing to work at the company. I thought his intentions were bad and that it would be inappropriate, so I declined but I'm worried that he might look elsewhere, so it's something I need to tell you about in advance. I would have refused, and strongly disagreed. Talking to you is just worrying that one day this will reach your ears and you'll get the wrong idea and get angry, and that's not going to be worth it. In fact, Yuchochi had just heard some of it at the kitchen door, but she knew Jiangyi, and was more than confident that he could handle it well. It's just that he's probably going to have this look of weakness all the time, if he keeps quiet about it. When she does hear it, he'll panic and get scared again. I know, then you need to work it out. Don't fight with Dad, talk things through. Seeing that it was getting late, Yuchochi had wanted to go to the study to finish the rest of the business, but as soon as she stood up she suddenly felt a spinning of the sky, and she covered her forehead, and after a few moments reprieve, Jiangyi, who was beside her, nervously supported her, while asking in a low voice, "Honey, are you okay? Do you have a headache? Something wrong?" She shook her head, grabbing the glass of water on the table and filling it twice before forcing down the discomfort. "It's fine. It's probably just that I've been working too many hours the last couple days. Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on it." Chapter 77, Good Morning Kiss. Seeing her face look bad, how could Jiangyi not be worried? He ignored Yuchochi's refusal and forcefully picked up the person in his arms. "You must rest. You can't work like this anymore. You have to listen. Your body is more important than anything." The man's assertive attitude deflated her instantly, and she was just carried and tucked under the covers. She tugged at the corner of the quilt, blinking her eyes in a vain attempt to argue the point that Jiangyi directly stretched out his index finger against his lips. "No talking, no thinking about anything, get some rest." He poured a glass of water and put it on the bed, dimmed the lights in the bedroom and raised the temperature of the air conditioner by another 2 degrees slightly, before turning to go out and, although he didn't want Yuchochi to work so hard, he was also clear about her obsession with you, who made her his wife. It's only right for him to work harder. Turning on Yuchochi's computer, his mood instantly improved. Look, what does this mean? It means Yuchochi is his wife and loves him. How come she won't let anyone else work for her? It's a status symbol. It's also an affirmation of her abilities. It's even more so because of love. The man's hands flew over the keyboard so fast that he was typing stumps, and the corners of his mouth, which had been raised, never dropped, and inside the room, Yuchochi rested for a while, feeling that her head didn't hurt so much anymore. I just grabbed my cell phone and opened the message to see Lin Nan's unread. This guy, he hasn't shown up in days, and he doesn't know where he's gone. Puzzled, she tapped on the message screen and, Pool, I haven't contacted you since I had a mission in the past 2 days. You asked me about Jiangyi. What exactly did you find out? Yuchochi thought of that message he sent earlier and quickly replied. I suspect that he and the truck driver are related. I saw the message his assistant sent him, but only half of it. Lin Nan, my suspicion is a bit scary. Are you back? Let's meet and talk. The opposite side kept showing that the other side was typing, for a long time, before one came back. Tomorrow, 10 a.m. Usual place. Is it going to take this long to type just a few words? Yuchochi was a bit skeptical. Lin Nan wasn't injured. What happened to this hand? After deleting the chat, she looked at her email, and sure enough, she had received an investigative profile. It shows that Yukoan's overseas account has been receiving frequent payments over the past few days, as well as the news that vehicles and real estate in the country are being sold. Well, it's about time. If you don't do it, he'll run away. Taking my cell phone, I continued to look at it for a while before I got sleepy and couldn't keep my eyes open. Jiangyi finished the rest of her work and sat in the chair in a daze for a long time before finally calling Lin Yang. Across the phone, the noise shook Jiangyi's ears. Mr. Jiang, you're not sleeping at night. What's wrong? Lin Yang shouting at the top of his voice instantly made Jiang Yibei even more annoyed, and he sank his voice towards the cell phone and said, if you don't want to die tomorrow, find a quiet place and call me back. Jiang Yibei's voice made Lin Yang instantly wake up. He hurriedly answered in a loud voice. Good good good. It wasn't even a minute before Lin Yang's call came in. Mr. Jiang. The voice was much more sober at this moment. Not like he had been drinking. As an assistant, you're not allowed to go to the bar during your off-duty hours either. You should be clear on this matter. Lin Yang was instantly in a cold sweat. He was actually drunk. Otherwise he wouldn't have answered Jiang Yibei's phone call directly from his head in the bar. He's never been caught dead before. Mr. Jiang, I'm sorry. I never come to a place like this. Truly, my blind date green me the heart is hard. Just drink 2 cups. With his words, Jiang Yibei instantly didn't know what to say to make things better. After all, he's not at all humane, and he should understand when his assistant is green, right? Then you have fun. Tomorrow go and check out the matter of that project you Cohen proposed. I'm worried that my wife is too innocent to be fooled by him. Lin Yang hurriedly answered. Okay, I'll check tomorrow. Or the first time to see Jiang Yibei attitude so good. So this is the joy of nonsense After arranging everything, Jiang Yibei went back to the bedroom, and as soon as the door was opened, the look of the woman lying on her side with her cell phone still in her hand instantly sent a pang of guilt through his heart, followed by a feeling of sheer adorableness. How can there be such a girl? She falls asleep even looking at her cell phone, just like a little kid. He quietly removed Yuchochi's cell phone and walked outside to charge it up. It was only then that he carefully climbed onto the bed and wrapped his arms tightly around the woman behind her back. Early the following morning, Yuchochi woke up from her sleep with no one around her for a long time. She sat up in a daze and looked around, picked up the thermos cup and drank a mouthful of water before realizing that Jiang Yibei hadn't been back all night. At that thought, she quickly got out of bed, and just a few steps out, when she noticed the cell phone outside, she knew she was overthinking it. No one but Jiang Yibei would help her charge her cell phone. Sure enough, when she got downstairs, she saw the man walking toward her from the edge of the small bar in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows. Honey, you're awake. Why don't you take a little break? I just talked to Joy and told you to stay home this morning. She'll go back to the office in the afternoon. And she said it was fine. Nothing important in the morning. The sunlight in the morning was good, shining through the bright floor-to-ceiling windows onto Jiang Yibei's body. The white robe reflected a warm yellow circle of light, as if his stern-side face looked much milder. After handing Yuchochi the coffee in his hand, he kissed the woman on the cheek and, what's a baby supposed to give me back for a good morning kiss? He brought his face to Yuchochi's lips and waited with a happy face. The woman pinched his cheek and said, faintly, and a big mouth for you. Do you want it? The man was instantly displeased, and raised his head with a forked, haughty, fight if the baby sheds. It's not like I won't give you a fight. Go ahead, beat me to death. That way you'll never have to kiss me again. And you're saved and you're happy. Yuchochi was so amused by his appearance that she laughed for a while before she stood on her tiptoes and, wrapping her arms around Jiang Yibei's neck, she barred a kiss on his cheek and, good morning kiss, satisfied this time. He was going to pull a face for a while, but instead, he laughed the next second without argument and, satisfied. Let's eat, baby. I made breakfast. You can go back upstairs after you eat and take a nap and wake up in time to go to the office. Yuchochi nodded and looked towards the outside. Lin Yan didn't seem to be here today either. If Jiang Yibei didn't leave, what reason would she find to go out? After all, Lin Nan was not a good date. Chapter 78, he didn't go to graduation. Yuchochi held the bread in his mouth, picked up the milk, ate and drank at the same time, and did not forget to ask him a question that, what about you? Do you want to take a nap together? Jiang Yibei pointed to the tip of his nose. Sleeping with me? TSK. The woman let out a disgruntled TSK, expressing her displeasure at the fact that he was full of yellow waste this early in the morning. No, lots of crap. Only then did Jiang Yibei explain in a serious manner. Just kidding, and I really do want you to sleep. You're already too busy to. Seeing the woman's cold glare, his words stopped instantly, and he hurriedly changed his words. And, no more talk. No more talk. I'm not going to sleep. I'm going to the office in a few minutes and, I'll pick you up early this afternoon if there's nothing else going on. And tomorrow's the weekend. Why don't I take you out? Weekend. Such days Yuchochi has not felt for a long time. Where else would she have the time to go out and play? Yukoan's affairs were already enough to make her anxious. No, don't want to go. The woman slumped down onto the table, unable to eat her meal, momentarily annoyed. I was wrong. No go. Honey, you can have another bite, or a little bit of fruit too, Jiang Yibei said, inserting a piece of orange and handing it to her mouth. The woman pursed her lips tightly and refused to open her mouth when she said anything. He sighed and helplessly moved over and kissed her. Eat it or not. I'll even kiss you if you don't. Stinking rascal. Yuchochi cursed as she opened her mouth and bit the piece of orange. But seeing as the oranges are still sweet, I won't bother with him. I won't eat this. I won't eat that. You'll give me pills if I'm vitamin deficient. The man whined in a small voice, afraid she would hear him, but he was really holding back when he didn't say anything. Fortunately, Yuchochi had something on her mind, so naturally she didn't bother to listen to what he was muttering, and went straight back to her bedroom after eating. It was not until Jangibei went to work that she sneaked downstairs, changed her clothes and drove out. Inside the cafe in front of the school, Lin Nan looked at his watch several times, frowning with a slightly nervous expression. Here, Yuchochi walked over in her direction. The morning hours were spent with students attending classes and sleeping. There was only one clerk left in the cafe besides the two of them. She took a sip of the coffee in front of her, frowned and, sure enough, it's not as good as the one Jangibei flushed. Ikiko, I'd like to know your thoughts on this matter first. Lin Nan has always been a straight shooter, and has always spoken her mind since she was a child. It mustn't be a small thing to make her hesitate and obsess like that. Yuchochi nodded and said in a deep voice, the relationship between that truck driver and Jangibei must not be simple. He's not going to pursue it endlessly because he hit our car, and this driver ran out of state. Lin Nan, I wonder if Jangibei is trying to buy a murderer to kill me. I woke up and somehow married him, though I did love him, but I couldn't accept that he would count my life, either. Maybe I'm being petty, but I always felt something was wrong. Lin Nan tapped his phone, turned the screen around, and pushed it in the direction of Yuchochi. Something went wrong in the middle of this case. It's not our group's responsibility anymore. Here's the information from the previous investigation. Someone's account made 2 payments to this man, $500,000, and $1 million. This money traceable to the fact that it was transferred from Jangibei's account, basically confirming the fact that he bought the murder. It's just that this driver committed suicide during the chase, fell into a coma, and hasn't woken up yet, so he can't be interrogated. But the matter should be kept secret. Lin Nan's words caused Yuchochi's body to tremble uncontrollably. She couldn't imagine that Jangibei, who loved her deeply and took care of her in every way, would buy a murder to kill her. So it's because of what? It's not because of money. Naturally, when the Jiang family is so rich, a business like Yu's is really worth a lot of money to the average person. But for Jangibei, it should be an existence that would not be put in his eyes at all. Before, Feng Jingjing said that I forced Jangibei to marry me, so he's going to kill me and he wants a divorce? When the words came out, she was a bit skeptical again. It was clearly Jangibei who begged her not to get divorced. And all this time, Jangibei looks more like he's worried he'll lose his marriage. Was it all his disguise? And what was the reason for his disguise? I find this suspicious. Lin Nan grabbed her shaking hand and softly comforted. I've come to talk to you about this so that you can watch out for Jangibei, and it's impossible to know for sure. After all, that driver's committed a lot of crimes, and it's not like he hit you guys. Just assume that Jangibei this money is because of this incident. Or what? Yuchochi's face was pale, and if it hadn't been for the lipstick she wore, I guess her lips were colorless, and the corners of her lips twitched visibly. You said before that you suspected that this driver had killed people. Jangibei couldn't have bought and killed those people, right? If so, you must have lined up his social connections and arrested him by now. Worthy of a friend of the criminal police, Lin Nan thought more than once that in fact, Yuchochi could have gone into criminal investigation if she didn't run a company. She had talent on her side. Yes, it's true that we suspected you of being the reason for this money of his, but there was just not enough evidence for us to subpoena. Why Don? You move in with me, at least I can protect you. When Lin Nan finished speaking, she remembered what happened before. She had been helping Jangibei to hide it from her because she felt that this man was really pitiful, and she also felt that Yuchochi really loved him. But now nothing seems as important as her safety and well-being. She spoke hesitantly and with firm eyes. Icky, this whole thing might make you a little mad at me, but now I have to say it. Whether you want to be angry or blame me, you have to promise me first that you won't cut me off. Yuchochi withdrew her hand. This succession of blows had already made her headache and her brain was about to explode. She simply couldn't dare to imagine how shocking Lin Nan's words would be to her next. Say, do I have a choice now? The only person I can trust is you. Lin Nan sighed heavily, and apologized. First, I'm sorry Icky, I should have said something about this sooner. It's just that I'd like to see your relationship lighten up a bit, too, but I can't stop talking about it now. When you had your graduation ceremony, Jangibei didn't go at all. For what reason I'm not sure, and you shouldn't know either. But that day you received a photo of him and Feng Jingjing sitting in a cafe. You were angry and upset, and that's what you told me later. After saying that, Lin Nan watched Yuchochi's face become more and more ugly, pale in the sunlight, and his body began to shiver terribly. Ikiko? Are you okay? I really should have told you sooner. Chapter 79, beginning to suspect. So, Yuchochi lowered her head, her long hair falling down, unable to see her expression, controlling her choking emotions before continuing again. And, he lied to me when he wasn't there for my graduation. And there's no way to talk about confessing. I don't remember what happened in those 3 years, but in my right mind, I wouldn't have divorced him for no reason. And he's even less likely to hit the truck driver who hit us with money for no reason at all. Lin Nan, he tried to kill me. Yuchochi was shocked by this analysis of his spine. Instantly from the bottom of his heart rose a chill, his body cool through and through. She couldn't imagine how Jiangibei had managed to hide it so well, but that's the way it is. Once you find something suspicious, it's as if everything has a trail. Everything has a trail. If everything is really as Jiangibei said, then why would Feng Jingjing say that their marriage was not by choice? And the fact that they never had sex with each other in those 3 years, and how to explain whether it was her who disagreed, or Jiangibei. Suddenly, a wake-up call, and everything's strange, and the person on the pillow might want to kill himself, too. Such a thing would be hard to accept in anyone's case, right? Lin Nan got up and walked over to her, wrapping his arms around the person that, don't be afraid, Ikiko. I've known Jiangibei for a long time, too. He's a bit cold and unsympathetic, but I don't think he's capable of murder. Not to mention the fact that you're not going to be paid to kill you. This case has been transferred to another unit. I can't keep up with it, but I'll do some sneaky research on it. If you have concerns, I suggest you move into my house, with me, and I'll protect you. It does seem like a good idea, except that if she never gets her memory back, then there's no way to ever know why Jiangibei did what he did. If he did cheat himself for something, wouldn't he be cheated by him all the time? She's not that kind of person. This is something that has to be investigated. I'm not going. I have to go home. If he did do something, there must be a sign. This has to be cleared up. I can't live without knowing what's going on even though I've lost my memory. Lin Nan didn't try to persuade her of anything else. This was the Yuchochi she knew. She was always so stubborn and it's what makes her strong no matter what she's going through and never backs down. At noon, Yuchochi went back to the company alone, originally still a bit disoriented, but settled down the moment he stepped into the office building. When she got off the elevator, she heard Leilei's impatient and extremely helpless voice. I told you, MS. You isn't here. She didn't come in the morning at all. If you need anything, just call her. You've seen the office. What else can I do? I'm anxious about this. What's wrong with Chiu-Chi? Do not come to the company on weekdays. Really unlike, compared to her father. Uncle? Yuchochi stepped on her high heels, holding her head high as she walked step by step towards the duo at the door. How about compared to my dad? I'm not as good as my dad. If my dad had lived, I guess no one would be where they are now. Yukoan was taken aback, not expecting Yuchochi to appear at this time. He did, however, remain calm with a smile on his face, and explained, no way. You're good too. You've inherited your dad's abilities very well. Uncle came over not for anything else. It's not still about that project before. Leilei pushed open the door of the office. Yuchochi walked straight in, throwing her bag on the table as if she hadn't heard him. She turned toward Joy and said, Ice Americano, please, before giving Yukoan another look. Oh, that thing yesterday. She couldn't have been more obvious. Isn't it a bit too obvious that you proposed one thing yesterday, and then came to press for it today? I'm afraid that intention is a little too obvious. I'm afraid, Cootie. All can see it, can't they? Yukoan hurriedly nodded his head, looking as if he hadn't heard the implication, and continued to explain. I know, I can't rush this matter. But there are quite a lot of companies working with the other side, and if we're late we might get snatched up by someone else. Uncle has been in business for so many years. Can't he see the business opportunity here? I'm really worried here that we're missing out on such a good program. Yuchochi took the coffee handed by Leilei and took a sip, putting the cup on the table and slowly turning on the computer. The afterglow could see Yukoan's anxious and panicked expression, and even his head was sweating. She turned her head and pointed at Yukoan. Yo, Uncle is hot. Why is this sweaty? I'm going to turn up the air conditioning. Joy stifled a laugh and headed for the front door. Not hot. Not hot. I'm fine. Yukoan raised his hand and wiped it off, awkwardly wanting to mention it again, but unable to speak. Only then did Yuchochi act as if he had only just remembered, and with his index finger, he pointed. Oh, that program right? I haven't read it yet. When the words came to him, Yukoan instantly changed his face. He looked around and, with a very unnatural expression, He had just planned to reintroduce himself to Yuchochi. She spoke again, slowly. But then, I do believe in uncle. You go ahead and do it. I'm going on a business trip in the next 2 days. I'll just follow up with the formalities and make it up to you. Good. Yukuan hurriedly agreed, like he was worried that she would back out if he agreed late. Instant frowns and smiles. Shochi don't worry about this matter and leave it to uncle. I won't let you down. By the way, why don't you come over for dinner sometime? Auntie's been thinking about you. You haven't been to the house in years, and Chunsheng misses you. Good. Then wait for my returns. I'll pay a special visit to my aunt. Maybe Yukoan didn't expect her to actually agree to it either. The usual calm smile was tinged with a little embarrassment. Fine. Come back to the house and have dinner together. Watching Yukoan walk out of the office with a satisfied face, Lele hurriedly closed the door, jogging all the way to Yuchochi's front, a pair of big eyes blinking, all in disbelief. Mister, are you confused? He's going to transfer half of the company's assets with this one hand. You're going to go bankrupt. She raised her hand to Yuchochi's forehead and murmured in a small voice, "It's not even hot." When he saw the coffee in front of her, he somewhat wondered if he had just hit the coffee beans, which I'm afraid is not stupid to drink. Or, poisoned? You question me? Yuchochi smiled and took another sip of coffee. Joy stood back up and looked her up and down, continuing to remain skeptical that the, Mr. You know what? This sentence is especially like a scummy man who has been caught in the act and still refuses to admit it. Chapter 80, The Tender Wife. Yes? Yuchochi looked at her face against the computer screen and, I can't believe I have potential to be a scumbag. Nice ugh. Lele had a fake smile on her face. This time there was no need to doubt. It could be confirmed that she was really crazy. I flatter you? Don't worry. I just forgot something. Not turned into a cutie. I have this matter in mind. And there are 2 other things you need to go and do for me. In the afternoon, after all the things were finished, Yuchochi still didn't wait for Jangibei. It was clear that he had agreed to come over to pick her up from work after he finished his work early today. After she thought about it, she still planned to take the initiative to find Jangibei and see what he was doing. When she got to the downstairs of John's group, she thought of what Jangibei would bring her every time he went to pick her up. Something to eat, something to play with, or a gift or something. It wasn't like there was anything special in the neighborhood. So she went straight to the cafe and packed a cheesecake that, although I'm not sure if Jangibei likes it or not, but he always likes to put a little cheese in his cooking, so he won't hate it. Carrying the cake as soon as she walked into John's front door, she saw Fongjingjing walk out from inside. Today, he was not dressed like usual, but had more of a professional flavor, and his white suit was worn in a very proper way, but he still has the same deep-seated look between his hands and his feet. Yuchochi didn't want to say much, but as soon as Fongjingjing looked up and saw her, she walked towards her. Mister, you how to come over? I heard that, mister. You always won't come to John's. You are here to talk about business? This hostess look more or less made Yuchochi a bit dissatisfied. She looked Fongjingjing up and down before smiling back at her. Then what you've heard may not be quite accurate. I'm usually the one who picks up my husband if he's busy. If he wasn't busy he would have gone to pick me up. But it's Miss Fong. Why are you free to come over to our place today? Fongjingjing's face was a bit unsightly, especially when she heard us here. The smile visibly froze, but it quickly recovered its expression and, no wonder Bei didn't have time to pick you up. I just told him to get busy if he has something to do, and he insisted that there's nothing to do. I'm really sorry delayed him to pick you up. I'll come over at another time next time is all. Don't be angry, mister. Yuchochi laughed. Some disdainful hooked the corner of the lips. Fongjingjing thought angry with her, so she hurried to ride the wave of victory, and continued to say, I'm just a little girl. I can't compare to an entrepreneur like Mr. What about eBay? He's under a lot of pressure with you, so it's normal for him to relax once in a while. I'm not looking for any status, much less a threat to your position as Mrs. Jiang. I just want to be by his side. So, you don't mind at all being a lover for Jiang eBay, right? Even if he doesn't give you any title, you're going to disregard the Fong family's honor and give him a lover? Yuchochi was word for word, unusually calm, his amber eyes carrying a cold, stern light, staring intently at the person in front of her. He couldn't tell what was going through her mind when she asked that. Fongjingjing had a pair of watery eyes, biting her lip and nodding her head in a pitiful manner. Right. I don't care about anything, lover or whatever. I just want to be by his side. Because of what? Don't tell me because you love him. And if you do love him that much, I don't think I would have left the country in the first place, much less fallen in love endlessly abroad, right? Those who know you're in love. Those who don't think you're collecting nationalities. I don't think Jiang Bei knows any of these things, right? Fongjingjing's face instantly turned iron blue. and her pupils shook violently. You check me? Yuchiochi nodded, following her innocent look. Check. What do you want? Feng Jingjing vigilantly looked towards the surroundings. It was not yet time to go off work. There was not much attention paid to this side. I don't want to do anything. I'm just bored. I'm just checking. What are you so nervous about? It's just a relationship. It's not like you're breaking the law. And having more doesn't delay you from loving Jiangyibai in one bite. Yuchiochi mocked her in a conspiratorial manner. And only after seeing that she was truly annoyed, did he continue again? And, so it's certainly not because of love, is it? And the Vons haven't been doing so well lately. I guess it could be better with Zhang's support? Feng Jingjing, your family can sell out your own daughter because of money. It's only more of a joke when you say it. Yuchiochi. Feng Jingjing pointed at her and was just about to open her mouth to curse. What for? Jiangyibai yelled, rushed over from the elevator entrance, pushed Feng Jingjing away, and protected Yuchiochi tightly in his arms. Baby, are you okay? What did she do to you? Yuchiochi shook his head and said softly that, it's okay, look at Ms. Feng, she fell. Only then did Jiangyibai turn his head back. When he saw Feng Jingjing on the ground with a shocked and still aggravated face, he still frowned vigilantly. Feng Jingjing, what do you want to do? My wife is in poor health and has a gentle character. How dare you bully your way into her head? Do you think I, Jiangyibai, am dead? Feng Jingjing directly jumped up from the ground. Her anger had not yet eased. Jiangyibai came back towards her and lost his temper. Jiangyibai, which eye did you see that I bullied her? You don't know what kind of person I am. Would I bully someone else? Feng Jingjing was crying, and the onlookers on the side who had intended to come and watch the fun. The moment they saw Jiangyibai, they all lowered their heads and walked away quickly. What you are is none of my business. No one can bully my Jiangyibai's people. He turned his head, stared carefully at Yuchiochi, raised his hand and pinched on her chin. The person was fine. Then he was relieved. And, you too, why did you come over without saying anything? What if you get bullied? And I said I'd pick you up. What are you going to do in the hot sun? You don't even know how to use a parasol. You want me to worry? The man favored her with another squeeze and a hard kiss on the woman's lips. TSK. So many people. Yuchiochi squirmed and whacked him on the chest, looking sheepishly in both directions. Other than Feng Jingjing there really wasn't anyone looking this way. I'll kiss you like that next time you don't behave. Jiangyibai glanced toward the door and continued. The driver brought the car around. I'll get the parasol. Wait for me. Saying so, towards the motionless Feng Jingjing inside, she impatiently said, still not leaving? Didn't I make it clear enough that hiring is a personnel job and my dad can't be swayed? So hurry up and go. After Feng Jingjing left, the driver was also very witty and brought over a parasol. Jiangyibai explained as he opened his umbrella and held it for her. She came over here at my dad's behest to get her to work at the company, and I knew it was going to be like this, but I didn't agree to it. I never even met her, and she was probably depressed when she flopped. Baby, are you being bullied or not? Why haven't you said anything? I'm worried when you're like this. Chapter 81, The Condescending Man. I'm fine. It's okay, you don't have to worry. Yuchiochi's calm demeanor and light tone was not quite like her usual appearance, as if it was extraordinarily strange. Jiangyibai had wanted to pull her hand, but inexplicably felt that she was somewhat resistant to himself, and subconsciously did not dare to touch her. All the way to the home, Yuchiochi's words did not say directly into the study. The man hovered in the parlor for a moment, wondering what kind of excuse would be good enough to go in and, he's got something to say. He can't go in without it. So he went to the kitchen to get a glass of juice, and returned to the study door and knocked gently on it. Baby, I'm going in. I'll bring you some juice, okay? The man's voice was as gentle as usual, but only he knew the extent of his weakness at this moment. Inside the study, Yuchiochi stared at the computer screen with little expression. Without even sharing a single glance to Jiangyibai, he just whispered, put it here. The man put the juice in front of her but remained standing. Only then did Yuchiochi slowly raise her head to look at him. And, something wrong? Jiangyibai nodded. Something's wrong, wife. I know I didn't do too well in this matter, but I did it for you. I saw the contract Yukuin sent you when I was helping you with things yesterday, and I looked into it again today. There's something wrong with this program. If you do it, you're gonna lose a lot of money. I don't care about money, but I care about you. If you had a major crisis, it would be very difficult and hard for you. Yuchiochi hugged her arms and slowly leaned back against the seat backrest. A pair of eyes with little light stared straight at the person in front of him, unable to see a single change of mood. You check me? When these words came out, Jiangyibai was directly startled and hurriedly went around the table and, walking up to her, he slowly knelt at the woman's feet, raised his hand to rest lightly on her knee and, honey, I'm not checking up on you. I just don't think you're supposed to be so impulsive that. It's just a matter of doing a project that doesn't look like it's going to work. And I'm not questioning your ability to be an extraordinarily awesome entrepreneur. I'm serious. I'm just worried that now that you've lost 3 years of your memory, a lot of things don't make sense anymore, and I'm afraid you've been hoodwinked by bad people. This person seems to be sincere, but she just can't figure out too many things, and she doesn't know if all these things of yours have anything to do with Johnny Bay. What's more, she's now wondering if she really did have anything to do with him in this car accident or not. After synthesizing the current situation, she still wasn't ready to tell the truth to Johnny Bay. Don't you worry, I have everything in my mind. He just proposed this project, but I haven't agreed to it yet, haven't I? What's your hurry? I'm in no hurry. The man's voice was low, and he didn't actually say anything, but he still clearly felt Yuchochi's change, and his heart was indescribably aggrieved. Go about your business then. Don't mind me. The man rose, and left the study with a very slow movement, step by step, until he brought the door on. He didn't wait for Yuchochi to say a word to stay. He turned to the kitchen and stood silently in front of the sink running a large pool of water and began to wash the vegetables. Snap snap. Tears fell in uncontested pairs, splashing shallow puddles on the water's surface. The man's throat was choked, flooded with acid, and his heart was more than suffocated with. He grabbed a fish off to the side and clubbed it straight to death, then kept handling it in his hands and, he wasn't sure what he was commiserating about. Probably Yuchochi's cold attitude toward him. Or maybe it's been a long time, and she's not opening her mouth to call herself her husband again. More than that, perhaps, she'd even stopped sharing the company with him, and had even begun to watch out for him. He's been reflecting on what he's been doing wrong. In the final analysis may still be that because of that phone jing, this matter must be resolved once and for all. Can't have her in their lives anymore. He took out his cell phone and called his assistant. Has the Fong family's matter been cleared up or not? I can't wait for this matter. Mr. Jiang, this has been largely cleared up. The Fong family has offended quite a few people over the years. We do have a few things we can utilize. I'll take care of all of them today and bring them to you tomorrow. Jiang Yibei had long since begun investigating the Fong family, only that things had not progressed as smoothly as he had imagined. Not to mention others, my father alone has thwarted it several times. If it wasn't for his mother's sake, he would probably have cut ties with him a long time ago, but he couldn't yet. And this was something he would have to start with the Fong family. The meal was prepared quickly, but the flavor was not as good as it could have been. Yuchochi frowned after taking 2 bites and looked at the man beside her in disbelief. What's wrong? It's not good, is it? I'm sorry, wife. I'm in a bad mood which led to the meal not being ready today. It's all my fault. I'll get a grip on myself from now on. The man hung his head, tears welling up in his eyes, and pinched the back of his hand, forcing himself not to cry out. She was already in a bad mood, and if she looked like this, it would upset her even more. He got up in a hurry, took the chopsticks out of her hand and, I'll clean these up and order some takeout over. I'm sorry, wife. I'm the one who's useless. I'm useless. Yuchochi grabbed his shaking hand and, even if you don't pay attention to it anymore, you can still see the changes in a man's moods. He was beginning to grow progressively more irritable, and could scarcely stop the movements of his hands and he began to mumble something, not knowing what to say. The whole thing seemed to gradually begin to get irritated and a little despondent. She had promised Chun Mo that no matter what, she would stay with Jiang Yibei, and would help him with his treatment. After all, it's only suspected now that the crash had something to do with him. It's not like we're sure. How can you just ignore him at this point in time, even because you're affecting his mood? And, Yibei, be a good boy. Today's meal isn't that bad. It just tastes a little different than usual. I'm not upset. The man broke away from her hand, and still kept on cleaning up, taking all the plates to the kitchen, and dumping all the dishes in them, and started doing the dishes like crazy, cleaning up the kitchen, doing everything by hand. Keep yourself busy and maybe you'll be less irritable and talk less so you don't look like you're going to have an attack. Why should I? Why can't I control my emotions again? Obviously I'm taking all my meds on time. Obviously I'm feeling better these days. His just felt like his brain was getting scrambled, and there were even all sorts of voices in his ears that emotions were close to breaking down, and he wanted to destroy everything he saw. It only annoys him to have these things in front of him. It felt as if all objects competed with him for oxygen and were suffocating him. The man ghosted his hand slowly towards the knife rack. Chapter 82 Reward System. Honey, it hurts. Help me. The woman's voice brought him instantly to his senses, and with a glance at the knife he held in his hand. It's like he has no memory at all. He doesn't know when he picked it up. As soon as he threw it onto the case, he turned and stormed out. Wife, where are you? What's wrong with you? Jiang Yibei's urgent voice was splitting, yelling completely without the usual gentlemanly appearance. In the doorway of the backyard, the woman sat on the ground, her hand pressed against her ankle, and looked with a pained expression at the man running toward her. Honey, what's going on? Jiang Yibei pounced, almost sliding in front of Yuchochi's. He knelt at the woman's side, reaching out but stopping beside her ankle and, I don't know what's going on with her. Touching her easily might make her hurt more. I'll call an ambulance. I'm on my way. Wait a while. Yuchochi pulled him back, softly comforting, and, it wasn't that bad. I just fell. The floor was too slippery and my feet hurt. She stretched her arms to hang around Jiang Yibei's neck. Husband hug. The man lifted his hand and picked her up across the room and walked her out into the living room, placing her gently on the couch, only then looking down at her ankles thoughtfully. The floors were just waxed. This company must have done a bad job of making my wife fall. I'll never use them again. Jiang Yibei furrowed his brows, a look of worry and heartache on his face. Let's go to the hospital. I see how it seems to be swollen. What can we do? Yuchochi shook his head. No, it just hurts a little. Why don't you rub it for me? It'll heal. The man hurriedly scooted a small stool over, and carefully placed his feet on his, starting to rub and press gently, looking up at Yuchochi's expression with every movement. Make sure she's not in pain before you dare to keep rubbing. Yuchochi picked up the small medicine bottle on the side and poured out a medicine from it and handed it to Jiang Yibei's lips. The man opened his mouth directly and ate it. No sooner had her water been handed over than the man opened his mouth toward her, with a proud show of, it's all gone. I can take my pills without water. So, you don't even ask me what I gave you. You're not afraid I'm going to drug you and kill you? He continued to press, without looking up. Fear not. If you're trying to get me killed, then I must have done something wrong. It's really wrong to the point that when you try to kill me, I'll choose to die without hesitation. So don't be afraid. The woman spread out her palm and slowly reached out to Jiang Yibei. He was stunned at first, then he looked up a bit bewildered. His dark eyes were shocked that, this is, a little red flower. It was a small, red rose made of plaster, which she had been planning to make since she came back from Chen Mo's place. In her spare time these days, she'd made some in her studio, and now it was just time to put it to use. The children who behave especially well will be rewarded with a little red flower, and today child Jiang Yibei was especially well behaved, so the little red flower is rewarded to you, Yuchochi explained, lifting his hand to pick up the bag on the side table and took out a palm-sized crystal jar from it. Jiang Yibei happily took the little red flower, put it into his palm, carefully poked it with his finger, but it's so pretty. My wife is so good with her hands. It's like an artist's hand. It's really a waste to do business. The flowers seem to be alive, and they look much better than the ones blooming in the yard. Yuchochi slapped his head. Oily mouth. Who did you learn it from? Handing him the crystal jar in his hand. You put the little red flowers in a jar. Save up a jar, and then you can come to me for a wish. Jiang Yibei didn't realize that there was a bonus to this gift. Wishes. He was instantly delighted, and, clutching the jar with excited prancing up and down, he circled the sofa several times. Good. That's great. Honey, can I wish for anything? Yuchochi nodded. Any wish that doesn't go against the morals of society or break the law. He looked closely at the jar, and carefully calculated how many little red flowers it would take to fill it up with. And then there's the question of how you can get more little red flowers. What was the reward for today? The pills or the massage for my wife? Honey, so you'll send me more pinkies? The man blinked his eyes and flopped down on the backrest of the sofa, staring at Yuchochi with a serious face, and added that, if I'm good, if I behave, you will, won't you? He lifted the canister up and shook look, the jar's so big, the flowers are so small. I guess it'll take a dozen or two if you fill it up. Honey, you're not painting a picture. I'm sure you're not like that. Yuchochi was all pissed off and laughed at his calculating look, and pinched him on the cheek without any good reason. I'm not painting a cake. Who's drawing a cake? If you behave well, I'll naturally give you a little flower. You're not in a good mood today, but you're in control, and you're behaving, and I'm seeing how hard you're trying. So this is a reward, and you will be rewarded for good behavior in the future. If you don't perform well, Yuchochi lifted his hand over the jar, and the man, alertly cradling it in his arms, hurriedly answered, It won't behave badly, and even if it does, the baby will beat me. Take a stick and whip, but you can't hit me with the idea of a little red flower. A gift is a gift, and going back to it is not something a good person can do. Yuchochi paused for half a minute, and seeing the serious and wary look on his face as he guarded the jar tightly, he couldn't hold back his laughter any longer. Okay, I'm not going to tease you. I won't ask for your flowers. If you misbehave, I'm going to beat you up for sure. As she said that, she also stretched out her small fist to threaten Yandere a bit. The man rushed to put his face to the hit it for the wife. After sticking together for a while, he carried Yuchochi to the bedroom and put the bath water on for her again. It was only when the woman shooed him away for the third time that he reluctantly left the bathroom, only to return quickly to the parlor and hide the crystal jar in the dark room of the study. Took another picture and sent it to a friend. By the way, with the text, "Wife's reward. Must save up a jar soon." The comments flew in before the cell phones were even confiscated. "Flowers? Do you put one in a jar? Mr. Jung is so elegant. Nice and classy. It's different when you have a wife. TSK, TSK. It's you who don't understand. It's my wife's love for me." He hurriedly turned around and went upstairs. Yuchochi had already started blow-drying his hair. "Leave it to me." Yandere put his cell phone on the table, took over the hair dryer, and seriously blew her hair. About half an hour was almost up. "You go take a shower. I'll wipe my face and go to bed." People just entered the bathroom. Yuchochi directly got up, walked to the table, picked up Yandere's cell phone. There's a 4-digit power-on password. She tried her birthday and went right in. Chapter 83 is a good man. When looking at the interface of the cell phone, Yuchochi was a little hesitant. Obviously this behavior is not very appropriate or befitting of who she is, but the desire to know the truth overcomes everything. Fingers trembling, I clicked on the chat screen, which didn't have many messages on it. Yandere doesn't really like to chat with others, which is normal. She directly clicked on Lin Yang's WeChat, and at first the chats were all very normal work arrangements. Occasionally there were one or two sentences that weren't obvious, that even Yandere didn't see. Darkly poking and spitting. Scrolling further up the page, her heart was in her throat. She clearly saw the previous message, which she hadn't read in its entirety. Sure enough, Yandere had people checking out this driver, and this driver had been fleeing outside the country before. "Come back if not controlled by the police. Will definitely be arrested by Yandere." He also had the driver watch to prevent him from confessing to something else. Don't let him talk too much. So what would he say that would be unfavorable to Yandere? Fingers continued to flip up a bit, and the cell phone in his hand suddenly vibrated and, directly scared Yuchochi jumped. The phone in unsteady directly fell to the table. She panicked and reached for it. "What are you doing?" The man's cool voice rang out from the bathroom doorway, scaring Yuchochi into a shiver. She panicked and glanced at what she was holding in her hand. Yandere's cell phone. Embarrassed and vain, he explained. "Your cell phone. It rang. I thought I'd help you see who it was, but I haven't looked yet, and you have the code." Yandere's expression lurched, standing in the doorway hesitantly, the water droplets in his hair falling down his cheeks. A pair of dark eyes gazed at the person in front of him, then slowly walked towards Yuchochi's direction. Step by step, the woman's grip on her cell phone tightened nervously, and she took an involuntary step backward and, she wasn't sure what she was afraid of. Anyway, if Yandere really wanted to kill her, the way things are going now, she might actually die at his hands. After all, both of them were not in the same weight class, and someone like Yandere, who was tall and stocky and worked out regularly, killing her is probably no different than killing a fish. I haven't read it yet. You want to? The man directly snatched the phone with one hand, then stood side by side with Yuchochi. Lighting up the screen at the top a number entered. Watch this, the password is your birthday. 4 digits. After typing, the phone entered the page. Yandere handed the phone back to Yuchochi without even looking at it, and asked softly, "Again, remember?" The woman nodded with a blank look on her face. "Remember, but..." Yandere tugged on the towel hanging around his neck to wipe his hair, while looking back at her with some curiosity. It's your cell phone. Aren't you going to look at it? It's not appropriate to let me look at it, is it?" Yuchochi handed the phone in his direction. The man shook his head. "Wife, help me look. I've got water on me. Wipe it off." Only then did Yuchochi look toward his phone and read after him. "It was sent by Qian Jiani. He said he'd come to your company tomorrow to look for you, asking if you had time, saying he had something serious to talk to you about." Back to him. Good. Yandere took the hairdryer and started blowing out his hair. After replying, she put her cell phone back on the table. What was certain now was that Yandere was bound to be related to that driver. There's just no evidence that he bought the murder, or the driver's statement. If Lin Nan wasn't in charge of this case, then this whole thing might be a problem. You can't call the police yourself. With the Jiang family's status, it's estimated that the police department's big book is open towards the Jiang family. She walked into the police station on the front foot, and on the back foot Yandere had to know that secret room in the study, it was estimated that it would definitely be used. "What are you thinking about, baby? So serious?" Zhang Yibei embraced her from behind. Just after a bath covered in the aroma of shower gel came. Had not yet changed his pajamas, and the lower half of his body was wrapped in a robe, while the upper half of his body, which was holding Yuchiochi, was naked and she could clearly sense the tight muscular lines and warm body heat of the man's. Think, why don't you guard me a little bit? You are a president, cell phone is how confidential things are. The password just casually tell me? Otherwise, you're my wife. How normal it is to look at my cell phone. Only weak-minded men who have done something bad are afraid of their wives looking at their cell phones. It's not a good man to need that much privacy with his own wife. And I'm a good man. So, Yuchiochi turned her head to look at him. The man's eyes flickered, then whispered that so, there's a reward? Reward. One small red flower with here waiting I thought you said that's what normal men are supposed to do. And if you're normal, you shouldn't need a reward. Yuchiochi smiled, got out from under him and headed towards the bedroom. Wife is right. It makes sense. I was greedy, so I'll ask for it later when I'm better at other things. The man put his cell phone on the charger and followed it into the bedroom. Taking out Yuchiochi's water cup, he carefully washed it and then replaced it with fresh warm water. I thought you changed this water. Why did you change it again? I changed it in the morning. It's not nighttime. It's not hot anymore. And I think it may have expired after sitting for a day. Zhang Yibei explained seriously, putting the water cup on the nightstand and getting on the bed from the other side, habitually unfolding his arms. He waited for Yuchiochi to lie overend, but she just leaned over the bed, poring earnestly over the book in her hand, and the man tilted his head closer to her, a little lost in thought as he read the book's cover. Negatively, he turned his back on her and muttered a complaint that I said I'd go home and not work, so I started studying. What's so great about books? Where's the good in me? What management books do you read when you don't look at a beautiful man lying next to you on a dark and windy night? Emotionless woman. What's all the muttering about? Yuchiochi put a hand up to him and rubbed it on the man's head, and he hurriedly rolled over and replied with a smile on his face. And no complaints. I say my wife is so nice and touches me when I read. I'm especially happy. He contentedly rubbed his head against Yuchiochi's hand, and suddenly felt that he was too much of a doormat, and that she had obviously tried her best to be kind to herself. People are always greedy. We must change this bad habit in the future. If you do get used to it by accident, how hard it's going to be for your wife in the future. Go to sleep. I'll see to it in a little while, with a hand for you to hold. The woman's voice was gentle. In Zhang Yibei's ears it was simply warmer than the spring breeze, holding his wife's hand as he slept very well and fragrantly. Chapter 84, She Knows Everything. The next day at work, Zhang Yibei all-day mood is raised. Cannot say the reason for the happy. In short, it is very happy. He clutched his cell phone and sent a voice message to Yuchiochi. Wife, baby, what are you busy with? You're not busy today, are you? Tomorrow is a day off. Let's go out and play. Baby, you haven't answered my messages in a minute. What are you doing? Why don't we go to the movies tomorrow? There's a new rom-com recently released that's especially good for us to watch. After sending it, he exited the chat interface and quickly sent a message to Lin Yang. That movie, pack a show. I'm going with my wife tomorrow. And then back to the chat screen. Baby, you haven't responded to a message in 3 minutes. Do you love me less? I miss you. It's so agonizing. Why don't you acquire it for Jiang? I want to work with you. The man's voice was sad from the sound of it, and he put down his cell phone inside, plopping down on his desk with his arms outstretched. He pounded it twice, pulling the odd gruff sound of annoyed spitting and, it's annoying. So annoying. What is she doing? She could be talking to another man about this. Chen Jiani suddenly appeared in the office, and Zhang Yibei didn't even react to how he came in. Don't you know how to knock? What's wrong with people who have minds at home not going to school? Don't you know what manners are? Or I'll find a kindergarten teacher to teach you. Zhang Yibei was not in that good of a mood, and irritated by his sudden appearance and words with mockery, he was even more annoyed, and naturally he didn't have anything nice to say. Chen Jiani sat down across from him and sighed helplessly. I came in for a while. Zhang Yibei, not I say you? Which man with you so sticky? A few minutes do not return the message you cannot? That's no way to be with a woman. If you make her think you're too idle, maybe after a while she'll think you're not motivated, that you don't have much to offer. Keeping your distance is the way to stay fresh. His words caused Zhang Yibei to instantly come to a realization. Before Yuchiochi as often will say that he is sticky, we'll also ask him, Zhang's is not too idle, and has not considered to develop a little more words. So, she'll think she's incapable of relying on her too much, right? That's why she hasn't returned messages for so long. It's been 10 minutes and sure enough she doesn't love me anymore. You said. Before he finished speaking, his cell phone rang. He hurriedly clicked on it. It was a message from Yuchiochi. I just had a client. You said to watch that romance. Good. The male lead is I especially like an actor. Although young but acting is very good. Long handsome, just not as handsome as my husband. Yandere quickly replied with a string of kissing emojis, put down his cell phone and continued to say to Yandere, I don't think you're right. How could my wife be like any other woman? She won't mind me clinging to her. She won't be annoyed. And she's so good at what she does. How could she resent me for not getting ahead? And, what are we gonna do with all that money? We're not having kids. Just make enough to get by. It doesn't need to be that upwardly mobile. We just need to be happy. Yandere pulled the corners of his mouth into a fake smile. Your call. And I didn't come to you about a relationship. On a more serious note, isn't your company working on an e-commerce project? I have a product to invest in. Why don't you guys help broadcast it? And the revenue share is all good, he said, handing the information to Yandere. The man looked through it carefully. We do have an e-commerce program, but do you really know anything about it? We're just investing in a platform for live streaming, not really involved in the management of the. However, we can recommend you to get acquainted with the person in charge of this platform that. I haven't invested in a project like yours and I'm not sure of the feasibility, but he must understand. I came for this purpose. Yandere is interesting enough. Yandere's raised the teacup in front of him with satisfaction and, tea instead of wine now. When my buddy makes some money, I'll definitely repay you. Under Yandere's gracious invitation, Yandere agreed to eat lunch with him, and the meal was almost over before the end of the day. Still under Yandere's strong request, Yandere's endless nonsense only stopped. After listening to the afternoon's ramblings, he just felt like his head was about to explode and, rubbing his sore temples, he had just reached the door of his office when he saw that Lin Yang's expression wasn't quite right. What's wrong? Mr. Jiang, you have finally returned. Lin Yang got up and followed him right into the office. Closing the door behind him, he handed the item in his hand to Yandere in front of him. You see, that project over at you seems to be getting off the ground. The project department on their side has already sent out preheating notices. Didn't you say this was resolved? It doesn't look like it. Yandere looked at the piece of internal information in his hand and simply did not understand it. Yuchochi has not already promised that she will not approve this project. Why did she approve it again? What does she mean? And, Lin Yang glanced back at the door before continuing again. And, there's news from the police department as well. I've asked them to keep a special eye on Officer Lin's movements. She's been frantically checking up on that van driver lately. We understand that she's already found out about the money we've paid the driver. So I'm afraid the lady already knows about this. Thud. Yandere's hand shook, and his cell phone fell directly to the ground. Lin Yang hurriedly picked up, looked at the screen. Fortunately not broken. Only when he looked up again, he realized that Yandere's face was pale, and his whole body looked out of sorts, so panicked that his cheeks were starting to break out in a cold sweat. He hastened to reassure that, Mr. Jiang, you shouldn't all think the worst. After all, Mrs. hasn't said anything these days. There's nothing out of the ordinary about the behavior. Maybe she doesn't know it yet. The point is what do we do now? You can't panic. You have to calm down. He couldn't understand that Yandere, who had always been able to be very calm no matter what happened. Why is it that every time something happens to Mrs., it's as if you're on the verge of a big mess? She's going to freak out when she finds out. She's going to think I'm just a psychopath who's going to get her killed sooner or later. And I don't want her to be afraid of me. The man covered his chest and just felt like it was a little bit of a struggle to breathe. He pressed harder as if he couldn't feel his heartbeat. No, madam wouldn't think that. Or else you'd explain to her that. That way we don't have to hide it. And most importantly, if you don't go and stop this project of yours, then madam is probably going to lose use. To Yandere, compared to the company, whether or not Yuchochi would be scared by him was the most important thing. So, I've got to figure out how to explain this first. I can't lose her. Chapter 85, Show Your Attitude First. At that time, Yuchochi called Lin Nan's phone for a day, and finally got through. No sooner had she uttered the word feed than Lin Nan yelled directly toward her. What's going on? Making so many phone calls. Is something wrong? Where are you? I'll be there now. Yuchochi froze. She would rarely hear this chopping voice of Lin Nan, and hastened to comfort her, saying, It's all right. You know, just so you know. I checked Yandere's cell phone, and the conversation between him and his assistant looked like it should have something to do with this matter. But isn't a chat log alone not enough to prove anything? I don't know how to keep checking. Mostly, I've been doubting him and condemning myself for thinking I shouldn't, and I feel like I'm splitting. Lin Nan then breathed a sigh of relief, and did not answer her, but asked directly, I remember you told me before that you've installed surveillance in your office because of the investigation of Yukuan. Are these surveillance still in use now? Yuchochi responded lowly. Well, there is. Well, then, let's have you get your little assistant to give me a port in a few minutes. I'll keep an extra eye on you these days. And, it'd be best if you stayed at my place. Our case is a major one. It's being expedited. And I've heard they're already thinking of subpoenaing Zhang Yibei. This should all come out soon. Protect yourself. For now. The way he's acting now, I don't think he should really hurt you either. Yuchochi actually felt it in his heart, though he didn't know exactly what was going on. But Zhang Yibei's goodness to her is all real, not like a disguise. Moreover, there is no reason to disguise. But she's not just living with herself now. She's living with mom and dad's vendetta, and the whole Yu clan. She has no way to gamble with her own life. Ever since realizing that Zhang Yibei might want to buy a murderer to kill her, she basically hadn't even gotten a good night's sleep anymore. And this had to be resolved soon. Mr. Jiang. Mr. Jiang, you wait for a while. Mr. Yu has something to do at the moment. At the doorway, Lele raised her voice while yelling, stopping Zhang Yibei, who was planning to rush in. Why can't I get in? It never used to stop me. Zhang Yibei looked back, and Lin Yang hurriedly pulled Lele away with one hand. He rushed in after him, and as soon as the door opened, he heard Yuchochi's soft voice and, yes, I just think that my husband is too good to me. I also want to treat him well, so that's why I asked you for advice on where I should go to learn to cook, Zhang Yibei was stunned. His whole heart seemed to float into the air. He stood frozen in place at a loss for words, his eyes momentarily red with excitement. How dare she let in asking people where they should go to learn how to cook? For him? And having an assistant stop it, to keep from finding out that why is she being so nice? She knows all the crazy things she's done and she's still being so nice to herself. Isn't she afraid of? Why would there be such a nice girl in this world that he would still meet? Must be smoke from his ancestors' graves. Honey, you're here. Why don't you come in? What are you thinking? Yuchochi put down her phone and walked towards the door, unfolding her arms and burrowing directly into the man's arms. Zhang Yibei's voice was trembling a bit as he struggled to control his emotions. I was wondering, if my Jiang family's ancestors' graves are smoking, how did I get such a good wife? Yuchochi was shaking with laughter in his arms. But it's a good thing that Lele's voice is loud and people are smart. Or else at this moment, I guess Zhang Yibei would have to kill and kill. Then maybe the Yu family is smoking hot too. Otherwise, how could I have married such a wonderful husband? Zhang Yibei directly picked her up and walked to the middle of the office, putting the man to sit on the desk and bracing his hands on Yuchochi's side. He, at such a distance, almost face to face, the man didn't hold back and kissed her on the lips. And continued, if you put it this way, then I guess my family's ancestral tomb can't even smoke. The effect of this has to be a thunderbolt that strikes down and catches. The man's voice was magnetic and sensual, whispering in her ear, and every now and then placing an intimate kiss on her earlobe. Wife. The man raised his hand and wrapped it around her waist, kissing her delicately along her neck, refusing to let go of an inch of her skin. The low angry light hum stimulated Yuchochi's tympanic membrane, making the unconscious cheek stained with redness. Still, as the man's hand reached inside her jacket, sobered up and pressed the broad palm to the table as soon as gently biting the man's thin lip. Zhang Yibei, it's not even spring yet. Why can't you control yourself? The man stifled a grunt of pain, followed by a reaction, burying his head into Yuchochi's neck, panting and pouting. And, don't move, let me slow down, can't get up now. After lying on his back for a while, he slowly got up and reluctantly placed another kiss on her lips. Only this time it was a mere shallow kiss, not daring to go any deeper for fear of not being able to control himself again. Honey, it's been a long time, you're really cruel. Who understands the pain of finding a workaholic wife? Don't you even have the slightest idea of how it's possible when everyone is so young? Yuchochi directly covered his mouth and, idea thing? Actually, he could have done without the seduction. It's just that after all, the matter has not been investigated clearly. She is more or less a little twisted in her heart. Don't want to be so unclear. What does this take? Zhang Yibei is just shut up. What are you doing here so early today? Zhang Yibei then remembered the main thing. He hurriedly stood up straight and carried Yuchochi off the table. His expression also instantly became serious. Honey, I have to apologize for this first. Again? Lin Nan's sentence of apologizing first made Yuchochi not slow down until now. As a result, Zhang Yibei came back with another sentence. How there are so many people in her life. Need to apologize first. I shouldn't have looked into Yu's business. But you're in a situation where you don't remember a lot of things. I'm not questioning your ability. Just want to help you review your work mistakes. Such things are not afraid of 10,000. Just afraid of what might happen. Yuchochi said in a cold voice. Continue. Seeing that she looked like she wasn't too happy, Jiang Yibei pulled her to sit on the sofa, frowned and slowly knelt down to the floor. Let's talk on my knees. I have to make a statement first. After all, I'm at fault for this. It's like this. I found out about that project proposed by Yukuan. I talked to you before, and you promised to disagree, but you has already started operating. I don't know why you're hiding it from me, but this project really can't be done. Chapter 86, Daring to Explain. Wife. The man raised his hand sheepishly to shake her knee and, I was wrong, but you do realize how much money you're going to have to put into this project, if you do it, right? I don't care about money, but I care about you. I care about everything you care about. So, scolded I have to talk and come to stop you. Yuchochi still nodded with a calm face, then reached out to help him and, get up first. I didn't do this project. Ha! Jiang Yibei obediently pulled on her hand with a bewildered expression and got up to sit beside Yuchochi. His hand still had no intention of letting go. She went on to explain that, don't you think Yukuan's proposed project is a big mistake? But there's nothing wrong with reporting it layer by layer. I do suspect that there are other people in the middle of this who are trying to do something to put the wind out of the sails of this project that's going to be run. It's also to see who is behind this, or how many people in this company are not of the same stripes as me. This way. Jiang Yibei let out a long sigh of relief as if he realized something. I told you that you're not so stupid as this, so it's all a ploy. Wife, you're too much of a thief. Yuchochi didn't tell him that this was just one of the reasons for the. What's more, she found out that vehicle information. It was Yukuan who killed her parents and tried to take over her family's company. She's only doing this to make him pay for what he should have paid for in the first place. In fact, she was a bit skeptical of Jiang Yibei. Such as he is such a smart person, how could he not see through Yukuan's scheme? And back then, when he first came to the company, Yukuan looked at him with that look in his eyes. It was clear that there was a hint of indescribable familiarity in the fear. These two people were bound to have met before, but Jiang Yibei never said that. It was something that she could handle on her own. So let's keep it from him for now, until the dust settles. Anyway, you know in your heart, this afternoon scared me. Do not know how to explain to you. The panic attack. I feel like I'm on the verge of a heart attack. Jiang Yibei grabbed her hand and put it on his chest. Wife, feel it. Is it thumping? Yes. Yuchochi answered in a loud voice, rubbing him and, mainly I didn't know that our Jiang would investigate my small company's project. If I had known, I would have reported to you earlier, to save you from panicking. No. This yin and yang word scared Jiang Yibei directly slid down the sofa. Or, I'll just kneel. Don't be really angry. The door to the office was pushed open afterward, and Lin Yang, clutching his papers, fawned against the door with a fawning face. Assistant Ri goes first. As soon as he came in, he saw the scene on this side of the sofa. Lele was so embarrassed that he couldn't even smile. He just grinned, and greeted towards that side. And, hello, Mr. Jiang, Mr. You, these documents you. Put it on the table. Yuchochi answered her and hurriedly scooped up Jiang Yibei on the floor and pressed him to sit on the sofa. Walking over to her desk, she frowned at the paperwork that had been returned to her once again. Why are you back again? It's so annoying. Lin Yang took advantage of this and hurriedly ran to Jiang Yibei's front, whispered in his ear and asked, how was it? Is Mr. You angry? Jiang Yibei secretly glanced in Yuchochi's direction and shook his head. Didn't dare to say it. Lin Yang, but it's a real wimp. It's nothing. Mr. Jiang, you have to go on. This thing you do not mention, is it intended that one day Mr. You to mention it to you, then it will be passive. What's more, you were just trying to kill yourself and accidentally hurt her. You'll really be a psychopath if you don't explain. When he saw Yuchochi walking back, he hurriedly shut his mouth, smiled and walked out, and gave Jiang Yibei a cheering gesture. Lele at the door couldn't help but scoff with Lin Yang as she watched them. Your Mr. Jiang is really interesting too. How come when you come to this office of ours your knees go to the floor? I don't think I've ever seen him standing around here. I don't know, think he's just 6'2". Lin Yang glared at her in dissatisfaction. Excessive. Our Mr. Jiang is just a little bit afraid of the inside. It's not as serious as you say. Besides, being afraid of his wife isn't something unseemly. He cares about Mr. You. So, just don't care about the face. Secretive. What are you plotting with Lin Yang? Yuchochi wrapped her arms around Jiang Yibei's neck behind her and rubbed against his cheek. Go home. There's nothing to do anyway. By the way, you said you're going to see a movie tomorrow. What time's the show? I've got something in the morning. I won't have time until the afternoon. Jiang Yibei raised his head. What's up? The evening show. Are you still working on the weekend? So I'll keep you company, okay? Yuchochi shook her head and got up, picking up her bag. It's not work. It's a family matter. I have to go back to Yukuan's house. Go at noon. It's over in about an hour. and then there's nothing more to do. She really wasn't sure if she'd be able to watch the evening movie tomorrow or not. After all, the wager was still a bit dangerous, and after thinking about it, turning his head to look at him, why Don? We watch a movie some other day. Don't you go back to John's house on the weekend? You haven't been home for a long time, right? I guess Dad's going to be pissed. And Nan said earlier that she seems to be coming home this weekend, too. It's to go home, but it doesn't stop the movie night. My sister said she had something to do at home. Makes it best for me to go back as well. And wife, I can actually accompany you back to Yu's house, if you don't mind. He blinked and got up to take Yuchochi's bag, skillfully carrying it on his back. Yuchochi shook his head. No, it's not anything important. I'll be fine on my own. So let's talk about it tomorrow when it's over. There's no rush anyway. As the two walked out, the two assistants were chatting about something. With intriguing expressions, Zhang Yibei explained towards Lin Yang. We'll go home ourselves. You can take Lei home later. I'm not going to the office on my day off tomorrow. After the people left, Lin Yan lifted his chin towards Lei and, how about? I told you I'd be sure to drop you off in a little while. Maybe even get a date tomorrow. Other people can't get Zhang Yibei, but who am I? It's not easy to handle. Joy sputtered disdainfully and, pull back. I can just get home by myself, and I have things to do tomorrow that I don't have time for. You find someone else to date. Zhang Yibei brewed all the way in the car, and didn't know how to open his mouth. Although Yuchochi knew, he wasn't sure what she thought that. It looks like he doesn't care about his crazy behavior, but then he doesn't mention it. His heart was in turmoil, and his entire being was like ants on a hot pan, tormented and about to collapse. Wife, the man called hesitantly to her as he stood in the doorway. Yuchochi turned back and was just about to open his mouth when his cell phone rang. I'll take a call first. Chapter 87, being proud for half a minute is also an improvement. Yuchochi took the cell phone and walked directly into the study. 1,000 instructions on the other side of the phone. Be sure to remember my words. Never, never, never remember. This is too dangerous. We must make sure that nothing goes wrong. She sat back in her chair and gently squeezed her sore calves and, I know. When did our officer Lin become so abrasive? This is not your style. The sigh made her think of the frown that was at the moment, and again she hastened to reassure. You believe me, Lin Nan, with all our years of friendship. Think about it. Would the me of even just 3 years ago have put myself in danger? Would I have done the kind of thing that I was unprepared for? I'm sure of this. Tomorrow will be the time when Yu Kuan, pays for it. It's just that back there. You're going to have to help me. Don't worry, but whenever he falls into my hands, I'll make sure he spits out every word. Lin Nan put down the phone and raised his hand to continue writing and drawing on the whiteboard, carefully not missing a single detail. In fact, it is false to say that it is not nervous. Yuchochi mouth with certainty is not 100%, just she cannot wait any longer. If we really let the person go, even if we find the evidence later, it will all be too late. She could now only pin all her hopes on the outcome of the police interrogation. As soon as she exited the door of her study, she saw Zhang Yibei circling the living room. She smiled and leaned against the doorframe with her arms in her arms. What for? Stereotypical behavior. Zhang Yibei sighed softly as if he had given up his breath, followed by dropping his head a little harder. Right, but it's just stereotypical behavior. I'm going to die of loneliness. I think I'm going to get depressed. These words made Yuchochi suddenly pay attention. She hurried over to the man and stood on her tiptoes and hugged him gently. It's my fault. I've really been too busy this whole time. I didn't even take your feelings into account. Wait for me, will you? Just a few more days and I'll be done. And then I'll make time for you. You want to go on a date, or to a movie, or out of the country. Or if you don't have time, I can go to John's to keep you company. No hard feelings, Nothing matters as much as you. Okay? Zhang Yibei knew that this was just comforting. Where did she have time to go abroad? Even if it was because he was upset. It's a luxury for her to take a whole day out, but he's already happy just talking about it. What a wife. He smashed his head into Yuchochi's neck, inhaled hard, and kissed her hard in the nape of her neck again. What a relief. Finally. I know why those people on the internet like to suck on cats. It's really cool to suck on something you like. He gritted his teeth, itching to bite Yuchochi right away, wanting to rub the fragrant and soft Yuchochi into his arms, and dicing hard. For a moment, he actually wondered a little if his illness had gotten worse again. How is it always this inexplicable mentality? Oh yeah, what were you trying to tell me earlier? Yuchochi's arms spread out straight, forcing the two of them to pull a little distance apart. Zhang Yibei hesitated. Just now it was because he wanted to think about how to open his mouth that he endlessly circled around the living room. But he still couldn't find a way to do it. But really, it's just him being timid. I just wanted to ask you what you wanted for dinner. He still couldn't open his mouth. If Yuchochi didn't say anything, this matter might as well be left alone. Wouldn't it be nice to pretend it didn't happen? Some days you don't have to pick at everything. I'm not very hungry. It's too hot to have much of an appetite. Or I won't eat. Yuchochi turned around and sat on the sofa. And just as he picked up his cell phone, Yandere came over to him. Okay, then I won't eat either. I'm not really hungry anyway. Just think of it as a diet. I won't eat if you don't eat from now on. Don't worry about me, baby. My body can handle it. It's just a stomach bug from not eating on time. It's not serious for me. And it's normal for babies not to care. Yuchochi. Well, eat and eat. Don't. Yandere lifted his chin and moved 10 centimeters to the side of the. Don't make it sound like I'm giving you a hard time. It's just dinner. It's not that important. And there's nothing wrong with us losing weight together. Yuchochi was simply speechless. When did this man become so good at shading? Ah, she yelled at him lightly without any good humor. Yandere. The man moved a little further to the side and, you yell at me. Yelling at me makes me even more angry. I can't even be coaxed. It was your problem in the first place and now you have to do this to me. On the count of 3, the woman clasped her arms and leaned back a bit. In the next second, Yandere moved to her side in a flash, holding Yuchochi's arm and coaxing her with a smile. Don't count. Baby, I was wrong. I'll stop. I'm just being cocky. Don't be mad. I'm sorry. I won't do it again. I'm going to cook and make the baby's favorite food. It's not fattening, okay? Babies are the best. And they will definitely not get on my bad side. Humph. Yuchochi gently puffed. Stand down. Yandere pretended to sweep his sleeve and answered. Greetings. Then with a trot he dug into the kitchen. This appearance amused Yuchochi, who didn't hold back his laughter. She looked at her cell phone for a moment, and was just about to reach for the remote when the man came over with a fruit tray of, moved the side table by the couch in front of her, took another packet of paper, and, baby, eat a little fruit first. Dinner will be ready soon. Grabbing the remote on the coffee table again, the TV turned on straight to her favorite anime. Yuchochi ate the fruit and watched the TV. And from time to time, she also turned her head to look at that busy figure in the kitchen. How could this man want to leave himself or try to murder himself when he's so sweet to himself? Isn't that overthinking it? Today's dinner was as good and non-fattening as he said it would be. Japanese-style salad and a small bowl of udon noodles. Refreshing get, especially for summer. After dinner, the two of them went to the garden in the yard and took several laps around before going back to rest when it was dark. On weekends, if Yandere didn't go to the company, he would have accompanied Yuchochi. But today was different. It was the day to go with my father to see my mother. He made the meal early, watched Yuchochi finish it, and was going to say that he'd go out with her. But because he felt a little guilty about not being able to be there for her, he didn't say anything. Yuchochi simply cleaned up, went to the garage, drove his father's car that was exactly the same as Yukoan's 3 years ago. Getting in the car, she hit the start button, took a deep breath and, confirming again that the car recorder was turned on, he gazed firmly ahead and pulled out. Chapter 88, proceeding as planned. First she drove up to the door of her family's villa, which was no longer occupied, and the gate was locked, and a thick layer of dust had fallen on it, and Yuchochi could understand why he hadn't returned for so many years. Mom and dad died for no reason, and as a daughter she can't even find out the truth, and she's letting the haters live so well all the time. And what qualifies you to go back to a place where you lived in the past? And what face to see her loving mom and dad? She stood in the doorway for a while, did not go in, turned around and got into the car and continued to drive towards Yukoan's house. He didn't live close by, and it was just about noon when he arrived. Yukoan lives in a detached villa. Not big, but the privacy is good. She pulled up to the front door of the villa, opposite the living room, and Autumn Pond is here. Everyone in the room rushed out when they heard the commotion and Yuchochi raised 2 bags from the passenger side and handed them over. I'm sorry to bother my aunt and uncle. No way. Just come. What are you bringing? The aunt reached out and took the bag, pulling Yuchochi's arm toward the house. Yukoan hurriedly said towards her, just don't come in. Hurry up and see how the dishes are prepared. It's noon. Shochi hasn't eaten yet. Yuchochi glanced toward the outside, and then at the location of the table. It's not bad. It's a relief. She pointed to the table. Sit here. And just as the person sat down, she picked up an apple straight away and started peeling it. Shochi, how quickly time passes. You've gotten so big in a flash. You're still a little dull in Uncle's memory. Remember, when we went to your house before, you always pestered me to buy you candy, because mommy and daddy won't let you have candy and won't even buy it. Ha 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 ha. Yuchochi laughed along with him. And, yes, How nice it was then. When mom and dad were alive and uncle was uncle. Yuko's smile suddenly froze. He looked at Yuchochi, who was seriously peeling an apple in front of him, in disbelief. What does it mean? Yuchochi cut a piece of apple and handed it to Yuko with a knife stabbed in front of him. Uncle, have a piece of apple. She smiled lightly, her eyebrows arched, but it made Yuko unconsciously sprout a chill. He reached for it, and Yuchochi violently retracted his blade. The blade almost cut his hand, and he shivered so much that the apple fell straight to the ground. What do you mean by that? I kindly asked you to come over for dinner. Yuchochi, are you scaring me? Scare? Yuchochi threw the apple onto the table with the knife and shook it. It's not a scare. Before the words fell, Yuko's cell phone on the table rang, and he hurriedly took it and headed out. At the same time, Yuchochi's cell phone also vibrated. She tapped the screen. It was Lele's message. Get it done. Putting away her cell phone, she took the apple and the knife and walked slowly out, and just happened to run into a furious Yuko charging backward. If he hadn't ducked just in time, he might have gotten hit by him. Goo. What's the hurry, uncle? She set the knife aside and took a bite out of the apple. What's my hurry? Yuko was furious, pointing at her and cursing. And, Yuchochi. Yuchochi. I underestimated you. You don't want me to do this project. Why did you agree to it? What do you mean you agreed? The payment I called and got cut back. Yuchochi had an innocent look on his face, blinking his eyes in disbelief as he looked at the exasperated Yuko. When did I agree to that? What do you mean? Wasn't it you who told me to do it first? I've signed the project, made the payment, and you've approved the official seal. His hands shook with anger, his lips momentarily bruised, and he clenched his fists fiercely, waiting uncertainly for an answer. Yuchochi smiled and, yeah, that official seal is this contract thing. But that's just the contract stamp, not the financial seal. Uncle is how to call the money over. You signed? This look of hers directly angered Yuko. That look of violent anger but still having to hold back made Yuchochi feel a little funny. Didn't get it. Uncle. It was only when these words came out that Yuko seemed to have come to a realization. He staggered back a step, pointing his shivering finger at her and, you want to hurt me? The finances don't have an official seal approved by you, and I'm the one who transferred this money. Yuchochi. I'm your own uncle. Yuchochi nodded, a sinister smile in his gentle voice. The kisses, uncle. You have misappropriated a huge amount of public money. Congratulations, you have someone to take care of your food for the rest of your life. Why? The muscles on Yuko's face twitched as he covered his heart in disbelief and gasped. You say why? Yuchochi pointed to the car behind her and, does it look familiar? Back then the company was allotted 2 cars. Which one was uncle's and which one was dad's? You should remember it better than I do. You know it all? Yuko's face instantly turned white, skeptically narrowing his eyes and shaking his head back and forth. No way. The brakes didn't fail on this one. Yuchochi roared. His eyes stared at him fiercely as he took one step towards Yuko. Looking at the knife in her hand, Yuko was filled with horror. You want to? What for? Do you want to kill me? Yuchochi. What do you want? Kill you? Like you killed mom and dad? You think the Yu family will be yours? Yuko. You're too naive. Yuko knew that there was no way back, and according to Yuchochi's character was bound to not let him go. Actually, she's right, her mom and dad are dead, and if she dies again, then you. Without the slightest hesitation, he picked up the fruit knife on the side and stabbed it towards Yuchochi's heart. Yuchochi was startled, and took several steps backward, her body on one side, and the knife stuck directly into her arm. She panicked and ran out the door. Help! Murder! Yuko is going to kill me! Her voice was loud, and her entire body looked incredibly panicked. Just as he reached the door, he ran into Yu Chunsheng coming home. Chunsheng, stop her! We can't let her get away! Behind him, Yuko rushed over with a knife. Yu Chunsheng didn't know what was happening. However, he had always obeyed and followed his father's orders and directly hugged Yuchochi. Let go of me! Yu Chunsheng! You're conspiring! You're trying to murder me! Yuchochi yelling and screaming made the two of them a little scared as well. He covered her mouth obediently, and Yuko laughed softly, raising his arm high and, Yuchochi, do you think you can avenge your parents? I can kill them. Naturally I can kill you too. What kind of thing are you? Fight me. The moment the knife heavily stabbed Yuchochi's neck, she dodged towards one side and closed her eyes tightly. Put the knife down. Lin Nan's stormy voice came, causing her hanging heart to instantly drop. A team of policemen with guns pressed Yuko and his son to the ground. Lin Nan hurriedly pulled her wrist, frowning nervously and worriedly. Yuko laughed openly to the sky as he was taken away. You think you've won? If it wasn't for Jiang Yibei, Would you be able to hold the position of US president? It's not easy to sell your body for the sake of the company, is it? Chapter 89, I was never part of your plan. Lin Nan raised his hand to stop in front of Yuchochi's body, whispering in front of her to comfort. It's okay, it's okay, it's over. Don't be angry. Yuchochi clenched his fist tightly, blood flowing down his arm to the peak of his fist. Drop by drop, she ran down to the ground, but she didn't feel any pain. The moment I watched the father and son get handcuffed and shoved into the police car, the stone that had been weighing on his heart suddenly disappeared. The aunt on the other side was so scared that she kept covering her mouth and crying. She just saw her husband and son being arrested, but she didn't know what was going on. Cho-chi, what's going on? Just now it was fine. Did Chun Shang make a fool of himself and hurt you? Don't take it personally. I'll make sure to educate him properly. Mrs. Yu. Lin Nan stopped in front of Yuchochi and explained. These two are probably going to need the state to educate them. Your husband, Yu Kuan, and your son, Yu Chun Sheng, are suspected of intentional homicide, wounding, and embezzlement of large amounts of public funds. You are now under subpoena according to the law and your cooperation is requested. The ambulance had already driven in before the words were out of his mouth. Get in the car, Icky. Until he got into the ambulance, Yuchochi's pale face didn't get better. She didn't know what she was afraid of, but there was always an inexplicable uneasiness that Lin Nan didn't get in the car with her. She was in charge of this police outing, so she had to make a trip back to the station first. However, she also sent a police officer to accompany Yuchochi throughout the entire process, followed by informing Jiang Yibei to go over. Sitting in the hospital room, she looked at the gauze wrapped around her arm and couldn't help but tickle the corners of her lips. Let it all go. It should be. Just wait for the police interrogation next. The world is fair. You do bad things naturally have legal sanctions. No one can escape. Wife. There was a bang as the door to the hospital room was pushed open, and the man was sweating, fleshy and panicked. Where does it hurt? Let me see. He ran to Yuchochi's front, followed Yuchochi's head to see her feet, and his gaze finally settled on her arm. Looking at the thick gauze, and a hint of bright red oozing from it, Jiang Yibei instantly reddened with heartache. I'm sorry I didn't protect you, wife. I'm fine. Yuchochi raised his hand and touched his cheek. The man's face was hot and, probably because of running all the way up here, his face was dripping with sweat and a little wet. Don't worry, the doctor said it just hurt a little. Stitched it up and the stitches will be out in a week. Minor injury. She smiled gently, looking like she wasn't worried, but Jiang Yibei's hanging heart still didn't drop. He lifted his hand nervously, his fingers falling gently to the edge of the gauze, his heart shivering at the tips of his fingers. You Koan this. Clearly promised not to do anything to you in the beginning. Now how dare you make a move on you? Wife. I'm going to kill him. Kill him. The man gritted his teeth in hatred, really regretting why he had believed his bull **** in the first place, and even kept him in use. If it had been handled earlier, Yuchochi wouldn't have to suffer this today. No gas. No gas. Hubby be good. Not angry, okay? Yuchochi pulled up his hand and kissed the back of the man's hand. It really doesn't hurt. Trust me. It's just a minor injury. And what's more, the way it turned out is what I wanted. Results. Jiang Yibei froze for a moment, but he didn't think any more about it. Whatever was going on. Anyway, now that Yuchochi is hurt, and badly, he's already dying of self-loathing. From the moment Lin Nan informed him, he had cursed himself countless times in his mind. If he had known that it would be like this, today as the sky collapsed he would also accompany Yuchochi over. All this he has an unshirkable responsibility. I'll never leave you alone again, wife. I'll never do it again. The man's voice was low, his nose was sore, and tears fell like pearls when his eyes were hot, and the corners of his lips drooped slightly, and he looked pitiful and Yuchochi hurriedly raised his hand to wipe it off and, don't cry, it's my fault, I'll never get hurt again. Good cubs don't cry Jiang Yibei hurriedly pressed her hand. Behave yourself, you're not allowed to move around while you're getting your infusion. Knock knock. Joy knocked at the door and walked right in and, the door was open, so I came in, and all of Mr. Yu's things are here. Yuchochi took what Lele handed him and put it on his lap to look through it. That money has been intercepted. An interception we filed with the IRS under the guise of a tax return. Now that the money has been returned in full, except for a partial deduction for handling fees, and this one, I got the car's car log back. I'd made a copy of what's in it. This officer Lin said she'll send someone over to pick it up in a while. And also she told you to hold your horses for a while, and just go to the station to make a statement after you've had your fluids. Jiang Yibei listened blankly to the conversation between the two, and the more he thought about it, the more he realized that it was not right. What do you mean by this? I designed it. Yuchochi handed the information back to Lele and added, the whole thing was my design. I suspected that Yukoan had something to do with my parents' deaths, and I had some information about it. But Lin Nan says there's not enough of a well-developed chain of evidence to do anything, so I'll give her a full chain of evidence. And even if I can't convict him of killing my parents, this embezzlement thing alone is enough to keep him in there for life. If he wants to keep you Chunsheng, I think he'll take the initiative to take everything on, so I'm not afraid that he won't give an account. She earnestly explained her seamless plan, but did not see Jiang Yibei's increasingly pale face, and after handing the flash drive to Lele, she softly said, go and deliver it to Lin Nan. I'm relieved that you're going in person. I'm finishing up here soon. I'll be over there later. So, Jiang Yibei slowly raised his head, his expression faint, his dark eyes full of disappointment. Everything was planned by you. It must have taken a long time to do it so completely, right? Joy knows it. Lin Nan knows it. They're all in your plan. Only me. Only not me. Yuchochi admitted that he was a bit self-conscious in this instant. Seeing the brokenness that Jiang Yibei was feeling at this moment, she really regretted that she should have trusted him more, and she reached out towards the man and Jiang Yibei dodged back a bit. His throat seemed to be choked by something, froze and could not say a word. Looking at the person he loved so much in front of him, he felt only a little strange. She said she loved herself, but she wouldn't tell him anything, defended herself against him as if he were a rival. The man squeezed his eyes shut, not wanting to be that out of touch with himself that. However, the shivering eyelashes were as if they had been soaked with water, and one strand was full of heartache that could not be melted away. Don't. I'm sorry, don't be sad. Chapter 90, the truth turns out to be different from what she thought. Yuchochi tried to pull him, but the man got up with a flourish, pulling some distance away from her. It was tempting to just turn around and leave, but she was hurt, and he wasn't comfortable with that, although full of aggression, but still raw to endure. Once again sat back, did not say a word. Slate face. Don't be angry, okay? I really didn't think this through. I should have told you sooner, and I didn't want you to worry. She remained patient and coaxing, but she was also born with a personality that never coaxed, and was also spoiled from an early age. And how could she have stooped so low if she hadn't been facing someone she genuinely liked? But Jiang Yibei still didn't say anything. He was always like this. He wouldn't lose his temper even if he was angry with her. Not to mention he wouldn't accuse. Available in this silent, non-speaking way of resistance, was the most difficult for Yuchochi to accept. She'd have preferred it if he had a fight with himself, instead of leaving her to speculate as to what he was really angry about. It's not even clear if you've guessed wrong. I've apologized and it's in the past, so let's just forget about it, okay? She reached out again, and the man continued to sit in his chair with his head down, not cooperating to take her hand as he had in the past. Yuchochi's patience was almost exhausted. She withdrew her hand, leaned against the bed, and said in a deep voice, I admit I've kept things from you. I've had my own personal feelings about this. But what about you? Haven't you kept things from me? Jiang Yibei was shocked. His expression became very flustered. Now he didn't dare to raise his head more because of cowardice. Why didn't he? He was hiding so much from her. He didn't know where to start, where to explain it any better. Seeing that he still didn't open his mouth, the anger in Yuchochi's heart couldn't be suppressed. She took a deep breath and coldly said, and what's the deal between you and that truck driver? Why were we together when you didn't even go to my graduation? Do you really think I'm stupid? Jiang Yibei, don't you have anything to hide from me? The man stood up slowly, his legs weakening, and a deep panic surfaced in his mind that Yuchochi's words made him instantly disoriented, and his fear and anxiety wrapped him up tighter and tighter. Compared to these, indeed the things Yuchochi kept from him seemed to be nothing. Why do you have to be angry? Just get it over with. If you're not going to explain, just go. I have to go to Lin Nan later. I don't have time. I explain. Jiang Yibei panicked and went to grab her hand, and this time the person who dodged it was replaced by Yuchochi. The man stood up straight and docile, his hands hanging down, and his face became unusually pale. He didn't know if Yuchochi would leave him, after he told him everything. This fear of an unknown outcome left him panicked and overwhelmed. I was the driver I paid off to crash my car. I know this whole thing is crazy, but The man bit his lip tightly, shivering around him, and could only clench his fists in hopes of getting control of his emotions. Yuchochi was shocked into a cold sweat by this reply of his. So, this thing is true. Jiang Yibei really wants to kill me? There was no way I was going to accept losing you. And the day before the accident, you wanted a divorce, and I didn't agree to it, and then I put you in that back room. But you said you never about me? Yuchochi tightly clutched the corner of the quilt. At this moment she really regretted why she asked on an impulse. This Yandere in front of her seems to be no longer the Yandere she knew. His behavior, his lies, everything was horrible. Yes. The man nodded, not wanting to hide it anymore, and not being able to, and at this rate, there was bound to be another wedge between them. If she abandoned herself again, there would be no chance of redemption. I lied, because I was afraid to tell the truth, and I was afraid you'd be scared that. I locked you in that chamber all night, and I stood guard at the door all night, and the next day I found that you hadn't touched a bite of the meal that was brought in. The man tugged at the corners of his mouth and smiled bitterly. How stubborn you are. I agreed to a divorce when I lost. I just didn't want to live, and didn't want to take you with me. I don't know why you had to take my car that day. I thought I just ducked out, but I didn't realize he'd circled around and crashed again. If I'd known it would hurt you, I would never have chosen this way. He did it simply because he didn't want to end up committing suicide, and an accident always sounded better, so that at the very least she wouldn't feel guilty. Only then did Yuchochi come to a general realization that it turned out that everything was overthinking her. Yandere was trying to commit suicide, not to kill her, in which case everything was explained. I'm saying it now, but I'm also trying to justify myself by saying that I'm not mentally ill. I've never wanted to stop living before. I just don't want to lose you. I can't hide it now. It's normal for you to be afraid. I'm not afraid, Yuchochi replied softly, as if she somewhat regretted doubting him. But what about the graduation ceremony? Yandere continued to explain. On the day of your graduation ceremony, I really didn't go. In fact, the flowers were bought, and before I was going to go phone Jingjing found me and she took her cell phone and played me a video of my mother. Threatened to show you the video if I didn't stay with her for an hour. Telling you that my mom has a mental illness. He clasped his hands together. His nails pinched his fingers hard, and took a hard, deep breath before he could continue his explanation that, it's not that I don't want to admit this, it's just, I don't want you to think that I got my disease from my mom. Nobody wants anything to do with a two-way patient, after all, and it's going to be passed down. Then I went and saw you, too, but it's over. I lost you and the chance to get it back. Yandere slowly raised his head and gazed at her. That's all there is to it. You know all about it, and now you can choose not to want me. I really don't deserve it, and I don't deserve you so well. His face was white and green with despair, and a thin layer of cold sweat on his forehead. Teeth clenched, lips white, tears pouring out like an open faucet. The body shivered and waited quietly for the judgment. Yuchochi lifted the covers and got out of bed, standing in front of the man and unfolding his arms. Yandere froze. Everything was so unreal that he didn't even dare to move. The woman reached out her arms and wrapped them around him, feeling him stiffen and pressing his head into the crook of her neck again, her voice choking with heartache. I'm sorry, I should have trusted you more. You're not a problem or a patient. You're my husband. I won't not want you. I'll learn to love you more, to trust you more, to not second guess your love for me. So, can you forgive me? The man instantly broke down and let out a cry. Never cried like that in his life. I didn't blame you. It's my fault, wife. It's my fault. A hanging heart seemed to drop a bit. Chapter 91, It's not the wife's fault. Don't cry. Don't cry. Cubs are good. Yuchochi forced herself to resist the urge to cry. She knew that now if she cried too, Yandere would definitely cry even more. He's hiding it from himself, but if he could choose to trust him some, if I had asked earlier, perhaps there wouldn't have been such a big misunderstanding. Listening to Yandere's aggrieved cries and uncontrollably trembling body, she was both heartbroken and self-condemned. Kissing the man on the cheek one by one, trying to ease him in such a way. After crying for a while, Yandere huffed and sat back down. His eyes were red and swollen, and the tip of his nose was red. Wife, then, you promise me you won't want me or leave me. His words were slurred, and he begged to take Yuchochi's hands. Good. Yuchochi cupped his hands, looked into his eyes, and said earnestly, I won't leave you. I promise. Only then was Yandere satisfied, and gently pouted his mouth again, pointing to the, Seeing that he started to be pampered, Yuchochi's heart dropped, and he hurriedly went over to give him a kiss. Is this okay? Yandere nodded his head like garlic. I'm just so afraid you're going to leave me. Am I stupid? Wife, I know I'm not good enough for you, but I'll try. I won't hide anything from you or lie with you from now on, so don't be disappointed in me. Don't be careful. I was wrong before. I'll treat you well from now on. The woman planted a kiss on his lips, but it was no longer a shallow kiss. She closed her eyes outright, her hands gently wrapped around the man's waist and Yandere didn't even have the reaction of being confused for a moment. His emotions were instantly driven. directly kneeling on one knee on the bed and leaning down. A passionate kiss that leaves the past behind like a raging storm. Big hands clasped the back of her head. Ambiguous, possessive, hot. All the emotions felt like fermentation, stirring her breath. The man's kiss was strong and overbearing, until Yuchochi was weak and her mind was blank. As she was on the verge of suffocating, the man finally stopped and, forehead against hers, fingers gently getting to squeeze the back of her neck. Quietly, he looked at the person in front of him, his eyes full of tenderness and deep affection. Yuchochi shyly lowered her eyes, as if her body was wrapped in his gentle scent all around, and even her breath began to burn. Baby, I love you. I do love you. Don't ever question that, ever. In my heart, you're 1,000 times more important than I am, so don't be afraid of me. I would never do anything to hurt you. His gaze was soft and tender, gazing straight at her. The heavy sincerity and tenderness in the bottom of his eyes was not hidden in the slightest, like the waves of the sea. Yuchochi understands that all his worries are due to his two-way emotional disorder. There was also his mother, who had been kept hidden from him, and the reason for this would have been the fear that he would associate himself with his future. Honey, I love you too, and in a little while, I'll be at the police station, making a statement, and then there'll be nothing more to it. I'd like to visit my mother-in-law in the next couple of days. Do you think that would be okay? Yandere froze. He sheepishly sat a little farther away. His eyes blinked twice without opening his mouth. I know that you might be worried about what I might think of you when I see my mother-in-law's condition, but I want to say this. It won't. You're already being treated. Shinemo said that your treatment will be very effective. As long as we work hard, you'll definitely get better. Yuchochi gripped his hand lightly, her gaze firm and, even if it's not good, it's not bad as far as it goes, and I'm going to be with you for the rest of my life anyway, so if you don't want me anymore, I won't. How could I not want you? Baby, no nonsense. That kind of talk is too scary. I get shivers when I hear it. Yandere hurriedly wrapped his arms around her, carefully avoiding her injured arm, and hugged her tightly. He could so want to bring Yuchochi to see his mother. From the time he fell in love with her, he wanted very much to bring the woman he loved so much to his mother to see her. Just as she said, what if she associates it with her future and thinks she can't spend her life with someone like that? And, where are the kids? He cannot want the child, but he cannot deprive her of her rights. The man was torn, but decided to put the choice in her hands and, honey, I'll take you to mom. It's just that she's not always in good shape, so we're going to wait until she's normal. Is that okay? After the infusion, Yandere drove the car, and the two of them went to the police station together. And Lin Nan just took this opportunity to ask Yandere a few questions. He can't be subpoenaed, but it helps the case to ask. He was annoyed, but for Yuchochi's sake, also for the sake of Lin Nan not having made things difficult for him much in the first place, he answered the situation at that time. He's hedged himself against all the risks, and in the final analysis, even if he's pursued, his problem is just that he broke the traffic laws. Lin Nan clasped his fists in admiration. I'm convinced. Being rich is different. Yandere, you're really a psychopath. If I had to say that Ikuko is so innocent, wouldn't you eat her up if she was with you? Yandere retorted to her in a deep voice. Not really. I might be the one who gets eaten up. Okay. You guys investigated me and didn't tell me. I was eyeballing my wife at home and following the cutie. My wife suspects me. Wouldn't it have been better if you just said I'd explain earlier? It's all your fault. Ha! Lin Nan smiled helplessly and bitterly. Okay. How can you blame me for this? You're the one who did the bad thing. It's your wife who doesn't trust you. And in the end you blame me? Are you sick? It's certainly not my wife's fault. She's got amnesia. She's bound to have her judgment clouded by some bad people. And in itself it was my own failure to explain myself that made her suspect me. So it's not her fault. No. Yandere corrected again. She's right. The responsibility lies with us. Alright, it's all my fault. I'm yawning. Lin Nan closed the book and got up straight away. Yandere followed suit and got up, asking her anxiously, where is my wife? She hasn't come out after all this time. It's just a statement. You want to keep someone for New Year's Eve. Chapter 92, Holding a Grudge. Lin Nan pointed to the watch on the wall. Talent has only been in for half an hour. What are you upright for? This is the police station. It's her turf, so why don't you take the opportunity to clean up Yandere? When his wife was in someone else's hands, Yandere naturally couldn't say anything, and only followed Lin Nan's lead, taking one step after the other, yelling for someone. In the end, Lin Nan had no choice but to have someone notify his co-workers to speed up a bit. Yuchochi came out with a tired face. Wife. Yandere came forward and handed her the thermos cup, opened the lid, and fed her 2 sips of water. Are they bullying you? You don't look right. The man's voice was loud with anger. Rolling up his sleeves, he was about to go and settle the score with someone. Yuchochi hurriedly pressed his arm. No, don't be impulsive. This is a police station. Behave yourself. Jiang Ebei, what are you smoking? Lin Nan had just cursed behind her when she was pulled back by the Xiao Lin. How can you talk? Apologize to Mr. Jiang. A middle-aged man glared at Lin Nan with a stern face, and when he turned his head to Jiang Ebei, he was full of smiles again. Mr. Jiang, I'm really sorry. The people under my hand don't work well, so I've made your wife work hard. Jiang Ebei furrowed his brows, his face full of impatience, like he didn't give the person in front of him any face at all. I know, it's not that I'm talking about you, Bureau Wang. It's just a statement. What are you guys doing taking so long? Is this how we taxpayers' money is meant to be wasted? Why don't you do something useful with that time? Yuchochi pulled his sleeve before he closed his mouth resentfully, probably unwilling but not daring to say anything else. He could only glare at Director Wang and, alright, I'll take my wife away if there's nothing else. You guys can do this case as soon as possible, and return justice to our victim as soon as possible. Director Wang wiped his sweat while nodding his head and responding, fine, we will definitely do it as soon as possible. Yuchochi hurriedly pulled him out of the room, fearing that he would say something else unkind. It was only when she got to the door that she remembered to speak to Lin Nan. Keep me posted, haha. She was relieved when she pushed Jiang Yibei into the car and, why are you talking so nonchalantly? He's the director. Jiang Yibei didn't care and came over to pull her seatbelt on. What's wrong with the chief? Who have I ever been afraid of but you? And it's not like the other chief is afraid of me. It's capital that he fears. It's all about the power of capital. Right. Without this identity, without the Jiang family and the Jiang family, Jiang Yibei in his eyes is a piece of trash. We all do what we need. So it's normal for him to nod and bow. There were times when Yuchochi would seriously think that Jiang Yibei was living too soberly. He's seen it all, and he's never felt special. No matter what it was, he was able to take it in stride. Except for the things that came across her, he was able to take it in stride. No talking about yourself like that. Honey, if you're trashy, I'll share a trash can with you. Jiang Yibei looked at her serious face and simply wanted to go straight up and give her a hard kiss. I'm really touched. She doesn't mind even if she's a piece of trash. Where can I find such a good wife? Baby, can we both stop being trash? Or can you be the bucket? The expression on Yuchochi's face froze, and she somewhat wondered if there was something wrong with her ears. How does this man manage to spout such nonsense in such a serious manner? You're sick. Drive. A wife says there is. Wife says so. Drive now. Jiang Yibei replied in a strange accent in a cheap manner while driving in the direction of his home. When he arrived at the villa, he pulled open the car door like usual, and after Yuchochi came down, he gave a direct hug. What for? I'll walk by myself. No, you're hurt. What's the matter? Do you want me to get into it with you about your suspicions of me? The man grumbled accusingly, standing at the door and refusing to move a muscle. Okay, cuddles, you name it. Yuchochi directly swing, very relaxed lying in the arms of Jiang Yibei. I have to say that his body is really good. The pectoral muscles are tight and exceptionally elastic, and the face is not hard at all when you put it on, but rather soft and bouncy. Putting her on the couch, the man went straight upstairs to run a bath and, carrying Yuchochi to the bedroom again, he wrapped a circle of cling film around her arm and, under his strong demand, Yuchochi had to be forced, and was washed in the. In fact, originally Jiang Yibei hadn't planned to take a bath, but after washing her, he couldn't help taking a cold shower for himself. People, it was always hard to control their desires, and when she recovered well, this debt must be ruthlessly settled back. Half an hour later, the man stepped out of the shower, haphazardly toweling off his still dripping hair and, as soon as he ripped off the bath towel and was just about to change into his robe, Yuchochi behind him sked and, tsk. He was so frightened that he rushed to cover himself with his bathrobe. I'm sorry, baby. I'm not a pervert. I was just changing clothes, I thought. The man's face reddened to his ears and he stammered, not knowing how to explain himself. Yuchochi sat up from the bed, crossed her legs, and pointed at him. Take it down. It's all in your own house. Why can't you look at it? What are you blocking? Jiang Yibei was stunned. Figured out her words. This time not only his face was red, directly even the neck, shoulders to the chest, a large area of all red. His skin was already pale, and the greenish-purple veins raised on his arms against the flushed skin made the whole thing look even sexier. Hooligans! The man's voice was low, and he continued to block his body to go out and walk backwards until he was out of Yuchochi's line of sight. Then he hurriedly changed into his robe. Amused and shy, he didn't even dare to meet her eyes at the moment, but just raised his voice outside and said that, get some rest. I'm going to make dinner. and you stay in bed. But don't come down. Yes. Yuchochi replied with a smiling raised voice. Jangibe sighed softly. This revenge. He also remembered it. Wife is so bad. What can we do? Downstairs, he walked towards the kitchen and encountered the housekeeper coming in to deliver the vegetables that had just arrived. And the moment he saw Jangibe he was directly startled. Egu. Sir, do you have a fever? Face so red? I'm hot. Jangibe awkwardly took the things and pondered what to eat in the evening. Looking around, he still planned to make some simple food. After all, my wife's hand was injured, and the meal had to be easy to make, but nutritious as well. After tossing and turning for an hour, he came up the stairs with a bowl of marinated rice with all the right ingredients. Pushing the door open, a pleasant voice rolled in a small breeze that, Baby, what are you doing? Chapter 93, It's hard to be romantic. I'm at. The woman said with a deliberately long drawn-out voice and a finger on her temple. Reminiscing. Jangibe, stinking rascal. Ahem. You, behave yourself. It's time to eat. The man pulled a chair and sat on the edge of the bed, pressing Yuchochi, who was ready to come down. In the process, don't move. I said you're confined to the bed. You're hurt and must rest. Yuchochi scanned herself up and down, lifting the quilt to show him that honey, I just hurt my arm. My leg is fine and everything else is fine. And besides, I can't eat in bed. I'm squirming inside. Jangibe stubbornly stopped her, already heartbroken to death, and now the person is still disobedient. But he didn't dare to say anything. He didn't dare to be angry. What else could he do? You go down there and you don't have to care about my feelings. It doesn't matter if I'm heartbroken a little bit. I'm going to be sad. It doesn't matter a bit. The man thumped the bowl in his hand onto the table and angrily got up, turning his back to Yuchochi, puffing up and shaking his shoulders. Just now, isn't the sound of the bowl being put away a bit too loud? Why isn't the baby coaxing me? Is he scared? Or is he angry? The man glanced behind him with a sideways glance, somewhat sheepishly, with his afterglow. When he turned around again, he found his eyes sore from staring. Yuchochi reached out with that uninjured hand and pulled gently on the man's fingers. I'll do as I'm told. I'm on the bed. I'm not going down. Okay? Jangibe was instantly happy, and hurriedly sat back in his chair, rearranging his bowl. I'm sorry baby. I didn't mean to play it loud just now. It's just that this table is so low I didn't see it clearly and I'm doing this for your own good. Injured people can't move much. You'll be good and wait for me to serve you. The man finished in one breath, then scooped up a spoonful of rice and brought it to her mouth. Open your mouth. Good boy. The woman took one bite at a time, and didn't fight back. She knew clearly that Jangibe was really scared this time. He was always like this. He would go back and forth to review everything that happened, envisioning countless possibilities that he would lose her. I don't know how to comfort him. Maybe by being more obedient, he'll feel better. After eating a third of it, Yuchochi stopped opening his mouth. Jangibe put down the bowl and handed the water cup to her mouth again, watching her take 2 sips, gently patting her back, as if coaxing a child, and softly saying, drink slowly, just a little bit, don't drink too much water just after eating. The man's eyes were slightly downcast as he looked at her, and he couldn't hide the affection in his eyes that, favored and tender to the brim, almost to the point of overflowing. I served quite a bit. The baby ate these already great. Is the flavor okay? Do I need to adjust it? I specifically put in less salt. Will it be too bland? Extraordinarily delicious. Really? Yuchochi seriously praised that. This is the best lo mein I've ever had. Hubby's craftsmanship is so good. If we go bankrupt in the future, let's open a restaurant. Jangibe was a bit shy by this sudden praise. In fact, he knows his own situation himself. It's true that this cooking is not very good. I've hardly ever done it before, and now I'm but just beginning to learn it. And this has to be taught by the chef's hand, but just for Yuchochi's words, and she can have 2 more bites, and he's got to do the best he can. If you can't, enroll in a class to learn is also possible. Time will always be squeezed out. He covered Yuchochi's quilt and walked out with the bowl in his hand. Standing in the parlor, he ate the rest of his meal in one gulp, before handing the bowl to the maid. After returning to the bedroom, he hugged Yuchochi and went to brush his teeth again, tucked the man under the covers, and propped his cell phone up on the bed with a stand again. That's how babies play with their cell phones if they want to, and they can lift their uninjured hands. He put another pillow under Yuchochi's injured hand. The doctor had said it was better to put it higher so that she would be more comfortable as well. After arranging everything, he then turned around and sat aside, and even specifically moved the table closer to Yuchochi. I turned on my computer, only to see that there was a backlog of work from the whole day, and a message from my sister on my cell phone. You really not coming back, are you? He sighed softly and scratched his hair carelessly. What's wrong? Yuchochi saw that he was a bit annoyed and wanted to go over to comfort him, but he didn't quite dare to move. It's fine. It's just work. The man smiled towards her and picked up the mouse to continue staring at the screen. Yuchochi then thought of what Jiangyibai said yesterday. Egu, I forgot. You're going back to the Jiang family today, right? Did dad scold you? Sorry, husband. Me. Don't be sorry. Baby, how many times do I have to tell you to remember? Plus I'm sorry I'll kiss you for an hour. I'm serious. The man threatened in a cold voice and raised his head, his dark eyes carrying a hot fire that could not wait to devour a person in general. How can you do that when the word pro is used? Jiangyibai, being too monstrous will scare the baby, right? You're out of your mind. Control it. He lowered his head, pinched his thighs hard, and exhaled softly before his emotions eased and, it's okay. It doesn't matter if I go back to my family's side of the family, and they don't really care about me. All they care about is money. But as long as the money gets to their account safe and sound and on time, nothing else matters. His tone was very calm, as if he was talking about something rare and ordinary, but Yuchochi listened to a burst of heartache. This is a man who has had no one to love him since he was a child, who has been overwhelmed by everyone's expectations of him, but who still has to deal with, still persuading himself to try to do his best. Even if his father didn't love him, he would honor him in his old age by being a competent son. He gave all his tenderness to those around him, except for himself, and was not so kind. Honey, Yuchochi called out to him softly. Her amber eyes were soft and watery, the corners of her eyes curved with a smile. I love you, and my heart aches for you, and I'll be good to you from now on, both the way you were, and the way you are now. It's all perfect in my heart. You don't always have to be very stressed. I'd be heartbroken. Jiangyibai pressed the mouse hand motionless. People are also stunned frozen. He wanted to pinch himself to see if he was dreaming. But the frozen hand couldn't do it. Baby, are you? Seriously? Or are you just going to leave me again? This isn't a trap of any kind, is it? Yuchochi was instantly speechless. It's so hard to be romantic. Do your job. He then put down his heart. Who? This is my wife. Good work. 94. Careful attention. Yuchochi was checking online to see what kind of gifts would be appropriate to buy. After all, Jiangyibai had said he was going to take her to meet his mother-in-law. I've always heard of this guy, but I've never met him. I also don't know what her personality is like, or if she will like herself. Thousands of choices. Still tangled up. Looked at it for an hour. Sent a dozen messages to Lin Nan. It's like a stone dropped into the sea. There's no response. There were times when she thought that Lin Nan might have to die alone. After all, no man can accept not being able to find a girlfriend when he can't move. That's likely why she's remained single. After yawning in boredom, Yuchochi stared at the screen, not knowing what he should do anymore. The man beside her hurriedly closed his computer, went to wash his hands, and returned to the bedside to lower his head and kiss her on the forehead. Wife is not bored. It's all my fault. Good overtime. I'll keep you company. Yuchochi shook his head. It's fine. Go about your business. How can you not work? I'm not bored. I can do it on my own. At that, the man was not happy again. And, you can do everything on your own. This and that. So what do you want in a husband? I've got to realize my value. Besides, it's not like I don't have a job. I gave it to Lin Yang. He's idle, and he's single anyway. Unlike me who has to stay with my wife. The man smiled as he lifted the covers and sat at the end of the bed, cupping Yuchochi's legs and gently pressing her feet. How about these shoes? Do wives still wear their feet in them? After carefully checking Yuchochi's feet, it seemed that they hadn't been reddened recently, only that the original marks left behind were still very obvious. I think it's good. It's very comfortable to wear. I don't get tired walking all day, and mostly I don't walk much. Based on the way things are going, she may not actually need the legs that. Jiangyibai wouldn't even let her out of bed, and now she kind of wanted to donate her leg to someone in need. She slept well this night, only Jiangyibai stayed up almost all night. He was worried that he might accidentally touch Yuchochi's arm, more worried that she would roll over and press on her wound, almost watching her all night, but he was nervous whenever the woman moved. He didn't close his eyes until dawn, when Yuchochi's breathing rate began to be different. The woman rolled over gently, the man beside her breathing evenly. It rose and fell slowly up and down at the chest, and the slender neck could see the arteries throbbing. The angular side of his face coupled with the high bridge of his nose made him look very cold when he didn't have an expression on his face. The thick lashes made a nice shadow in the weak warm light of the early morning. Yuchochi didn't hold back and raised her hand to gently touch him between his eyebrows. It's really good looking. I'm sure I have a really good eye. The man hummed lowly, his voice magnetic with total seduction. "Baby, are you awake?" Jangyae slowly opened his eyes and took advantage of the situation to give her a kiss on the lips, smilingly pulling the tail of his eyes. "Well, did I wake you?" "No." He continued to laugh, and when he wanted to kiss again, he was pressed by Yuchiochi on his neck and kissed straight on. Well, the woman's hand went straight into his shirt and touched him from top to bottom. Early in the morning a man's muscles are still in a state of relaxation, and it is much better to be in the hands of a man than usual. Not only is it very resilient, it has a different kind of firmness. "Wife." The man's gasp became more and more ragged, and his hand followed and gripped Yuchiochi's hand, but he didn't want to move her hand away from him. One could only let her have her way with her body, and at this point there didn't seem to be much reason to resist other than to enjoy it. Jangyae stared with rounded eyes, until he was eaten dry. He was still in a daze. "So, early in the morning, am I being played for a fool?" The man's cheeks were red beyond recognition, and his head didn't even dare to lift directly into Yuchiochi's neck, inhaling deeply and contentedly. "Well, so what if I played you for a hooligan? Call the cops on me." The woman raised her voice arrogantly, pretended to kiss him hard on the forehead, hooked his chin and, "Be a good boy and get up. Serve your wife well late. Evening that's going to go up in interest." Jangyae rolled over and rushed into the bathroom to take a shower, only to come out and walk to the bathroom with Yuchiochi in his arms, placing the person on the sink and washing her. "Baby, I've already told Joy that you're working from home today, but yeah, you're still not allowed to move. I'll carry you wherever you go. Just leave the work to me. Open your mouth and brush your teeth." "Ha!" The mouth just opened. The toothbrush was shoved into the mouth. Yuchiochi instantly will not be myself, she slurred, reaching for her toothbrush, stopped by a look from the man. "No." Jangyae frowned and explained seriously. "You don't understand, baby. It hurts one hand, but if you always use the other one, that good hand is going to get hurt too. It's like how some people break one eye and go blind in the other over time. It's the same thing. That's why you can't move anything until your wounds are completely healed and you can't come on your own." Yuchiochi is shocked. Jangyae is at least a serious university graduate, counted as a high school student, but would also say such inexplicable words. It was too awkward and over the top for her to be taken care of like a disabled person when she could obviously do everything herself. But she didn't understand that Jangyae just wanted to take care of her, perhaps because there was no such opportunity. Now that he came across it, he cherished it extraordinarily, or maybe he just wanted Yuchiochi to be a little bit more twisted, so that in the future, he would also be less hurt and make his heart ache. Downstairs, the butler watched as Mr. carried Mrs. down the stairs, wondering if he'd been blinded. "And, obviously I heard about the injured arm. Is it the leg?" The man put her on the sofa. Now the dining table is not used, directly moved over a side table. After the porridge cooled, one bite at a time to feed her to eat. "Eat before you watch TV? In that case." Jangyae didn't even finish his words, and seeing Yuchiochi's instantly collapsed little face, he hurriedly changed his words. Look, the baby can look at whatever he wants to look at. The porridge is cooler and more comfortable to eat in the summer. I won't talk too much. The baby just eats." He was relieved to see that the person didn't react much, and his little red mouth opened again. Before the meal was finished, the woman on the couch snapped and dropped 2 tears. Jangyae's heart sank. His hands shivered and, "What's wrong? Baby, I was wrong. I'm sorry. Why are you crying?" He panicked and drew paper and wiped it on Yuchiochi's cheek. As her gaze caught the image on the TV screen, he instantly understood. Chapter 95, Men are easy to coax. "You see, you were warned to prevent this day in the first place." The man wiped the teardrops from her cheeks with a heartfelt sigh of relief. Hating the caricature drawing. Why write a good character dead? Conscience does not hurt. Not if you send a blade. Baby, don't cry. It's all right. Your paperboy husband is dead. Isn't my husband still alive in reality? Let's not cry, haha. You can cry when I'm dead. The woman whose original attention was not on Jangyae at all, instantly intrigued by his comment, she turned her head and slammed her fist into the man's chest and, "No bull **********. Jangyae was instantly especially happy, smiling like he had won the lottery. "See, she loves me so much she can't even let me die." Excitedly, he ate 2 mouthfuls of Yuchiochi's remaining porridge. Paperboy husbands never die. And don't call him a paperboy, he has a soul. Yuchiochi's words were added, his gaze still falling on the television. Completely not noticing Jangyae's shocked and saddened gaze, he looked at the porridge in the bowl, completely out of the mood to eat, lost his head and carried the bowl straight to the kitchen, and without a word began to wash the dishes. The kitchen dinged and banged with the sound of clinking cutlery, and an occasional heavy sigh. Yuchiochi craned his neck to look at the, even a little cutie. could also understand that he was angry. Just because of an anime character he got so angry. Just like a little kid. She got up and ran straight towards the kitchen, hugging the man as she got behind him and, "Hubby, are you angry? I'm just watching an anime. Where is the anime as important as you? Right. No more anger, okay?" Jangyabe also knew that he shouldn't be angry, but his heart was still sour. She calls people husbands, not to mention that she chooses not to wish the paperboy dead when it's a choice of two. So what the hell is he? No. Still angry. Let go. Get out. I'll just be alone for a while. Seeing him say this, Yuchochi slowly let go of his hand and just turned around and, dang it, a cleaned bowl was thrown directly onto the platform. And the sound, though not loud, but as soon as I heard it, I knew it wasn't put on, it was thrown on. So, am I leaving or not? She was somewhat unable to guess Jangyabe's mind, and stood blankly, waiting for the man to answer. He still had his head down, washing dishes, and he couldn't stop grumbling about it. Go away, don't mind me, feel bad for me, you don't care if I die anyway. I see, so it's because of this sentence. Yuchochi came to a realization and didn't leave. This time, instead, she gently wrapped one arm around the man's waist and stomach, her warm, soft little face pressed against his back. In this instant, Jangyabe's anger almost completely disappeared, and he hurriedly put down his things and carefully washed his hands. Honey, I know you're not going to die. It's just anger, and I love you very much. If you die, I won't live. I'll go to reincarnation with you and return you as a wife in my next life. Blah blah blah. Jangyabe hurriedly turned around and pinched her chin, urging that, come on blah blah blah. Hurry up. Yuchochi was forced to pinch by him, could only obediently follow his example of poo-pooing but that wasn't all. The man grabbed her hand and pressed it against the counter. Feel the wood. It's solid wood. It's wood. It's wood. Honey, aren't you a materialist? When did you get so superstitious? Does it work? Yuchochi upholds a skeptical attitude, skimming his eyes as if he was looking at the remnants of feudalism. Jangyabe nodded seriously. Sure, it's working. You're not to talk any more nonsense about being dead or not. The baby lives a long life. It's going to live 100 years. No more nonsense. He was always indifferent in the face of his own affairs, hanging on to death all day long, just to make Yuchochi care more about him, but when it came to Yuchochi's affairs, he was always cautious to the point of nervousness, and any word against her would make him as if he were an enemy. So, are you not angry anymore? For the sake of me being so good? The woman hugged his arm and pampered him, even if Jangyabe wanted to pretend. In the face of her like this, he was completely unable to pretend. No gas. He smiled and picked Yuchochi up, walked to the living room, put the person on the sofa, and asked the maid to clean up the kitchen. Then he went to his study by himself, opened the conferencing software, and there was supposed to be a meeting in the morning, and Lin Yang knew his situation. It was also clear that Jangyabe would definitely not come to the company today, so he transferred the meeting to the line. He took some snacks and cut up fruit and put them on the table before it started, and moved the small refrigerator he had bought earlier to the side of the table, reaching out to measure some distance. This moved a single sofa over, and projected the anime Yuchochi was watching on the white wall in front of him. With everything ready, he returned to the living room and carried Yuchochi into the study, gently placing him on the single sofa to the side. What's this for? Isn't it good in the living room? It's not good. I have a meeting later and I'm worried that if you call me, I won't hear you and I'll panic if I don't see you. The man moved everything in front of her, raised the cushioned feet of the single sofa again, put her arm lightly on the armrest, and softly explained that you just stay here and eat, drink, watch TV, call me if you need anything. Nothing is as important as you, okay? Although he felt that it was a bit inappropriate, Jangyabe was obviously resolute. He was carrying her in, after he'd gotten everything ready. Naturally, she had no reason to refuse, and what's more, didn't want him to be upset. I'll be fine, you go about your business. Yuchochi just wanted to turn down the sound of the projection so as not to disturb his meeting. As a result, Jangyabe directly took away the remote control and put on the Bluetooth headset himself. As soon as the meeting started, I heard Lin Yang say in a cold voice, "Trouble, which one's background music is left on? What's playing here?" Jangyabe coughed lightly. Sorry, my wife watches anime. Just as background music. The whole room was instantly silent. Lin Yang was even more embarrassed and wanted to directly close the microphone. How would he know that it was the voice from Jangyabe's side? Not to mention that he never used to be like this, right? It's not like the strict Jangyabe can do anything. Then the meeting will begin, and our focus for this meeting will be on this quarter's summary. The heads of each department began to speak, and Jangyabe's gaze would glance in Yuchochi's direction every 3 minutes. It was only 10 minutes before he couldn't resist picking up the pink, piggy-patterned, still-strapped thermos he'd set aside. Everyone stared at the screen in instant shock, and there was even a crisp cut-off sound. Chapter 96, a meeting is quite tiring. Baby, take a sip. The doctor said you have to drink lots of water. It's too dry in the summer. He took the thermos and put the end of the straw to Yuchochi's mouth, and just as the woman opened her mouth, he shoved it right in. Yuchochi glared at him without a good look and hurriedly took 2 puffs, her gaze reminding him that she was still in a meeting. The man nodded, made an okay sign, snapped on the lid of his water glass, put it on the table and, looking at the screen, the exaggerated expressions of the crowd that he hadn't had time to stow away were read by. You guys should talk about yours. I can serve my wife while I'm in a meeting and it's not a delay. Yuchochi kicked the man's leg. Jiangyibai smoothly grabbed her foot and clutched it in his hand. No matter how much she recycled, he still held on tightly, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. In the end, she gave up resisting and cursed angrily in her mind. Dog man. Then continuing to stare at her anime, she saw an open bag of potato chips off to the side, and she put it right on her body, shoving a piece into her mouth. Although Jiangyibei's voice was not big, but his voice was low and penetrated a mature male charm. This couldn't help but distract those who were focused on watching the anime on the sidelines. Every now and then, you can part with one ear and enjoy a little auditory feast. Jiangyibai took out his cell phone and adjusted the temperature of the air conditioner while listening to the voice in his headphones. Then picking up the blanket on the side, he covered Yuchochi's body and legs. Again, he yanked her other leg into his arms and cradled it. The people in the video were starting to see this series of actions from him. Obviously a straight workaholic persona. I don't know when he started becoming a wife slave. The employees were helpless, but also admired. With that little bit of respect. I don't know whose mic was left on, but with a low chuckle, he said, "Look, doesn't the big boss serve his wife at home? We're all the same. There's no difference. I reckon our old boss is probably afraid of the inside. Did you see that shot just now? He must be warming someone's feet." Mr. Chien, your weed is not turned off, Lin Yang reminded softly, and everyone was filled with faces that wanted to laugh but didn't dare to, holding their faces red. Jiangyibai wasn't the least bit embarrassed. Ha, didn't even hold back the laughter that. I'm sorry, I was indeed warming my wife's feet. There's no way around it. The air conditioner is on high in the house, and she's afraid of the heat, but her feet are afraid of the cold, and she's going to throw a tantrum as soon as I put socks on her. So why don't you all come up with something for me? He is actually really a bit of a headache. Can't control it before even though. Now, he but put socks on Yuchochi's feet during the day. She's about to make a stern face, and in some cases just shrug it off. She says she likes the feeling of being barefoot on the ground. It's grounding. Whether or not it can be followed by the earth's air Jiangyibai did not know, but he knew that this was a sure way to catch a cold. He had no choice but to walk with her in his arms when he didn't listen to what he said and got annoyed when he said it too much. Mr. Xian had an embarrassed look on his face and hurriedly explained that. I'm sorry, I'm not also afraid of my wife. Looking for some consensus. Don't be offended by Mr. Jiang. I'll be sure to keep my mouth shut. Well, go on. Yuchochi heard the commotion over here and glanced towards his computer screen. Everyone's expressions didn't seem quite right. No wonder. Who meets a boss like Jiangyibai can still expression right How is he going to get people to answer him when he says things like that in the middle of a meeting? And who would know what to do if his wife doesn't wear socks? You have a good meeting. Don't mention me, okay? She chided in a small voice. The man instantly grimaced with resignation, nodded, looked at the screen and said, don't even talk about me. My wife is scolding me. Yuchochi was simply too shocked to speak. She hurriedly turned out a small red flower from her pocket and handed it to Jiangyibai. The man's eyes instantly lit up and he reached for it. Yuchochi closed his palm. See his face full of loss. This only put the small red flowers on the table. Said seriously, don't mention me. Work hard and come get it later if you behave. The men nodded vigorously, and then began the meeting in earnest once more. Although he glanced at Little Red Flower from time to time, but he really didn't mention Yuchochi anymore. All the words turned into behavior as he talked about what he was doing at work while stuffing fruits into Yuchochi's mouth. Seeing that she had finished half a bag of potato chips, Jiangyibai took the rest away and 2 more wet paper towels were drawn for her to wipe her hands, and after that she wiped them with a dry paper towel. Yuchochi wanted to refuse, but there was something magical about this man that he seemed to be able to do 2 things at once, with his mouth constantly talking about work and his hands constantly taking care of her. A meeting that should have ended in 2 hours. Jiangyibai froze and compressed it into 1 hour. He took off his headphones, buckled up his computer, and didn't even wait for Yuchochi to react. He directly picked up the small red flower on the table. Turning around and walking over to a safe off to the side, he entered the combination, opened the safe, and took out the crystal vase, put the little red flower room, and then closed the safe again, all in one go, without a single action being superfluous. Yuchochi was once again shocked by his, "So, you put it in the safe, huh? As for that, who is this defense? Against bad guys, this has to be protected. Right now this crystal jar is the most important thing to me." Jiangyabe turned back to see the bewildered Yuchochi, thought seriously for a moment, walked back and kissed her on the cheek, and sent another message to Lin Yang. "Buy me a safe with the highest level of security, preferably one that I can only open myself." He wasn't sure what he was uneasy about, probably because he had always been cautious. Sitting back in his chair, he grabbed Yuchochi's feet again and, "It's still a little cold. What's going on? It can't even be covered. Is the baby cold-blooded?" Yes." Yuchochi shifted his feet and pointed to his own cell phone on the table without saying anything. Jiangyabe understood in a second and reached out his arm to hand her cell phone to her, just now lit up several times. Yuchochi, lazy to move, also did not look at, tapped the screen. Is Lin Nan sent a message. The results of the interrogation came out. Yu Koan basically explained clearly, but he alone bear all the responsibility. Yu Chunsheng and his confession is also basically the same. Tomorrow we talk about it in detail. The old place. Yuchochi quickly replied. Good. Whose news? So serious. Jiangyabe asked her carefully. Lin Nan's? She said Yu Koan basically explained everything. I think it's about how he engineered the death of my parents. Her tone was light, and I couldn't tell if she was sad or not. Jiangyabe touched her head and softly comforted. It's good that there are results, so that in the future I won't have to always worry that Yu Koan will be unfavorable to you. Yuchochi retracted his feet, sat up straight, suddenly thought of what Jiangyabe said in the hospital that day, and stared at him in surprise. You think he'll turn on me? So you did know from the beginning that he had something to do with my parents' car accident? Chapter 97. I'll smack him next time. Honey, Jiangyabe swallowed and hurriedly tugged on Yuchochi's coat first, fearing that she would run out in anger. I don't know when it started, but when he gets nervous, he stutters and can't make any sense out of it. Yuchochi picked up the remote control aside, turned off the projection, and looked at him seriously. I'm listening. I promised you I'd listen to your explanations first, no matter what. So, I'm not in the mood for anything right now, so you explain. Jiangyabe then got better and hurriedly explained. Yes, at first, I had my suspicions about Yu Koan, and I had tried to find evidence that he had engineered this car accident, but you know, the driver who hit the in-laws is dead, so there hasn't been much progress on this. When you were a fresh graduate, it was hard to run you on your own. That's one of the reasons I kept Yu Koan. After all, he knows this company, and every aspect of it is helpful to you. As long as I keep an eye on him, he won't be able to make any waves. The man sighed softly and lowered his head, full of self-condemnation, adding, unfortunately, it was my uselessness. I didn't watch him. Back then, he had just taken over the Zhang clan not long ago, and this end had to watch over the Yu clan. Originally thought that Yu Koan could at least be a helping hand, but did not expect these 3 years to let him develop rapidly, and even arranged his own people in the company. But what happened back there was out of his control. Yuchochi didn't even spend much time talking to him, not to mention not trusting him. It's understandable. After all, the incident was discovered by accident. I've been looking into it before, although I can't remember what my original plan was. But that's okay, this is over anyway. Yuchochi raised her hand, pressed it against Jiangyabe's, and shrunk back into the sofa. Thinking of Yu Koan's last words, she suddenly inclined her head again and stared at Jiangyabe. Yu Koan. From the beginning his ability was not outstanding. Back then grandfather did not want him to work in the companies, but then again, seeing as it was his own child after all, he gave him some shares of the. If he had been more peaceful, he would have lived, at the very least, in comfort. He really didn't admit defeat even at this point, and when he was taken away he even said I sold myself to you for the company. Jiangyabe's hand shook, the cup of water that had just gotten up banged and fell onto the table. He hurriedly drew paper to wipe it. Be careful. Yuchochi also rushed to help. It's okay, don't move. Sit still. Don't hurt yourself. Jiangyabe pressed her back into the chair and covered her with the blanket before he started to clean up the water on the table again. So, Yu Koan must have merely said this sentence. If it was more, Yuchochi knew more than that. What's more, he was under arrest at the time, or he had time to say a lot of things. It's okay. As he cleaned up, he mentally reassured himself that as he sat back in his chair, Yuchochi looked at him with a measuring gaze that, it makes a man's heart start to grow fuzzy. Honey, look, what for? Yuchochi arched her eyebrows and held a shallow smile. What are you so nervous about? I just kind of want to know how we got married in the first place. I don't know how the famous President Zhang was taken down by me. Do you think I'm hated by a lot of little girls? That schoolgirl suitor of yours just seems to hate me quite a bit. Ibei. She pulled in a long tone, mimicking Li Jiajia's intonation, causing Zhang Ibei to instantly sweat. This Qin Jiani has never done anything good in his life and deserves to be single until now. Baby. Zhang Ibei wrapped his arms around her neck and placed a kiss on the woman's cheek, and then pecked at it many more times, like a chicken pecking at rice. I was wrong. I really don't know that Li Jiajia well. It was an accident. Are you going to make fun of me for the rest of my life? If I had known, I shouldn't have gone to that bull reception banquet or met that stupid bastard Qin Jiani. The man shook her, and his good-looking and coolly airy face, combined with a petulant tone, it left Yuchochi completely defenseless. Okay, just don't mention it. Zhang Yibei was unforgiving and directly held the person in his arms. That won't do. And you promised me before that you wouldn't bring it up. But you did. If you do something wrong, you have to be punished. I can't punish you too heavily, so I'll just do it lightly. Yuchochi was startled for a moment and came back to her senses, and as soon as she tilted her face up, she was embraced by the man's warm and soft lips. Close enough to clearly feel his burning breath on her cheeks. The man had one hand protecting her injured arm, the other rubbing her waist. The palms of his hands brought a slight force to press her body against his waist and stomach. The low and nice soft humming stimulated Yuchochi's ears, making her unable to help but also put her hand lightly on the man's waist. In the next second, Zhang Yibei directly ripped off his shirt, grabbed Yuchochi's hand and stuffed it in. Well, the man raised his head. His nose was high and straight, his thin lips were slightly open, and his lightly squinted eyes couldn't hide the fiery emotions that were scorching. He kissed Yuchochi on the lips again, with a strong aggression that, hand smoothly from the top gently ruffled her robe. Slender jade neck, skin like white jade, half hidden. The plain waist is not too much to hold, and the beauty is hidden, tugging at the heartstrings. The breathing in her ears grew hotter and hotter, and she turned her head to him, the thirst in the man's eyes undisguised. Holding the woman's earlobe, his voice was low and sexy. Okay. Through the man's eyes with fire, Yuchochi could see her cheeks with a blush, and the red, swollen lips from the kiss. She hooked the man's chin and, what a waste of words, straight into the kiss. One hand quickly let go of the chair and pushed the man over the back of it. The woman on the bed frowned slightly as the man quickly rolled over and wrapped his arms around her. What time is it? The voice was low, and it was even more raspy with a heavy dose of exhaustion. Zhang Yibei hurriedly picked up the cup of water on the bedside table and put the straw to her lips. Baby, open your mouth. Good boy. Take a sip. It's still early. She didn't even raise her eyelids for a second. Her red lips gently opened and she took several sips from the straw. And the heartbroken man frowned tightly and, I'm sorry. I can be such an asshole. I exhausted the baby. It's all my fault. He rolled over behind Yuchochi, his broad palms continuing to rest on her waist, pressing gently, and now and then placing a kiss in her neck. I'll pay more attention in the future, and if I can't control myself next time, the baby will whip me. Okay. Why don't you scold me twice? Baby, I'm scared if you don't make a sound. Chapter 98, Men have a lovely side too. Shut up. You wouldn't be Zhang Yibei if you really learned your lesson. The woman grumbled in a low voice, not bothering to move her hands or even open her eyes as she spoke. And yeah, I can't seem to learn my lesson. So what do? I didn't used to be like this. How come you can't control the baby every time you touch it? He frowned in sorrow, bit his lip and pressed his head against her shoulder. I used to wonder if I was sexually impotent or frigid or something, but I don't anymore. Kind of doubt that I have a lot of energy. Or, I will find Chen Mo to take a look? Yuchochi was so shocked that she instantly rounded her eyes, staring back at him with a face full of unbelief. Are you serious? Brother, if you do this, not only will Chen Mo not show you, he might even call security to kick you out. He had something to irritate people, Chen Mo, saying that they were single, and now he was going to tell this kind of thing out. This person was crazy. His security guards can't beat me. I've practiced and I work out a lot, but I'm just saying, I wouldn't tell anyone about something this private. It's okay. I'll find out for myself. Zhang Yibei sat on the bed with his cell phone in his arms, carefully opening the browser. 10 minutes later, he shook Yuchochi's body with a pale and nervous face. Honey, this says I have cancer. I don't think I'm going to make it. What? Yuchochi snatched his phone and almost laughed out loud at the browsing history on the screen. What is a man's high energy level and what department do I need to see? Tired wife. Will she divorce me? How to coax your wife skillfully and most effectively when you've made her angry. How do you beat a love rival to death without breaking the law? My wife deleted me. How do I sneakily add it back? Does it hurt to kneel on a durian or on a scrub board, crying in front of your wife? Will you be criticized for not being manly? Suddenly I realized that I can't control my crying. Is there something wrong with me? Zhang Yibei, you're sick. She threw her cell phone back at the man in disgust and, a good 9 years of compulsory education and a browser to see a doctor? Then what do you need a doctor for? She wrinkled her nice eyebrows in disgust and leaned back on the bed with great effort, looking at the helpless-looking man with a good and funny look on her face. You're not sick. Don't worry. And there's no need to keep searching for things that aren't there. For the first time in a long time, I realize that you're so cute. Yuchochi reached out and pinched the man hard in the cheek. The man covered his reddened face in pain, glaring straight at the person in front of him, stubbornly biting his lip and refusing to make a sound. Don't you just think I'm stupid? I don't say anything. I'm sure I'm not stupid looking like this. The cell phone on the table vibrated several times and Yuchochi reached out and touched it, picked up the phone, and the opposite side split his head and scolded him. Do you have any sense of time? Yuchochi, are you looking for death? What's wrong? What are you scolding me for in the morning? She beamed in aggravation and was just about to open her mouth when the man across from her continued to curse and, you've lost your mind in your sleep. Show me if it's still morning. She glanced at the screen of her phone, rubbed her eyes incredulously, made sure she hadn't misread it, and hurriedly apologized that I'm sorry, I fell asleep. Give me 15 minutes. I'll be right there. Very, very soon. Putting her cell phone down, she turned her head and glared at the distraught man on the bed. Won't you call me? Jiang Ebei, you obviously know that I've made an appointment with Lin Nan. It's already past 10 o'clock. What were you thinking? Yuchochi cursed and lifted the covers and ran directly towards the bathroom. Wife. The man followed her like a tail, apologizing sheepishly. I'm sorry, wife. I just wanted you to sleep a little longer. And I really don't know what time you guys have an appointment. So why don't you wash up and I'll go down and get you something to eat? No eat. Yuchochi answered him quickly, washing up in 3 minutes, going downstairs and quickly changing into her clothes. While changing shoes at the door, Zhang Yibei rushed over with a sandwich. Take a bite. Baby, take a bite. The woman opened her mouth to take a bite as she changed her shoes and was fed 2 more mouthfuls of milk. Have another bite? I haven't eaten anything since yesterday afternoon. My stomach must be hard. And I don't know when I'm going to eat in a while. Zhang Yibei grabbed her shoulders and watched her eat half of the sandwich before letting the person go. In fact, in the middle of the night yesterday, he told Yuchochi to get up and eat, but anyway he called. She just wouldn't wake up, and even wore a very impatient look that he felt guilty from yesterday to today, and at this moment, he even regretted that he wanted to slap himself twice and forget about it. She was already injured, and tossing and turning for so long was certainly not good for her wound recovery. And she hadn't eaten yet. Alas. The man was holding a half sandwich in one hand, a glass of milk in the other. After watching Yuchochi's car leave from the doorway, he stood for a long time again and, eventually, he put down everything in his hand, causing her to work hard and not having dinner. So where would he have the face, and the mood, to eat? After staying at the company for a whole day, Zhang Yibei didn't stop working frantically for a minute. He tried to compress the week's events into a single day. Not even a sip of water. Let alone a meal. Lin Nan threw the information in front of Yuchochi and glared at her without a good look. The woman flew kisses toward her with a fawning look on her face. Mama. I love you the most. Don't be mad. Order whatever you want. I'll pay. Read the information first. Lin Nan rolled her eyes at her again, took her phone and scanned the QR code on the table again, adding 2 expensive dishes. What Yukuin said is basically the same as what you found out, except that it's not just the brakes that he's moved. That driver was also indeed bought by him, and if Zhang Yibei hadn't stepped in to thwart it in the first place, yous may then really be Yukoans, and you may be in trouble sooner or later. What did Zhang Yibei do at that time to convince Yukoan not to compete with me? Didn't he hurt my parents because he wanted you? So why didn't he do it to me? Lin Nan continued to explain. He said that at the time, he felt that you didn't have much resistance, and that it was too obvious to go after you since your mom and dad had just died, and Zhang Yibei did protect you like crazy at that time. Despite your objections to having people around you 24 hours a day for protection, he got the best team of lawyers to negotiate with Yukuan. If he doesn't give up you, Zhang Yibei will short you stock, then acquire you and kick him out of Jianhai City. Instead, he'll leave Yukuan a position with the same shares as before. Yukuan can't afford to offend Zhang Yibei, much less the Zhang family, and he didn't count on the Zhang family to help you even after 1,000 calculations. Chapter 99, An old friend returns. So there's nothing wrong with that. It was Zhang Yibei who helped me. He naturally helped me because he loves me. Yuchochi handed the file bag back to Linnan, picked up his coffee cup and took a sip. In this matter, I also have to thank you for your help. Otherwise Yukuan wouldn't have been able to spit out so many things. Linnan put down his glass of water and looked at her earnestly, explaining clearly that he was able to tell us everything because he arrested Yu Chunxing along with him at the time, and he was afraid that we would hold his son accountable. He's already so old. It doesn't matter if he dies himself. He only has that one son. Naturally he can't let go of him. And, even if it wasn't for me, my co-workers would have done you justice. So don't thank me, it's what I'm supposed to do. Good. Yuchochi lifted his coffee cup, coffee instead of wine, to our people's police. Linnan raised his eyebrows and smiled, clinking his glass after her. For now, I'll let you take my place. You'll have to buy me a drink next time you have time. And I'm going to have little handsome men somewhere. Remember, little dudes. I don't like those old men. Yuchochi made several okay gestures one after another. She can't even figure out Linnan's orientation. And she's still old and handsome. I haven't seen her in a relationship in all these years. And I don't know if there's something wrong with that. Nan, you don't fall in love either. You don't have a crush on me, do you? As soon as he said this, Linnan suddenly remembered something in general and stretched out a finger and, Ikiko, guess, who's back? How can anyone guess who's coming back with this unanswered question? Monkey? Sun Wukong? She picked up her knife and fork without a care in the world and took a bite of the fruit, when she heard Linnan slurping without any good reason. Sheesh. I'm serious. You can't stop talking like do I look like a monkey to you? Yuchochi put down his fork and nodded seriously. Like, you don't say, pull back. I'm not even going to tell you if I don't want to know. You'll find out sooner or later anyway. Linnan waved his hand and silently lowered his head to continue eating. After lunch, Yuchochi wanted to leave directly, but Linnan got into her car directly. You didn't drive? Linnan nodded. You're so sleepy and stupid. Big sister. I'm limited today. Yuchochi slapped his head and directly ignored this matter. Janyebe prepared a lot of cars for her, and she never seemed to care about the matter of the limited number. I'll send you. The car had just started, and Linnan sent her a direct locator that, not back to the station. Drop me off here and take you to someone. She drove straight towards Linnan's location, and didn't ask her who exactly she was told to meet, but the location wasn't far anyway, and she soon found out that this positioning is next to Janyebe's company. When it's over she can go directly to his off-duty. With a kick of the brakes, Yuchochi pulled into the parking space. The co-pilot didn't hold back a word of emotion. You really need to watch your neck and your co-pilot. Going to drive on our team like that. No one is even using you and there's no hurry. So what's with the emergency brake? Or you can drive. You don't drive. And you spit on me. Isn't that lunch still well inside you? And besides, I didn't brake sharply. It was only after getting out of the car that Yuchochi noticed that this was a newly constructed office building. It seems to have been empty before, and I don't know when the company started to move in. What are you, planning to talk about some kind of cooperation? Linnan, you have to talk to me about this in advance. I don't even know what's going on when I'm caught up here on the spur of the moment, so I might hold you up in your business. Of course not. It's not like you don't know that I can't do business. The two rode the elevator to the 26th floor, and once inside, the assistant-looking little girl greeted them warmly. It's Mr. You and Officer Lin, right? I've been waiting for a long time. Yuchochi looked around. It was a new media company called Chang Shang. At a glance, we know that it is a new business. Even the workstation is new. There are many office supplies. Plastic film has not been removed. If business cooperation, she would definitely not choose such a company. The little girl led them into an office, and when the door opened, and there was no one inside, two of you wait a moment. The little girl politely poured them tea and exited the office. Before Yuchochi could ask, the door of the office was pushed open. The man was dressed in a light beige suit, 5'8", with a slightly slimmer figure. His hair was combed meticulously, and a pair of metal-rimmed glasses lent him an extra touch of elegance. Sorry about that, too much going on with the new company. I should have come to you guys instead. Yuchochi froze for a moment, frowning as she seriously surveyed the man who was walking towards her, still holding out his hand. She shook his hand politely, only to find something familiar that, Yi Fei. Her eyes rounded in shock and she looked back incredulously at Linnan, who nodded at her. Yeah, have I changed that much? Akihiko, you don't remember me at this point. It kind of hurts. He sat down on the opposite side of the table, glanced at Yuchochi's teacup and, silently, he poured out the pour from the teapot and replaced it with some white tea to brew. When did you come back? It's been a while since I've heard from you. Is this your company? The series of questions made the corners of Yifei's lips that had been raised never fall, as he explained while making tea. I also just returned home. 3 years ago. He paused, didn't continue, looked up at Yuchochi and changed his words to, 3 years ago to study abroad, now graduated well, want to come back to develop. After all, there are very important people and things in the country. Yuchochi nodded blankly, not knowing exactly what Lin Nan meant. I also really don't have time. It's been almost 3 days in a row. Otherwise I couldn't have bothered Lin Nan to bring you here. Yifei wearily removed his glasses, pinched the bridge of his nose, and smiled apologetically and bitterly. It doesn't matter. My company is on track. Not too busy. And, it's just, Yifei, we haven't contacted each other for so long. You suddenly find me. There must be something, right? We're old friends. Yandere and I have been close since we were kids. You don't have to be polite. Just say so, and if I can help I won't refuse. Yifei put on his glasses again, gave the two of them new teacups, and poured tea again. At the thought of Yandere he shook his head helplessly, with a meaningful expression on his face. You are rather a good friend of mine. As for Yandere, forget about mentioning him. There is indeed something I need Mr. Yu's help with today. If you've said so, I'll be polite. He got up, picked up the information on the table and put it in front of Yuchochi. This is our company's newly operated self-media project. And your main product push this quarter should be able to connect. I want to see if Mr. Yu has any intention of cooperation. Chapter 100 A Good Coaxer. Yuchochi picked up the information he handed him, looked at it carefully, and asked him, in disbelief, in theory, if you want to cooperate, this project would be more suitable for eBay's company. In case you're not aware, our two companies are in very similar lines of business, but after all, he's a big company there. And all aspects of it are more than just a little bit better than ours. Yifei smiled and sat back down, his hands interlocked on the table, and asked in a soft tone, so this is a rejection for me? It's okay, just mentioning it off the top of my head. Yuchochi hurriedly explained. No, I'm doing this for your own good. Since you want to choose our company, I'll just let business and your people butt heads later. She has no reason to let go of the lucrative business. Since Yifei does not choose Yandere presumably have his reasons. Right? Just she and Yandere is a husband and wife. It is not divided. This money, who earn is not to earn it. Yifei Lin Nan clasped her arms in dissatisfaction and, you asked me to bring Ikki here, and if it's just to talk business, I'm going to be pissed. No. Look at you talking like I'm some kind of snob. We haven't met for so many years, and when we do, all we talk about is business. I'm all about catching up. Business is just along for the ride. Not still so you can come over more often in the future, and in name only. Yuchochi didn't hold back her laughter as she listened to this explanation of his. Yifei, if you say that you're cooperating with me in order to see me more often, then if you want to see Lin Nan more often, wouldn't you have to flip the penal code? Lin Nan raised his hand and slapped her on the head. What nonsense! People's companies just opened and you're saying this. You're heartbroken. Yuchochi followed and picked up, but made both Lin Nan and Yifei confused at the same time. In the afternoon, they chatted basically about the past. Looking at the time as almost, Yuchochi also had to pick up her husband from work. It is not convenient to stay longer. She sat down the elevator and descended the floor, before she asked suspiciously towards Lin Nan. In the beginning, how did Yifei choose to go abroad? I remembered at that time. But he's determined never to leave the country, and to serve his country and all that? Back then, when she and Yifei got into the same university, they were both given the opportunity to study abroad. But Yuchochi is an only child. She can't leave her parents, and she needs to inherit the Yu family in the future. She said she didn't intend to leave the country, and Yifei didn't hesitate to say that he didn't have any such intention either. Although the Yi family didn't have any family fortune to inherit, but his ambition was not abroad. What happened later? Yuchochi did not remember, but after she woke up, she did not find Yifei in her address book. Also asked Lin Nan. She just said, Yifei out of the country, and not clear about anything else. Ikki, I've also asked Yifei about this matter, and he refuses to talk about it, but there's always his own reasons, right? Lin Nan turned his head, put his hands on her shoulders, and continued, you don't have any pressure. I brought you here to see Yifei, but also just want to see if I can help you remember something before. After all, her words stalled and she didn't know what to say. This instantly caused a wave of uneasiness to rise in Yuchochi's heart. Are you hiding something from me? Lin Nan, don't be like this. I'm scared. What could be going on? What's wrong with you? Lin Nan disliked and hurriedly waved toward a passing cab. I'm off. It's that time of day. I have to show up. Yuchochi was made to feel lost, but she wasn't naturally the type to think too much, either. Turned his head and got into the car, and in less than 3 minutes he was downstairs at Zhang's. While she lamented the fact that the companies of these two were so close to each other, on the one hand, he was puzzled as to why Yifei was treating Jiang Yibei in that manner. Seeing her coming, Lin Yang hurriedly and anxiously said towards her, "Ma'am, you're finally here. Mr. Zhang has locked himself in his office for the whole day without eating or drinking. Why?" She hurriedly pushed open the door to her office, and the next thing she heard was the impatient voice of the man that, "Get out, didn't I say? No coming in." The sound of high heels made Jiang Yibei instantly react. He hurriedly got up, and the moment he went around the screen and saw Yuchochi, his heart was so happy that it could have blossomed into flowers. "Wife, what are you doing here? Did you come to pick me up from work? I missed you so much." The man unfolded his arms, smiled and gathered her into suspicion, and lowered his head and kissed her on the forehead. "The baby smells so good. Is baby hot out there? Let me check to see if the skin is sunburned." Yuchochi got under the arm and pulled at the man's wrist. Pinned him to the couch, hooked his chin, and viciously menaced him with a, "Are you misbehaving? Oh, a beating are you? Why don't you eat and why do you work all the time?" Jiang Yibei was stunned, slightly inclining his head to glare at the doorway's weak to, shivering Lin Yang. Jiang total. That one still has things to do outside. I'm going to see if boiling water has fallen from the sky yet." The door slammed shut, the man's little plea for mercy. "Honey, I'm not hungry. I was wrong. I'll eat as much as my wife lets me. I'm just forgetting. There's no misbehavior. I've always been so obedient. You'll be kind enough to let me go." He pouted and went to kiss Yuchochi, but was slapped back. "No food. That's naturally no medication. What's the punishment for a misbehaving husband?" Yuchochi turned around and sat on the sofa, crossing her legs and holding her arms, staring at him relentlessly. "Then I will eat more food at night, and take my pills, too. Be a good boy and remember to never do anything like that again. Will you?" Jiang Yibei pulled on her hand, skimming his mouth in aggravation. "Husband." Yuchochi came to his side, first gently kissed the corner of his lips, and then asked in a soft voice that, "Did I do something to upset you? It's not often you get like this, and if it's my fault you'll have to tell me." "No." Jiang Yibei became anxious all of a sudden. "Of course it's not your fault. It's all my fault. Let's not talk about it. Okay. Well, let's go straight to the cafeteria for dinner when you're done. Then, just eat light at night. You haven't eaten all day. It must be hard on your stomach." Once he heard her say this, Jiang Yibei instantly became interested. He nodded his head excitedly and, "Great, wife is going on a date with me, isn't she? Can I not know your little mind? Satisfy you?" Yuchochi. The man got up immediately, went to the mirror and looked at the, "Let's go. I didn't have anything to do in the first place. Just leave the rest to Lin Yang. What restaurant are we going to? Should I change my clothes? Don't they look too formal?" Chapter 101 Love Enemies Declare War. "Let me see it." Yuchochi pulled him, stepped back and looked up and down carefully, while nodding approvingly. Worthy of being my husband. He's so handsome. Who do you think you look like? So good looking?" Jiang Yibei was a bit shy from being praised, and although his face remained calm, the tips of his ears that were instantly red betrayed him. After teasing him for almost as long as she could, Yuchochi took his arm and went out of the company together. She had heard a few days ago that a nice restaurant had opened near the company, and had planned to come over with Jiang Yibei to take a look at it early in the morning. But there's been a lot going on lately. But it's fine now. It's pretty free. The two of them chose a seat by the window and sat down. Jiang Yibei looked down at the menu. "Honey, eat lighter, haha, no seafood or soy sauce." "So, I know. Husband, you've been really nagging lately. How did I turn a high-cooled male god into a broken-hearted little cutie?" Yuchochi was a little unsure of what to choose, and closed the menu that, "You order. I'll do whatever." "Yes." Jiang Yibei raised his hand and said towards the waiter who had just come over to the side, "I can't put soy sauce on all the dishes I order, and the flavors have to be relatively light." After explaining everything, he just started ordering. Yuchochi ate while the expression on her face gradually began to look ugly, and the man across from her instantly saw that she was unhappy, rising hurriedly to sit beside her. Baby, here's the thing. We can't eat too much flavor right now, mainly because the wound is recovering, and secondly, I've heard that eating soy sauce can make scars worse, although having a scar doesn't affect the baby's beauty, but babies don't want a scar on their arm, right? We still have to wear our pretty little dresses. I ordered you the new dresses for the season this morning. It'll be ready this week, the first in the country still, and baby isn't it going to be a pretty little dress? The man's eyes were full of favor. and his gentle and magnetic voice lingered in her ears. Apart from mom and dad, no one has ever coaxed her so softly. This made Yuchochi very receptive, and she nodded her head obediently. But before she could do it herself, Yandere fed the dish to her lips. Be a good girl and eat so you can grow prettier and be healthier. Oh, Yuchochi squinted and glared at him. And you know that it's healthier to eat? Yandere instantly wimped out, lightly biting at her ear to play tricks. I was wrong. I won't dare again. The baby can't be like me. The children are growing up. They can't learn bad habits. And I've promised I'll never do it again. I swear. Yuchochi moved the hibiscus soup in front of him, scooped it up with a spoon and fed it to his lips. Be a good boy and give me soup. Drink half a bowl first. She's got a bruise on her hand, but that doesn't stop her from using the spoon. Yandere very cooperatively lowered his head, afraid that she would get tired. After drinking half the bowl, he pointed to the bowl. Half of it. Baby, see how obedient I am. Shouldn't an obedient husband want a reward? He pointed to his cheek, narrowing his eyes with a blissful look as he waited for the kiss that was to come. Yuchochi raised her hand and gently slapped him on the back. And a reward? Spoiled you. The man who hadn't gotten half the benefit of the doubt could only sit down resentfully and once again began to relentlessly chase after her to feed her. It's right after work, and there are a lot of people coming over for dinner right now. The restaurant was gradually filling up, too, and people on the sidelines were glancing this way from time to time. This kind of sticky, eating a meal but also sit next to each other's behavior, in the eyes of many people, let Yuchochi a little twisted. But Yandere didn't have the slightest intention to sit back down, so she couldn't say anything. A meal of deep water. Quickly finished, she hurriedly pulled Yandere to go out. Just reaching the door, Yandere's footsteps suddenly stopped. What's wrong? She turned around in confusion and had just asked when the man wrapped his arms directly around her. Mr. Jiang, I didn't expect to run into you here. Why? What kind of look is that? Didn't Yuchochi tell you that I'm back? The expression on Yandere's face went from initial shock to complex and indistinguishable at the moment, and he glanced down at the woman in his arms in disbelief. His face was instantly as white as windowpane, confusion in his eyes. Yuchochi slowly turned his head and, Yi Fei? Did you come here to eat too? It was only after the question that she noticed that neither of them seemed quite right. That, even though they haven't seen each other in years, the three of them have known each other since they were kids. The relationship cannot be said to be much better, but it is not bad. Not so tit for tat. Wife, why don't you get in the car and wait for me while I catch up with an old friend? The bottom of Yandere's eyes were indescribably cold, and vaguely one could see the muscles in his cheeks trembling. Yuchochi was stunned before she obediently nodded her head. Then I'll go over first, she said politely towards Yi Fei. Yi Fei smiled gently. His eyebrows hidden underneath the mirror frame curved and responded gently. Okay, get back in touch. Looking at Yuchochi sitting in the car, Yandere's originally cold eyes instantly became gloomy and vicious. He grabbed Yi Fei's collar and viciously said, What do you want? Yi Fei still showed that standard yet polite smile and gently patted his hand. Yandere, if you don't let go, Yuchochi will see it, and your image as a gentleman will be destroyed. Yandere swept a glance to the side and found that Yuchochi had indeed glanced towards the side through the car window, and he subconsciously loosened his grip. What did you all say to her? Yi Fei, if you dare to tell her about what happened in the first place, I won't let you off the hook. Yi Fei swept his collar and straightened his clothes. His face was calm and his tone was light. He replied, Naturally, I didn't say anything. You think if I had told Autumn Pond what happened in the first place, would she still have this dinner with you today? And, Yandere, when you threatened me to leave, either you get me killed abroad, or when I come back, I'll take everything that's mine. Of course, that includes my girlfriend, Yuchochi. She's not your girlfriend. From start to finish, never was. Yandere's person. No one dares to think about it yet. Yi Fei, you can try. Yandere's fists clenched with a clicking sound. If Yuchochi wasn't around at this moment, he wasn't even sure if he would get Yi Fei killed right now. He didn't know when the man was coming back, but it was clear to him that Yi Fei was declaring war with him, and he, in addition to losing his memory because of Yuchochi, there was no longer any advantage in letting her believe that she still loved her beyond that. Chapter 102, Can't Control Yourself. Yi Fei's expression did not change in any way, and his tone was very calm as he smiled contemptuously. Yandere, you said that if Yuchochi knew that when you threatened me with my family, forced me to leave the country, and didn't allow me to tell her. Also, you took advantage of her amnesia to deceive her and trick her. Guess if she'll continue her marriage to you? How did you know about her memory loss? You came back and investigated her? Yandere's face grew paler and paler, and his eyes all of a sudden became cold and deep, strongly holding back the crazy thoughts in his heart. He took a step forward and faced Yifei, saying, word by word, "You, what the hell do you want?" Yifei raised one eyebrow, slowly raised his eyes, and laughed out softly. "What are you nervous about? It's all in the past. And, you're the one who didn't go to Akihiko's graduation in the first place, so I confessed my love to her. You're a little late, though you did force her to marry you by such sordid means, but the truth will come out sooner or later. Paper, when it comes down to it, can't hold fire. I don't care to be like you, so I didn't say anything about it. Even though you've never been fair to me, I, for once, want a truly fair fight." After saying that, Yifei pushed his glasses. The curve of his mouth was filled with contempt, and his eyes were even more unkind. Yandere held back his anger. He couldn't break out at this time. If all this was known to Uchiyochi, she would have left herself. Yifei looks different nowadays. How could someone like him suddenly appear or even directly declare war if he wasn't completely sure? Blame only yourself. Why didn't you take advantage of him being abroad? And clients. See you later. With his purpose achieved, Yifei collected his smile, bypassed him, and walked quickly towards the restaurant. Yandere stood still for a full 5 minutes before calming down. He knew he couldn't offend Yifei, but he wasn't going to sit around and wait for death, either. If he didn't solve this trouble quickly, then he might really lose Uchiyochi. Sitting back in the car, a light smile surfaced on his cold face, and his light grip on Uchiyochi's hand couldn't help but tighten. "Hubby, what's going on with you guys? I remember you and Yifei are still on good terms. How come it looks like saber rattling after not seeing you for a few years?" Yandere turned his head, the smile on his face tightened up, and asked her in a serious and grave manner, "When did you meet Yifei? Why didn't you even tell me?" "Just today. Didn't I make an appointment with Lin Nan? She took me to Yifei's company. I didn't know at first." The man's hand suddenly loosened, his gaze fixed ahead, his face a stoic look. So, you're planning to hide it from me, are you?" His voice was morose and cold, permeated with a chill, which suddenly made Uchiyochi feel strange and even a bit scary. She hadn't intended to hide it from him, or even to say that she hadn't taken it to heart, either. Seeing an old friend you haven't seen in a long time isn't something worth bringing up. Moreover, why would he be so hostile to Yifei? What exactly happened between these two people? Without waiting for her to explain, the man tightened his grip on the steering wheel and pulled out of the car and, it was the evening rush hour, and the road was a bit jammed, but he still couldn't resist his speed. Yandere only felt that his heart was dull. His chest felt like it was pressed with a huge stone, pressing him unable to breathe. Heart like a wild beast frantically tearing at his bleeding heart. At first, he had seen Uchiyochi accept the bouquet of flowers that Yifei had handed to her with his own eyes. Everyone says they're a match made in heaven. If something hadn't happened to the Yu family, giving him something to exploit. Now, then, the person who married Uchiyochi should be Yifei. He didn't want to threaten his friends, but he just didn't have a choice. The moment he saw Uchiyochi take the flowers, he felt as if he had died for a time. He couldn't imagine how one should live without Uchiyochi in the future. He admitted that his behavior is very shameful, but in this life, he is not shameful so once. For himself, selfish once cannot. Jiangyabe, are you crazy? The gas pedal was pushed to the floor, and the view out the window moved rapidly backward. Uchiyochi's hands tightly gripped her seatbelt. A great fear made her feel like her headache was about to explode. It's like a vision. A picture came into my head. It was the same scene. She was sitting in her car, and she hit a big blue van head-on. Immediately afterward there seemed to be liquid running down her head, as well as the ability to perceive that someone was holding her tightly. "Ibe, you slow down. I'm scared." The woman's voice was low, her eyes closed tightly, and she leaned back against the car seat with a frown. Only then did Jiangyabe, as if suddenly reacting, hurriedly and slowly reduced the speed of the car. Sorry, wife." He didn't dare to be distracted, but he couldn't help but look nervously toward his co-pilot over and over again. Until the car had completely slowed down and he pulled over to the side of the road and, unbuckling his seatbelt, he came up to Uchiyochi's face and carefully touched her cheek. Honey, are you scared? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I don't know how." He was almost unconscious just now, until he heard Uchiyochi's voice and, consciousness only slowly returned to reality, and a great fear rose in his heart. "It's okay." The woman slowly opened her eyes and pressed her chest to calm down. Her body was still shaking a little, but she wasn't as scared when the car stopped. Raising her hand to the man's slightly cool cheek, she whispered a soft, comforting, "And, what's wrong with you? Why can't you control yourself all of a sudden? It's never happened before." Jiangyabe hung his head guiltily and raised his hand to press the hand that was touching his cheek. "I'm sorry, I may have made a mistake. I'll never drive again. That's not responsible for you. and it's not responsible for anyone else. I was wrong. I'm sorry. Yuchochi hurriedly wrapped her arms around his neck, tucked the man into the crook of her neck, kissed the tip of his ear, and gently comforted. And, it's all right, it's not like nothing happened. So also, from now on, we'll let the chauffeur drive. If the chauffeur's not here, I'll drive. I'm a very good driver. When I took my driver's license, I passed every subject. I've never gotten a demerit point in all these years. Honey, it's not scary. No matter what it's because of, we're husband and wife. And I'll be there for you in everything. She gently soothed Jiang Yibei's back one by one, until the man's body stopped trembling. Then she softly asked, feeling better now? Jiang Yibei nodded, the tip of his slightly cool nose sweeping across her cheek. It's fine. You drive. Yuchochi unbuckled his seatbelt. Okay, I'll drive. Think about it. Is there something you want to say to me? Let's go home now. Chapter 103, Trying to Control Her. As soon as she entered the house, Yuchochi put her bag on the cabinet. Turning back, Jiang Yibei stood frozen in the doorway, not saying anything, just hanging his head helplessly, his hands cupping the corners of his coat. He looked pitiful and adorable. She walked up to the man and rubbed his head, her tone gentle as if she were coaxing a small child. And, honey, go take a hot shower. I'll wait for you downstairs. It's okay, don't be afraid. Jiang Yibei obediently went back to the bedroom. Just 10 minutes he hurried down again. Water was still dripping from his hair, and you could tell how anxious he was by the stringy one button he was wearing. Yuchochi helplessly walked to him, raised her hand and undid the man's housecoat. What's the rush? I can't lose it. It's right here. After refastening it, she grabbed the towel again and pressed the man to the couch, carefully drying the droplets of water from his hair, before taking a small pill and feeding it to the man's lips. Drink some water and do as you're told. Jiang Yibei took the cup and drank the entire glass of water. The dark eyes glittered with a guilty light, still looking up at her. Wife, did I make a terrible mistake today? I shouldn't have driven like that. You shouldn't lose control of your emotions like that. It's not responsible for you, and it's not responsible for anyone else on the road. I know it's wrong. I'll control it from now on. I'll never drive again. Don't blame me, can you? The corners of his lips drooped slightly downward, holding back the acidity, and his slightly raspy voice carried a light tremor that, okay, don't be afraid of me, and don't talk about me. I know I'm wrong. Really. She could see that Jiang Yibei was in a bad mood, and knew deep down that he must be like this because of Yifei's appearance. But his words now mean that he won't let himself pursue the matter. But what was going on between them, and why were they keeping it from her? Yuchochi hesitated, but in the end decided to just not ask, right? To trust each other was her own proposal. She had to set an example for Jiang Yibei. Seeing that she didn't say anything, Jiang Yibei instantly panicked, his arms tightly wrapped around the woman's waist, his voice trembling even more. Really, don't forgive me? Is it that you don't want me again? No, Yuchochi hurriedly replied, pressing her hands on his shoulders, trying to make Jiang Yibei look into her eyes, but he stubbornly refused to let go, and it was a long time before he was heard to whimper, softly, and, don't push me away. Okay, I'm not trying to push you away. Husband, don't be afraid. How could I not want you? You're just not in control of your emotions. It's not a mistake. Chen Mo also said that emotions may fluctuate greatly due to some things during the treatment. It's all normal. Let's not care. Don't you remember? This time, instead of pushing on the man's shoulders, she moved toward him, wrapping her arms around him as tightly as she could, and, slightly bending his body, wrapping it around him as much as possible. This position might make Jiang Yibei feel somewhat safe. And no, I'm not trying to push you away. I'm grabbing your shoulders because I want you to look me in the eye. Make you look at me and listen to me. I'm not going to leave you. I mean it, so don't be afraid and be good, okay? The man in his arms was stunned. His tensed body gradually eased a lot. He slightly raised his head and looked at Yuchochi's eyes with skepticism, whispering, just say it, come on, please, didn't this, just say it all over again. However, looking at his moist eyes, pitifully like a little puppy, Yuchochi's heartache increased by a few more points. She nodded, cupped Jiang Yibei's face, and said seriously, I won't leave you. Never. I love you, husband. Perhaps it was because of the medicine, or because of Yuchochi's words. Jiang Yibei felt that his emotions had eased a lot, and he pulled Yuchochi's arm and let her sit beside him. Carefully, he moved over and rested his head lightly on the nape of her neck. I love you too, wife. I love you. Especially. That's why I'm also terrified of putting you in harm's way, because of my own problems. But I'll work on my treatment. I've been taking my meds on time every day, and I'll be sure to review them when it's time for me to do so. I'm actively healing, so don't give up on me, okay? Fool, How could I possibly give up on you? Yuchochi did not even know what to say something. This person also do not know when he began to be so suspicious. And it seems like there's no security. There's always the feeling that she's gonna leave. How could she leave because of a little thing, when she'd managed to marry the man she loved for so many years? Honey, why are you so scared? Did I leave you before? Or, did I do something to hurt you? When the words were asked, she suddenly thought of the expression on Jiang Yibei's face when he saw Yifei for a moment today. Not like he was looking at an old friend, but more like he was looking at an enemy. The hatred between them couldn't be because of her, could it? Or, the reason she divorced Jiang Yibei was Yifei? Cheating on yourself? With Yifei? No way. Between her and Yifei is only friendship. Is playing better friends only. Even like cannot talk about. How come the cheating wife? Jiang Yibei sat back down and took her hand in both of his hands. He didn't look too happy, but he didn't get angry either. So he just explained softly, and, you didn't do anything. I did a bad job. I made you sad. The past is the past. Since you don't remember, let's forget about it. I'll treat you well from now on. But you also have to promise me that you won't see Yifei again, and you won't contact him. Just pretend you don't know this person, okay? This explanation, Yuchochi can agree with, but this request, shouldn't it also be explained? Where's the reason? Did something happen between me and Yifei? Or between you and him? What a reason! Jiang Yibei directly interrupted her words, looking straight at her. A trace of uneasiness swept through the bottom of his cold eyes. I don't need no reason. I said no and that's it. I won't let you see him. Wife, I've been serious with you for so long. I've never cheated on you, right? So just trust me for once, okay? She didn't doubt Jiang Yibei's love for her, but it was just this unjustified control that made her heart feel uncomfortable. Whether it was Yifei or Lin Nan, they were all her friends. She had no reason to treat Jiang Yibei as a stranger just because of his words. Can you be reasonable? We and Yifei have been cognizant since childhood, and we all know each other at home. Although Yifei is not as good as our family, but from the bottom has not affected the friendship between us. Now that he's back, I can't reach out to him. What about him reaching out to me? You're telling me to treat him like a stranger. Always tell me why, or I'll suspect you're trying to control me. Chapter 104. How could Jiang Yibei not know that he was behaving like this? Just how unreasonable. But he couldn't continue to deceive Yuchochi. Sooner or later, she would regain her memory, and at that time, all the lies would be revealed and accumulated as a reason for her to leave. After quickly calming down, he changed his earlier nonsense and eagerly went to beg her to. I'm being unreasonable. But honey, I'm just afraid of losing you. And if that doesn't work, then how about you try to see him as little as possible? And, I think Yifei means something else to you. And I care about you so much that I'm just scared of all the possibilities of losing you. He naturally knew that Yuchochi had always been a character that ate softness and refused hardness. To threaten her, to demand it, and all you'd end up getting is her fighting to the death. But if you go and beg her, and be more pitiful, she will naturally soften her heart. Sure enough, this works forever, and the woman eventually goes soft, nodding her head helplessly in response. I know. I'll take care of the relationship between Yifei and, honey, you give me more trust. Trust me like I trust you, okay? Yes. As long as she agreed, as long as she didn't touch Yifei, Jiang Yibei had a way to solve the rest. The man got up and went to the kitchen to keep an eye on the chef as he cooked, stealing a lesson in his craft in the process. Yuchochi picked up her cell phone and went upstairs. After unlocking the bedroom door, she dialed Chen Mo's number. There was a hint of weariness in the voice of the man on the other side of the room, and still he asked eagerly what's wrong? Did something happen to Jiang Yibei? There's no big deal. But Jiang Yibei's mood has changed especially drastically today, and I feel like I don't even recognize him anymore. Dr. Chen, should I take him to you for a visit, or what should I do? Yuchochi walked to the balcony and told Chen Mo everything that had happened in these days, along with a careful account of Jiang Yibei's change in mood today. Hearing you say that, I think Jiang Yibei must have some kind of conflict with this Yifei, and this matter is not small. He's a man who's always kept his emotions well hidden, and to make him a completely different person, I reckon this must concern you. So, you and that Yifei? Yuchochi understood what he meant and followed to explain. Yifei and I are friends. That's all. Really don't blame her for doubting herself, now that this situation is finished. Chen Mo wondered if she had cheated on her husband and been caught by Jiang Yibei. Yuchochi sighed helplessly. I don't know what's going on with him. What should I do? I don't see Yifei. Can he be good? Since you and this guy are just regular friends, there's no need to not see him just because of who he is. Whoever you make friends with is your freedom. No one else has the right to interfere. But from Jiang Yibei's point of view, you don't see this person. It will naturally make him feel better emotionally. But this condition that affects him is still there. and it would be better to know the reason for it, and get this thing at the root of the problem. Here's the deal. You do what he says these days. Let him relax. I'll find some time to go talk to him. There may be some things he's not comfortable talking to you about, but what about being able to talk to a psychiatrist? After hanging up the phone, Yuchochi took the phone and poked the side table one by one, constantly pondering Shenmo's words in his heart. Who are you calling? The man's voice came quietly from behind himself, frightening Yuchochi with a jolt. The phone fell to the ground with a thud. She turned her head with a pale face and looked at Zhang Yibei clutching a key in his hand, was staring intently at her from behind, and at the bottom of those ghostly eyes, as if a trace of indefinable paranoia had swept over there. How did you come in? I knocked. You didn't hear me, the man explained softly, slowly crouching down to pick up her cell phone and hand it to the woman's face. So, I told the housekeeper to get the key. And honey, what are you doing back in the bedroom locking the door? Did I just scare you? But isn't it scary? Yuchochi breathed a sigh of relief and, it's okay, it won't take me long to lock the door and get you in. So what's the point of locking it or not? Seeing that she wasn't too happy, Zhang Yibei hurriedly stroked on her knee and explained. I was worried about you. Honey, are you mad? I didn't know opening the door would make you mad. Next time you lock the door I won't open it, okay? Although he had an innocent look on his face, Yuchochi's heart began to beat a drum. The balcony was not far from the room. If Zhang Yibei had knocked on the door, she should have heard him. Obviously he didn't knock on the door. That's when I pushed the door and sensed that she had unlocked it. So I just took the key, just to come in and see what she was doing. Baby, you're angry. Why don't you say anything? He shook Yuchochi's leg one by one. And, come on, I didn't mean to scare you. I just wanted you to come downstairs for dinner. Next time if you lock the door I'll wait and not open it without permission, okay? Okay. You're in charge of the locks on the doors in the house anyway. Who cares which door you want to go in? Not even which door you put me in. Yuchochi's face was calm. The words she said were cold and negative. She got up and ignored the man who was half squatting by the side, and walked straight towards the downstairs. The difference was that this time, instead of going to the study, she went to the packed drawing room that, she clutched her computer, in which she was working on the files that Joy had sent over that afternoon. Zhang Yibei was shocked by her words. He knew he shouldn't have done that, but still, ghostly, he wanted to sneak in to see what she was doing. He admitted that he wondered if Yuchochi was calling Yifei, and even more so, he wondered if they would leave behind his back. He convinced himself not to think that way, one at a time, but he still couldn't control his brain and, eventually he sneaked into the bedroom, and the moment he saw Yuchochi on the phone on the balcony, he could almost be sure of his suspicions that, Yuchochi was right. At this moment, he really had some desire to lock her up. Zhang Yibei took his cell phone and sent a message to Lin Yang. Find out what Yifei's company is doing. I want him out of the country. Followed down the stairs, looking in a big circle did not see Yuchochi's figure. He suddenly began to panic, hurriedly dialed her phone. Instead, the bell rang in a house near the backyard, and Zhang Yibei hurriedly ran over toward it. The door was left open, just ajar, and he knocked on it and, honey, can I come in? Honey, I'm scared. Come in. Yuchochi continued to tap on the keyboard without looking up as the man squeezed in through the doorway, then gently closed the door behind him. I know you're angry. He bit his lip, remorse spreading rapidly through his heart. I shouldn't have subterfuged. I knew in my heart I was subterfuging. It would have hurt you and our relationship, but I did it anyway. I'm sorry. Chapter 105, Eating a Bowl of Jealousy. He stiffened, and even with the benefit of hindsight, he could feel her sadness. The way Yuchochi didn't say a word made his heart ache to the extreme. Zhang Yibei closed his eyes and held back the sour feeling, walking over to her and, the slightly husky voice carried a light tremor as he brought his up to her and, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Honey, just slap me twice to get it out of your system. Don't smother it, okay? Yuchochi sighed softly and rubbed his hair haphazardly in the, forget it. Her intention was to forget about it, not to get upset about it. But Zhang Yibei subconsciously thought that she was saying to forget about it between them. He flopped down to Yuchochi's feet, his knees hitting the floor with a thud, and, his lips were shivering, his throat was dry, he was breathing heavily, his face was pale, and he said, I still screwed everything up right. Don't you forgive me? I didn't. Yuchochi eagerly reached out to help him. There's no unforgiveness. Husband, don't be like that. Zhang Yibei's face was still pale, shaking his head frantically, his voice breaking. Don't push me away. Don't, okay? I'll stop. I don't care what happens to you anymore. My wife can contact whoever she wants, see whoever she wants, as long as you're still home, okay? He still compromised, in order to keep her by his side. Jiang Yibei could compromise to the extent that there was no bottom. He spoke quickly, but his bite remained clear. Only his voice trembled, like he was afraid of rejection. The reddened corners of those eyes looked up at her prayerfully. I'm not going to see him. Yi Fei and I are just friends. If there's business to be done, I'll send someone under me. Hubby, don't worry. I can't have anything to do with him. Can you stop treating everyone like an imaginary enemy like that all the time? She couldn't pull anyone, so she could only hold the man's body in a comforting embrace, whispering soothingly, fear no more. Well, I was a little angry, but I'm not anymore. I'm more afraid that you'll be upset than that you'll restrict me like this, so don't be upset. I promise you everything. The man raised his head slightly, the lines of his clear face even sharper at the moment. Just a broken to the point of heartbreaking look in his eyes, but the corners of his mouth curved up in an arc, smiling curtly toward her. Baby, are you serious? Don't lie to me, okay? Those dark eyes were like a ball of thick ink that couldn't be melted, so completely black, and like a bottomless abyss that attracted her to fall step by step. No kidding, silly. Things ended in a compromise between the two parties, for the sake of space for each other, and even more so for the sake of their love for each other. It's just that Jiang Yibei is watching her more and more tightly, and every now and then he has to call. Even if he's busy, he has to take the time to open the video. Even if Yuchochi didn't have time, as long as he could turn on the video and see her, Jiang Yibei wouldn't panic anymore. Lele put the sample on Yuchochi's desk and said seriously, the R&D department is quite busy. This sample was approved before. This is the first batch of the production line. You can look at it again. Yuchochi nodded, not bothering to look, still staring at the screen of the computer. How about that cooperation with Mr. G's company before? I didn't ask you nor did you know to report on it. Lele hurriedly pulled up the work and sent it to Yuchochi's computer. Everything is going according to process. There's no particularly explosive points but it didn't drop as much, and overall it was about the same as the previous quarter. After saying that, Lele remembered what happened in the personnel debriefing earlier. The guys in marketing and finance have been fired. The company's already suing them for risky disclosure of trade secrets and unauthorized misappropriation of public funds. Our company's legal department is not perfect, and we're afraid that we can't handle a lot of things. But Mr. Zhang's side has already sent someone over, and their legal affairs are really professional, and good-looking too. Other Yuchochi didn't have any reaction, but once he mentioned that this long and good-looking, she turned her head slowly and looked at Joy with a twinkle in her eye. Long, good. Joy nods her head like garlic. That's pretty good, especially that Zhou Lu, who's estimated to be about 5 feet 9 inches tall. The body is great too. You can see the bulging pecs even in a suit. Handsome as if he came out of a book. Yuchochi was amused by this exaggeration of hers, and skimmed his lips with some skepticism. Really fake can still be as handsome as my husband? So exaggerated. Never seen the market look right. Look, still don't believe it, Joy said surreptitiously, flipping photos from her phone. I can tell from a side face alone that this man is really good looking, with narrow eyebrows and long. A pair of peach blossom eyes were born extremely good looking, with fair skin and the appearance of a noble gentleman. Handsome. Joy passed a look at her with a flamboyant face. Yuchochi shook her head. Generally speaking, it's still my husband who's handsome. In fact, her words are not false, although this person is also born good-looking, but it is not a style with Jiang Yibei. To put it mildly, although he'll be a bit taller, there's a shrewdness about him that's all over the place. It's a standard business elitist look, especially in light of his status as a lawyer. Jiang Yibei, on the other hand, looked like he was born with a reserved temperament, but the person looked more than a hint of unworldly sincerity. Ahem. The man in the doorway had an iron face and coughed deliberately, holding his arms without anger. Lele sucked in a breath of cold air in fear, and with a fake smile on her face, she greeted sheepishly, and, Mr. Jiang, when did you come? And you didn't say anything in advance. God forbid. What's the matter? Interrupting your plan to introduce handsome men to my wife. Jiang Yibei walked towards her step by step. Scared Lele backed up and, No, I'm just saying, I'm going down to pick you up and I didn't introduce a handsome man to MS. You're the only one in her heart. Yuchochi knew that Jiang Yibei was teasing her, so she just sat there and sneered. The little girl was so scared that her face swished white. Bypassing Jiang Yibei's body, she ran out quickly. After the door slammed shut, the man came around inside her desk, leaned over the edge, hooked her chin and, you still want to see a handsome man? Look at me. Am I not handsome? It's only been 3 years. Are you itching? Enough? Yuchochi rose slightly and kissed him directly on the lips, his tone softly saying, Is Mr. Jiang jealous? Right. Jiang Yibei nodded seriously. Eaten at least one jar. Sour me to death. As soon as he pressed the man back into the chair, his thin lips pressed against it, the slightly cool tip of his tongue sliding over the hot and hard kisses, with a touch of ferocity. Before Yuchiochi could return to her senses, her palms were grabbed by the man with force. Pressed against his chest, and the low, melodious voice was stimulating her ears as she, "Feel me, is my heart beating so fast?" Chapter 106 Sisters and Brothers Threatened. Yuchiochi understood his meaning for a second. Legal was his man. He naturally recognized him, and now this action, quite obviously, was asking her to touch his pecs. Yuchiochi also cooperated, raising her hand on his chest and looking at the man's expectant eyes. She joked with a bad joke. "TSK, have you lost weight? It feels so faggy to the touch." Chai. Jiang Yibei jumped 3 feet high, directly bounced up from the sofa, pressed the pectoral muscles, as if there was no difference. Who is she touching here? Why is she faggying? Wife, did you do something behind my back? You're not going to cuckold me, are you? This, brain circuit? Ha? Yuchiochi looked up at him incredulously and, "Big brother, what's in your head every day? How did it get up here? If you like it, hat's the word." "I don't like it," Jiang Yibei Yanghan roared. The next second he was abashed, hurriedly came to Yuchiochi's side, embraced her arm, smashed his head on her shoulder. Come on, honey, you're teasing me, aren't you? I can't help it. I'm gonna be sad. You'll be a widow if I die. There's a lot of trouble at the widow's door. You're so afraid of trouble. Yuchiochi, where is all this going? She was speechless for a moment and didn't even know which sentence to explain from. I'm just kidding. Your pecs are nice to touch too. Just as nice as they used to be. Also, Jiang Yibei instantly captured the word, sat up straight and froze, looking into her eyes. Also? Honey, what does to mean? The corners of his lips drooped downward in carnal sadness. I'll look like I could cry on you in a minute if you don't explain. No. Hubby, let's not bite the bullet, huh? No, also, I've only touched your pecs. You're not the only man I've ever had. And you don't know it, and you're still sour. Hearing such words, Jiang Yibei was still very happy in his heart, but his mouth still refused to back down, and he indignantly whispered, "Then aren't you the only woman I have?" Even when he finished, he shook his head and, No, I'm so ordinary, and the baby's so good. She's got suitors lined up all the way to France, so it's almost like she's rewarding me with just one man. Then I'm the only woman she's got. Isn't that the way it should be? That doesn't make it even. That's her being nice to me." Jiang Yibei hurriedly took her into his arms and kissed her several times on her face. "It's not sour. Baby, I'm not sour. I shouldn't be sour. You said you've been so good to me. Just look at other men." The more he spoke, the harder he felt in his heart, and his tone gradually lowered. "And I'm, like, still not very good. Ha 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 ha." Yuchiochi was so amused by his appearance that she couldn't stop laughing, cupping his face and kissing him hard on the lips. "I only look at you, okay? My husband is so handsome. How can I have the heart to look at others? I can't get enough of you." "Really?" A little breeze of excitement filled the man's voice as he brought his face to hers and, "Then take a good look. I'll show my wife every day." Probably thinking it wasn't enough, he took Yuchiochi's cell phone and took a selfie of her face, set it as the background image of Yuchiochi's. "You're not allowed to change it. That's what you said. You want to see me every day. I'm making it happen." Satisfied, he handed the phone back to Yuchiochi. In fact, his screen had long since been changed to a sneak peek of Yuchiochi's photo. The story even got out to some marketing numbers, but he did it on purpose. When he sees someone filming him, he always specializes in lighting up the screen so they can get a shot of the. Every time he saw the marketing numbers, publicizing his and Yuchiochi's good relationship, he was so happy in his heart that he couldn't wait to send some red envelopes to all these marketing numbers. Only he had just put Yuchiochi's phone down when it vibrated on the table. Jiang Yibei muttered in dissatisfaction. "Who is it?" Yuchiochi hurriedly picked up his phone and showed it to him. "Sister Nan's phone. Be good. I'll be done soon. I'll be home when I'm done." She tapped to connect. "Hey, Sister Nan, what have you been busy with lately? I don't see you around." A helpless sigh from across the phone. "I didn't want to give you this call, Autumn Pond, but who made both of us siblings so unproductive? Which is, indeed, so sorry for you." Yuchiochi glanced back at Jiang Yibei, stood up in bewilderment, and asked with concern, "What's going on here?" Jiang Yibei, as if he could see the clues, hurriedly got up and away with her, and reached out to grab the cell phone. "The phone is hung up. Honey, don't listen to her. Hang it up." Yuchiochi dodged and dodged. looking at him uncertainly. These two sisters. Seeing that he couldn't snatch the cell phone, Jiang Yibei hurriedly yelled towards it again. Jiang Yinan, if you dare to say that, Yuchochi directly raised his hand to cover his mouth, his eyes threatening him not to make a sound. Tell me, Nan, what's going on? Jiang Yinan actually heard Jiang Yibei's voice, although there is some hesitation, but the phone has been called. There is nothing that cannot open the mouth. Akuchi, I have to apologize in advance. I'm sorry, this is something you can say yes to, or of course you can say no. Just don't be mad at me. I can't help it. Jiang Yinan has always been a straightforward character. What can make her all embarrassed like this is bound to be no small matter. She replied seriously. And, okay, I'm not mad. Go ahead. Hearing her say that, Jiang Yinan felt more at ease. It's like this. Jiang's sweetheart is organizing a birthday party the day after tomorrow. This matter originally didn't matter whether we attended or not. I know you don't like her, but Dad wants all of us to attend. Saying that she's interrupting her career in the entertainment industry. You, me and eBay are all CEOs. We must all show up to support her. This kind of thing eBay and I refused. But, Dad threatened us. The reason, I can't say, is just that it's a reason we can't refuse. Yuchochi turned back. Jiang Yibei had his back to her, one hand propped up on the floor-to-ceiling window glass, looking sad and helpless. Sister Nan, it's not a big deal. Don't be so serious. I'll just go. Although I don't have a good relationship with Jiang Dangshan, it's okay to treat it as an ordinary social gathering. Which one of us hasn't had a social gathering before? Jiang Yinan didn't expect her to agree so painfully, and instantly choked back a sob. Thank you, thank you. After casually saying 2 sentences, she hurriedly hung up the phone, walked behind Jiang Yibei, and wrapped her arms around the man's waist. Honey, it's okay, it's the little things. Chapter 107. You flirted with me first. Little things? The man did not move, and his hoarse voice betrayed a great sense of powerlessness. But I can't even fix a little thing like this, and keep you around, and then I have to suffer because of me. Seeing people you don't like, attending occasions you don't like. As your husband, I can't do anything about it. Wife, I'm really useless. Noble asterisk 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 asterisk. Yuchochi forcefully twisted his body around to face him and, seeing him with his head still hanging down and an uneasy look of indescribable pain. Look at me. Jiang Yibei, who had received the order, slowly raised his eyes, a guilty light flashing in his dark eyes. The eyes that looked at the person in front of him weren't even that determined anymore. Hubby, it's not a big deal. You two are so serious. Why are you so serious? Let's just go. Even though Jiang Tian is your cheap sister, but it's a sister. Let's just show up and leave. Anyway, with Sister Nan and you around, no one else will give me a hard time. She really didn't mind too much about attending any birthday banquet, and it didn't matter even more if she saw or didn't see Jiang Dangtian. Anyway, that's an unintelligent one. It's just that Jiang's father is more difficult to deal with, and it's not good for her, as a junior, to make too much of a mess. However, with Jiang Yibei and Jiang Yinan, the 2 biological children present, Jiang's father would naturally give them some face. My mom loves him. Jiang Yibei softly opened his mouth to explain. Even now, many times, she's confused, but she's still happy every time she sees her father. She'd mark clearly in her journal which days her father came, what he said, and how long it had been since she'd seen. Her father is what keeps her alive. So there's nothing sis or I can do when he threatens with this. Words are full of heartache and helplessness. There's probably no father in the world who could do something like that. In fact, his father had once threatened him to divorce and marry Feng Jingjing. It was Jiang Yibei who forced him with his life, and this matter was finally put to rest. But life is something that has to be used when it matters. If you use it too much, it won't work anymore. He was very sure in his heart that if he wasn't the only son in the Jiang family, his father would not have cared about his death either. It was just that his father was not aware that he had never planned to have children in his life, nor had he ever thought of living for anyone other than Yuchochi. Honey, the woman burrowed into his arms, gently stroking his spine and, he's your father and the one mom loves, so we don't bother with him. Just think of it as accompanying the play. Anyway, it won't do anything too much. Don't be in a bad mood. My heart aches. Jiang Yibei adjusted his emotions. He didn't want to make Yuchochi unhappy along with him again because of himself. After rubbing the woman's head vigorously several times, and kissing her a few times. Baby smells good. Smells so much better. Baby, look at me. I'm so good. Are you considering kissing me? Yuchochi raised her head and hooked her finger towards him. The man inclined his head with a disbelieving look on his face. I'm not going. It's definitely not a kiss. I'm not going to fall for it. I'm not stupid enough to fall for it so many times. Although the words were like this, Jiang Yibei still wanted to take a gamble. Just in case it was a kiss this time, it wouldn't be forever. He made up his mind, put his face up to it, and the next moment, sure enough, he slapped it up and, it wasn't heavy, but he was still good and angry. Man, I really can't have a gambler's mentality. He lost again. Seeing that he was somewhat deflated, Yuchochi stood on her tiptoes and dropped a shallow kiss on the man's lips. Her lips were soft and warm to the touch, causing the man to shiver. And following that, he took the man into his arms and, it's not that he doesn't give him a kiss, it's that Jiangyibai is always like this. Every time he kisses on it, it's endless, and it's like he can't even satisfy her without kissing her until she suffocates. This time it was true as usual, and the man lifted her up with straddling his waist, kissing her all the way down to the desk. The wide palms clasped the back of the woman's head, and she had nowhere to go if she tried to struggle a little. Until it felt like all the oxygen had been drained out of my body, and I started to go limp. It was only then that Jiangyibai reluctantly let go of her, but he didn't leave either. Only his head was lowered to her forehead, panting softly. Don't move! Yuchochi subconsciously stopped the movement to go down, just quietly looking at him waiting. And, it was a long time before the man slowly straightened his body and lifted his hand to carry the man down and, I'm sorry baby, I didn't have control. He apologetically touched her lips, which were red and swollen from the kiss, a little distressed, and followed it up with a weak heart, not daring to look her straight in the eyes. Yuchochi grunted softly and climbed up to his waist with her hands, rubbing and kneading his skin. The man tilted his head, narrowed his eyes slightly, and gave a low, soft grunt that, well, then quickly grabbed her hand. Uncomfortable? Her coquettish voice rang in his ears, seducing his unbearable heart at the moment. The man's panting gradually increased, his white neck bruised, his cheeks flushed without feeling it, and his fingers shook as they gripped her shoulders and, honey, I'm hard, okay, please. The second before his lips touched Yuchochi, the woman quickly dodged away and, no way, let you kiss me that hard, to teach you a lesson. Jiangyibai was stunned, reluctantly grabbed her arm, and without saying anything directly picked up the person across the body and walked towards the restroom. Don't worry baby, I'll ask you later if it's okay. The door to the lounge slammed shut and, it was already dark when he opened it again, and Jiangyibai carried the dozing Yuchochi towards the outside. Just outside, Joy stood up yawning and rubbing her eyes and, yo, you've come out. After her eyes were fully opened, she instantly froze. Looking at Yuchochi was carried out, her whole body was confused, and she instantly cried out, you, Mr. Jiang, what did you do to our chief Why is she all unconscious I wanna call the police, you bad man. Jiangyibai was instantly embarrassed and wanted to find a crack to burrow into, reminding her in a loud voice that, don't you cry, keep your voice down, my wife is sleepy. What are you arguing about? Not going home at night, still at the office. No wonder you don't have a boyfriend. Leilei's hand that was about to call the police stopped, stepped forward and saw Yuchochi impatiently burrowing into Jiangyibei's arms for a bit, so she was a little more relieved. It's alright, you scared me to death. You're really good at this. What time is it? If you come home early, I can go on a date early and save myself from being taunted about being single, she said as she pressed the elevator for the pair, taking them all the way to their car before they went home from work. Jiangyibai let the maid hurry to cook something on the way back, so that Yuchochi could eat at home if he woke up from his nap. Still, he seems to have overdone it a bit, driving all the way home. Yuchochi slept without the slightest bit of consciousness, and he was somewhat skeptical that this person was really unconscious. Chapter 108, The Life of a Worrywart. The woman on the bed rolled over, feeling a sudden ache all over her body, like she'd just run 5 kilometers. Well, as soon as the person moved, Jiangyibai hurriedly adjusted the brightness of the night light, came to the woman's front and put his head next to her shoulder. Awake? Ain't awake, baby. Yuchochi, a person who was used to being independent. Jiangyibai knew that she didn't like such close contact, even if she didn't mind this because she was in love with him. It still made her feel differently, having someone close to her, so that she can wake up. Awake. The woman, still with her sleepy voice, lifted her arm tiredly, her arm too sore to lift. Jiangyibai hurriedly got out of bed and walked aside to cover Yuchochi's eyes. I'll turn on the light then. Let's get up and eat something. It's that time of day. The baby didn't eat dinner today. It won't work. Confirming that she had closed her eyes, then Jiangyibai turned it open and waited for her to get used to it before moving his hand away. The servants cooked several pots of porridge in batches, but Yuchochi never woke up. Well, this time she woke up just after it was cooked, so today everyone at the villa's midnight snack is porridge. Jiangyibai straightened the bed, 2 pillows stacked up. Such a height Yuchochi will be more comfortable to lean against. He sat down with the bowl of porridge still a little warm, so he took a small fan and started blowing. What time is it? Yuchochi raised his hand to touch his cell phone. Zhang Yibei, however, subconsciously stopped her hand, frowning guiltily, his eyes glowing red. What's wrong? She grabbed the man's hand and squeezed it over his. Upset? He shook his head, withdrew his hand, and resumed blowing the porridge, biting his lip without a word. Each time he regretted it, but the next time he still couldn't control it, and he wanted to go to the hospital to see for himself what was wrong with him. Yuchochi was shocked by his reaction, and the image in her mind was stuck on Zhang Yibei helping her bathe in the restroom. How she got home, and how long she slept, seems to be completely out of her mind. So what's going on? Or what's wrong with her cell phone? He won't let himself touch it, and he's acting all aggravated about it. It couldn't be Yi Fei calling, could it? Honey, what's wrong with you? Don't be sad, you're the only one in my heart. As I told you. She took Zhang Yibei's hand, took the bowl he was holding down and put it on a side table, hooking the man's chin and forcing him to look at himself. His slightly drooping eyelashes fluttered a little, forming a nice shadow in the light, and the knot in his throat rolled up and down a little, choking a little. I'm sorry, I'm such an asshole. My wife's so delicate body. No, I've tired you out. It's been too long, and wife, I'm just an animal, aren't I? The man's eyes were red, his thin lips trembling, the corners of his lips slightly downward, looking like he was greatly aggrieved. Yuchochi then reacted that he wasn't sad, he was feeling guilty. He's supposed to feel guilty. It's too much of a tosser when it's dark like this, but, is not bad. This aspect is something that should be considered excellent, right? I'll change, I promise. I'll really change this time. If I can't, I'll go to the hospital and get a prescription for some medication or something. Anyway, I'll figure it out. You're too much of a temptation for me. I've really been in control and it's still turning out this way. Yuchochi hanging heart put down. She touched the man's slightly cool cheeks. He looked that he did not sleep. Then he'd probably chastised himself to death in the hours she'd been asleep. The woman didn't have the heart to laugh, then raised her hand and pedaled it directly to the back of the man's head. The arm brought the force to bring him to his feet and nipped at the tip of the man's ear. Hiss! He made a noise of pain, then quickly closed his mouth, followed by his eyes, waiting for the scene where he might get beaten next. Yuchochi kissed his earlobe and whispered in his ear. It's okay. I like it. Zhang Yibei was stunned. His body were getting more and more stiff. He slowly turned his head. His voice was shivering. So, you don't blame me? Really, baby, you don't blame me? She shoved the bowl on the nightstand back into Zhang Yibei's hand and shook her head. It's not weird. This is a normal thing to do. Except that my husband might be a little energetic. So next time you'll abstain a little. Look at how tired I am. The woman was daintily pouting, leaning back on the bed waiting for him to feed her porridge, and she didn't want to move at all anyway, and having someone to serve was something to be happy about. Zhang Yibei see her not gas, instantly happy. Porridge is not hot, just can eat. He fed Yuchochi one spoonful at a time, probably because she was really starving. She ate a whole bowl, but still looked like she wasn't full. Zhang Yibei immediately made a problem. On the one hand, want to let her eat more food, but also worried that she will eat to burst. After all, already this time. Baby, he hesitated, looking at the empty bowl. Well, don't eat it, I'm probably just starving. I don't feel much full when I slam it. It should be hard in a while. Lifting the covers and preparing to get up, Zhang Yibei hurriedly stopped her. Where to? Do what? I'll help you. The restroom. I'm going to the bathroom. Zhang Yibei couldn't help with this matter, but he wouldn't look on and ignore it either. Instead he directly picked her up with one arm. I can't help you on, but I can carry you there. And it's only right that I serve my wife at this time of year. Baby, you don't have to be polite with me. You don't even move a muscle. I'll do everything. He pulled the door open and placed a footrest in front of the toilet before placing her on it. Yuchochi was shocked and didn't know how to describe it when he lifted his hand and placed it on her waist. Honey, I can do this one on my own. He has to stretch his hand even for something like taking off his pants. This man is afraid he's not crazy, right? How can you become a retard as soon as you enter the house? I don't see him having an attack when I'm at the office. Being rejected, Zhang Yibei hung his head and walked out, standing obediently at the door and waiting. Every now and then, I stick my ear out and peek inside to hear if there's a flush. Baby, experts said, squatting toilet time more than 5 minutes easy hemorrhoids, and squatting toilet is not suitable to play cell phone. If you are bored, I accompany you to chat, okay? He finished in a long drawn-out voice and put his ear to the door and waited. The person inside did not respond, but was speechless. So, not talking, is fainting? Zhang Yibei was startled and hurriedly knocked on the door. Baby, are you okay? Did you pass out? I'm going in. No need. Don't come in. Yuchochi yelled breathlessly. Who would faint while going to the restroom? Chapter 109, Formal Meeting with the Mother-in-Law. Waited another 10 minutes, until the sound of flushing came from the restroom. Jangyabe then directly pulled open the door, walked to the front, picked up the person, walked to the sink, put warm water, and, after grabbing Yuchochi's hand and putting it under the faucet and rinsing it wet, he clicked aside the hand sanitizer, then showed her, palm up, that, look, baby, look, little flowers. This is yesterday when I idly saw a short video in which someone used this hand sanitizer that is a flower when you press it, and then I went to buy it after work. Like it? He said as he carefully washed her hands. Love it. It's quite nice. It was impossible to say whether she really liked it or not, but in any case, Yuchochi still enjoyed it more in her heart when someone was so attentive to her. Luckily, the next day was a weekend and there was no need to get up early, and it was already noon when the duo got up. After breakfast, Yuchochi went to put on a light makeup, changed into a delicate yet elegant little white dress, carried a gift bag that had been prepared long ago, and got into the car. It's an extraordinarily sunny day. Warm but not too hot, a rare treat in this heat. Only the man on the sidelines didn't seem to be in the mood to pay attention to that, clenching his fists nervously, resting them on his knees and, from time to time, he looked out toward the car window. Couldn't say what he was looking at, but the way he frowned showed his uneasiness. Yuchochi put her hand lightly on his fist, and the next moment her hand was held by him. The slightly cool fingertips were also indicative of how nervous the man was at the moment. Honey, don't be nervous, it's okay, I was prepared. Don't worry. Jangyabe didn't say anything, just nodded shallowly towards her. The vehicle slowly pulled into a tightly regulated looking, yet nice medical facility, and the driver pulled into the parking lot. Jangyabe was holding a bouquet of hydrangeas in his hand, and the other hand was holding Yuchochi. The nurse at the door was stunned when she saw the two of them, and then she quickly greeted them. Mr. Jang is here. This is my wife, Jangyabe introduced softly. The nurse rushed to politely greet the, hello Mrs. Jiang. This side received the news in advance that the two of you would be coming over. Mrs. Jiang is in her room at this moment. Let's go over now. Looking all the way at the profile on the wall, Yuchochi realized clearly that this mother-in-law of his was not living in a mental hospital, but a foreign-funded sanatorium. It's a facility that specializes in these special patients, and it's top-notch in terms of both environment and medical care. Not to mention hospitals, most of the retreat centers in the country don't have such a nice environment. The staff member drove a mobility scooter and took them to a 3-story condominium on the lakefront, knocking gently on the door of the middlemost unit on the second floor. After a slight wait, a very soft response came from inside. And, come in. The door opens, and around the foyer follows a not-so-large, but neatly tidied and very stylish living room, devoid of the customary coffee table and television. There was only a piano and a desk, and even the chairs along the side were only 3. On the balcony with her back to them sat a woman in a wheelchair, her back very thin by the looks of it, but sitting still straight, flaxen hair in a bun behind her head. There was also a nice gold beaded hairpin in the bun, embellished with hydrangeas made of sapphires. Mom, we're here. Jangyabe walked over to the window and took out the flowers from the vase, replacing them with the bouquet he had just brought. The woman on the balcony didn't move or open her mouth to respond, still sitting there looking ahead. No one knew what she was looking at every day. Walking in, Yuchochi saw that she was dressed differently from the others here. It was a plain-colored cheongsam, but it was covered by the blanket in front of her body, so that she could not see the whole thing. But the aroma of books and the noble and elegant temperament of the body is still very obvious. Mom, my name is Yuchochi. I'm Ibe's wife. First time meeting. Hello. Her slightly official and somewhat stiff way of greeting Jangyabe's mother got some reaction. Her hand resting in front of her body moved slightly. Then turned the wheelchair and turned back. In Yuchochi's memory, this was the first time she had seen Jangyabe's mother, who was wearing light makeup and had slightly pale skin. Her hair was coiffed, and even though she lived here because she was sick, she still lived a decent life. Despite her age, she could see that she must have been a beauty in her youth. Yuchochi? Chochi? You're that only daughter of the Yu family, aren't you? Jiang mother struggled to remember. With little expression visible on her face, Yuchochi nodded gently. Yes. Jangyabe slowly squatted in, holding on to his mother's hand. Mom, Chochi is the girl I love. She's my wife now. In fact, I should have brought her here earlier. It's my son's fault for letting you see my daughter-in-law now. I love and adore her. So you would love her too, right? His eyes were deep in a way that was rarely seen, and he looked at his mother's reaction with the same face of anticipation. Jiang mother slowly raised her head. Her eyes fell to Yuchochi's face. and then looked up and down. Daughter-in-law, too thin. Yuchiochi was startled, a little worried if her future mother-in-law didn't like her, and immediately after, Young mother reached out her hand towards her. Yuchiochi hurriedly shook it as well. It's thin Ibe, this bastard boy is not good to you? When he was little he always chanted, little goldfish, you're the little goldfish, aren't you? A rare warm smile appeared on Young mother's face. Her other hand grasped Young Ibe's hand, placing Yuchiochi's hand in her son's palm. This is the girl you've loved since you were a little girl. Be nice to them. What did mommy ever tell you? Boys are born to take care of girls, not to break the hearts of their loved ones, not to do things that are bad for society. Mom, I remember it all and it's done pretty well yet. Akuchi she. Young Ibe turned his head and looked at Yuchiochi, who had crouched down with him, with a doting face. She can't eat fat. I can't help it. Young mother took Yuchiochi's hand with both hands. Just like when I was young. I can't eat fat. And I'm really good looking. No wonder Ibe likes you. I love it when I look at you. Son, get a chair for Chewy. She's spending less and less time awake. And situations like today's are even harder to come by. After the staff told her that her son was coming over with his daughter-in-law recently, she forced herself to be good and take her medication every day. Even getting work checked out. And having continuous fluids for days on end, just to keep up a very good image of. She was a little reluctant to let her daughter-in-law see her condition, but she was looking forward too much to seeing the person her son loved. Chapter 110. Opposite the balcony was a wigwam, under which was a modest lake. Two black swans on the lake, just swimming side by side, no frolicking in sight, and seemingly not communicating much. Yuchiochi sat beside Young mother and asked softly, Mom, what are you looking at? See? Young mother's words to the mouth stopped, like some bewildered look around, but also as if looking for something, and finally holding Yuchiochi, pointed to the swans on the lake. Yuchiochi wasn't quite able to understand her words, but when she turned her head, Young Ibe, who was standing by the side, was frowning with a preoccupied look, making her a little worried. Young mother adjusted the angle of her wheelchair and pulled Yuchiochi a little closer to her. Lifting the blanket, he took off the jade bracelet from his other hand and put it on hers. Mom, this. At a loss for words, she glanced back at Young Ibe. The man just smiled faintly, looking at the two most important women in his life, right in front of him. First time we've met, and as you can see with Mom, there's not much in the way of gifts to show for it. This bracelet was my dowry, and now that it is on my daughter-in-law's hand, I have no regrets. Yuchiochi had no reason to refuse, and also her mother-in-law's recognition of her. She got up and took out the gift she had prepared from the bag. Mom, I didn't know what you'd like, so I picked out a shawl. Young Ibe directly took the shawl and put it on his mother's body. Chi chose for a long time it. Style to material she is carefully selected. Summer is especially suitable for this texture of heavenly silk. Cool but not too cold. The color is also suitable for you. I have to say, Young Ibe's emotional intelligence is all used on his mom and wife. He actually didn't even know that Yuchiochi had prepared a gift, or Young Ibe only saw it in the morning when she came out with the bag. Yuchiochi followed suit. Mom has a good temperament and looks good with anything. Young mother touched the shawl on her body, and with a smile, she once again pulled on Yuchiochi's hand. Autumn Pond has such a good eye, and so does my son. Glancing behind her, Young mother said towards Young Ibe, you go and have some tea poured over. I don't think there was any water added to the room this morning. Really? I'll go ask what's going on. Young Ibe hurriedly got up and walked out. How could such a place forget to change the water for the user? Yuchiochi understood that this was Young mother wanting to say something to her alone. Sure enough, as soon as the door closed, Young's mother slowly spoke. Cho-chi, actually I know you and Ibe have been married for quite a long time. I want to see you, but I'm afraid to see you. But since you're here, Ibe must have told you all about me. It's a bummer having a mother-in-law like that. I can understand that it's not easy for you, but as a mom I'm selfish and others may not know, but I can see that Ibe is not doing well either, and he may have inherited my disease. We are all smart people. Yuchiochi naturally knew what Young mother meant, and there was no need to hide it anymore. She bluntly said, Mom, you guessed right, but Ibe's condition isn't serious, and he's already receiving treatment for it. The doctor also said it worked well, and I'm sure he'll get better, and so will you. A trace of surprise instantly swept through Young mother's eyes, and then quickly regained her composure. She still held Yuchiochi's hand. It was only in those eyes, which were as dead as ashes and devoid of the least bit of vitality, that suddenly there flickered a ray of hope. Really? Akuchi, you're really a very nice girl. Ibe has loved you since he was a kid. When he came to visit me at that time, he would always recite to me. He has a friend named Little Goldfish. who is cute with big eyes, cute with white skin, and cute when he talks bossy and unreasonable. Young mother recalled the past with a smile on her face. Back then, I knew he liked you, but then I never heard him mention it again. I've seen another girl in the past 2 years. I don't know if you recognize her, but I could tell my son didn't like her. I thought Ibe would spend his life with someone he didn't like. I was a little sorry for him, but I didn't expect to see you. Young mother raised her hand and ran it through her hair. Her face couldn't tell if it was an expression of envy or favor. I knew from that look he gave you that he loved you. That's my son. Can I not understand? But he seems to love you too much. He's as stubborn as I am in this regard to the point of being stupid. When I first knew that John was having an affair, but I still refused to let go, loving him so much that I had no ego. It's even ridiculous that I still love him now, when I know in my heart, I wouldn't be where I am today if it weren't for him, but I haven't regretted loving him for one moment. I don't want my own son to go down that road. You're a good boy, Akihiko. I hope you don't let him love you too much if you're not ready to spend your life with him. Yuchochi knew that the Jiang brother that Jiang mother spoke of must be Jiang Ibei's father. It was rare to hear things between them mentioned by Jiang Ibei, much less know what really happened between them. But who would let their loved ones stay in a convalescent center? Although the environment is very nice, will they really be happy without the company of their family? It's only human for her, as a mother, to worry about her child, who suffers from the same disease as she does. The pain in her heart could be seen in those guilt-filled eyes. Yuchochi took her hand and gazed at her earnestly. Mom, I don't know much about you, but Ibe is also someone I've loved since I was a kid. Maybe you don't know me. I'm also a stubborn person. What I like from childhood I will still like when I grow old. I know exactly what's going on with Ibe. I love him. No matter what happens between us, I'll be with him all the way through this life. It's not a promise. It's my love for him because he deserves it. The door was pushed open again, and Jiang Ibe walked over with 2 cups of water. Mom, they said to change it for you. He unscrewed the cap and handed one bottle to his mother, and another to Yuchochi's lips. Take a sip. It's too hot and you don't like water anymore. Yuchochi awkwardly took the bottle and took a sip with a red face. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit off, Jiang Ibei asked with some concern. Mom, what are you guys talking about? You, in chat, you're luckier than I am. Jiang mother smiled towards him, then glanced at her watch and softly said, you guys go back. It's time for me to rest. The staff led the duo out, and only when they got into the car did Jiang Ibei carefully open his mouth. My mom, I'm in okay shape today. She stumped me out just now to talk to you about something, didn't she? Honey, what are you thinking? Chapter 111. This aspect. Confidence. Just talking about some of the things you did when you were a kid. And of course, how she thinks you love me. And how you don't treat Feng Jingjing the same as you do me. Yuchochi explained what had just happened in one breath, then stared at Jiang Ibei with an expression that said I know everything. The man instantly deflated, helplessly grabbing her hand and, Agu, why does my mom say everything? Even if she says I love you, what's the point of mentioning outsiders? Honey, I didn't want to bring her here. I didn't bring her here. Every time my dad brings her over, I don't even want to talk to her. It's annoying as hell. In fact, for the matter of father bringing Feng Jingjing to see his mother, although Jiang Ibei was upset, he was more helpless. It was just that last time, his father had even brought Jiang Sweetie with him. He threw a huge tantrum and had a huge fight with his father. It must be that the last time Jiang Yinan called him back, he should also be trying to mediate the relationship between the two. Yuchochi looked out of the car window, his hand propped up his chin, conspiratorially imitating Feng Jingjing's tone of voice. Xiao Bei brother, you say today's weather is so good, let's go do something me. Jiang Yibei quickly replied, then moved over, raised his hand and cupped her chin, forcing the person to look straight at him. And, baby, if you ever taunt me like that again, I'm going to get my revenge. Yuchochi was startled by this sudden big face, and didn't even react to the meaning of Jiang Yibei's I word. When she reacted, she instantly blushed to the base of her neck and, blushing, she punched him in the chest and, no decent eyes reminded him that there was a driver in front of him. Jiang Yibei knocked on the driver's seat indifferently, and the driver didn't turn around, but the soundproofing panel had slowly risen. Baby, it's just the two of us this time. Isn't it time to honor your promise to do something? Before the words were out of her mouth, the man attached himself to her lips and kissed her, lifting his shirt in the process and tucking her hand in. I don't know when, but Jiang Yibei realized that Yuchochi loved to touch him. No matter if it was his arms or his pecs and abs, she always pinched and pinched when she got her hands on him. Although there were times when it hurt a little, but looking at her face with a bad smile and happy expression, Jiang Yibei's heart was unusually satisfied. Maybe it's called pain and pleasure. Perhaps feeling that this angle was not satisfying, Yandere directly put the seat down and, as soon as he held Yuchochi's waist so that she straddled his. Baby, kiss me for a minute, just a minute. I miss you so much. The man's low and sexy voice rang in her ears, immediately making Yuchochi's heart itch. Not waiting for an answer, the earlobe was directly wrapped. The two of them got along more and more tacitly. Yandere could always easily find her most sensitive places. Only this time, unlike the previous kisses, there was more of a restrained calmness to it. He lifted his head tenderly and kissed every inch of the woman's skin until the car pulled up to the entrance of the villa. The man pulled open the car door. His long legs, his arms took her directly in his arms, and walked up towards the bedroom. Putting her down on the table with one hand, he kissed her on the lips again and, I want to, okay? Seeing her nod slightly shyly, and her cheeks gradually reddening, only then did Yandere carry her to the bathroom. The hot water clattered and flowed, and under the dim light, it was dense with ambiguous mist. The man's bony fingers, unbuttoning her buttons one by one. From the top to the skirt, the creamy skin was covered in a haze of light. Baby, you're so beautiful. I'll be gentle this time. Trust me. The hot water soaked the man's white shirt as it ran down his shoulders, tightly pressed against his chest and abdominal muscles lined with smooth curves. The heat was too heavy to see the tenderness in his eyes. An hour later, Yuchochi sat in front of the mirror, resting with her eyes closed, the sound of the hairdryer whimpering in her ears, as well as the man's low laughter. Baby, you have a lot of hair to envy. What's there to envy? You've got a lot of hair too. It's just kinda soft. Yuchochi raised her hand. The man obediently put his head down for her to touch. Instead of touching his hair, she pinched up his ear and, the ears are floppy too, and hubby is floppy and cute everywhere. Yandere, where am I? All soft? His incredulous face was almost white. Looking at Yuchochi in the mirror, he pointed to the tip of his nose, and said in a serious and solemn manner that, just now because I'm afraid of your hard work, an hour is certainly not enough for me. I still can't get enough of it. And, I can still be ruthless now, or we. Yuchochi got up straight away and covered his mouth, the roots of his neck red with shame. I didn't mean that. I just meant the ears. Just the ears. Why are you so full of yellow waste? What's going on here? Yandere peeled away her hand, cupped her chin, and asked her with the same seriousness. So, are you still satisfied? Did I do okay? Are you comfortable? Yuchochi. She smiled mechanically and falsely, red-faced, and wanted to turn and flee, but her shoulders were clamped in a deadly grip by the man, as if he would definitely not let her go unless she answered him. Yandere continued to explain seriously. Just say it straight. No need to give me face. I can only improve if I know my shortcomings. I have to perform well to be able to. Baby, I can actually be long, and I can still learn. Anyway, if you think something is wrong, you must say so. Never, never. No problem. Yuchochi hurriedly replied, coughing twice to ease the awkward atmosphere. Ahem. Actually, it's quite good. I think, it's good. With a red face, she nodded her head earnestly, but didn't look into Yandere's eyes, adding awkwardly that, that's good. Extra good. Keep it up. Hearing this comment, Yandere felt okay, but not very satisfied. He must have room for improvement on this matter. After all, I had no experience before, and I thought I was already considered an untutored genius, but now maybe I really need to learn. He put down the hairdryer and began to brush Yuchochi's hair. Seeing that he was not in the right mood, Yuchochi felt that he must have misunderstood because he did not explain clearly. Looking at Yandere in the mirror, she spoke again and, honey, I mean it, it's extra good. Don't get psycho. I'm just shy, not feeling bad. Yandere nodded and pinched Yuchochi's ear as well, answering her softly. I know. I'm still confident in that regard, and I didn't say anything because I was thinking that. Why is it strange that my ears are soft and the baby's ears are hard? Chapter 112, you just look at me. Still confident. Say you're fat and you're still panting. Yuchochi rolled her eyes at him without any good reason. The man followed and picked up on it. Do I pant badly? Why do I think you get excited every time you hear it and... Shut up. Yuchochi growled twice, hurriedly rubbed some face cream and pushed the door out of the bedroom. This room can't stay for a minute. Yandere is full of waste material. Useless words came out of her mouth as well, and if she stayed any longer, her pure heart would surely be tainted. Yandere put a tea tray carved out of all wood for her in the gazebo in the backyard. It wasn't too small. However, the craftsmanship is exceptionally fine, especially after pouring hot water. The tea tray will emit a light wooden fragrance. Yuchochi has been enjoying sitting here lately, making tea, and she brewed a pot of pour, hunkered down in the swing chair, It was unusually cool at this time of day, plus the back door was open and the wind was blowing. She squinted comfortably, enjoying the quiet of the moment. But it was only quiet for a moment, and before a cup of tea was finished, Yandere came over with a fruit plate. Baby, baby? Yucho-chi heard it, but didn't want to answer, so he remained motionless in his position. He continued to call, baby, baby, baby. This time finally the person called impatiently. Yucho-chi frowned and stared at him with a dissatisfied face. Can't you say something when you have something to say? Do I have to answer you before you say it? The man looked like he had made a mistake and stood motionless in front of her, obediently serving as a fruit plate holder. Seeing him like this, Yucho-chi helplessly reached out his hand and pulled him to his side. What's wrong? Not to be mean. Did hubby miss me? Yandere nodded his head. But the baby doesn't want me and he's mean to me. But it's okay, the baby can do whatever he wants to me. I'm a little sad, but I can live with it, I volunteered. The man's lashes were slightly drooping, the corners of his lips were drooping downward, and his hands were still clasped around the tray of fruit he had just cut, and the lower part of the fruit tray still had ice cubes on it, and it looked like it had been carefully prepared. That pitiful look made Yucho-chi instantly feel guilty. She lifted her hand straight up and took him in her arms, and gave the man several kisses on the cheeks of the. I was wrong, hubby, I'll never be mean to you again. Actually, I'm not mean to you. I'm just not as gentle in my tone, but I'll change it. I will definitely not do this again. We are not aggrieved. Husband is the most good, right? Only then did Yandere raise his head, a pair of eyes red, looking aggrieved. He smashed his head into the nape of Yucho-chi's neck and rubbed it hard against the. Well, I'm the best, and the baby will always be there for me. Seeing that he was better, Yucho-chi hurriedly took out a small red flower from his pocket and Yandere's eyes all lit up with him, instantly grinning happily at the corners of his mouth. Wife. Thank you, wife. This kind of coaxing children's game, he can also play happily. Men are not always grow up. Yucho-chi laughed and teased him. How many little bonuses have you saved up? Have I been handing out a bit too many lately? At this size, I guess it's going to fill up a jar, isn't it? Yandere proudly raised his neck and stuffed the little red flower into his pocket. Soon, the baby's sending more because I'm doing well. Other kindergartners have a big row of little red flowers, and the teacher didn't say they were handing out more. That makes sense. Yucho-chi was always shocked at his ability to weasel his way out of a situation. The man forked up a piece of watermelon and handed it to her mouth. How about ice? Have a couple bites. Ice watermelon is the most comfortable in the summer. Yucho-chi somewhat wanted to say that she was drinking hot tea, but she still ate the fruit he fed her. At the beginning of the first bite, Yandere turned off the power on the coffee table. Eat the fruit. No more tea. It will be dark in a while, and if you drink any more tea you will lose sleep. Although tomorrow is also. He was going to say that there wasn't much to do tomorrow, but that didn't really seem to be the case. Something's going on tomorrow. Are you nuts? We're eating fruit and not drinking tea. Yucho-chi also forked up a piece of watermelon and handed it to his lips. A watermelon fed by your wife is sweet. Sweet to the core. Yandere's good-looking eyes narrowed as he smiled, and he had only recently realized that It turns out that one can change one's personality, and shameless love words can come out of one's mouth in a smooth manner. As if the Yandere who used to be embarrassed when he did something had been far away, like something from his past life. Loving someone really does change everything. Even a personality you thought would never be changed. This night the two sleep very well. This period of time Yandere will seldom lose sleep. Sleep quality is good mood are followed by a lot of stability. The moment I woke up in the morning and greeted the housekeeper warmly. The housekeeper thought he really did look like a flamboyant flower peacock in heat. After sending Yucho-chi to the company, he relied on her office. Lin Yang called 3 times, he refused to go. In the end, he gave Lin Yang authorization on the line, and all of today's work was given to him to deal with. Thanks to the fact that Lin Yang had been with him for a long time, and was able to feel out Yandere's style of doing things. Some of the things he could decide he decided on his own, and the important ones waited until he was willing to go to work. Joy has prepared a double portion of everything from coffee to tea to fruit lunches. A trip. Looking at Yandere lying on the backrest of the sofa, propped up his head staring daggers at Yucho-chi. She found it funny. And, Mr. Jian, you've been staring at our mister. You so much that you're almost eye to eye. Yandere taunted her without looking away but without showing any weakness at all. What do you know? You're a single person. How do you understand what a blessing it is to look at another partner? Gotta. Who did I invite? With a wave of her hand, she walked out helplessly. Only then did Yandere pull out a long voice and complain. Wife, who is so difficult with me? Wi-Fi's only work. Didn't look at me 3 times all morning. Don't you want to see such a beautiful man? Am I failing to catch Mr. Yu's eye? The man said. getting up from the couch and pulling off his suit jacket as soon as he, tossing it aside. Bony fingers quickly hooked the tie loose. What are you doing? Jiang Yibei deliberately threw a wink towards her. Seduce you a bit, mister. You, take a look at me. I don't believe you still have two empty eyes. Who did you learn that from? Put your clothes back on. I'll whip you. Yuchochi glared at him and continued to look down and flip through the documents. The next second the man came up to her and, here you go, smoke me. The woman laughed instantly and helplessly, and disliked him without a, are you nuts? Yes. Jiang Yibei snatched the pen from her hand and pulled the person to the window, squeezing her shoulders and, take a break and look out into the distance. Honey, you've been sitting all morning. Your body will get tired at this rate. Chapter 113, Mother's Relics. He wrapped his arms around Yuchochi from behind and kissed the tip of the woman's ear, his tone pouting and, I'll be a widower if you wear out. I'm young and I want to. Yuchochi didn't react to what he was saying for a moment, and subconsciously picked up the sentence. What are you thinking? I miss you. I want to be with you every day in bed, on the balcony, on the desk, in the bathroom, in the little garden. She hurriedly turned and raised her hand to cover the man's mouth. Just shut up. Jiang Yibei blinked her big eyes and nodded her head hard and fast, then signaling that she could release her hand. Yuchochi then carefully released the hand covering his mouth. When did you learn to be full of yellow waste? And what skill points have I inspired in you? He said, thinking hard and looking ahead. Inspired me to serve my wife's excellent skills, and I'll perform much better. This is an area that I will continue to work on. Every aspect I have to work on. Recently, he had been unusually cheerful, and Yuchochi felt that it was the medicine Chen Mo had given him that had made him too excited, and that this treatment had perhaps gone too far. The two ate lunch together, and Jiang Yibei pestered her to play 2 more games of Go, only having learned Go since childhood. Jiang Yibei, who has won countless awards in international competitions, unexpectedly lost both sets to Yuchochi. He put away the board. It seems that in the future cannot even play it. I was thinking of showing off skills. I did not expect to call for the killing of a piece of armor. The baby is also too powerful. How do you so omnipotent? Yuchochi hugged her arms and smiled at his performance. Jiang Yibei lets though it's not obvious that, but she had seen the man's cabinet of trophies and medals in her study at home, so naturally she knew he was cajoling her. A glance at the time. I'm going to work first. It's not too late for us to leave later. The stylist has a 6 o'clock appointment, so don't go back. Just wait here. Jiang's sweetheart's birthday banquet was specifically scheduled for the evening this time, which was just enough to give them all time. Jiang Yibei drooped his lips, a look of resignation on his face. Go. Just you are the busiest. Or, I will hold you to work. That way it doesn't hold you up, and I have something to do. Or I'll have nothing to do. If Lin Yang heard you talking about being idle, he'd probably blow a gasket. Yuchochi just sat back on the chair. Lei came in. She first glanced at Jiang Yibei before whispering to Yuchochi that, Mr. A guest is here. Yuchochi raised her head and looked at her in disbelief. It was rare for Lei to speak in such a vague manner. She asked directly, and, who? Knock. There was a knock at the door directly, and Yuchochi rose to answer it. And, come in. The man was dressed in an ink blue suit, with a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, walking in with a bag in his hand. He saw Yuchochi come out to meet him and greeted him humbly and courteously. Hello, Mr. I'm sorry I came uninvited. I didn't disturb you, did I, Leafy? Yuchochi was shocked and glanced behind her with some concern. The moment she heard Yi Fei's voice, Jiang Yibei had already come this way. Mr. Jiang is also here. What a coincidence. Jiang Yibei laughed coldly. Coincidence? This is my wife's company. We don't share the same company, so it's normal for me to be here, right? Yes, normal. They are old friends. There's no need to speak in such a pinch. I'm just here to see Cho Chi. What's Jiang always nervous about? Yi Fei's face still had the usual warm smile like the sun. Only when facing Jiang Yibei, the bottom of his eyes were cold, without a trace of emotion. Seeing this, Yuchochi hurriedly responded. Please come in. General Manager Yi came over for something, right? Turning his head to Lei again, he said, pour tea for Mr. Yi. Yi Fei walked into her office and sat down on the sofa before handing Yuchochi something in his hand. Actually, I wanted to give it to you last time, but I didn't have it with me, and I just happened to be in the neighborhood today on an errand, so I hope I'm not disturbing you. Yuchochi took the bag in his hand, and after opening it, inside was an exquisite wooden box. All she could think was that there was something familiar about the box, and as soon as the lid was opened, her breathing came to a near standstill as she hung her head and stared dead at the contents. Raising her head again, her eyes reddening with it, Jiang Yibei was stunned. and his heart sank as he stretched his head to see what was inside. Yuchochi took the contents out and placed them in his palm. This is a jade carving of a peony flower pendant. The stone was stumbled upon by my father when he went south on business back in the day. I bought it at a great price because it was in unusually good condition. I heard that because the price of this raw stone was too high, the payment for the goods was almost not enough that year, and he was even beaten up by his grandfather. Later, he came back to find a famous jade carver to carve a peony flower and give it to his mother as a love token. Just this thing later went where? Yuchochi is not clear. In short, after she woke up from the car accident, she has not seen it. What she doesn't know is that after that master jade carver died, the value of all his work went crazy. Later, Yukoan went to his home, saw this pendant, and took it to an underground auction house. It was given away for a mere $1 million and then later rolled over to a foreign country. Janyebe wrapped his arm around her shoulders and comforted her softly. Don't be sad, wife. It's just a jade carving pendant. If you like it, I'll give you a lot of them, okay? Yifei smiled and explained. I saw it at a private auction, because I'd seen my aunt wear it before, so I wanted to take my chances, and now that I've seen your reaction, I should be able to confirm it. Thank you. Yuchochi was moved to tears. For a moment, even some choking, to be reacted to, hurriedly said, "Ah, how much did this cost you? I have to give it to you. I treat you as a friend, and all you ask for is money. Chochi, can't we be friends with each other?" Janyebe then realized that this thing belonged to Yuchochi's mother. He had never noticed this before. Although this was taken over by Yifei, his heart was sour, but he would still thank Yifei for bringing Yuchochi's emotional attachment to his mother. Yifei, thank you, but we have to pay for this thing. We can't take it from you for nothing. Yifei spread his hands, leaned on the sofa, and said towards Yuchochi, "Look, you guys don't even consider me a friend. You've been gone for 3 years, and you're so angry. It looks like I can't even get a meal, and I can't even get a meal. That's fine. I didn't really spend much on this jade. Foreigners don't know what they're talking about. If you really feel like thanking me, sign me up for next quarter's online sales of your products. This is meant to be a good cooperation, as long as there are no problems with the planning." Yifei clearly does not want Yuchochi to feel indebted to him because of this matter. Chapter 114, Bringing Up Old Matters. That's definitely no problem. And I also believe in your ability. I'll have the marketing department to butt heads with your people on this matter later. Only after saying that, Yuchochi turned her head and gave him a somewhat apologetic glance. The man smiled and stroked her hair and, "It's good to have a happy wife." Yifei picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip. Looking at the duo showing love in front of him, he still couldn't hold back, and asked, "Chochi, do you remember what happened at the graduation ceremony? Do you still remember what I told you?" Yuchochi was stunned and slowly turned his head to look at Yifei. Not quite sure why he'd bring it up. She doesn't remember everything after graduation. What did Yifei mean by asking that? Or rather, how could he know that he might not remember it? And what he, at the time, said. Seeing such a blank expression on her face, Yifei could almost be sure of his suspicions. But before the words continued to come out, Janyebe, whose face was pale on the side, spoke in a deep voice. "Yifei, what the hell are you trying to do? Are you taking me for dead?" Looking at the two of them who were facing each other tit for tat in front of him, neither of them refusing to back down, Yuchochi tried hard to recall the past, only to feel that his head ached more and more. And, she suddenly clasped her hands over her head and banged hard. It hurts. Husband, I have a headache. Janyebe took the person into his arms and softly soothed her. "Honey, it's okay, look at me, okay? Let's not think about anything, okay?" The man's eyes were red with fright, and he frowned nervously, the veins in the corners of his forehead jumping, and he stared at Yifei, his expression hostile and guarded, his gaze as cold as a thin blade, and said word by word through clenched teeth, "Are you satisfied? No delivery. I'm sorry, Akihiko, I didn't know." Yifei stretched out his hand, and his apologetic gaze fell on Yuchochi. She clung to Janyebe as if she was treating him as if she was relying on him, and this action undoubtedly made Yifei's heart hurt even more. Still not leaving, Janyebe's voice was low and grim, as if he could shred someone to pieces in the next second. Seeing this, Yifei could only nod. "Let's go. I'm really sorry for today." He got up and bowed slightly towards the pair in apology before turning to go out. Janyebe turned gentle in an instant. He raised his hand and gently massaged Yuchochi's temples one by one. Baby, what are you doing? I'll rub it for you and it won't hurt anymore. This Yifei is no good. Next time I'll give him a big stick to beat him out. Let's not think about him. Think about me. You haven't been thinking about me lately. I'm dying of sadness." With a whisper, hoping she'd pull away from a past she didn't want to remember, he Baby, I've missed you. You don't even know it. You've been sleeping so well lately. You're snoring. Especially like one of those tiny kittens. Purring and super cute. And I'll sneak up and pinch your cheeks without you even knowing you're asleep. The woman in her arms raised her head slightly, a petulant look on her face and, I don't snore. You're full of. Yandere dodged back, an exaggerated expression of surprise on his face. Fighting. The baby snores. It's true. I swear I'm telling the truth, but it's very low. It's probably because I'm tired. And you didn't used to. The woman's small fist slammed into his chest moments later. I told you to talk nonsense. I'm the one who didn't. Yandere, I'll beat you. As soon as he took the small fist and put it to his lips and kissed it. Don't hit me. My wife has to love me. How sad I must be if you hit me. I love you so much. Don't I? The man deflated in aggravation, followed by a grin that, I'll call you at night. Stripped down. Yuchochi covered his mouth once again, and subconsciously glanced towards the door with a weak heart. Mang Lang. Yandere shook his head and broke away from her hand. I'm just being a wannabe. It's not illegal for me to be a wannabe with my own wife. My wife likes it. He stretched out 2 fingers and gestured towards himself and, from now on, I'm the first person to be monogamous to my wife. Besides, your husband has this look, this body, this ability. I'd be proud if I were you. Yuchochi was instantly amused and couldn't stop laughing. She covered her stomach and wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. You're so shameless. Yandere, I'm serious. Since I was little you're the most shameless man I've ever seen. Shameless is shameless. What's there to be ashamed of with your own wife? Yandere played out his shameless style. The whole person wrapped around Yuchochi's body like an octopus, kissing her face like a chicken pecking at rice. Joy knocked on the door with her stylist and walked in before the octopus could be peeled off of her. The 4 people looked at each other in disbelief, and except for Yandere, the remaining 3 wanted to find a crack in the ground. The stylist was the first to speak. That's inconvenient for the 2 old bosses, isn't it? I'll come in later. Convenient. Yandere raised his voice and replied, then took his arms and legs off Yuchochi's body, which led to him pointing inside. The lounge is in there and so is the gown. So go in first and I'll carry my wife in. Hug. The makeup artist looked at the person on the couch in shock, and was a little surprised that this person can't even walk and still wears high heels. Rich people are exquisite to the feet. Yuchochi directly got up. No need to carry me. I can get there by myself. The makeup artist is shocked. Once again. Feelings are not disabled. Just a show of love. Rich people really know how to play. Really good at dog abuse. Really speechless. When applying makeup to Yuchochi, Yandere surrounded her in front and behind, stuffing fruits in her mouth, feeding her water, occasionally accompanying her to chat. The makeup artist on the side laughed. Mr. This husband of yours is really extraordinary. It's the first time I've seen a man with this kind of patience, circling around his made-up wife. Yuchochi looked at the man behind her through the mirror, her eyes full of deep emotion. That's the way he is. His brain won't work too well if he doesn't see me for a while, so let him be here, if you don't mind. The makeup artist hurriedly replied. Don't mind. What's there to mind? You're so lucky. Give Yandere a simple blowing hair. Basically even if the dress is Yandere personally selected, the simplest style, Yuchochi wearing more convenient. The most important thing is, and his tie can match the couple color. Although the party he does not want to attend, but can secretly show love, but still quite happy. If there was a reporter, he thought the gown would be a hit tomorrow. The vehicle slowly stopped in front of the hotel. Yandere pulled open the door, reached out to hold Yuchochi's hand. The other hand carefully blocked her head. Wife, slow down. There's no rush. Everyone else went in on their arms, but Yandere was different. He walked in holding Yuchochi's hand. Chapter 115, the birthday party I don't want to attend. With the lineup of guests in the banquet hall, one could see how much Father John really valued this birthday banquet. Whether it's the business world or the entertainment world, a lot of people have come to they're kind of late. The party's been going on for a while now, so basically no one noticed them at this moment. Yuchochi glanced at the man beside her. I'm sure Zhang's father has never been so attached to his son. Yandere once said that he never celebrates birthdays or any festivals because it's not his habit to do so. Then Zhang should be the same, right? Which child a father values is really related to who he loves. Husband, Yuchochi called out in a low voice. Yandere hurriedly lowered his head. Why baby, aren't you thirsty? I told you that stylist took a crowbar to your hair. It'll make you thirsty, and you still don't believe me. Apple juice or orange juice? The man pulled her aside and walked her to the dining area. Yuchochi didn't like apples, but likes apple-flavored things. But will eating apples at this time of year hurt his stomach? He was torn. Yuchochi picked up a cup of snow pear juice and handed it to the man's lips. Take a sip. Your mouth is dry. She looked at the man in front of her, who had grown up unloved, with some pain in her heart. I don't know how I learned to be so attentive and take care of myself in every way. Jiangyibai took a sip and frowned. It's not good. My dad's taste can be really bad. I don't know where he hired someone to make it. It doesn't taste right. It's not pure juice. Baby, don't drink it. There was a sudden silence in the ballroom, and the two of them looked toward the center of the. Jiang sweetheart took Jiang father's arm and happily said something in the very center. Far away they couldn't hear and didn't want to listen. In the afternoon, Jiangyibai had Lin Yang send the gift over. So at this moment, as long as he let his father see the two of them come over, this task would be considered complete. Cho-chi? Jiangyibai. A figure quickly flashed behind him and slapped Jiangyibei's shoulder. Jiangyibai subconsciously shielded Yuchochi behind him, and when he turned his head to see the visitor, he complained helplessly. Agu. Sis, how many people do you want to scare to death? Dad's over there. How did you find the time to come over? Sister Nan, you came over too? Yuchochi stepped around his body and took the glass of wine handed to her by Jiangyinan. Jiangyinan glanced back at the crowd before answering. Just got here. Actually, I didn't really want to come over. I'll just leave when Dad sees me later. It's annoying as hell. What do you think her business has to do with us? As if anyone doesn't know about this messed up relationship in our family. Just as he was sputtering, the music of the banquet hall started again, and when Jiangyibai turned his head to look at the infield, it happened to meet his father's eyes, and this time he had to go over there, too. However, the three of them walked over at the same time, and as soon as Jiang Sweetie saw Jiangyibai, she called out to him enthusiastically, Brother, I like the gift you gave me. See if it's okay for me to wear it? Jiang Sweetie pointed to the emerald necklace on her neck, and Jiangyibai then reacted. So Lin Yang brought over this. Before, his father had explained that the gift should be more heartfelt, so that everyone could see it, and he had directly handed it over to Lin Yang. This assistant is still good at her job. It's just a little hard to give her such an expensive gem. It's good that you and Dad like it. After Jiangyibai replied, he said towards his father again. We were all present. Can we go now? Jiang father's originally smiling face instantly darkened. If it wasn't for the fact that there were too many people at the scene, he probably would have cursed out directly. What do you mean? You just came and want to leave? Jiangyibai, do you still have a sister in your heart? This sentence asked Jiangyibai directly laughed out loud, or Yuchochi poked him with his elbow. His laughter only stopped. Dad, you're asking. Of course it's not. What's she got to do with me? You know in your heart what we came over for. Just come. What more do you want? Jiangyibei's face was not happy. Jiangyinan on the side did not persuade. The expression on his face was not much better. I'm sure all children in this world wish their parents would favor them. And even if they can't, it's nice to be treated fairly. But this siblings, is from childhood has not been to the fair treatment. Also did not feel the father's love. Can grow now. Should be considered good. Happy birthday. Yuchochi smiled faintly, breaking the awkward situation with one sentence. Feng Min hurriedly responded. Thank you Chochi. You guys also play a little more. Home so early is also idle. Everyone together more chat is also good. But her sentence seemed to really remind Yuchochi, and she said towards Johnny Nan. Sister Nan, there's something I really want to ask you. Do you have time? Of course I do. The most I have right now is time. She glared at Jiang father, and without even a word of greeting, she pulled on Yuchochi's hand. Come on, talk over there. Yuchochi naturally couldn't let Jiangyibai alone here. She was worried that Jiang father's approach would cause Jiangyibei's mood to fluctuate, so she also pulled on Jiangyibei's hand. Come along, it's got something to do with you too. Seeing that they were all about to leave, Jiang's father coldly opened his mouth. You guys go talk? Ibai stay. I have something to say to you. The trio's footsteps stopped at the same time. Looking at Jiang father's usual cold expression, Jiangyibai helplessly said towards Yuchochi. You guys go ahead. I'll be there later. Don't worry, I've got it covered. Well, husband be good. No anger or sadness. You have me. I love you and worry about you. Her soft comforting voice full of tenderness immediately caused a powerful warmth to rise in Jiangyibei's heart. He really wanted to take someone in his arms right away and kiss them so hard that kissing them 100 times wouldn't be enough. Good. I'll be there soon. He lowered his head and kissed Yuchochi on her forehead, looking at her back with reluctance, until the person completely disappeared. Jiang father picked up the glass of wine handed by Feng Min on the side and handed it to Jiangyibai. Feng Jingjing went to the company that thing. There's no negotiation. I don't agree with this, and you're not going to talk about it again. Dad, it's never going to happen between me and her in this lifetime unless I die and you give her the urn. Jiang father's expression instantly solidified. The muscles on his face were all twitching. You could tell that he was forcibly suppressing his anger. He nodded his head and, okay, I won't make it hard for you on this one. And it's not like I have to ask you to put her in the company today. When all is said and done, it's just to see what you guys think. And if you don't agree, then you don't agree. After all, you're my son. He raised his glass towards Zhang Yibei. This is in the past. Don't even mention it in the future, okay? Zhang Yibei stared at him suspiciously, gently clinking his cup and taking a sip. Chapter 116, Something's Wrong. Zhang Yinan headed to a side chair and sat down. The whole person helplessly sighed heavily. Ugh. Thanks, Akuchi. Thanks to you, or I'd still be suffering there. I do have something to tell you. Yuchochi first went aside and brought over 2 cups of water. Sister Nan, I heard that the partner of that property you recently invested in is a company that deals with new media? Zhang Yinan took the glass of water and took a sip, staring at her with a smile. Yuchochi is Yuchochi, all amnesia and still all about work. You say you earn so much money for what, This is not to inquire about it. Look at what you say. Who will be too much money, If you do not want to make money so hard for what, Yuchochi propped his chin up and blinked at her. This is true. Zhang Yinan put down his cup and, well, it's a guy who does new media, but he doesn't invest a high percentage of his money, so maybe he has limited funds, but it's much better to have someone investing than no one. Is that what you're asking? Nothing, just asking. Sister Nan, how much do you value this disc? Yuchochi looked to his side, but no one noticed the two of them. Zhang Yinan had a knowing and smug smile on his face. What's the matter, mister? You is interested? Why don't we have a 3-way cooperation? Anyway, you have money. Even without you there is still Zhang Yibei. He also has money. I don't mind at all if someone comes to invest in me again. Although I don't like Zhang Yibei too much, I guess, but there's no need to mess with money, right? Yuchochi smiled awkwardly as if he had been poked in the heart. I don't want to. I just don't have the money. I think everyone's jealous of this program. If Zhang Yinan loosened his grip, she could consider putting it together. The two of them chatted for a while, and belatedly Zhang Yibei came over. Yuchochi got up and looked around or didn't see anyone. Not only Zhang Yibei, the Zhang family seems to be missing at this moment. Just when he wanted to give Zhang Yibei a call, his phone dialed. Hey, hubby, wife help me, call the police. The man's voice was very low, and breathed a strong note of uneasiness, and his gasps were ragged, as if he had been very badly wounded. And, Yuchochi was startled, and while looking towards the surroundings, she replied, good, where are you? Without getting any answer, the phone was hung up and she quickly called the police, asked the security guard where the surveillance room was located, and flew over to the. Incidentally, he called Zhang Yinan as well. The security guard in the surveillance room wouldn't give her access. You're not a cop. We can't divulge our guest's privacy. Yuchochi was in a hurry. The moment she heard Zhang Yibei asking for help, she couldn't wait to appear in front of him in a second. And now the security guard still refused to check the surveillance. She turned her head to look around, and in passing, she picked up a blast stick that was on the side, and started smashing it towards the surveillance room. You either check, or I'll smash this up today and see if you lose your job or I get arrested. The guard was taken aback and pointed at her, helplessly. And, I check, ancestor, please don't smash it. Won't this make me lose my job? Quickly check, Yuchochi urged anxiously. Following the timeline, they soon found out that Zhang Yibei's last location to disappear was room 1206. At that time, he went in with Zhang Father, and 10 minutes later, Zhang Father came out alone. She asked the security guard for a universal room card and ran out with her legs drawn, right into Zhang Yinan, who was coming head-on. Agu, Sister Nan, quick 1206, notify the police. Too late to wait for the elevator. Yuchochi directly pushed open the door of the building, ran from the 6th floor to the 12th floor in one breath, and quickly swiped open the door of his room. The curtains were drawn, and there were no lights on, and the room was quiet and almost noiseless. Zhang Yibei? She pressed the switch and the living room instantly lit up, but Zhang Yibei was nowhere to be seen. Inside, the bedroom door was closed. Yuchochi pressed the door handle and pushed open the door. What was in front of her startled her. Zhang Yibei was sitting against the corner. His arm was a large bright red bloodstain, and there was a woman lying on the floor next to the bed, wearing a sexy nightgown covered only by 2 pieces of cloth it was just that the hair covered his face and he couldn't see his features. Bae. She rushed over and crouched directly beside the man, putting her arms around him, and it was only then that I saw Zhang Yibei look like he had fallen into great fear. The whole person was shaking badly, just hanging his head down to see his expression. Honey, it's me. It's okay. Are you okay? The police will be here soon. Where are you hurt? Let me see if it's okay. I'll call an ambulance. Only when he heard her voice did Zhang Yibei slowly raise his head, and this raising of his head directly froze Yuchochi in shock. The man's eyes were red and his cheeks were red, but the rest of him was frighteningly pale. Words did not ask out. Zhang Yibei directly kissed up. Aggression. Crazy and hot kiss, so that Yuchochi instantly understand over the. She braced her arms around the man's shoulders and touched his cheek, whispering soothingly, honey, it's okay, just calm down and listen, okay? The sound of someone talking came from outside the room. Yuchochi looked back. Today there must be all the reporters outside, and those sneak peeks. If this situation was filmed by someone with a heart, then Zhang would probably be finished. She hurriedly closed the bedroom door behind her, following with the quilt to cover the person on the floor. Who should be alive anyway if he could breathe? These things had just been done when Zhang Yinan rushed straight in. Well, Yuchochi pointed to the corner. Called the ambulance? It should be. My dad did it. Zhang Yinan gritted his teeth in hatred, and as he lifted the covers and pulled back the woman's hair. Feng Jingjing, really good. She went up and directly slapped Feng Jingjing's face, cursing loudly, you're ing good. Zhang Yinan turned his head to Yuchochi and said, the police will be up soon. I'll go pick up the people and stop the ones who want to take pictures while you protect Yibei. Don't worry. Yuchochi took Zhang Yibei's jacket off, and the man grabbed her arm. Wife, I didn't. It's not my fault. He was trembling terribly, his body growing hotter and hotter, his heart seeming to beat right out of his chest. Seeing Yuchochi carefully undressing him, his gasps became even more ragged. It was only after the suit jacket was removed that Yuchochi noticed that there was no blood on his shirt. You, not hurt. Then this blood. The man didn't answer. His whole state didn't look quite right. He hung his head and forced down his emotions, clenching his fists hard to keep from making a sound. Yuchochi didn't ask again, but directly draped his jacket over Zhang Yibei's head. Honey, just keep your head down and walk later. Don't worry about anything. I've got everything. The two had just reached the door when 4 or 5 police officers rushed in. One of them, who was running at the front, pointed behind them and shouted towards the duo in horror. And, look out! Chapter 117, No More Sons. Yuchochi jerked back in the direction of his finger. Feng Jingjing raised a table lamp high in her hands and smashed it in their direction. Zhang Yibei, you go to hell. Not waiting for the man to react, Yuchochi directly pushed him away with one hand, and the table lamp heavily smashed into the corner of her forehead, blood instantly gushing out. 2 police officers directly pressed Feng Jingjing to the ground. Her mouth is still cursing. Zhang Yibei, where have I wronged you? I'm in front of you like this, and you're not even a little bit moved, and you're still smashing me. Wife. It was only then that Zhang Yibei reacted to what had happened, staggering up from the ground, facing Yuchochi who didn't even dare to reach out. You're hurting. The warm liquid crossed his cheeks and landed on his gown, staining it a large, bright red. Yuchochi raised her hand and touched it, then showed a comforting smile towards Zhang Yibei. I'm fine. Before the words left his mouth, the woman fell straight into his arms. Zhang Yibei yelled in horror. Wife. His expression gradually stiffened, the muscles on his face twitching vaguely as he held Yuchochi in his arms, shouting as he ran. The ambulance! Where's the ambulance? Downstairs, quick! Zhang Yinan guided him to the elevator, and the two of them hurriedly ran towards the first floor, bumping into the medical staff coming in. Zhang Yibei went all the way to the ambulance without stopping and put Yuchochi on the bed, just about to follow it up. The doctor pointed to another car off to the side and, you get on that one, you're not in the right state either. Zhang Yinan forcefully yanked him down and, I'll follow, don't worry, get in the car. Yes. Zhang Yibei stood in place. The cold wind of the night blew, calming his emotions a lot. However, his body was still hot and dry. He knew that he was not in the right situation and could not delay things, so he might as well let Zhang Yinan accompany him first. Turning his head, he saw 2 policemen escorting the scantily clad Feng Jingjing out of the house. The reporters on the sidelines were frantically taking pictures. That overwhelmingly strong hatred swept viciously towards Zhang Yibei, and at this instant it seemed as if it could no longer be held back. He strides towards Feng Jingjing. One of the police officers is the first to react, reaching out to stop him. But he was put down by a punch directly from Zhang Yibei, who staggered and pushed the other civilian police officer away as soon as he was. The wide palm directly pinched Feng Jingjing's neck. Her face instantly suffocated red. Her hands kept slapping Zhang Yibei's hands. The man said, word for word, viciously, how dare you hurt my wife. Feng Jingjing, remember to apologize to her in your next life. His eyes were ruthless, as if they were beasts, and he had no intention of letting her go. The paramedics and the other ambulance aside were afraid to move, looking at each other not knowing what to do. The police who climbed up from the ground saw the situation was not right, and hurriedly poked up towards Jiang Yibei's waist with an electric baton. The man struggled for a moment, but soon lost consciousness. When he woke up again, he first saw a white ceiling, followed by a white comforter, and a blanket of white in front of his eyes. Jiang Yibei sat up blankly, looked at the hospital gown he was wearing, and slowly turned his head and, "Where's my wife? Where's Yu Qiuqi?" The man pulled out the 4-tube, a lift of the covers directly to go out, but was Jiang Yinan tugged a hand. "Don't be anxious. What's your hurry? Qiuqi's fine. He got 3 stitches on his head. He's fine. You've been sleeping all day. It's the middle of the night. Don't bother her." Seeing Jiang Yinan say this, his heart dropped a little, but after just a second of putting it down, he still didn't think it would work. "No, I'll just take a look. Just one look. Okay sis. I'm not worried. I won't disturb her rest. Just take a look through the door, okay?" Jiang Yinan pressed him back onto the bed. "Bei, when I say Qiuqi is fine, I mean fine. She's fine. What do you think you should do now?" "What happened then?" "When I went in, I saw Feng Jingjing dressed like that, and then Autumn Pond is holding you in the corner. How are you going to have the face to go see her if you don't settle this?" Jiang Yinan's words instantly pulled the man back to his senses, and he nodded, seriously recalling that. You're right. Where's Feng Jingjing? Did I not strangle her? Obviously there is no. Otherwise he wouldn't be lying in the hospital." Jiang Yibei, who didn't get an answer, slowly opened his mouth. "Dad said he wanted to talk to me about something, and when we got to the room, he poured me a glass of wine, and then he drank it, and just looked at me like that, and I had to drink it, but I didn't realize that the whole thing felt wrong. After drinking it, I tried to run out the door, but I was sent to the inside room, on Dad's arm. He threw me on the bed and left. Following me, I saw Feng Jingjing come out of the bathroom, dressed in that disgusting way. She came up and jumped on me, and I desperately pushed but the brain is gradually not clearing up, and reacting to what's going on. So he copied a table lamp off to the side and smashed her unconscious, followed by himself, too, then called my wife for help, and that was the process." Jiang Yinan nodded. "It's pretty much what I thought. Feng Jingjing has been taken in, but won't say anything. Dad didn't come over on his side, but called me and said he hoped you'd leave it alone." Jiang Yibei sneered. Don't count on it. He counted on his own son. What favors did the Feng family give him? Just because Feng Jingjing and Feng Min are relatives, he can defend them like this? Sis, it's against the law. Even if I don't pursue it, won't the police do the same? If it wasn't for Mom, do you think I'd still recognize him? I really hate to send him in now, so that he can be reunited with Feng Jingjing. You tell him that from now on, he has no son." Jiang Yibei leaned back and sat on the bed, taking out his cell phone and flipping through the messages, but none of them were from Yu Qiuqi. "I'm hungry. Go get me something to eat." Jiang Yinan didn't intend to persuade anything. This time his father did go too far. Not to mention Jiang Yibei. She was furious. Just disown it. Anyway, the father does not need him, these 2 children. "Okay, you wait." She directly turned around and went out. Not long after, the door opened again. Lin Yang walked in. "Mr. Jiang, are you okay?" Jiang Yibei nodded, his chin pointing at the door. "Gone?" Lin Yang looked back blankly. "Gone. What's wrong?" He lifted the covers right off, grabbed his cell phone and headed out the door. "Fight me. I'm going to see my wife. How can I rest easy if I don't see anyone? I don't even know how badly she's hurt. It's probably going to hurt like hell." Walking outside, Jiang Yibei realized that he didn't even know where Yu Qiuqi was, and after turning his head and asking Lin Yang, he wasn't sure either. He asked, turning toward the nurse's station, "Hello, may I ask which ward the girl with the head injury who was brought in at night is in?" "Her name is Yu Qiuqi." Chapter 118, Restoration of Memory. The nurse looked up at him and, "The one you sent with you, I think." Jiang Yibei nodded. VIP 1301. Before the words fell, Jiang Yibei had already run towards the room with big strides. Through the glass of the door, he saw Yu Qiuqi sitting on the bed, his eyes looking straight ahead. The white light of the hospital room hit her, making her skin paler and paler. Somehow, the old feeling of coolness and detachment in her seemed to have returned. Jiang Yibei knocked on the door, then directly pushed the door in. "Baby, are you in pain? I'm worried sick. My sister won't even let me come see you. Let me see where it hurts." His hand paused in mid-air and the woman's eyes, which were originally soulful, were now only despairing and terrifyingly cool. Her thick lashes trembling slightly, and she wrinkled her brow slightly. She raised a hand to brush the ends of her hair. A slight reddish blood color caught in her eyes, and smiled softly, broken and desperate. Jiang Yibei, you even lie to me like this?" The man's heart sank. and he stared at her in bewilderment. The dark eyes flowed with agonized and desperate emotion, panicked but forcibly composed. Wife, what happened to you? The words came out in a voice that trembled terribly. Yuchochi let out a soft laugh, a tear running down the corner of her blood-red eye across her cheek. Jiang Yibei only felt his heart hurt, like a knife cutting his flesh. He would rather bleed himself than see Yuchochi shedding tears. Although he didn't want to admit it, he was almost certain in his mind that the Yuchochi regained his memory. The woman lifted her hand to wipe away her tears and looked at him coldly, with a broken smile, shaking her head in despair while she, Wife, Jiang Yibei, you really know how to act. Wife, I'm wrong. Akuchi, I know I'm wrong. Will you stop? It's all my fault. I love you. I've always loved you. When I didn't go to your graduation, I explained to you. You remember that I didn't mean it. Later, the man choked until he couldn't speak anymore, and he slapped himself hard on the face with. It took a long breath of relief to be able to make a sound. Later, I did threaten Yi Fei. That's also because I love you. I can't accept you being with someone else. Cho-chi, don't be angry. I took advantage of the situation. It's all my fault. I'll do anything you want. Really, I'm begging you. The man was close to breaking down, large sheets of tears pouring out of his eyes as he tried desperately to control his shaking voice. If he couldn't get it all out fast enough, he'd never get another chance to explain himself. Just this once. If Yuchochi didn't forgive him, he would never have another chance. The woman on the bed did not speak, still looking faintly ahead, and he snapped to his knees and his knee hit the floor hard. It should have hurt, but he didn't feel a thing. I was wrong. I can do whatever you want me to do. I can apologize to Yi Fei. If you want to make up with Yi Fei is not impossible, but don't leave me, okay? I'm not asking for anything else. Please come home. All I'm asking is that you come home. Even if you come back 3 days a week. No. 1 day. Just 1 day. I beg you. He carefully raised his hand to touch Yuchochi's hand, and the woman moved away without moving, glancing coldly at the man on the ground. The door was pushed open with a bang. Jiang Yinan rushed in with a bag in her hand. Seeing this scene, she shouted towards Lin Yang behind her. And, what the are you doing? Didn't I tell you not to let him out? Rubbish. Lin Yang was also startled, followed by running in to help Jiang Yibei. Mr. Jiang, you get up first. Jiang Yibei, you hurry up. Cho-chi is just a little bit better. You can't stimulate her. The doctor said she can't be stimulated anymore. Hearing Jiang Yinan say this, he hurriedly covered his mouth without making a sound, and immediately walked out of the hospital room under Lin Yang's pull, but just outside the hospital room, saying nothing and refusing to leave. Not a word more. Jiang Yinan sat down on the chair and looked at her apologetically. I'm sorry, Akihiko. I don't blame you. Sister Nan. Thank you. She smiled towards Jiang Yinan. The face was as calm as water, and the countenance had returned to its original form, and the hours of waking up had. Her mind was full of all the things that had happened between her and Jiang Yibei during this period of time. Many times it was felt that this was not a fantasy of their own. The self in these months. Is it really exist? This strange Yuchochi in the end, who is it? Cho-chi, I am not trying to persuade you, but you see, Jiang Yibei can probably be scared to death by this reaction of yours. I just want to know. He is hateful. I can't even forgive him for that. But he loves you. It's true. I can guarantee it on my person. What to think? Yuchochi slowly turned his head. His amber eyes were clear and cold, as if there was not a single fluctuation in his heart. She opened her mouth, bewildered. I don't know. Nan, what do you think he takes me for? Playing me like this while I have amnesia? Watching me love him and pamper him? Even. What does he really feel in his heart? He says he loves me, so how come I don't feel it? All I feel is just deception. Jiang Yinan nodded. Sort of understand her meaning. In fact, do not blame Yuchochi. This matter in her place. Probably also difficult to accept. It's obvious that there was a lot of hate between the two before, and with the loss of memory they were tricked into being in love with each other. Thinking about all the things she's done and said in the meantime, I guess it's going to be a tangle in my heart. I can understand you, but we're still friends with each other. Right. As friends, count on me to beg you. Don't be too cruel to him. I can feel his pain. Akuchi, I'm serious. I'm afraid something will happen to him. Jiang Yinan sat down on the edge of the bed and grabbed her hand. His eyes red. Besides the fact that he lied to you, I'd like to know what happened between you two. Why did you stop accepting him afterward? Was it really because of Yi Fei? Cho-chi, do you really love Yi Fei? Yuchochi sighed and spoke slowly. Back then, my parents were in a car accident, and I was scared to death. I was just a young girl fresh out of school, and my uncle was trying to take over my dad's company. I went to Jiangyibai and begged him for help, but he refused and said a lot of nasty things. He thought I was with Yifei, but wouldn't explain why he didn't go to my graduation. Then he used Yifei's parents as blackmail to get him out of the country. And then he told me he was in love with someone else and wouldn't be with me. It was only after that he approached me, asked me to marry him, dumped another prenuptial agreement on me. It basically means that all of his property is irrelevant to me, both before and after the marriage. I can't ask about his life after marriage, but I can't cheat on him. He said that if I agree, he'll help me save Yu's business, or he'll let me watch my father's company, which he's worked so hard to build for his whole life, be destroyed in my hands, followed by telling me that the crash wasn't an accident, but the proof he wouldn't give me right now and to wait 2 years. Chapter 119, Paranoid and Unwilling to Admit. This is also too much. Jiang Yinan glared towards the door. She had always known that Jiang Yibei might have done something to wrong Yuchochi, without realizing that so much had happened between the two. He had the audacity to threaten someone. Yuchochi shook his head. Even if that's the case, I can still forgive him. But, she raised her head, her gaze looking straight at Jiang Yinan. 2 years later, when I asked him for proof, I realized that it was all just a deception, that he was just suspicious in the first place. There's no evidence at all, and I did investigate something in the last 2 years, so I'm going to divorce him, and it's time to do so. Jiang Yinan's fists were clenched. If Jiang Yibei was here at this moment, she would have dumped him without hesitation. Yuchochi continued, but he wouldn't, and I don't even know when he got the secret room in the study and locked me in. What? Jiang Yinan jumped up from his chair with a loud bang, pointing behind him and, he's imprisoning you. Cho-chi, why didn't you tell me? That bastard. I'll beat him to death one day sooner or later. What's the point of talking about it? When he didn't hurt me or anything, he just locked me up for a day. I went on a hunger strike and he let me out and agreed to a divorce. I thought that was the end of this ridiculous marriage. And yet, I didn't realize that I was so indisputable that I could lose my memory. Isn't that ridiculous? Yuchochi's eyes were filled with despair, and she pulled the corners of her mouth into a smile that, a pair of bloodshot eyes glistened with waves of light, and a great sense of brokenness permeated his body. Jiang Yinan raised his hand and wrapped it around her. Don't be sad. It's my Jiang family that's sorry for you. Don't be sad. Cho-chi, sister respects your thoughts on this matter. If you really want to divorce Jiang Yibei, I'll try to persuade him, but he's done so many things to wrong you. Sister doesn't want you to just let it go. You have to make the bastard pay. She shook her head. What's the cost? I was willing to do it in the first place, for Yu's sake, and he really helped me. Now I just want to live my life in peace. I don't want to pursue the past anymore. Sister Nan, you take him away and leave me alone. Jiang Yinan no longer said anything. She never thought that her brother, who had always been considered honest and decent, would do such unethical things. He's using people's parents as blackmail, destroying people's relationships, and telling Yuchochi when she was in the greatest pain that her parents died under suspicious circumstances, and in the end, surprisingly, deceiving. This pile of things, one by one, surprisingly, all came from Jiang Yibei's hands, and how he showed a good man to Yuchochi after she lost her memory. Go ahead and lie to her, and enjoy Yuchochi's love for him with peace of mind. She walked out of the hospital room in anger and bewilderment, and when she saw Jiang Yibei standing across the room, she was surprised to see a moment of strangeness. Sis, slap. Jiang Yinan gritted his teeth and threw a heavy slap on Jiang Yibei's face. The man was hit and deflected his head, but he pursued as if he didn't feel anything at all. And, how is she? Sis, is Akuchi willing to see me? I want to see her. I want to explain. What do you have to explain? Jiang Yinan looked at him incredulously and, you've done so many asshole things. Now how are you going to explain it? Just open your mouth and say love? Think about it differently. If you were Yuchochi, could you forgive these behaviors? Can you understand what affection is? How can you hold Yuchochi's feelings for his parents hostage? How dare you? Jiang Yibei stared at the door of the hospital room without a word. If Jiang Yinan knew everything, it proved that Yuchochi had already told everything. Then she should mean that there's no going back between them. Maybe, this time, she really was going to leave, never to be able to do it again. Jiang Yibei, from now on, let Cho-chi do whatever she wants to do. If she wants a divorce, you agree to it. Stop doing this to her. It's not fair to her. Since you didn't bother to explain why you weren't present at her confession in the first place, you shouldn't regret it after the fact. Even if you regret it, you shouldn't have threatened people. You should have apologized. I didn't know any better back then. I've regretted it. Very regretful. Jiang Yibei shook his head, his face still stubbornly cold. I won't let her leave me. I love her. I did wrong, but I'm already changing. Akuchi will give me a chance. She will. His look was desperate and terrified. His face was extremely cold, and the light in his eyes had disappeared, leaving only endless chilly depths. This paranoid look made Jiang Yinan's heart feel uneasy all of a sudden, and with a strand of surprise under his eyes, he asked incredulously, "What do you want in the end? Jiang Yibei, people can make mistakes, but you can't make mistakes again and again. If it causes irreparable consequences, you will definitely regret it." Jiang Yibei's eyes fluttered, permeated with a layer of coldness. He waved his hand and impatiently said towards Jiang Yinan, "You go back. I know in my heart what to do. I don't need you to care. You'll have to come with me. I promised Autumn Pond and I would take you away and leave her alone for a while." Jiang Yinan pulled his wrist and forcibly dragged the man out of the room. But the difference in stature was too great, and Jiang Yibei was almost motionless, just looking at her coldly. "Sis, I'm just gonna die here today. I'm not going in. I'm just gonna be here. I want to be close to her. And after today, I may never get a chance to be that close to her again. So don't give me a hard time." He broke free of his restraints and leaned his back against the wall with a look that said he wouldn't leave. In the end, Jiang Yinan still had a soft heart. After all, they were the closest people in this world. She could deeply appreciate Jiang Yibei's sadness at the moment. She knew that this younger brother didn't listen to advice since he was a child. It was her fault for not beating her brother before it was too late, and he wouldn't listen to anything else now. After Jiang Yinan left, Lin Yang rushed over. Seeing this scene in the middle of the night, he was practically scared to death. This Mrs. recovered her memory. That Jiang will not make another suicide. He stood aside, nervously looking at Jiang Yibei, who was peaceful and quiet, just staring at the ward door without looking away, unable to see what was in his heart or his emotions. "Lin Yang, from tomorrow onwards, you send someone to keep an eye on Madam 24 hours a day. I want to know where she is at all times, and who she's been seeing, but I can't let her find out." "Yes." Lin Yang was a bit hesitant, followed by a bit of admiration for Jiang Yibei's guts. Is he confused or broken? If Yu Qiuqi knew about being followed, it's probably going to beat his own mother, and the consequences of that are probably more than he can handle. Originally sleeping while Lin Yang was called by a phone call from Jiang Yinan, he was a little confused, and in the second half of the night was even more sleepy and fell asleep sitting directly on the chair. It was dawn, and when the nurse checked in, he slowly opened his eyes and, "What time is it?" Chapter 120 is insane, but soon coming fully to his senses, he hurriedly covered his mouth and, looking ahead in panic, Jiang Yibei was still in the same position as last night, and it looked like he should have been standing all night. Only his eyes were red, his face wasn't very nice, and his whole body exuded a strong, hostile aura. Lin Yang really wanted to run away from this place of wrongdoing. He was a little worried that he might accidentally die in Jiang Yibei's hands. After all, this was a person who was even willing to knife himself. The nurse came over with a tray, originally wanting to have a word with Jiang Yibei and tell him to go and rest, but the man's look full of ferocity froze her. Did not dare to speak, hesitated or directly into the ward. Although Yu Qiuqi was sleeping, but it was not a good sleep, woke up before dawn, now sitting on the bed and staring. A change of medication shouldn't be a problem. 2 more days of anti-inflammatories and a week to remove the stitches. Thanks. Yu Qiuqi softly thanked her and turned her body to facilitate the nurse's operation. The nurse spoke with some hesitation as she removed the gauze from her forehead. "Your husband, he didn't hurt anywhere, I guess, but the drug effects are probably no better. You let him stand in the doorway all night. It's taking a toll on his body too." Yu Qiuqi's eyes shook. She didn't think that Jiang Yibei hadn't left, but yesterday Jiang Yinan had clearly said that he would take him away. "Do you recognize the right person?" The nurse nods. "Definitely recognize the right you two handsome man and woman, and is a piece of scent in. Besides, we are professional. How can we recognize the wrong patient?" Yu Qiuqi looked up and whispered, "Excuse me, can you help call him in?" "Of course." The little nurse put down what she was holding with a smile on her face and waved her hand towards the doorway of the. "Your wife is calling you. Behave yourself." Jiang Yibei was stunned and pointed at the tip of his nose in disbelief. The little nurse glared at him. "Right, it's you. What else? Who else is in the hallway in the morning?" Lin Yang had a bitter smile on his face. "Sure enough, average-looking people just have a weak presence." Jiang Yibei hurriedly came over and carefully entered the ward, slowly closing the door of the ward. Watching the nurse's hands constantly changing Yu Qiuqi's medicine, he came closer, and when he had a clear view of the wound on the woman's forehead, his heart throbbed with pain, as if someone had scratched him. The tears just flowed uncontrollably. The nurse looked up and saw him in his ghostly form, and gave a start. "Egu, it's not that bad, is it? You're just a little hurt, and you're this upset? Is there such a good man in this world? Do you have an older or younger brother?" Jiang Yibei didn't hear the nurse's words at all. His eyes reddened as he stared at Yu Qiuqi, and as soon as he opened his mouth, His raspy voice carried a light tremor. Akihiko. Hurts, doesn't it? It must have hurt. How can it not hurt when it hurts like that? It's his fault. After rewrapping it, the nurse began to gather up the changed gauze. I'm going to get the medication, so you can leave after the infusion. And don't forget to come in to have the stitches removed. The door to the ward closed. Jiang Yibei hung his head and spoke in a very low voice. Will you leave me? Jiang Yibei, let's talk? The woman patted the bed and gestured for him to sit down. But Jiang Yibei didn't sit, just shook his head and stubbornly took 2 steps back. Yu Chochi got out of bed, walked to the side of the round table, sat down, picked up the water cup on the table and received a cup of water for himself, slowly opened his mouth, and, this time of absurdity between you and me was but a mistake, and now that I have remembered everything, but I'm tired, and don't really want to pursue anything, and just want it all to go away, so it's not called leaving, it's righting a wrong. We had talked about getting a divorce, right? No. Jiang Yibei spoke in a deep voice, panting hard and calming down before continuing again. You love me, wife, you do. You said it yourself. You can't leave me. Divorce is a thing of the past. Then you said you loved me. We get along really, really well, right? No divorce, okay? Don't leave me, okay? I was wrong. I'll change. From now on, I'll do whatever you say. I'll do it. If you're angry about what happened before, you punish me, beat me, or lock me up. Please, I'll do anything you want me to do as long as I don't get a divorce. He just stood in place, quietly looking at Yu Chochi's side face. The Yu Chochi that every day gleefully flaunted to say that she loved him disappeared. At the moment she was indifferent, as if she didn't know him at all. It was as if even if he died, she would still not have a single emotional fluctuation and would not even look at him again. He admits that he's a jerk, that he's done something wrong, but he keeps confessing and apologizing all the time, but never to be forgiven again, not even to beg for a look back. Wrong. Yu Chochi pondered, then shook his head. There's nothing wrong or wrong. You and I are just using each other. You're not willing to do that, and I want you. Jiang Yibei, I've got you now, and I don't intend to satisfy your unwillingness. The man shook his head frantically, sobbing to the point of slurring his words and, No, I love you. I always have. I'm just stupid. Honey, will you give me a chance, please, for all the good I've done for you in the meantime? Or, even if you want to make up with Yifei, don't divorce me first, just for the time being is fine. Whenever you want to marry someone else I will fulfill you. Will you come home with me? Jiang Yibei took a step towards her, slowly kneeling down at the woman's feet, pitifully pulling on the corner of her coat. Come home, wife. I'm scared. Please, don't do this to me. He raised his head, trying to control his emotions. The man was smiling lightly, but the tears still couldn't stop flowing. Yu Chochi shook his head. I want to calm down and calm down this time. No, Jiang Yibei yelled lowly, grabbing her wrist with a horrified hand, and, it was me who lied to you during this time, and it was me who wronged you in the past, so I'll take it out on you. I'll take it out on you first, and then you can decide, okay? Before the words left his mouth, the man grabbed the fruit knife on the table and stabbed it up towards his arm. He was so strong that the blade almost went through the small of his arm. He gritted his teeth and pulled out the knife with such force that a large amount of blood instantly gushed out, splattering him all over. The white floor was instantly blood red, but he acted as if he didn't feel a thing, raising the knife again and stabbing it towards his arm. Yu Chochi yanked on the man's wrist and growled in surprise that, Jiang Yibei, are you crazy? What are you doing? Crazy? He nodded, his voice trembling. I'm crazy. How else could I have hurt you like this? I'm not begging you to stop divorcing me. I'm just asking you to come home with me, okay? Right now. Go home, okay? I'm scared. I'm really scared. Chapter 121. Anything you want, as long as you promise to go home. The nurse walked in with a tray, and at the sight of the scene directly scared white, subconsciously rushed to bandage the injured. Jiang Yibei, however, dodged her grasping hand with a flash, his body radiating hostility. No, don't use it. You'll die if you lose too much blood and you don't need it. The nurse scolded him in a bad mood, but he still stubbornly does not allow others to touch his arm. Yu Chochi see the situation can only first pacify the people. She pressed Jiang Yibei's shoulder and said towards the nurse, You handle it, I'll hold him down. He's just scared and won't hurt anyone. The moment her palm touched Jiang Yibei, the man's body froze, remaining in a kneeling position, obediently at his mercy. If it's domestic violence, we can help you call the police on our end, the nurse said while stopping the bleeding, and every now and then she even looked up at Yu Chochi, who had a cold face. This woman's heart is too hard, stabbing her husband with a knife. You shouldn't be so cruel even if you've made a big mistake. Immoral. The man must have had to call the police. All given to tears. Yandere shook his head. It wasn't my wife who hurt me. It was me. The nurse bristled. She had seen this kind of thing many times. The people who had been domestically abused were always afraid that their own families would be held accountable. And in the end they all chose not to report to the police and suffered in silence. Not realizing that this justifies the emboldening of those who are domestic abusers. But people are willing to fight. Outsiders cannot also say anything. Anyway, in a word, it is deserved. The bleeding stopped. But you'd better take a film to see. And you'll need stitches. It's kind of a bad injury. You can't leave it untreated. The nurse said, placing the tray on a side table towards Yuchochi. Infusion. Sit here or go back to bed? Yuchochi directly got up, pointed to the bed. I do not know how long it will take to lose. It is better to lean comfortably. The little nurse's hand was not light, probably carrying a grudge against the domestic abuser. But Yuchochi didn't care about this pain. Looking at the jittery man beside her, she had the doctor come over to stitch up anyway. And, after all, right now, no one could get Yandere out of this hospital room. The width of the wound wasn't huge, just 2 stitches. It was just kinda deep, and he stubbornly wouldn't go out. So he couldn't get an x-ray to see exactly what was going on. After everything was taken care of, he stood by Yuchochi's side with his head hanging down, his mind still on the scene where he begged her just now. There was no answer. It was as if nothing that had just happened had ever existed. His memory was stuck on, begging her to come home. Akihiko. What's wrong? She looked up and pointed to the chair beside her again. Sit down. It's tiring to watch you like this. Yandere hesitated, not knowing whether he should sit or not. It seemed inappropriate for someone who had made a mistake to sit, but would kneeling be too low, and would she be tired of looking at it? Sit down. There's always a conversation to be had, isn't there? And can things be solved by keeping your mouth shut all the time? Seeing her say this, Yandere sat down, but he still didn't dare to look her in the eyes. Don't you toss like that. Yandere, I'll think you're threatening me. You're threatening me with your body. Your little life. Yuchochi helplessly pinched his sore brow and continued. I'm in a mess. And I'm not sure exactly what to do or what I'm thinking. It's so confusing. Really, I'm kind of having trouble reacting to it. I went from not loving you, to loving you madly, to realizing that it was all a lie. I feel like I'm going schizophrenic, and I know you're probably not happy about it, and probably think it feels good to be loved by me all this time. But you have to understand that it's not real. You're just forcing me to stay with you with your peace of mind. And what if I don't love you, like I used to? How will you take it? Acceptable ones. Yandere nodded his head vigorously and, I love you just fine. Don't say you don't love me anymore. Even if you beat me and scold me every day, punish me to kneel for 3 hours, how can I be willing? I know, it's cheeky, it's cheap, but nothing compared to the fact that you'll be gone. As long as you're around, I'll always have a chance, right? I can move you slowly. In time you'll believe that I really love you. As long as you're around, even if it's for 10 or 20 years, there's always hope. He carefully raised his hand and tugged on Yuchochi's cuffs, gathering the courage to raise his head and gaze reverently straight at her. Please, give me some hope. Give me some hope of living. I may have lied to you a lot, but I can't live without you. It's true. It's not a threat. I admit, I'm a coward. I thought of 100 ways to kill myself the moment I agreed to divorce you. Wife, I can't let go of you, even if you don't love me. But to be your lawfully wedded husband is the most rewarding thing in my life. I don't want that identity taken away from me. I'll do whatever you want from now on. I'll give you what you want. I'll give you my life. I'll make the people you hate pay. I'll give you my life if you say so. I'll give you my life. So that it's okay to stay for a while? The corner of the man's eyes slightly drooped. Only the eyes are swollen. I can see that it is trying to hold back, but the tears are still uncontrollable in a series of slamming down. That pathetic and humble gesture to the dust. Even the hardest heart will be moved, right? What's more, Yuchochi had to admit that during this period of amnesia, her love for Yandere had not been a little half adulterated. Okay, let's go home. I'll leave you alone. I'll sleep in the guest room. If you don't like it, I won't show up. Go home first. We can talk about the future later. I can't go through with a divorce now when I'm hurt, can I? The man saw in her eyes a hesitation, perhaps mixed with some heartache. Even though that cold Yuchochi was back, he still clearly saw the heartache in her eyes the moment he was hurt. Yuchochi nodded. You go take a film to look at your arm, and I'll go home when I'm done with the fluids. I should have been happy. I should have been happy. But Yandere's heart was sour, covering his chest and crying until his body trembled. He quickly nodded his head, his voice trembling lightly in response to her. Good. then quickly walked out of the hospital room. And the moment the door closed, he leaned against the wall and hid his face and cried. And, finally, I begged to come back. It's good to be home. As long as she's willing to come home, there's still hope for me. As long as he could stay by Yuchochi's side, anything would be fine. He could accept any status. The eyes of the passing nurses and patients were turned this way, and the older woman in the next ward couldn't help but go up in comfort. It's okay. How advanced medical technology is now. It will be cured. Chapter 122 Suspicion of Conspiracy. A nurse on the sidelines was also persuading that. Don't cry. Quite a big man. Is it decent to be beaten by your wife and cry? The older woman who had just persuaded the others couldn't hear it anymore, and exaggeratedly yanked her voice in shock and roared. What? Being beaten and cried by your wife? Is your wife that tough? That's not good. Or you can go to the neighborhood association and ask the staff to mediate. Yandere touched his face and suddenly started to laugh. An unusually weird laugh, as he nodded his head while saying, Good. I know. I'll be there. When the people disappeared, Big Mama stayed where she was, staring at the spot. Not silly. Are you laughing like that? The nurse tugged at the older woman's arm and sent her back to the man. You don't know. His wife's domestic violence is fierce. You hurry back to the ward. Why are you out in the morning? With a serious look on her face, the older woman glanced toward the ward and, Yo, that's not good. Why don't I go talk to his wife? You can't hit people. This behavior is wrong. Yandere took the film, but also specifically looking for the dean to give him expedited results. Less than half an hour everything is done. With the tablets in one hand and the doctor in the other, he ran all the way to Yuchochi's hospital room. Slow down. What's your hurry? The doctor stood still and crossed his arms to catch his breath. Yandere handed the film to Yuchochi. It's all done. Look, Akuchi, I didn't hurt a muscle. He turned his head toward the doctor again and urged. Say something. The doctor nods. Good. He didn't hurt the bones. The wound has 2 stitches. The stitches will be removed in a week. Don't get wet recently. Don't lift heavy things. Don't worry. Yuchochi are shocked looking at the two of them. Yandere is really capable of doing anything. He is worried that he doesn't believe him. He even got a doctor to come over. He is worried that he doesn't believe him. Yuchochi hurriedly responded. Yes, I'm clear. Please. It's okay. They're all patients. The doctor waved his hand, and when he saw that nothing else was going on, he turned and walked out of the room. The man stood still and pinched his fingers, placing the tablets on a side table. Too vain to speak. I promised I'd go home with you. And isn't this still an infusion? With 2 more bottles. Yuchochi explained softly, followed by taking out her phone and looking at her recent schedule. Quite a few things were still pending from earlier, and she'd fallen behind with her memory loss. I can't be lazy now that I've thought about it all. And luckily I have Joy as a helper now. She quickly messaged Lele, explaining the work schedule. The little girl didn't know she was hurt or that she had regained her memories yet. Just saying, you finally know how to rest. Cho-chi, do you have a headache? Are you hungry? Should I go out and buy some breakfast now, or should I make it for you when I get home? Yandere asked her cautiously, and added afterward. My cooking skills are okay now. I learned several dishes with the chef. Do you still eat my cooking? Yuchochi pointed blankly at his arm and, you'd be lucky to get your own food in your mouth right now. All I hurt was my forehead. You're an arm. Do you think you can still cook? The man looked down, a little regretting why it was a stabbing arm. He should have replaced it with a thigh one so that nothing was delayed. In less than 2 hours, Yuchochi finished her infusion, and the two of them just walked out of the hospital. She then received a phone call from Lin Nan, and the opposite side chopped her head off and scolded her. Yuchochi, you're stupid. Why didn't you tell me about this kind of thing? Are you dead? Are you badly hurt? Which hospital are you in? You're really good. You've acted heroically. I'll tell the bureau to give you an award. Yuchochi moved the phone away a bit until the voice on the other side of the receiver gradually lowered. Then she opened her mouth. I remember everything. Rather than needing an award, has this case been transferred to your side? Are you in charge? Recovered your memory? Lin Nan asked her in a small voice. Aha. Yuchochi replied softly. There was a minute of silence on the other side of the room before he spoke again. So do you count it as a blessing in disguise? That Feng Jingjing is already suspected of intentional injury, as well as drugging Jiang Yibei. Anyway, the interrogation's almost over. She can't get out this time. But the funds got someone to come over and say they're going to bail. I guess they moved their connections. But Bureau Zhang is concerned about the other party as Jiang Yibei has not let go of it. It depends on how you want to deal with it. The police department side also let you come over a trip it. Lin Nan explained unusually calmly. She knew clearly what Yuchochi had been through these 3 years, also witnessed her grow step by step to what she is now. and naturally knew clearly that she must have her own way of solving the problem. 3 years later Yuchochi no longer needed her help to calmly and facetiously solve everything. I see. In that case, let's take the time to go over there. There are quite a few issues involved here that can't be solved in a sentence or two. Lin Nan knew clearly that she was saying that there was still the Jiang family in it. Jiang Yibei's father was involved, and it was even all his idea, which was explained by Feng Jingjing the moment she was brought in. Jiang Yibei pulled open the car door, his hand blocking the top of Yuchochi's head, and when the person sat in, he pulled the seatbelt on for her again, before getting into the car. Seeing that she hung up the phone, Jiang Yibei spoke directly. You don't have to worry about my dad's side of things. He's breaking the law and I'm not going to harbor him, not even for my mom's sake. He can do it to me, but if he hurts you because of it, it's something I'll definitely pursue. Yuchochi really did not expect Jiang Yibei will say this, although Jiang father is not good for him, but in the end is also the biological father. But this matter, even if it is pursued, I guess the liability isn't too great. After all, he didn't hurt anyone, and he can get a good lawyer to defend him. The results won't be serious, but the father and son will be. Your father hurt you. I can't make decisions for you. The one who hurt me is Feng Jingjing. I won't let this matter go just like that. If she did this, she has to know the consequences of it. She has to pay for it, and I can't break this head for nothing. That's natural. Jiang Yibei subconsciously wanted to reach out and grab her hand, but he still stopped halfway there. I will also pursue the matter. She hurt you I can't wait to get her killed. Leave this matter to me. I'll make sure you're satisfied. The car had just pulled into the villa when I saw a car parked in front of the entrance. 2. The driver's and passenger's doors opened at the same time, and stood waiting for the two of them at the side of the car. Jiang Yibei got out of the car, pulling open the door on Yuchochi's side of the car, his face completely devoid of displeasure, politely greeting towards the two of them. Officer Lin, Chief Yi, are you here to see Cho Chi? Yi Fei looked at him with shock, somewhat suspecting that Jiang Yibei had some kind of conspiracy. Well, I'm bothering Mr. Jiang. It's just that I can't help it if Cho Chi lives here. When he turned his head to look at Yuchochi, his eyes were filled with worry. Are you okay? Chapter 123, He Wouldn't Dare. Lin Nan looked up and down, patted Yi Fei's shoulder and, isn't one alive and well? It's okay, don't worry. Yuchochi smiled and followed suit, saying that, yes, alive and quite well. We have some things we want to talk to you about. So, Yi Fei hesitated and looked at Jiang Yibei who was on the side, and he responded, with a great deal of eye-rolling. Why don't you guys go to the parlor and talk, and I'll go around the garden. No need. Yi Fei hurriedly refused. Just don't go in. We can just say a few words here. Thanks for understanding Mr. Jiang. Not going in. Jiang Yibei glanced somewhat uneasily at Yuchochi beside him and asked her in a low voice. Let's go home after this, okay? Don't leave, okay? Don't leave me. I'll agree to anything you say, okay? This careful look of his that he was afraid Yuchochi would leave made the two people on the opposite side of the room somewhat incredulous. Yuchochi nodded in agreement. Good. Only then did Jiang Yibei enter the villa with peace of mind, only glancing at the butler on the side before entering. The butler followed him very winkingly. Uncle Su, notify the gate guard. If only Yi Fei and Lin Nan go out in a while then release them. If there is a lady in the car, lock the door for me. Yes. The butler nodded and quickly notified the gate guard again. Outside the door, the three people sat in the gazebo. None of them opened their mouths, or Yuchochi couldn't stand it anymore and took the lead to open his mouth. What do you guys mean by this? Have something to say. Pool, you've remembered everything. Naturally you know what Jiang Yibei did to you in the first place. Why do you still want to come back? Lin Nan looked at Yi Fei, who was on the side, and with some hesitation. Come with us, Yi Fei. I asked him. He is still the same to you as in the beginning. Perhaps he didn't expect Lin Nan's words to be so direct, which made Yi Fei instantly redden his face. He pushed up his glasses in embarrassment and gazed at Yuchochi as he explained. I'm not pressuring you, and I said at the beginning that you didn't have to accept me, and I still do. I just don't want you to be cheated by Jiang Yibei. Originally I was going to tell you about this, but I can't bear to see you so happy. Now that you've got your own memory back, which isn't such a bad thing, if you want to leave him now, I'll be all for it. Of course, I'm doing this because I like you, but not because I want you to be with me. Who you choose remains your freedom. With that said, he clutched the mineral water bottle in front of him and lowered his head as if he already knew the answer without waiting for it. And, for so many years, he had resentment. But after calming down he realized that his heart could no longer tolerate anyone but Yuchochi, since he couldn't manage to love someone else. Why not come back and fight for once? Maybe it wasn't possible, but he wanted to try for himself. Yi Fei, thank you for still After all these years, she was so embarrassed she didn't even know what to say, and thought hard before she went back to explaining that it's not something that can be cleared up between Zhang Yibei and I with just a word or two. Back then, I also said, has always taken you as a good friend. He threatened you. This matter is indeed wrong. But even if I'm not with Zhang Yibei, I don't have those kind of feelings for you. Sorry. Yi Fei nodded his head. His expression was one of fleshly loss, but he still quickly organized his emotions. I thought of that. It's okay, Autumn Pond. Don't feel any pressure. I said I didn't come over here for that. Even if you don't like me, as a friend, please let me help you. Let me and Lin Nan help you, he added. Only then did Lin Nan open her mouth and, I think Yi Fei is a good person. Pool not I say you. You used to not be an indecisive person. What is wrong now? You will not still have fantasies about that Zhang Yibei, right? When he more even if he's been nice to you for a while, but can you be sure that it's not just him in disguise? I'm really worried that something might happen to you, or I wouldn't have come here in such a hurry. Look at this huge estate. He's got you locked up here. We can't even find anyone. Won't you even be afraid? Scared? If it was before she might be afraid, but now, Zhang Yibei shouldn't be able to do something like that. He was crazy and paranoid, but the heartache he showed the moment he saw his wounds could never be fake. What's more, when Zhang Yibei imprisoned her, just because she began to make hunger strike, even if it was not even really hungry, he had already compromised. It was true that he was crazy, and it wasn't true that he couldn't bring himself to get hurt, but if she left now, what would happen to Zhang Yibei? The large swath of blood and the knife stuck in her arm were still fresh in her mind. There was also the matter of Zhang Yibei buying a murderer to commit suicide. How could these make her not be concerned? Give me some time. When Zhang Yibei really calms down, I'll have a good talk with him. It happened too suddenly. He can't accept it now. Yi Fei nodded his head. He knew he would still lose. This was the Yu Qiuqi he loved. He smiled and, okay, you're happy more than anything. But Autumn Pond, I have to warn you, Zhang Yibei is a dangerous character. Maybe what he shows you is not what you see. I'm not trying to badmouth people behind their backs, just a good-natured reminder that, if you don't believe me, look at that tightly closed door. As they sat here, Yi Fei noticed that the door that was open a moment ago quickly closed. This must not be a coincidence. Yu Qiuqi glanced back and instantly realized that this must be what Zhang Yibei had explained. The man is ever so naive. There are only 2 men at the gate. Could they stop Lin Nan? Or Yi Fei? Or could they really stop the car that rushed out? What's the point of locking it up? He wouldn't dare to actually imprison himself. Lin Nan shook his head helplessly and mockingly glanced toward the villa. Yi Fei, you don't need to have concerns about this. Zhang Yibei is a wimp. You borrowed 10 of his guts. He wouldn't dare to really imprison the pool right now. But he could have imprisoned himself. What's the use of that? Yi Fei laughed softly helplessly. Yes. Lin Nan raised his chin toward Yu Qiuqi. He'll toss himself to bet on Ikuko's soft heart. Although I'm not really familiar with Zhang Yibei, but I'm used to seeing his tactics during this period of time. He's not a simple person. The two drove out unusually smoothly. Yu Qiuqi stood at the door and watched until the door closed again. Then she turned around and went back to the villa. Only as soon as she went in, she saw Zhang Yibei standing in the living room, looking in the direction of the door, and when she came in, she hurriedly greeted him. You're back? Yu Qiuqi nodded. I'm back. I can't get out if I don't. Didn't you have someone lock the door? Zhang Yibei was surprised and stared back at the housekeeper, coldly saying, You said that? Chapter 124. It wasn't me. Sir, I'm not sure. The butler looked at the duo in panic, feeling as if he couldn't explain with a long mouth. Yu Qiuqi walked towards the living room, sat down on the sofa, and flipped out her cell phone. I guessed. I didn't expect it to be true. Zhang Yibei, you can what's the matter? Still plan to imprison me? The man trembled with fear, and shivered, and went to the sofa, and wanted to say no, but he dared not lie, and was all tangled up in his own. Just at the moment Yu Qiuqi got up, ready to go to the drawing room, he hurriedly opened his mouth and, I was wrong. I did have that little thought that I shouldn't have, but I didn't mean to. I just can't help it. You know, I'm just thinking about it. I wouldn't dare do that. I can't even lie now, so don't be mad. I don't think that way anymore. Good. Yu Qiuqi answered and turned directly away. In fact, this was her usual customary reaction and answer, but it frightened Zhang Yibei, who turned back towards the housekeeper and asked, Is the lady angry? Butler, sir, this I can't tell. I don't think so. What's the use? Get out. Zhang Yibei annoyed in the living room and pacing back and forth, every now and then to the drawing room side to peek at a glance. Only the door was closed, and he didn't dare knock, didn't even dare get close enough to see anything for a couple of hours for nothing. His cell phone vibrated, and he impatiently tapped on it. The Fong family's affairs have already been dealt with. The tax bureau and the business side have been investigating overnight, and in 3 days at most the Fong family will declare bankruptcy. This is just the first step. He didn't want to do anything to the Fong family before because of his father, but this time he doesn't want to worry about anyone anymore. And as for his mother's side, he'll explain it himself, and I just hope she'll see that she's got a daughter-in-law now, and not bother with all this, and not love that man anymore. His fingers flew across the screen as he typed. Did Legal Affairs read the agreement for the transfer of the company's shares? I've looked at it, and it's basically fine. If you need it urgently, it's expedited today, and it'll be in your hands tomorrow. Jangyabe this day, in addition to worrying about whether Yuchochi will leave, but also free up some time to think about how in the end all this should be resolved. In the end he came to a very perfect solution, which was to put all the decisions in his own hands. The Jiang family has quite a lot of private property. Although father will rarely invest in the company over the years, but he has invested in quite a few properties. Just everything is done in the name of a subsidiary. And according to the ultimate ownership system of subsidiaries, all these things can be said to be Jangyabe's. It wasn't hard for him to take it back. Naturally, it was just a matter of time. And he wanted to get everything sorted out as soon as possible, rather than go through that long lawsuit. When Yuchochi came out of the drawing room, she happened to run into Jangyabe, who was spinning around. She didn't say hello but went straight back to the bedroom. It was already late at night, but Jangyabe didn't dare and couldn't go into the bedroom. He promised that as long as Yuchochi came back, he could stay out of the bedroom and not bother her. One can even have no presents in this house. The butler softly inquired. Sir, aren't you going back to your room? Would a professional butler mention which pot is which? Jangyabe stared at him in disbelief. You have a low emotional intelligence, he said, and turned directly to the study. He could not sleep in the bedroom, and he did not want to stay alone in the guest room, nor did he want to go back to his original bedroom. He was about to be dumped by his wife. That would have made him look even more pathetic. He might as well have sat in the den all night. The next day, Yuchochi woke up early. The table was set with breakfast as before. She looked around but didn't see Jangyabe's figure. I thought he was still up, but I didn't realize he had gone to the office an hour ago. She sat down on the edge of the table, took a sip of her coffee, and had just opened her mouth to eat when she realized that there was some tugging pain in her forehead. After casually eating 2 bites, I saw Lele hurry in and, Mr. Yu, seeing that she had a head full of sweat, and her expression was unusually tense, Yuchochi looked out with some concern. And, what's wrong? Joy was also wondering. Why didn't you ask me today? Being chased by a dog? But that's not the point, she hastened to point to the door, saying, the 2 from Zhang's family, your in-laws are at the door. But Mr. Zhang explained that he wouldn't let them in, so they're waiting at the door. Yuchochi was shocked. On the one hand shocked how Jangyabe's guessed they would come over. On the other hand also shocked that he wouldn't let his own father in the door. In that case, she really couldn't go out right now. If Zhang father asked her not to bother with Feng Jingjing, she could have refused, but that would have involved a lot more trouble. And, Fengmin must have started to cry and cry again. Maybe if Jiang Sweets is there, she will be upright again. She only wanted to properly settle the company's affairs now. That project with Jiang Yinan was enough to make her head spin, but she didn't have the leisure time to care about this pile of crap in the Jiang family. Wait, she spoke softly, then gestured to the table and, you haven't eaten, right? Just have a bite. Have you packed up my villa yet? When can we move? Lele sat down on the opposite side of the table in bewilderment, always feeling that Mr. Yu's reaction and tone. Even his demeanor seemed to be different. As to where it was different, she couldn't tell. Well, any time. 20 minutes later, Jangyabe hurriedly walked in, and as soon as he saw Lele, he knew that she must have told him what her father had said at the door. He hurriedly explained towards Yuchochi. I went to the office and got delayed a bit. I'm really sorry about that, but it's sorted out now. They're gone, so if you go to the office you can get out anytime you want. Yuchochi did have some doubts about how he persuaded people away, but she didn't want to ask more questions. Greeted Lele and went directly to the company. Jangyabe handed Lin Yang the agreement that his father had signed. Mr. Jiang, you're really something. The former chairman just agreed? Then it's reasonable to say that he doesn't have any shares in the company right away now. You're counting this as a power grab. After some thought, he added that. But this matter, how do I think of it? How twisted. Do you think Madam would misunderstand you if she knew that? Instead of resolving things matter, you're using it to threaten the former chairman to give you your shares? Jangyabe lowered his head to look at the documents in front of him and slowly opened his mouth. No, when I get home from work I'll explain to my wife to clear this up. I speak to her every step I make. Before it was all about saying too little. From now on, my words will have to be more frequent. Lin Yang was a bit puzzled, but he was an assistant, not a military advisor. So naturally he would do whatever the boss said. Thinking here, he put a screenshot of this morning's hot search in front of John eBay. The PR department has already resolved it, but it's been festering for a while. But it doesn't have much of an impact on Jiang. It's just a bit of a bad influence on you personally. Chapter 125, I can't control it. I did it. Seeing that it was almost time, Jiang Yibei drove alone and, slowly walking towards Yu Qiuqi's company. Now she would probably refuse to go home in a car with him. But that's okay, it's a blessing to be able to follow in her footsteps now. He parked the car near Yu's, his arm resting lightly on the lowered window, and stared, unblinking, at the front entrance of the office building. Taking a look at the time, about the time Yu Qiuqi should get off work. She's always been like this. Even when she's sick she goes to the office. Not to mention that she must have a lot of things to take care of now that she's just regained her memories. Jiang Yibei wanted to persuade her to rest for a while, but he didn't dare to open his mouth. He originally thought that he would wait for Yu Qiuqi, but the person who just came out of the front door made his heart beat violently. Lethally, the man gritted his teeth, itching to get down there and beat the out of him right away. But he couldn't. This was at Yu's, and even more so during off-duty hours. He couldn't let Yu Qiuqi's employees see it, much less her. But why did Yi Fei come over? Did he want to take advantage of Yu Qiuqi's recovered memory to confess his love to her? Was he planning to make up? Jiang Yibei was almost certain that Yi Fei must have returned to China this time because he was rushing towards Yu Qiuqi. Otherwise he would have left his foreign industry alone and returned home to develop his new media company from nothing. The man held back his anger and raised the window, forcing himself to keep his head down and not look at him, and just pretend he didn't see at all. Anyway, Yu Qiuqi was still by his side, and hadn't said anything about leaving. It still hurt her to see herself hurt. At the very least she wouldn't be cruel enough to leave as long as he was hurt. Dang it. The moment the car glass was tapped, the annoyance in his mind exploded instantly. His emotions almost uncontrollable. He pushed the car door open with one hand, his slender neck sinews exposed. A pair of eagle eyes staring at the person in front of him in an eerie and vicious manner. Mr. Jiang, what a coincidence that you've come over to look for Qiuqi too. But Qiuqi seems to be quite busy. I guess she doesn't have time off. Jiang Yibei forced down his anger and said in a cold voice, Oh, may I ask if Mr. Yi came to my wife's company for some business? Yi Fei shrugged and pushed his gold-rimmed glasses. It's not like there's anything going on. Wasn't Autumn Pond injured? I can't be faulted for caring as a former old friend, can I? Besides, as I said, we're playing fair, just like in the beginning. Since you stole Qiuqi from me, it should have occurred to you that sooner or later someone would show up in the same way and take her away from you again. Although Jiang Yibei knew very well in his heart that Yi Fei was deliberately trying to provoke him, even though he kept persuading himself not to get angry, that he had a plot. But at this moment he couldn't hold back any longer. The man's narrow eyes snapped open, his eyes as stern as a blade, the low air pressure emanating from his body enveloping his entire body. He slowly raised his hands, undid the strap, threw the obstructing watch throw backhandedly back into the car, and then slammed his fist fiercely into Yi Fei's face. But Yi Fei didn't hide. He didn't even counterattack, staggered several steps, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and smiled towards Jiang Yibei. You're still, well, the same old. Jiang Yibei swung his fist again and took 2 steps to Yi Fei's side. I'll make you regret for the rest of your life that you shouldn't have come back. He gripped Yi Fei's collar and his fist slammed down again. Jiang Yibei. The woman's voice came from the distance, followed by hurried footsteps. Jiang Yibei's hand violently stopped. His pupils followed the shock. He panicked and helpless slowly back to hand his arm, but was held down by Yi Fei, and mouthed to him, You're done. At this moment, Jiang Yibei didn't have the mood to argue with him anymore, so he just stared blankly at Yu Qiuqi, who was running at a fast pace. Sure enough, as soon as she came over, she directly broke Jiang Yibei's hand and separated the two of them. What are you doing? Jiang Yibei, how can you hit someone? Yi Fei wiped the corners of his mouth, straightened his clothes, and softly explained, I'm sorry Qiuqi, it's all my fault. Mr. Jiang came over to look for you. I said you might still be busy. Maybe that got under his skin. Sorry for the trouble. He frowned, an apology on his face. Jiang Yibei panicked and went to pull Yu Qiuqi's wrist, but the woman dodged it. She sighed softly, helplessly. When are you going to calm down? How can you just do it? How old are you? 3. Did you see that I was the only one who hit him? Jiang Yibei complained in a disgruntled low voice, skimming the corners of his mouth in a manner of being greatly aggrieved. Are you accusing me without even asking why? Am I that bad in your mind? The man was already in a state of shock, and now all the fears of the future were overflowing within him. Desperation was like a viper, wrapping itself firmly around him, tightening and tightening. The overwhelming sense of suffocation almost consumed him. That's not what I meant. But you shouldn't be hitting people on my doorstep either. We're all adults. What can't we say nicely that we have to do it? Yuchochi frowned and turned toward Yifei and said, I'm sorry, my husband is prone to impulsiveness. I apologize to you on his behalf. I'm not sure what happened today, but it's always wrong to hit someone. I'm sure Mr. Yi won't care. Go to the hospital first. You're still bleeding. The expression on Yifei's face was no longer as bland as it was just now, and the facial muscles visible to the naked eye twitched a little. Still the look was quick to regain its customary calmness. And well, I don't care. We're all friends, and I know he's always impulsive. Think about what I said today. We'll be in touch later, and I'll be on my way. Yuchochi nodded and didn't open her mouth again, and after Yifei's figure disappeared, she turned her head to look coldly at Jiang Yibei. I was wrong. I shouldn't have hit anyone. Although Jiang Yibei was unconvinced in his heart, although he still felt that Yuchochi's indiscriminate accusation of him made his heart sad, but her line, Mr. I, it made the sadness in Jiang Yibei's heart disappear instantly, and he was now happy as hell. Even if the person getting beaten at the moment was him, not Yifei, he would be happy. It's good that you know. Jiang Yibei is the one who has to take care of himself. Are you aware of the impact that situation just now would have on Jiang if it had been secretly filmed? Today's web is no longer what it was 10 years ago, not even 5 years ago. Even if it's white, the netizens can make it black for you, and as someone who holds the company's lifeblood, you have to be careful with your words and actions at all times. So, Jiang Yibei slowly raised his head, his eyes instantly sour. You are concerned about me, right? Chapter 126. Yuchochi wondered a little how he could hear concern in so many clear expressions of incomprehension. She didn't refute anything, though, and after a moment's thought, she added, softly, I've explained my relationship with Yifei to you before. It's the same thing now. I don't mean that to him. You don't have to be so hostile to him. Jiang Yibei's originally still elevated mood instantly crashed to the ground. He hung his head again in dissatisfaction and muttered in a small voice. Still won't let me hit him. What's the matter? If he's the one who beats me today, you'll be happy. Jiang Yibei. Yuchochi growled in a cold and serious voice, then turned around without looking back and went to the parking lot, with the man following behind him without taking a step away from him. I was wrong. Cho-chi, I won't hit anyone anymore. Hitting is supposed to be the wrong thing to do. I think you're right. I can't hit Yifei just because he provoked me first. Yuchochi's footsteps suddenly came to a halt, and Jiang Yibei braked so sharply that he nearly ran into her. It's okay. You're okay. He hurriedly looked towards Yuchochi and thought carefully, as if he hadn't touched her. You said that it was Yifei who deliberately provoked you? Yuchochi was a bit puzzled. Jiang Yibei nodded, but there was nothing to explain anything. He knew in his heart that, compared to himself, it was definitely Yifei who had a better image in Yuchochi's mind. Just now he said this, but it was just a dying struggle. Now I think that it was still too impulsive. This will not only not let Yuchochi trust him, it's likely to backfire and make her feel like she's the one who's playing mind games, and it's just not worth it. Yuchochi didn't say anything else and directly got into the car, and Jiang Yibei followed and sat in the passenger side. Your car is still parked on the side of the road. A moment later the traffic police can be towed away for you. Yuchochi reminded him. Jiang Yibei smiled and shook his head. It's okay. I'll tell the driver to come over and drive away. Let me rub your car. I'm going home anyway. I'm a little upset right now and it's probably not safe to drive. And you don't want me to get into another car accident. Yuchochi really wanted to take this crow's mouth of his, glared at him and directly started the car. I didn't intend to go home so early, but the security guard at the door notified Lele that Mr. Jiang and the client seemed to be having a fight at the door. She rushed down as soon as she heard about it, and ended up letting these two fight. When she arrived home, Yuchochi went straight back to her bedroom with her computer in her arms, and Jiang Yibei was busy in the kitchen alone. He's a much better cook now than he was before. He's just got an arm injury that prevents him from doing a lot of things. The cooks on the sidelines were all anxious to watch, and repeatedly tried to reach out to help but he refused to do so. Cooking for Yuchochi had long since become a habit of his during this time. He felt awkward if he didn't do it for a day. Although now Yuchochi probably no longer wanted to eat his cooking either. She loves rice, so usually Jiang Yibei has stir-fried vegetables with rice, but it's cooling down today, and Lele told him that Yuchochi didn't eat much all day today, just a vegetable salad. So, tonight, he specially cooked a bowl of beef and rice noodles, worrying that she didn't have an appetite for it. Hesitantly, I fried up a small dish of chicken nuggets, squeezed in some honey mustard sauce, and she had always liked to eat like this. Only that Jiang Yibei rarely made it for her during this period of time, mainly because it was too hot and unhealthy to eat like this. After the rice noodles were brought to the table, he hesitated for 2 seconds, then greeted the butler, and, "Go and call madam to dinner." The butler looked toward him with a helpless face, and a look in his eyes that begged for help. "That, you dare not? I dare? You're older, and surely Akuchi won't scold you. Go." The housekeeper wiped the cold sweat from his head and took one difficult step towards the drawing room. Standing in the doorway, still looking back at Jiang Yibei helpfully, the man lifted his chin at him, signaling him to hurry. Torn, the butler still knocked gently on the door, and soon an impatient sigh came from inside, scaring the duo into an instant cold sweat. The door opened, and Jiang Yibei whooshed into a side study. The butler's face went green, and he pointed, shivering, to the side table. Madam, dinner, well, I know, Yuchochi replied quickly before closing the door again. The housekeeper directly breathed a sigh of relief and patted his chest, and Jiang Yibei in the study came out at this moment. Her ladyship says she knows, you see. Her ladyship is still quite gentle. Jiang Yibei gave him a thumbs up approvingly. Awesome. The butler smiled gently, then hurriedly ran out of the villa, as if he was afraid that if he stayed for a little while longer, he would be set up for some unimaginable task again. Jiang Yibei sat at the table and waited for 10 minutes before the door to the drawing room opened again. He hurriedly got up. It's time to eat. The beef and rice noodles cooked today is the kind of marinated beef you like. Yuchochi sat down and seemed to be in a better mood when he saw the fried chicken on his plate. Although she remembered Jiang Yibei's various behaviors, she had to say that he was really good at cooking. Most restaurants don't do it as well as he does, especially this fried chicken nugget, but she occasionally thinks that it was probably because Jiang Yibei rarely made it for her that she found it delicious. Picking up her chopsticks, Yuchochi looked up at him as she ate, only to realize that he didn't even have cutlery on his side. You're not eating? Jiang Yibei raised his hand awkwardly. I cooked rice noodles today. My right hand is injured. My left hand can't use chopsticks, but it's okay. I'll just eat an apple later. Yuchochi wanted to remind him that there were no apples in the house, but she didn't have any good solutions for that. I've eaten a good portion of a bowl of rice noodles, but I've eaten all the fried chicken on my plate. She was resting comfortably in her chair, but her mind was full of the company's business. The Feng Jingjing's matter had already been on the news, and it didn't have much of an impact on Jiang and Yu, but it had an impact on both her and Jiang Yibei's popularity. All day long, Lei had already helped her reject an unknown number of media interviews. This matter, Lin Nan also asked her how she wanted to deal with it. In that case, let's go to the police station tomorrow. She's already at the hospital getting her injuries examined. Lin Nan's got the results. It's very much as expected, but it's just a minor injury. If we go by the normal case, I guess it's just a few days of detention and civil compensation. That's not how she wanted this to turn out. This whole thing. Akihiko, I have something to tell you. Jiang Yibei opened his mouth in a deep voice. He first got up and poured a cup of warm water and put it in front of Yuchochi before he slowly opened his mouth. That matter, I do intend to. The Feng family I will not let go. This matter has been set in motion to do. What Feng Jingjing did to you doesn't legally constitute intentional injury, but she wouldn't be the same without the Feng family as a backer. So my first step is the Feng family. Chapter 127. One shouldn't make excessive demands. Well, by all rights that would be the right thing to do. But even though the Feng family's situation isn't as good as it was before, it won't just be left to the mercy of others for nothing. Jiang Yibei nodded his head. That's right, but I've been investigating the Feng family's matter for more than a year now, and the evidence I currently have in my hands is already enough to make them suffer. I wouldn't have wanted to make it so ugly, if they could have made an honest living, but with them counting on me and involving you, this won't go away so easily. You're thorough and I trust your decision-making. Yuchochi's gaze was light. His tone was calm. Both his tone and his style of doing things had returned to the way he was when he didn't have amnesia, which made Jiang Yibei's heart suddenly panic. His baby, his wife may never come back. Nowadays Yuchochi is only afraid to leave because he's injured in threatening her with his life. The little girl who had been so full of love before, who had taken his arm and pampered him, had disappeared and would never return in this lifetime. No matter what kind of Yuchochi, he couldn't let go of her, although it was nasty, but there was no way he really couldn't leave her. Jiang Yibei rubbed his face to ease his emotions and continued, on my dad's side, I've got him signing off on the equity transfer, and the process is moving along right now. All the shares of the company will be mine, and in the meantime I've taken back all his private property, something he doesn't know about yet, but there's a caveat to this thing that I have to tell you. Yuchochi clasped his arms and gazed at him with narrowed eyes. If you can make John's father willingly give up his shares, then this matter must have something to do with his wife, and that's the Feng family. You agree to release Feng Jingjing? Sure enough, that Yuchochi came back. She was always so smart and strict. As soon as she was told, she could immediately understand the reasoning. Yes, Jiang Yibei replied approvingly, continuing his explanation immediately afterward. But I've never been a man of my word, and you know that. I'm not much of a moral person, so I just promise but won't do it. Yuchochi was amused by this statement of his. In fact, it occurred to her that Jiang Yibei wouldn't let Feng Jingjing go. But at the same time, she was curious. Since he had promised Jiang father that he would let her go, how was he going to solve this matter? But I didn't realize that the man was straight up cheating, promising, but he wouldn't do it. But really, shameless. Seeing that she didn't know what to say, Jiang Yibei added a sentence for her, then smiled and propped up his chin to look at her. I just don't want to be shameless. Otherwise how can I keep you? Since I want to show performance, naturally, I have to show my sincerity. If I persuade you to let Feng Jingjing go because of my father's words, I can't even forgive myself. I'd have to slap myself twice for that thought even if I had it, let alone actually doing it. Saying so, he glanced somewhat hesitantly toward the second floor, and asked, in a careful whisper, can I sleep on the couch in the bedroom? Akihiko, I'm serious. I can't sleep too far away from you. He regretted when he finished speaking. One can be shameless, but one can't go back on one's word, especially to one's wife. My bad. He apologized, hurriedly. I'm not going into the bedroom. I'm fine sleeping in the guest room. Don't be mad. I'll never make that request again. Yuchochi's smile gradually disappeared, and that usual cold look reappeared on his face. Jiang Yibei panicked all of a sudden. He opened his mouth, even his breathing stopped. He'd seen this look in Yuchochi's eyes before, back at the end of her parents' funeral. She asked herself why she hadn't been at her graduation then, and the disappointment that flowed from her as she received the answer to the. Although he didn't understand why Yuchochi would be disappointed in himself once again, but this look actually pierced his heart with a raw pain. I'll never mention it again. Akuchi, I swear, I'll never think like that again in my life. Don't feel bad. I was wrong. I know it's wrong. The man reached out his hand in panic, but she dodged it in a flash and she rose directly, looked down upon him with cold indifference, and spoke softly, and, Jiang Yibei, we're all adults. It's my choice to have sex with you now. Even though I lost my memory at the time, I'm an adult and will take responsibility for myself. But from now on, it's impossible. I can't take it. If you have any. I didn't. Jiang Yibei hurriedly interrupted her. I wasn't thinking anything like that. I said that just to be closer to you. Not thinking about that sort of thing. Really, I swear. Back then I really did love you too much. I'm sorry. He choked back a sob and stood up. It was I who took advantage of the situation. It was I who was lacking in virtue, a beast of burden, and I let myself be beaten and scolded. But I really wasn't thinking about that kind of thing just now. So don't worry, I won't bring it up again. I'll disappear and leave you alone. The man forced a smile and said nothing as he walked straight into the study. Yuchochi followed and went back to the bedroom. She didn't want to argue anymore. She was somewhat blaming Jiang Yibei for this matter, but that was a choice made by that same self of 3 years, so he can't be blamed for all of it. The next morning, she went downstairs and unprecedentedly did not see Jiang Yibei. Just as he stepped out of the villa, he saw Pei-sen, who had rushed over. Gu, it's been a long time. What brings you here? After asking, Yuchochi thought that it might be time for Jiang Yibei to change his medicine. He's the last person to go to the hospital, and it's not unusual for him to call the doctor over. Pei-sen answered her with a smile. Long time no see, ma'am. I'm here to change Jiang Yibei's medicine. Are you going to work? Yuchochi nodded. Yes, you go in. He probably hasn't gotten up yet, so I'll leave first. Joy drove her, and just as she reached the intersection, a blue sports car sped past and Yuchochi's gaze was fixed on the car for half a day until it completely disappeared. Mister, you like sports cars? Lele asked when she saw that she kept looking. No. Yuchochi tried hard to remember if this familiar-looking car had been seen somewhere, but he couldn't seem to recall. When she arrived at the office, she'd been working on the work she'd left behind earlier, and when she looked up again it was already noon. She was just about to say that she'd go to the company cafeteria and eat whatever she wanted when her cell phone rang. The screen was ridiculously displaying the word, husband, on it. Yuchochi shook his head helplessly, picked up the phone and, what is it? Something's happened. Something's happened to Mr. You. The voice was not Jiang Yibei's, but Lin Yang's voice with a crying tone. Yuchochi glanced at the screen and confirmed that it was Jiang Yibei's number. Slow down. Don't be in a hurry. Is something wrong with Jiang Yibei? Where are you guys? Lin Yang's cries almost broke the tone. Please come home. Chapter 128, Delaying Tactics Exposed. Yuchochi was almost certain that Jiang Yibei must know something about it. Otherwise Lin Yang wouldn't have let her go home. But she already answered this call. What's more, seeing or not seeing this side can't change any of her decisions. Jiang Yibei wants to toss and let him go. After all, he still has his mom. So it's not like he's actually seeking death when he calms down. She drove alone and quickly made her way back to the villa. And just as the car entered she saw the blue sports car that. No wonder it looked familiar. She remembered only now that it was Chen Mo's car. Got out of the car. And as soon as he entered the villa, he saw in the parlor that the Chen Mo wrapped his arm around Pei Sen's shoulders and turned his back to her. Unable to see clearly what was going on here. What's wrong? She had just entered when she was startled by the scene before her. The whole parlor was almost nothing. It's not an exaggeration. It's especially like being slammed by a lone shark. It seemed as if nothing but 4 white walls were intact, and only vaguely visible was the half sofa in the parlor. The thief? Turning his head, he saw Pei Sen's head was bleeding. Chen Mo frowned and treated his wound. Glancing back at Yuchochi, he froze for a moment, then quickly regained his composure. You don't have to ask to know what's going on here. Dr. Pei, Jiang Yibei made a move on you? Pei Sen sighed. Alas, normal. It's not the first time, but don't worry Mrs. Jiang, when he calms down, he'll apologize. Jiang Yibei's way of apologizing well. Anyway, every time he was beaten, Pei Sen will get a large or small compensation. As for this compensation, that is, a variety of real estate. So, he had no complaints about the beating, and even looked forward to it a little. Sorry. Yuchochi looked apologetic and turned his head to look at Chen Mo, his face showing undisguised heartache. This caused a pang of doubt to rise in Yuchochi's heart. You, too? Pei Sen pushed Chen Mo away and dodged 2 meters away as he. I don't have anything with him. I'm a straight man, and he's a psychopathic doctor, and he's no better himself. After spouting off, he remembered that. What's wrong with Mr. You today? So unconcerned about your husband? It was only at this moment that Chen Mo slowly opened his mouth. Remember everything, I guess, when I also thought that after you regained your memories, it may have a great impact on Jiang Yibei's treatment, but I didn't expect that the impact would be so great. This man, I can't control it. I don't want to be like this. No way. You go to see him. Yuchochi was confused by what he said, and the parlor was missing Lin Yang. She looked around and followed Chen Mo's hand to the empty room that had been sitting unused. The door was just pushed open, and he saw Jiang Yibei lying on the bed, his eyes staring straight at the ceiling. There was blood on his hands, on his face, and his white shirt, stained red with a big. When he saw her come in, the man's eyes remained bleak. Only the fingertips resting on the bed trembled gently. What happened to you? Jiang Yibei just looked at her, his face expressionless. Lin Yang wiped her tears, got up and walked over to Yuchochi, questioning her with a sobbing voice. The clothes in the check room had been taken. Your jewelry, watches, cosmetics, and so on, except for the ones from Mr. Jiang, they've all been taken away. Are you leaving? It had already occurred to her that Jiang Yibei must have seen such a scene before he acted in such a way, but she'd expected this outcome when she'd sneaked her things out of the house. Yuchochi nodded. Yes, everything was supposed to go in that order. I just stayed a little longer. I can't stay there all the time. What is this? You! Lin Yang directly cried out. He raised his arm and wiped his face. His nose was red from crying. You are also too heartless. Even if Mr. Jiang has wronged you in any way, couldn't you have chosen a more moderate way? You're not pushing him to the brink. Yuchochi inclined her head towards the bed, always feeling that Jiang Yibei's reaction was not right. The whole person was dumbfounded, as if he could not see her. But from his reaction, it wasn't like he couldn't see her at all. Lin Yang couldn't stop crying, and she was annoyed as well. Do you know what happened between us? You just accused me. I can't tell you in one sentence, but between us, I'm not the one who did anything wrong. I'm not the one who's not worthy of forgiveness. Who does he really think he is? Dying to keep me? Then I wouldn't have been so determined to get a divorce in the first place. Lin Yang's crying stopped instantly, and he stared straight at Yuchochi. So you lied to him? You just promised him for now that you wouldn't leave and then made time for yourself to prepare? A reprieve? He suddenly burst out laughing, and as soon as he turned around, Jiang Yibei on the bed, though still without much expression, but out of the corner of his eye, a tear slammed into the pillow. Mr. Jiang, no wonder you've been uneasy. I thought you were overthinking. I didn't expect that. It's still you who understands, madam. Yuchochi frowned and stood in place. What's going on with him? What are you guys tossing around? You just left not a moment ago. I was going to help Mr. Jiang with something, but I couldn't find anyone else in the room. Suddenly there was a loud bang in the check room. Follow me over. Just found out that Mr. John looked like he was crazy, rummaging through the closet while chanting that you lied to him. Lin Yang pointed to the door. I couldn't stop him. It was all his smash. Me and Payson stopped it together. We couldn't control him. Eventually Chenma came over and gave him a strong sedative. He was supposed to be asleep, but I said I'd get the missus to come over, and he's just been hanging on, refusing to sleep. But one isn't exactly fully awake. Yuchochi suddenly felt a tightness in her chest. She was not sure what was wrong with her. In any case, this was not the result she wanted to see. But she really couldn't persuade herself to live under the same roof with Jiang Yibei again. After Chen Mo treated Pei Sen's wounds, he also walked over, and he said softly towards Lin Yang, "Don't get excited first. I know you care about Jiang Yibei, but you don't know the origin of the matter here. Take care of him first. I'll talk to General Manager Yu." After saying that, he signaled Yuchochi to go to a side room. Walking to the study, Yuchochi didn't even want to sit down. The whole person was annoyed like an ant on a hot pan. She frowned, urging Chen Ma to, "Dr. Chen, if you have something to say, I'm sure you know my character. I don't like to beat around the bush." Chen Mo laughed softly and pushed the legs of his glasses before opening his mouth. "I know. I also know that you've been ready to leave him for a long time. Jiang Yibei is a paranoid person. He can't be communicated with. If I were you, I would certainly choose this silent departure as well." Chapter 129, Moving Home. Yuchochi raised her eyebrows slightly. She really didn't expect Chen Mo to be able to say this. In fact, she could understand Lin Yang. These people could more or less be considered Jiang Yibei's friends. Naturally, they spoke towards him, just like Lin Nan. No matter what she had done or was about to do, Lin Nan would silently and without reason choose to trust her and support her. Therefore, this abnormal behavior of Chen Mo made her subconsciously feel that there was a conspiracy. Dr. Chen, since you can see that I've recovered my memory, let's get something straight. I'm sure you know my character. Chen Ma smiled. Good. Worthy of being General Manager Yu, always so calm and sober. I'm not asking you to give Jiang Yibei a chance, nor am I asking you to honor your promise with me. These words reminded Yuchochi that back then, she had sworn to promise Chen Mo that, no matter what happens, she won't give up on Jiang Yibei. She will accompany him in his treatment and give him hope. But nowadays is different from the past. Besides, it is he Jiang Yibei cheated in the first. And I'm not saying anything like Jiang Yibei won't be able to live without you. Chen Mo pointed to his chest. All I ask is that you ask your heart who it is that you love. You said before that because he treated you like that, it made you feel like you hated him from the bottom of your heart. But why hate? How can someone who has no feelings hate? Jiang Yibei is just a person who is also very ignorant about his feelings. He only ever liked you in his life. When you agreed to Yifei's confession, it panicked him, and he tried everything to drive Yifei away and get you. He can't communicate. He doesn't know respect. And that's all because he hasn't been treated well. And he's never really been loved. He had not seen love as it was. And what it looked like to him was what his mother had been to his father. Of course. You don't have to bear any of this. It's just my defense of him as a friend. What I'm really trying to say is that it's good that you can look inside yourself and, even if Jiang Yibei dies, you won't feel any heartache or regret. That's the only way to show that you're really giving up on your relationship. Yuchochi did not say anything. His heart suddenly seemed to be less determined. She really had to admire these psychiatrists. It was true that the specialty wasn't learned for nothing, and the money wasn't spent for nothing. Chen Mo opened the door and whispered, "I didn't know Lin Yang called you. If I had known, I would have stopped it. Now you can leave this place to me. At least when I'm around, I can make sure that Jiang Yibei is alive. For the rest, think it over. It's okay to lie to others. Don't lie to your own heart." Yuchochi didn't know what to say, whether to express her gratitude or apologize for not delivering on her promise. Hesitantly, she then just nodded and turned to leave the villa. Driving on the road, all she could think of was Jiang Yibei lying on the bed just now. Those tearful, cold and helpless eyes really hurt. The person who was deceived is obviously her. Does the world really have to? Who is more pitiful? Who is the victim? Everyone was blaming her, but who could understand her grievances? Without realizing it, she pulled up to her house, which she hadn't been back to since her parents' deaths. Yukuan will soon have his second trial. Everything will be explained. Back at this time, and she could persuade herself that the gate slowly pushed open, and she walked slowly over the cobblestone path, through the long corridor, to the doorway of the villa. Oddly enough, the door to the cottage was open. Today, maybe the guys didn't close the door after Joy told them to clean it up. She was complaining about the carelessness of these people when a footstep came from the house and Yuchochi only felt his heart rise to his throat. She was about to plunge for the door when she heard a familiar voice that, "Iki, what are you doing here? I saw a car come by the door just now. I didn't realize it was yours." Yuchochi looked at Lin Nan, who walked out from inside with quick steps in shock, and asked incredulously, "Why are you here?" "No, how did you get in here?" Lin Nan raised his hand and touched her forehead, laughing lightly. "Are you stupid? Big sister. All the doors in your house have electronic locks, and I've known the combination since I was a kid." She came over in the morning and heard Lele say that Yuchochi was planning to move back in. She just thought she'd come over and pack up all of Uncle Yu's and Auntie Yu's things, so that she wouldn't feel bad about seeing them. But I did not expect Yuchochi to come so quickly. The incident was a bit sudden. She reacted for half a day before she could think of what to say. "Didn't you move your stuff here? You're a man of many faults in cleanliness. I'll come over and organize it for you, or you'll be on your own for hours. And don't you have a banged up brain? I don't want to eat brains this early in the morning." Yuchochi put an arm around her shoulders and, "A good girl has to grow a mouth. Who would dare to marry you like this? If you can't, let's make it work. You don't mind that I'm a second wife, do you?" Lin Nan shook his head. "I don't mind, but I can't be a third party. That's my principle. You're not in a second marriage. You're still divorced. So tonight, let's not sleep in the same bed." "How many meanings?" Yuchochi asked as he wrenched her shoulders and hooked her chin, forcing her face to face, looking at Lin Nan. "You're not leaving today? Stay home with me?" Lin Nan first feigned thought, seeing her eyes full of anticipation. Then he stroked his chin and nodded. "Right. Love you. Mwah 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 mwah." Yuchochi pouted and kissed her all over her face. Lin Nan was actually still worried that Yukuan's other relatives would retaliate against her. After all, Yu Chuncheng had already been released on bail. She brought up the protection of Yuchochi, and was dismissed by the leader again. So much so that she stayed by Yuchochi's side to see who would dare to do anything else. The villa was virtually unchanged, exactly as it had been 3 years before. The difference is that the servants have not yet come. Yuchochi likes quietness. The original Yu family does not have many servants. She pulled Lin Nan to sit in the living room. She was going to go out to eat, but she didn't want to move. So the two of them decided to order takeout while it was still early. Yu's location. Once it's nighttime, there aren't many takeouts. After she'd probably ordered a few things, she put her phone down and looked in the fridge and, "Is there something in there? I think. Drink some?" Lin Nan laughed and picked up. "What about the refrigerator?" "It's nothing, but you have a wine cellar at home." Yuchochi then remembered that the original mother especially likes to drink red wine. Dad built a wine cellar especially for her. When I was a kid, she always had a lot of people coming over to her house for wine tastings and parties and stuff. Whose house is this anyway? How do you know more about it than I do? Yuchochi directly got up, followed Lin Nan, toward the downstairs, although it is 3 years without cleaning, but the wine cellar is cold temperature. The door was locked all the time, so there wasn't much dust, and even the electronic lock was properly locked. Chapter 130, Drunkenness. "I want to drink the most expensive ones." Lin Nan pointed at the innermost row of locked wine cabinets. "Go, open it for me." Yuchochi walked over and pressed her thumb on the electronic lock, and as the cabinet door rattled open, she stepped aside and, Lin Nan squinted his eyes and raised his hand to look at them carefully. "Row by row. I'll go." "Why?" Yuchochi looked along with her gaze in puzzlement. "Nothing you want to drink?" In fact, she didn't know much about red wine, except that she had heard her father say that the wine in this cabinet was the most expensive of all. But what exactly was good about it she really didn't understand and couldn't drink the difference. "Just a car. A sweet. I can't afford it." "Forget it. Let's get another cabinet. Drink something ordinary." Lin Nan pulled her back by the arm and pointed to the wine rack on the other side of the, "I think this is just fine." As he spoke, Yuchochi had already taken out a bottle from the cabinet. The exaggerated look in Lin Nan's eyes when she looked at the bottle just now. She knew it should be good. "Don't move." Lin Nan carefully stretched out her hand, afraid that she would drop the wine in her hand. Yuchochi naturally understood that she couldn't bear to part with it, so he pulled a smile on his face and, grabbing a corkscrew off to the side, he poked it above the cork and, "It's broken. Can't put it back." "What's this about?" "Agu." Lin Nan grinned in pain and hurriedly stopped her from continuing. Ancestor, alas. This is not the way to open this wine. Not with a corkscrew. You're wasting it." She hurriedly took the wine, read the words on it, and ouched with heartache. And, Agu 61 Chapel. "This is good wine. 600 bottles were produced that year. This is one of 600. What fraction of it is for human consumption? No different from mineral water. Anyone who drinks it is drinking it, so you might as well open it. Or shall I?" Yuchochi smiled cheaply and reached for the bottle. Lin Nan hurriedly dodged and looked at her warily. Don't. I'll open it. You'll have to get on the corkscrew again if you do, and all the good stuff is spoiled." Yuchochi always thought that Lin Nan was very professional in this aspect of red wine. I'm considered an audiophile, but I didn't know that she could be so professional as this. She found in the cellar a whole array of tools for opening red wine, most of which Yuchochi couldn't name. Seeing that she hesitantly chose a couple of items and then took them out with the bottle of wine that, I have to go to the kitchen. I have to use the fire. Why don't you go wait for me in the dining room, and check if the takeout has arrived by the way. Someone else was working. Yuchochi was naturally happy to be free. She went to the door and picked up the takeout, then set it on the table, silently waiting for Lin Nan. Today's cell phone is unusually quiet. According to the theory that Jiangyibai that person will be endless pestering her is right, but everything did not follow her expected development. Jiangyibai is like disappearing, not to mention the phone, not even a single message. She didn't feel lost though, instead her heart was in a state of relief. Lin Nan came over with a sobering vessel and 2 red wine glasses, poured the wine and handed Yuchochi a glass. Taking advantage of you. Such a good wine. I can't afford to drink it in my life on my own salary I guess. Yuchochi picked up his wine glass and didn't hold back a light laugh. You can also afford to drink or you also go back to inherit the family business Anyway, TSK. Lin Nan gave a disgruntled TSK. Can't you shut up about such a nice drink without mentioning spoilers? Gently clinking his glasses, Lin Nan took a sip of the wine, squinted his eyes and sighed half-heartedly. Good wine is good wine. TCH, that's a mouthful. A cartwheel gone. Yuchochi sniffed towards the cup. Didn't taste any different from the kind sold at the supermarket. What kind of mouths are you all so good at? You call that? A mountain pig can't eat fine chaff. Oh, so what's a house pig like you to be proud of? Sue is drinking on the head. Lin Nan suddenly grabbed Yuchochi's hand, looking straight at her. Akiko, have you really thought about it? You do like Jiangyibai? Since you were a child, are you really giving up? I know he's an asshole and doesn't deserve your love, but he's been doing pretty well for a while now. So aren't you going to take another look? How much did Jiangyibai pay you? Yuchochi refilled her wine and shook his head, feeling things spinning in front of his eyes. Actually, I'm not sure I even like him anymore these past 2 years. I'm afraid I like him, so I treat him badly. I don't even go near him, but you know, he took advantage of my amnesia and lied to me, and I can't forgive him for that, and I can't forgive him for what happened to my mom and dad. Like for like, I've never been one to make it all about like, and in my life, men don't matter. Money is important. Lin Nan nodded his head as if he understood. Is money important? Then what if Jiangyibai gave you all his money? What do you think? He won't. Yuchochi smiled and shook her head again, suddenly feeling a wave of dizziness. She hurriedly stopped her movements before continuing again. And what kind of person is he? Jiangyibai? He can even take advantage of this incident to extort his father's shares. He's a man who takes his interests very seriously. The two of us have worked together before but we've performed to industry standards, and he didn't make concessions just because it was me. Lin Nan had heard of this thing she was talking about. Jiangyibei's company had been developing very rapidly in the past 2 years. He invests in whatever makes money, especially in new industries. I also don't know which one is the most important to him, money or Yuchochi. Anyway, just think about it and don't regret it. You're a sensible person. I'll support you in any decision you make. Lin Nan drank the wine in the cup in one gulp. The bottle of wine went down very quickly, only for Yuchochi to realize that Lin Nan had already fallen asleep on the table when he tried to open the second bottle. The man was taller and stronger than her, plus she'd had quite a bit to drink as well, and it took a lot of wasted effort not to move her. Torn between the two, she suddenly came up with a damaging trick that Yuchochi first cleared his throat, then shouted towards Lin Nan's ears. Attention! Lin Nan stood up with a thud, his hands at his sides, his back straight. Yuchochi snickered, but quickly put away his laughter and followed with a loud roar. And march in unison. 1, 2, 1. And that's how they tricked Lin Nan all the way to the bedroom. It was a bit of a rough process, but it was a lot less work than if she had to carry a drunk person. A house pig is a house pig. Dead heavy. Lin Nan is not me to say that you are. If you do not lose weight, I guess your team physical examination you cannot pass. Yuchochi took the towel and carefully wiped her face, and the next second, her arm was grabbed straight away, and without waiting for her to react, a sideways drop threw her onto the bed. Chapter 131 The Greatest Obstacle. Yuchochi was also lazy to move. Anyway, was thrown to the bed, so she just closed both eyes and directly slept. Anyway, with Lin Nan beside her, she was able to sleep without worry even if the villa didn't have any security right now. But Jiangyibai outside the villa couldn't sleep. He sat in the car, looking forlornly at the big iron door. The whole man was slightly haggard, his thin lips slightly pursed, pale without a trace of blood. Those eyes, which had always sparkled with stars, were now dimmed and, after coming to his senses, he missed Yuchochi so much that he thought he was going to go crazy but since Yuchochi did this, it means she doesn't want to see him. It was good, at least to be close to her, knowing that she was in there, and the uneasiness could be eased. The man in the driver's seat yawned and called over to drive in the middle of the night, the whole thing sleepy to the point of near death. He disliked it with little attitude and, Zhang Yibei, what do you think you're doing? If it doesn't work, just rush in and take the person back. She's a woman who can still get past you. Chen Mo, who was sitting in the back, spoke quietly. He doesn't dare to rush in. Chen Jiani, if you're sleepy, just squint for a while. Don't talk so much, okay? Chen Mo himself didn't want to come, but he promised Yuchochi that he would look after Zhang Yibei, and even though Yuchochi reneged on his promise, he couldn't go back on his word. Of course he could have driven originally, but Zhang Yibei, after coming to his senses, a direct blast to his arm, which is still swollen from for safety's sake, he called Chen Jiani, who was idle. Okay, I'll shut up. Chen Jiani propped up his chin, put his arm on the steering wheel and, I've really seen it. So Zhang Yibei is so crazy in love with someone? It's really enviable. When can someone love me so much? Only then did Zhang Yibei, who had never said a word, open his mouth. I do want to see her. I want her very, very much, but that's not the whole point. Yu Kon's son has been released. I'm worried the Yu family will turn on her. I'm here. I'm right here. Even if someone wants to do something, they'll have to worry about it. If there's real danger, I can be the first to rush in. Hi. Chen Jiani gave him a thumbs up and, you are just hi. That and you know to bring Chen Mo and I with you. So if there's really any danger, we can still help. Right. Zhang Yibei shook his head and looked at Chen Mo with cold eyes. You're here to help. Chen Ma isn't. He's here to give me a strong anesthetic. Chen Mo was instantly speechless. This man really holds a grudge. He asked in a low voice. Are you, like, a Scorpio? Should I tell you my birth date? Zhang Yibei's gaze fell back onto the big iron door, so he stopped speaking. This night, Chen Jiani slept with snoring, and Zhang Yibei and Chen Mo in the back both stared at each other all night long. Zhang Yibei woke him up at dawn. Take me to the office. Chen Jiani rubbed his face in a daze. You haven't slept all night, and you're going to the office? You don't want to die. No, you have to rest. Nonsense. Zhang Yibei closed his eyes and leaned against the back seat. This night he thought the most about all the things between him and Yuchochi. But after dawn, he had more than that to think about. There should be results from the Feng family today. He had to take advantage of his father's discovery before he go and finalize the matter of Feng Jingjing so that the night will not be long. After arriving at the company, the moment Lin Yang saw him, he didn't show much exaggeration. He just silently poured a cup of warm water for Zhang Yibei. Mr. Jiang, there's already news of impending bankruptcy on the Feng family's side. I expect they'll come for you tomorrow at the latest. And it won't be hard to find out that you did it. So now, Zhang Yibei hung his head, holding the glass with both hands. The hot air smoked his eyes. Even though his head was full of Yuchochi, he still had to brace himself for, after all, the outcome of this matter concerned whether he had the face to beg Yuchochi's forgiveness or not. Make an appointment with Bureau Zhang. I have to make a trip to the police station. Just reject the Feng family when they come. I don't want to see them right now either. Zhang Bureau sighed about a lunch meal. Zhang Yibei went to rest and took a shower. Changed clothes, the whole person looked, although the state is still bad, but it is much more spiritual. Just as he went out, he saw the person sitting on the couch, and the good mood that he was in because things were almost settled instantly disappeared. Zhang Yibei, Zhang father was cold, his voice dripping with dissatisfaction. Why did I hear that you did what happened to the Feng family? What the hell do you want? I see that you don't intend to take this Zhang clan, do you? Zhang Yibei turned around and walked to the opposite side of him. Slowly sat down and folded his legs, then pointed to his face and, did you see me? Zhang father was a little confused by his reaction to the question. Already angry, he was even more angry at this moment. What do you mean Feng family matters? You quickly stop. You do this, how can your aunt and I still get along? We are husband and wife Can't stop. Zhang Yibei refused in a cold voice. You were an entrepreneur once. You know how hard it is to take down a business. Once a company goes through a crisis, it's hard to maneuver, as you well know. Unless you're willing to invest in him, but Feng's family is a bottomless pit. I don't think you can afford to pay out the compensation for breaking the contract and the back taxes alone. What do you think? Zhang father slapped his hand on the table and raised his hand to hit him in the face, but Zhang Yibei didn't move at all, with a look of indifference. Dad! Zhang Yinan rushed in and saw the scene, first yelled, stopping Zhang father's action, and then rushed to Zhang Yibei's face. Just before she could ask why, She noticed that Jiang Yibei's face and condition were poor. Are you alright? Why are you emaciated like this? Is it the side of the autumn pool? Jiang Yibei's eyes were hanging down at the end. Full of despair, lost in thought and helpless, he nodded his head. Yes, sis, help me. She really doesn't want me anymore. I can't live without her. I'm so sad. Jiang Yinan pinched his shoulder and turned her head. Seeing that the anger on Jiang father's face had subsided a lot, she sneered in exasperation. And, Dad, Yibei and I are your children. After all these years, you've forgotten who's the real one, right? Look at him. He's emaciated and you're going to hit him? What did the Fengs do to him? What did they do to Cho Chi? And what kind of calculations you and the Feng family are making? We know it all too well. Because you're our father. We didn't count on it. Do you think? Feng Jingjing is suspected of intentional injury. But you don't have it. To tell you the truth, she gave you up a long time ago. And it was Yibei who pressed the case so that the police didn't go looking for you. Jiang Yinan hadn't said so much to him for so many years. And instead of a trace of remorse in his father's heart, I even think that these two children are ungrateful and must have inherited their mom's bad genes. He pointed at Jiang Yibei and viciously said, You guys, if you still recognize me as your father, stop. I said not to touch the Feng family. Chapter 132 Thoughts are like poison. Jiang Yinan even felt that his words were really ridiculous. He didn't even treat the two of them as his own children. How dare they demand that they have to treat him as their father, and be so old that they have to listen to whatever he says. Okay, Jiang Yibei spoke softly, it's you who forced me to do this, so let's call him uncle from now on. Jiang Yinan was suddenly amused by his words, and the atmosphere fell into awkwardness for a while. Jiang father's face red with anger, wanting to raise his hand to hit, but in the way of Jiang Yinan here, not quite dare to make a move. In the end, he could only walk out of the office with an arm full of anger. Only after the people left did Jiang Yinan tug him to sit down. Don't be angry. We've all been through this since we were kids. We're too old to need a father now. Yibei, I really don't know how to help you with Cho Chi. I didn't come over here for that either. I heard about Dad coming to see you and was worried about you guys getting into a fight. Seeing her say this, Jiang Yibei indifferently hung his head. Sis, she won't forgive me. She moved back to Yu's house. I cheated on her too much. So it's heartfelt. I'm done. Jiang Yinan still wanted to comfort him, but he didn't know how to speak. Yu Qiuqi had always been a say-it-all and calm and collected character. She is also organized and rigorous in her work. Since she was able to deceive Jiang Yibei and stay in their home, she must have considered this result. If there was no way to change it, then Jiang Yibei would have to adapt, or something would definitely happen. Yibei, you're the only brother I have. They say twins are telepathic. I can feel your sadness, even though there doesn't seem to be any obvious sensation between us. So, even if it's for me, the closest thing in the world to your blood, you've got to hang in there. Just because Cho Chi doesn't forgive you doesn't mean there's really no chance. It's not like she's agreed to get back together with that ex-boyfriend, so try to chase after her again. Jiang Yinan knew in his heart that this was a comfort that was of little use, and that if he chased, he could get Yu Qiuqi back. Jiang Yibei naturally will not be sad to this point, but there is comfort is better than nothing. After sending off Jiang Yinan, Jiang Yibei went directly to the restaurant. By then, the news had already begun to report on the Feng family, and he raised his glass and said, in a deep voice, I'll trouble Bureau Zhang about this matter, and I, Jiang Yibei, will keep this favor. I don't know what to say. I'm just doing my job. I'm not doing any favors. Originally this Feng Jingjing is involved in the risk of intentional homicide, so big a lamp smashed down. Your wife did not suffer serious injuries is already considered very lucky. How many cases in this world have died because of a kick in the pants? Lin Yang, who was on the side, seriously noted down the words of this Zhang Bureau, and there were times when he had to admire these people in the officialdom. How is it possible to have such a great ability to talk nonsense with your eyes open, and to talk so seriously, as if you've even fooled yourself? I thought it would be an intentional injury at best, but I didn't realize it would turn into an attempted intentional homicide. In this case, the Feng family has fallen. Feng Jingjing is also solved. Just Zhang father's side still do not know how to explain. When several people came out from the hotel, Zhang Bureau directly Jiang Yibei to do the process of statement or saved. Let him go ahead and busy. When he turned back, he organized everything and sent it to Zhang's, and Jiang Yibei just signed it. In this world, money really does make the world go round. Lin Yang muttered silently. The car had just driven back to the company, when he saw that there seemed to be a lot of people gathered on the first floor. After they walked in, two people rushed out from the crowd and darted over toward Jiang Yibei's side, and Lin Yang hurriedly shielded him behind him. Who are you guys? After asking, he could see that this was Feng Wenqing and his wife, thinking that they would come, but not expecting them to come so quickly. Jiang Yibei raised his hand to signal Lin Yang to move to the side. Feng Wenqing looked much older than a few years ago, especially the gray hairs that were very visible on his temples. However, he was much calmer than Zhang's father. Even at this moment, he merely had anger on his face, but did not directly have a direct attack. He asked, in a hushed voice, Zhang Yibei, where exactly did we offend you? Why do you have to hold on to the Feng family? Although our two families are not considered to be on good terms, we have known each other for a long time, and besides, we are considered to be distant relatives. Zhang Yibei raised a finger and shook it. His eyes were cold and vicious, and his tone was ill-mannered with contempt as he answered him. You're related to Feng Min, not to me. I'm sure you know why. She Feng Jingjing dares to touch my people today. She has to think of this consequence. What you should do now is not to come and accuse me, but to thank our country's laws. If murder doesn't have to go to jail, Feng Jingjing might have been reincarnated long ago. Feng Wenqing's face was green for a while and white for a while, and his wife on the side instantly sat down on the ground, and let out a loud cry while patting the ground. I have only one daughter. You Jiang family have no conscience. You just want us to die. If we die, you Zhang Yibei will be happy. The sound was so loud that if the person in question wasn't Zhang Yibei, it would have attracted quite a few people's attention. The man frowned and raised his hand in annoyance, bypassing the two men and heading in the direction of the elevator. Feng Wenqing saw this and followed in a hurry. Zhang Yibei, what the hell do you want? Jingjing is doing wrong, but that's also because she likes you. Are you so desperate? At those words Zhang Yibei's footsteps also stopped. He turned back his head. A pair of deep eyes could not hide the ridicule. It's ridiculous. She likes me and wants me to tolerate all her behavior, even if it's a crime? So has anyone asked me if I like her? I told her more than once a long time ago that I only have my wife in my heart. If it wasn't for my father, do you think I'd have kept her this long? If you love your daughter so much, go and reunite with her. Lin Yang called the security department over and gave the two men a frame to throw them out, not giving the Feng family any face at all. In fact, there was no need to stay, because from now on there would be no more Feng family. The Feng family couple was also criminally detained for misappropriation of public funds, involving a huge amount of risky tax evasion. Zhang Yibei tiredly leaned back in his chair, and when his hand touched the armrest on the side, he suddenly thought of earlier. Yu Qiuqi sat on his lap and said that the armrests of his seat felt good to the touch. It's the way with people. Once they're idle they think about things that are hidden deep in their hearts and minds. He missed Yu Qiuqi. Frantically, they were almost inseparable during this period of time. They had never been separated for so long before. His mind was filled with Yu Qiuqi's every glance and smile. The corners of her lips raised when she was happy, and her frown when she was angry. Thoughts were like a poison, spreading towards his limbs and bones at this moment, causing him excruciating pain. Chapter 133. The lashes of his closed eyes fluttered uncontrollably, and the knot in his throat rolled up and down a little. Trying to hold back the soreness at the back of his throat, but realizing that the pain felt like he was swallowing it raw. Instantly sour to the heart, sour to the point of bitterness, sour to the point of rawness. He opened his eyes, raised his hand to feel for the cigarette case on the table, and drew a cigarette out of habit. Biting shallowly on the butt of his cigarette, the lighter rubbing the blue flame that jumped across his cool, handsome face. When the fire went out, smoke lingered hazily in front of his cool face. Lin Yang saw the scene as soon as he came in and subconsciously picked up on it. Madam doesn't like you to smoke. Only after he said that did he react to the fact that Madam probably didn't want Zhang Yibei, but Zhang Yibei, as if awakened violently, as a thief, directly clutched the cigarette into the palm of his hand. The red-hot cigarette burned a blister on his palm. Instead, the man just looked down, then tossed the loose cigarette into the ashtray. The hand extinguishes the smoke. You really are a ruthless man. Lin Yang helplessly rushed to rummage for a tube of burn cream, but Zhang Yibei didn't care and refused to even stretch his hand a bit. Nothing. What are you doing over here? I came over. It's after work. Mr. Jiang, you do not go home? Zhang Yibei's arm was injured. It was inconvenient for him to drive himself, and his state wasn't quite right. The driver was too scared to come out of the atmosphere, so Lin Yang took the initiative to take over the task of driving. Back. Before the words fell, Lin Yang's cell phone rang. He glanced at the screen. His expression was instantly serious, and he hurriedly tapped answer. What Zhang Yibei said over there could not be heard, only to see Lin Yang knocking on the table and anxiously saying towards Zhang Yibei, "Move. Someone is following the lady." Zhang Yibei got up from his chair with a loud bang and flew towards the elevator, and immediately after Lin Yang put down the phone, he sent a locator to the police. What's going on? Zhang Yibei urges him anxiously, his eyes going straight to the display on the elevator, itching to get to the parking lot right away. The people protecting the lady said that someone was following her. I told them to guard the person well. We need to get over there and hold them down. Lin Yang glanced at his watch and continued. It won't take 10 minutes to drive there now. Although Jiang Yibei has injuries on his hands at this moment, but Yu Qiuqi is in danger. How dare he let others drive? According to Lin Yang's positioning, Jiang Yibei stepped on the gas to the minimum, his eyes staring dead ahead. Don't say 10 minutes. He had the car on a side street in 5 minutes. Then I saw Yu Qiuqi's car, but I didn't see her. Jiang Yibei's heart immediately rose a huge panic, and not clear about what exactly happened. He did not even dare to shout, only whispered to ask Lin Yang. Where are the people? Ask. Before the words fell, there was a loud rattling from inside, and Jiang Yibei drew his legs and rushed forward into the path. Lin Yang chased after him, his voice splitting. Mr. Jiang, it's dangerous. Don't go over there. It was a dead end. And Jiang Yibei rushed inside before he saw that Yu Qiuqi was in the corner, probably frightened. Her face was frighteningly pale, and she was shivering. The man on the ground, covered in blood, was being held down by 4 men and had his mouth covered. Wife! He rushed to Yu Qiuqi's front and wrapped the person in his arms as he, It's okay, 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 it's okay. Are you hurt? Are you scared? I'm coming. Don't be afraid. Jiang Yibei could clearly feel the woman in his arms shivering. He only hated himself why he didn't follow Yu Qiuqi all the time. He even let her get hurt. Seeing her current reaction, Jiang Yibei only felt his heart shivering with pain. I'm sorry. I didn't protect you. Don't be afraid. It's okay. Aha. Yu Qiuqi gave a low response. The sirens quickly came from the mouth of the alley, followed by a team of police rushing in and directly yanking the man on the ground to his feet. Yu Qiuqi broke away from Jiang Yibei's embrace and walked up to the man. In a hushed voice. Yu Chunsheng, your father confessed everything and even risked his life to protect you out, just to let you do such stupid things? Ha, ha, ha. Yu Chunsheng laughed openly. Do you think you'd be alive to talk to me if you didn't have these men to protect you? You destroyed my family, and you'll never be able to live your life in peace. As long as I live, there will always be a day when I'm released, so just live with your heart in your mouth. I destroyed your home? Yu Qiuqi laughed in the same way, then with bloodshot eyes and a gloomy and vicious expression on his face, he roared towards Yu Chunsheng. And what about my home? And who destroyed my home? The police officer who was escorting the man was worried about problems and hurriedly escorted him to his car. People were arrested. Yu Qiuqi did not seem to be injured. At this moment the uneasiness in Jiang Yibei's heart bubbled up again. He was silent behind Yu Qiuqi's back. I just hoped that my presence wasn't too noticeable, and that preferably she could forget about being here as well. But everything didn't go as he wished. Yu Qiuqi slowly turned around, her eyes on him. Jiang Yibei was startled, and after just a glance, he never dared to look up again. The voice a little sour, and dolefully explaining that I'm not sending someone to follow you. I'm protecting you, because I know Yu Chunsheng came out and I never dare to look at your position. It's Lin Yang who is looking at it. I don't ask if he doesn't say. Lin Yang, who was beside him, had his face turned white with fear when he heard him say this, and waved his hand, explaining in a low voice. And I've been wronged. Seeing that no one paid any attention to him, he hurriedly ran towards the main road to leave this place of wrongdoing. I'm sorry, Qiuqi, I didn't stalk you. Really, I don't dare to lie anymore. So don't be mad at me if I'm telling the truth. Jiang Yibei was in a hurry with a crying voice. The corners of his lips drooped slightly, and he aggressively took a step backward and legged it. Seeing that he was afraid, Yu Qiuqi no longer stepped forward, but only spoke softly. And I didn't get the impression you were following me. Thanks this time. Then turned and walked out. The man behind her didn't even react. She wasn't even angry and said thank you. It was all too surreal. After following the police back to the police station to make a statement, Jiang Yibei had planned to send her home, but Lin Nan quickly rushed over, and as soon as he arrived, he directly put his arm around Yu Qiuqi. Ikiko, I really didn't think he'd dare to lay hands on you in broad daylight. I was careless. I'm sorry. Are you okay? Yu Qiuqi shook her head and comforted her softly. It's fine. Jiang Yibei sent someone to protect me, so I'm not hurt at all. Don't worry. Only then did Lin Nan notice that Jiang Yibei was at the side, and she hurriedly said towards him, thank you. After saying that, she added in response, your wife. What am I thanking you for? Jiang Yibei faintly hooked his lips and thanked towards her as well. Only then did Lin Nan take her hand and said as he walked, take you to a place. Don't ask. Just follow me. Chapter 134, Be Still and Feel It. Jiang Yibei wanted to stop, but he didn't dare to open his mouth. He could only watch as Lin Nan took the person away from him. He stood silently watching the duo's car until it disappeared completely. his eyes still filled with dismay. Go home, Mr. Jung. You haven't had a good night's rest in a long time. Now that it's probably all settled, you should get some sleep. 2. You've saved the lady again. Give her time. She'll always figure out that you really love her. Home. This word was squeezed out from Jang Yibei's throat with great effort, and his heart couldn't stop aching. From the beginning he had never had a home. It was his father's home when he was a child, and then he lived in a villa of his own, which he didn't feel like a home, either. And then it was after Yuchochi lost his memory that he was considered to have a real home. But now the family is ruined at his hands. The man tilted his head slightly, the sunlight hitting his eyes and causing the already sore orbs to sting momentarily. He raised his hand and pressed it, sighing softly. Come on, go back. He didn't say another word along the way, and now that he was alone in this empty house, it was as if everything had gone back to the old days, the hopeless days of. Jang Yibei didn't even know how long he could hold on to this kind of life, nor did he know what kind of way he had to use to keep Yuchochi this time. Yifei is no longer the Yifei of that year. Since he dared to come back he must have made full preparations, but even if it wasn't because of Yifei, the current Yuchochi shouldn't be willing to forgive him anymore. The man walked silently to the study and stood in front of the safe, which held his only hope that, when Yuchochi gave him the little red flower in the crystal jar, he had this plan. It's just a pity that the jar isn't quite full nowadays. Opening the door of the safe, he took out the crystal jar, lifted the lid, and in it lay 19 little red flowers made of plaster. And he put the jar on the table with all seriousness, and carefully counted it again. You can see a slit in the top when you put it back in, and if you put any more down, you can only put one down. So rounding up, this is considered a jar. Jang Yibei also took the safe. When Yuchochi handwritten commitment out, I personally admit that I will be responsible for Jang Yibei to the end, love and cherish him forever, and never leave him for the rest of my life. There was also a small red fingerprint at the drop. Looking at the lines on it, the man's tears barred his eyes and couldn't stop falling down. It's his fault. How much Yuchochi loved him in the beginning. How much he should hate him now, right? These were his last hopes. With the Fong family taken care of and Yukoan's side over, Jang Yibei held these two things tightly in his arms, shrunk down in the corner, and slowly squatted down. Like a lost child at the onset of night, burying his head between his arms. A suppressed wail came from his throat, choked with sobs, but he would not allow himself to cry out, and he deserved to endure all the pain, and only then would he not hate himself enough to want to kill himself. The dark shadows of the trees outside the window swayed from side to side against the white wall. As the wind, the dappled light shone through the glass into the study, and fell on the glass jar before the man's. He got up slowly, grabbed his car keys and walked out. Peace de la vie. Yuchochi carefully leaned over the window and looked up into the sky. Wind up. What are you afraid of here? Big sister. This is a temple. What a safe place, Lin Nan said, and yanked Yuchochi's leg, gripping her whole body back onto the bed. Ouch. Yuchochi was startled and subconsciously wanted to kick, but reacted in time that this person who was yanking her could not kick. You're going to die. She couldn't kick. She would never fight back with a curse, and she was certain that Lin Nan wouldn't be able to lay a hand on her. I think it looks like it's going to rain and you're looking out the window. I'm worried you'll get struck by lightning. Lin Nan threw a pillow at her in a bad mood, thought about it, and then felt that it wasn't right. Neither. The one who was struck by lightning should be Jang Yibei, that is right. The original good mood was again stirred up by this Jang Yibei from Lin Nan. Just now, coming out of the city, Lin Nan drove his car all the way to this neighboring city's temple. This side of the city, though a little far away, and the mountain is very high, but people say that this temple is very spiritual, so there is a constant flow of incense. Lin Nan's intention was to let her come over and clear her head for 2 days, so that on the one hand, she could think about her own affairs, and most importantly, so that she could relax a little. The spirit can't be tight all the time. People break down, and she'd always heard that the temple would support positive karma and remove sinful karma. If there is really a sinful relationship between Yuchochi and Jang Yibei, then there is nothing wrong with removing it. She's still young and so good. There are plenty of good men waiting for her in the future. There's no need to hang herself from one tree. The air is so nice here. It's as if your heart has quieted down with it. Lin Nan, do you remember when we last came here? Yuchochi leaned on the other side of the bed and poked Lin Nan's foot with his foot. I remember, but there was no cable car back then, and you had to climb up for hours. Lin Nan wiggled his fingers and counted. I'll do the math. 1 month before the midterm. Let's come here to ask for Buddha's blessing. But now I think we are not asking for the wrong awe. Their Kai probably do not care about this, right? I think that living has to find the Mandarin. Isn't it hard to find that Wendigo? Besides, didn't we all get good high school exams? I think this temple is good. Lin Nan had told the temple staff early in the morning that she might have to stay here for a few days, and although there were quite a few people staying here, they still made a room available for her. Just the house environment is very average. No air conditioning, but the good thing is that the climate in the mountains is good. It's not too hot, and you'll even feel a slight coolness when you're quiet. It's just that there are more mosquitoes. Yuchochi rushed while asking suspiciously. You say, we're in a temple now. Ah, mosquitoes can't be swatted, only chased away? Lin Nan was confused by her question, blankly thinking for a long time. To be honest, she was not sure what to do. Then she skillfully opened the browser. I'll search. I don't think it's going to work. I forgot to bring you some flower water. You can't be bitten by mosquitoes, and you don't know when you'll get better. She threw the covers over Yuchochi. Wrap up first. It's not really hot in the house anyway. I'll borrow an electric fan to blow on you if you can't. Yuchochi shook her head. She didn't want to cause trouble for others either. Forget it, it's just a couple of bites. It won't kill you. Just go back and put some ointment on it. If you really feel sorry for me, why don't you show your beautiful muscles and feed them to the mosquitoes? That way they probably won't bite me when they're full. Lin Nan really wanted to throw her into the nearby woods at this instant and let the mosquitoes suck her dry while it was dark and windy and forget about it. Heartless man. I wish I could give you a mirror to show you this face of yours. Chapter 135, Sincerity is the key to success. My gentle, beautiful, moving face. Yuchochi wrapped herself tightly with the quilt. In fact, she was not much afraid of mosquitoes. It's just that when people get bitten, they get red bumps. She's different. She gets blisters. It hurts and itches and she's afraid to touch it, so she's always careful about that. When I was a kid, if there were mosquitoes in the house, my dad would have to kill them even if he didn't sleep, just for fear that she would be bitten. The wind outside the house grew stronger, and the bamboo forest around it rustled with the wind. Yuchochi opened the window a crack and looked toward the outside. It looks like it's going to rain, so it's nice that it's going to rain so I can sleep well. I don't know when she started, but she especially liked rainy days, and always felt that this was the best time to sleep. Well, go to sleep. Get a good night's sleep. Relax here for a few days. Calm down and everything will come together. Lin Nan also retreated back into the quilt, just like when they were children. The two of them sleeping under the same quilt and whispering. Outside the house also began to rain lightly. The rain is not too heavy, but sounds very soothing. At the bottom of the hill, Lin Yang, holding an umbrella in his hand and looking with a desperate face at the steps where he could not see the end of his head, gently advised him that, Mr. Jiang, let's go up tomorrow when it's light. The cable cars are closed. It's raining, and it's not safe to go up there without streetlights. Even if we want to climb, let's wait for dawn. Now that we're up there, people from other temples are resting. It's not good to disturb them, right? They say this 1000 Buddha temple is very spiritual. Lin Yang, have you heard of it? Do you think if I beg the Buddha, he will return my wife to me? The man's eyes reddened and he looked up at the endless number of steps, the cold liquid on his face, not knowing if it was rain or tears. Lin Yang nodded, perhaps comfortingly. Spirits, I guess. I've heard of it before, but I don't have anything I want to ask for. But don't the Buddhists say that sincerity is the key to success? You're devoted to your wife, even if you've made a mistake. She feels your true heart and will surely forgive you, too, and give you a chance if not more. Yandere turned around and went back to the car. Lin Yang followed him and went back as well. At the sight of the man's movement, the breath he had just taken in relief was violently lifted again. Yandere rummaged through a plastic bag in the passenger seat and put everything he was holding in his hand into it, fastened the pocket, took off his suit jacket again and covered it with grab your stuff and head straight up towards the stairs. Mr. Jiang, Lin Yang called out from behind him, looking at his behavior in disbelief. There's no signal in the mountains. Maybe it's Officer Lin pitting you, in case you go up there and you is not there what to do. At night, Lin Nan sent a message to Yandere, telling him that Yuchochi would be here tonight, but tomorrow morning she will take the people away. Come or not, let Yandere see for himself. How could he not come? Not to mention that it was Lin Nan who said this. Even if he had heard someone else say that Yuchochi was here, he would have come. And he had heard a long time ago that this temple was very spiritual, and that whatever he wished for would come true. He doesn't want money. He doesn't want peace and health. He doesn't want anything. He just wants Yuchochi to look back at him again. Give him a chance to woo her again. It's the only thing he wants in this life. If it works out, he will donate a lifetime's worth of incense money to the temple. In the next second, Lin Yang was directly shocked and wanted to reach out and catch his eyeballs for a second. Yandere actually knelt down directly on the steps. After kowtowing 3 times, he rose again and walked up the stairs, and before he had taken 2 steps, he was on his knees again. Seeing this, he hastened to stop the Mr. Jiang, are you crazy? What does this mean? We can go up the mountain now. You don't have to do this. No one can see. Yandere pushed away his umbrella and said in a cold voice, Buddha can see it. I have something to ask him. So naturally I have to be sincere. This president's ability to learn is strong. You tell him in front of the foot's sincere heart. He will give you a step 3 kowtow after the foot. Lin Yang regrets bringing him to this Thai place. There's no signal. He wanted to call Lin Nan to make sure that Madam was not even able to be there or not. Mr. Jiang. Mr. Jiang. He followed Yandere back like an anxious tail, exhorting him with a cry, but to no avail. The man stubbornly clutched the object in his arms, still kneeling in the direction of the temple. He'd seen a news story before where a mother had asked for a wish for her sick child, and that's how she triple kneeled and bowed. Then the child got better and she went to return the wish every year in this way. So, he thought that perhaps because of the sincerity of the heart, if Yuchochi could really forgive him and was willing to give him a chance, he would definitely come to return the favor. Mr. Jiang, it's not that I'm bluffing you. There are thousands of steps up here. You'd have to knock your brains out all the way up. Just explain yourself. There's no need to go to such extremes. You don't just have a madam in your life. Yandere slightly inclined his head, his cold white jade-like face wet with rainwater, a few strands of broken hair hanging down in front of his forehead. He looked lonely and pitiful, and when he opened his mouth, his voice was hoarse to the extreme. She's all I've got. Seeing him in this miserable state, Lin Yang did not intend to persuade him anymore. He put away his umbrella and put it aside, and softly said, as you wish. He's never been one to want for anything, never been in a relationship, and doesn't have a strong desire for money, either. So it's impossible to understand how anyone in this world could love another human being so much. What Yandere is doing now can be said to be meaningless. His sincerity Buddha couldn't see, and if he didn't say anything, Yuchochi wouldn't know. Many days without rest, without even much food. After 2 hours, Yandere's physical strength was obviously not enough. As he got up, he stumbled and almost fell, but Lin Yang held him up in time. This temple is a straight path. You don't have to climb up, all the way to the end of the steps. If you walked normally it would take about 2 or 3 hours to reach the top of the mountain. It was just that Yandere's way wasn't normal. At the very beginning, Lin Yang's cell phone was still able to illuminate, but now it was also out of battery. He was also a little tired from walking. Although he didn't need to kowtow, his physical strength was completely incomparable to Yandere, who exercised all year round. I don't know what to do, but when Yandere kneeled down, he accidentally fell onto the steps. It was only after several thuds that Lin Yang reacted to the fact that he was rolling down the steps. Mr. Jiang, he shouted and hurriedly ran downward. But fortunately Yandere pulled a roadside handrail in time and didn't roll down too far. Lin Yang squatted beside him, not daring to reach out and touch him. Yandere sidestepped, his arms tightly wrapped around his chest, lying on the steps, breathing heavily, and after settling down, he hastened to loosen his arms and, nervously checking the contents of his arms, he was relieved to see that they were all right, and murmured that, not bad, not bad. Lin Yang hurriedly took out a tissue and pressed it onto Yandere's head, disliking him in a good-natured manner. It is not broken. Your head is bleeding. Chapter 136, Don't forget your heart. I'm fine. Yandere pushed his hand away and continued to climb upwards. It was light, and the mountains were foggy in the early morning, shrouding the blurred backs of the two men. The door to the temple was closed, and Yandere clutched his hands to his chest as he looked forward with a reverent gaze. When Lin Yang saw that he wasn't moving, he took the initiative to speak. Mr. Jiang, why don't I go knock on the door? The monks are probably up at this hour. He'd heard the sound of bells ringing inside the temple half an hour ago, and wondered why the doors remained closed. Yandere shook his head. No, wait for someone to open the door. Around the time Autumn Pond is inside, don't disturb the others. Yuchochi had actually woken up 2 hours ago, and was now listening to the congregation chanting sutras in the main hall. Although she couldn't understand it, somehow, listening to the voices, her heart began to gradually calm down, a calm that she hadn't felt in 2 years. As if all her hatred and resentment could be put aside at this moment, she closed her eyes slightly, her mind repeating images of the past. There's her graduation. There's the way she looked when her parents passed away. There's the way she looked when Yukuan was put on trial. There's even Yandere, the Yandere of 3 years ago, the Yandere of these past few months. His smiles, his insecurities, the images of everything played out before her eyes like a documentary. It seemed like a lifetime, until the sound of chanting ended and a monk called to her softly. A tear dripped down the end of his eye the moment he opened it, and she subconsciously raised her hand to wipe it, but saw the monk shake his head and, scholar, when the tears flow out, The pain disappears with them. Don't cling to the past. Yuchochi slowly raised his head, folded his hands, bowed politely, and inquired reverently that, Master, there are things I can't let go of, but there is another person that I can't let go of either. So how can I resolve the conflict of the moment? The monk smiled gently, twirling his beads. All appearances are illusory. If you see all appearances as non-appearances, then you see Ka. If you see that all phases are not phases, what about my heart? At first I only had Jiangyibai in my heart. All the subsequent resentment was probably because he was the only one in my heart at first. Master, what do you mean? Once again looked up. The monk had already disappeared. Yuchochi got up and looked around, all without seeing the monk. She was thinking about what the monk had just said as she made her way back, checking the time that, it's time to tell Lin Nan to get up. She has to go to work today. Too late will be too late, and should be scolded again. Just as she entered the gate of the backyard, she saw two people standing in the yard. In this instant Yuchochi only felt that her breath stopped. Jiangyibai unexpectedly appeared here. He was all wet, the whole person emaciated as if he was seriously ill. There was a large bruise on his forehead, oozing crimson blood, and what looked like a wound there at the corner of his forehead. A whitish wound. The jacket was cradled in his arms. The cuffs of the shirt looked like they were frayed, the fibers of the garment clearly visible. It was so badly torn at the knee that you could vaguely see what looked like blood seeping from the inside. 2. It's just that the suit pants are dark and not obvious, and there's a deep mark on the leather shoe, so you can tell it's been climbed up. Even without looking it was clear that the cable car up the mountain hadn't started running at this time of day, and if he just arrived it must have left in the early hours of the morning. Why are you here? The man had been fixed in place for a long time, and the moment he saw Yuchochi, the emotions he had been holding back instantly erupted. His heart felt like it had been poked with countless knives, and it hurt so much that it was difficult for him to even move a little. After relieving himself for a while, he took a step towards Yuchochi's direction. This walking, Yuchochi realized that the man's leg was a bit lame. What the hell is going on here? She looked blankly at Lin Yang on the side. That cold face probably wouldn't give her any answers. The man walked over to her, slowly took out a file bag in his hand, opened it and handed it to her. As soon as he opened his mouth, his voice was extremely hoarse and, Yukoan's matter has already come to fruition. The second trial will result in a death sentence, and the matter of the in-laws has been found to be conclusive. Yuchochi gently let out a breath of relief. The uneasiness and hatred of the past can finally be put down. To mom and dad is also considered to have an explanation. Feng Jingjing is suspected of intentional homicide and has been reviewed and prosecuted. Feng's family is bankrupt and no one can help her. Jiangyibai slowly raised his head, and it was only when he got closer that Yuchochi saw that his eyes were red and swollen, and the scarlet blood at the bottom of his eyes was even more appalling. He first took a couple of small breaths, and although his eyes were still tearing up, he had to hold back his sobs, and kneel down slowly and sincerely. And everything's settled. The graduation ceremony was my fault for not attending, and for threatening you and Yi Fei. But I made the biggest mistake of all by deceiving you. There's the matter of the in-laws. I took advantage of your amnesia, deceived you, possessed you shamelessly, and, I'm sorry, Akihiko. I'll make up for all the wrongs I've done, and I'm willing to accept any punishment that comes my way. I've loved you since I was a little girl, and you're the only one in my heart, and it's stupid of me to open my mouth until nowadays, and I know you're already heartbroken and don't want to give me another chance. But, from his suit jacket, he took out the piece of paper, unfolded it and handed it to Yuchochi. You promised you wouldn't leave me behind. Does that still stand? I'm not asking for anything else. Don't leave me alone, okay? The man's hands gripped Yuchochi's clothes, raised his head and inhaled hard. This feeling of waiting for judgment made him about to suffocate. Those begging eyes made Yuchochi's heart start to panic as well. Don't force me, Jiangyibai. I don't know what to do. She raised her hand to try to peel away Jiangyibei's hand. The man instantly panicked, tugged dead away and refused to let go, hissing hoarsely towards her. No, don't go. You promised me. That's what you promised. How can you not honor it? You can't talk your way out of this. You can't, okay? He wrapped his arms tightly around Yuchochi's legs as he said nothing and refused to let go. Yuchochi was startled by his reaction, and subconsciously reached out to push him. You let go. I've broken my word. Go ahead and sue me. Jiangyibai panicked and went to tug on her calf with one hand. With his other hand, he went to rip open his suit jacket on the floor and pulled the crystal jar out of it, handing it to her with both hands cupped. At this moment, the man, who had long been in tears, even if he was more controlled, instantly sobbed uncontrollably, and his lips were shivering. What about this one? You promised me you'd save up a jar for a wish. I saved up 19 little red flowers for being so good, so can I just? For the love of all that is good about me at the moment, I don't want anything, I don't want anything, I just want you, don't leave me alone, whatever it takes, don't leave me, okay, please, please. Chapter 137 Afraid of Waking Up. The moment the jar of plaster flowers was taken out, it made Yuchochi feel that the months of his amnesia were simply ridiculous. How can she be so stupid as to believe anything anyone says, and really take a heart and try to help this person who has cheated her? She laughed bitterly in a self-deprecating manner, then slapped Jiangibei's hand. It doesn't count. None of it counts. What gives you the right to kidnap me with this? This is all in spite of your deception. The crystal jar snapped and hit the flagstone path, shattering glass all over the place. A bright red plaster flower tumbled out of it, mixing with broken glass, mixing with dirt, and scattering around the pair. Jiangibei panicked. The whole person pounced over, crying while wrapping those small red flowers into his arms. The palm of his hand was cut by the broken glass, oozing bright red blood. He hurriedly wiped it twice on his clothes, afraid of dirtying the flowers in his hand. Mr. Jiang! Mr. Jiang counts. Lin Yang, who was on the side, reached out to help him, and he'd known Jiangibei for so long, he'd never seen him stoop so low. He didn't even care about his dignity to beg a man. He did something wrong, but he didn't trash himself like that. You can't ask for this kind of thing. What is the use of your climbing the mountain all night and kneeling 3 times? I told you there is no Buddha in this world. Who cares about your heart's desire? No matter how pious you are, you can't resist people's hard hearts. Yuchochi was frozen in her tracks as she stood frozen in place. No wonder Jiangibei's forehead is injured and his kneecuffs are torn. Jiangibei yelled at him. What are you wasting words for? Quickly help me pick it up. It's all got to be picked up. It's all got to be picked up. He held a plaster flower in his arms with all seriousness and, counting them carefully, one by one, looking at the dirt and their own blood that had gotten on them, he took the corner of his coat to wipe it with pain, and whispered under his breath, It's dirty. It's all dirty. The baby gave it to me. It can't be dirty. Blood dripped down his palm, and the man was in a hurry, but he couldn't wipe it away. Yuchochi grabbed him by the wrist and, Don't pick it up. Come into the room with me and take care of the wound first. Jiangibei looked at his wrist and was instantly stunned. This was still since Yuchochi regained his memory. The first time he had offered to touch him, he was torn between looking at the flowers scattered in his arms and on the floor, not knowing what to do. Let Lin Yang pick it up. You come back to the room with me. Yuchochi said it word for word, yanked him up from the floor with all his might, and went to the door, which opened with a. Lin Nan almost fell out as she stumbled, thanks to Yuchochi helping her. Looking at the 2 people in front of him, Lin Nan scratched his head somewhat sheepishly and greeted them awkwardly. Morning wow? Originally Yuchochi had suspected her, and now that she was acting like she wasn't going to fight, it instantly made Yuchochi certain that this was arranged by Lin Nan. She was the one who sent her to the temple, and she was the one who made Jiangibei come over. She just wasn't sure of her reasons for doing so. I'll go help Special Assistant Lin. I'll go help. Yuchochi planned to cross-examine her later, dragging Jiangibei into the room just before he remembered that there was nothing here to treat the wound. Just as he turned to head out the door, a low sob came from behind him. The man's. She just had to explain that. I'll go find some sterilized water gauze or something. You can't treat this injury without treatment. Jiangibei didn't want her to go. He didn't want to let her go and was afraid, but he couldn't do anything about it. At the moment he didn't even dare to make a sound, so how could he dare to say anything to keep her from leaving? However, the moment the door was just pushed open, Yuchochi was startled and, what for? Lin Yang appeared in the doorway holding a wooden medicine box. I asked the staff here for a pillbox. That's what you're looking for. Yuchochi nodded and hugged her things and went back to put them in. Lin Yang brought the door on before going out. This room was not big. There was only a bed, a table, and 4 chairs. Yuchochi studied the angle and let Jiangibei sit on the chair. She stood in front of the man, taking the iodine and wiping the wound on his forehead, getting close enough to see that it was indeed badly bruised, purple and black all around, and the wound at the corner of the forehead, though not deep, looked as if it were inflamed. After putting on 2 pieces of gauze, she looked at it, and it was kind of ugly and kind of funny that it was put on and, reach out. The man obediently brought his hands palm up to her, skittishly eyeing her. It's going to hurt a little, so bear with me. Yuchochi opened the flashlight of his cell phone and carefully cleaned the glass slag on his hands, and when she saw the blisters at the palm of her right hand, she frowned. How did this happen? Jiangibei looked at it, followed by the tears that had originally stopped welling up again. He bit his lip and shook his head vigorously, refusing to explain. At this moment, I regret. Smoking what? This mouth so should be beaten. Fine. If you don't say it, don't say it. Why are you crying? Yuchochi also stopped asking questions and continued to treat the injuries on his hands. The wounds were not big but dense. She only had to wrap gauze around both of Jang Yibei's hands. It's a little ugly, but it's not so bad that the wound got infected. She glanced toward the man's leg and asked, somewhat distressed and softly, that the knee busted, right? Just as she was about to crouch down, Jang Yibei grabbed her wrist and switched positions with her. Yuchochi sat down in the chair, and the man knelt down again, laying his forehead on her knee and, don't move. Let me feel you for a little while longer. Get out of here. You don't want me anymore. Let me feel you. Just for a minute. The man's tears fell drop by drop through her pants onto her legs, burning Yuchochi's heart raw pain. The monks are right. If you can see your true heart, you can know exactly what it is that you want. Jang Yibei was wrong. But she was wrong, too. She never listened to Jang Yibei's explanation, and stubbornly did not explain the love in her heart. Hate covered her eyes, but also blinded her true heart. But now she couldn't stand by and watch Jang Yibei torture himself like this. Her heart would feel the pain with every injury he inflicted. Yuchochi gently caressed the man's hair. His hair was still soft even though it was drenched in rain, and his ears were soft and floppy. Stop crying. Don't you want a chance? I'll give you one, okay? The man's hand tightened violently. His muscles instantly stiffened, and he mechanically raised his head, his eyes written with disbelief. What's wrong? Yuchochi raised her hand to touch his cheek, but he hurriedly dodged it. Don't touch. Jang Yibei's lips shivered and cried in aggravation. If you touch the dream, you'll wake up. He couldn't believe that it was all true. Just like that? Yuchochi just gave him a chance. The woman raised her hand and gently gathered him into her arms and said, I'd give you a chance, but you're not gonna lie to me again. Not gonna hide anything from me. As soon as I realize you're not doing well, I'll leave, and you'll stop begging me and tossing around like that. Chapter 138, Not a Traitor. I promise. I'll promise anything you say. I'll be good from now on. No lies, no hiding anything from you. I'll do whatever you want as long as you're happy. Jang Yibei choked up and couldn't speak, but still maintained a pleasing smile. His voice trembled lightly and said over and over again, thank you, thank you, thank you. He didn't care if Yuchochi still loved him or not in her heart. In any case, she was willing to give him a chance. He'd fight tooth and nail to get the person back. It was his wife, and when he married her, she had to be his for the rest of her life. Get up and sit here. Let me show you your knee. The pants are worn out, the knee must be torn. Yuchochi raised her hand to pull, but Jang Yibei pressed down on her wrist, bit his lip to make up his mind and cupped her hand with both hands. I have a mistake to admit to you. The moment the words came out, his heart was beating wildly, but he had just promised Yuchochi that he couldn't hide it from her anymore. Nor could he lie. And what face would he have to beg her forgiveness if he could not? He turned his palm upward and offered her his own. I promised you before that I wouldn't smoke, but I still. Jang Yibei regretted. He was afraid that he would cause Yuchochi unhappy. This life, if he smoked again, he would kill himself on the spot. He grabbed Yuchochi's wrist and struck it heavily towards his face. Hit me. I'll never smoke again, and I'll eat the whole pack if I do it again. Two crisp slaps caused the two men outside the room to be momentarily stunned. Lin Yang frowned and took several steps back in fear. General Yu is also too ruthless. Really hit our Mr. Zhang are injured like that. She can really underhanded. Isn't it normal to hit twice? How about I repeat to you what Jang Yibei did to Yuchochi? You'll see if you can still stand and talk like you do now. Lin Nan put a flower in her hand into Lin Yang's hand. To say or people will play also send small red flowers. This is where the way Pool's major is not preschool education Ugh. Beat it. He deserves to be beaten. And he's happy to beat himself. Lin Yang sat down on a side gallery and waited silently, afraid to hear any more sounds from inside. Yuchochi only felt that this man is also too careful. This is not a big deal. If he really cannot endure, can also smoke. Since this stuff isn't illegal in my country. It's normal. She just doesn't like it. I know, and I'm not mad. You said you'd listen, right? Jang Yibei nodded his head obediently. Well, get up now, and let's go back to a hospital. You've got a lot of bruises. If you don't take care of it, it will become inflamed. And if it does, you will get a fever. And if you don't take care of it, you will probably die. Yuchochi's threat worked very well, and the next second Jang Yibei stood up holding onto the table. He can't die. He just got his wife back. How can he die at this time? A great life has just begun. As the two went out, Lin Nan glanced sheepishly this way, scratched his hair, smiled awkwardly, and, that, Pool I still have to go to work, so I won't accompany you guys. I'll go first Stop. Yuchochi ordered in a cold voice, then walked step by step to Lin Nan's side, and gently put her hand on Lin Nan's shoulder. At this instant Lin Nan only felt like he was electrocuted all over his body, did not hold back a shudder, and then turned slowly, explaining, with difficulty, that, isn't it because I see that you're really sad, and I really tested Jiangyibei. He's been good to you for a while now, and he's taken an interest in what's going on with you. I said you're here. He climbed up here in the night. He wouldn't kowtow desperately if his heart wasn't sincere, right? Anyway, if he hurts you again, I'll pick you up. For the rest of his life he won't be able to see you. She actually preferred Yuchochi to be with Yifei, but her own friend she knew in her own heart that Yuchochi didn't have Yifei in her heart, although she hated Jiangyibei, although she wanted to take revenge, but it also proved that she had Jiangyibei in her heart, but she couldn't get past herself. People live a life of a total of only so many decades. Why should we live so painless? Of course, how to be happy, how to come. Jiangyibei would like to defend Lin Nan for a few sentences, but is really afraid of messing with Yuchochi, but not to say it seems to be too much. He then made a wink towards Lin Yang. Up. Lin Yang gave him a shocked look back. You wouldn't dare. Would I? Jiangyibei didn't bother with him anymore. He had to take 3 hard steps forward, trembling and persuading. And, Mr. You, Officer Lin is also doing this for your own good. She was just now worried about you all the time. She really isn't a traitor. Shut the up if you can't explain. Lin Nan gritted her teeth and hated to punch him. When he turned his head again, Yuchochi directly stepped forward and hugged her. Thank you. Lin Nan then took a long breath and patted her back end. No thanks, live a happy life. And if this dog of a man ever treats you the slightest bit badly, come to me and I will break his legs. That's the promise he made me. Jiangyibei stretched his legs. Here's the leg. I'm always ready. But Officer Lin mustn't have had a chance to break it. At 9 in the morning the cable car on the mountain began to run, and the 4 of them waited together in front of the. Jiangyibei said towards Lin Yang, you get in touch with the temple staff. I'm going to donate incense money to them. I'll donate for as long as the temple exists. Yes, right. You go back and inform the HR department that your salary is doubled. The year-end bonus is also doubled. Doubling. All over. Gosh, is this true? Then won't it be able to buy a house and get a wife right away? Mr. Jiang. Thank you, ma'am. Lin Yang bowed excitedly towards Yuchochi. Yuchochi found his reaction a bit amusing and faintly said, it's not like I'm giving you a raise. What are you thanking me for? Without you, I'd probably lose my job, not to mention a raise. So thank you. Seeing Jiangyibei's reaction these days, and that thing he did during the divorce in the first place, Lin Yan really thought that, if Yuchochi doesn't forgive him this time, maybe Jiangyibei won't last a few days. If he's really gone, who is he going to be an assistant to? Thanks to the lady. Lin Nan drove himself to the station. The 3 of them, on the other hand, went straight to the hospital, and Jiangyibei was now unusually obedient, obediently waiting for the doctor, treating the wounds, examining them, the usual impatience all gone. Now even if he was asked to check it 100 times, he wouldn't be the least bit upset. The doctor explained, pointing to an area on the viewing box. The meniscus is torn, and it's recommended to have it stitched up and recover faster when you're younger. Chapter 139, Can we play fair? So it, how long will it take? Jiangyibei's gaze kept falling on Yuchochi. He didn't even understand the doctor's words. Anyway, he responded to what people said. The doctor explained, it's going to have to be operated on. Arthroscopically it'll take about an hour or so almost, and you'll just have to recover for about 2 weeks after the surgery. Hearing him say that, Jiangyibei then looked back, followed by a refusal to. That won't do. Where do I have that kind of time? No. Yuchochi just promised to give him a chance. He has to perform well. Now the operation may not be taken care of. The legs are not important. In that case, I'll come back to the surgery when I have time. I'm particularly busy these days. There's too much going on at the company for me to move so long. The doctor naturally just needs to talk to him about his condition. All decisions are made by the patients themselves, and it was only after leaving the clinic that Yuchochi asked him, in disbelief, why don't you want to be stitched up? You have damage to your knee. If you don't treat it, it will get bad. It might be cloudy and rainy and still hurt. You listen to him scare people. Where there is so serious hurt a little bit of their own will grow well. Kneeling to fall just a little, but also this can be broken bones. Don't worry, I know my own body. I'll come back to the doctor if I don't feel well. Let's go home. Okay, I want to go home. The man grabbed her wrist and shook it gently, with a pitiful look that gradually softened her heart as well. Go home first. His clothes are dirty and tattered. It is really not suitable to be outside for too long. Or maybe he will be photographed by people who really think that John's bankruptcy. The vehicle quickly drove back to the villa. The housekeeper saw Yuchochi's moment, followed by a sigh of relief, but then saw Jiangyibai, directly to the stunned. Is this being robbed? Why don't you go take a shower and change your clothes? And be careful to keep the wound out of the water. Or can't I have someone wash it for you? Okay, I can do it. Then you. Jiangyibai looked around. His body was indeed too dirty. Yuchochi was a bit of a clean freak, so naturally he couldn't touch her or her things at this moment, so he pointed to the sofa and, why don't you go watch TV? I'll ask Uncle Su to turn it on for you. Eat fruit? Drink tea? Yuchochi shook his head. I have my own numbers. You go. Seeing no one is always still uneasy. Jiangyibai took a shower while panicking. I don't know why, just feel that as soon as he goes out, he will find that Yuchochi is no longer at home. He hadn't even rinsed off the foam before he was already wrapped in his robe and rushing downstairs. Seeing that Yuchochi was sitting in the living room in a daze, he walked over a little nervously and, Cho-chi, I know you probably want to go back to the Yu family, so is it okay if I accompany you back to the Yu family to live? I'm fine wherever I am. As long as I'm around you, you don't have to accommodate me. Yuchochi pointed to his dripping hair and gently reminded. Hair isn't wiped clean. Go blow it out. Seeing that she avoided answering, Jiangyibai became even more flustered, and he stood in place at a loss for words. The man inhaled, his voice low and slow, and, I don't know what you're thinking, but if you're not feeling well, you've got to tell me. Okay, I'll do whatever I want. I'll apologize and change if I've done something wrong. It's just, don't take anything for granted. If you get homesick, we'll go stay at your place, or I'll marry you, whatever. Yuchochi was amused by his incoherent words and extended his hand towards him. The man hurriedly passed his own hand over to him. The hands washed and scrubbed. I know. I promised you I'd give you a chance. No need to be so careful. Just do as you're told. Go blow dry your hair and change your clothes. Okay? Her touch seemed to have a kind of magic power. Every time Jiangyibai was sad and uneasy, it would instantly relieve him a lot. The man quickly went and blew out his hair, changed his clothes, and retraced his steps back to the couch, standing with his hands hanging down. Sit. Yuchochi patted the sofa. He followed and quickly sat down beside her, carefully reaching out to hook Yuchochi's fingers. You're really back, aren't you? His voice was hoarse, and he hung his head, his shoulders shaking, one at a time. All the emotions of the moment were magnified. The remorse, the guilt, the angst, the gladness that it could all begin again. His throat was dry, and he drew in a breath, his slightly hoarse voice carrying a light tremor that, can you, hug me? Yuchochi suddenly felt his nose a little sour. This mutual torture between them, as if there was no winner. She lost her desire for love, while Jiangyibai lost his sense of security. How could she not be heartbroken to see him in this disturbed state now? After all, the only man she had ever liked since she was a child. She raised her hand and wrapped it around into Jiangyibai's somewhat stiff body. The man could no longer contain the pain in his heart, and as if the floodgates could not hold back the flood, tears instantly welled up from his eyes in large swathes. And, I'm wrong. I'll change. Believe me for once. I'll behave. The man breaks off to tell his confession, not knowing what else to say to prove his sincerity. Don't cry. Don't be afraid. We'll be fine. Yuchochi softly comforted him, rubbing the man's trembling back one by one until he stopped crying altogether before he drew a few sheets of paper and gently wiped his tears. Jiangyibai sobbed for a while before regaining his composure, and after looking at the time, he was just about to go and cook for her when Yuchochi tugged at him. Sit back down. I have something to tell you. Seeing her serious look, Jiangyibai just put down his heart in his throat again. He timidly shook his head and, don't listen, okay? It's time for me to cook. Yuchochi added, not to leave you. The man just sat down uneasily. It's about the graduation ceremony day. On that day Yi Fei confessed his love for me. He sent me a bouquet of white roses. Yuchochi's words were not finished. The man stood up with a prancing sound. His heart seemed to be gripped by something, vaguely aching, a smile on his lips. The 2 tears, however, slipped down the corners of his eyes, and he quickly wiped them away, answering her with a smile that, yes, I agree with all of that, but you also promised me that you'd give me a chance. Can I play fair with him? I'm not finished. Yuchochi patted the sofa and went on, adding that, he did say that he wanted me to be his girlfriend, but when I refused, and I said that I never liked him, that I was just a friend. He said, well, take the bouquet too, give it to whoever you want, everyone's watching, he doesn't want to embarrass his graduation ceremony, so I took it, but turned it around and gave it directly to the vice principal, who was moved to tears at the time, and, so there was never any past between me and him. Chapter 140, Thoughts Drive You Crazy. It was only in this moment that Jiang Yibei felt that he was really dreaming. Yuchochi never agreed to Yifei's advances. It never started between them. This can't be possible. If that's true, then why is Yifei doing this? He accepted his threat but didn't explain it. So what really happened in between? You don't believe me? Yuchochi looked at his changing eyes and asked with certainty. The heart followed some unhappy. He obviously is very concerned. He explained himself but he did not believe. Jiang Yibei first nodded, then quickly shook his head. No, it's not that I don't believe in this. He nervously pulled Yuchochi's hand, so scared that his palms broke out in cold sweat. Thinking of Yuchochi's cleanliness, he hurriedly let go again and, back then, after I found out about you and Yifei, he hung his head sheepishly, bit his lip and, I'm just dying of anger and regret. And anyway, I've done a lot of ridiculous things, and I won't talk about those. Mainly because I approached Yifei and threatened him that he had to leave the country. But he didn't explain his relationship with you at the time. He just said it's your freedom to choose who you want. So, that's why I've always assumed that the two of you were already in a relationship. Although Yuchochi was not clear about the whole thing, she had more or less heard about it, but she had never been able to find Yifei. Nowadays, if Jiang Yibei hadn't been so concerned about it, perhaps she would have long forgotten about those things in the past. She shook her head, also very confused. And, I don't know why he didn't explain. Anyway, I don't like him, but Yifei is a friend. You shouldn't be too hostile to him. After all, he's back in China now. Heads up, heads down. And you threatened someone over a misunderstanding in the first place. I know. Jiang Yibei beamed. Although he wasn't too happy to hear her speak for Yifei, he was still happy to know that there was never a past between them. I won't target Yifei anymore, but there's always competition between him and I. There's no way to treat him as a friend anymore either. I'll try to. Yuchochi raised her hand and pressed it against his, separating the hands he had been rubbing together, and said softly, I'm not speaking for Yifei, and I'm not wishing for you to be friends. I just don't want you to make too many enemies. Although you're quite powerful, one more friend is better than one more enemy. Aha. The man nodded obediently. I know you're doing me a favor. Thanks. Although there was some reluctance, Yuchochi hadn't eaten anything for a day. He had to go and cook. What would you like to eat? I'll cook it. Noodles or rice. Or, Yuchochi pointed at him from head to toe and, look in the mirror. Jiang Yibei, you are crazy. Your current state is not in a wheelchair because of the strong support, but also cooking? Don't do it. She frowned a little in anger, but she didn't know how to cook, so after thinking about it, she asked the maid to go and prepare some random food. Just be light. She wasn't hungry anyway, and Jiang Yibei couldn't eat much with the wounds on his body. Seeing that she cared about herself, Jiang Yibei even felt as if his body didn't hurt at all. Now he can run 10 kilometers without taking a break. Thinking about it, if he didn't want to cook, he went and cut up fruit and made a light yogurt fruit loaf. It went back into the fridge to chill for a while so I can eat it later after dinner. You work tomorrow, right? Jiang Yibei walked away while holding a small plate with about a dozen nuts in it and handed it to Yuchochi. She nodded. What's wrong? It's fine. Just asking. I can drop you off in the morning if you're working. It's on the way anyway. This excuse of passing by. I don't know how many times it's been used by Jiang Yibei. Yuchochi especially wanted to say that. In fact, even if she didn't remember the way, after so long she knew that you and Jiang were not on the same path. Still, all this insecurity from Jiang Yibei made her decide to just shut up for now. After dinner, Yuchochi went back to the study. The company has been helping Yukon before basically been found out. Also began to go through the prosecution process. The company has been helping Yukon before. The company has been helping Yukon before basically been found out. Also began to go through the prosecution process. In that case, there are quite a few vacancies. Especially now that she also intends to invest in that project of hers with Jiang Yinan, so the manpower will be even more insufficient. It wasn't the hiring season. Recruiting was still a bit difficult, and the pile of pending matters sent by Lele was enough to keep her busy for a long time, so she really couldn't spare any energy at all. She did all her work in one breath, and when she looked up again, it was late at night. As soon as he went out the door, he saw Jiang Yibei sitting on a chair in the living room, his chin supported on the table. A pair of dark eyes looked blearily toward the study, and when he saw her come out, he rose excitedly, but then settled back in place. What's wrong? She rushed over, seeing that the person was not moving and had a somewhat pained expression on his face. Yuchochi tensed and looked from top to bottom. What's going on? What's wrong? Jiang Yibei gritted his teeth and replied, it's fine. It's just the legs that are numb. Yuchochi was instantly speechless. It was the middle of the night. I don't know how long he had been sitting here. And he wouldn't knock if something happened. What are you waiting for me for? What do you want to say? Seeing her frown, Jiang Yibei was a bit flustered and helpless, and he realized that he was stuttering when the words of explanation came out. I'm not trying to say anything, just not sleepy. Yeah, I'm not sleepy yet. Yuchochi looked at his sleepy red eyes. This instant also do not know what to say good. He is afraid of his own gone. Really still not much sense of security. Now Yuchochi but wherever there is a little breeze. Will Jiang Yibei panicked? He looked at her quizzical look, and the unreadable emotions under her eyes, and the uneasiness in his heart gradually magnified. Without waiting for her to say anything, Jiang Yibei directly apologized and, I'm sorry, I'm not. I really just wanted to wait you out. I'll be honest. Don't be mad. He skimmed his lips, and with a look of resignation. I'm a little sleepy, but I was gonna wait till you came out. If I waited here, I'll be able to see you again. Maybe even say a few words. You don't know how much I miss you. He'd lost count of how long it had been since he'd gotten a good night's sleep. Ever since he started not sharing a room with Yuchochi, he couldn't sleep soundly every night. Until Yuchochi left here, he was even more completely unable to sleep. Open and close his eyes or all her thought of feeling like he was going crazy. It's especially true now. The way my mother said that loving someone will drive you crazy. But, don't you go back to your room and wait to see me as well? Yuchochi blinked and raised his hand to silence him. Didn't say I wouldn't let you go back to the bedroom. Chapter 141, still uneasy. Back to the bedroom? Our bedroom? Jiang Yibei raised his finger to point at the bedroom door with some disbelief. Seeing her nod, the man grimaced in aggravation, tears pouring out of his eyes uncontrollably. Yo, is it so aggravating to let you sleep in your room? Then why don't you just sleep by yourself? Yuchochi threw his hands off and headed directly upstairs. Behind him Jiang Yibei jogged all the way to explain that I'm not aggravated. I'm not aggravated. I wanted to go back to the bedroom. You don't even know how much I've wanted to, dreamed of being in our room. The moment Yuchochi pulled the door open, Jiang Yibei squeezed in through the doorway first. Then he slipped under the covers and wrapped himself up in them, not even showing his head. Yuchochi crossed her arms and looked at the man on the bed for a while, speechless. Jiang Yibei, have you ever seen an ostrich? The little bulging mass under the covers shifted, and answered, in a jarring voice. Seen it, but I'm not. I don't know when the high and cold Jiang Yibei disappeared, and now it's considered that he has learned all the tricks of pampering and playing tricks. Yuchochi shook her head helplessly, and after going to wash up, she changed into her pajamas and directly laid back on the bed. Perhaps it had been a long time since she'd slept well. She'd been asleep less than 3 minutes after she'd laid down and, on the side, Jiang Yibei got out from the quilt, propped up his arm and looked at her for half a day, covering her quilt upwards. He then carefully moved a strand of Yuchochi's hair onto his own pillow before falling asleep at ease. He slept very soundly that night, as if he had not even dreamed, and the sunlight poured into the bed. Jiang Yibei's body was warmed by the light. He subconsciously raised his hand to touch the hair on the pillow, but it's just a touch and a miss. The man sat up with a jerk, saw the empty bed beside him, and just felt the hairs on his body stand up in sweat and powerful uneasiness made his brain go blank, and he lifted the covers and rushed out of the room. At the same time, the bedroom door was pushed open. He had a knee injury and had just woken up without a cushion, and as a result he stumbled and went straight to his knees. Egu! Yuchochi was startled, hurriedly put down what he was holding and ran over to help him. What's going on here? It's not even New Year's Eve yet. Do you perform such a big ritual? Jiang Yibei's pale face eased. He grasped Yuchochi's wrist with a death grip, his eyes full of uneasiness. Where did you go? Why did you leave? When did you leave? Yuchochi pointed to the watch on the table. I should get up. See you sleep quite well so I didn't call you. Lin Yang are here. Look at the time yourself. Jiang Yibei slowly turned his head, grasping her hand but not letting go. Seeing the time on the table was 9 o'clock, he was stunned, blankly recalling when has one ever slept until 9 o'clock this night? Whether one has slept or passed out. Turning back again, he let go of his hand in embarrassment and, I'm sorry, I sleep confused. I know you're scared. Don't be so nervous. I'm not like you. I always keep my word. Although Yuchochi explained it this way, in Jiang Yibei's heart he still felt that she was going to leave, and the look in her eyes was enough to say that these things were just pushed down in her. Not saying it doesn't mean it's all over. Those mistakes he made will always be there. He wants to make amends but he can't do it overnight. Yuchochi's willingness to give him a chance and time was already a gift to him, and he had to perform well to be worthy of this hard-won opportunity. Look at the knee to go. You this always worship is not good. This if in the company to others kneel. How embarrassing. Jiang Yibei rubbed his knee. It was a little painful, but it's okay. It's not very painful. I'll kneel for you in my life. No one else will think about it. If I can't hold out, I can't get down. Anyway, I can't kneel. There's gold under a man's knee. Yuchochi was amused by his playful remark. There's gold and you're still kneeling? Kneeling to his wife, still yellow, what gold? Ah, there are diamonds, cannot. Ah. When the two of them went downstairs, they saw Lin Yang standing by and joking with Lele. Seeing the two of them come out, Lele's smile instantly tightened as she observed Yuchochi with a grave expression. What's the conversation about? Lin Yang replied softly. Chatting about something from the past. Mr. Zhang explained that he sent you to work today, so it's more convenient for us to leave when we can. It was as if he was asking knowingly. Having stood and talked with Lele for so long, could he not know what time she was going to leave today? Yuchochi was puzzled when she saw that Zhang Yibei had just walked towards the kitchen with his front foot, and Lin Yang followed him. She greeted Joy, whispered to her, "What's wrong?" Lele first glanced in the direction of the kitchen before saying, in a suppressed voice, "Something's wrong. Mr. Zhang's stepmother is in trouble with his father. They want a divorce. His father's furious. He just came to the door, but the gatekeeper wouldn't let him in. He's so angry he's hitting people. He said he'd let Mr. Zhang apologize or something, and I heard that he's received all his outside assets in his hands, and cut off all of his father's financial resources. These two are probably making quite a scene." When she finished, she gratefully took a few steps back and stood back in the doorway. Zhang Yibei carried the dinner plate and put it on the table. The maid made breakfast. "We'll eat a little. I got up late today. I'll do it from dinner onward." Yuchochi pressed his hand and whispered, "Ibei, why don't you go and explain it to Dad?" "You guys." Zhang Yibei shook his head. "I don't have to explain anything to him. He's not only in on the whole thing, he's a participant. If it wasn't for my mom's sake, there's no way I'd let him off the hook. Even though it was my fault that you were angry with me and almost didn't want me, how could he, as a father, do that to his own son and daughter-in-law? He didn't treat me like a son. I didn't even feel any fatherly love growing up, and there was no way I could accommodate him unconditionally." After explaining in this way, Yuchochi also felt that Zhang's father really did not do the right thing. Since Zhang Yibei has decided so, then she is not good to persuade anything else. After breakfast, Zhang Yibei sent her to the company. There are 2 interviews in the morning. Yuchochi are personally participated. Just the results are not ideal. Sitting in the office is worried. The door was knocked on the door. "Mr. Yuchochi stretched her head and glanced out. "Yi Fei? Why are you here?" The man smiled and walked in, handing her a paper bag in his hand and, "To report to you about the project program. Last time I came over did not see you. This time I thought to take my chances." Seeing her somewhat sad face, Yi Fei asked again, "What's the worry?" She smiled, shook her head and, "It's okay, leave the program. I'll talk to you after I look at it later." Yi Fei nodded his head and had the hesitation to open his mouth. "So, how are you considering what I told you earlier?" Chapter 142, Xiao Zhan's errands. "Well, I did seriously consider this matter. Yi Fei, you should have some understanding of Yu's current situation. I'm sure you're well aware of my situation. That's why I couldn't divert my energies, and I actually didn't consider developing foreign markets. The only reason I'm thinking about you now is because it's Dad's company. There are so many other employees to feed, and for my family I have no time to look after them anymore." She lowered her head a little guiltily and sighed softly. To be honest, you don't understand Ibei's situation. He needs me to take care of him. So right now even the project with Sister Nan, I'm reconsidering it. I really don't have time." Yi Fei smiled and didn't say anything, just lowered his head and drank a mouthful of tea. "So it's really decided?" I didn't say anything about the project. As smart as he was, how could he not see that Yuchochi was saying, both inside and outside of his words, she already intends to forgive Zhang Yibei. In fact, also right, her heart love is originally Zhang Yibei. And how can you keep blaming someone for someone you don't love? Yuchochi nodded. "Think it over. People live for decades. It's nothing to be selfish for once. If he treats me well, I'll enjoy it. If he doesn't treat me well, I'll just turn around and leave. How to be comfortable, how to live." Yi Fei slowly leaned against the backrest of the sofa, one arm resting on the armrest, knocking gently one by one. He couldn't stop the acidity in his heart, and his eyes were still full of deep love when he looked at Yuchochi. Knew early on that it would fail. "You say you struggle for what? Hard to get it." His smile was still as gentle as a spring breeze, and he nodded, his voice gentle and, "Good. Everything's fine if you're happy. By the way, we've recently arrived at the foreign company transferring interns over there. There are too many people for us to use up, so see if you can find a business to absorb some of it on our behalf." Speaking of this, Yuchochi instantly came to his senses. "Really? Yi Fei, you wouldn't send me someone on purpose. Yu's too short of people right now. Are you really saying that? Yi Fei also followed her exaggerated expression, frowning and, you don't say that because you feel guilty. Yu Qiuqi was instantly amused, as if she was back to her childhood. Yi Fei could always amuse her in a serious manner. She waved her hand and, okay, whether it's your good intention or not, I really need people now. I'll take it turn around and let our personnel go to your place to dock the process. The harmonious atmosphere of the office was interrupted by a push, and the man appeared in the doorway with a cold face. As soon as Yu Qiuqi turned his head, he instantly put on a curt smile and, Akihiko, are you busy? Can I come in? What brings you here? Yu Qiuqi directly got up and walked towards the door. Once she thought of Yi Fei sitting behind her, although she hadn't done anything, but seeing Jiang Yibei's aggrieved face, she still had a feeling from the bottom of her heart called, being a thief. I came at a bad time, I guess. The man's voice was low, a little whiny, but not daring. What are you talking about? Yi Fei is looking for me to talk about something. It just so happens that you are here. Let's talk together. Yu Qiuqi pulled on his hand, but saw that the man was carrying quite a lot of things in his other hand. He originally wanted to take it, but Jiang Yibei dodged it. He walked towards his office and put everything in his hand on Yu Qiuqi's desk. Softly, he said, can you give me half the desk? I'm going to be working here for the last 3 days. Before Yu Qiuqi could express his disbelief, Yi Fei opened his mouth first. Gu, is this a young couple showing love? Or is there a problem with John's should Mr. John consider going to my company we're close, and I can get you the best office. Jiang Yibei smiled back towards him. You don't have to. The developer of your building is a friend of mine. I came over here to take care of Qiuqi. She's not in a good physical condition and gets stomach aches, he said, putting the warm water bag in his hand into the bag and wrapping it around Yu Qiuqi's waist. Why don't you sit down for a while? Don't stand all the time. Is your back hurting? Let me rub it for you? Yu Qiuqi had a puzzled look on her face, but she couldn't ask at this time. Yi Fei was also there, and Jiang Yibei's behavior was clearly jealous. When Yi Fei saw this, he could only smile and, alright then, I'll head back. Akuchi, you can just have the personnel go straight there when you get back. I won't be coming. Yes, Yu Qiuqi answered. And just as he was about to follow him out the door, he was pressed into the sofa by Jiang Yibei's hand. You sit down. I'll just send the guests. Mr. Yi is not an outsider. It's the same for either of us couples to send them off. Yi Fei turned back and softly said, no one needs to be sent. I've been here so many times. I can't lose it. However, Jiang Yibei still insisted and sent Yi Fei all the way to the elevator entrance. Mr. Yi, in the future, try not to come to my wife's company if you have nothing to do. Just talk to me if you have anything to do. You don't have much of a past with each other, though, but I don't want my wife to be in contact with her suitors all the time. I'd be upset. Yi Fei was equally defiant. His expression remained the same, but the tone of his voice changed by a few points. Oh, but, Jiang Yibei, didn't you also go from being a wife to being a Qiuqi? While I haven't made much progress, I don't seem to have regressed much. And you? He held out a finger and shook his head, skimming his lips in light mockery. And, it seems to have regressed. Oh, we are now at the same starting line. Right, each work hard. After the elevator doors slowly closed, the smiles on their faces disappeared almost simultaneously. Jiang Yibei's forehead corners were rippling with veins, and his mind began to gradually become confused and unclear. The tempest began to tremble uncontrollably almost at once, and all the body. He stumbled towards the restroom, cupping the cool water and slamming it in his face. His eyes were scarlet in the mirror, and gradually his vision blurred and, he hurriedly took a small bottle out of his pocket, and, trembling, poured out an unknown number of grains of medicine, and thrust them carelessly into his mouth. Perhaps it was the tightness of the hesitant throat that prevented him from swallowing. He had to hold up the tap water again and take 2 big gulps to wash down the pills. Holding onto the sink, he took slow, deep breaths, and after a few moments, his emotions calmed, he slowly stood up straight and, drawing a couple of sheets of paper and seriously wiping off the water that had gotten on his face and shirt, only after nothing more could be seen from the state did he rejoin Yu Qiuqi's office. As soon as he went in, he took out 2 boxes from the bag he had taken, and handed them to Yu Qiuqi's hands. It's this brand, isn't it? Lele said that the convenience store downstairs was out of stock and to call an errand boy. And where is an errand boy as fast as me? Xiao Jiang running errands at your service. Just now when Lele went down to buy tampons she was talking to Lin Yang on the phone, and he and Jiang Yibei were on the opposite side of the room and heard her conversation with the convenience store clerk. It just so happened that he always kept the same brand of tampons Yu Qiuqi used in his office, and they were delivered in a hurry. Chapter 143, Can I Still Call My Wife? He took another quick piece of brown sugar out of the bag and squeezed it into a thermos of. He took the hot water and stirred it before handing it to Yuchiochi. Brown sugar water again? Yuchiochi frowned. During this period of time, every physiological period Jiangyibai gave her to flush the stuff. She didn't have the heart to refuse. After all, it was a good intention, but she really didn't like to drink sweet things. Actually, the main ingredient of brown sugar is brown sugar. This stuff can't relieve pain. What it can relieve is hot water. Jiangyibai grabbed her hand and shoved the cup into her hand. Of course I know that brown sugar doesn't work. The real brown sugar ingredient is sugar cane. It's not ruddy sugar. Believe me, I did my homework seriously. Seeing that she was about to get up, Jiangyibai nervously followed her aside and, "What for? Let me help you. Gotta work. There's still things left to take care of," she said, heading in the direction of her desk. Jiangyibai hurried over and touched the leather chair. It had just started to heat up and was just warm enough. After Yuchiochi sat down, he put the small blanket over her legs again and, seeing him this nervous, Yuchiochi even felt if it was too much. "I'm just having a physical period. I don't need to take care of it like this. A little pain is all." The moment the word pain was exported, Jiangyibai already felt his heart stifled and uncomfortable. He wrinkled his brow, ignoring the woman's retort, and took it upon himself to remove her heels, slip on her socks, and replace them with fuzzy slippers. You wear them like this for now. They can't be seen sitting inside anyway, and if you need to go out then you can change into high heels. And, Akihiko, you're a girl. You should be more careful. When you're well nourished, you won't be in pain. If you're not, you'll be in pain next time. Just do your job and leave the rest to me," he said, pulling up a chair and sitting across the desk, opening his computer and, on the office software, Lin Yang has already urged 3 times. He reluctantly looked at Yuchiochi for several times, and only then he quieted down and began to work. After working for a while, he sent a message to Lele, and within half an hour, Lele walked in with 2 bags of takeout. "Mr. Jiang, why don't you move John's here with us? You don't need that office anyway." Jiangyibai smiled and took the bag. "Why don't you discuss with Mr. You and acquire John's? I also want to move here. Looking at her every day, I feel like my whole body is full of spirit at work." Yuchiochi laughed softly. His head didn't even bring back a direct rebuff. Forget it. I can't afford it. My small company is no match for John's." Jiangyibai opened the lid and touched the box inside. "It's still a bit hot." Chochi asked Lele to buy some beef noodles. "You can eat some later when it's cold. You can't eat nothing. You'll have no energy." He opened the lids all the way and touched them every once in a while, and if he hadn't been so busy with work, he would have done it himself, by hand. John's work has been put down for so many days. It's not a good thing. Father sighed. He pushed too fast. Maybe he will have some action again. He had to be careful every step of the way at this critical time. When the noodles were almost cold, he took the thermos he wore out of the bag and poured a serving of soup out of it. This is a brown sugar stuffed egg that I cooked in an electric crock pot. So take a little bite before you eat the noodles," he said as he opened the chopsticks and carefully looked at the top to make sure there weren't any burrs before handing them to Yuchiochi. "I'll have to bring my own cutlery next time. The ones out there aren't environmentally friendly or hygienic to use, so you'll have to make do with what you've got this time." Seeing Yuchiochi's gaze still flickering to the computer, he glanced along, only to realize that she was reviewing a proposal. Jiangyibai pulled her chair and forced the person aside. "Don't. This program is urgent. I have to approve it within half an hour." "I'll do it," the man explained, softly, as he pushed the noodles in front of her. "You eat, leave these to me. Trust me, Mr. You, I'm excellent." He was looking at the computer seriously, not having a chair to sit on, but just propping his arms on the table, a somewhat strange position from the looks of some more. Yuchiochi sked and continued to lower his head to eat the noodles. Although the voice was very small, it still attracted Jiangyibei's gaze, and he glanced toward the side and back of the, "Not good? Noodles or brown sugar eggs? Yummy. It's all delicious. It's just that. You also come and eat it quickly. It will get cold in a while," Yuchiochi awkwardly explained. "I like it cold. You eat first without me." The man was sharp enough to take care of all the urgent matters of the. He held this position for 20 minutes, and when he got up he felt as if his back wasn't his own. He swayed from side to side several times before relieving himself a bit, and spared himself from Yuchiochi's back. Sitting beside her and eating the noodles together, he was able to focus a bit more when he was working, but it was different when he was eating. His eyes flicked towards Yuchiochi from time to time. What this noodle tasted like was unclear to him until he finished eating it. After adding some warm water to Yuchiochi, he stood behind her and gently rubbed her slender waist. Thinning out. The man's slightly altered tone was permeated by unspeakable heartache. She had lost a lot of weight. And of course it was all his fault for not taking care of his wife. He suddenly thought of Yi Fei's words, and his heart flushed with acidity. Seeing that he was a bit hesitant and didn't dare to open his mouth, Yu Qiuqi raised his head and looked. The man's eyes were reddened at the end, as if he was desperately trying to hold back something. What's wrong? It was fine just now? Nothing. Zhang Yibei quickly shook his head and pursed his lips. He didn't dare to say that he had just fought for the opportunity to be able to stay by her side. Where would he dare to give an inch? Yu Qiuqi's hand slowly fell on his, yanking the man from behind and turning the chair to face him. Say yes to communication, right? What's wrong? Zhang Yibei inhaled, biting her own lips. Tangled for a long time, she was not in a hurry, just silently waiting for him to speak. At last he managed to ask, in a whisper, you can call me whatever you want, so can I call you my wife from now on? Even if you never call me husband again, I really want to call you wife. Other than that, I'll take my time with everything else, okay? Perhaps afraid of being rejected, Zhang Yibei finished in one breath without pausing, then quickly changed his words. It doesn't matter if you can't. I'm just mentioning it off the top of my head, so don't be offended. I'll stop. Yu Qiuqi then realized that his address to himself had changed, but she didn't care how she called him. It was just that the matter of calling him her husband was still too awkward. She explained, with slight embarrassment, call it whatever you want, my word. I don't want to call it that yet. It's too weird. Chapter 144 Read Mail. Zhang Yibei bit his lips, moved almost to the point of crying in the next second. He hurriedly lowered his head, biting his chopsticks and nodding his head vigorously. A firm yet dull sound came from his mouth. Yu Qiuqi's hand gently rested on his arm, softly comforting, and, don't feel so bad. Since I chose to forgive you, it means that I was thinking about it. So don't you always worry that I'll be angry. What I wouldn't have been angry about before, I won't be when I'm put in the present. Zhang Yibei hurriedly put her hand into his palm the moment she touched him, warming up for a moment before lifting his shirt straight up and tucking her hand into his abdomen. Raised the air conditioner another 3 degrees. Honey, you're cold, aren't you? Why didn't you say so? It's my fault. I didn't even notice you were still cold. Although Yu Qiuqi advised and explained, but his heart still did not believe. The Yu Qiuqi of the past wouldn't get angry over something. Wouldn't leave just because some details weren't done perfectly. That's all because, at that time, they were in love with each other. Whereas now, all he had was his own one-sided love for Yu Qiuqi. Such a relationship forced him to be careful at every step of the way. After warming her palms for a while, her hands gradually warmed up. He then took her hands out, and after calling Lele in to clear the table, he squatted directly on the ground, reached out and touched Yu Qiuqi's feet. He couldn't feel any warmth through his socks, and he explained as he moved his hand. Honey, I need to see if your feet are cold. It's easiest to get cold hands and feet this time of year. Yu Qiuqi had wanted to refuse. Her foot had just been recycled. When the man forcibly yanked it back, her socks followed, and she was taken off. Her cold feet were instantly wrapped in warm palms, a bottom-up warmth that made her feel her entire body heat up. Check it out. I knew it. Zhang Yibei sighed heavily, not caring about the snickering gaze of Lele on the side. He simply knelt down directly to the ground. Putting her feet on her belly and holding her close. Warm tummy. Looks like a little meat helps after all. Mr. Jiang, you can actually put a warm water bag under Mr. Yu's feet. You don't have to hold it all the time. Lele said and handed the hot water bag to Yu Qiuqi. In fact, Yu Qiuqi was also a bit embarrassed, although there were no outsiders. Right, but this behavior of Zhang Yibei made her look as if she was a much aggressive wife. Her own husband casually kneeling on the floor to warm her feet, and there was no embarrassment at all. Everything was as if he was used to it. In that instant, she subconsciously thought about how devastating this incident would be if it made the news. Zhang Yibei refused in a cold voice. Where the warm water is as hot as I am, but it's such a small one that it warms up a little piece when you put it underneath the. What about the tops of her feet? What about her ankles? I can hold her feet in one piece. It even warms my calves. I'm much more useful than a hot water bag. Joy looked embarrassed. Yes, you're useful. Much better than a hot water bag. She rolled her eyes and walked right out of the office with 2 bags of trash. Yu Qiuqi cleared his throat and explained in a low voice. It's not cold anymore. My feet are already warm. Get up. How am I supposed to work like this? You do your not delayed. When warmed up I know in my heart, you are my wife. I take care of you natural. No need to be embarrassed. Zhang Yibei's heart is sour. This is if it is placed in her memory loss. Must not be so polite. Every time, not to mention holding her feet, or go up to kiss a mouthful. The best she could do was to be shy, but he was the one who had created the situation that he was in now. With his own hands, he destroyed that beloved Uchochi, and the love between them, too. Even after being wronged so much, Uchochi still endured the heartache when he licked his face and begged for forgiveness. How many good things did he do in his last life when he was willing to give him a chance? Yandere raised his head and looked at her side face with eyes full of affection. Here. Uchochi tapped on the word that was marked red on the screen and, why are you labeling it red? What went wrong? Yandere stretched his head towards the computer and softly explained. Honey, from here to that page down there are all the relevant survey data, except this one is from last year, and it should be the result of inattentiveness on the part of the person doing the plotting. You don't have to do this yourself. It's natural not to understand it, but it's not perfect, relatively speaking, without the data from this year to back it up. He pointed to the bottom of the screen with his chin again and here's my mailbox, and that data that's open in there is for this year, so you can just paste him right into this. The mouse moved a bit, and sure enough Uchochi saw a brand new piece of data. How did you know that? It seems like you're really much more experienced than me in this whole being president thing. Yandere smiled and shook his head. No, because this example data that your company is using, it's Jung's, and I thought it looked very familiar at first glance. You know, I'm not a smart guy, but I have a pretty good memory, and I always remember things I've read, especially in terms of data, for a longer period of time. The feet in his arms warmed up, and he helped Uchochi put on his socks, stuffing it back into his slippers. He slowly propped himself up on the table to ease his tingling legs for a moment as he got up. Are the legs so long that it's easy to get numb from squatting? Uchochi propped her chin up and reached out a hand towards his leg to poke it. The man saw what she was doing and mouthed that. Don't move. Don't move. The body, however, did not move at all and waited for her to poke. Until Uchochi's finger poked his leg, the man only tilted his head with a muffled grunt and, well, Uchochi raised her eyebrows, with an expression of what can you do to me? This moment was especially like her when she was a child. Yandere smiled with a doting look on his face. That's so bad. Really, honey, why are you so bad? It's kind of childish to poke and prod when you know my legs are numb. Childish? But you didn't run away either. Isn't that a bit retarded? Uchochi wanted to try very hard not to laugh at him, but this motionless behavior still made it impossible for her not to spit. As she spoke, she entered the information provided by Yandere into her own program, and after organizing it, I tried to turn off my email, but I accidentally clicked it to turn off my mail. Just as she clicked exit, a red email below instantly caught her eye. Yandere, however, didn't notice her reaction at all, but went directly to the restroom, washed his hands, and at the bar, carefully boiled hot water and started brewing four things tea. Uchochi looked at the read email with her arms wrapped around it. The sender's column had a li suffix to it in addition to a string of numbers, and the portion of the text that could be seen showed, our photos are in the plugin U. Chapter 145, everything about her is the finest. Yandere walked over with a teacup, the cup lightly placed on the table. As soon as he looked up, he saw Uchochi's reaction was off, and following her gaze he saw the email that, he just felt his legs shivering, pointing at the computer screen and opening his mouth. His first words surprisingly didn't even make a sound. Uchochi followed and closed his email, whispering, I didn't look. I'm not going to look at your privacy. No. Yandere hurried over to grab the mouse. Honey, look. He quickly logged into his email and clicked on that email. Everything was pretty much what Uchochi thought. The sender was Li Jiajia. Yandere quickly clicked on the attachment, explaining as he did so. Jamie Lee said she had quite a few pictures of us from back then, of you and of me, so I had her send them to me via email. I didn't mean anything by it. I just wanted to see the old you. Honey, are you mad at me? The man stood nervously beside her, looking at the pictures looping on the screen. Inside is when the school activities shot. There are Li Jiajia. There is also Yandere. Naturally, there is also Uchochi. There's some people from other schools, but they all know each other. A face, youthful and childlike, and really nostalgic. Although Uchochi wasn't angry, but Yandere was so scared that he had started to be at a loss for words. It's not a big deal. It's just that I thought you said that you never contacted Li Jiajia, so how did she tell you about all this? Often women are the best at getting to the point, and it's fine to post a few pictures to reminisce about the past. It's just not a good thing if you're in frequent contact. Yandere hurriedly took out his cell phone, unlocked the screen, and handed it to Uchochi with both hands. I really don't have her contact info. He Yiming gave it to her. She added me. I didn't agree to it, and then she called me again. I answered it without knowing who it was, but I didn't save it, and I haven't answered that number since. Wife, I'm devoted to you. There's no way I'll contact another woman. Feel free to look at the phone, anytime you want. I swear every word I said is true. The attitude was sincere. Yuchochi didn't go to pick up his cell phone, but directly waved his hand, trying to say it was fine. But this action scared Jiang Yibei. The moment he flopped to his knees, his body stumbled for a moment. I was wrong. I know it's wrong. I shouldn't have taken her call. I shouldn't have believed her bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Actually there aren't even a few pictures of you. She just lied to me, and let you misunderstand. I hate her so much. The man aggrievedly clenched his teeth. His tears were worthless bearing, falling in bunches, pathetically shaking Yuchochi's knee. I'm not going to contact any women, and I'm not going to feed any stray cats, okay? Don't you ever get mad at this email. I'm never going to look at this crappy email again. It's all my fault. Why was I so stupid? Her intentions were so obvious, and I still fell for it. Yuchochi hurriedly wiped his tears and reached out to help him up. I'm not angry. I'm not angry. I was a little confused when I saw it just now, but I'm sure you can handle everything. But it's strange. How do you know what her intentions are? Jiang Yibei pointed at the screen of the computer and said in an indignant and deep voice, "This is green tea. Green tea, you know. She said she has a picture of you. All the ones that were sent to me were mine or hers. Look at that text." He also said that he used to think I was nice, but a bit high-strung. But I didn't realize I was so gentle now. What kind of intent is that? She's either after my money or my face. I have a wife. And she's not a good person if she says things like that. Yuchochi instantly understood a little. She nodded her head, a smile hanging at the corner of her lips. And, so, men do recognize green tea, right? Of course. Jiang Yibei wiped his face, wiping the tear tracks clean. All that talk about how she doesn't think that way, and how she means well, and how you're overthinking it. That's not a good man. In fact, they all know in their hearts that it's green tea, but enjoy being surrounded by it. But I'm different. I don't need to prove my attractiveness with a woman other than my wife. I'm only attractive if my wife likes me. He finished under his breath, looking at the email on the screen and gasping for breath. Hurry up and save all the pictures of Yuchochi inside, and then throw this email into the trash mailbox. Yuchochi was quite satisfied with his explanation. But think about what he said and think it is very interesting. But what else can you look at besides face and money? Now is not always the first to look at these two things. As for the three views, the essence of that all have to be contact with a long time to see clearly. Aren't you afraid that I'm also after your money or face? Jiang Yibei skimmed his lips. A trace of unspeakable despondency swept through his eyes. That would be nice. I would have preferred you to be vulgar. He pointed to his face and, look at it. Do you like the face? It's okay compared to everyone else's, but my wife is so good looking. How can I compete with this face? Besides, you're rich. Yu's market capitalization isn't as good as John's, but it's still currently, according to the current development, surpassing John's is probably just a matter of time. Your business acumen really isn't any worse than anyone else's. I'd be worried. Actually, you're beautiful, young, capable, and there are tons of people chasing you in the future. So if I'm a little careless, I might not have a wife. The more Jiang Yibei said, the more aggrieved he became. Talking himself to death in his heart, he drooped his lips and thinking about what happened before. That promise. Yuchochi didn't even admit it at that time, so there's no good way to keep her around at all. You're really getting ahead of yourself. Where's the thing? I'm just maintaining the status quo right now. Never even considered developing you again. In fact, Dad didn't even want me to be more good or successful. His idea is also to just run you well and give his family a rich life. Yes, Jiang Yibei questioned in a low voice, raising one eyebrow, full of disbelief. But you're going to work with Jiren, and you're still not admitting it. You're just trying to trick me first. Me and Jilin. Yuchochi's words had not finished explaining. The office door was pushed open with a bang. Both of them were startled. Jiang Yibei subconsciously used his body to protect in front of her. Turning his head to see Lin Yang, he cursed without any good humor. You're going to die. Don't know you have to knock when you come in. No, why are you here? Lin Yang's eyes were red. One look showed that he had cried. He first looked at Yuchochi, then turned his head to Jiang Yibei. His voice trembled as he replied, something's wrong, Mr. Jiang. Chapter 146, Settling Scores at the Door. Yuchochi clutched his hand tightly, not knowing how to comfort him. Jiang Yibei didn't have any expression on his face the whole time, calmly handling all the documents, communicating with the head of the sanatorium, and taking time to comfort Yuchochi, until the dean brought out the letter his mother had left him, and he opened it with trembling hands, and there was only one line on it. I'm sorry my children, forgive me for leaving the way I did. Live for yourselves in the future. I'm proud of you. Jiang Yinan's tears flowed unceasingly. His fists were clenched, and his body was trembling. I won't forgive him, never. Through the words of the dean, they learned that their mother had seen the news about the Jung family on the, also figured out that her father was using her, and that her mother wasn't in very good shape after her father brought Fengmin over yesterday. Took medication and fluids too, but didn't realize that when the caregiver came in this afternoon to take her to the garden, she found that the person was gone. Sister Nan. Yu Qiuqi hugged her. The pain of losing her mother could not be consoled by any words. She patted Jiang Yinan's back one by one. She went from sobbing at first, to letting out a sob so loud that she was shaking all over and, Akihiko, how could he do that? He must have said something evil that, Mom was always in pretty good shape. Why would she kill herself? She had to live for us too. She doesn't want you to be upset. Nan, cry, and leave the rest to me. She pressed Jiang Yinan into a chair, told Jiang Yibei to stay and take care of her, then turned around and went out with the police. Although it's characterized as a suicide case, the police still need to come and investigate. But at this time, the siblings were in no fit state to do any more of that. Yu Qiuqi, together with Lele, answered some questions from the police, and got all the information back from the dean, and what was left of my mother-in-law. She did not have much, only a burned box, and according to the police, some letters should have been burned here. There was also a hairpin in the box that looked like it had been burned as well, but not completely, and she put everything away. Again, the process of arranging the funeral sequence was begun, and when he returned to his room, the siblings remained in the same position they were in at the beginning, and it looked as if they weren't even talking to each other. Yu Qiuqi walked over and stood in front of Jiang Yibei. The man raised his head slightly, his hand gently resting on her arm. You worked hard. The broken eyes made Yu Qiuqi's heart hurt as if it had been seized. She hugged Jiang Yibei tightly and kissed him on the head. I know it's hard for you. Cry if you want to. Don't keep it inside. Mom will be worried about you too, and I'll be heartbroken. Jiang Yibei shook his head in her arms. Actually, I knew this was going to happen. I know her and I knew she would make this choice. It was just a matter of sooner or later. Thank you for helping me organize everything. The man's calmness for a moment made Yu Qiuqi's heart lift, and she clearly understood that. Jiang Yibei was not mentally prepared, but from the bottom of his heart, he had not yet reacted to this matter. However, as per Jiang Yibei and Jiang Yinan's request, the funeral was cancelled. Jiang mother was taking a lot of medication to go away, and put beautiful makeup on herself, wearing her favorite plain-colored cheongsam. Only the hairpin she didn't wear anymore. The next day, in accordance with Jiang mother's wishes, Jiang Yibei and Jiang Yinan together scattered her ashes into the sea. She once said that if she ever died, she would be buried at sea, that she had loved the wrong person in her life, that she was too tired to live. It's best if there is no afterlife, and if there is, to be a fish, a bird, or even a small blade of grass, and not to be reincarnated as a human being. On the way home, Jiang Yinan's face was haggard, and the bottom of her eyes were dark. She first gave a disdainful laugh and there was an endless sadness in that voice, before he slowly spoke. And, Jiang Yibei, are you going to let this matter go? It's Dad and Fengmin. They're the ones who told Mom. All this time, he's been using her as an excuse to threaten us with a lot of things. Mom is trying to get out of her mind for us. And with this, aren't you going to do anything about it? Jiang Yinan thundered that day and investigated everything. And Jiang's father took Fengmin over. The purpose is for Jiang mother to persuade Jiang Yibei to let go of the Feng family. The caretaker who was in the room that day heard everything very clearly. Jiang father threatened both sides. Everything is only for Fengmin. Now according to the mother's idea, they naturally did not even inform the father. Let's talk about it at home. Jiang Yibei's gaze looked ahead, and only then did they notice that the car was driving in the direction of Jiang's house. Yu Qiuqi instantly had a not-so-reassuring premonition as she gently grabbed Jiang Yibei's hand. Don't be impulsive. I believe you, and Mom is watching over us from heaven. Jiang Yinan was already impulsive beyond impulsive. At this time if Jiang Yibei didn't calm down, God knows what these siblings would do. The vehicle slowly drove to the Jiang family. Surrounded by a lot of people have been surrounded. Most of them are carrying a camera in the hands of many equipment holding a reporter. Instantly surrounding their car, the driver pulled right up to the gate. Jiang Yibei got out of the car and tugged on his suit jacket. His face was grave but unusually calm, and he exuded a shocking aura. On the side of Jiang Yinan also got off the car. The three people to that station froze so that the original already surrounded the reporter instantly dispersed. Not even have the courage to ask a question. Until the doors slowly opened and several people walked in and it was only then that the reporters seemed to react instantly and hurriedly rushed in after them. Fengmin stood in the doorway holding Jiang father's arm, shivering and not daring to step forward. Jiang father pointed at him and cursed loudly. What do you guys want? You Before the words were out of his mouth, he saw the three men with mourning cloth on their arms, and instantly understood, and asked, vainly, what's going on? When did this happen? Seeing that neither of them spoke, he wiped the corners of his eyes with another sad expression and, that said, your mom and I do have feelings for each other. After all, with you guys, Dad. Jiangyinan was the first to speak. We've investigated the cause and effect of the incident. You don't have to pretend anymore. There's no feelings between you two. Eibei and I never blamed you, but you knew about her situation and still brought Fengmin to force her. What are your intentions? We didn't. Fengmin hurriedly jumped out to explain that. We were just persuading her, hoping that she could help. Who would have thought that she could not think so easily? And besides, what if it was not a suicide, but an illness? Before the words fell, Jiang Yibei directly pushed Jiang Father away, and his wide palm directly pinched Fengmin's neck. Her face instantly suffocated red, and her hands kept slapping Jiang Yibei's arm. Chapter 147, Company in Crisis. Jiang Sweetie rushed out from the villa, swinging a baseball bat in her hand. What are you guys doing? I'll see who dares to bully my mom. Yu Qiuqi directly greeted him with a few steps, snatched the baseball bat, and as Jiang Dangtian was preparing to fight back, she slapped her heavily and threw it onto her face. Jiang Dangtian didn't stand still and directly fell to the ground. You better stay down here, if you don't want to die. Yu Qiuqi pointed at her, narrowed his eyes, and cursed viciously. Only then did he walk over to Jiang Yibei's side and patted his arm. The man's hand flung violently and Fengmin fell directly to the ground, covering his neck. He was so panicked that he crawled over towards Jiang Tiantian's side without any regard for his image. Eibei, just say things clearly. Calm down. You can do it. Yu Qiuqi's eyes were gentle, softly comforting the man who was already furious. His emotions gradually calmed down, and he took a few steps to Jiang Father's face, and said, in all seriousness, don't blame us for no longer recognizing you as a father when you disregarded my mother for her. He reached for the document Lin Yang handed him, signed it, and handed it back to Jiang Yinan. Jiang Yinan first glanced at it, then without hesitation also signed his name, and after handing it back again, Jiang Yibei said towards the reporters surrounding him, today I am Jiang Yinan, and he severed the father-son relationship, and the Jiang family severed the relationship. This is a public document. The newspaper hoped that you media report as soon as possible. After he said that, he threw the document to Lin Yang, took Yu Qiuqi's hand and said towards Jiang Father, don't forget, this villa you're living in is under my name. In 3 days, my men will come over to repossess it, so please move out as soon as possible. Jiang Yibei, Jiang's father roared, are you crazy? You don't even know your own father for that mom. You don't even want the Jiang family anymore. No matter how furious he was at the back, the three of them walked directly out of the Jiang family gate without looking back, got into the car. Jiang Yinan slapped the armrest and, you didn't say anything in advance. It made me wonder how to cooperate with you. That was a great slap in the face you gave me. Autumn Pond. Finally, I never have to come back. Jiang Yibei looked through the car window at this place where he had lived since he was a child. There seemed to be a lightness to the moment, and he breathed a small sigh of relief before turning his head and, no, we can come back. It's them who can never come back. They first sent Jiang Yinan back home, and after returning to the villa, Jiang Yibei locked himself into the study and didn't come out for a whole day. Although Yu Qiuqi was worried, but at a time like this all consolation is futile. It's better to give him some time to let him digest by himself. Lin Yang is in a hurry. The company's projects have already had several problems. Now that the news of the Jiang family's breakup is out, Jiang is even more at risk. Madam, what should we do? Mr. Jiang here won't open the door either. Don't worry, there's nothing dangerous in the study. He can't hurt himself. Give him time. Yu Qiuqi gently knocked on the table with one hand. His mind in addition to Jiang Yibei is Jiang's what to do now. Her company was not affected, but Jiang could not be ruined just like that. Mr. Jiang has you here. I'm not worried, but if the company goes on like this, it will be over all. Lin Yang was so anxious that he was close to tears, standing in place holding a pile of documents and staring at the door of the study at his wit's end. Yu Qiuqi got up straight away, went to the check room to change into a suit, and greeted Lin Yang. You now, notify the reporters, go to Jiang's to hold a press conference, and rush all the project leaders in trouble together. Give them a meeting after the launch. Don't worry, give Eibei some time, he'll get his act together. Leave everything to me now. She walked ahead and incidentally contacted Lin Nan, asking her to retrieve the surveillance of Jiang's father's visit to the nursing home that day in the name of the police. It just so happens that the surveillance has a radio function, and all of his words that day were recorded. The employees instantly lost their voices when they saw Yu Qiuqi walk in through the front door. The scene that was just a few moments ago of panic followed and disappeared. and everyone started to work in an organized manner. In less than half an hour, all the media arrived at the conference room. She sat in front of Jang Yibei's desk, carefully typing all the PR news. Lin Yang, tell the PR department to follow the angle of this news. Make a few more edits, and write out a few more pieces of. I want to see it when the launch is over. Not a second later, Lin Yang rushed off to make arrangements. She went to the conference room alone, uploading the surveillance video she found to the player. The reporters thought it was Jang Yibei who was interviewed, but they didn't expect the person who came was Yu Chiochi. The conference room instantly erupted in a rustle of chatter. Yu Chiochi knocked on the table and explained with a calm face. I'm sorry, I don't think anyone who's lost a mother can instantly adjust to the situation, so I'll be attending today's briefing on behalf of my husband, and the situation will be explained by me. The new media platform on the side gave an OK gesture, signaling that the live broadcast had begun, and Yu Chiochi nodded her head. She did not even have time to prepare a speech. All the speeches just by heart. The whole process will Jang Yibei siblings encounter said clearly, and will show the video information to the crowd to see. Concluded by saying how much her heart aches for her husband and that she hopes he will soon move on from it. After a few remarks, all the reporters didn't dare to ask too many questions. The wind direction from the beginning of Jang Yibei's siblings' ruthless, reckless disregard for human decency and father hands also want to cut off relations. The former chairman of Zhang's company has forced the death of his wife and sucked the blood of his own children. The conference ended. Yu Chiochi footsteps back to the office. The article has been edited. She chose a few seemingly no problem to Lin Yang. Get on it. It needs to be sent out right away and then reposted heavily. Have the PR department control the windfall and make sure it's monitored. After everything was done, she sat on the chair and gently let out a breath of relief. Took out her cell phone, but she didn't see Jang Yibei's message. It was estimated that he wasn't even in the mood to read the message now. Yu Chiochi could feel how much pain he was really in. Unlike Jiang Yinan, he inherited his mother's condition, so the end of Zhang's mother's life would also remind him of him to his future. Yu Chiochi glanced at the time, and then hurriedly moved the mouse, carefully reading the news messages on the internet. She pressed the landline and, Lin Yang, tell them to get their hands dirty. Everyone's working overtime today, and make sure this is taken care of. You can't affect the company's image. Tell the project leaders to all go to the conference room. Meeting now. According to all the information provided by Lin Yang, 1/3 of their company's projects have been snatched by two rivals, and the price offered by the other party can basically be considered unprofitable. The purpose of doing so should be to take advantage of the opportunity of Zhang's difficulties to screw Zhang. So this person must have a grudge against Jang Yibei. Yu Chiochi flipped through the information, carefully recalling each and every one of them. Who could it be? Chapter 148, is this right or wrong? She took out her cell phone and mulled it over while dialing Jilin's number. Mr. G, I'm sure you've heard about my side of the story, so I'll make this short and sweet. Your project and mine are related to Zhang's, but there's no competition. So I do trust you, and I've known you had a good tech team there before. So, can you help me investigate who was behind the black hand against Zhang? There was a moment of silence on the other side of the phone before he spoke slowly and, yes, you can send me all the information. I'll give you an answer as soon as possible on this matter. But I also have a question I want to ask Mr. Yu Chiochi didn't even think to ask directly. You tell me, what's the problem? Did you turn down the cooperation with Mr. Nan because I was that third party? Yu Chiochi knew that the Nan always in his mouth was Jiang Yinan, but that project wasn't something she rejected either. It was only after she and Jiang Yinan discussed it that they decided not to do it for the time being. Mr. G, there must be some kind of misunderstanding in between. You should know me. Yu Chiochi, don't care to lie just because I'm asking for something. Nan and I chose not to cooperate for the time being, having weighed the interests of all parties. But the most important reason for this is that I want to spend more time with my husband. I know, and it's not that I don't believe you. It's just that I got frustrated with my first investment. It's just a matter of the heart. Mr. Yu, I'll give you an answer to your matter within today. Hanging up the phone, Yu Chiochi's entire body was exhausted and paralyzed on the desk. His hand gently poked the mouse. The mind was filled with Jang Yibei's appearance as he sat here, looking at the computer. He must be sad in his heart after what happened to him, and she knew she should be by Jang Yibei's side at this moment. But if Zhang's matter is not dealt with, when Jang Yibei comes back to his senses, it will be too late to deal with it anymore. It was just that she wasn't sure if she was right or wrong in the way she chose. The cell phone rang. It was a message from Chen Mo. For the time being, you can rest assured that you'll be busy with your own business, and leave Jang Yibei to me. She replied quickly. Thank you. Lin Yang knocked on the door, didn't wait for anyone to answer and walked straight in. Another large pile of documents thumped onto the table. You see, I don't even know why I've been robbed of so many clients all of a sudden. Who on earth has this kind of skill? They're just screwing over Jiang. Only after he finished speaking did he notice that Yuchochi's face didn't look too good. It was pale and bleak, and it was permeated with fatigue. It was also true that she had been more nervous than anyone else for the past 2 days. Her spirit had been on edge, with the company to run and her mother-in-law to attend to. I also have to care about Jiang Yibei's situation. And incidentally, I also have to watch Jiang Yinan. Even if he had 3 heads and 6 arms, he probably wouldn't be able to handle it. Mr. Yu, why don't you rest for a while? That black eye circle. Yuchochi flipped out his cell phone and glanced at the screen. Black? Don't think so. I'm fine. Notify the meeting now, she said and got up straight away. But suddenly her eyes went black. If it wasn't for Lin Yang's quick eyes, she would have fallen down. Gu, look at you. You still say you're fine. Don't end up with Jiang being fine and you collapsing again. Knock knock. Come in. Lin Yang didn't know who knocked on the door and shouted towards the door. As soon as the finance director came in and saw Lin Yang holding the president's wife, he pushed his glasses awkwardly and stood in the doorway neither in nor out. What's going on? Yuchochi held onto the table and sat back in her chair again. Lin Yang turned around and went to get her a glucose, unscrewing the cap and handing it over. The finance director handed the accounts in his hand to Yuchochi. Mr. Yu, Mr. Jiang has explained before that you can move our accounts as you please, so it's okay to show this to you. She pushed up her glasses and sighed softly. So many projects are facing termination, but we have accounts with third parties that need to be settled. Even if we terminate the contract as well, we're still facing compensation. It's hard to say whether the compensation of both sides can reach a balance for the time being, but the problem is, we can't wait for our account cycle. If there's no money coming in and we have to make compensation, within 3 days, Jiang's financial chain will be broken. Mr. You understood her words. And while these project contracts were sound enough to, but Jiang has always kept his word. He won't default on any payment for goods. If it was in the past maybe he could have dragged it out for a few days. But now Jiang is on the cusp of the storm. Cannot afford to make another mistake. How much will it take to balance things out for a while? Lin Yang's hand gently rested on the pile of contracts. The finance director exchanged glances with him and spoke with difficulty. It's estimated to be hundreds of millions of dollars. This time it's too hard. Yuchochi nodded, picked up his cell phone, and dialed Lele's number. Have the finances take stock of how much of all the company's money can be moved around, and all that's in my name, and give me a summarized list right away. Putting down her cell phone, she added towards Lin Yang, saying, you go and check how much money is left under Jiang Yibei's name. We'll put it together. It's always enough. Director Wu, I'll trouble you to keep an eye on the financial matters. This money will definitely arrive within 3 days. Just go ahead and promise it to all the partners. Everything was accounted for before she went to a workshop with all the project managers. Although in the end it didn't result in a very perfect solution, but it's still a good idea to do what you can to salvage some of it. When she returned to the office, it was already late at night, and she was lying on Jiang Yibei's chair, spinning round and round, looking up at the ceiling, his amber eyes bloodshot and, in the end what to do. If Jiang Yibei can pull himself together, will there be a better solution? If the person sitting here at the moment is Jiang Yibei, he will do. Lin Yang walked in with a fast food, catching a cup of warm water in his hand. Mr. Yu, why don't you eat something? You've been busy all day. Yuchochi slowly lowered his head and yanked the chair aside. You eat, just sit here and eat. Lin Yang was a bit surprised and at a loss for words. After standing for a while, he directly sat down. I know you've been talking for a day now. It's hard, so I won't refute anything. Mr. Yu, do you think Jiang's is really in danger this time? Yuchochi shook his head. I can't say. Lin Yang, do you think it's right for me to handle this or not? Can it help Jiang or not? If Jiang Yibei gets his act together and he realizes that there's something wrong with the way I handled it, will he be angry? I'm not sure what to do about it. After all, I'm just a little assistant. But I know that even if you don't do anything, and you just watch Jiang's disappear, or even if you bring down Jiang with your own hands, Mr. Jiang won't be angry. In his heart, you are more important than anything else. He reached out and pointed in a circle that it would just be a company, part of his financial resources, but you are his lover. Chapter 149, Can't knock, can't open. Yes? Yuchochi held the cup of water with some uncertainty, and the heat caused her eyes to glaze over. At this moment, she really missed Jiang Yibei, wanting to instantly appear by his side, wanting to see his deeply doting eyes. The cell phone on her desk vibrated, and she hurriedly collected her thoughts and tapped the screen. It was an email. On it was a complete set of data analysis, and she was just halfway through when Jilin's call came in. Didn't disturb your rest. I thought you might not be able to sleep now either. Yuchochi let out a bitter smile. I'll let you guess right. I just read all half of it. How about that? Can you analyze anything? The man on the other side of the room hastened to reply that. The analysis came out, and based on some of these companies and principles, I did some more investigating and drawing conclusions that can't be legally backed up, but that will give you something to think about. As for how you respond, that's up to you as a couple. After a click of the mouse came from the other side of the phone, Jilin continued. Again, all of this client information and rival company information you provided me with. All of the evidence points to a domestic new media company called Changsheng. They should have deliberately avoided it, although most of the contracts go to foreign companies, but the final account is this Changsheng. Yuchochi's brain instantly went blank. She thought of everyone, thought of countless possibilities. Only Yi Fei was the only one she hadn't considered. So, all of this was surprisingly Yi Fei's doing. Back then, Zhang Yibei threatened him and kicked him out of the country, and now he's back, with the aim of perhaps taking revenge. She couldn't believe that what had once been such a close friend could end up in such a place. She could understand that Yi Fei had anger in his heart, but in the end, in this war, no matter who won, the three of them would not fare well. Mr. Yuchochi, are you listening? Are you okay? Jilin shouted twice over there. Listening. Yuchochi replied quickly. Thanks for this, Mr. G. You've been a great help. Count me as owing you a favor. I'll contact you later. Hanging up the phone, her hands slowly placed on the table. Her shocked expression had not yet had time to disappear when Lin Yang softly asked. What's wrong? Mr. Did something happen? He watched Yuchochi's reaction with trepidation. So many things had happened in the past 2 days that he didn't dare to ask again for fear of any more bad news. Yuchochi swung his hand in disorientation and, now we know who did it, but what can we do? Either way, Yi Fei are not doing anything wrong. He is a rival company. No matter how the competition is inexcusable. Not caring about friendship. Naturally, because there had long been no friendship between him and Zhang Yibei, she could not take the initiative to find Yi Fei even more now. If this matter was known by Zhang Yibei, he would feel that he had lost his dignity. She couldn't think of anything to do but tough it out. After working overnight with the project team to organize all the potentially salvageable clients, the project leaders left early in the morning. Leilei's side of the list of all the assets organized and sent to Yuchochi. She quickly signed the two sides of the financial non-stop docking work. Leilei sat next to Zhang Yibei's desk holding her computer and complained. Mr. I suspect you've lost your memory again. That's a lot of money. If Mr. John doesn't recognize it, we'll be finished with Mr. Lin Yang then disliked back. Our Mr. John wouldn't disown it. Don't talk nonsense. Okay. I'm not doing this to make him recognize that Zhang Yibei has lost too much already. I just don't want him to lose anything more. You guys hurry up and get the job done. I haven't been back for a day and a night. Even though Chen Mo is there, I still feel panicky. And I'll go back and take a look around and I'll be back before that client comes over at noon. She fished a powder out of Joy's bag, covered her dark circles, grabbed her car keys and headed out the door. The car flew all the way back to the villa, and as soon as he entered, he saw the door of the study wide open and Chen Mo moved a chair and just sat in the doorway, looking down at his cell phone. Dr. Chen, she called out softly and Chen Ma saw her and hurriedly got up. Mrs. Jiang. It was only when she walked in that she saw a man lying on the couch in the den, snoring in his sleep. Dr. Pei is also there? She asked towards Chen Mo with some concern. He hastened to explain that. No, Zhang Yibei was not injured. I was a little worried so I called Pei Xin to come with me to guard. He shut himself up. This door we can't get in. He wouldn't open it, and no matter how much he screamed, he pretended not to hear. But there was nothing in there, and he wasn't going to hurt himself. I wanted to give him some time to think on his own, but he did stay in there too long, and I was torn. But luckily you came back. Yuchochi walked over to the door, and after entering the code, the door didn't open. He changed the password. Can I go in and talk to him? It's not a good idea for him to keep locking himself up like this. Chen Mo was a bit hesitant. In fact, he had thought of letting Yuchochi come back to persuade him, but he couldn't be sure of Zhang Yibei's current state. At this time if Yuchochi went in and he was emotionally unstable and hurt her, then this consequence would be unbearable for both him and Zhang Yibei. Perhaps seeing Chen Mo's concern, Yuchochi continued to explain. I trust him, and even if he did accidentally hurt me because he's sick, I wouldn't count it as. Is that okay? Let me go in and take a look. It's been a day and a night and he's going to have an emotional breakdown. Pei Xin on the sofa stretched his hand and handed Yuchochi a tube of medicine with a yawn. Give. If you can't, you'll give the hemp flip. Get it out for a nutritional shot anyway. It's not an option if he doesn't eat or drink. If I take a needle in, he'll definitely distrust me even more. Yucho-chi directly refused. Then there was a gentle knock on the door of the Abe? It's me. Can I come in? There was no sound from inside, and the whole study was so quiet you could hear her breathing. I know you're upset, but I get scared when you're like this. Honey, I haven't seen you all day and night. I want to see you. There's still no sound. Payson shrugged, skimming his shoulders and, I'd been told not to open the door, or get someone to break it down. Before the words left his mouth, the door slowly opened a crack. Yucho-chi quickly squeezed in. The room was pitch black with no lights on. She closed her eyes first, adjusting to the fact that before her eyes could open, she was being held tightly in a. Without looking, she could feel that the person holding her was Jiang Yibei, and she tightly wrapped her arms around the man's waist, softly consoling him. Honey, are you better? It's been all day in the room. Are you hungry? Do you miss me? When the man opened his mouth, his voice was hoarse and, well, wife, I'm scared. Chapter 150, it hurts just to think about it. Well, I know. Yucho-chi raised her hand and pressed his head into the nape of her neck, stroking the man's back gently, one at a time. His body was cold, his muscles were tense, his whole body was taut. Even if he had collapsed to such an extent, he would still react immediately when he heard Yucho-chi's voice. Can't wait to open the door for her and see her. Yucho-chi's heart was indescribably hard to say. Perhaps she really should have come back earlier and stayed by Jiang Yibei's side earlier. It's all in the past, and I know it's hard for you, but you've got some people around you who are important too. I've been through things like this, and I'm not going to try to talk you out of anything, because I know those words don't help, but I'll also tell you that I've always been there, and that if you're willing to reach out, you can hold me close, just like you're doing right now. Jiang Yibei's head gently rubbed against her neck, and as before, the scent that belonged uniquely to Yucho-chi still calmed him down. The man slowly stood up straight and raised his hand on the wall and touched it. A warm yellow light came on in the room, not very bright, but bright enough to see everything in the room. Unlike the scene Yucho-chi looked at last time, there was nothing left in this room now, except for the four walls and a lamp. There was nothing left. So how did Jiang Yibei spend this night? With the lights off, in this dark room. Just how much torture he endured in his heart. She raised her hand to touch the man's lean cheek and, it's hard. I know. It'll be much better if you cry. I'll stay with you. Yucho-chi took his hand and slowly sat down against the wall, tucking Jiang Yibei into the corner position, which might make him feel somewhat safe. The man had one hand on his knee, his head hanging down, the shreds of hair on his forehead hiding his expression. But he just sat there, silent, and after a while, it was only slowly that he took a small pill bottle from his pocket, poured 2 pills into his palm, swallowed them, and, turning his head slowly, his dark eyes covered with blood, his pale face without a trace of blood, his whole being permeated with an uneasy air of. Yucho-chi didn't know exactly what to say to comfort him. Just like when she lost both her parents so suddenly, she wouldn't listen to a word anyone tried to tell her, and would even hate those who came to advise her to be sorry and to think better of her. This kind of bone-deep pain, she had practically felt it more than anyone else, not to mention that Jiang Yibei's situation was much more serious than hers at that time. His mother, who chose to kill herself so as not to drag her children down with her, so that they would no longer be used by their father. In terms of her, this is indeed a very great mother's love, but in terms of Jiang Yibei, it is inevitable that he cannot accept. Yucho-chi slowly raised her hand and landed on Jiang Yibei's cheek, her voice trembling slightly as she said, "Honey, my heart goes out to you." These words made Jiang Yibei's strongly held back emotions could no longer be controlled. Tears fell down her cheeks, her shoulders kept shaking, and she let out a soft sobbing sound. Yucho-chi once again took him into his arms, gently soothing, and, "Go ahead and cry. It won't hurt so much inside, wife." The man's voice was shaking uncontrollably, and although the volume was low, it was so penetrating that it gripped her for a moment. Half a dozen times, he added, in a low voice, "I don't have a mom anymore." Yucho-chi only felt like her heart was clutched by someone, sending tight pain. She tried hard to endure the pain in her heart, biting her lip, rubbing Jiang Yibei's back one by one. "And me, and Nan, we're all your family, and we always will be. If I could have made a choice earlier, wouldn't Mom have thought twice about it?" Yucho-chi's body trembled violently. She thought of countless possibilities, and she also thought that she could guess what Jiang Yibei was thinking about, but he never thought that he would blame himself for it. What he did wrong. The feelings between his parents were not his to decide, and he should not be the one to blame himself. "Yibei, this matter is not your fault. We all know in our hearts about Mom's situation. Even if you had resolved the conflict with your father early on, he wouldn't have been able to see Mom anymore. That way, Mom might just go away sooner. And I think you should know how she thinks. You're her son. The man clenched his fists hard. Tears soaked Yuchiochi's shoulders, and the hot tears scalded her heart. Would you be sad? Would you care if one day I made that choice too? His every word made Yuchiochi gradually change from initial heartache to panic. Jiangyibai would be afraid, would worry that he and his mother would end up on the same path. In his world, he'd probably imagined a scene like that more than once. Yuchiochi grabbed his shoulders and forced him to look straight at himself, his gaze firm as he told him that, "You have me. I do love you. And though there have been conflicts between us, there has not been a minute when I have not loved you." Shinhwa also said that your situation is not serious. As long as we face it positively, everything will be fine. Honey, think about before. Aren't we all better off? You haven't been out of control in a long time. Even now, you're in a bad mood and depressed. But you don't do anything bad. You even comfort me? And you even offered to come over for a hug when I was worried. You're great. Don't speculate for no reason. Just believe in your love for me, okay? Jiangyibai wiped the tears on his face, a hint of bewilderment in his eyes, and his whole body was frozen in disbelief as he asked her. Meaning, I love you and I have to live well for you, right? Not all right. Yuchiochi stroked his head and continued. You love me in case we don't meet in the next life, so you're going to cherish the time you have with me in this life, right? Think about it. Would you be willing to leave me? If you die, I'll take your money and spend it on another man, marry someone else, then give someone else a baby. The baby will call someone else daddy. No! The man suddenly roared and held her tightly at once, the strength of which made Yuchiochi nearly suffocate. No 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 no! His continuous refusal to. All of this is killing me just hearing about it. And something like this must never happen. You can only be my wife. For the rest of your life. He shook his head hard and, nope, no matter how many lifetimes. You can only be my wife. I can't die. I'll live well and then guard you every inch of the way. You don't stand a chance. Well, I don't have a chance. Yuchiochi didn't struggle in his arms, just quietly listening to the sound of the man's heartbeat. It wasn't until his emotions subsided and the sound of even breathing came from him that she slowly raised her head. Chapter 151 Formal Negotiations. She then quietly waited for Jiangyibai to fall asleep, not daring to make any noise. He must have been up all night, and now that he's taking his medicine and relaxing, he's bound to not be able to hold it together, until the man's body started to sink down. Yuchiochi held his body, letting him lean against the wall for the time being, and then he went out and called Chen Mo and Pei Sin in and helped him back to the bedroom. After the two of them discussed the matter, Pei Sin went downstairs and prepared some medicines. It's amazing. Jiangyibai wasn't even hurt this time. I thought I had to call 120 in advance. I just checked. Nothing at all. Chen Mo rolled his eyes at him and, what do you know? Go do your job. After the door of the room was closed, Yuchiochi still frowned nervously as she looked towards the inside. Dr. Chen, do you think he's considered to be in bad shape again? You don't know how scary he was just now. It's normal that he would associate his future with his mother's death. You don't have to be too nervous. Chen Mo pointed downstairs, then turned around and walked downstairs. Yuchiochi silently followed behind. After sitting down, she continued to ask questions. And I can feel that his emotions are changing. Aren't they? Chen Mo didn't answer. He just nodded. He guessed what Yuchiochi wanted to ask. It's a little too cruel to be honest, but as a professional psychiatrist, it's something that prevents him from lying about it. Your guess is right. It is true that it was because your abandonment was too much for him to take, and perhaps you don't realize that, but Payson and I both know exactly what he went through when you didn't want him. Jiangyibai won't let me talk about these things, but you can check it out when you have time. The injuries on his body. If Chen Mo hadn't said it, she definitely wouldn't have known that Jiangyibai had actually done something to hurt himself again. No wonder he's always so tightly dressed. Even the day he went to the temple and had his wounds treated, he covered himself with his clothes. But it's not your fault. You don't have to feel guilty about it. And if it were anyone else, they probably wouldn't be able to figure it out until now. You were able to quickly convince yourself to give Jiangyibai a chance. That alone is enough to make Jiangyibai remember you for the rest of his life. Again, as his friend, I am grateful. Chen Mo smiled shallowly and poured her a cup of water. Although Jiangyibai's situation doesn't look that good anymore, it's better than before. He's going to be very good at controlling his emotions. That alone is a big step forward. If he had to do it on his own, I don't think it would be possible for 10 or 20 years. You see, Auntie Jiang is a good example. She controlled her whole life, but in the end it was futile. Actually, I should be with him now, right? Yuchiochi clasped his hands together, squeezing his fingers uneasily, and sighed softly. He needs me. It's really obvious to me that he needs me. Yes, Chunmo replied sincerely without thinking. If it were usual, I would have suggested that you stay with him, but in Jung's case I don't have to ask. From the news alone, it's clear that this is no small matter, and you must be busy as well, seeing how haggard you are. Yuchochi nodded, and had just glanced toward the upstairs bedroom when her cell phone rang again. She clicked on the interface, frowning in annoyance at the uncountable red dots on the. What do you think? What should I choose? In fact, I really want to stay, but if I stay, what about Jung's? We can't go to Sister Nan. Her situation isn't much better than Jiangyi's. The words did not fall. Her cell phone ringing. See the top display Lin Yang. Yuchochi hurriedly clicked to answer. But Lin Yang's first sentence has just been exported. She nearly sat down. John's project manager jumped to another company with people. The people under his hand panicked. Lin Yang is worried that he does not know what to do. Come to ask Yuchochi is to know. This matter should be notified Jiangyi. She thought for a moment, and refused. In a hushed voice, 2, you make a tally of the rest. 1 for 3. All the projects picked up have to be docked by someone. Let Lele transfer someone from you to help. And wait for me to go back to the company for the other things. Putting down the phone, she looked apologetically at Chunmo. Chunmo nodded his head. I understand. I'm also trying to advise you that for Jiangyi, the company is equally important. Especially for someone like him, whose face is more important than his life. What's the difference between the company collapsing and killing him at this time? Go about your business. I think he should be able to adjust to his state when he wakes up. Tough luck. Explain to him for me that he's the most important thing in my heart. What's his is just as important. It's a war. The war we fought as a couple in tandem. I'm going to win. And so must he. Yuchochi grabbed his cell phone and drove all the way back to the company without stopping. Lele was quick on her feet and hands, and had already brought all the people over. Although not familiar with the project, Yu's people are veterans of the business is highly qualified and has good communication skills, so for the time being, docking is not a big problem. Looking at the email sent by Ji Lin, Yuchochi did not hesitate to click off, and on the other side of the phone, Ji Lin asked her in puzzlement. He's got obvious loopholes in the taxes of these companies, and all you have to do is move the needle a little. Yifei would never turn over again. Why don't you do that? He's really your ex-boyfriend, isn't he? What are you babbling about? Yuchochi disliked him without a good mood, and then softly explained that. It's not that. As long as I keep watch on John's side, there won't be any problems for a while. There's nothing between Yifei and me. But back then, Jiangyi did do some bad things. This time, let's say I pay it back for him. If there's a next time, I won't let him off the hook. Yuri pulled a long, unintelligible O before hanging up. Lin Yang knocked and appeared in the doorway with a black face, and only after slightly moving a step away did Yuchochi see that Cao Cao had arrived. She rose and went to the door, and in a deep voice, Mr. Yi, you are really a business elite. Yifei still maintained his usual smile and replied softly, in terms of the mall, did I do something wrong? It's normal for there to be competition between Jiangyi and I, right? Now Zhang's situation, even if I don't do it, I guess there are people who see him as bad and want to do something about it. What's more, Jiangyi was not a righteous man for what he once did. Yuchochi faintly tugged at the corner of his lips, raised one eyebrow, and nodded his head. In that case, what are you planning to do here? Aren't even going to invite me in to sit down? Yuchochi took a step back and made way for him, followed by taking a bottle of water and placing it on the table, and softly said, straight up. Chapter 152, leaving him. So hostile? Yifei picked up the mineral water and unscrewed the cap and handed it back to her. Drink some water. Your mouth is dry. Yuchochi didn't pick it up, but slowly sat down across from him, her arms crossed in front of her chest. The look wasn't quite anger, but it wasn't as kind as it had been before, and she said, earnestly, Yifei, no matter which way it comes from, there's no need for you and I to talk about those false words of affection. I want you to say what you have to say. You know more about Zhang's situation than anyone else, and I'm sure it's clear that I don't have that much time for small talk. Yifei was slightly stunned, raised his hand and pushed his glasses, and understood something in his heart. You're a smart man. I didn't think you'd figure it out so quickly, so naturally you're well aware that I'm not only doing this because of what Jiangyi did to me in the first place, and me to you. Yuchochi directly raised his hand and interrupted him. If that's the only thing you came over here for today, there's no point in us continuing this conversation. I only have Jiangyi in my heart. You knew that when I was in college, and you still do. No matter what happens between me and him, the fact that I love him will never change. Yifei nodded, and his smile faded away as he asked after him, undeterred, even for the sake of Jiangyi sacrificing the Yu clan you do not mind. If this time he did not solve the crisis of the Zhang clan as soon as possible, then you're mobilizing resources from two companies into one, and that's necessarily at the expense of the other. The thing that you have to protect with your life. Are you willing to lose it like this? Willingly? Yuchochi slowly picked up the teacup, his wrist flaked and, of course she wasn't willing. It was Dad's company. It was something she fought tooth and nail to keep, but she believed in Zhang Yibei. This man had done everything he could to help her run Yu's well when he thought he didn't love him anymore, and now how could he let himself lose the company? Perhaps feeling that this reason had moved Yuchochi, Yi Fei rode the wave of victory. Zhang Yibei might have helped you before just to have gotten you, but now that he's got you, given his character, when it comes to choosing between the two, which company do you think he'd choose? I'm not saying he's more selfish by any stretch of the imagination. John's future and market capitalization are far higher than Yu's. What kind of choice do you think he'll make? He leaned back slowly on the couch, legs folded, and said, in a hushed voice, Akuchi, you may not like these words, but I don't care if you love me or not. Who's in your heart? I like you. Since I was a child, and only you. When I was inferior to Zhang Yibei, I lost willingly, but anyone can fight back, right? I don't love you any less than he does. You saw him a couple times in 4 years of college, but I was always there for you when something went wrong. It's clear to everyone but you that I like you, so I'm not sure where I'm not as good as Zhang Yibei. I have money now, and I have social status. I'll give you my heart, too. Even so, won't you give me a chance, even if it's a fair fight? Yuchochi put down his teacup. I'm not sure what I've done to cause you such a misunderstanding, but I've let you talk enough for today that, Yi Fei, I can't bear your liking. Before you say these words, we can only be friends with each other. I'm a person who doesn't like to be ambiguous with others, so I'll try not to contact them in the future. She got up straight away and headed for the door. Yuchochi, do you have a heart? Yi Fei stood up violently, his hands trembling as he stood in place, his eyes somewhat reddened. Perhaps for the first time in his life, he was so out of control that he was shocked by the way he looked, and followed it up with a quick apology. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have sounded so heavy. I was just... Yuchochi turned around and took a step towards him. In her impression, Yi Fei's face always had a gentle smile on it, and his tone of voice was always gentle and, always the most emotionally stable of them all. As if no girl in the world would turn down such a gentleman. She stood face to face with him, and Yi Fei hung his head awkwardly, not knowing how to apologize. Yi Fei, I'm sorry. Yuchochi sighed softly and, the previous things, it is indeed Zhang Yibei's fault. I can understand that you have a hard time in your heart, and we accept that today you did this, but none of this has anything to do with you and me. Even if you hadn't left the country in the first place, I wouldn't have chosen you. That may be cruel to say, but I also want you to have happiness of your own. Leave him, I only ask one thing. Yi Fei turned his head away, not to look at her directly. You leave Zhang Yibei, I'll return all the projects and resources, and his team, or else I'll make a move next. Shou-chi, since I'm back, naturally I'm prepared. With Zhang's current reputation, it's not hard for me to bring down such a company, and Zhang Yibei probably can't get his act together. So think about it, I'll only give you 1 day. He knew that this kind of behavior was disgraceful, and he didn't dare to meet Yuchochi's eyes. Yuchochi shook his head firmly. I won't leave him for Zhang's sake. Zhang Yibei and I have the ability to fix everything, and even if we can't, I'm ready to start over with him. I'm a selfish person. I won't leave him for him. Yi Fei, you lost your bet. You overestimated my character. She knew clearly that in Zhang Yibei's heart she was the most important. If she agreed to Yi Fei for the sake of Zhang's, then it was expected that Zhang Yibei would die of sadness. In that case, even if he kept Zhang, it might be more painful for him. Yi Fei didn't say anything else, just nodded, and before he could walk out of the office, the door slowly opened. The man was dressed in a black suit, with a straight posture, and his expression was still the usual indifferent look, glancing at the two people in the office, and said in a deep voice that, Mr. Yi is here. Didn't make a call in advance. Sorry, I had a meeting before I got busy. Husband. Yuchochi walked towards him. The man unfolded his arms and directly wrapped her in his arms, lowering his head with a doting smile on his face. Honey, you've worked hard. Get some rest and leave the rest to me. Zhang Yibei put his arm around her and slowly opened the door to the resting place. Get some sleep. I'll call you later. Do as you're told. Then Yuchochi pointed to the door. Zhang Yibei nodded towards her and said softly, Don't worry. Calm down. Promise not to make a move. Not to curse. Civilized and polite. Closing the door of the rest, Zhang Yibei walked to Yi Fei. Looking at his astonished face, he didn't hold back a smile. Didn't expect that? Did you not expect me to be down? Or did you not expect to be rejected by my wife? Chapter 153 Bankruptcy. Just a little shocked at your tacit understanding. Yi Fei spread his hands. She refused my proposal, and to put it mildly, she's still been true to her heart, and has loved you from the beginning. Jiang Yibei stood in front of him with a smile, and said in a light tone, tacit understanding, husband and wife live together for a long time naturally have some, but more is that she understands me. I also understand her. No matter what kind of conditions you offer, even if it's the kind of self-sacrifice that makes her great, she won't be swayed in the slightest. That's Yu Cho Chi. Yi Fei expressed his approval. You are very lucky and make people jealous. But I only lost. But not to you. After saying that, he turned around and just walked out 2 steps. Jiang Yibei's hand pressed his shoulder. Yi Fei alertly turned back, his eyes full of defense. What do you want? Jiang Yibei slowly lowered his hand and said seriously towards him. I'm sorry for what happened 2 years ago, and I'm not saying this because of John's crisis. But I should have told you this a long time ago. You don't have to show mercy for what comes next, and I'll fight back myself. So to each his own. Yi Fei froze slightly. He didn't expect that the arrogant to unbeatable Jiang Yibei would also apologize. Although this apology was 2 years late and cost him a lot, he would not forgive and could not forgive, but still saw a trace of sincerity in Jiang Yibei's eyes. He didn't say anything, just turned away silently, unable to make any reply to either this apology or this declaration of war. After the people left, Lin Yang came in right after, and almost cried out the moment he faced Jiang Yibei. Mr. Jiang, you're finally back. If you don't come back the company won't be able to keep it. Mr. Yu is going to be exhausted, and Yu's is probably going to be finished. You have to pull yourself together. Jiang Yibei raised his hands to plug his ears, sat in his chair and silently clicked the mouse. Lin Yang, if you don't stop, I'll transfer you to Rio de Janeiro and feed you to the parrots before the company closes down. Lin Yang hurriedly covered his mouth and desperately shook his head. Report on the specifics. How's the thing I asked you to do about transferring the foreign funds back? How long will it take? Lin Yang hurriedly opened the tablet and looked up the information on it, reporting all the circumstances as they were, even all of Yu Chiochi's decisions, along with how hard it was for her. So, Mr. Jiang, even if Madam didn't handle it that perfectly, you shouldn't talk about her. She's exhausted. Jiang Yibei propped up his chin. His other hand kept scratching on the screen, and without lifting his head, he retorted. Who says she didn't handle it as well as she could have? She's very good at this crisis response. She's just a bit silly. She, always doesn't think of herself. Jiang Yibei slowly looked up. I've contacted the team. The people will be in place tomorrow. Transfer Yu's people back, and the funds will be in place by noon tomorrow. So let the finance. At that time, he thought for a moment, shook his head and, now you have the finance department transfer Yu's liquidity back. But both Cho Chi and my personal assets will remain untouched for the time being. Mr. Jiang, you can't be. Are you planning to not pay back the lady's money? You're not this kind of person. Lin Yang held the documents and skimmed his mouth with a disgusted look. He swore at the time that Jiang Yibei would never do this, but then he turned his head and slapped his face. A man who spends his wife's money is not a good person and will be condemned. Even he knows the truth. But Jiang Yibei surprisingly does not understand. What money am I returning? We are husband and wife. What's mine is hers. In the future all the money you directly call to my wife's account will be fine. Leave me a secondary card. Enough for usual socializing on the line. That said, he made a few more phone calls, stood at the floor-to-ceiling window looking toward the office building across the street for a moment, and he watched the time almost run out before he gingerly made his way to the door of the restroom and, quietly opening the door a crack, the woman on the bed was lying on her side, breathing evenly, sleeping so soundly that she hadn't even had time to change her clothes. She must have been exhausted. Jiang Yibei's heart flooded with acidity, his heart aching and his eyes instantly reddened. Walking over to the bed for fear of disturbing her, he sat down directly on the floor and stretched out a finger and gently placed it in her palm. He heard all the conversation between Yi Fei and Yu Chiochi just now. In fact, he should have gone in long ago, but he still waited to hear Yu Chiochi's answer in a ghostly manner. And I don't know what kind of answer I was hoping for. Or what I was really still suspecting. It wasn't until he heard that Yu Chiochi knew himself so well and trusted him so much that his remorse gradually sprouted in his heart. The woman on the bed moved slightly and slowly opened her eyes. The moment she saw Jiang Yibei, she hurriedly got up and raised her hand and wrapped her arms around him. What's wrong? Not feeling well? Jiang Yibei couldn't stop the acidity in his heart and hugged her tightly. No, it's just that I can't bear to disturb you when I see you sleeping so well. I'm sorry, wife, for making you work so hard. It's my fault. It's my uselessness. I'm not strong enough inside to be in the situation I'm in now. I know all about it. You've given too much for me. I'm sorry. He can say so much in one breath. And his emotions look fine. So that means it's alright. Yuchochi grabbed his arm and carefully surveyed his demeanor. Even Jangibei started to be shy when he looked at it. His ears instantly reddened, and he touched his face in a twisted manner. Honey, what are you looking at? Is there something on my face? Look how you're so great. Hubby, how did you figure it out in such a short time? Jangibei is really Jangibei. She directly got up and got out of bed, and after glancing at the time, she was startled. Egu, it's already this moment. No, I have to go to the project department. Jangibei pressed her back onto the bed as he. Take it easy. I told you to leave it to me next. Don't worry, I've got it all covered. Rest in peace and all of the company's situations have been reported by Lin Yang. You trust me. I'll solve all the problems within 3 days. Believe you? Of course I believe you. That's nonsense. Jangibei also sat on the edge of the bed and raised his arm around her. I know. You don't believe me, wouldn't even bet on yous. Aren't you afraid that I'm really finished this time? Do you still want me if I go bankrupt? You will not lose money in. At least not in a short time. If you go bankrupt, come work for me. At that time, I'll make you work every day. Then go bankrupt. Jangibei wrapped his arms around her and buried his head into Yuchochi's shoulder. I want to work for you. Make me at the company during the day and at home at night. Think of the happiness. Yuchochi grabbed his hair and rubbed it. Alas, what's it like to be a president and pamper yourself every day? Chapter 154, 3 people holding out together. So who the hell made the rule that the titular president can't be pampered? Then can I be pampered with the president? Jangibei's entire body was pasted onto Yuchochi's body, hating that every inch of his skin was next to hers. General you hurt me. I want to die you. Hold for a while more okay. I feel hard in my heart. Give me a rub okay. Yuchochi could do nothing with him at all, so she could only put her palm onto Jangibei's chest and gently rubbed it. Fine. Rub you. I know you're not feeling well. I'm with you. Always. Ahem. Inside the office, a heavy cough startled Yuchochi. Jangibei hurriedly and vigilantly took her into his arms, gently soothing her. It's fine. I'm going to break Lin Yang's legs or poison him dumb. He yelled out towards the outside end. You're going to die. Lin Yang, just pray that I don't have a knife in my hand at this moment. Yuchochi hurriedly got down from the bed. It is not early. I do not know if this will be. Jangibei is not going to work overtime, but Lin Yang to urge is bound to be something. Before she could walk out, Jangibei directly hugged her on her thighs and carried her out like a small child. Put me down. Lin Yang is outside. Yuchochi struggled, blushing to the roots of her ears. Don't move. Be good. Baby, you'll fall if you move around. Lin Yang is out there. What's he afraid of? If he dares to look at me more than once, I'll gouge his eyes out. Jangibei's voice deliberately enlarged, frightening Lin Yang outside the door. Hurriedly lowered his head deeply, and only hurriedly opened his mouth when he heard a movement. Mr. Jiang, things are all arranged. The foreign side asked you to give a call back as soon as possible. And, without waiting for Lin Yang to explain, Yuchochi and Jangibei had already seen it, and she hurriedly got off of Jangibei, awkwardly tugging at her clothes. Sister Nan, it's so late. Why did you come over? I'm sorry, eBay is just capable of fooling around. Jiangnan didn't hold back a low laugh. Maybe really didn't hold back. Also don't hold back. Simply raised his head to make a mockery of it. Ha. I'm not saying you. Jiangibei, are you sick? Just these 2 steps, what are you hugging on? It's outrageous to have a wife who's as rare as an eyeball. Yuchochi's face instantly turned red. She twisted and held her forehead, really wanting to instantly disappear from this world. Jangibei disliked back without a good mood. Who let you not have a husband? Jealous of me? Jealous, just say straight. Not if I find someone to arrange and you matchmaking. I'm not sure how many people would want you, but I'll be able to bully them into it. Otherwise, consider thinking about Qianjiani, handsome, rich, and can also chat, just to make up for this low EQ gene of yours. Jiang Yinan pointed to his nose. I have low IQ? Jangibei should speak with intelligence. Don't be stupid. How much similarity between our genes do I need to say? I didn't say I had a high EQ. I'm low too. Otherwise how could I have pissed off my wife and not been able to coax her for so many years? But I'm shameless. Look, it's not like I'm begging my wife back. You can't be shameless. So I understand being single. And you should understand how I feel about having a wife who isn't easy to treat like the apple of my eye. He circled around a great deal, and circled the topic back again. Jiang Yinan was speechless, and for a time thought that Jangibei's current state was really particularly suitable to go to her company as a project mentor. Or, with that eloquence, he might consider thinking about a pig-killing tray. eBay, we have to be good law-abiding citizens, she urged, with a bitter look, and when she saw that she was not heeded, she added earnestly that, Stop it. I came over for something. Jiang Yinan handed over a check. You didn't tell me when such a big thing happened to the company. And so did you. Chochi, we are a family. Yu Chochi apologized and explained. I'm sorry, Nan. It's not that I haven't treated you like family. It's just that I know you and Ibe are in a bad mood. And you're already having a hard time. So how can I bother you? Moods are moods. And work is work. Mother's departure certainly saddened me. But she must have wanted Ibe and I to have a good life. It was bound to be hard for us for a while. Just not for long. And he and I both knew exactly how to live. How to face this. So that we didn't fail Mom. And, don't worry. I'm fine. And the company will be fine too. The three of us will hold up together. So is this the dragon and phoenix child's heart having the same feeling? Jiang Yibei figured it out at the same time. Jiang Yinan also returned to his usual state. To be honest, Yu Chochi began to admire the siblings a little. Jiang Yibei glanced at the check and gently said, TSK. Well, actually, I've got most of the company's affairs settled. And I still have some assets overseas. Enough to hold up but since sis gave me the money, I didn't really have to turn it down. Besides, it's so much. It's good to save it for my wife's bag. So I'll take it reluctantly. Jiang Yinan reached out to grab it. You return me. Jiang Yibei, you have money you do not say. Your sister to make money easy. I have never seen such heartless brother. Jiang Yibei took several steps back, stuffed the check into Yu Chochi's bag, and pointed at Jiang Yinan. You didn't give a gift when I got married. This check counts as a gift. It's my way of giving you a chance to make amends. And you should be thanking me. What's more, what do you need so much money for? It's not like a single dog has anywhere to spend it. I'll give you a big one when you have a boyfriend. Bae. Yu Chochi tugged on his arm a bit and, give it back to Sister Nan. Stop it. I'm not sure about your overseas assets, but we have enough money. No need. Jiang Yinan waved his hand. He's right. Consider it a gift from me to you guys. He hasn't been polite to me since he was a kid. God knows I don't wish I had a younger brother. She glared at Jiang Yibei. Seeing as you found me such a good sister-in-law, I'll spare you this beating today. Alright, I'll come back tomorrow morning. You two get all mushy in one piece. After greeting Yu Chochi, Jiang Yinan left directly. Is it appropriate? Yu Chochi took the check out of her bag and handed it to Jiang Yibei. Sister Nan sighed. Suitable. Don't worry. This money you don't take it, she's the one who's really going to be worried. My sister, that person I know well. This money must be something she doesn't use for a while. She won't let herself have financial problems just to keep my company. Let's accept it first, and find a name to return it to her later. Maybe she can really find a husband sometime, and then give her as a gift. Chapter 155, Soul Torture. So, why are you so adamant about Nan not being able to find a boyfriend? I think Sister Nan is so good. She's long and pretty, and she's straightforward. All good points. Jiang Yibei nodded his head in agreement, and while putting the check back into her bag, he said, You say all the good things, but that's in a woman's eyes. In a man's eyes it's pressure. My sister, president, doctor, not much else. Those two alone put most men off. After saying that, he wrapped his arm around Yu Chochi's shoulders and lowered his head to give her a kiss on the cheek. Not me. I'm just as good. Although my wife is just as good. The main thing is that I'm shameless. I'll haunt you so you won't have time to look at anyone else. So don't you get down on yourself for being so good. I love you. Yu Chochi was simply admiring. This man's sudden shamelessness could really kill him. Lin Yang silently waited for the two to finish showing their love, then drove the car and sent the person back home as fast as he could in his life. Everything was proceeding in an organized manner, just as Jiang Yibei had expected. Within 3 days Zhang's on the crisis was easily resolved by him. Just Yifei sighed, but he did not do the next move. He came back in too much of a hurry, and this onslaught was even more risky. And not only did it not work out, but it cost his company so much that he's already starting to look after himself. Jiang Yibei didn't have the need to make another move. Stepping on the head of a loser again was never his style of behavior. During this period, Zhang's father went to Jiang Yinan's company twice, but she refused to meet with him on the grounds that she was busy with work. He eventually moved out of the Zhang family villa, and Zhang Dangdang went back to live at school in a fit of pique. Jiang Yibei moved his office to Yu Chochi's company, although he often needed to run both ways. But he was still happy to do so. After all, being able to accompany his wife is better than anything else. Seeing him sneakily hiding in the lounge to make a phone call, Yu Chochi tiptoed over and stood guard at the door. Jiang Yibei put down his cell phone and saw a small shadow through the doorway. He didn't hold back a smile. After surreptitiously snapping a picture of the shadow, he pushed straight out the door. Yu Chochi immediately jumped out and yelled at him. And, yo, Agu. Jiang Yibei patted his chest, breathing heavily and tensed. And, scared me to death. Baby, how can you be so bad? How can you sneak up on me and scare me? I can't, I have to make it up to. As soon as he took the person into his arms and wrapped them tightly, he ground his teeth on the back of Yuchochi's neck and, I'm scared to death. My wife can't leave me alone. Give me some comfort, okay? Yuchochi raised her hand and tugged on his ear, giving the man a kiss on the cheek. How big a deal to give you a reward? Pretentious. Yandere was still unforgiving. The whole person wrapped around her body like an octopus. That's not good enough. How can a light one be? I want a serious kiss. After saying that, not waiting for Yuchochi to refuse, he directly embraced the woman's thighs and supported her to put the person on the desk, whispering in Yuchochi's ear, this is my favorite position. Her lips intentionally touched her earlobe, and pulled her excess hair behind her ear, and the tip of her nose slowly approached the tip of her nose and, Yuchochi subconsciously closed his eyes and gently dotted the water with a kiss that, looking at the warm yellow light of the ceiling, she no longer knew what time it was. She couldn't remember when it started, but the physical exhaustion was clearly felt. The man's palm was still hot. The difference was that at the moment he was massaging her all over her body. Baby. Yandere guiltily sneaked a glance towards Yuchochi's face, and seeing that the person didn't pay attention to him at all, he directly put his whole body together. And, baby? Or you whip me? Yuchochi still just squinted his eyes and didn't say anything. This reaction made Yandere panic all of a sudden. He directly got out of bed and couldn't find anything around. He had to pull the belt out of the pants he had thrown to the floor and shoved it into Yuchochi's hand, then flung himself onto his knees beside the bed and, I swear, I just didn't control my timing in the heat of the moment. It's not that I don't love you. Just hit me. Don't scare me, okay? I'm sorry. Remember that for you next time. Now I have no strength. Yuchochi rolled over to get out of bed. Yandere clutched both of her wrists, crossed her head and pressed it to the bed, kissed the woman gently on the side of her ear, and then lay down smoothly beside her. It's a joke. I'm not going to give it up. I've already gone too far just now. I'll die of guilt if I do it again. Yuchochi let out a long breath, followed by Yandere's embrace. Wife, you want to ask something? Speak straight. Yuchochi's hand gently squeezed his abs, her face close to his pecs. The feeling was simply wonderful. Yandere gave a low hum before he opened his mouth a little embarrassed and asked, do you like it? I'm like this. Do you think you still like it? Liked it instead. Yuchochi propped himself up and slumped down, looking straight at him and asking, somewhat puzzled, every time you measure you do well. Why? Don't you want children? Chapter 156, She Cannot Be Deprived of Her Rights. Yandere suddenly froze. He opened his mouth in a daze, and in the end, he couldn't think of any reason for it. Yes, he didn't want a child because he didn't want to have a child like himself and live the life that his mother did. He knew in his heart how painful his life had been, but how could he say that? Wouldn't it be like a sympathetic appeal? Again, to say it? What's more, since Yuchochi asked this way, she was bound to want a child. She could not want it herself, so how could she be deprived of her right to be a mother? Why don't you talk? Yuchochi rolled over and lay on Yandere's chest, her eyes blinking as she looked at him, and the man smiled shallowly, explaining softly, just feel, suddenly, so hungry wife you say why I will be so hungry that's normal. Yuchochi glared at him without any good reason, and his tone was no longer gentle. I just tossed and turned for several hours, and the little meal I ate at noon was consumed long ago, so it would be strange if I wasn't hungry. She, a person who hadn't moved much, was feeling hungry chest to back, let alone Yandere who was working so hard. Let's go eat. We'll go home afterward. There's a Thai restaurant downstairs. I've been there once before with Lin Nan. She said the taste is okay. Yuchochi got up straight away and looked in the mirror while changing her clothes. Yandere silently picked up all the clothes scattered on the ground, folded them and put them aside. Although his expression did not change much, he was disturbed by that question of Yuchochi. He didn't say much all the way to the restaurant, silently peeling shrimp one after another. Honey, what's wrong with you? Are you sick somewhere? Yuchochi could clearly feel the change in him. Jiang had clearly stabilized. Everything was moving in a good direction. What else did he have to fret about? Yandere shook his head. It's fine. Eat more. You haven't gained much meat lately. When it comes to this topic, Yuchochi simply want to spit out. Has not yet grown meat. She was fed 4 meals a day by Yandere, and in the afternoon she had to eat dessert and drink afternoon tea. It hasn't been that long, and she feels as if her clothes are all too small for her. Annoying. Stop talking about growing meat, will you? If you keep this up, you won't dare to wear a navel dress, and the bikini will soon say goodbye. You weren't supposed to wear it either. I don't agree. Yandere added directly without lifting his head. This makes Yuchochi instantly dissatisfied. When did he have this kind of inexplicable idea? What to wear is his own freedom, and he is not his subordinate. Why everything has to listen to him? Besides, it's just a navel-gazing dress. It's just a waist reveal. Why should it matter? That's a bad thought. You're so annoying when you have to control what you wear. She tossed her spoon into the soup bowl and picked up her chopsticks to eat her papaya salad. Yandere slowly raised his head, explaining as a matter of course. That certainly can not You wear what navel dress That thing also do not know who designed. This every day in the office. The air conditioning blowing. That will not be diarrhea If there's a breeze outside, you'll catch a cold. And then you'll be sick in your old age. With stomach pains every day. Have you forgotten when you were in physical pain and wanted to vomit? And you're wearing a navel dress. How dare you? The man's expression with a threat. Good-looking peach blossom eyes slightly narrowed. Do not shed too heavy tone, but also have to let her know the likeness of the situation. Weak constitution would have needed to take care of, but also dared to threaten him with revealing navel dress. If he thought like this, Yuchochi's heart was somewhat happy. It was not controlling her, but caring. Well, if you don't wear it, don't wear it. What are you glaring at me for? Didn't stare The baby's so obedient, where do I want to stare Eat some shrimp. Dip in the curry to eat. Quite fresh it. I just tasted a bite. After dinner, Yandere sent her home, only saying that he still had a social engagement, and drove all the way to Chenmo's downstairs. As soon as he entered the door, Chenmo looked at his tired expression and was also a bit worried. What's the matter? Can't you sleep? Haven't you been better lately? He sat down directly on the carpet, his body leaning against the sofa, glanced at the cigarettes Chenmo handed over, waved his hand to refuse, and quit. My wife doesn't like it. It's really different when you have a wife. I'll tell you what you order. You don't sleep at night and come over here to show off to me that you have a wife? Chenmo viciously gouged him, turned around and took out a bottle of whiskey in the liquor cabinet, poured a glass and handed it to Yandere. Quit drinking? Take a sip if you're fuming. You're so good at it. You'll be fine. Yandere took the glass and drank half of the whiskey in one gulp, frowning and raising his glass towards him. Chenmo's entire body was stunned, but Yandere had already done this action, so he had no choice but to follow suit and drink half a cup. The man was going numb. He'd never been so drunk in his life. Are you looking for me to spar? Or this way? I'll ask Chen Jiani to come over. I can't drink you He and I together might be able to try. He refilled Yandere's glass again, and before he could put the bottle down, he saw Yandere pick up the glass and drink a large portion of it in one gulp. I'm going to. You're crazy, Yandere. Chenmo pressed down on the cup and looked at him in horror, her eyes full of disbelief. You have something to say. Don't scare me like that. Will you? Your wife doesn't want you anymore? Your wife doesn't want you. Yandere cursed in a bad mood, followed by continuing, oh, you don't have a wife. You're pressurized by no one. TSK. Chenmo gave a disgruntled TSK, then pushed the whiskey bottle in front of him and, drink up, drink up, drink up you heartless. I'm caring for you and you're taunting me. You deserve to feel bad. Yandere didn't say anything either. He just silently drank one cup after another. It wasn't that he wanted to drink more. It was just that there were a lot of words that he probably wouldn't be able to say in this life without a drink, and there was no one else who could help him but Chenmo. Half a bottle of wine down, his fingertips circling the mouth of the glass, he sighed before asking the question of, Chenmo, you said I inherited this problem because of my mom. Chenmo suddenly understood, but followed also a little puzzled. According to reason Yandere should be able to put down after a period of time is right. He had often laid out Auntie John's situation with Yandere a long time ago, even consciously or unconsciously. He also mentioned that perhaps Auntie Jiang would eventually choose to leave this world. Yandere was unusually calm every time. He was obviously ready to accept it. But why was he like this again? His state was very wrong today. Are you sad because of this matter? Auntie Jiang's situation, you knew about it early on, so in your heart you still feel that it hasn't passed? Chenmo asked in a small voice. Chapter 157, haven't figured out what to do yet. No. Yandere coldly squeezed two words out of his throat, slowly lifting his eyelids, his eyes staring at him in a godless manner. Chenmo didn't hold back a shiver. Don't look at people from this angle. Will you? Down three white heartless people all look like this. A psychiatrist changed his profession to reading faces? Yandere lowered his eyes and silently disliked him, taking another sip from his cup before continuing his explanation. It's a child thing. You know, bidirectional affective disorder has a genetic predisposition. My mom just has 2 kids. Jiangnan is fine, but I'm genetically predisposed. Can you understand that? I'm a little scared. Chenmo pushed up his glasses and followed with a question that, is Yuchochi pregnant? Didn't you never intend to have a child? This was the first time that Zhang Yibei felt that Chen Mo's IQ turned out to be not very high, and his emotional intelligence was also a bit worrisome. He didn't explain, just shook his head. Oh, so that means she wants children. But you're afraid to have them because you're afraid it'll be like you. What about you? Do you wish to have children? Or do you want to be a father? This question had never occurred to him in these 20 years of life, and he was tormented by such immobilizing crankiness and unexplained depression that, I don't even dare to think about getting married, and I don't even want to talk about children. He couldn't be sure how he'd cope if he did pass the disease on to his child, but he watched his mother agonize over him, blame herself, and he didn't want to live this repetitive life, and he couldn't let his children live it either. I don't want it. In fact, I used to be adamant about it, but Akuchi is normal. If she wants it, I can't deprive her of it. I can't be cured, can I? Zhang Yibei tugged at the corner of his lips and smiled helplessly and bitterly. Wouldn't it be nice if I was a normal? Pursued her seriously from the start, fell in love with her, got married, had kids, lived a quieter life, just as long as it was her. But such a life is too much for someone like me, and I've never done anything good in my life where I could be so happy. Chen Mo shook his wine glass one by one, his wrist resting on his knee, and suddenly a not-so-good premonition appeared in his heart. So, you're not asking for a divorce, are you? Zhang Yibei, I advise you not to be too subtle. Really? How did you beg someone back in the first place? Have you forgotten that? How you came to me crying when people left? Do you want to go through all that again? Chen Mo stretched out a finger, poked his knee, and asked him, in a deep voice, doesn't it hurt anymore? Not the time for you to tell me how to beg people for forgiveness in a bitter way? It's good to forget the pain. I didn't. Zhang Yibei slapped his hand away and pinched his brow in annoyance. I won't leave her. At least not now. But what if she leaves me because of the baby? My fear is that she'll not want me. She asked me, but I didn't know what to say, so I just glossed over it. So, Chen Mo sighed in relief and, you can actually have children. The disease doesn't affect the reproductive system, and as long as they aren't monozygotic twins there isn't that much of a chance of inheritance. You can choose to have a child when you're emotionally stable and in the best shape possible. And with a little more preparation this isn't out of the realm of possibility. He raised his head and glanced at Zhang Yibei. His expression did not change much. I guess he had checked a lot of information. These words should be clear to him himself. It's a reflection, obviously, of not being able to get past the fact that in your own mind. Then this matter, I guess we have to rely on him to figure it out by himself. Psychological detachment will definitely be counterproductive for someone as smart as Zhang Yibei. You know it all in your heart, don't you? So I won't try to persuade you, but think it over. It's not as serious as you think it is. And, since you don't want to leave her, I suggest you talk to her and find out if Yuchochi really wants a child. And if, by so much as a coincidence, she doesn't want it either, then you've come to an understanding. If she wants it, you'll reconsider whether or not you're comfortable with it, or target some rationalized treatment, and then prepare for pregnancy. When he finished speaking, he continued to stare at Zhang Yibei. His expression remained unchanged, his eyes a bit dull. Chen Mo was puzzled, a low head, only to realize that the bottle of wine in his hand, empty. Zhang Yibei, you drank almost a bottle. Ah! He roared in shock. The man nodded his head in a daze. In fact, Chen Mo's words just now are clear to him. Similar to this kind of words he also had countless times in his heart to persuade himself. But often persuade others and persuade yourself effect is completely opposite. He is not do not understand these axioms. He is just timid. Just worry about Yuchochi will leave just. Maybe he hadn't drank for a long time. He suddenly became a little dizzy, and when he looked at Chen Mo he only felt that he was a little wobbly. Zhang Yibei waved his hand impatiently. Don't you wiggle. I'm drinking most of the bottle and you're drinking too much in just one glass. It's over. It's over. Zhang Yibei, you're drunk. You're done. Chen Mo hurriedly got up, and after rummaging around he couldn't find a single sobriety pill. So he had to take a bottle of water from the refrigerator and hand it to him. You hurry up and drink some water. Zhang Yibei glanced at him and pushed his hand away as he, do not drink. Don't you know how much I drink? I'm not drunk. What water? Chen Mo slowly sat down and showed a standard smile towards Zhang Yibei, threatening softly, if Yuchochi saw drinking like this, he'd probably blow a gasket. The man's body shuddered violently, followed by the wine also woke up 7 points. He hurriedly grabbed the mineral water on the table, unscrewed the cap and drank most of the bottle in one gulp. It's over. It's over. How did I accidentally drink so much? Finished. He got up in a panic and went to grab the car keys. Chen Mo just looked coldly, not moving at all. It wasn't until Zhang Yibei froze in place that he opened his mouth in a manner and, drinking, can't drive right. Then how are you going to go home? You drink like this, just go home, will be scolded right. Why don't you sleep here in my place for the night? I will talk to Yuchiochi. No no no. Jiang Yibei shook his head repeatedly. If you don't die, you have to go home. I'm married, how can I spend the night outside? The most I can do at home is to get beaten up. If I don't go home the nature can change. He grabbed his jacket on the sofa, called a valet on the software, and said again towards Chen Mo. You've forgotten everything I said today. I haven't figured out what to say to her about this. Let me think about it. Chen Mo nodded and followed along as well. Heading out. I'll give you a ride. I can't even stand up. I'm responsible if you die here now. In the car, Jiang Yibei drank 3 bottles of water in a row, and the chauffeur boy on the side was confused. It was the first time I'd seen someone drunk and so thirsty, and he looked back and asked, softly, Sir, there's no more water. Should I pull over and get you 2 more bottles? Chapter 158, Too drunk to enter the door. It was already late at night. Jiang Yibei sneaked into the villa. The lights in the room were basically turned off. Only a few night lights were left for him to illuminate the road with. I wanted to go rummage around the house for an antidote to alcohol, but it suddenly occurred to me that there was no such thing in the house at all. Yuchiochi didn't like him to drink. He couldn't remember exactly how long he hadn't dabbled in alcohol. Hesitantly he chose to take a shower first, at the very least to get all the booze off his body. It wasn't like I was planning to hide it from her, but it was best not to let my wife know about it. And those belt strokes I took in the afternoon still hurt vaguely behind my back when I thought about it. After taking a shower in the other bedroom and seriously perfuming herself, he stood in the doorway a little hesitant to go in, turned around several times, put his hand on the doorknob, and went back and forth several times, but still didn't have the courage to press it down. And, I'm just a little drunk, that's all. It's not like I'm doing anything else but drinking, and it's with Chen Mo, and no other women, let alone women. Chen Mo's cats are all males. Yeah, I didn't do anything wrong, why should I be afraid? I'm justified. Besides, it's normal for men to drink outside, right? It's socializing. Not to mention men. Even Yuchiochi occasionally socializes. She still takes care of her when she drinks too much herself and never criticizes her for it. Then he had a little drink himself. Not much, and he didn't need her to take care of him yet, so she wouldn't be mad. Surely not. Besides, it's just a man having a drink. Is it wrong? It's not. A wife has to understand. With a flourish, he pressed the door handle, and the moment he drilled into the room, Jiang Yibei's entire body froze. The lights in the room were on, and Yuchiochi was sitting at the desk, looking at the computer. Go back to, she said, not finishing her sentence. Jiang Yibei warily and hurriedly closed the door, ran to Yuchiochi in a few steps, flopped down and knelt down. I was wrong. Ha? Yuchiochi looked at him in surprise, wanting to ask him if kneeling like this hurt his knees. Jiang Yibei hurriedly explained. Chen Mo and I drank. It was all because he insisted on drinking, even though I didn't drink too much. But I drank, knowing full well that you don't like it when I drink, and that it wasn't necessarily an occasion that called for it. I've ignored all your concerns. Honey, I know I'm wrong. What happened today was a complete accident. I promise it won't happen again. You can scold me and beat me up, but don't be angry or disappointed in me. I'm actually very well behaved, and I don't know how today. He hung his head, his shoulders trembling softly one by one, and choked up until the words wouldn't go any further. The state of being arrogant enough to think that his wife should understand him just now completely disappeared, and the Jiang Yibei inside and outside the door was simply a different person. Yuchiochi only then smelled. He mixed with cologne flavor of all the alcohol. Originally did not sleep also because of the work of the things in the afternoon did not deal with the end of the matter. Just as well waiting for him to finish socializing. Now it seems that Jiang Yibei should not go to socialize, but to find Chen Mo drinking. He wouldn't drink like this when he didn't have anything to do. He was drunk like this. His body was swaying when he was kneeling. Chen Mo didn't even say anything to her about it. That's what the two of them were talking about today. And Jiang Yibei didn't want her to know about it. Her heart quickly analyzed everything clearly. But his current situation, Yuchiochi did not intend to pursue it. She took out her cell phone and asked the housekeeper to prepare the sobering soup, and reached out to help Jiang Yibei. Get up first. Is it hard on your stomach to drink so much? Have you eaten? Jiang Yibei's eyes didn't even dare to meet hers. He just replied in a small voice. I haven't eaten anything. I don't feel bad in my stomach. I'm sorry, wife, I'm sorry. Are you mad at me? She helped the man all the way to the bedroom, tucked him under the covers, raised her hand on Jiang Yibei's forehead and touched it. It just looked like he'd had too much to drink, and his face, though red, wasn't too hot. Just turned around and was about to get the sobering soup when his wrist was yanked by a hand. The man on the bed instantly reddened, tears falling down the ends of his eyes and disappearing drop by drop onto the pillow. Wife, I'm wrong. I don't drink anymore, okay? Don't be mad. Don't go. Or take me with you wherever you go, okay? Yuchochi took his hand and patiently explained. I'm not leaving. I'm going to get the sobering up soup. How much have you had? If you don't sober up, you'll wake up with a headache tomorrow, and you need to eat something. It's not good for your health to have an empty stomach. The man still wouldn't let go, and his speech, though a little slurred and his thinking unaffected. That you. Call me a husband, okay? You have not been called. Since I came back you did not call. Do not want me? Yuchochi was almost laughing at him. This person didn't know whether he was really drunk or pretending to be. Nothing more. And to think that she didn't call him her husband. She patted Jiangibei's hand helplessly. Good. Hubby, obey. I'll get the sober soup. You lie down obediently. Before the words fell, Jiangibei directly lifted the quilt and got up, hugging Yuchochi tightly behind her. Get the sober soup. I'll go with you and get it together. It won't delay things at all. He still didn't feel comfortable letting Yuchochi leave the room alone at this time. Even though he knew she shouldn't leave him, the moment he saw her back, he was panicked to the point of. So, even though it was hard, even though it was a bit childish to act like that, he still pestered her and followed her. The maid knocked on the door and, even though Jiangibei was wrapped around her body like an octopus at the moment, she had to go and open the door. Luckily, the maid had seen it all long ago, and placing the tray on the bedroom table, she turned and went out with a calm face. Go lie down and be good or I'll beat you, Yuchochi threatened in a cold voice, and in his hands, he kept holding a spoon to cool the sober soup. Jiangibei was unusually obedient, burrowing under the covers and sitting against the bed. Although everything he looked at was spinning, everything was a blur. But it didn't matter to him, because there was nothing but Yuchochi in his eyes. After drying almost, Yuchochi sat on the edge of the bed with the sobering soup. The man reached out for the spoon and held it twice without catching it. Don't move. I'll feed you. Yuchochi fed him spoonful after spoonful, without lifting her eyes. She was already getting hot cheeks from Jiangibei's hot gaze. You better not look at me like that. Jiangibei immediately closed his eyes and waited with his mouth open for the next spoonful of soup to be delivered to him. So obedient. Yuchochi didn't hold back an exclamation and rubbed his head as a reward. Jiangibei, who had been praised, was in a raised mood. Well, I'll do as I'm told, but I want to see you. Wife, I want you. I want to keep my eyes open. Is that okay? Chapter 159, Frightened. Well, open up. Seeing that he obeyed, Yuchochi was also a little happier. Although drinking alcohol into such behavior is not right, but Jiangibei's current appearance was especially like a puppy dog, obedient and adorable, but it made her anger disappear. The reason shouldn't be asked at this time either. When the heart is hard, but a wrong word can be mistaken for an accusation. After Jiangibei opened his eyes, his gaze followed Yuchochi's movements. She took away the soup bowl, poured another cup of warm water, fed Jiangibei 2 mouthfuls, and after a moment's reprieve, she picked up the porridge that was no longer hot. Eat some and go to bed, and do as you're told. Even if he didn't say anything, Jiangibei would also obey obediently. He stared at Yuchochi without looking away for a moment until the porridge was finished. His eyes didn't look away for a moment. After he lay down under the covers, he felt better all over. His stomach was warm and his body was. In the past, if you drank alcohol, you could only sleep by yourself with your head covered. The next day is hard to bear. Almost the third day will be fine. Now it's different. He has a wife. His wife is gentle and considerate. Even when she drinks too much she waits for him to come home, takes care of him, and doesn't even say anything accusatory. The man moved over in her direction, putting his head next to Yuchochi's shoulder, lifting his hand and wrapping it around her waist, full of guilt. And, honey, I know it's wrong. I'll never drink like that again. Worrying you and bothering you to take care of me. Yuchochi stroked his head and, honey, you're not an indulgent person all the time. There must be a reason why you drink so much. But you're not feeling well right now, and it's more important that you get some rest, and when you do, we can talk, if you want. We're a couple. There's nothing we can't say to each other, much less things we can't work out, right? She felt Jiangibei's body tremble a little, and a wet heat came from her shoulders. Here he is, crying. Yuchochi raised her hand and took him into her arms, softly comforting, and, it's okay, go home, go to sleep and wake up. Dawn. Jiangibei only felt that his mouth was dry and his body started to get hot. He slowly propped up his upper body and touched the water cup on the bedside table with difficulty. Instead, he touched a thermos, and without thinking too much about it, he opened the lid and gulped down most of the cup before realizing that this turned out to be honey water, just maybe a little too old and slightly sour. When he turned his head, he saw Yuchochi sleeping soundly, his dark hair covering his cheeks. Her thick lashes hung down in furry cuteness. and he lifted his hand to pull her shaggy hair behind her ear. My wife is so cute. I want to kiss my wife. His face had just come up to him when he remembered with a jolt how he was in bed, what had happened, and when he'd gotten home. Yes, I drank with Chinma yesterday, and I drank too much, and I drank a lot of water. It's over. It's over. It's over. He carefully retreated to his place, and images of his memory loss began to replay in his mind, connecting into fragments, and everything that had happened since he got home last night came back to him. When I think about it all, a strong sense of fear suddenly rises in my heart. Why are you drinking? Why do you need subterfuge when you're fine? He sat up slowly, his hands gripping his hair hard as deep remorse instantly crept over his body. It's hard to get your wife back. Why don't you cherish her once she's back? It was obvious that she could have behaved well, but instead she had to worry her, make her angry, and make people work hard to take care of her. At this moment, he didn't even dare to turn his head to look at Yuchochi, sleeping so well. It must be because he was exhausted from taking care of himself yesterday. He couldn't control his trembling body even by biting his lip hard, so he could only get up in a hurry and, walking nonstop all the way to the study, opening the window and taking a few hard, deep breaths to ease the pain coming from his heart. After calming down, his regret faded into fear, and the man braced his hands on the windowsill, his mind filled with images of last night. Yesterday Yuchochi didn't say anything, just comforted him and took care of him. What about today? What about when he sobers up? Will she be angry? Will she think he's not a good husband because of it? Or maybe she'll think she's not what she thought she was, and that such behavior will disappoint her. You can't just do nothing. You have to admit your mistakes and change them. He sighed heavily and turned back around in the living room several times, regretting that he couldn't wait to slap and holler himself to death. Is wine so good that you can drink and fret about things without worrying? Jiang Ibe, you're killing yourself. He lifted his hand and slapped himself hard on the face with. The slaps were unusually crisp and, it also sobered him up completely, and he grabbed the ruler sitting on a side table and hurried back to his bedroom. The early morning sunlight was a bit harsh. Yuchochi raised his hand to cover it, the other hand habitually touched to one side. The cold covers woke her up with the following. She looked up slowly, not seeing anyone, and she rolled over to sit up, puzzled. Only on the other side of the bed, the man was kneeling with his hands clasped around a ruler, his head hanging down. The husband. Yuchochi immediately got out of bed and ran over, her brow furrowed in pain, her hand cupping his face, making him raise his head, and it was only when he looked up that he saw Jiang Ibe's right cheek swollen and the corner of his lip somewhat broken. What happened to you? What's wrong? Get up. The man's eyes welled up instantly with tears, and his whole being was permeated with a great fear that He shoved the ruler into Yuchochi's hand and carefully asked her in a low voice, if you make a mistake you have to be punished, right? Hit me and get over it, okay? Don't be disappointed in me, don't leave me behind. I won't dare to do it again. Looking at Jiang Ibe, who was so scared that he was trembling. Where else would she be angry? But she was heartbroken, hurrying to reach around his trembling body, stroking and comforting. I know. There's a reason. I'm not angry, I won't leave you behind. I won't leave you because of it. My husband isn't afraid of that. She touched the man's cold cheeks, and the tears would well up again as she wiped them clean. Yuchochi knew that he was reacting, that he was freaking out, that Chen Mo was right. The time she left him made all the security Jiang Ibe had left disappear. He was running their marriage on thin ice, but the slightest hint of wind would cause instant panic. Get up first. She placed a soft, comforting kiss on the man's lips and pulled his arm so he could sit on the bed and, looking at the man's somewhat stiff movements, one could also imagine that he had been kneeling for a while. Wife, I'm sorry. I was drinking because I wasn't in a good mood and I wasn't in control of my condition, but in no way was it intentional, and I'm not a big drinker. Really, I swear, so don't blame me, okay? I'll admit to any punishment. Can you not be mad? Chapter 160, actually, we can separate. So, are you completely sober now? Yuchochi silently stepped back a little, pulling some distance away from him. She just wanted to look at Jiang Ibe clearly, but she didn't realize that this action caused his uneasiness to sharply increase. Jiang Ibe nodded his head vigorously, his voice trembling terribly. Awake, completely awake, and know that I have made a big mistake. Wife, I do not sit okay, so that I am more afraid. Tear after tear rolled down his cheeks in strings, soaking a large portion of his chest. His body also slowly slid down the bed until he was completely on his knees, carefully placing his hand on Yuchochi's knee. I'll never drink like that again. Honey, why was I such a jerk? Drinking like that, letting you down, right? He bit his lip so hard that he didn't even dare to look Yuchochi in the eyes, and his hand quickly moved away from her knee. Then he heavily slapped himself in the face. And, snap! Yuchochi was startled. Looking at the hint of bright red seeping out of the corner of the man's lips once again, she instantly understood how Jiang Yibei's face had swollen up. Just as the man's slap was descending again, she raised her hand and grabbed his wrist. Don't! Just calm down. If you do make a mistake, I'll naturally punish you. Yuchochi touched his burning cheeks and frowned in pain. Since he refused to get up, so Yuchochi directly squatted in front of him and softly asked, "Can you tell me why you're drinking? Is it a happy thing or is it because it's hard on your heart?" "It's hard." Jiang Yibei hung his head and answered seriously. "It's hard. The only things that can make him feel bad are his mother or himself." Yuchochi pursued again. "And, why is it hard inside? Can you tell me?" Jiang Yibei shook his head. "It's not that he can't, it's that he doesn't have the wherewithal to talk about it. And if he does now, it's because of his illness, and he doesn't want to have a baby." "What about Yuchochi wanting to have a child? How should he face the result? To let her go and give her freedom, or to continue to haunt her without skin and delay her life?" So, he couldn't talk about it because he couldn't bear the result. Yuchochi is not annoyed, just coaxing children like a gentle tone of voice to change the way to ask. "It can't be, but we're husband and wife, so even if we can't say exactly what it's about, then can you tell me that it's because of me?" Jiang Yibei nodded. Yuchochi's heart is generally some understanding. She and Yifei things have and Jiang Yibei are clear. He is bound to not misunderstand. Since there is no reason of love rivalry, then it must be because of some other reason. Jiang Yibei is worried that she will leave. Other than the fact that she would leave, something else would never make Jiang Yibei's emotions so out of control. "Husband," Yuchochi called out to him, then cupped the man's face and gave him a kiss on the lips. "I won't leave you, no matter what for. Even if you've done something wrong that isn't the principal's fault, I can forgive that. So it's okay if you don't want to talk about it. It's okay if you drink. I can take care of you. Don't be afraid, okay?" Jiang Yibei was instantly stunned. He stared blankly at Yuchochi. His eyes flashed with an unsure light. His thin lips slightly opened, and he asked in a low voice, "Don't blame me? I drank like that yesterday and came home so late and made you take care of me. So I'm not to blame?" "Not exactly." Yuchochi thought about it and answered him seriously. It's not good for your health if you drink that much. What will I do if something dangerous happens? That's why I didn't want you to drink like that. But it hurts me more to see you in that state than it does to blame you. Even though you won't share the reason with me. No matter what the reason is, you're my husband. So how can it make me feel better to see you feel bad?" This gentle tone and understanding enough words made Jiang Yibei's heart even harder. She chooses to trust herself without asking for any reason, and her heart aches for her, and she has to hide it from her, and won't say anything about it. Selfishly enjoying life with her without thinking about her future. So how could such a self be worthy of Yuchochi, who was so nice? The blood faded from his face in an instant, and he looked silent and sad, and his fingers pinched white and tears smashed down little by little, and the eyes, which were almost seeping blood, drooped downward and, in this instant, Yuchochi seemed to hear his broken voice, just wanted to open his mouth to comfort, but Jiang Yibei made a sound first. "Wife, actually, you can do without me." He thought he could take it, but he was instantly sobbing and shaking at the words that came out of his mouth and fists slammed into his chest one at a time, and a big gulp of air did nothing to ease the pain in his heart. Yuchochi also froze. This man had begged her to stay by all means. He could even dispense with his dignity. What in the world made him actually willing to give up? Jiang Yibei slowly closed his eyes. His eyes could not stop trembling. The tears that he thought could be stopped this way, still gushing out as if from a dike. He grabbed the quilt at the side and covered his face with all his might. The intermittent sobbing sounded sad in the quiet room. "Why?" Yuchochi raised his hand and gently grabbed his hair. The man was crying with a fine layer of thin sweat on his neck, sobbing to the point that he couldn't say a word anymore. If you don't give me a reason today, this isn't over," Yuchochi threatened in a cold voice. He remained completely still and didn't speak. Seeing that it didn't work to say so, Yuchochi directly got up and answered in a deep voice that, "Yes, just took a step." Jiang Yibei directly rushed over and tightly embraced her legs, and his speech became faltering. "I was wrong. I was wrong. Honey, I was wrong. I regret it, and I don't know what to do about it. But what am I going to do when you leave me? Don't leave me alone. I'll never say anything like that again." His arms tightened hard, and he shook his head hard, one at a time, as if begging for mercy. Choosing to let her go was weighing the pros and cons. Begging her to stay was not being able to control her heart. If Yuchochi walked out of this door today, he wasn't sure if he would still have the courage to live. What to do? What the hell am I going to do? Yuchochi gently breathed a sigh of relief, reached out to grab Jiang Yibei's arm that was holding him. Perhaps this action scared him. The man lifted his head to look at her in bewilderment. The tears were gone, and, with a slight opening of his pale lips, he asked her, in a despairing whisper, "Too, don't want me?" Yuchochi forcibly yanked him up and pressed him into a chair to the side, not answering the question that, "So, even if you have to separate, you won't tell me the reason?" Chapter 161, You Don't Have to Have Children. Say. Janyube nodded his head vigorously and wiped his face haphazardly. His heart was so flustered that he didn't know what he was thinking anymore, much less knowing how to handle this properly. He blurted out, without even thinking about it, right off the top of his head. Because, boy, child? Yuchochi froze, not quite understanding what he meant by that. So he has a child here. He has a child outside? Janyube cheated on his wife? Because they haven't had sex in the last 2 years. He didn't control it, or did he move on? No, he wouldn't have moved on. Then where did this baby come from? Yuchochi slowly sat down on a side chair and, she had to sit down for a while, and now she did feel a little weak in the legs to the point where she couldn't stand. Seeing her react like this, even her face changed. Janyube naturally knew a few things clearly. She couldn't accept a life without children, and even if she didn't leave now, she would regret it one day in the future, and a separation might just be a matter of time. But he couldn't accept it, so Janyube once again chose to take a step back, and he asked cautiously, "Well, what if I can accept that you have a child, and I'll treat him as if he were my own? Would that be okay?" Yuchochi raised his hand. Wait. At this instant she felt that Janyube's words had short-circuited her brain. So whose kid is this anyway? Did he misunderstand that I have a kid? What's he talking about? There must be one person in this house who is crazy, and if it's not her, then it must be Janyube. Tell me clearly, where the hell is the child? Whose child is it? Janyube thought for a moment. Ours. Okay, I can pretend it's ours as long as it's yours. I don't have a child. Where would I have a child? We that time. Was the first time you are not unaware of? And you also So what child exactly? Why is it getting more and more confusing? Yuchochi scratched his hair, even wondering if he was still awake. Janyube hurriedly controlled his emotions and said what was in his heart as it was. I mean, with my disease, there's a genetic chance, so I can't have kids. I know this pain so well that I don't want to give birth to a child who will live this tortured life, like I did. But there's no way I can take away your right to be a mother if you want to. This way. Drinking is the reason for this, and wanting to separate is also the reason? Yuchochi asked softly. Separate. The moment these two words came out, Janyube's originally well-controlled tears once again welled up. Afraid that Yuchochi would be upset if he saw it, he hurriedly hung his head and squeezed a word out of his throat. Well. Yuchochi then breathed a soft sigh of relief, feeling a little angry again. And, this dog man doesn't say anything, keeps it all bottled up, makes his own guesses, and, she raised her hand and slapped Janyube on the head. I thought it was something big. It's just a child. If you don't want it, then don't have it. Who says you have to have a baby? Janyube jerked his head up, staring at her incredulously. What? Yuchochi took his hand and explained seriously. I could just not have kids. I don't really want them much anyway. In fact, I'm not very good with kids as a person. Most of all, I think I'm still a kid. So if I can't do my job as a parent, it's better not to have one. I can't promise anything about the future. People change, but at least for now, I don't want to have kids. Every word of this was from her heart. All this time she wasn't sure what Janyube was thinking, but Jong's father had pushed him more than once about having a child. She asked the other day, just to make sure. After all, she's married. Things like this still had to be discussed, but if Janyube didn't want it, then it was simply the best for her. Although Janyube was a bit unconvinced, he was really happy in his heart, which meant that at least Yuchochi wouldn't leave him, and he shouldn't have to think about the child in the future. Yuchochi's arm propped up on the table, fingers propped up on his chin. Suddenly he thought of something, hooked his lips and smiled. Honey, since we don't want kids, how about a sterilization? That way we won't have to. Janyube hurriedly interrupted her and said seriously, I'll tie the knot. I'm going to make a hospital appointment. Don't you ever entertain the idea? It's going to do a lot of damage. I'll do everything. I'm okay with it. Yuchochi narrowed his eyes and nodded, fearing that he wouldn't believe him. He explained once again that, I'm serious. I like the freedom, not quite able to take on the responsibilities of being a mother. So since you're not thinking about the baby thing, we can come to an agreement. Good. But you'll always have the right to regret, and I'll never leave you. Janyube replied to her with the same seriousness. Then he unfolded his arms and patted towards Yuchochi's direction, but after only a second of hugging, he was pushed away. Yuchochi faintly faked a smile and pointed at the bed, raising an eyebrow towards Janyube. The man asked in disbelief, What about you? Is it a mistake to drink? Not say what you have to say, and leave me? Yandere was startled, not knowing what she was planning to do. He hurriedly knelt down obediently and nodded his head. It was a mistake. I'm sorry, wife. I was wrong. I'll never dare again. I won't accept the matter of verbally admitting fault. Yuchochi hugged her arms and leaned back in her chair. Yandere looked as if he had realized what was going on. Then, can I write you a review? Or kneel on the keyboard, rubbing the board? As long as my wife doesn't get angry, I'll do whatever I want. I know I'm wrong. Yuchochi directly got up, walked back and forth 2 steps, hooked the corner of his lips faintly smiling, tone with a hint of laughter. Okay, what to do? You do it yourself. As for whether I'm satisfied or not, I'll tell you later. Chapter 162, Behave Yourself. Yandere obediently endured everything, no matter what Yuchochi wanted. This was all his own subterfuge. As long as she didn't leave herself, anything would be fine. But in my heart, I still felt aggrieved that she no longer cared for me. Do you not know any pain when you hurt yourself? Yuchochi held back her anger. Look at the injuries on your body yourself. Are you crazy, Yandere? I thought I'd been hiding it pretty well. When did she find out? When he didn't have good control over his emotions and ghosted himself. It wasn't intentional, but it was certainly wrong. Her tone was very firm and unquestionable. And, do as you're told. You know what to do. He didn't even know when he'd gotten so aggravated. Yandere didn't beg for mercy this time, but just huffed softly, his shoulders shaking, feeling like his muscles were out of control, as if they were shaking a little. Is this crying? Yuchochi was startled. Although normally Yandere would also cry, but never because of pain. She hurriedly came over and wrenched his cheeks for a closer look. The man's features were a little distorted, his eyes were red at the ends, but no tears were shed. She sat on the bed and gently wrapped her arms around Yandere's body. Can you remember this mistake and not make it in the future? The man nodded his head vigorously in her arms and replied with a huff. Yes, remember, never dare again. It hurts my heart. Good boy. Her tone was gentle as she coaxed the man in her arms, her hand falling to rub his behind gently one at a time. The man ducked a little awkwardly to one side, his body twisting and turning as Yuchochi hugged him and comforted him softly, as if coaxing a small child, until the man stopped crying. She was relieved. Yandere silently spat in his heart. He's a big man, and to be coaxed by his daughter-in-law like that, like rubbing his face on the ground. But there was no use in spitting. Yuchochi couldn't hear it either. Her decisions were always unquestionable, and this time was no different. The man is still tightly wrapped in her arms, gently rubbing his hair one by one, like coaxing, but in Yandere's opinion, how is this so like jerking a doggy? He was enjoying himself, but he still felt that something was not quite right and couldn't quite put his finger on it. With hesitation, he planned to enjoy himself first. It's better to have a wife to hug than not to have one, and right now he's sympathizing with his little assistant, who not only doesn't have anyone to hug, but also doesn't have a wife, and has to work overtime today. Not so with him. You can still go home to your wife and paste and a comforter. Be good from now on. Okay? I'm worried about you. If something happens to you, what will I do? She loves me so much. She is so afraid that something will happen to me. How can I be so capricious? It is impossible not to cherish the person who is so hard to come by. Yandere was somewhat hating his own stupidity at the moment. He nodded his head hard under the covers, and the word came out in a jarred voice that, well, I'll be good. Thanks, wife. Don't worry. This incident will be treated as if it didn't happen once you leave this door. The man peeked over the crack in the covers at her and responded with a smile that, thank you for keeping my secret. After recovering his head, he picked up again. I'm going to be good. Chapter 163, The face is gone. I was supposed to take a day off, but Yuchochi had too much work on his hands. Jilin helped her once before, and now he's asking to work with her again. Although she didn't really want to have any more business dealings with Jilin, the man was good at everything. He was just too utilitarian, and it was hard to work with him. But people have come to the door. Whether it's because of that favor or the fact that the cooperation went exceptionally well before, she couldn't even refuse anymore, so she had to leave Yandere alone at home, and she went to the office by herself. Jilin was sleepy from waiting, bored and flipping through a romance novel on the bookshelf, smiling as she read it. Lele, you say you always read this kind of novel every day. This protagonist at first glance is love brain but also for the sake of love is willing to give up everything. This is not a little cute. Isn't that what a cutie would say? Lele came over to look at the book's cover. No, this is what brother-in-law reads. Chief Yu's husband reads it. Jilin appeared to throw the book aside. Only people with bad brains read it. It's really suitable for Yandere. Yo, what are you chatting about? Yuchochi heard the conversation between the two as soon as she came in, and although she didn't know what they were saying, she clearly heard them talking about Jiangyibai. Lele smiled and explained. Mr. G said that Mr. Jiang is a love brain. Yuchochi sat down across the tea table, reached out and picked up the book, and replied to him with a smile. And a look at the season always have little experience in love. EBay this person is too much love for me, but he is sensible. Never love brain that type. You're not too young. Why don't you have a proper girlfriend? Isn't your dad in a hurry? Everything else was fine, but at the mention of his father, Jilin collapsed in his chair as if he had given up the ghost, leaning back in his chair and sighing in the sky. It's annoying. He's in a hurry. What's the use of him being in a hurry? You can't reason with him yet, but whenever he explains something, he'll say, when I was your age, you were 3. Jilin spread his hands. I really want to ask him. So what? Are you happy having a child? He grew up getting into trouble all the way, and I don't know how many times he's been called home long since he was a kid. And even then his father wanted him to get married and have kids early. There were times when he couldn't understand why older people were so obsessed with things like getting married and having children. Yuchochi turned back and pointed at Lele. What do you think of Lele? Pretty, with a good figure, and with a high education. Not to mention anything else, just the fact that she is gentle and kind is excellent. Joy was instantly embarrassed and at a loss for words. It was true that she didn't have a boyfriend, but she just wanted to get money. I'm here for a blind date? Mr. I'm here to talk about cooperation. Yuri handed her the project information in her hand. Look, this is our newly developed software. The accuracy of the capture can reach more than 80%. At the moment, it's still in the experimental stage, but I'm sure there won't be any problems. Think about it. As soon as he talked about his work, he immediately became radiant, as if he had not been the one who was worried just now. People say that things come together, and Yuchochi felt that they were bound to be the kind of people who would become friends with each other. Zhang's president's office. Jiangyibai was half lying on the table signing the documents, turning over one page after another, and Lin Yang, who was at the side of the table, had a blank look on his face. Mr. Jiang, you've been like this for an hour. Why don't you sit down? Jiangyibai inclined his head and gave him an impatient look. They say standing is good for your figure, and people like you who don't even have muscles and are as skinny as us naturally don't understand. Lin Yang looked toward his own body. The body, naturally, is not compared to Jiangyibai, but it is not like firewood, right, Mr. Jiang? But you are pouting, and not standing. Won't this hurt your back? To Lin Yang's renewed questioning, Jiangyibai really wanted to slap him to death, and he slammed the file onto Lin Yang in annoyance. Don't look, I'll do what I please. You're the one who insisted I come over, and so much more. Why? Pouting and delaying the signing. I'm sorry, Mr. Jiang, I was wrong. Lin Yang hurriedly put the document back to its original position for him and, the documents aren't the most important. There's a shareholders meeting this afternoon. Don't you even remember? Today is the quarterly meeting. Jiangyibai lifted his watch and looked at the date. If Lin Yang hadn't reminded him he would have really forgotten about it. But every shareholders meeting takes about 2 hours, and he's just having a hard time sitting for half an hour now. At the end of 2 hours, he thought he'd die on the spot. In the conference room, can't we postpone it? I don't want to drive today. Lin Yang spread his hands and was filled with shock. He's right here. Why don't you open it? Something happened this afternoon? I don't think so. Mr. Yu is at work. What could he have to do? People have been notified. There's no way to postpone it. Are you in some kind of trouble? Seeing the innocence on Lin Yang's face, Jiangyibai helplessly smiled a fake smile and, no difficulties. Where do I have difficulties? Right. This way. You go to notify General Manager Yu to come over for a general meeting. Just say that I don't have the time. Anyway, there is no difference between me opening and her opening. How can there be no difference? You are the president of Jiang. Lin Yang muttered in a low voice. But for the current Jiang clan, Yuchochi was completely capable of making all the decisions, and she had helped the company through the crisis before. It was also considered to understand all of the company's projects and situations. Although he couldn't understand what was wrong with Jiangyibai, he still notified Yuchochi. Yuchochi called Jiangyibai the first time he was notified, but he didn't answer. If he answered it and said why, I guess Yuchochi wouldn't come, and he'd even laugh at him. He stood alone in front of the floor-to-ceiling window in silence, and it was a good thing that the pain in his body wasn't as pronounced as it had been while he was standing. His legs were just a little tired. He'd been on his feet all day, and now he was eager to go home and rest. Want to lie down? Honey. The woman pushed the door open and quickly ran to his side, gently wrapping her arms around the man's waist and, what's wrong? Is something wrong? Why did Lin Yang ask me to come over for a meeting? Jiang Yibei turned his head with a grumpy face and glanced toward the door, which was closed, and he pointed behind him and, I read about the meeting. It's going to be 2 hours. Do you think I can sit through it? Yu Cho-chi instantly understood, and then struggled to hold in her laughter, her shoulders shaking with the effort. Jiang Yibei's sulky face was even darker at the moment, and he muttered without any good sense of humor. I'm doing it so you won't be a widow. Honey, help me with the meeting. I really can't go. I'll die in that conference room, and if anyone finds out, I'll lose my face for good. Good. Yu Cho-chi stroked his head and answered. I'll open it for you. Let me have the information. You go to the restroom and lie down for a while, and when you're done, we'll go home together. When she finished, she thought and corrected herself. Go to the restroom and lie down for a while. Chapter 164. Jiang Yibei's face had been red from the moment she entered the door, and he had originally tried to struggle a little, but in the end, he gave up. After all, if you're asking for something, just put up with it for a while. When he's not in pain, when he's better. He also had to take a small revenge and make Yu Cho-chi unable to get out of bed once before he was satisfied. The queen-sized bed in the lounge was next to the floor-to-ceiling windows he'd moved to place it, lying on his back at just the right angle to see out. The building across the street wasn't as tall as his side, and even the top floors couldn't see what he had here. When he was alone it seemed as if all the shame was fading away. He lay on his back and played with his phone, and he didn't have to think about work. Yu Cho-chi was at Zhang's anyway, and there was her at work anyway. Unconsciously, he fell asleep in a daze, sleeping as if he hadn't even dreamed. 2 hours later, Yu Cho-chi stretched his body tiredly, and before he even entered the office, he explained to Lin Yang that, there are no more problems in general. You ask the clerk to send a copy of the meeting minutes. I'll look at it again tonight. You get off work. I'll pick up Jiang Yibei and go home. Entering the office, she realized that Jiang Yibei was not there. She was confused for a second and her memory returned, so she hurriedly walked towards the lounge. As soon as the door opened, I saw the man lying on the bed sleeping soundly. The cell phone interface on the side was still lit up. If it was someone else, Yu Cho-chi would have thought he had just fallen asleep. But Jiang Yibei was different. His cell phone was always on. As long as you didn't press it, it stayed on. Yu Cho-chi quietly walked over. Originally wanted to press extinguish his cell phone, but just took it over and saw the words on the interface instantly tensed up. Does my wife hit me if she doesn't love me anymore? How do you make a mistake and not get beat up? Either that, or don't ever look at a guy's browser or you'll get a good laugh out of him. Yu Cho-chi held back her laughter and lowered her head to his face to gently kiss his cheek. This is really beaten pain. Otherwise how would it be so obsessed with this matter? She touched Jiang Yibei's head one by one, pulling the quilt to cover his body well. The man was sleeping very soundly, almost completely oblivious to her presence, and her hands began to run amok, touching his earlobes, then down his collarbone, his arms. Jiang Yibei's back was naked. The skin was very fine and smooth. The muscle lines were smooth, and the feel was indescribably good. In the next second, her hands were directly pressed down and her warm lips directly kissed her. Yu Cho-chi was startled, but did not quite dare to move. After all, okay, consider Jiang Yibei's fragile body. Hubby, calm down. Did you sleep and dream? The man's arms were propped up on the bed. The veins and the muscles of his arms rippled, and the searing heat in the bottom of his eyes wasn't hidden at all. Wife. He breathed a little heavier, planting a hard kiss on the woman's lips before continuing. How can I stand it when you touch me like that? Jiang Yibei ripped off his clothes as he, baby, when does the sun go to sleep and when do we end? Upholding the principle of keeping one's word. Before the moon rose, Jiang Yibei let go of Yu Cho-chi, who had long been begging for mercy. It's okay to stop, but only to sleep on his body. No beds. The man carefully wrapped his arms around the person on top of him, cocked his head to see how well she was sleeping, and couldn't help but kiss her on the forehead, one at a time. It's a good thing it's already dark and the lounge is dimly lit, so it won't disturb her rest. After sleeping for about 2 hours, Jiang Yibei did not want to wake her up. It's not really a big deal to sleep all the time, but she hasn't eaten yet at night, so if she wakes up in the middle of the night it's going to be hard for her. Baby, do you think it would be a good idea to have a casserole of porridge? I think you'd like that kind of light. Yu Cho-chi rolled over and lay down on the bed, stretched his back, and let out a low grunt. Sour? How can porridge be sour? It's not like vinegar is added, and there's no need for lemon. Jiang Yibei also slowly moved his body and he wasn't exactly comfortable after lying down for so long, and with the stress on his bottom, he could just feel his ass starting to tingle at this point. Yu Cho-chi kicked him in the face without a good mood. Although he didn't say anything, Jiang Yibei reacted. Oh, the body is sore. Right. The legs are sore. Right. I'll give the baby a rub. Massage first, then the baby think about what to eat in a while. After eating we'll go home. I don't know what this dog man is happy here. Yuchochi, although his eyes are closed, from the sound alone can feel that Zhang Yibei's mood is raised. One might even say there was some excitement. The man's palm was white and warm. One hand could almost grab her leg. The strength of the massage was just right. And the speed was not urgent. Yuchochi was enjoying herself very much and wiggling her feet. Nice technique. Was it practiced on some woman before? Technology? Zhang Yibei's tone was a bit flirty, although he knew what she was talking about. He still didn't follow her words and continue. It's fine if baby thinks I'm good at it. I practiced all my skills on you for everything. You like it? Maybe it's a gift too. I was born to be this good. Point face at Zhang Yibei. Yuchochi's arm propped up his cheeks, slowly opened his eyes. Say you're fat and you're still panting. I just haven't felt anyone else. Or else it would still be your turn to be arrogant here? What's wrong with me panting? Do I pant badly? The man came up to her ear and hummed very lowly with great devotion. Yuchochi instantly reddened her face and angrily scolded him. Are you cheap? Chapter 165, The Cold Palace. I'm talking about massage techniques. Yuchochi corrected herself with a red face. Zhang Yibei stared at his big round eyes with a look of bewilderment and asked her, exaggeratedly. Yeah, that's what I said. What did the baby think I was saying? The woman was instantly speechless, but with a character like hers that would never give in on all matters, she naturally wouldn't let Zhang Yibei take advantage of her. The corner of Yuchochi's lips slowly hooked up, propped up her chin to look blearily at him, and asked in a conspiratorial manner, right, so who did little brother Bei practice his skills with? Zhang Yibei sucked in a mouthful of cool air, instantly kneeling on the bed, rubbing his head towards Yuchochi's body with force. I was wrong. Honey, I'm wrong. I'm just being cheap. I don't know how to practice any skills. It's not that you're tolerating me. Don't call me that. I'm squirming. He adjusted his position and put himself all the way next to Yuchochi's body. For you to play. Okay, you play it. The wife is also too vindictive. How long has this been over? You still remember it. Yuchochi directly raised her hand and ruthlessly shone a slap at Zhang Yibei's butt. Hiss. The man jerked in pain, his back arching, and the pain, which had been eased by an afternoon sleep, exploded once again. However, he remained obediently in a kneeling position, where he dared to move. Yuchochi stroked his head one by one, coaxing softly, and, not mad, just kidding. Who let you talk nonsense first? I was originally talking nicely too. Really? Zhang Yibei raised his face, his dark and bright eyes blinking as he stared at her. Yuchochi nodded his head vigorously. Really? He sighed with relief and flopped right down on the bed. Who? Scared me to death. Baby, you can't always scare people like this. I'm timid. I might be scared to death by you one day. Good. Yuchochi agreed briefly, jumping straight off the bed the moment his hand was about to grab her. Go home. Eat. I'm hungry. Zhang Yibei people have not yet reacted to it. See, she has begun to wear clothes, so can only hurry to get up in the closet to find out a set of clean clothes for her to wear. Stretch your arms, just move your mouth, and come and dress yourself, making it look like you don't have a husband. After the aggrieved muttering, he put on a comfortable sportswear for Yuchochi. This time he didn't do it directly, but explained first. And, what about John's? No one is working overtime, so it's this time of the day. I guess the company only has the two of us and the staff on duty. So baby, can I carry you out because you're working so hard and I'm heartbroken? Yuchochi wanted to say, actually it's okay for me to walk by myself, but seriously, these two legs of hers seem to be someone else's right now. And even though Zhang Yibei had massaged them for a long time, they were still sore and even a little numb. She lifted her wrist and glanced at the time, reluctantly nodded her head, and before she could speak, Zhang Yibei directly picked her up with one arm. And, it's taken so long to think about this, and it still doesn't look like you're tired. The man walked away while happily pulling out his cell phone. The lights in the office were turned on brightly, and just as soon as he went out, he directly raised his cell phone and took a selfie of the two of them's faces while Yuchochi hadn't reacted yet. What are you doing? Yuchochi looked at the camera, the two of them with their big faces, a little bewildered, at the thought that she had taken off her makeup, and Zhang Yibei that the original machine comes with a front camera. It's not just bewildered, but also a little angry. What are you taking pictures of? Quickly delete it for me. Zhang Yibei hurriedly hid his cell phone and refused in a deep voice. I'm not deleting it. I stole it with my ability. Why should I delete it? The person in his arms struggled to get down. I think you just have tight skin. Your ass doesn't hurt anymore, does it? Don't move. If you move again, you'll fall down. How come you're still not honest when you're hugging? Zhang Yibei held her tightly with both hands, furrowing his brows in a tense manner following the, wife want to beat it as much as you want. It's just an ass. What's the big deal? I'll willingly give you a spanking if I make a mistake. But, Yuchochi lowered her head and hooked his chin, asking in a cold voice, but what? The dog man still dares to butt? But, if I hit you hard, I'll take a small revenge. But don't worry baby, I'll take care of you after the revenge. I'll feel sorry for you, and I'll rub you. Yuchochi heard the provocation in his words, coupled with the scene at this moment. Her face instantly reddened to the root of her ears. It's a good thing that there's no one in the John's building at this moment, or else she would definitely cut herself off. Jangibe drove the car, took her to a 24-hour casserole kanji store. In fact, this store he came over a long time ago to step on the spot. Originally intended, perhaps one day toss late, Yuchochi will be hungry, then it would be just right to come over, just right to have her favorite food, and she'd be in a better mood. And then this whole thing, she wouldn't be very resistant to it. The man smiled involuntarily at the thought, laughing at what Yuchochi ate while observing. Looking at his look he could think that this person's mind was probably not in any serious shape. He pointed to his head, as if he feared being overheard, and said, in a lowered voice, here it is, all yellow waist, baby want to hear it? Yuchochi crossed her arms and gave him a big fork. Forget it, keep it for yourself. You can't even gag for dinner. That's really enough. But after this time, she did take a good amount of time off, because Jangibe had made an appointment for himself for a minor surgery. It was a bit of a rough process, and even had Yuchochi go over and sign the papers as well, but fortunately everything went smoothly. In fact, there is no need to rest for so long, but Yuchochi froze and insisted that he rest at home for a day, and incidentally quit the conjugal life for half a month. When she got off work, she saw Jangibe, who had already gone home early, sitting cross-legged on the sofa with a big-name palace drama playing on the TV. She was a little puzzled, and found it quite shocking that honey, what's wrong with you lately? I always feel like you're not in the best of spirits. Did you tie your ligature in the wrong place? She sat down on the man's side and lifted her hand to feel on his forehead. Landed your brain in the hospital? Jangibe shook his head with a bemused expression. No, I think I can become a monk. My wife won't let me touch her anyway. Life doesn't seem to have any meaning anymore. Look at this house. Does it look like a cold palace in a TV show? That look as if she had seen through the red dust made Yuchochi unable to stop laughing, and she covered her stomach as her entire body slammed onto the sofa. Jangibe looked at her with cold eyes. You don't love me anymore. Don't love, just say you don't love. Don't say anything for my good, okay? People said. This is Pua. Chapter 166, time to move on. How is it Pua ah? Husband, those useless short videos can you watch less ah? And you're a president. You don't go to work at the company. You watch courtroom dramas at home. Are you planning to struggle a little bit with someone? Yuchochi rubbed his head hard and got up directly toward the check room. Jangibe saw all of a sudden anxious, hurriedly followed her, leaning against the doorframe and watched her turn out a casual outfit. Where are you going ah? Wife, you just came home to leave it. You every day so busy it. Almost on the line. What's the point of making so much money? You can't take it with you. Why don't you spend more time with the people around you? After all, there's only a limited amount of time I can spend with you. Life is short. Seeing his grumbling face, Yuchochi put the clothes aside and kissed him gently on the lips, explaining softly, and, Lin Nan called me. I've been so busy lately I haven't seen her in ages. If I don't go she should come over and arrest me. Or if you're not busy you can come alone. Also, Jangibe clearly heard from her words that she meant that she didn't want to follow her. If you don't go, you don't go. Anyway, it's Lin Nan and no one else. She should have her own friends. Then you go home early. But don't forget there's a husband at home. In the eye of the beholder. Bitterly waiting for your husband. Although Yuchochi wasn't the type of personality that liked to be glued to people, she aspired to freedom and didn't like to be restrained. In the past, she would always go against Jangibe's temper. But now she realized more and more that this man, you just need to coax him a little bit, and he will obey obediently. As it was, he would mentally talk himself out of it, and then be a good boy and wait at home and, I'll still complain a little, but I won't be upset or make a scene. I'll keep that in mind. Don't worry hubby. She drove the car, all the way to a restaurant. This time she specifically went out a little earlier Lin Nan. Before it was all about making her wait for herself, and it was weirdly embarrassing. After waiting for not even 10 minutes, Lin Nan came in and, Yuchochi was drinking water. The moment he saw her, a mouthful of water did not swallow, choking straight cough. Cough cough cough. Cough. She covered her mouth with one hand and pointed one finger at Lin Nan. What are you wearing? Lin Nan looked down blankly. Skirt. Doesn't it look good? After sitting on the opposite side, facing Yuchochi who was full of shock, Lin Nan reached out and lifted her chin that was about to fall off. Yuchochi then wanted to get up and talk. It's not that it doesn't look good. The problem is, why you want to get up and wear a skirt? The last time I saw you wearing a skirt seems to be the second grade June 1st children, right? Remember so clearly? Lin Nan leaned back in his chair and said first, you have a ing crush on me. You can remember things from second grade so clearly? So why can't you remember it so clearly? Yuchochi asked her, rhetorically. Don't you even think about why you remember it so clearly? It's because you're pressed to wear a skirt so. What's wrong with you today? What happened? Are you in a bad mood? That's not really true. It's just that. Kind of want to change things up a bit. Still don't want to get married but want to try a relationship. After she finished these words, Yuchochi completely did not have any appetite. Full of worries that she did not know how to open her mouth. Lin Nan had been single for so many years for reasons she knew well, and now that she had figured it out, she thought it was impossible, but in her heart she expected that she had really figured it out, not something else that. She pulled out her cell phone, glanced at the date and, the timing is not right either. It's not what you think, Icky. One has to move on, doesn't one? In fact, after all these years, what's in my heart hasn't been the same as it was back then for a long time now. And, I just want him to live now. It doesn't matter to me what he's doing, who he's with, or even if he'll ever meet again. I just want him to live. But if we do meet one day and he knows I've been waiting for him, then he'll feel guilty. Will we meet? Whether it is Lin Nan or Yuchochi, both know in their hearts that the person Lin Nan loves in his heart may not appear in this life. When he graduated from the military academy, he was chosen to be an undercover agent, during which every mission was well accomplished. Just this last time, how long has it been? Yuchochi in order to not remember. Counting up to about 3 or 4 years, I guess, living without seeing a body. Lin Nan waited for him single-mindedly. For the sentence, when I come back, I will confess to the person I love. She can't wait. He can't wait. It's time for you to have a new life. Lin Nan, you're a very, very good girl. Both you, and him, you both deserve a very good life. I'll support you in whatever decision you make. Well, Lin Nan lowered her head, took a gentle sip from the wineglass in front of her, and when she looked out the window, her eyes were still full of anticipation. After dinner it was already dark, and at Yuchochi's strong request they went to a clubhouse. Lin Nan squirmed as he followed behind her, using Yuchochi's body to block the gazes that came and went. We have discipline. Icky, this place is not for me. What do you know? You haven't seen a man for so many years. Although the men here are not your choice, but it's good to have a look first. Not to mention there are handsome men here. Yuchochi just walked to the door of the box, and came over to face a man. Autumn Pond? The three people froze at the same time. Lin Nan looked at the person in front of him with a surprised face. Yi Fei? You? I'm not. Yi Fei hurriedly explained. I'm a straight man, and there's still a part of this club that serves straight men. But what do you guys mean by coming over? Yuchochi scratched her hair awkwardly. Although it was nothing for girls to come here to play, but it's still a bit strange to be bumped into by an acquaintance, just simply looking at a handsome guy. Where's the reason for that? I have a client who asked to come over. So, you know. Yi Fei smiled. Okay, then, you and your clients have fun. I still have some things over there. You guys play a little longer. I'll be done soon. Then come over to pick you up and have a snack together. And by the way, I'll talk to Lin Nan about something. When he finished, he pointed to the door of a box off to the side. I'll go over there and call later. Lin Nan pointed to the tip of her nose and asked, in disbelief, what is he going to tell me? Besides, Yi Fei still has time to come out and play now? I've heard that Zhang Yibei is on the verge of bankrupting him. This husband of yours is so vindictive. Didn't he say he wouldn't be vindictive in the first place? Why did he still go back on his word? Who went back on their word? Yibei didn't do anything. Yuchochi pulled her straight into the box. Chapter 167, Drunkenness. Yuchochi, you dare to drink with me even with this amount of alcohol? Lin Nan took the bottle and relentlessly poured wine into her cup. A room full of little handsome boys were laughing happily along with them. Yuchochi greeted the one beside him. Still laughing. You don't know how to hold back the wine. This sister of yours can drink too much. I'm getting drunk. Lin Nan waved her hand. I don't. I'll just drink with you. You found a room full of kids and dunked me one by one. You're really good. She inclined her head slightly. Lin Nan's cheeks were already flushed, and she looked as if she had obviously drunk quite a bit, too. Get out all of you. We'll be by ourselves for a while. You don't have to come back. She leaned towards the sofa, her feet resting on the stirrups on one side, rubbing her stomach. The foreign wine was too high in degree. Every time she drank it, her stomach would hurt. And today if it wasn't because of Lin Nan, she wouldn't have drank it. Well, how does it feel? Lin Nan shook his head. Not really, I'm a person, I guess. I've always been respectful of other people's sexual orientation. But looking at these kids, how can I put it? I don't have any feelings. You know, understand. But who do you have feelings when you look at? Like, Yi Fei? Or a man like Zhang Yibei? Do you have feelings? Yuchochi sat up and poured half a glass of wine into her glass, pouring half a glass for himself in the process. And no, right? She lifted her glass and bumped it towards hers. I know there's discipline, but discipline is within the bounds of what's allowed. So tell me, what's going on? He lives. Lin Nan opened his mouth without thinking, picking up the wine glass and drinking the whole glass with a tilt of his neck. Is it bad to live? Although Yuchochi was a little shocked and a little unable to understand her reaction, he seemed to have understood that something happened, or he moved on. Lin Nan's eyes reddened. Towards Yuchochi smiled bitterly. One cup after another continued to drink. Many words, if not drinking, she could not say in her life. Of course, no one except Yuchochi knew that she had always been a character who kept everything inside. Icky, he's married. Yuchochi's hands shivered. The cup barred to the ground and shattered. She looked at Lin Nan incredulously. Indeed? You saw him? Lin Nan shook her head, her eyes drooping as her fingers traced the mouth of the cup in a circle. No license, no wedding, but married, and I know that he was not willing in that marriage, and I know how hard it was for him, but that man of his is a man who marries and takes responsibility to the end, and with him, it was over before it began. I wanted to comfort, but in this moment Yuchochi understood that the reason why she wanted to fall in love anymore was because she didn't want the person she loved to feel guilty. If he came back sooner or later that day, and saw that Lin Nan had a home too, at least he wouldn't feel so guilty about it. Just what about Lin Nan? How many people know the suffering in her heart? She reached out her hand to put her arm around Lin Nan and gently patted her back. It's hard to say what such a thing as fate is, and I don't know what to advise you, but everything in my life is for my own pleasure, and I wish, too, that you would be as selfish and happy as I am. You. Lin Nan paused. Yuchochi was startled and just wanted to say, don't cry. I just want you to say the words. Don't hold it in. Not to make you cry. You're so comforting. Lin Nan pushed her away as he grabbed a new wine glass and poured half a glass of wine into it and, give me a drink. You, as my best friend, drink with me since you won't comfort me. Yuchochi grabbed the cup and put a bunch of ice cubes in it, and indignantly said, drink, just drink. It's not just a bit of wine. Not that I'm talking about you. I'm only looking at you for the sake of your heart's hard feelings, not the same as your. Otherwise, with the amount of alcohol I have, I won't be able to kill you. How much wine had been drunk? The two could not remember. In any case, the table was almost empty. Yi Fei came and were confused for a while. What's going on? Autumn Pond? He froze in place, and when he saw that Yuchochi didn't have any reaction, he called out towards Lin Nan again. Brother Nan? Are you two drunk? He had planned to talk to Lin Nan after socializing, but he didn't expect these two to drink like this in less than an hour. In the state we're in now, let alone talk about it. It's a problem to get home properly, isn't it? In fact, he could send them home. He knew where Lin Nan's house was, and he knew where Yuchochi's house was. But if he sent Yuchochi home, then Zhang Yibei would probably go crazy when he saw it. He had already caused her a lot of trouble. Why don't me take you guys home? He walked over to Yuchochi's side and patted her on the shoulder. And, is it okay if I send you to Lin Nan's house? Do you want to talk to Zhang Yibei or give him a call? Yuchochi frowned impatiently. Her whole body still wrapped around Lin Nan's body like an octopus. Don't move. Yi Fei. Don't shake. I'll sleep for a while. Lin Nan needs me. Nan needs company now. I can't be separated from her. Yi Fei was instantly speechless. What about me? Then, he looked behind him, hand and foot, at the waiters looking in, both as a friend and as a man. He couldn't even look at two drunk girls just lying in a box. You guys drink like this? Really? He hated his teeth. I told Zhang Yibei about this. Let him scold you. Yuchochi instantly came to his senses when he heard Zhang Yibei. Don't tell him. He's small-minded, he'll probably get angry. I'll go to Lin Nan's house to sober up, and when I do I'll go home. It's still Zhang Yibei that works. I should have known, I would have mentioned it earlier. Yi Fei grumbled and stuffed Lin Nan into the car with Yuchochi. Although Yuchochi also drank a lot, but behind her are coaxing Lin Nan to drink. They drink much less than her. On the way Yi Fei went to buy antidepressants. Just arrived at home, one person stuffed one. After helping Lin Nan to the bed, he unscrewed several bottles of water for the two of them and placed them on the coffee table. Then you take care of her. It's best to talk to Zhang Yibei and ask him to come and pick you up. I'm leaving. It's not appropriate for me to be here at night. It is necessary to call one. Otherwise he will be worried. but it is quite strange. All this time, Johnny Bay even did not contact himself. Yuchochi drank half a bottle of water in one gulp, paralyzed on the sofa, and tapped the phone several times before dialing Johnny Bay's number. "Hubby," she chirped. "What are you doing?" There was silence on the other side for a few seconds. Then came the man's grim voice. "Open the door." "What door?" Yuchochi picked up with some confusion. Johnny Bay said word for word. "I said, open the door." Chapter 168, She should have been compassionate. Yuchochi was so scared that her hand shivered. Half a bottle of water fell to the ground. She hurriedly picked it up, got up and stumbled to the door. Sure enough, as soon as the door was pulled open, the man appeared in the doorway with anger in the bottom of his gloomy face and a little girl behind him. Honey, how did you know I was at Lin Nan's house?" She could see that Johnny Bay was upset, and thought he would be happier if she smiled. But I didn't expect this playful look even more so that the anger in Johnny Bay's heart was about to burst through the top of his head. "How long do you drink? Why didn't you call me when you were drunk? Where's your cell phone?" The man took her by the wrist and wrapped the person in his arms, subconsciously reaching out to touch her forehead and, the temperature was normal. Slightly hot, but it shouldn't be because of a cold. He held the person with one hand. The other hand protected Yuchochi's head. Go home, will you, and don't fold." Although her attitude wasn't too good, it was coaxed out of her, but Yuchochi struggled back a step and Johnny Bay was startled, carefully spreading his arms to protect her sides. "No, Lin Nan is drunk. I have to take care of her." The woman's speech broke off and she couldn't even stand. Seeing her like this, the gas in Johnny Bay's heart is sort of not there at all. Instead, he is heartbroken. It's hard. Still care about people. "Come here, I'll hold you. Don't move." He once again gathered the person into his arms and softly explained, "I've brought someone over. This is someone from the secretary department that Lin Yang called. She'll take care of Lin Nan, so don't worry about going home with me." The little girl behind her heard herself mentioned, hurriedly stepped forward and said with a smile, "Yes ma'am, I'm Lu Xinshin from the secretarial department. Don't worry and leave Miss Lin in my hands. I'm very good at taking care of people who have had too much to drink. It's my specialty." Yuchochi raised his eyes and glanced at it, smiling and good-looking, but unfortunately it would have been better if it was a handsome man. "What are you thinking about? Okay?" Johnny Bay softly asked after him. "Okay, I just want it to be a handsome guy and that's it." Johnny Bay's face green for a while white. See next to the secretarial department that it don't smile. He is even more angry and annoyed. Gritted his teeth directly to carry the person on his shoulders. Go home. I'll take you to meet handsome men." Yuchochi only felt the sky spinning. The sense of weightlessness made her body sweat hairs stood up, where all through the uncomfortable, the mighty overturned, just out of the elevator, while vomited out. Johnny Bay was startled, hurriedly put her down, carefully supported, took out a tissue and wiped her mouth. I'm sorry, I'm being a jerk." Looking at Yuchochi difficult, he instantly regretted that he could not wait to slap himself. How to get angry? She was drunk like this. How can carry people? How to do this kind of thing? Looking at the vomited all over, Johnny Bay hurriedly took off his suit jacket. Yuchochi hooked her arms around his neck, her whole body next to Johnny Bay's, and muttered in a small voice. Hubby, don't be angry. It's my fault. I shouldn't have drunk so much, but it's been hard on my heart for a while now. Today is to accompany Lin Nan, and also for myself, but it's good to know that everything is over, and I still have you." The man froze instantly. It should be hard on her heart. She lost so much. She caused her to lose her memory in a car accident, and made her go through all those painful things all over again. Instead, she chose to forgive, and now she's just having a drink, or with her best friend. Why did you treat her like this? Why did you be mean to her, and carry her away, making her vomit with difficulty? Johnny Bay, you're such a asshole. The man wrapped one arm tightly around her waist, and with the other he lifted it and slapped himself hard across the face with. "Honey, I was wrong. I took care of you. I'm not angry, I'm not blaming you. It's all my asshole." He tightly embraced Yuchochi, at the sight of the tears flowing from the end of the woman's eyes. In that moment he was at a loss for words, his heart aching for words. Sorry. He cupped her cheeks, his thumbs gently wiping the tears from her eyes. Wife, I'm so damned. Don't cry. I'll never do this to you in my life. Can you whip me? You hit me hard. I'm wrong. His forehead gently pressed against Yuchochi's head, his voice shivering with heartache. What should I do? I made you cry. Wife, you hit me. Johnny Bay grabbed her hand and punched it hard towards his face. No matter when, no matter what happened, the moment he saw Yuchochi shedding tears, he would definitely be heartbroken to the point of not knowing what to do. The woman staggered a step, burrowed into his arms, wrapped her arms around Jiang Yibei's waist and, I don't blame you. Go home, husband. She just liked this body small, warm, eyes full of tenderness into Jiang Yibei's arms, which made the guilt in his heart once again amplified. He carefully picked her up and put her in the car, and after pulling on the seatbelt, he picked up the thermos cup that was on the side, and carefully handed it to her lips. Take a sip of water, wife. As soon as he opened his mouth, he realized that his voice was hoarse, and his tone carried a light tremor as well. Yu Qiuqi slowly took a sip, then frowned and fell asleep with his head tilted. The driver drove the car all the way back home smoothly. Jiang Yibei carefully bathed her, blew her hair, and fed her sobering soup, after which he sat motionless on the edge of the bed and stood guard. In the hours of tossing and turning he had almost condemned himself to death. Sitting on the edge of the bed, cupping Yu Qiuqi's hands in both of his and kissing them one at a time, probably feeling that this was not pious, he slid down the side of the bed and knelt silently, lifting his hand to pull her crushed hair behind her ear, looking at the woman's slightly furrowed brow and the slightly drooping corners of her lips, and the thought that she was in distress flooded his heart with a sour ache. Baby. The man's voice shook so much that he couldn't continue, relieving himself for a moment before he spoke again. It's all my fault. Let you keep your sadness in your heart. I still don't understand you. Punish me for kneeling, okay? Punish me for kneeling all night. Tomorrow when you wake up from your sleep and don't feel bad, I'll immediately give you a beating. I'm wrong. I'll never be like this again. You mustn't be sad. He was too afraid that Yu Qiuqi would go to bed with sadness, and the corners of the woman's lips drooped slightly, looking especially resigned. Ouch! The man's heart lurched, and the pain was so great that he let out a sound straight away, and tears snapped down his face as he followed the baby. He bit his lip hard, controlling not to cry out, except for calling her softly. Then he could not say a word. The night's fear, heartache, and guilt tortured Jiang Yibei almost collapsed. Chapter 169, completely out of sync. Early in the morning, Yu Qiuqi felt some dry mouth, reached out to touch the water cup. Not yet reached it. The water cup to the lips. The water cup. Open your mouth. The man's voice was extremely hoarse and permeated with stoicism. It took her several sips before she snapped out of it, and as soon as she opened her eyes, she met the man's bloodshot eyes, and her face was swollen. Even the corner of her lip was busted, and there was a little bit of blood drying on it, and it was hard to look at it. Further down, she realized that Jiang Yibei was kneeling beside the bed. Yu Qiuqi froze, his mind racing as he recalled the details of yesterday. I'm drunk. I'm going to Lin Nan's house right. When did I come home? Did I hit him? Drunk and crazy? Hit someone? Honey, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. As soon as her words came out, Jiang Yibei directly choked, hanging his head with tears falling down one by one in a series. Yu Qiuqi panicked at once. I'm sorry. I really didn't mean it. Lin Nan was in a bad mood. At first I was just going to keep her company. I don't know how. I'm not going to drink anymore. I'll never do it again. Don't you cry. Don't cry. She hurriedly got up and held out her hand to help him up. Jiang Yibei, however, just shook his head vigorously one by one, a sad, low whimper escaping his throat. This appearance makes Yu Qiuqi instantly heartbroken. She tightly embraced the man's stiff body, softly consoled. Do not cry. Okay, husband, good. I know you are worried about me. I rarely will be like this, and will not be in the future. I promise to be good and go home every day. Do not let you worry about it. Let's not cry. Is not scared. It took a while for Jiang Yibei to stop sobbing, then silently took out the ruler that had been placed behind him and shoved it into Yu Qiuqi's hand. She looked at the thing and, for a moment, was confused and, what do you mean? You still want to hit me? Crazy. Honey, I was wrong. He braced his arms hard against the floor, his legs almost out of control after a night on his knees. So, Yu Qiuqi was full of doubts and recalled, during the period of time when he lost his memory, what exactly did Jiang Yibei do? He wouldn't have done it because he was drunk, right? She felt it all over her body, but it didn't hurt. What's more, where Jiang Yibei would be willing to fight with himself, that could be ruled out. That's because of what? Although she didn't want to ask, she just couldn't think of anything, so she had to lie down beside him as well, cocking her head and asking him in a small voice, why? Honey, what did you do? Jiang Yibei didn't say anything either, just a pair of tears falling down, the guilt almost drowning him. Honey, Yu Qiuqi pulled him straight up and held him tightly. I'm sorry, I'm a bit out of it. I really don't remember what happened. Why are you like this? Did I do something wrong? Don't be angry. I really just drank a little bit of wine, and the audience of the club I went to was not female. You know, I only have you in my heart, right? Why are you sad? Why do you do this to yourself? You tell it so I can explain, right? The original uneasiness gradually dissipated a bit in Yuchiochi's warm and soft embrace, and although Jiang Yibei was a bit scared, he still explained, as she had said, "You're drunk. I'll pick you up." "Aha! Thank you, husband." Yuchiochi saw that he wasn't going to say anything further, so she continued to pursue. "And then what? After picking me up?" Jiang Yibei bit his lip and somewhat uneasily grabbed her hand. "Don't leave me." Yuchiochi gently kissed on his hand and softly said, "How could I leave you, husband? Not afraid. Let's talk slowly. There's nothing that can't be solved, right? Tell me, what happened yesterday?" "Well," the man nodded. "Yesterday, I picked you up. And because you were drunk, I was a little upset. So I carried you up regardless of the fact that you were uncomfortable. And then, you threw up. And," he suddenly choked back a sob, tears pouring out of his eyes in a dike, his hands gripping his legs in a death grip. "Do not cry, do not cry." Yuchiochi softly comforted, drew 2 pieces of paper to carefully wipe his tears. "It's not a big deal. Carry a little bit of it. People drink a lot of body heavy. Look at it easier than holding it. It's not a big deal. It's normal for the husband to be angry. After all, if I drink too much to threaten so much outside, you have to worry about it, right?" Jiang Yibei shook his head vigorously. His already reddened eyes were even more red to the point of being appalling at this moment, and he trembled as he said word by word in a trembling tone of voice, "I made you cry, wife. You shed tears. I'm sorry, I was wrong." Yuchiochi was all confused by his words. She was a person who would rarely cry. "What happened yesterday? Is it because of Lin Nan?" She does remember the thing about Jiang Yibei carrying her, and also remembers that she seems to be hugging him and burrowing into his arms in an attempt to make him soften his heart and not get angry. But this thing of crying by herself, she has no memory of it at all. Seeing that the man was upset like this, no matter what the reason was, she couldn't blame him anymore, so she directly came over and kissed Jiang Yibei on the lips. "I don't blame you, husband. I don't know what came over me at that moment, but it certainly wasn't because I blamed you. And don't blame yourself. It hurts me to see you upset like that." She raised her hand and pressed Jiang Yibei's head to the nape of her neck, her fingers pressing gently in the man's hair. Honey, close your eyes and rest for a while. This kind of action can greatly ease his uneasiness." And sure enough, Jiang Yibei's sobs gradually lowered, although he still didn't open his mouth, but he could see that he wasn't so scared. But Yuchiochi could also see that he wasn't not explaining or not apologizing, but he was writing this down. Inexplicably drunk, and provoked him to kneel all night. At the moment she was a little regretful, and she didn't know if Lin Nan's mood was better. After hugging him for a while, the sound of Jiang Yibei's steady breathing came from his shoulders, and his body became heavier and heavier. Chapter 170, Surveillance. She slowly put the person on the bed. Just for a while, Jiang Yibei slept very well. This must have been terrifying. Why are you so timid? Yuchiochi stroked his hair, pulled up the quilt on the side to cover him up, and pressed down the blackout curtains so that Jiang Yibei could sleep better. Figuring she wouldn't be awake for a while, she fumbled for her cell phone, tiptoed out of the bedroom, and glanced at the screen, and sure enough, there was a message from Lin Nan on it. "I woke up and you scum called a girl to take care of me. You're drunk." She laughed and returned said as if you did not drink too much. "How is the legendary god of wine but so headache does not hurt. Opposite seconds back, does not hurt. Seriously, this girl is really good. Good looking, also will take care of people. Mouth the boss to her, how good. Look at your staff, how good at talking." Yuchiochi looked at the string of text, gently sked, and helplessly replied to her. "Her boss is Jiang Yibei." The opposite party replied with a little man wearing a cuckold emoji. "If you're sick, get cured." "Really?" Yuchiochi replied to a voice message, and when she sat down at the dining table, the maid carried a cup of hot coffee and put it in front of her. "I just sent a message to Lele, saying that I won't go over today, but Lin Yang didn't receive a message from Jiang Yibei already coming over. Is Mr. Jiang not up yet?" Lin Yang lowered his head to look at the tablet and asked in passing. Yuchiochi shook her head. "No, it's not. He stayed up late yesterday. Is there anything he must deal with today? Why don't I take care of it?" After saying that, she then suddenly thought of the girl from yesterday. Lu what? Yesterday's that day secretary department of. Lin Yang put the tablet in front of Yuchiochi. On it was Jiang Yibei's workflow for today, and thought for a moment before saying, "Not Lu. It's Lu Xinshin, from the secretary department. Yesterday Mr. Jiang said you drank too much and asked to send someone to take care of Ms. Lin, so I thought I'd look for the secretary department. They can take care of people anyway." Yuchiochi to himself. This kind of people say something their own suspicion to ask the mentality to express helpless, and a little embarrassed. After all, Jiang Yibei was so devoted to her, how could he do those bad things? And it was really a bit redundant to ask himself. Lin Yang as if he could see that she was a bit jealous, sneaking a smile with the intention of explaining it to Jiang Yibei. Our Mr. Jiang doesn't even know her, and he never uses anyone from the secretarial department. I'm usually the one who follows, no matter when or what, using me as a donkey. I didn't say anything, I just casually asked. Yu Qiuqi gathered her hair awkwardly, looked down at her work on the tablet, and after tapping on it a few times, she said softly that, none of it is anything important. Basically don't need to deal with it. You send it in the flow. When eBay wakes up I'll let him take a look at it. Lin Yang nodded, but he didn't leave directly. Instead he raised his head and glanced towards the upstairs bedroom. Yes, is there anything else? Yu Qiuqi asked after him. Well, he hesitated a bit, frowning at his phone and handing the interface to Yu Qiuqi. The footage of you drinking too much yesterday was captured. So, Yu Qiuqi then saw that this picture of Yi Fei standing behind himself is escorting himself to the car, but no matter the angle or the helpless smile on Yi Fei's face, it looks particularly ambiguous. The news on the internet had already begun to ferment, and some people were even asking under Jiang Yibei's account if he knew he was a cuckold. That's not nonsense. Yu Qiuqi was so angry that he directly slammed his phone onto the table. My cell phone ah. Lin Yang had a bitter smile on his face, picked up the phone only to see that the screen was already broken, so he had to turn back and find Jiang Yibei to reimburse him. Mr. Yu, this is not a trivial matter. Although the PR department handled it, there are still new news that keep popping up, and I don't know who's behind it all. Leilei's side communicated with me in the morning, and both of us are dealing with it. So do you want to contact Mr. Yi to see if he can step in and clarify things? Also, luckily, Jiang Yibei was sleeping. This matter must be dealt with quickly only. Who took the picture and what was the reason for posting it online? She suddenly thought of a very serious question. So how did Jiang Yibei know that I was at Lin Nan's house yesterday? How did he know that I was drunk? Lin Yang's eyes dodged, lowered his head and didn't dare to meet her eyes. Originally it was just a question, but this reaction of his made Yu Qiuqi instantly begin to suspect that Say, Lin Yang, you know me. If you don't tell the truth today I'll have plenty of ways to deal with you. You can't offend the boss and you can't offend the boss's wife. Right, if you offend the boss, you'll be docked at most, but if you offend the boss's wife, you might lose everything. She's so good at tossing people around. Lin Yang pointed at Yu Qiuqi's cell phone, then bowed towards her. I'm sorry Mr. Yu. She looked blankly at her cell phone and at Lin Yang's reaction, very confused. Why? What did you do? There's a positioning in the cell phone. Mr. Jiang had someone install your cell phone with a positioning a long time ago, so he's always known where you are. And, yesterday, I saw you went to the restaurant and then to the club, so he asked me to check it out. I went to check it out, and I saw that you drank a lot of wine, so I talked to Mr. Jiang about it. As for how he knew where you were, I guess he looked at the locator. He spied on me. Yu Qiuqi's voice was extremely low, her eyes full of disbelief. Jiang Yibei had obviously behaved very obediently during this time. He listened to whatever she said, and didn't ask questions if he wasn't allowed to, so he was even able to do something like spying on him. What the hell is this for? Does he know this is outrageous? Looking at Yu Qiuqi's eyes full of disappointment, at this instant Lin Yang knew that he had gotten himself into trouble. There were times when he really hated to be mute. After all, if he was mute he wouldn't have lost his life because of this broken mouth. And now Yu Qiuqi wouldn't do anything to him, just waiting for Jiang Yibei to wake up. He would probably kill him. And looking at how angry Yu Qiuqi was, Lin Yang estimated that it would have to be abusive. Mr. Yu, don't be angry. Mr. Jiang, he's just worried that you might be in danger. He rarely looks at your position, and you can spy on him too. So, you also know that this is surveillance? Yu Qiuqi slowly got up and handed his cell phone to Lin Yang. What danger would I be in? All my dangers are brought to me by Jiang Yibei, and he's still doing this surveillance thing. Do you know what respect is? Even if you don't, do you know what the law is? Jiang Yibei had done something like this a long time ago, but after she lost her temper she never did it again. Yu Qiuqi wasn't sure when exactly he started spying this time, but the anger in his heart couldn't be suppressed. Chapter 171, Reflection. Lin Yang began to regret it. He really shouldn't have told this matter. Just if he didn't say it, Yu Qiuqi himself would go to check it out, and when he found out then he would definitely be unable to eat and go away. And now, the only thing he could do was to beg for mercy for Jiang Yibei. Madam, don't be angry. Mr. Jiang is actually scared to death about this matter. He's worried about you and afraid that you'll find out. Often he can't even sleep well. You know, he's just insecure. So selling misery is excused. So many murderers in this world may have something to sympathize with, so that they don't have to pay the law? Her voice was unusually cold and organized to the point that people couldn't refute it. Yuchochi loved Jiang Yibei, but she had always been a rational person. It also understands that even if Jiang Yibei is doing this because of his insecurity, which is heartbreaking and pitiful, it cannot be condoned. Lin Yang, just wait here. Wait for Jiang Yibei to wake up from his nap and tell him what just happened, and then take my words with him. Tell him to stay home and reflect. No hurting himself. No skipping meals. Don't come to me if he can't figure this out. I'm going to the office. Lin Yang only felt his scalp go numb and opened his mouth. Not to mention refusing, he didn't even make a sound. After Yuchochi left, he remained frozen in place, hesitating to write himself a suicide note. At noon, Jiang Yibei woke up from his sleep only to realize that no one was in the room, and hurriedly rushed all the way out of the bedroom. The moment he saw Lin Yang, he didn't even think about why this person would be here, and just asked, "Where's ma'am? What's coming is always coming." Lin Yang bravely, shivering, told what had just happened, and added the words Yuchochi had left behind when he left. Mr. Jiang? Mr. Jiang, say something. You're a bit scary. Jiang Yibei froze in place, staring straight at the table. Yuchochi did not take away the phone. She's pissed off, I guess. This was not a doubt, because Jiang Yibei was almost certain that Yuchochi must be angry. She was always like this. She didn't like to be governed. She didn't like to be constrained. She loved freedom. And how could she not be angry and disappointed when she started spying on her secretly while talking about giving her freedom? I'm sorry, Mr. Jiang, are you angry? Lin Yang took 2 steps back, his face not much less terrified than Jiang Yibei's, and Jiang Yibei just waved his hand. You go, I'll stay by myself for a while. He was not angry. He knew in his heart that he was doing this was sooner or later to be discovered this day, although I did not expect this day to come so quickly. He calmed down and carefully analyzed Yuchochi's words, telling him to reflect on them, not to hurt himself, not to skip meals, although he was still trembling with fear but from Yuchochi's words, he could also analyze that although she was angry, she wouldn't leave herself because of it, she would just be angry. The maid placed the prepared lunch on the table. Jiang Yibei looked at it with lifeless eyes, no appetite at all, but Yuchochi had told him to eat properly, and he just obeyed, picked up the bowl and chopsticks, and mechanically stuffed his mouth with food, and when the bowl was finished, he almost didn't even distinguish what he had eaten, whether it was salty or sweet. Other than feeling a little less emotional, it's like I don't feel anything at all. He got up in a hurry and went to the study to get his pills, took 2 of them, and then stood silently next to the wall of the study. Yuchochi let him reflect on he has to seriously reflect on the error, although for this error has long been aware of, but this knowing behavior, naturally also need to reflect on. Lin Yang deleted the location software from his phone before returning it to Jiang Yibei. In the afternoon, Yuchochi raised her eyes and looked at the time. It was not yet time to get off work. Jiang Yibei's sleeping hours should not be so long. To be honest, she was angry, but she was getting worried that Jiang Yibei would be scared. After all, nothing could be more important than his emotions. She drove back to the villa quickly by herself, and as soon as she entered, she heard Jiang Yibei rushing out of the study. As she was about to bend over, the man crouched his body to remove her high heels and replace them with a pair of slippers, and took the bag in her hand again. Honey, why don't you take a shower and change your clothes? It's windy today and your hair is frizzy. Yes, Yuchochi answered, and went back to the bedroom without haste, only to wash up and, just after leaving the bathroom door, he saw Jiang Yibei obediently kneeling in the bedroom. The difference is that there's a scrubby under the knees at this point. We don't have this at home. Where did you get it? She asked as she walked away. Went out to buy it myself. After lunch, wife, I woke up from my lunchtime nap, and then had a bowl of rice and some vegetables, and felt a little moody and took 2 more pills, and after going out to buy a scrubber went back to the study to face the wall until you got back. He gave an earnest account of everything that had happened today, and added, the location on your phone has been deleted. I've reflected on it, and it was wrong of me to withhold spying on you. I knew this behavior was wrong, but I did it anyway. I can't control you just because of my own problems. It's not right. Wife, I'm wrong. Wife, you're angry, right? Yuchochi slowly walked up to him, first nodding, then shaking his head, and the man seemed obedient today, did everything he was asked to do, did no harm, was emotionally stable, and made serious reflections on, I'm upset, but not particularly angry because I'm well aware that you're insecure, but that's no reason for you to spy on me. The most important thing between husband and wife is trust. If we doubt each other, we live a very hard life and over time we don't want to live it. Originally still good Jiang Yibei in the hearing do not want to live on began to start the whole person began to panic. Fingertips are beginning to tremble. I was wrong. I don't dare anymore. From now on I will never do such a thing again. Wife, don't feel hard done by. I will do as I'm told. I do trust you. Really? Chapter 172, you shouldn't do anything wrong. I'm sorry, he apologized in a low voice. Through clenched teeth. You've got fat guts. You still dare to spy on me and locate me. Zhang Yibei, tell me what you've done. I'm not just being controlling. I started out doing this because I wanted to know where you were, but I swear I really didn't even dare look a couple times, and I really wouldn't have if I wasn't worried about you. I was wrong, wife. This is not the right behavior. I know I'm wrong, and I don't know how to explain it to you, even though I didn't really spy on you, but the reason I did it in the first place was to spy. He raised his hand and pulled Yuchochi by the corner of his shirt, teardrops seeping from the ends of his reddened eyes. I'm willing to pay for this. Wife, it's okay for you to spy on me. Whatever. Don't be mad, okay? I'm the asshole. Rather than being angry. Yuchochi couldn't understand. Yuchochi didn't understand what the meaning of this behavior of his was. He balked at the idea of not leaving him, and had to go on a stakeout. But what if she really did something to apologize to Zhang Yibei? He could even willingly go as a spare tire at that time, to compete with others, not caring about anything anymore, but still spying on her. Maybe it's the real punishment for him if he does find out something. After all, if there was anything between them that wouldn't let go of this relationship, it would be Zhang Yibei. She slowly sat down on the edge of the bed and Zhang Yibei looked back blankly, surreptitiously observing Yuchochi's reaction. Yuchochi attached herself to his ear and whispered, I, for one, am a bit angry, but seeing as your situation is different from others, I won't bother with you too much. So why did he spy on people? Why did he install that inexplicable locator software? He didn't even dare to look at it a couple of times. It's really hard to be found out. And Yuchochi at the moment also do not take care of him, just sitting there to play with the phone, also do not know with whom to chat. It looks quite happy. But what can he do? He's the one who did the wrong thing. He could only kneel on the ground and wait for when Yuchochi would show mercy and let him go, or forgive him for this mistake. Wife, I'm sorry. I know I'm wrong. I won't do it again. If this happens again, I'll just stay on my knees until the end of my life. Okay? Please, don't be angry. Okay? Well, get up. Zhang Yibei jumped off the bed in a second, followed by crossing to Yuchochi's front, swept a glance at her cell phone, saw that she was dealing with her work. The hanging heart finally put down a little bit. It's a job is good. Nothing else matters as long as it's a job. Back in the bedroom again, the man obediently walked to her, holding his legs and slowly kneeling at the woman's feet. Honey, you're not mad, are you? He took Yuchochi's feet out of the slippers and put them on his abdomen to hold. Your feet are cold. Is the cold air on too much? How come you still get cold feet when it's so hot? Yuchochi didn't say anything, just silently put down the phone, then wrapped her arms around Zhang Yibei's neck, gently touched on the man's lips, slightly separated a bit, only to see the corners of her lips swung open, a trace of a smile, if any. At this moment, Zhang Yibei seemed to be hearing the sound of his own wildly beating heart. His chest resounded as if it were a war drum, a cry, and he looked at her as if he was mesmerized. Chapter 173, it's good that she's at ease. This woman can always easily make him confused and unable to control his emotions. He slowly straightened his body and moved closer to her, his hot breath making the air heavy with a layer of indescribable ambiguity. Honey, you have to be good. Right. I like it better when you're good. Right. Zhang Yibei replied quickly, with a ragged gasp in his voice. Wife, I love you. I miss you. The slurred words were drowned in deep love, and the man pressed one hand to the back of her head in a kiss that was far hotter than a high summer noon. Yuchochi's response was equally passionate. This was the man she liked, had all the looks she liked. Her fingers dug into the man's hair, pulling gently and slowly with force. The other hand went all the way down the man's waist. The man tilted his head and stifled a grunt. Then a smirk swept across his lips. Baby, you're kind of bad. Early in the morning, in a hustle and bustle, Yuchochi tiredly opened her eyes. Her body was held tightly by Zhang Yibei. After a night's sleep she was rather more tired than she hadn't slept at all. This man doesn't know what's wrong with him. He always likes to sleep with people in his arms like this. No matter how many times he breaks away, he'll still end up hugging them again. It didn't matter in the winter, but unfortunately it was summer, and she didn't even know what else to do except turn up the air conditioning. But it was good to know that he was only hot, but he never snored. Yuchochi was laughing in her mind at her own skyrocket. The knock on the door sounded again. She was just about to get up but she was held down by the man's hand. Baby, you go to sleep. I'll go see what's wrong. In fact, he was also sleepy. His eyes were closed when he said this, but Yuchochi worked too hard yesterday. Even if she didn't work hard yesterday, John Yibei didn't want to let her get up early. His biggest wish is that they retire as soon as possible, so that Yu Chochi can sleep when he wants to sleep when he wants to sleep. This president, who loves to be whoever he wants to be, he can't do it for a day. The man reluctantly kissed her hair and slowly climbed down from the bed, and as soon as the door opened, Lin Yang frowned and called out softly to him before handing over the cell phone in her hand. When was it? John Yibei raised his head. His expression was equally ugly. Lin Yang nervously explained, when I arrived at the company in the morning, I heard the security guard say that it's been an hour, and it's estimated to be 3 hours from now, and there's absolutely no intention to leave. You go and take a look at it. If this goes on, our company is going to be affected. And the people in the securities department have called me 20 times in an hour. When he went to the company early in the morning, he saw Jiang father appearing in the big square in front of the company with Jiang sweetie, and he didn't know how a bunch of reporters came and surrounded him for interviews, and those ungrateful sons and daughters in his mouth had driven him to the brink of extinction. The news video. Jiang's father accused Jiang Yibei's ruthlessness, operating such a large company but also to drive him out, not even a house for him to live. He had no choice but to bring his young daughter to find him, hoping that he can give a proper treatment, but Jiang Yibei avoided, did not show up all morning. The man was so angry that he wanted to smash the phone, but he thought of Yu Chochi who was still awake, so he could only silently return the phone to Lin Yang. I'm on my way. Meet me downstairs. With that, he turned and headed back to the bedroom, a smile back on his face. What's wrong? Something wrong? Yu Chochi asked him with one eye open and a sleepy voice. The man shook his head, still full of doting eyes. Where there is something it is the company. A customer came. Lin Yang cannot deal with it. I went over to see. Wife, sleep a little longer. Lele said that your company does not have much to do right now. You're tired, rest more. Do not always think about the work. Wake up and call me. I will pick you up to go to dinner. Yu Chochi nodded, satisfied, and retreated back under the covers, and within 10 seconds she was asleep again. Jiang Yibei saw her appearance, did not resist raising the corners of his mouth and smiled, wanted to kiss, but could not bear to interrupt. Torn between the two, he managed to control it and planned to kiss it later in the evening. The car flew towards the company and Jiang Yibei arrived at the same time as the company's legal department appeared in the square. Jiang father had stayed all morning and was already sweating profusely, and the moment he saw Jiang Yibei, he pointed at him with an angry face and, Jiang Yibei, you're so cruel. You even let people take away all my real estate. What kind of heart are you resting on? My sister still has to work. Where do you let her live? Where will you let your elderly father live? Reporters instantly swarmed up. Microphones were pointed at Jiang Yibei. Mr. Jiang, what do you think about this? Are you really doing this to your own father? Mr. Jiang, why are you treating your biological father like this? Is it because the company is not doing well anymore? Are you out of money? Mr. Jiang, although we are clear that your father did have some faults back then, but in the end he is your father. Why can't you forgive? Jiang Yibei frowned and sighed helplessly. If you can forgive, you recognize him as your father. The whole place was instantly silent, and Lin Yang hurriedly asked the security staff to separate him from the reporters. Jiang Yibei walked in front of Jiang father. First he sneered. I really didn't expect you to do this? A handful of years old. Don't you know what a face is? Guess if those assets were yours, would I be able to collect them? Moreover, didn't I leave you a house to live in? Although it's not as big as the previous manor, at least it's 300 square feet. Can't it accommodate the three of you? As for letting you come over like this and make trouble for me without any skin? Chapter 174, Average Fighting Strength. Jiang's sweetheart blocked in front of Jiang father, raising her voice towards him to yell, Brother, how can you talk to dad like that? It doesn't matter where we live, but you can't even go home. Dad misses you all and is sick, and my mom isn't well either. So what? Jiang Yibei also yelled towards her without any manners. Do you guys have any brains at all? There is an agreement between us, and I've also put it in the newspaper that I don't have anything to do with this person anymore. And, call it what you will, callous or indifferent, but from now on, if you come back and make trouble, I'll take all the rest of those, too. By then I'm afraid that not only will you not have the life you have now, you should even have problems eating. Although according to the normal situation, his remarks were not the right way to deal with it, but Jiang Yibei could not help it any longer. He could not understand by what right are all children, Jiang father, can even favor to such a degree. Could it be that the biological ones were so unashamed? He and Jiang Yinan had never felt any favoritism from him. On the contrary, it was this Jiang sweetie, this person who had no blood relationship in the slightest, who could get all of his father's love. Lin Yang showed him some of Jiang's father's recent circumstances, and he knew in his heart that his father should have come over today because Feng Min had messed with him. The reason should naturally be for Jiang's sweetness. Sure enough, my father stopped being angry and his tone softened. Let's sweetie go to work at the company. This company was also run by me in the beginning. So this request isn't too much, right? Go to the interview on your merits. But the company hasn't had a job fair lately. Jang Yibei coldly swept a glance at the two of them, directly turned around and went back to the company. On the way everyone almost avoided his gaze. No one wants to touch bad luck at this time. Just as soon as he entered the office, Jang Yibei copied the golf club aside and smashed what he saw in front of him. From the coffee table to the bookshelves, he smashed hard, destroying everything in front of him that blocked his gaze. Although he had demolished homes before, this time it looked different. After all the things were smashed, Jang Yibei sat alone against the floor-to-ceiling window, and all that could be seen from the rubble was the man's forlorn back. Lin Yang was shocked by this reaction, but obviously this matter Jang Yibei didn't want Yuchochi to see. He couldn't go and inform Yuchochi to come over. If he did, he probably wouldn't make it out of Jiang alive today, and with the gravesite the boss had prepared for him, he'd soon be able to use it, but he could have done it differently. The public opinion on the internet quickly began to ferment, and at Lin Yang's behest, Lei woke Yuchochi up, but only said that there was work to be dealt with. She had just finished washing up when she realized that she had received a lot of messages on WeChat, most of which were talking about the news, and there were also people who were concerned about whether Jang Yibei's situation was really bad or not, or if Jiang is in a crisis. She curiously clicked on the link, and the moment she saw Jang Yibei's fury, she really had an urge to kill someone. Yuchochi didn't even have time to wait for the driver, directly drove all the way to Jiang's. Once Lin Yang saw her, it was like seeing a life-saving straw. Still, Yuchochi stopped her as she rushed toward the office. General Manager Yu, at this moment, I'm afraid that Mr. Jiang won't react too well. You will make him feel bad when you see him in a sorry state. What did he do? Yuchochi was fixed in place, as if he had thought of something. Lin Yang explained in a low voice. He came back and smashed things. He didn't say a word. The former chairman of the board really pissed him off. Yuchochi nodded. Now the most important thing is Jang Yibei, but the company's matters cannot be left unresolved. She said in a breath towards Lin Yang kept saying, that PR response program from before was started in a hurry. Bring down the heat first, then send out some positively guided articles. The water army should be used as well. Hurry up and turn the wind. Now the industry has already started to inquire about Zhang's. That charitable donation for next quarter is done ahead of time. And put the news out there as well. Speed is needed. Got it. Lin Yang hurriedly answered and then began to make arrangements. Yuchochi did not knock on the door. Directly into the office. The man leaned against the floor-to-ceiling window sitting, one arm resting on his knees. The whole person looked lifeless. The corner of the forehead did not know what was smashed. Oozing part of the blood dried on the skin. Looking very uncomfortable. She turned around and rummaged through the cabinets for the medical kit, walking over to Jang Yibei's side and slowly squatting down. The man looked up at her, and his eyes began to look a little uneasy. Be good. Let's take care of the wound first. Her tone was very soft and reassuring to hear. But fortunately, the wound was small, and after sterilizing it, a small piece of gauze was applied to it. Yuchochi moved the medical kit away a bit and sat down as well, gently taking Jang Yibei's hand and showing a gentle smile towards him. It's okay. You know all about it. Jang Yibei slowly hung his head and let out a cold laugh. It's too humiliating, too embarrassing. He couldn't even describe his state of mind at the moment. It was humiliating, but it was more of a disappointment. Yuchochi pulled his hand, gently placed in his palm, rubbing and kneading. She understood Jang Yibei, naturally understand what he was thinking, but she will not refute, not to mention the many axioms. Those who will say the words, on Jang Yibei cannot play any role. Hubby, you're doing exceptionally well, and no one will be looking for trouble from now on, so you can work hard and still spend time with me. Or, we can go on a trip, too, and the thought that most of your time can be given to me makes me kinda gloat a little bit. Why? She hooked her lips in a sarcastic smile. Well, that wasn't a very good idea on my part. How could it be? I have to feel guilty about that. Jang Yibei raised his palm and rubbed her head carelessly. No guilt, just think of it this way. All my time is yours. Not most of it, all of it. The company has stabilized a lot more. If the baby wants to go on a trip we can go to Europe. Don't you want to go to both but don't have the time? Or go to Egypt? Both are places you like. His emotions followed Yuchochi's thoughts slowly stabilized. A turn of the head to see a mess in the office, followed by some panic. I don't have it under control. I'm sorry wife. I'll take my pills. Yuchochi also followed his gaze, and then skimmed his mouth. This does not count. This situation if I were to change my words, I'm sure it's much more powerful than you smashed. I didn't feel it before. Husband your fighting strength is just average. I was smashing the office when I was much more powerful than you. This can be. Chapter 175, the grand finale. Really? Jiang Yibei instantly had a feeling of being overjoyed to have found a kindred spirit, and also suddenly felt that it might not really be his own problem. Yu Qiuqi nodded. Well, really my husband won't think I'm a bit violent, right? She bit her lip and lowered her head with some sadness. Jiang Yibei directly got up, presenting a kneeling position in front of her to take the person into his arms, his tone light and comforting. Of course not. The baby is the most gentle. When has it ever been violent? Who dares to talk such nonsense? I'll beat him, he said, and gave her several comforting kisses in her hair. Office like this, obviously there is no way to continue to use. Yu Qiuqi had to take him to continue to go to work and use. On her way out the door, she glanced back inside softly. Hubby, don't smash it in the future. It's so expensive. And Lin Yang will be scared. No smashing. No smashing. The money spent on redecorating is enough for my wife to buy several bags. I'll never smash again. Just do not feel. This will see the scene. Jiang Yibei also followed the heartache of the money. Although he is rich, but cannot lose money, his wife will be angry. Angry will hit him, but he expressed his satisfaction about being able to work in his wife's company. Since this incident, Zhang's father seems to have disappeared from life. Accurately said, like disappeared from the city. Jiang Yibei does not care about this matter in the slightest. Instead, Yu Qiuqi inquired about it and heard that it was Jiang Yinan who, in order to prevent them from making any more trouble, bought them a house in a seaside city to the south and let them settle there. And by the way, he also found a job in that city for Jiang Dangtan that didn't require any brainpower. This year's winter came especially early. Yu Qiuqi felt that her fall trench coat had just been taken out, washed and cleaned, and before she could wear it, she would have to put it back in the cupboard again. She stood hesitating between her trench coat and her duffel coat. Jiang Yibei stood behind her holding his arms and spoke softly. If you dare to go out in a trench coat, then let's not go out today. I think being under the covers is more suitable for you. Honey, you're going to scare me if you show up out of nowhere like that. She grumbled without turning her head, but eventually obeyed and chose the duvet. It's just that she really didn't understand Jiang Yibei's mentality of picking down jackets that were only of the polar type. Super thick style. It's so ugly. I feel like a penguin at the North Pole. Jiang Yibei dressed her while spitting softly. Baby, there are no penguins in the North Pole, and we're going to be colder than the North Pole today. You were already afraid of the cold on your hands and feet. Be good and obedient. I'll be able to take care of all the work on my side in a day or two. How's it going on your end? He had complained more than once, wishing that the two companies could be merged, preferably managed by a single team. Or perhaps, just let Yus acquire them and forget about it. More than anything, I'd like to sell the company for cash. There's enough money in this life. Anyway, he only hoped that the rest of his life could accompany Yu Qiuqi's side. No matter what he did, the two should always be together. But he had a workaholic wife. Not only Yus continued to develop, he was forced to make the market value of the Zhongs or higher. Yu Qiuqi thought about it. Well, probably about the same time as you. In fact, we are quite good here. Go out and just wear more. It doesn't matter. No way. We have to go somewhere warmer. Haven't you even noticed? You've been coughing lately when you leave the house, and the doctor said it's because of the cold air. Jiang Yibei seriously refused. Now he hated to wrap the person with warm air. When he went out, he let the car wait in the underground garage, and when he arrived at the company, he also parked in the garage. Try to keep Yu Qiuqi from touching any outside air, but this is not a solution. After all, she can't stay out for 4 or 5 months. So under his serious and earnest consideration, he decided that he would go abroad in the winter from now on, and come back when it was warmer, which wasn't very far anyway, and if something did happen, he would come back and deal with it himself. 2 days, Jiang Yibei took care of all the things, by the way, booked the air ticket, followed by starting to pack the luggage. What he needs is not much, just for Yu Qiuqi to bring quite a lot. All of her clothes and shoes are customized. Wearing the kind of direct purchase, there is a high probability of allergies because of the fabric is not suitable. And she has her own habits. A lot of things are fixed brand. Change she will be awkward. So Jiang Yibei not only packed clothes, even bedding are prepared some, and even some of the daily necessities are packed and sent directly. Hubby, you don't need to be like this. This is the first few Yu Qiuqi looked back. That kind of large suitcase. This was already the 7th one that Jiang Yibei had pushed out. Baby, you sit on the side and wait. Don't worry about anything. You just rest. He grabbed another new pair of slippers from the shoe closet and stuffed them into his suitcase before he clapped his hands in satisfaction. By the way, Chen Mo said that the medicine is still with some, although it is no longer necessary to eat, but prevention well, I will put it on the. She looked back at a large pile of suitcases, not knowing what to do. Jiangyibai reached out and took a few small bottles in her hand, carefully inspecting them. Leave it to me, these can be carried. Yu Qiuqi added. Yes, he said that the ones I can't take with me let me buy them when I get to the area. In fact, it didn't matter if he bought it or not for Jiangyibai, because the medicine that worked for him was the person in front of him. The cloudless clear sky was light blue, like clear water. The blue color gradually aggravated, more and more blue, more and more intense, like the deep sea. The plane was in the clouds, the world became hazy, but the heart became clearer and clearer, and every year that followed was the year they loved each other the most. Full story. Chapter 176. I'm wrong, wife. I really don't have too much energy to run the company, and these years the market you also see in the eyes, now realize is the most sensible. Besides, I didn't say hello to you in advance. You also agreed, I agree? Yu Qiuqi struggled a little harder, but the man hugged tighter. She could only helplessly sigh softly. I thought you were joking, Who would have thought that you really sold the company, Jiangyibai, you're a handful of years old. Mature. Point line. Jiangyibai was full of smiles and kissed her several times on her cheeks. Mature are used in the evening. This matter you let me childish a time. Life is only live so many decades. I hope to be good with you. Not every day are stuffed behind that desk. You don't know. I want to think of you every day, want to eat not swallow, He would always be so petulant and tricky that Yu Qiuqi couldn't get angry at all. In fact, for Jiangyibai this behavior she is not much against. Just think, not yet to the age of retirement. Began to not work. Time will be out of touch with the people. Besides, Jiangyibai used to be a workaholic, and it wasn't easy for him to run this company so hard until today, so she was worried that he would regret it. Get dressed. Yu Qiuqi turned around and touched his lips lightly. Jiangyibai quickly put the clothes he had just taken off back on. Holding Yu Qiuqi's hand, had just walked to the stairway when the little girl's milky voice came from afar. Auntie, auntie. Yu Qiuqi hurriedly let go of Jiangyibei's hand, ran downstairs in a few steps, unfolded his arms and picked up the little girl. Happy to be here, How come you didn't go to the bedroom to call your aunt, Do you want to miss me? Want? The little girl wrapped her arms around her neck and barred a kiss on her cheek, then whispered in her ear. Mommy said you can't go in the bedroom and knock on the door because uncle is upstairs getting beat up. Hey! Jiangyibai was close enough to hear the little girl's words. He nudged Happy's head. Little one, you'd better keep your mouth shut. If you dare to say anything, I'll never buy you another lollipop again, Jiang Yinan said as he walked towards them. Happy, come down quickly. You've been heavy lately. Don't tire your aunt and uncle. Your uncle should complain to me again. Yu Qiuqi just wanted to say that it wasn't heavy, but the little girl had already slid down her arm and ran all the way to Jiang Yinan's side, continuing to unfold her arms. Then mommy hug. Oh, well, isn't mommy tired? Sitting by herself and obeying. Jiang Yinan pointed to the sofa on the side. The little girl nodded and obediently sat on it and flipped out her own picture book to read it seriously. Akihiko, did you get the money? Jiang Yinan's headless sentence made Yu Qiuqi puzzled, and she was about to ask when her cell phone rang. A quick glance at the text message startled her and, what is the situation, This, how many zeros, this is? Jiangyibai also put his head over to look at it together, then nodded and replied. Received, now received. At this moment, Yu Qiuqi only reacted, violently raised his head and asked towards Jiang Yinan. Sister Nan, he sold the company to you, Yes, he wouldn't let me say anything before. Afraid you'd object, but it doesn't matter now. You'll beat him up if you find out. After you beat him, you should be able to talk about it, right? The corners of Jiang Yinan's lips didn't hold back the upward movement, deliberately looking towards Jiangyibei's back. Can you still sit down? Are you still going to eat this meal? Isn't this sitting well? Sis, just how much do you misunderstand me? I'm a man who has never been afraid of his wife, much less beaten. Yu Qiuqi almost didn't even listen to the conversation between the two, until Jiangyibai softly called out to her, and she subconsciously asked a question. Why did you put money in my account? Why? Jiangyibai also asked her in return. Of course, because you are my wife, Our family's money when I have the final say, In the past are also called to you. Now the company sold. Money to you where not, right? After saying that, he secretly came to Yu Qiuqi's ear and whispered. Wife, in the future, can the pocket money go up slightly? I want to buy a club. Yu Qiuqi directly interrupted him. And you buy clubs? Look at your big pile of clubs. There's too much poor stationery to go up. The servants were serving food one after another, and the birthday cake in the very center of the dining table was made by Yu Qiuqi in the morning. Although the look is not very good. Very simple white cake, painted with two cartoon little people. Although ugly, but at first glance it is a sister and brother. Jiangyibai liked it very much, and took half a day of photos around it, and sent it to the circle of friends, but it didn't have many likes. Over the years, His circle of friends has been blocked by many of his friends because he averages a minimum of 3 posts a day about how much his wife loves him. At first everyone thought his account had been stolen, and as time went on, people blocked him, really not wanting to see him show off his love endlessly. 2 glasses of wine down. Jang In-an hesitated for a long time. Words or carefully asked out. You guys really don't intend to have a child. Ebae is looking at almost 40 years old. I see that his situation is very stable. Besides, you see I gave birth to Kaisen. She is all normal. Jang Ebae frowned and said impatiently. Happy everything is normal because you are normal. Besides, when you gave birth to her, you suffered so much. I don't want a child even more. I know this in my heart. I don't need to talk about it in the future. Yuchochi gently held onto his hand and explained seriously towards Jang In-an. Sister Nan, this matter has been mentioned by Chin Mo before. Ebae hasn't taken any medication for several years, and his mood has always been very good. Now if we want to have a child, it should be fine, but I've had serious discussions with him about it. Everyone's choices are different, and having each other in our lives is enough. Not to mention, we're having fun now. Jang In-an's life can be described as thunderous. She smoothly got into the best school, smoothly ran the company well. She doesn't trust marriage but wants to have a baby. So people aren't sure who Happy's father is because she's never married at all. She just wants the baby. Now the little girl was 5 years old, lively and cheerful, and pretty, but it was her life. And as for her brothers, she didn't want to give any advice. It was good that he felt happy. After Jang sold to Jang In-an, Jang Ebae suddenly became idle. He had nothing important to do except to go to the temple once a year to return a wish. All the rest of the time, he would stay by Yuchochi's side and take care of her life. No matter if he was working or resting at home, he was always no more than 5 meters away from her. After a long time, there were always people who would tease Yuchochi about this matter, saying that she would take her tail with her wherever she went, and that she wasn't too happy about it, so she didn't go out when she could, which made Jang Ebae even happier. The moon and the stars, the summer breeze and the golden light that warmed them all their lives. End of extra.